In the esteemed residence of the Yunyang Marquis, the cherished youngest daughter, Zhao Zhao, basked in the adoration of her parents and the protection of her siblings. From an early age, she enjoyed a life of luxury and ease. At the age of 16, Zhao Zhao possessed unparalleled beauty, and suitors flocked to the Marquis's door, yet her heart belonged solely to one. Chapter 1. The Rejection of Marriage Proposals. Marquis Liu Zhonghuai and Madame Xie Shuxian of Yunyang have shared a profound bond for many years, and all their children are of Xie's lineage. Their eldest son, Liu Jinhua, aged 24, is wed to a lady of the Wang family. The second son, Liu Jinrong, aged 21, remains unmarried. Their eldest daughter, Liu Zhaoyu, a twin to Liu Jinrong, is married to the fourth prince, the younger brother of the current crown prince. The second daughter, Liu Zhaoran, at 19, is wed to the eldest son of the Minister of Justice, Zhou Yu. Presently, the only unmarried daughter in the Yunyang Marquis' house is Liu Zhao Zhao. Since she came of age, suitors have incessantly sought her hand in marriage. In the capital, she is a well-known jewel of the Marquis' household, commanding both admiration and envy. In the summer of the year Jingping 20, a flustered voice called out, "Third young lady, bad news. The Marquis of Wanning's residence has come again to propose." The door swung open abruptly, revealing a young woman clad in a delicate lavender dress, adorned with a pearl and begonia hairpin. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her face akin to blooming flowers, with eyebrows resembling willow leaves, glistening eyes, a noble nose, and rosy lips. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "Why are they here again? Did I not make my position clear? Who can blame them? You are more enchanting than a celestial being. How could any young man in the capital not be captivated by you?" Lioli, her maid, quickly interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Her words held truth. Although many noble ladies in the capital possess striking beauty, Liu Zhao Zhao undoubtedly stood out. Furthermore, she excelled in music, chess, literature, and painting. What good does that do? Shan Jian, that scoundrel, does not harbor any feelings for me, she muttered inwardly. Since her coming of age, the proposals had never ceased, yet she had no desire to marry anyone but Shan Jian. If one were to inquire why she was so infatuated with him, it would boil down to her undeniable preference for beauty. Shan Jian's handsome visage rendered him incomparable among the young men of the capital. "Lioli, has Qi Mian come today?" Qi Mian, the heir of the Marquis of Wanning, had been smitten at first sight during a flower-viewing banquet, and this marked his third visit to the Yunyang Marquis residence to seek her hand. "Indeed, he has personally come each time," Lioli replied cheerfully. With a resigned sigh, Liu Zhao Zhao said, "Let us proceed to the Furong courtyard and clarify this matter before our elders today." "Miss, this may not be proper etiquette," Lioli cautioned. Although the customs of the Qi dynasty were somewhat liberal, marriage was traditionally dictated by parental arrangements. In the words of matchmakers, it was somewhat inappropriate for an unmarried lady to discuss her own marriage prospects. Yet if we do not set the record straight, others will surely gossip that I am a source of calamity due to my beauty, a label I have endured long enough. Liu Zhao Zhao replied with resignation. Since Qi Mian's initial proposal was rejected, rumors began circulating in the capital that the third young lady of the Yunyang Marquis was solely intent on climbing the social ladder, looking down upon the Wan Ning Duke's residence. Some even went so far as to label her a femme fatale, claiming she had rendered Qi Shixi utterly infatuated to the detriment of his ambitions. Shall I call in Jinju as well? Lioli and Jinju had served Liu Zhao Zhao since childhood. Lioli attended to her daily needs, while Zhenju, skilled in martial arts, was tasked with her protection. Although they were within the confines of the residence, with the Marquis and young masters yet to return home, she had witnessed Qi Shixi's fervent obsession firsthand. Upon arriving at the Furong courtyard, Liu Zhao Zhao overheard Qi Mian's voice resonating from within. "Madame Marquis, if you consent to marry Zhao Zhao to me, I promise not to take a concubine for 5 years, and I shall treat her with utmost care for the rest of my life." Liu Zhao Zhao could hardly suppress a laugh upon hearing this. How amusing it was to witness such ardent affection. What a promise of 5 years without a concubine, yet here he was, already contemplating such matters while seeking a betrothal. One might mistakenly think he was heir to a throne. "Please return, Qi Shixi. Zhao Zhao is still young, and we shall not consider any engagements at this time," Madame Xie said, taking a sip of tea to quell the anger rising within her. Their cherished daughter, whom they had adored for 16 years, was being pursued by someone so audacious. Had it not been for the Wan Ning Duke's reputation, she would have hastily expelled him. The matchmaker, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, Madame Yunyang, all matters can be discussed. What if we invite the third young lady to hear her opinion? Perhaps she might be willing. I am not willing, Lu Zhao Zhao declared, lifting her skirt as she entered. She curtsied to Madame Xie, saying, I pay my respects to mother. Then she turned to Qi Mian, whose face bore a hint of regret, and firmly stated, Qi Shitzi, I recall having made my feelings clear to you long ago. Since your memory seems lacking, allow me to reiterate before my mother. I, Lu Zhao Zhao, do not harbor any affection for you and have no desire to marry you. Do you comprehend? Seeing her resolute demeanor, Qi Mian realized he had lost his chance. Enraged, he retorted, Lu Zhao Zhao, it is no wonder they say you look down upon others. Do you not disdain my Wanning Duke's lineage? Lu Zhao Zhao understood that reasoning with such a person was futile. While she appreciated handsome individuals, she respected those of integrity, regardless of their looks. Yet Qi Mian, despite being a man driven by lust, insisted on feigning deep affection, which she found utterly repugnant. With a charming smile, she replied, You are correct, even if I do look down on you. What can you do about it? When your Wanning Duke's residence transforms into a Yunyang Marquis, then perhaps you may speak to me again. Lu Zhao Zhao, he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Qi Mian sought this union not only for Lu Zhao Zhao's beauty, but also for another significant reason. Although he was the heir of the Wanning Duke, his father favored his illegitimate son. He aimed to align himself with the Yunyang Marquis to secure his own position. Seeing that he was losing his composure, Mrs. Xie swiftly rose to shield Lu Zhao Zhao behind her, directing her reprimand at Qi Mian. Young Master Qi, marriage has always been dictated by parental authority and the words of matchmakers. Today, I declare that our Yunyang Marquis does not consent to this union. Furthermore, once you step beyond the gates of the Yunyang Marquis, you are forbidden from disparaging my daughter. As long as she is willing, we, the Yunyang Marquis, do not concern ourselves with whether her marriage is of high or low status. However, should she be unwilling, no one shall coerce her. Upon witnessing Mrs. Xie's anger, Qi Mian realized that she was not only the wife of the Yunyang Marquis, but also the mother of the fourth prince. A sense of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to quickly apologize. Madam of the Yunyang Marquis, I have been discourteous, and I ask for your forgiveness. Young Master Qi, there is no need for you to apologize in my presence. Simply remember that our Yunyang Marquis has rejected this marriage. Our disapproval today will persist in the future. Moreover, it is prudent for you to discern what should and should not be said. Should my husband and I hear any further undesirable rumors in the capital, rest assured, the Yunyang Marquis will not remain passive. Lu Zhao Zhao stifled a laugh behind Mrs. Xie, admiring her mother's formidable presence. No wonder she could so adeptly manage her father. She resolved to take her mother as her role model, determined to ensure that Shun Jiayan would be utterly compliant in the future. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, Qi Mian could only swallow his grievances, bowing respectfully. Madam of the Yunyang Marquis, Miss Lu, I apologize for the disturbance. With that, he left in a hasty retreat, accompanied by the matchmaker, who also felt unfortunate and left with a forced smile. Once he had finally departed, Lu Zhao Zhao cheered. Mother, you are magnificent. Chapter 2. Thoughts. Madame Xie gazed fondly at her daughter, who wore a bright smile, and gently tapped her forehead, saying, You, my dear. In the capital, there are always whispers that Lu Zhao Zhao has been spoiled, but I know my daughter possesses a pure heart, and she is far from the willful and domineering person they claim her to be. Moreover, as her parents and siblings, it is our prerogative to dote on her. Others have no right to comment. All I hope for is that in the future, she finds a man who will cherish her wholeheartedly, ensuring she never faces even the slightest grievance. Mother, you have no idea how insufferable Qi Mian is. He spends his days without ambition and blames me for his shortcomings. Such a man, even if he were the last in the world, I would never consider marrying, Lu Zhao Zhao pouted, wrapping her arms around Madame Xie. Hearing her daughter's words, Madame Xie chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, Then tell me, my dear, what kind of man do you wish for? Unlike other highborn ladies who were constrained by the confines of their courtyards, the lady of Yunyang Marquis was exceptionally open-minded. The bonds of marriage were a natural part of life, deserving of no shame. Besides, how could it not be a beautiful tale when lovers unite? Mother, if I am to marry, it must be to the finest gentleman in the world, Lu Zhao Zhao declared with a radiant smile. Madame Xie, rather than ridiculing her, praised her, saying how ambitious. Truly, you are my daughter. Leaning against her mother, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a surge of gratitude for being born into the Yunyang Marquis' household, blessed with such enlightened parents. They wished for her happiness, and so she resolved to be the most carefree and spirited lady in the capital. What is all this commotion about? Came the deep voice of the Marquis of Yunyang. Lu Zhao Zhao gracefully rose and bowed to him, saying, "Father, you and second brother have returned." Currently, her elder brother, Lu Jinhua, was dispatched by the emperor for official duties outside the capital, while her second brother, Lu Jinrong, served as a junior official in the Ministry of Justice, subordinate to Shen Jiayan. "Why are you so cheerful? Have you been up to mischief?" Lu Jinrong teased, ruffling her hair. "Second brother, you are quite mistaken. I have been exceptionally well behaved lately. Father, second brother, let me tell you, today Chi Mian came to our door again. And mother, and I sent him packing. You should have seen the look on his face." Lu Zhao Zhao said proudly. "He dares to return? That old fool, Lord Wanning, overestimates himself. Does he truly believe his inept son is worthy of courting my daughter?" The Marquis of Yunyang placed his sword aside in anger. "My lord, today, Zhao Zhao and I gave Chi Mian a thorough reprimand. I doubt he will show his face for a while. Let this matter rest. After all, you and Lord Wanning served together in the court. We ought to preserve some of his dignity," Madame Xia advised. The Marquis, who typically feared nothing, found himself yielding to his wife's wisdom, realizing their precious daughter had not suffered any harm. He affectionately embraced Madame Xia, saying, "You are right, my dear." Lu Zhao Zhao quickly covered her eyes and pulled Lu Jinrong away, exclaiming, "Father, mother, second brother, and I shall not intrude on your affection any longer. This child." As they exited the lotus courtyard, Lu Jinrong looked at Lu Zhao Zhao, her eyes sparkling with joy, and, crossing his arms, said with a smile, "Speak up. What scheme do you have in mind this time? Brother, has he mentioned me today?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked eagerly, her large eyes sparkling like a playful kitten, evoking an image of innocence. "Lu Zhao Zhao, you are still an unmarried young lady. Might you not exhibit a bit more decorum? Are you not concerned about becoming the subject of ridicule?" Lu Jinrong replied with a hint of jealousy, not out of malice, but rather because he could not bear to see his cherished younger sister chasing after someone. If anyone should be pursuing her, it ought to be Shen Jiayan in pursuit of his sister. Lu Zhao Zhao waved her hand dismissively. What is there to be embarrassed about? Mother always said that having feelings for someone is not shameful. It is the inability to pursue them that is truly disgraceful. This statement left Lu Jinrong momentarily speechless. For in the Shi family of Yunyang Marquis, the matriarch's words held the weight of a decree. "Brother, do not divert the topic. Tell me, has he indeed mentioned me?" No. While this response was not entirely accurate, after all, he had not even caught a glimpse of Shen Jiayan today, the young master was indeed quite carefree. When there were no affairs at the Dali Temple, it was not uncommon for him to vanish entirely for a day. Yet when a case arose, he would always appear just in time, earning genuine admiration. Well, in a few days, it will be Ning Ning's birthday, and he will undoubtedly be present then. Lu Zhao Zhao radiated optimism, undaunted by the circumstances. Princess Jianing was the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi and the Empress, and she had forged a close friendship with Lu Zhao Zhao from a young age. It was during her time as Princess Jianing's companion that she first met Shen Jiayan. Indeed, it is true that a girl must not linger too long at home. Lu Jinrong mused. "Brother, do find me a sister-in-law soon. Lest you continue to find me irksome," Lu Zhao Zhao remarked playfully before darting away. "That little girl dares to lecture her elder brother," he chuckled to himself. Upon returning to Haiteng Courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao sat before the bronze mirror, carefully removing her hairpin and placing it aside. Her fondness for this particular hairpin stemmed from the fact that it had been a gift from Shen Jiayan on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony. "Shen Jiayan, how can you remain indifferent to my beauty?" Lu Zhao Zhao pondered aloud, gazing at her radiant reflection, before breaking into a smile. "Miss, what are you mumbling about?" Lu Li inquired softly, offering her a handkerchief. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted the handkerchief and gently dabbed her cheeks, replying, "Oh, nothing of consequence." Lu Li smiled and remained silent, observing the young lady before her, knowing that whoever was fortunate enough to marry her would be truly blessed. In the eyes of Lu Li and Zhenju, their young mistress was perfection incarnate. Lu Li, has the eldest sister not returned home for quite some time? Indeed, the last time she returned was during the Marquis's birthday celebration, Lu Li responded. Lu Zhao Zhao sighed, for since the marriage of her elder and second sisters, the household had dwindled to just herself and her sister-in-law. Now that her sister-in-law accompanied her brother on business in the capital, the house felt rather empty and dull. "I wonder how my elder sister is faring these days," she mused to herself. For years prior, Lu Zhaoyu was bestowed in marriage to the fourth prince by Emperor Qi, and their union could be deemed harmonious. However, within the fourth prince's estate resided a troublesome concubine, Liang, whose penchant for instigation often ignited Lu Zhao's ire, leaving her wishing for the opportunity to confront her. On the 16th of August, the birthday of Princess Jianing, Lu Zhaozhao had received an invitation 2 days in advance. At dawn, Lu Zhaozhao rose early to prepare herself. Liu Li, observing her natural beauty, her brows unpainted and lips untouched, needed only to apply a few delicate strokes to complete her look. Miss, you must wear the newly made scarlet skirt today. Its hue complements you splendidly, Liu Li remarked, holding the garment. With a gentle shake of her head, Lu Zhaozhao replied, today is Ningning's birthday. I am attending to celebrate her. How could I overshadow the occasion? Liu Li nodded in understanding but hesitantly asked, then which dress do you wish to wear? Perhaps the light pink one, Lu Zhaozhao suggested. Very well, miss, Liu Li responded as she turned to fetch the chosen attire. Chapter 3. Entering the palace after Lu Zhaozhao finished her grooming, she set off with the birthday gift prepared for Princess Jianing. The carriage from the Yunyang Marquis had long been awaiting her at the entrance. Liu Li and Jinju assisted Lu Zhaozhao into the carriage. Waking up a bit early today, she soon found herself drowsy. Leaning against Jinju's shoulder, she began to doze off, while Liu Li fanned her gently. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Lu Zhaozhao, deeply asleep, was jolted awake and sleepily murmured, have we arrived? Miss, are you well? Old Lu, the coachman, inquired through the curtain. Straightening up, Lu Zhaozhao asked, Uncle Lu, I'm fine. What's happening outside? It's young Master Shen, old Lu replied. Instantly, Lu Zhaozhao's drowsiness vanished. She lifted the curtain and peered outside, spotting a striking young man atop a fiery red steed. With a face as handsome as jade and eyes bright as stars, he stood tall and elegant. It was Shun Jiayan, the only son of Princess Jingru and the Duke of Gua. With a playful smile, she greeted, young Master Shun, it has been a while. Shun Jiayan turned his gaze toward the carriage, suppressing a glimmer of delight. He chuckled lightly, Miss Lu, your memory seems rather poor. Just days ago, you invited me to dine under your brother's name, did you not? He referred to an invitation Lu Zhaozhao had sent half a month prior, requesting him to join her at the Zuaxian Lu. Little did she expect that such a clumsy ruse would deceive the esteemed young Master Shen. With a playful frown, Lu Zhaozhao retorted, you were simply careless. How can you blame me for that? After speaking, she huffily dropped the curtain and called out, Uncle Lu, let us be off. This Shun Jiayan was truly infuriating. How could he openly point out her shortcomings? After all, she was a delicate young lady, lacking any semblance of a gentleman's demeanor. Liu Li and Jinju exchanged glances, with Liu Li quietly raising a finger. Others might not comprehend her meaning, but Jinju understood she was suggesting that before an hour had passed, their mistress would surely forget all about this incident. She stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Shun Jiayan regarded the carriage ahead, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes, as he silently followed behind on horseback. Upon reaching the palace gates, with its crimson walls and emerald tiles radiating imperial grandeur, Lu Zhaozhao adjusted the hairpin in her coiffure and alighted from the carriage. Turning, she found Shun Jiayan approaching her. One could not deny the striking beauty of his countenance. However, observing her starry-eyed expression, Shun Jiayan's demeanor darkened as he admonished. Miss Lu, I implore you to maintain decorum. Lu Zhaozhao, known for her bold and fearless nature, retorted, what? Are you saying that I cannot admire your looks? Besides, I am not addressing you. How am I lacking in decorum? This is absurd. Shun Jiayan, both amused and exasperated by her words, replied, Miss Lu, your audacity is truly remarkable. How can you judge my boldness when you have not tested it yourself? Lu Zhaozhao challenged, her gaze defiant. You wouldn't dare to take any action, would you? Oh, since you've invited me, perhaps I shall take the liberty to find out. As he spoke, he unexpectedly reached out towards her cheek, prompting Jinju to swiftly position herself in front of Lu Zhaozhao. Rogue, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she turned and entered the palace. Shun Jiayan watched her slender waist, his gaze darkening. This little one, possessing a thieving heart yet lacking the courage of a thief. Lu Zhaozhao was exceedingly familiar with the imperial palace. She could find Yongla Palace, where Jianing resided, with her eyes closed. Upon entering the doors of Yongla Palace, she immediately spotted Princess Jianing seated in the main position. With a smile, she hurried over and curtsied, saying, I pay my respects to your highness, the princess. Princess Jianing, at the tender age of 17, was 1 year older than Lu Zhaozhao. As the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi and the Empress, she was naturally cherished. Yet, despite her noble status, she maintained a simple disposition, never imposing her authority, which fostered a close friendship with Lu Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, you have arrived. Come sit beside me. I have missed you dearly. Jianing rose and walked around the table, personally pulling Lu Zhaozhao into a seat. She observed Lu Zhaozhao with a hint of concern and asked, Zhaozhao, are you unwell? Your cheeks appear somewhat flushed. Lu Zhaozhao touched her slightly warm cheeks, inwardly scolding Shun Jiayan once more, how he teased her, despite not harboring any affection. Noticing Jianing's worried gaze, she chuckled softly and shook her head, replying, "I am fine. It is merely a bit warm." Jianing, trusting her friend, acknowledged that the August heat could indeed be quite oppressive, and she turned to instruct a palace maid to fetch more ice from the ice chamber. Today was Princess Jianing's birthday, and the most prominent young ladies of the capital were in attendance. As they witnessed Lu Zhao Zhao receiving such honor, some felt envious while others harbored jealousy. Among them, the most antagonistic towards Lu Zhao Zhao was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wushun, Xiao Yuro. As a daughter of a marquis, she was already overshadowed by Lu Zhao Zhao, and their verbal sparring often left her at a disadvantage. "Ning Ning, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you," Lu Zhao Zhao said, accepting a box from Lu Li and presenting it to Jianing. This gift was the result of her meticulous shopping throughout the capital's various shops. Jianing, overjoyed, eagerly opened the box to reveal a butterfly hairpin adorned with intricate gold filigree, its butterflies exquisitely lifelike. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Zhao Zhao, would you help me put it on?" Lu Zhao Zhao smiled warmly, taking the hairpin and gently placing it into Jianing's hair. Softly wishing, "May Ning Ning's birthday be filled with joy, free of worries." Observing their intimate interaction, Xiao Yuro let out a disdainful hum. Wherever Lu Zhao Zhao was present, others merely became background figures. And yet, such a simple hairpin could bring such joy to the esteemed princess. "Zhao Zhao, have you seen my cousin today?" Jianing teased, leaning closer to whisper. As Lu Zhao Zhao's good friend, Jianing was well aware of her affection for Shen Jiayin and was eager to facilitate their union, believing that, given Zhao Zhao's beauty, only her cousin was a fitting match among the young men of the capital. Lu Zhao Zhao could easily discern her teasing, but fortunately, she had a thick skin. Raising her eyes, she said, "Well, isn't he here now?" As soon as Shen Jiayin appeared, the young ladies in the parlor glanced at him with shyness and trepidation. Lu Zhao Zhao shot him a glare and muttered under her breath, "Flower peacock." Jianing scanned the scene between Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayin, as if she understood why Zhao Zhao's face had been so flushed moments ago. "Cousin, you've arrived. Where's my gift?" Jianing inquired, extending her hand expectantly. Shen Jiayin did not respond to her, but instead glanced at the still fuming Lu Zhao Zhao and chuckled. "Miss Lu, your temper seems a tad excessive." Upon hearing this, Jianing realized there was something brewing, as the gift was not even being requested. And she looked at the two with a curious expression. The moment the words left his lips, all the noble ladies present turned their heads to observe Lu Zhao Zhao closely. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Zhao Zhao's anger intensified. Shen Jiayin was a petty man, vengeful to the core, a pity that such a handsome exterior concealed such a character. Suppressing her ire, she replied, "Lord Shen, you jest. Today is Princess Jianing's birthday. You should promptly present your gift." The word "you" was delivered through gritted teeth. Shen Jiayin retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Jianing. Lu Zhao Zhao's lips twitched. This was exceedingly thoughtless. "Thank you, cousin," Jianing exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the notes. Though she had no need for money within the palace, she could certainly indulge with Zhao Zhao outside its confines. Chapter 4. Debate quickly. Grant a seat to Lord Shen. Placing him beside me, Jianing instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Zhao Zhao. Observing Shen Jiayin naturally taking a seat, Lu Zhao Zhao noted the eager gazes of the noble ladies fixated upon him, pouting slightly. "Today is my birthday. Let us all be at ease and not overly constrained," Jianing declared, raising her wine cup. The assembly echoed, "Thank you, Your Highness the Princess." As the majority present were ladies, the Yongla Palace had prepared fruit wine. Lu Zhao Zhao lifted her cup, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the fruit, and after a small sip, she drank it all in one go. Shen Jiayin cast her a sidelong glance, cautioning, "Though this is fruit wine, it can still intoxicate." "I possess quite a robust tolerance for liquor, so you needn't concern yourself," Lu Zhao Zhao retorted, somewhat irked. Shen Jiayin smiled slightly, raising his cup, with him present. Even if she overindulged, there would be no cause for alarm. Xiao Yuro still brooded over her previous defeat and seized the opportunity to mock Lu Zhao Zhao. Standing up to say, "Miss Lu, you seem rather ungrateful. Lord Shen is merely looking out for your well-being." Lu Zhao Zhao, in a rather foul mood, did not even lift her head, countering sharply, "And who might you be? I shall do as I please without your meddling." Xiao Yuro, feeling insulted by her nonchalant demeanor, took a deep breath, determined not to lose her composure before Lu Zhao Zhao, and replied with narrowed eyes, "Indeed, when have you, Miss Lu, ever cared for the plight of others? Just look at how infatuated Lord Shi was with you, and now he doesn't even set foot outside his door." At this remark, some in attendance frowned slightly, while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Shen Jiayin pursed his lips, reflecting on Qi Mian's evident suffering. Jianing furrowed her brow, preparing to rebuke Xiao Yuro, but Lu Zhao Zhao gently placed a hand on hers and smiled. It was Ningming's birthday, and she had no desire to engage with Xiao Yuro. However, the latter's provocations were relentless. With a graceful smile, Lu Zhaozhao replied, "Just because Lord Qi has affections for me, must I marry him? What sort of reasoning is that? When Lord Xiao insisted you become a concubine, why did you refuse to comply? Xiao Yuro, must I teach you the principle of do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself?" Her words were not mere banter. Xiao Yuro's birth mother had passed away, and the current lady of Wushun was a stepmother elevated to the role, leaving her, despite being the legitimate daughter, with little regard in her own family. This was one of the reasons for her ongoing rivalry with Lu Zhaozhao. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived, a eunuch announced sharply at the entrance. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen entered, followed by Crown Prince Qi Ji and Crown Princess Chen, along with the fourth Prince Qi Mu and fourth Princess Lu Xiaoyu. Everyone rose to pay their respects, collectively stating, "We, the daughters, pay our respects to the emperor and empress." Emperor Qi, commanding yet unyielding, raised his hand, saying, "Please, rise." Jianing stepped forward, bowing and stating, "I, your daughter, pay my respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress. Today marks your birthday, and your father, the emperor, along with your elder brother and sister-in-law, have gathered to celebrate this special occasion with you." "How grand indeed," remarked Empress Wen with playful banter. "Of course. My father and elder brother and sister-in-law dote on me the most," replied Jianing, her cheeks betraying no hint of embarrassment. After all, as the most cherished little princess of the Qi kingdom, she was quite entitled to such claims. The Qi emperor smiled silently, casting his gaze towards Shun Jieyan, who stood beside Lu Zhaozhao, and said, "You, young man, have graced us with your presence today, truly a rare visitor. Even the Empress Dowager must extend a multitude of invitations to see you." "Your Majesty jest," he replied casually, clasping his hands. In truth, among the most carefree youths in the capital, none could rival Shun Jieyan. His mother was Princess Jingru, the emperor's own sister, and his father held the esteemed title of first-class protector of the nation. Remarkably, he excelled in both knowledge and martial skills, with hardly a flaw to be found save for his somewhat carefree disposition. Empress Wen observed the pair of Shun Jieyan and Lu Zhaozhao standing together, a smile playing on her lips. They truly made a stunning couple, pleasing to the eye. "Father, mother, please take your seats," Jianing instructed, summoning servants to replace the table. Since Lu Xiaoyu's arrival, Lu Zhaozhao had been gazing at her with a bright smile. It had been several months since they last met, and Lu Xiaoyu greatly missed her younger sister. Aware of this, Jianing deliberately arranged for her to sit beside Lu Xiaoyu, which placed Shun Jieyan directly across from her. She lifted her gaze to appraise the fourth prince, who smiled warmly at her. Only then did Lu Zhaozhao speak. "Good day, brother-in-law." Lu Xiaoyu gently ruffled her hair, responding with tenderness, "Have you been causing any mischief lately?" "Dear sister, I have not. I have been exceedingly well behaved," she replied, snuggling up to Lu Xiaoyu's arm in a playful manner. However, Xiao Yuro, observing her radiant smile, felt a pang of irritation and stepped forward to kneel, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I wish to lodge a complaint against Lu Zhaozhao for her malicious words." Both Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Xiaoyu were taken aback. Although Lu Xiaoyu was unaware of the preceding events, she firmly believed her sister would never act without cause. Such trivial matters were beneath the emperor's concern. Empress Wen inquired, "Might I ask how Miss Lu has spoken maliciously?" "Mother, do not listen to her nonsense. She was the one who provoked me first," Jianing interjected, unable to tolerate any disparagement towards Lu Zhaozhao. "Princess Jianing, I am aware of the close friendship you share with Lu Zhaozhao, but that does not grant you the right to slander me. How can my words be deemed provocative?" Xiao Yuro retorted defiantly. Shun Jieyan, playfully toying with his wine cup, gazed at the proud Lu Zhaozhao, likening her to a little peacock. The more he looked, the more he found her delightful. Yet he realized that this little peacock claimed to admire him while truly being enamored only with his exterior, and he could not allow her to achieve her desires so easily. Understanding that she must resolve this matter herself, Lu Zhaozhao rose and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I am wronged." Empress Wen had seen her when she was a companion to Jianing, back when Lu Zhaozhao was still a young girl, delicate and charming, her words endearing. Having watched her grow up, the Empress understood her character. Although she would never suffer in silence, she would also not instigate trouble. She spoke softly, "Rise, and let us converse at ease." At that moment, one was kneeling in disarray while the other stood with dignity, and in the eyes of onlookers, the disparity was evident. Yet, the obstinate nature of Xiao Yuro prevailed as she continued, "Your Majesty, the Empress, Lu Zhaozhao has ridiculed my daughter's marriage." "What marriage?" The expression on Empress Wen's face shifted to one of curiosity. Lu Zhaozhao, with a smile, replied, "Your Majesty, it is well known throughout the capital that the Marquis of Wushun once intended to marry Miss Xiao as a secondary wife. What can my daughter possibly say about that?" Empress Wen nodded slightly, Although the Marquis's actions were somewhat unbecoming, it was ultimately a family matter beyond their purview. Lu Zhao Zhao, seizing the moment, added, "Yet this Miss Xiao has the audacity to claim that I lack empathy for other circumstances and refuse the marriage proposal from young Master Qi. I wish to inquire. What law in Qi states that a woman cannot decline a marriage?" The Crown Prince, Qi Ji, lifted his gaze toward the ladies' section and spoke softly. Qi has no such law. Empress Wen then addressed the kneeling Xiao Yuro in a low voice. Miss Xiao Yuro of the Marquis of Wushuan's household has spoken inappropriately. She shall be punished to transcribe the teachings for women 100 times, and she shall not leave the residence until completed. Chapter 5. Intoxication. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled gently and bowed, saying, "I thank Her Majesty the Empress for her keen insight. All right, please return to your seat." Empress Wen softly replied. Aunt Fong, standing beside Empress Wen, approached Xiao Yuro and quietly said, "Miss Xiao, it is time for you to leave the palace and return home." Xiao Yuro, feeling thwarted in her schemes, cast a glare at Lu Zhao Zhao as she departed. Who was making a silly face at her? Frustrated, she thought to herself, a petty person achieves success. Lu Zhao Zhao sat there, blissfully sipping her fruit wine. Lu Zhao Yu, noticing her incessant drinking, gently cautioned, "Zhao Zhao, you should drink less. Be wary of getting drunk." "I'm fine," Zhao Zhao replied. "Elder sister, have you been well lately?" Lu Zhao Zhao leaned forward and asked softly. "I am well. You need not fret over me, as long as you are doing well." "I am at ease," Lu Zhao Yu said with a smile, tapping her forehead affectionately. Emperor Qi, burdened with state affairs, left shortly after, accompanied by Empress Wen. The Crown Prince and Fourth Prince also departed due to their own official duties. Before leaving with the Fourth Prince, Lu Zhao Yu imparted yet another round of earnest admonitions to Lu Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao obediently acknowledged her words and, once she had left, raised her wine cup to take another sip, drinking until the jug was empty, her lips tinged with desire for more. After a while, feeling the effects of the wine, she noticed a slight double vision and, looking up, thought she saw Shen Jiayin smiling at her, albeit with a rather unrestrained grin, which she could not quite discern. If it weren't for him today, Xiao Yuro wouldn't have dared to confront her, yet there he sat, brimming with self-satisfaction. What a scoundrel. "Zhao Zhao, are you all right?" Jianing asked, concern evident in her voice as she noticed Zhao Zhao's dazed expression. "Ning Ning, I'm fine," she replied. Before breaking into laughter, Jianing found the drunken Lu Zhao Zhao even more endearing and stood up, saying, "Thank you all for today. The hour is late. Let me arrange for your return home." "Thank you, Your Highness," everyone responded, rising to take their leave, leaving only the inebriated Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayin sitting across from each other. "Zhao Zhao, can you still walk?" Jianing crouched down and asked softly. "I can. I'm capable," she stammered, attempting to stand, swaying unsteadily. Liu Li and Jinju hurriedly supported her from either side, fearing she might fall. Drunken Lu Zhao Zhao was even more unruly than usual, struggling to shake off their assistance, muttering, "Don't help me. I can walk. By myself." "Mississippi," Liu Li called out helplessly. Shen Jiayin quickly approached and, to everyone's astonishment, without regard for others, he supported her shoulder, softly cooing, "Lu Zhao Zhao, don't be mischievous. If you fall and hurt yourself, you mustn't cry." Perhaps hearing the familiar voice, Lu Zhao Zhao closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shen Jiayin effortlessly cradled her in his arms. Jia Ning's eyes widened in surprise, tinged with excitement. Who said her cousin didn't care for Zhao Zhao? If he truly didn't, with Shen Jiayin's temperament, he would have let her fall without a second thought. "Jia Ning, I will take her home," Shen Jiayin announced, striding away, leaving Jinju and Liu Li in a state of shock. Once they regained their senses, they hurriedly followed after him. Fortunately, within the confines of the palace, the eunuchs and maidens dared not raise their gazes or engage in idle gossip upon witnessing young Master Shen cradling a young lady in his arms. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled against his chest, and he gazed down at the slumbering girl, whispering softly, "Lu Zhao Zhao, be good." Liu Li and Jinja followed closely behind, exchanging knowing glances upon hearing his words. The carriage of the Marquis of Yunyang had long been waiting at the palace gate. Liu Li lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Shen Jiayin gently set her down on the soft couch within, casting her one last lingering look before descending from the carriage. Jinju promptly supported the now asleep Lu Zhao Zhao, and Liu Li respectfully addressed Shen Jiayin, saying, "Thank you for today, young Master Shen." Once inside the carriage, Lu Zhao Zhao drowsily murmured, "Shen Jiayin, rascal. Uncle Lu, let us hasten back to the manor." Liu Li, somewhat anxious, expressed her concern that Lu Zhao Zhao might suffer a headache if she did not drink the sobering soup in time. "Of course, Miss Liu Li," Uncle Lu replied readily. Shen Jiyan observed as Liu Li and Jinju assisted Lu Zhao Zhao into the Marquis's residence before he proceeded to the Court of Judicial Review. Madame Xie was aware that Lu Zhao Zhao had entered the palace to celebrate the birthday of Princess Jianing, But upon noticing her absence past dinner, anxiety crept in. As she approached the manor's entrance, she caught sight of Lu Zhao Zhao being supported by Liu and Jinju. She hurried forward, asking, "What has happened?" "The young lady has had too much to drink." Upon hearing this, Madame Xie refrained from further comment, quickly escorting Lu Zhao Zhao back to Haiding Courtyard. She seated her on the couch, gently wiping her face with a handkerchief, and with a hint of exasperation, poked her cheek, chuckling. "When did you become such a little drunkard?" "Madam, it is our fault for not taking proper care of the young lady." Liu and Jinju knelt in self-reproach. "Enough. You may rise. It is merely drunkenness. It is not a grave matter," Madame Xie replied, ever unconcerned with trifles, a trait Lu Zhao Zhao had evidently inherited. "Madam," she continued, having fed Lu Zhao Zhao half a bowl of the sobering soup prepared in the small kitchen and tucked her in before settling beside her. "Did anything occur during the banquet today?" Liu spoke up. "Today, Miss Xiao the Marquis of Wushuan once again brought up our family's refusal of the marriage proposal from the Earl of Wanning. Fortunately, in the end, Her Majesty the Empress reprimanded her, instructing her to return home and copy the female precepts 100 times. Madame Xie's expression darkened as she rose, stating, "I understand. Please take good care of the third young lady tonight." "Yes, madam." Shen Jiayan returned alone to the Court of Judicial Review to attend to official matters. Though he seemed somewhat distracted today, Mo Jiang and Mo Han stood guard at the entrance. Mo Jiang discreetly peered into the room and spotted Shen Jiayan smiling softly. He leaned towards Mo Han and whispered, "Hey, do you feel that the young master seems a bit peculiar today? It's as if he is experiencing a rush of youthful infatuation." "Yes, that is the feeling, youthful infatuation." Mo Han shot him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, "Fool, who are you calling a fool? Am I wrong? Just look at the young master. He can hardly contain his smile today. What else could it be if not youthful infatuation?" In a fit of excitement, he struggled to control his volume. "Would you care to whisper in my ear?" Shen Jiayan had unknowingly approached the doorway, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "My lord, I was wrong." Mo Jiang quickly admitted his fault. Shen Jiayan's mind was consumed with the image of Lu Zhao Zhao nestled sweetly in his embrace. He had exerted considerable restraint, yet it proved insufficient. Had he not retained a modicum of rationality, he might have ventured to propose by the morrow. However, he understood Lu Zhao Zhao's nature well. She would not cherish that which came too easily. He resolved to wait until her heart truly belonged to him before seeking her hand in marriage. "Shen Jiayan, you must not be so lacking in ambition, lest she gain the upper hand over you." The young master chastised himself in a quiet inner monologue. He gazed at the dimming sky outside and spoke softly. "Let us return to the residence." Chapter 6. Invitation. In the early morning, Lu Zhao Zhao groggily opened her eyes and called out, "Liu." Liu responded, entering with a basin, and softly said, "Miss, you are awake. Thanks to Xiesher's timely provision of a hangover remedy the previous night." Lu Zhao Zhao felt no discomfort upon rising, though she struggled to recall how she had returned home the day before. "Really, how did I come back yesterday?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked as she slipped on her shoes and sat on a round stool, pouring herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. "Miss, you truly do not remember?" Liu asked tentatively. Shaking her head, Lu Zhao Zhao raised the teacup to her lips. Liu whispered, "It was young Master Shun who carried you back from the palace." Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhao Zhao covered her mouth as she coughed, standing abruptly. "What did you say?" Seeing her reaction, Liu quickly approached to pat her back. "Miss, are you all right?" Shen Jiayan carried her. He had always kept a distance from her, seemingly afraid she would cling to him. Could he truly have carried her? "Liu, you didn't drink yesterday, did you?" Lu Zhao Zhao turned to question, unable to believe it. "Miss, I assure you, I saw it clearly, not a word of falsehood. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shinju. She witnessed it too." "Liu, quickly help me get ready," Lu Zhao Zhao said, delightfully sitting at her vanity. Since Shen Jiayan had already carried her, surely it was not too much to demand a proper acknowledgement from him. "Of course, Mississippi. Today." Lu Zhao Zhao donned a scarlet skirt, enhancing her allure. She took Liu with her to the Furong courtyard to pay her respects to Xiesher. In the Furong courtyard, Xiesher was joyfully perusing a letter. Lu Zhao Zhao approached her and inquired, "Mother, what are you reading that brings you such happiness?" Xiesher handed her the letter with a smile. "Your sister-in-law is expecting, and your elder brother and sister-in-law will soon return to the capital." The Yunyang Marquis upheld a noble family tradition where polygamy was commonplace elsewhere, but not within their household. If the legitimate wife committed no fault, the husband was forbidden from taking concubines. Thus, even after 3 years without a child, Wang Shi, married to Lu Jinhua, had never taken a concubine. "Does this mean I shall soon be an aunt?" Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. "Indeed, offspring are the foundation of a family. As the heir of the Yunyang Marquis, your elder brother has been married for many years. How could Xiesher not wish to become a grandmother? Yet, She had refrained from expressing her hopes, fearing the pressure it might place on her daughter-in-law. Now, at last, the weight on her heart had lifted. Currently, Xieshi's only concern was Lu Zhao Zhao's marriage. Although suitors had never ceased to pursue her, none had seemed worthy in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao's increasingly radiant beauty and sighed softly. Born into a distinguished family and possessing such an unguarded nature, how would she navigate the complexities of high society without proper protection? It was imperative that the choice of suitor be overseen by her mother. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao Zhao remained blissfully absorbed in the novelty and joy of potentially becoming an aunt, entirely unaware of Xieshi's deeper concerns. Lu Zhao Zhao savored 2 cups of tea at the Furong courtyard and indulged in some pastries before rising to take her leave. However, instead of returning to her own Haidang courtyard, she lingered at the entrance of the residence. "Miss, it is exceedingly hot today. You must beware of succumbing to the heat," Liu Li, fanning her, advised. "It is of no concern, she murmured. "At this hour, my second brother should be returning soon." After waiting for approximately 15 minutes without the arrival of Lu Jinrong, she was instead greeted by the returning Yunyang Marquis. Upon seeing her flushed complexion, the Marquis exclaimed, "Zhao Zhao, what are you doing here? Your face is all sunburned." Lu Zhao Zhao raised her hand to touch her slightly warm cheek and smiled. "Father, I am waiting for my second brother." "Waiting for your second brother? If you need to speak with him, you could simply return to the courtyard and wait there. When he arrives, we can send someone to call him. What if you suffer from heat stroke standing out here?" The Yunyang Marquis said, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, I am perfectly fine. Father, please return home. I just came from Mother's side, and she was just mentioning you." The mention of his wife's concern brought a smile to the Marquis's face, and he urged her to head back early before hurrying off towards the Furong courtyard. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled and shook her head as she watched her father's hurried steps. "Miss, the second young master has returned," Liu Li reminded her. As Lu Jinrong entered, he was met with Lu Zhao Zhao rushing toward him, a mischievous smile adorning her face. "Second brother, you have returned. Are you not weary from today's exertions?" she inquired earnestly. "Lu Zhao Zhao, speak plainly. You have employed this tactic far too often," Lu Jinrong retorted. Aware that her unusual attentiveness was likely due to one person alone, Shun Jiayan, she seized his arm and asked, "Second brother, when is Shun Jiayan's day off?" Lu Jinrong feigned a glare, responding brusquely, "The day after tomorrow." "Is that all? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lu Zhao Zhao clutched his arm, pleading, "Second brother, please do not rush away. I have not yet finished speaking." He crossed his arms and fixed his gaze upon her. Swallowing hard, she softly implored, "Second brother, could you assist me once more? Will you help me arrange to meet him the day after tomorrow?" Lu Jinrong scoffed lightly. Knowing that Shun Jiayan was a rare gem in the capital, impeccable in lineage, appearance, and intellect. Yet, his sister was no less remarkable in terms of beauty. Few noble ladies could rival her, and she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why must she chase after Shun Jiayan? Is he truly the only option for you? Lu Jinrong questioned. Despite her boldness, Lu Zhao Zhao, an unmarried maiden, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she replied, "Not necessarily. If there is someone more handsome, I would consider him as well." At this, Lu Jinrong turned on his heel and headed toward the door. "Where are you going, second brother?" Lu Zhao Zhao called after him. "To the Dali Temple, to help my hopeless sister arrange a meeting," he replied, flicking his sleeve dismissively. Immediately, Lu Zhao Zhao beamed. "Thank you, second brother. You are the best." "Miss, let us return," Liu Li suggested from the side. "Return, quickly return, it is too hot." Lu Zhao Zhao fanned herself with her hand as she trotted along, with Lu Li following closely behind. At the Dali Temple, Shun Jiayan, upon seeing the returning Lu Jinrong, inquired, "Why have you come back?" Lu Jinrong cast a glance at Shun Jiayan, who was elegantly clad in a red official robe, and indeed, he was charming, which explained why his sister was so infatuated with him. He casually took a seat beside him and said, "My sister has asked me to invite you to go out the day after tomorrow." Shun Jiayan smiled, a teasing glint in his eyes. "How come you are not using your name this time?" "Shun Jiayan, speak honestly, do you like Zhao Zhao or not?" Although Shun Jiayan was Lu Jinrong's superior, their private rapport was quite amicable. "What do you think?" Lu Jinrong straightened his posture, his tone serious. "If you do not harbor feelings for Zhao Zhao, then tell her directly, and do not break her heart. Although you are my superior and also a brother to me, if you were to hurt my sister, I, as her elder brother, would never allow it." Shun Jian neither affirmed nor denied his feelings. Instead, he looked up with a light laugh and said, "I understand, second brother." Lu Jinrong was momentarily taken aback and then shook his shoulders, saying, "You make me feel quite nauseated." With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Having known each other for so many years, he still trusted Shun Jiayan's character. Since he had acknowledged his feelings, he would surely treat Zhao Zhao well in the future. The rest, they would resolve themselves. After all, he was Lu Zhaozhao's elder brother, not a matchmaker. Chapter 7. The encounter on this day, after finishing her makeup. Lu Zhaozhao took Liu Li to the Furong courtyard. Mother, I wish to go out for a stroll today. Then let your second brother accompany you. He happens to be off today, Xiesher said, fanning herself. No. Mother, I do not want my second brother to accompany me. He acts like an old man. Always nagging, Lu Zhaozhao quickly declined. With a light laugh, Xiesher playfully tapped her with the fan and said, Very well then, make sure to return early. Rest assured, madam, I shall take good care of the young lady, Liu Li replied with a bow. Go ahead. Lu Zhaozhao cheerfully stepped outside. Exiting through the side gate of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, she turned and asked, Liu Li, do you think my makeup looks good today? Liu Li smiled, my lady. When have you ever looked anything less than stunning? Even without makeup, you are the most beautiful girl in this capital. Hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. At the drunken immortal tower, the clientele consisted of nobility from the capital. Boss Zhao, well acquainted with the young lords and ladies of various families, quickly approached Lu Zhaozhao upon her entrance. Miss Lu San, you have arrived. Boss Zhao, is there a private room available upstairs? Lu Zhaozhao asked softly. Of course. However, young Master Shun has arrived earlier and is currently waiting for you in the upstairs private room. He mentioned that you could join him directly. In Chi. It was common for young men and women to dine together, so Boss Zhao found nothing amiss. Thank you, Boss Zhao. Lu Zhaozhao smiled. Not expecting Shin Jiayan to be punctual this time. Miss Lu San, please, right this way. Lu Zhaozhao was led to the entrance of the private room on the second floor. Liu Li remained at the door while she entered. Finding Shin Jiayan sitting by the window, she sat directly across from him, resting her chin on her hands with a playful smile. Young Master Shun, you arrived quite early today. Miss Lu San's hospitality is something I cannot take lightly, Shin Jiayan replied. Lu Zhaozhao looked at his serious demeanor and scoffed lightly. Recalling how he had held her when she was intoxicated. What are you scoffing about? He asked with a smile. Shin Jiayan. You know I am one to speak my mind. I heard that it was you who carried me out of Yongla Palace the other day? Lu Zhaozhao leaned closer to him. Shin Jiayan, caught off guard by her charming visage, suppressed the flutter of his heart and turned his head slightly. Is Miss Lu San expressing her gratitude for this matter? There is no need for formality. Seeing his composed demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao felt a surge of frustration. In a moment of impulse, she turned his face towards her, their eyes locking, and said with a slight parting of her lips, Shin Jiayan, stop pretending. You have held me. Do you not intend to take responsibility? Shin Jiayan, fixated on her alluring lips, clenched his fists within his sleeves, genuinely fearing he might give in to the temptation, while the young lady remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had on him. Shin Jiayan gently patted Lu Zhaozhao's hand and said, Miss Lu San, how do you propose I take responsibility? Lu Zhaozhao straightened up, exclaiming in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, it is to marry me. Would you have me marry you instead? After saying this, she glanced at him and continued. I would marry you if you wished. Shin Jiayan's lips curled into a smile. Miss Lu San, you possess quite the audacity, daring to propose to me? Shin Jiayan. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Today, I simply ask you, are you willing or not? Shin Jiayan's smile faded as he stood and approached Lu Zhaozhao, who retreated step by step until her back pressed against the wall. An inexplicable sense of panic washed over her as he leaned in, locking eyes with her, and provocatively inquired, Lu Zhaozhao, do you harbor feelings for me? Why, yes. I do. Lu Zhaozhao stammered. What is it that you like about me? Shin Jiayan inquired, drawing closer to her lips. Causing her to gasp and instinctively cover her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Observing her reaction, a fleeting sadness crossed his gaze. He straightened up, turned away, and said, Miss Lu San, I shall not accompany you for dinner today. However, I have already ordered the meal. You may dine before returning home. With that, he exited the private room. Shin Jiayan, you scoundrel. As her voice echoed with indignation, he smirked in a place concealed from others. He understood that his desires extended beyond merely possessing her. He yearned for her heart as well. The private room as soundproofing was not particularly effective. Shin Jiayan had specifically instructed Boss Zhao to ensure the adjacent rooms were empty upon his arrival, yet Lu Li stood outside, easily overhearing the exchange within. She anxiously inquired, Miss, are you all right? I am fine. It is merely Shin Jiayan. I refuse to believe I cannot win him over. Lu Zhaozhao declared. Having never been one to accept defeat, the more he resisted, the more determined she became, oblivious to the fact that this was precisely his strategy. Lu Li wished to say that judging by the performance of young Master Shin the other day, it was hard to believe he did not harbor feelings for their young lady, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might lead Lu Zhaozhao to unwarranted hope. Miss, shall we return home now? Not yet. Sit down, since we are here. We might as well enjoy the meal. We will return after we are satisfied. Lu Zhao gestured towards the bustling attendants bringing dishes in and out. Yes, Mississippi. Lu Li smiled and curtsied. After leaving the Zuixian Lu, Xin Jiayin did not return home immediately. He waited for Lu Zhao to emerge before discreetly following her, only departing once he witnessed her enter the gates of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Xin Jiayin then returned to the duke's residence and proceeded to the Yiqing courtyard of Princess Jingru. Back already? Though a princess of noble birth, Jingru exhibited no airs of arrogance. Instead, she radiated grace and warmth, her royal lineage bestowing upon her an innate elegance. Mother. Xin Jiayin bowed in respectful greeting. Please, sit. She spoke gently. Jiayin, you are not a child anymore. Your father was already wed to me at your age. Why not share with your mother what type of lady you fancy? I can help you find someone. Mother, I am not ready for marriage yet. He was puzzled as to why his mother suddenly broached the subject. Apart from Lu Zhao, he had no intention of marrying any other woman. And Lu Zhao could only wed him. However, the time was not yet ripe. Is it that you are not inclined towards marriage? Or is it that you have yet to find someone who captivates your heart? Princess Jingru observed him with a knowing smile. Upon hearing her words, Xin Jiayin realized that her mother had likely guessed the truth. He did not conceal his feelings and replied, Mother, I have already found someone I cherish in this life. I shall marry no one else. Princess Jingru chuckled softly and leisurely remarked, But is it not the third Miss Lu of the Yunyang Marquis? As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. That girl had often chased after Jiayin ever since she became Janning's companion, and given his nature, if he truly disliked her, he would never have indulged her so. After all, over the years, there had been other ladies who pursued him, all of whom left in utter humiliation. Xin Jiayin openly admitted, indeed. Princess Jingru was pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. She had seen the young Lu Zhao and could tell at a glance that she was a sincere child. Now, she was renowned for her beauty, with everyone praising the third Miss of the Yunyang Marquis as possessing both breathtaking looks and remarkable talent. Since you are fond of her, I shall personally visit and propose. If it is mutual affection, then it is the duty of the parents to support their union. As for social status, let us not forget that the Yunyang Marquis is already of high standing, and our protectorate Duke's Manor does not need to rely on marital alliances to elevate our status. For we are, indeed, of noble lineage. Chapter 8. A glance, Mother. There is no need to rush this matter. I know how to handle it. Xin Jiayin spoke softly. Princess Jingru looked up at him with a teasing smile. You'd better hurry, for I've heard that suitor is nearly trampling the threshold of the Yunyang Marquis. Be wary, lest another snatches your bride away. She can only marry me, Xin Jiayin asserted firmly. Princess Jingru smiled, but remained silent. Her son had always been exceptionally intelligent and quite stubborn when it came to matters of the heart. If fate were on his side, the outcome would surely be favorable. Recently, a corruption scandal had erupted in the capital, leading to Lu Jinrong being dispatched away by Xin Jiayin. Consequently, Lu Zhao found herself without the opportunity to approach him. Sitting on a small couch, she sighed, while Liu Li and Jinju exchanged glances, having already noted that this was the 5th time their young lady had sighed today. A beautiful maiden in distress is the most pitiable sight. Even Liu Li could not help but feel sympathy. My lady, would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you, Liu Li inquired, bending slightly. I have no appetite, she replied listlessly. Then would you care for a game of shuttlecock? Jinju suggested. Enough, rest assured, I am fine, Lu Zhao responded, somewhat amused, as if they thought her a forsaken maiden. Miss. The madam requests your presence in the Furong courtyard, announced Fang Zhu, the head maid beside Madame Xie, at the door. Very well, I shall change my attire and come. Lu Zhao replied, rising. Miss, we have guests today, Fang Zhu reminded her. Lu Zhao paused, wondering what guests had arrived that her mother insisted she meet. Due to the sweltering weather, she had opted not to apply any makeup, merely changing into a simple dress. Liu Li styled her hair neatly, and she followed Fang Zhu to the Furong courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed not only her mother, but also a noblewoman of similar age and a young gentleman who appeared both handsome and refined sitting beside her. Greetings to mother. She bowed respectfully, aware of her role as the impeccably poised third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis in the presence of outsiders. She must maintain her family's dignity, after all, and could not afford to act erratically at any time. Zhao Zhao has arrived. Let me introduce you, Madame Xie said. This is the Marchioness of Chongping. You should address her as Aunt Shui. Greetings, Aunt Shui, Lu Zhao said with a slight bow. The Marchioness of Chongping immediately rose and warmly grasped Lu Zhao's hands, exclaiming, So this is Zhao Zhao. Truly, you are exceptionally beautiful. Your praise is too generous, Aunt Shui. I am unworthy, Lu Zhao replied softly. Madame Xie smiled without saying a word, as the Marchioness introduced her son, who had been momentarily stunned by Lu Zhao Zhao's bright eyes. Zhao Zhao, this is my second son. Xue Jiqing. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, Xue Jiqing immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Miss Lu." "Greetings, young Master Xue," Lu Zhao Zhao responded, returning the gesture. She turned to her mother, feeling somewhat perplexed by the day's unfolding events, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a matchmaking scenario. Madame Xie winked at her and then guided her to sit beside her. Madame Chomping observed the obediently seated young girl and then glanced at the somewhat distracted Xue Jiqing, her heart understanding the situation. With a smile, she spoke, "Madame Lu, it seems these two children have become acquainted today. Tomorrow, Jiqing and his sister plan to go boating. Zhao Zhao is of similar age. They will surely enjoy each other's company." Just as Lu Zhao Zhao prepared to decline, she heard Madame Xie interject, "That sounds wonderful. Zhao Zhao has been cooped up at home. It would do her good to get some fresh air." Lu Zhao Zhao tugged at Madame Xie's sleeve, and Madame Xie grasped her hand firmly. "Very well, it's settled then. Let Jiqing come to fetch Zhao Zhao tomorrow. It's getting late, so we shall not impose any further." Madame Chomping rose to take her leave. Before departing, Xue Jiqing offered Lu Zhao Zhao a gentle smile and said, "Miss Lu, we shall meet again tomorrow." Lu Zhao Zhao forced a smile, and as they walked away, she turned to her mother and asked, "Mother, what are you doing?" Madame Xie pulled her down to sit and explained, "Today, Madame Chomping arrived unexpectedly, accompanied by young Master Xue. Surely, you understand the implications of this visit." "Mother, this is not the first time someone has come to call. Why must you insist that I meet him this time? And why should I go boating tomorrow?" "I do not wish to." Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. "Zhao Zhao, you are 16 now. While you are still young and there is no need to rush. Your father and I cannot protect you forever. I naturally hope you will find a suitable husband." The love of parents for their children is profound and far-sighted. The Chomping Marquis' household is modest, and Xue Jiqing possesses both character and intellect. Moreover, he has an elder brother, so he does not need to inherit the title. If Zhao Zhao can marry him, she would certainly lead a life of ease. "But, mother, I do not like him," Lu Zhao Zhao admitted. While she could not deny Xue Jiqing's handsome appearance, comparable to Shun Jiayan's, she felt no attraction upon seeing him for the first time. Madame Xie gently stroked her head and smiled. "I am merely suggesting you go out with him for a boat ride to clear your mind. Not that I wish for you to marry him. Besides, you currently have no suitor. What harm is there in meeting new people?" Lu Zhao Zhao nearly blurted out that she had someone in mind, but, recalling Shun Jiayan's ambiguous attitude, swallowed her words. "Fine, I will go," she relented. As Lu Zhao Zhao returned to Furong Courtyard, her mind wandered. She could not comprehend why, despite Xue Jiqing's appealing appearance, akin to Shun Jiayan's, she felt no flutter in her heart. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the Chomping Marquis, Madame Chomping looked at her slightly dazed son and asked, "Jiqing, what do you think of Miss Lu?" Xue Jiqing, with flushed ears, replied, "I find Miss Lu to be quite delightful, having been through life's experiences." Madame Chomping understood well. "That is good to hear. The Yunyang Marquis' household is on par with ours, and Miss Lu's father and brothers hold official positions in the court, which will be beneficial for you in the future. However, the girl is exceptionally beautiful. After all, one marries for virtue, not merely for looks." "Mother, you know I do not care for such superficialities," Xue Jiqing said with a hint of disagreement. "Very well, mother understands your intentions. Tomorrow, she will bring your sister along. She is of a similar age to Miss Lu San, and with her presence, it shall not be too awkward for you." "Yes, mother," Xue Jiqing replied, a beaming smile adorning his face. At the Dali Temple, Mo Jiang respectfully announced, "Your Highness, today the people from the Chomping Marquis visited the Yunyang Marquis." "Who were they?" Shin Jiayan inquired, lifting his gaze from the official documents in hand. "The Madam of Chomping Marquis and young Master Xue Heir," Mo Jiang reported, perplexed by his master's intentions, as it seemed rather peculiar for a capable guard to be dispatched to keep a close watch at the gate of the Yunyang Marquis. Upon hearing this, an aura of coldness enveloped Shin Jiayan. It appeared that the Chomping Marquis had also set their sights on Lu Zhao Zhao. While he held no concern for others, he was particularly wary of Xue Jiqing, who possessed striking good looks, especially since Lu Zhao Zhao had a penchant for handsome appearances. "Your Highness, should I still go?" "To keep watch?" Mo Jiang ventured tentatively. "Yes," Shin Jiayan replied, picking up his pen once more. Mo Jiang sighed, turning to leave. For the orders of his master were imperative, and even with tears in his eyes, he felt compelled to comply. Chapter 9. A lake excursion the following day. Liu Li and Jinju looked at Lu Zhao Zhao, who was lounging in bed and refusing to rise, with a sense of helplessness. "My lady, please get up. You promised the madam yesterday. Surely you cannot go back on your word," Liu Li urged gently. "My lady, the second young Master Xue is not much inferior to young Master Shin. Perhaps you might reconsider," Jinju teased. Lu Zhao Zhao sat up abruptly, feigning anger. Enough of your chatter. Have you both conspired against me? I am not so superficial. However, her words lacked conviction. And do you truly believe that the second young master Shui would be interested in someone like me? My reluctance stems from sheer laziness. Since she had already given her word the previous day, she could hardly go back on it. Slipping on her shoes, she approached the basin to wash her face. Then sat before the copper mirror and said, Lioli, please help me with my makeup. Yes, my lady, Lioli replied cheerfully, moving to fetch the eyebrow pencil to embellish her brows. After paying her respects to the Xie family, Lu Zhao Zhao made her way to the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis residence, where the carriage from the Chongping Marquis estate had already arrived. Shui Jiqing, clad in a moon-white long robe, stood beside the carriage, exuding elegance and grace. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao emerge, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Today, she wore a lake blue embroidered skirt, and the golden hairpin adorned with flowers and pearls cascaded down her neck. Miss Lu. Shui Jiqing realized he was staring rather intently and blushed, clasping his hands in greeting. Second young master Shui, she replied with a curtsy. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was lifted, and a young lady peered out, smiling. Hello, Sister Lu. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up to see a beautiful young woman with an air of confidence about her, though she seemed vaguely familiar, and she could not recall where she had seen her. Perceiving Lu Zhao Zhao's confusion, the young lady graciously reminded her, Sister Lu, I am Shui Baozhu. We met at Princess Jinning's birthday banquet. Realization dawned on Lu Zhao Zhao, and she felt a bit embarrassed as she replied, Miss Shui, I apologize for not remembering you earlier. Not at all. Come up, Zhao Zhao. The weather is splendid today, perfect for a lake excursion, Shui Baozhu urged. Shui Jiqing kindly assisted her with the footstool. Thank you, she murmured as she climbed into the carriage, only to discover another young lady in a pink skirt seated inside. Shui Baozhu pulled Lu Zhao Zhao to sit beside her, and somewhat reluctantly introduced, Zhao Zhao, this is my cousin, Zhou Yuan. Greetings, Miss Zhou, Lu Zhao Zhao said. Zhou Yuan smiled and took her hand, saying, Miss Lu, you were truly breathtaking. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a bit overwhelmed by Zhou Yuan's warmth. She subtly withdrew her hand. While Shui Baozhu could not help but roll her eyes, remarking, Cousin, you startled Zhao Zhao. Not at all, Miss Shui. Lu Zhao Zhao discerned that there seemed to be some tension between the two cousins. Zhao Zhao, please do not be so formal. Simply call me Baozhu. Shui Baozhu said cheerfully. Very well, Baozhu, Lu Zhao Zhao responded. Zhao Zhao, your hairpin is exquisite. Is it from the Jade Pavilion? Shui Baozhu inquired, engaging her in light conversation. Indeed, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a gentle smile. Two individuals engaged in a delightful conversation. While Zhou Yuan bit her lip and lowered her gaze, she was acutely aware that, as a young lady from a prestigious family, no matter how much she endeavored to please, they would remain oblivious to her presence. Yet, she reassured herself that once she married her cousin, everything would change. Upon arriving at the lakeside, the carriage came to a halt, and Shui Jiqing's voice resonated from outside. Miss Lu, we have arrived. Shui Baozhu was the first to lift the carriage curtain and leap down, extending her hand towards Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, Zhao Zhao, come down, I shall assist you. Thank you. The boats had long been prepared at the lakeside. Shui Baozhu pulled Lu Zhao Zhao along, disregarding Zhou Yuan, who remained in the carriage. Lu Zhao Zhao cast a glance back, but refrained from commenting, as it was, after all, a matter of another family. Zhou Yuan observed Shui Jiqing's unwavering attention on Lu Zhao Zhao, a smile gracing his lips. She cleared her throat softly and said, Cousin, could you lend me a hand? Having been raised as a gentleman, he could not neglect his own cousin, and thus he extended his hand to assist her down. Thank you, cousin. It is nothing. Just as Shui Baozhu intended to call her brother over, she caught sight of Zhou Yuan's affected demeanor, which instantly ignited her ire. Why is she so bothersome? She exclaimed. Lu Zhao Zhao, smiling, inquired, Baozhu, why are you so upset? Shui Baozhu, aware that today's outing was to foster a connection between her brother and Zhao Zhao, explained. Zhao Zhao, do not take it to heart. Zhou Yuan is merely my cousin from my aunt's family, who has fallen on hard times, which is why my mother invited her to our residence. She has no connection with my brother whatsoever. Baozhu, I came today specifically to enjoy the lake with you. Lu Zhao Zhao replied earnestly. Though her acquaintance with Shui Baozhu was still nascent, she perceived her to be a perceptive individual who would grasp her sentiments. Evidently disheartened by this, Shui Baozhu cherished Lu Zhao Zhao and thought how splendid it would be if she could become her sister-in-law. Second brother, why are you still not here? Shui Baozhu called out with a hint of annoyance. I am coming. They had chartered a grand vessel for the day, which housed the Guqin. Lu Zhao Zhao and Shui Baozhu conversed while admiring the picturesque scenery of the lake, finding it quite enjoyable. As the wind picked up over the lake, Lu Zhao Zhao coughed lightly. Zhao Zhao, are you all right? Shui Baozhu inquired with concern. I am fine. Shui Jiqing offered his cloak to Lu Zhao Zhao, gently saying, "Miss Lu, the wind is rather strong. Please wear this." Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it, replying, "Thank you." Young Master Shui. Shui Baozhu observed their exchange of titles. She as Miss Lu and he as Young Master Shui, and pondered when there would be any advancement in their relationship, as she still wished to play matchmaker for them. "Zhao Zhao, there is no need for such formality. We shall all be friends henceforth," Shui Baozhu remarked with a smile. "Indeed, we shall be friends." She had no affection for him, and wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhou Yuan, watching their jovial interaction, raised her head and remarked, "I have heard that Miss Lu is proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Might I request a performance to witness your talents?" "Cousin, enough is enough. Today is meant for boating, not for you to showcase your piano skills. Frankly, your limited talent would hardly impress anyone here," Shui Baozhu retorted, unable to contain her frustration. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, "Cousin, you have misunderstood me. I have not misunderstood you. This is precisely your intention. Moreover, why are you so insistent on accompanying us today? You know the answer in your heart. Do not force me to reveal it publicly." "Baozhu, regardless of the circumstances, Yuan is still your elder cousin. You ought not to speak to her in such a manner," Shui Jiqing interjected, wishing to spare Lu Zhao Zhao from any embarrassment. Although Lu Zhao Zhao had no desire to become embroiled in their affairs, the situation inevitably involved her, prompting her to mediate. "Baozhu, the day is drawing to a close. Perhaps we should return." Shui Jiqing felt a twinge of disappointment, but reassured himself that there would be ample time in the future, and there was no need to rush. Chapter 10. Imprisonment. By the time Lu Zhao Zhao returned home, the sky had already darkened. The Duke of Yunyang and Lady Xia were waiting for her to dine. "Zhao Zhao, did you enjoy yourself today?" Lady Xia inquired. "I had quite a delightful time. Miss Shui is an intriguing person, and we get along rather well." Lu Zhao Zhao replied. "Then, how about your conversations with young Master Shui?" Lady Xia continued to probe. Lu Zhao Zhao sighed. "Mother, I truly do not have any affection for young Master Shui. Please do not try to match us together, if you would be so kind." Before Lady Xia could respond, the Duke of Yunyang interjected, "My dear wife, since Zhao Zhao has expressed her disinterest, let us not pursue it further. There are many young men in the capital. We shall take our time in selecting." Lu Zhao Zhao cast a grateful glance toward the Duke, while Lady Xia let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that although there were many suitors, few were truly dependable. After finishing her meal, Lu Zhao Zhao returned to Haitang Courtyard. As Lioli helped her undo her hair, she remarked, "Miss, that Cousin Zhou was rather bothersome today. Why didn't you mention it to the lady?" Lu Zhao Zhao dismissed it casually. "What is there to discuss? I have no intention of marrying into the chopping Duke's household, so her opinions are of little consequence to me." "Indeed. It's fortunate that young Master Shin has no such bothersome cousins," Lioli teased. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully swatted her, saying, "You all must be tired today. Retire early." "Yes." Mississippi Lioli and Jinju bowed and withdrew. Lu Zhao Zhao soon fell into a deep slumber, yet Shin Jian found himself restless. Today, Mo Jiang had reported that she had gone boating with Shui Jiqing, which darkened his mood instantly. Lu Zhao Zhao Shin Jian murmured softly. It seemed this matter could no longer be postponed. However, before Shin Jian could express his feelings, someone lodged a complaint against the Duke of Yunyang. In the Hall of Declarations, Emperor Qi sat upon the dragon throne and spoke in a solemn tone. "If there is no business, then you may disperse." "I have a matter to present," Baron Wanning announced, clasping his hands. "Proceed," the emperor permitted. Baron Wanning straightened up and declared, "I wish to expose the Duke of Yunyang for corruption and malfeasance." At this statement, an uproar erupted in the hall. The Duke of Yunyang was known for his forthright nature and integrity in governance. To accuse him of wrongdoing was truly astonishing. The Duke, maintaining his composure, stepped forward and implored, "Your Majesty, this is an unfounded accusation. I am being wronged." He silently cursed Baron Wanning for his treachery. Since the time Emperor Qi was merely the crown prince, the Duke had served him faithfully, and the emperor was well aware of his character. Nevertheless, since allegations had been raised, they could not be ignored. "Baron Wanning, do you possess any evidence?" The emperor pondered for a moment before asking. "I have a letter here, written by the Duke to Wang Yud. I beseech your Majesty to examine it." Wang Yud had previously held the position of the 6th-rank magistrate and had perished in a fire a fortnight ago, along with a substantial sum of court funds that mysteriously vanished. President Eunuch Lu stepped forward to receive the letter, bowing as he offered it to the emperor. After a glance, the emperor tossed it onto the table, stating, "Baron Wanning, to claim this matter as the Duke's doing based solely on a letter seems rather hasty." Seeing the emperor's growing ire, Baron Wanning immediately knelt and insisted, "Your Majesty, I stumbled upon this letter by chance. I would never dare to deceive your Majesty." Lord Wanning, Matters of embezzlement have always been overseen by the Dali Temple. When did it become your prerogative to intervene? Shen Jiayan stepped forward, his tone icy as he questioned. Lord Wanning was taken aback. Shen Jiayan was typically disinterested in such trifles, so what had prompted him to take the initiative today? Your Excellency, I must disagree. As a loyal subject of the Great Qi, it is my duty to inform His Majesty upon discovering any violations of the law. Lord Wanning replied, feigning composure. Your Majesty, I have no connection with Wang Yud whatsoever, and I am entirely unaware of the correspondence mentioned by Lord Wanning. I implore your Majesty to see the truth. The Marquis of Yunyang spoke calmly. This matter shall be entrusted to the Dali Temple for investigation. The Marquis of Yunyang is to be temporarily detained at the Dali Temple, Emperor Qi stated, his gaze fixed upon the Marquis. Although he had faith in the Marquis, he recognized that allowing the matter to pass without inquiry would not silence the whispers of officials, nor would it uphold the Marquis's reputation. It was essential to uncover the truth to establish his innocence. The Marquis of Yunyang understood this principle well and knelt, expressing gratitude. I thank your Majesty for your grace. After the court session concluded, guards arrived to escort the Marquis of Yunyang. Shen Jiayan gestured to the guards, stepping forward to say, I apologize for the inconvenience, my lord. I will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Thank you, Lord Shen, the Marquis replied, then proceeded to exit the hall, his life characterized by integrity, rendering him disdainful of such underhanded dealings. Lord Shen, I implore you to uphold justice and not betray His Majesty's trust, Lord Wanning remarked with a facade of cordiality. Lord Wanning, I advise you to seek your own fortune, Shen Jiayan retorted coolly. Watching Shen Jiayan's retreating figure, Lord Wanning clenched his teeth in frustration. He was confident that the evidence he had meticulously arranged would lead to the downfall of the Marquis of Yunyang. Was Lord Wanning harboring animosity due to an unfulfilled marriage proposal from the Qi family? It seemed plausible. The Marquis of Yunyang did not strike one as a person capable of such actions. Indeed. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, the majority leaning in favor of the Marquis of Yunyang, prompting Lord Wanning to storm away in anger. Since the matter was entrusted to the Dali Temple, it was imperative to expedite the investigation. Shen Jiayan personally led a team to the Marquis of Yunyang's residence. As Liu Li prepared to fetch some cassava flour from the kitchen to make snacks for Zhao Zhao, she noticed numerous officials entering the Furong courtyard and hurriedly made her way back to Haitang courtyard. Zhao Zhao was at her desk painting when she heard Liu Li's breathless knocking. Miss, it's terrible. Lord Shen has arrived with officials at the Furong courtyard. Zhao Zhao sprang up, abruptly opening the door, asking, which Lord Shen? It's Lord Shen Shitzi, Lord Shen. Her heart sank. With her elder brother absent from the capital, the arrival of the Dali Temple could only signal that something had befallen their father. Come, we must go to our mother, she said, neglecting her appearance as she hastily gathered her long hair and headed toward the Furong courtyard. In the Furong courtyard, Lady Xia, noticing the Marquis of Yunyang's prolonged absence, speculated that something must have occurred with the arrival of the Dali Temple officials. Marquis of Yunyang's wife. I beg your pardon for the disturbance, Shen Jiayan offered, bowing respectfully in a gesture befitting a junior. Xia felt a peculiar sense surrounding Shen Jiayan. Yet this was not the time for inquiries. She glanced at the officials behind her and inquired, My Lord Shen, may I ask what has transpired? He informed her candidly that during the morning court session, Baron Wan Ning accused the Marquis of Yunyang of being implicated in the recent theft of silver funds from the court, and the Marquis was currently at the Dali Temple. This matter is utterly implausible. I implore the Dali Temple to swiftly clear the Marquis's name. Xia remained remarkably composed, fully aware of the Marquis's character. Indeed, the Dali Temple would never wrong an innocent person. Rest assured, Lady Marquis, Shen Jiayan replied in a low tone. Observing the officials preparing to search the premises, Xia, with Fangzhu's support, stepped aside and calmly stated, Please, my Lord Shen, proceed as you see fit. Lady Xia, Shen Jiayan gestured, and the officials commenced their search. Xia scrutinized Shen Jiayan. The capital spoke of Shen Shitzi as arrogant and ostentatious, yet she found him to be humble, courteous, and comporting himself with propriety. Truly, one should not wholly trust every rumor. Chapter 11. Venting anger as Zhao Zhao entered the Furong courtyard, she immediately spotted Shen Jiayan standing to one side. While the officials rummaged through the house, she hurriedly approached Xie Shi, her anxiety palpable. Mother, what has happened? Xie Shi embraced Zhao Zhao, gently patting her hand, soothingly saying, It is nothing, Zhao Zhao, do not fear. I am here. Shen Jiayan observed the ink stains on her cheek and stepped forward, retrieving a handkerchief from his bosom and offering it to her. Wipe your face, he said softly. Upon hearing this, she raised her hand to touch her cheek. Noticing the black ink smudging her fair fingertips, she snatched the handkerchief and vigorously wiped her fingers, flinging the soiled cloth back at him. Though she understood Xin Jiayin was merely following orders to search the residence, she could not help but direct her ire towards him. Xie, watching their interaction, furrowed her brow slightly and gently admonished Zhao Zhao. Lord Bing, we have found it. An official bowed and presented a letter. As everyone focused on the correspondence, Xin Jiayin discreetly concealed the handkerchief used by Lu Zhao within his sleeve before accepting the letter with one hand. Lord Shun, could you enlighten us as to what this is? Xie inquired. Without responding, Xin Jiayin opened the letter for them to glimpse. Xie recognized the handwriting of the Duke of Yunyang. Although it bore a striking resemblance, she was certain it had been forged. The only individuals permitted in the study, apart from herself and the Duke, were two young servants close to the Duke, one of whom must have been bribed. Madam, I take my leave, Xin Jiayin concluded. Casting a glance at Lu Zhao before departing with his entourage, Xie pulled Lu Zhao into the inner chamber. Mother, what is truly happening? Today, Lord Wanning accused your father of being involved with the missing treasury funds, she explained. That is preposterous. It is slander, Lu Zhao exclaimed, rising in alarm. I saw the letter. While it closely resembles your father's handwriting, it is certainly not his. Yet it has inexplicably appeared in the study, indicating that there is a traitor within our home, Xie whispered. Mother, you are right. We must apprehend this person swiftly. Do you think Lord Wanning bears a grudge against us for rejecting his marriage proposal? Lu Zhao pondered, her heart heavy. Although she understood the fault did not lie with her, the thought of implicating her father troubled her. Xie gently stroked her hair and reassured her, Zhao. This matter does not concern you. This individual is narrow-minded and has likely held resentment against your father for some time. The Emperor has entrusted this case to the Dali Temple. They will undoubtedly restore your father's reputation. I hope so, she murmured softly. Xie noticed the ink stains on her cheek and cautiously asked, Zhao, speak honestly with your mother. What is your relationship with that young Master Shen? Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Lu Zhao lowered her gaze. Mother, I have feelings for him. Xie understood and continued, and what of him? Perhaps he does not hold the same feelings for me, she replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Xie chuckled softly and shook her head, for she had experienced such matters herself. His actions today do not suggest indifference. However, this is not the time for romantic entanglements. We must resolve this issue promptly. Zhao, do not be afraid. The Emperor is a wise ruler, and the Dali Temple is known for its keen discernment. Your father will surely be safe. Xie gently reassured her. Indeed, Madame Xie coaxed Lu Zhao back into the courtyard and summoned Feng Zhu inside, closing the door behind her. In a hushed tone, she instructed, Feng Zhu, keep a close watch on Jixiang and Rui, and observe if they have any dealings with outsiders. Yes, madam, Feng Zhu replied, bowing respectfully. Seated alone on a small couch, Madame Xie's thoughts drifted to the imprisoned Duke of Yunyang, as well as to the plight of Zhao Yu and Zhao Ran in their marital home. Her heart particularly ached for Zhao Yu, who had married into the royal family, where the fourth prince's residence was troubled by an untrustworthy concubine. At the fourth prince's estate, upon hearing the news of the Duke of Yunyang's imprisonment, Lu Zhao hastily made her way to the fourth prince's study, disregarding all decorum. At this hour, he would typically be engrossed in state affairs. The young servant, noticing her hurried approach, immediately bowed and greeted, Greetings, Princess Consort. Is His Highness available? I must speak with him, she implored. Rarely did Lu Zhao seek him out in the study, as her daily routine revolved around raising children and managing household affairs. Princess Consort, His Highness, is currently unavailable, the servant stammered. Just then, a woman's delicate laughter echoed from within, unmistakably the voice of concubine Liang. The servant cast a nervous glance at Lu Zhao, who, despite the situation, displayed no signs of displeasure. Since being summoned to the palace 4 years ago, she had come to terms with the reality that a lifetime of devotion to one was beyond her reach. Thus, she had upheld her duties, careful not to stray from her principles. She raised her hand to tidy the disheveled bun from her earlier haste, straightened her posture, and spoke, Your Highness, I have matters to discuss with you. The servant, unable to obstruct her, lowered his head and trembled in place, perplexed by the unusual circumstances. It was rare for His Highness to summon concubine Liang, let alone have the princess consort arrive at such an inopportune moment. The door swung open, revealing the fourth prince with an inscrutable expression, followed closely by the haughty concubine Liang. Greetings, Your Highness, Lu Zhao greeted with a respectful bow. He acknowledged. I have come to inquire about my father's condition, she continued. Before the fourth prince could respond, concubine Liang interjected with derision, Sister, the Duke of Yunyang has engaged in corruption. How can you still show your face here? She feigned surprise, saying, I had thought you were the most courteous of ladies. Yet you are no different from that third Miss Lu, truly a case of like mother, like daughter. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, Lu Xiaoyu had been raised with grace and propriety. While she would tolerate personal affronts, she could not abide insults directed at her family. Nor would she allow anyone to disparage her sister. Liang, mind your words, the fourth prince admonished sharply. Taken aback by his reprimand, concubine Liang froze, allowing Lu Xiaoyu to seize her arm. With a resounding slap, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Lu Xiaoyu was renowned for her gentle and demure nature, never once laying a hand on anyone, even the servants. You dare strike me? Concubine Liang gasped, clutching her cheek in shock. I am the legitimate consort, and you are but a concubine. It is one thing to disregard your courtesy towards me, but to insult the Duke of Yunyang's household is intolerable, Lu Xiaoyu stated calmly. I would not fear bringing this matter before His Majesty. Lu Xiaoyu possessed such confidence, for she hailed from the esteemed Yunyang Marquis house and was personally appointed by the emperor as the consort of the fourth prince. Moreover, she had given birth to the sole heir, Qi Rongyuan. She turned to the fourth prince and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness, I am acutely aware that my actions today are unbecoming of my station. There is no need for your reproach. I shall voluntarily accept a month's house arrest. However, I must wait until my father's grievances are rectified before I take my leave. The fourth prince watched as Lu Xiaoyu hastily departed, a flicker of regret evident in his eyes as he thought, this has escalated significantly. Your Highness, the princess consort is exceedingly audacious. She dared to strike a servant before you. Liang, the side consort, remarked, tugging at his sleeve with a playful demeanor. With an impassive expression, the fourth prince withdrew his sleeve and coldly declared, Liang, to act against propriety and offend the princess consort shall result in a 3-month house arrest, effective immediately. Your Highness, do you not comprehend my words? He added, casting a glance at her. Liang suppressed her discontent and bowed, replying, I take my leave. Chapter 12. Reproach Lu Xiaoyu did not return to the courtyard. Instead, she instructed her carriage to head directly to the Yunyang Marquis. Upon disembarking, she unexpectedly collided with her sister, Lu Xiaoran, who was also on her way home. Big sister, you're back, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed as she approached. How have you fared at the Zhou family? Have they troubled you regarding our father's situation? Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concern, aware of the challenges women face during their family's misfortunes. I'm well, big sister. Although my mother-in-law has her criticisms, my father-in-law and Zhou you are reasonable individuals. I simply ignore her, Lu Xiaoran replied softly. And you? I recall when Emperor Qi arranged your marriage, there was another daughter waiting at the Yunyang Marquis. I worried your straightforward nature might lead to mistreatment within the royal family, which is why I convinced our father to allow you to marry, Lu Xiaoran continued. I'm fine, do not worry. Let us return home. With such troubles befalling our family, I cannot tell if our younger sister has been frightened. Lu Xiaoyu gently reassured her, taking her hand. All right. In the Furong courtyard, Lu Xiaozhao was dining with Madame Xie, but the day's atmosphere lacked its usual liveliness, as both mother and daughter were preoccupied with their thoughts. Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoren entered, lifting the curtain and greeting, Mother. Upon hearing their voices, Lu Xiaozhao immediately turned and called out, Big sister, second sister. Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoren exchanged smiles with her. Xiaoyu, Xiaoran. Why have you returned at this hour? Madame Xie inquired with concern, noticing the dimming light outside. Mother, upon hearing about father, I simply could not remain still. Lu Xiaoyu said softly. Yes, mother, Lu Xiaoran echoed. Madame Xie urged them to sit and reassured, Fear not, for your father has committed no wrongdoing. No one can unjustly accuse him. The court of judicial review will restore his honor. As for you two, should anyone trouble you because of this, do not endure it silently. Our Yunyang Marquis will not fall. Rest assured. Mother, we understand, they replied in unison, recognizing that this matter involved the court, and as women, they could not intervene much. Their only aim was to spare their mother further worry during such tumultuous times. Zhao Zhao, are you well? Lu Xiaoran asked. Noticing her usually vivacious younger sister had grown somewhat subdued, her heart aching for her. Second sister, I am fine, Lu Xiaozhao quickly reassured them, not wanting her sisters to fret. Do not be afraid, for you have us. It won't be long before elder brother and second brother return as well. Lu Xiaoyu gently embraced her. I know. Since Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoran were already married, Madame Xie urged them to return to their residences sooner. As they exited the family estate, Zhou Yu awaited them at the entrance and bid farewell to Lu Xiaoyu before departing. Ejin, let us head back as well. Lu Xiaoyu said softly. Your Highness, that man appears to be His Highness. Ejin pointed to a figure approaching on horseback. Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. After the commotion she had caused earlier that day, he had come to escort her? Your Highness. She greeted as the fourth prince dismounted and approached, bowing respectfully. Let us return, the fourth prince replied in a calm tone. He and Lu Xiaoyu climbed into the carriage together. She cast him a glance and inquired, Your Highness, will you not ride back? The fourth prince did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked, "You need not be confined for today's events. They are not your fault." "Thank you, Your Highness." At that moment, her thoughts were solely occupied with the hope of her father's release. Noticing her somewhat perfunctory demeanor, the fourth prince sighed softly, and the two traveled in silence. 3 days later, as the Xie family had matters to attend to, only Lu Zhao Zhao remained at home. Feeling restless, she resolved to visit the Dali Temple to seek out Shenjian. However, before she could leave, a servant arrived to inform her that the heir of the Marquis of Wanning had come. "Miss, how shameless can this man be? His father has wronged the Marquis, and yet he dares to show his face here," Zhuanju exclaimed. "Indeed, miss, we need not pay him any mind," Lioli advised. "He must be taking advantage of my mother's absence to come here. In that case, I am eager to see what he intends," Lu Zhaozhao replied. Since the Marquis of Wanning had the audacity to falsely accuse her father, she would ensure that Qi Mian faced consequences as well. They were both cut from the same cloth. Lu Zhaozhao, accompanied by Liu Li and Zhuanju, arrived at the main hall of the Yunyang Marquis residence, where she took her seat with poise. Qi Mian had long harbored resentment over her previous rejection of his marriage proposal, now that the Marquis of Yunyang was imprisoned. Despite his father's admonition to refrain from causing trouble, he could not help but confront her. Upon entering, he was struck by her dignified presence, and his animosity only deepened. He sneered, "At such a time, you still consider yourself the revered Miss Lu San? I have never sought flattery. If you believe you have flattered me, it is merely a reflection of your own perceived inferiority," Lu Zhaozhao replied languidly. Qi Mian, incensed by her words, retorted, "Lu Zhaozhao, your father is corrupt, and as the legitimate daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, your privileges are at an end. Perhaps you should beg me to take you as my concubine? How dare you lay a hand on me?" Qi Mian exclaimed, touching his forehead and staring in disbelief at the blood on his fingers. Lu Zhaozhao glanced at the shattered porcelain teacups scattered across the floor and shook her head softly. What a pity. Rising to her feet, she fixed him with a steely gaze. "Qi Mian, if your family lacks mirrors, perhaps you should relieve yourself and take a good look at your own reflection. You are but a mere Marquis' heir. How dare you demand that I become your concubine? What audacity! Furthermore, my father is innocent. Even the emperor has not condemned him. By what right do you accuse him of corruption? Who do you think you are?" Qi Mian had never witnessed such a sharp tongue from her before, and he was momentarily taken aback. His anger flared. Lu Zhaozhao, daughters of the Yunyang Marquis household, truly lack any sense of decorum. Were it not for the Marquis of Wanning, her father would not have suffered such injustice, yet he still had the gall to insult their family's upbringing. Without hesitation, Lu Zhaozhao splashed a cup of hot tea directly into his face, catching him off guard. As he raised his hand to strike her, Lioli stepped forward to shield her, while Zhuanju swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. He was a man of no talent, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Thus, he was no match for Zhuanju, who effortlessly left him kneeling and wailing in despair. "Qi Mian, today I shall inform you that a person such as yourself is so distasteful that even a fleeting glance at you brings me misfortune. Should you dare to set foot in the Yunyang Marquis' residence again, the consequences will be far graver than this," Lu Zhaozhao declared in a cold tone. "Zhenzhu, escort him out, but take care not to injure your hand," she commanded. Realizing that he would gain nothing from this encounter, Qi Mian begrudgingly retorted, "Lu Zhaozhao, I shall await the day you come to plead with me." With that, he scuttled away in a hurried retreat. "My lady, they from the Marquis of Wanning are truly intolerable," Liu Li exclaimed, unable to bear seeing Lu Zhaozhao wronged. "Liu Li, Zhenzhu, I must step out for a moment. Please inform Sister Fangzhu to keep a vigilant eye on the household. Should any unusual occurrences arise, promptly relay the information to Mother," Lu Zhaozhao instructed as she donned her hat. "My lady, where are you headed?" "We shall accompany you." "No need. I shall return shortly," she replied before rising and departing. Chapter 13. Visiting the prison. Lu Zhaozhao stood at the entrance of the Dali Temple for an extended period, taking a deep breath before raising her hand to knock on the door. The door creaked open from within, revealing an imposing officer who barked. "Who dares to create a commotion at the Dali Temple?" "I seek to meet Lord Shen," Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, straightening her posture. The officer scrutinized her for a moment. Her veiled hat obscured her features, prompting him to coldly retort, "Lord Shen is occupied with official duties and cannot be disturbed at your whim. Be gone." He began to close the door. Quickly, she interjected, "Please announce my arrival," informing him that Lu Zhaozhao from the Yunyang Marquis wishes to see him. The officer hesitated, his hand pausing mid-motion as he tentatively inquired, "Miss Lu San?" "Indeed." She nodded gently. Upon receiving her confirmation, the previously stern officer's demeanor softened instantly. He smiled and said, "I regret my earlier rudeness, Miss Lu San. Please allow me to escort you to Lord Shen." Though puzzled by his sudden shift in attitude, Lu Zhao Zhao expressed her gratitude with a quiet thank you. Observing her retreating figure, the officer exhaled deeply. Lord Shen had specifically instructed that Miss Lu San must not be turned away. Had he done so, the repercussions from Lord Shen would have been dire. In his study, Shen Jiayan was engrossed in reviewing documents when Lu Zhao Zhao entered. He set down his pen and spoke in a gentle tone. "What brings you here?" Lu Zhao Zhao understood that despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for solving cases. She inquired, "Lord Shen, is there any progress regarding my father's case?" Noticing her formal address, Shen Jiayan felt a pang of sympathy. When she was in high spirits, she would affectionately call him Shen Shitzi, but in moments of discontent, she resorted to addressing him as Shen Jiayan, seldom invoking the title of Lord. "Since I am responsible for this matter, I assure you I will uncover the truth." "You need not worry," he stated earnestly. "May I see my father?" she implored, aware that such a request was unconventional. Yet, without the assurance of her father's well-being, she could not find peace. "Yes, but I must accompany you," he replied. "Is that truly permissible?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked, her eyes lighting up with joy. "Of course. Let us go," he said, rising to his feet. Lu Zhao Zhao followed closely behind, observing his silhouette. She suddenly perceived Shen Jiayan as a true gentleman, unlike Qi Mian, who delighted in others' misfortunes. Yet, he seemed to harbor a dislike for her. Lost in thought, they soon reached the entrance of the Dali Temple prison. Shen Jiayan turned and advised, "If you feel frightened, hold on to me." "I'm fine. I am not afraid," she insisted, suppressing the turmoil within. Although Lu Zhao Zhao was typically a playful young lady, sheltered by her family's care, she had never encountered such a grim place. However, at that moment, she cast aside her apprehensions. The Dali Temple prison housed officials and their families who had committed transgressions. The atmosphere was dim, with muffled sounds of men cursing and women weeping echoing from within. Startled, Lu Zhao Zhao grasped his sleeve tightly and shut her eyes. Shen Jiayan turned back, gently taking her hand and reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." She was thus led forward by him until they reached a corner, where he slowly released her hand and said, "Go on. Your father is just there. I will wait for you here." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded, taking a few steps ahead. And through the iron railings, she spotted the Duke of Yunyang seated on a wooden bed. The bedding was neatly arranged, and the covers were clean. With a trembling voice, she called out, "Father." The Duke, startled by her voice, looked over and quickly approached the railing, exclaiming, "Zhao Zhao, what brings you here?" "It was Shen Jiayan who brought me," Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes reddening as she gazed at her slightly gaunt father. The Duke, suspecting nothing amiss, assumed Shen Jiayan had brought her out of respect for Lu Jinrong. Seeing her tearful eyes, he smiled and said, "Why are you crying?" "I am perfectly fine. How are you, and your mother at home?" he inquired with concern. "Father, we are all well. I only wish for you to clear your name soon," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, grasping the Duke's hand. He patted her hand and said solemnly, "Rest assured, Zhao Zhao. No one shall pin a crime on me for deeds I have not committed. This is no place for you. You should return home quickly." "Father, I believe you. Please take good care of yourself." Observing his daughter's composed demeanor, the Duke smiled with pride. She truly was his daughter. "Be careful on your way back," he cautioned. Suppressing her tears, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to leave. She could not afford to cry now, not when her father was already burdened with worry. Shen Jiayan, noticing her flushed cheeks, took out a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, "If you wish to cry, then do so." Lu Zhao Zhao shook her head. Upon exiting the Dali Temple prison, Lu Zhao Zhao bowed slightly and said, "Lord Shen, thank you for today. I shall return home now." "I will have someone escort you back," Shen Jiayan replied, looking at her. "No need, I can manage on my own." After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, turned around, and said, "Shen Jiayan, I was thoughtless in the past. I apologize, and I promise not to trouble you any further." With that, she hurried away, fearing regret would overtake her. Having received such significant assistance from Shen Jiayan, and now his unwavering support concerning her father's predicament, she knew she must not dwell on his charms. That would be utterly ungrateful. However, in her haste, she did not notice the darkening expression on Shen Jiayan's handsome face upon hearing her words. She claimed that her past behavior was foolish and that she would no longer pursue him. "Ah, Lu Zhao Zhao, how you have learned to abandon your affections." Yet, it was also his fault. As long as she was his, her heart would inevitably belong to him in time. Just as Lu Zhao Zhao departed, Mo Jiang, who had been stationed at the Duke of Yunyang's residence, returned. Noticing Shen Jiayan's troubled expression, he nervously reported, "Young master. Today Qi Mian visited the Duke of Yunyang's residence and met with Miss Lu San. What was his purpose?" Shen Jiayan had stationed him there partly to prevent any suitors from approaching and partly because, despite Mo Jiang's loose tongue, he was highly skilled in martial arts, particularly in agility and stealth. He came to humiliate Miss Lu San, demanding that she become his concubine. However, he did not reap any rewards, as she struck him on the head, and her maid gave him a good beating. When Mo Jiang recalled the girl's swift movements, he felt a twinge of fear. Huh? Shen Jiayan sneered, astonished that Qi Mian would dare to suggest to Lu Zhao Zhao that she should be a concubine. She was the one he intended to marry with proper rites and ceremonies, and he had no right to covet her, break his legs and make him crawl back. Shen Jiayan declared, lifting his head. Mo Jiang shivered. Today he had realized that Miss Lu San was the heir of his master's forbidden taboo. Whoever dared to touch her would meet their demise. He would need to show her greater respect in the future. Yes, my lord. Mo Jiang complied and exited. Upon returning home, Mrs. Xie, upon not finding Lu Zhao Zhao and hearing of Qi Mian's visit, felt an urgent need to seek her out. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Zhao Zhao returned. Zhao Zhao, how could you go to the Dali temple alone? You are just a young girl. It is far too dangerous. Mrs. Xie expressed her fears. Mother, I saw father today. He is well. Lu Zhao Zhao eagerly shared the good news. You met your father? Mrs. Xie responded, somewhat incredulously. Who could forget that the young Master Shen was known for his sternness? Otherwise, they would have long sought an audience with the Marquis of Yunyang. Yes. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded affirmatively. Upon learning that the Marquis of Yunyang was safe, Mrs. Xie felt a sense of relief, remembering what Lu Li had said. She grasped Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and advised, Zhao Zhao, do not associate with Qi Mian any longer. Understood, mother, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Chapter 14. The Truth in the Evening. Fang Zhu ordered a servant to bring Ji Xiang before Madame Xie. She bowed and said, Madam. Today, Ji Xiang secretly met with the heir of the Marquis of Wanning. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Ji Xiang and Ru Yi were originally two orphans whom the Duke of Yunyang took pity on, allowing them to remain by his side as servants. However, human greed knows no bounds, and Ji Xiang repaid kindness with enmity. Realizing that the matter had been exposed, Ji Xiang knelt and prostrated himself, saying, Madam, I was bewitched. I have wronged the Duke. Please spare my life for the sake of my diligent service to him. Madame Xie glanced at him and asked, Speak, who incited you? It was the Marquis of Wanning. He promised me 50 taels if I secretly placed a letter in the Duke's study. Ji Xiang, you have served the Duke for 5 years. During this time, he has never scolded you, teaching you to read and write, never intending to wield his kindness against you. Yet you have repaid him with betrayal. Now that the Duke is imprisoned, if you are willing to testify for him, I can spare your life. If you refuse, you shall face a brutal death. Upon hearing the words brutal death, Ji Xiang trembled in fear and quickly replied, Madam, I am willing. I am willing. Madame Xie raised her eyes and instructed, Fang Zhu, take him away and lock him up under strict watch. Yes, madam. The following day, news spread throughout the capital that Qi Mian, the heir of the Marquis of Wanning, had his legs broken and crawled back to the Marquis's residence. The Marquis's wife fainted on the spot. Although the Marquis favored his illegitimate son, he could not bear the disgrace of seeing his legitimate son so brutally harmed and was determined to seek retribution. However, before he could find the culprit, his own demise arrived. At the Duke of Yunyang's residence, Madame Xie looked at the bruised Lu Zhao Zhao with concern and asked, Zhao Zhao, did you not sleep well last night? Mother, I merely stayed up late reading a story. It is nothing, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, trying to appear spirited. In truth, she had indeed stayed up late reading, but she absorbed none of the text. Preoccupied with worry for her father and her own irritation for having told Shen Jiayan that she would no longer entangle herself with him. Finally falling asleep in the early hours of the morning. Zhao Zhao, you must rest earlier in the future, Madame Xie said with a smile. I understand, mother. Madam. The second young master has returned, Fang Zhu announced at the door, her voice barely concealing her joy. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinrong entered, clasping his hands and saying, Mother, I have returned. Madame Xie looked at her son, who had become thinner and darker from his outing, and said, It is good that you are back, your father. Mother, I am already aware of father's situation. Do not worry. The matter I investigated pertains to the missing silver, and I have found an important witness. I am preparing to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Brother, will father be able to come out? Yes, Lu Jinrong nodded. Jinrong, when you enter the palace, take Ji Xiang, the servant by your father's side, with you. He has disclosed that the letter found in your father's study was hidden at the behest of the Marquis of Wanning. All right, mother. I shall go to the palace with Lord Shun at once. Lu Jinrong finished speaking and stepped outside. At this moment, the Wanningbo residence was in a state of chaos. Upon learning of the emperor's urgent summons, Wanningbo felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Upon arriving at the Xinjiang Hall and seeing Shen Jiayan and Lu Jinrong, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He knelt and said, I have seen the emperor. The emperor paid him no heed, instead turning to Shen Jiayan and speaking in a grave tone, repeat what you just said in front of Wanningbo. Shun Jian stepped forward and stood beside Wan Ningbo, declaring loudly, I wish to accuse Wan Ningbo of corruption and attempting to frame the Duke of Yunyang. After all, the man was dead, leaving no witnesses. He reassured himself and feigned calmness as he replied, Lord Shin, one must speak with evidence. Surely your mother being a princess does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly. Wan Ningbo, are you implying that I appoint people based on personal connections? The emperor said, his expression darkening. Your Majesty, I would not dare, Wan Ningbo replied. Your Majesty, I have witnesses, Shin Jiayan interjected. Bring them forth. The guards brought in a disheveled man, his attire in tatters and his face unkempt. Upon recognizing the man, Wan Ningbo exclaimed in terror, Aren't you dead? It seems I am not destined to die yet. To your disappointment, my lord, the criminal Wang Yud responded, bowing deeply. What on earth is happening? The emperor inquired. Gazing at the resurrected Wang Yud. Your Majesty, the sinner deserves death. When you allocated those silver funds, Wan Ningbo approached me, suggesting we fabricate a story about the loss of the silver, and we would split the wealth between us. Enchanted by greed, I foolishly agreed. Later, when Wan Ningbo realized that Lord Shin was investigating, he plotted to kill me to pin the blame on the Duke of Yunyang. How did you manage to escape? That day, I had drunk excessively, and upon returning home, I saw flames everywhere, with Wan Ningbo's men lurking at the entrance. Terrified, I fled back to my hometown. Wang Yud bowed again, Your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth. I do not seek your mercy, only that you do not spare this principal culprit. You speak falsely. I have no enmity with you. Why would you slander me? This matter is clearly between you and the Duke of Yunyang. Letters exchanged between you two have already been found in his study. Wan Ningbo retorted defiantly. Your Majesty, I have another witness, Lu Jinrong interjected, clasping his hands. Bring them forth. The terrified Jixiang was dragged in, shaking with fear and bowing profusely. The emperor commanded, Who are you? Speak truthfully. Your Majesty, I am but a lowly servant from the Duke of Yunyang's household. Recently, Wan Ningbo approached me, asking me to place a letter in the study when the Duke was not paying attention, offering me 50 taels in return. Blinded by greed, I consented. Your Majesty, this servant is from the Duke of Yunyang's household. His words cannot be trusted. Your Majesty, I have material evidence, Jixiang declared, producing a jade pendant from his bosom. At the sight of the pendant, Wan Ningbo's pupils dilated in shock. Your Majesty, this is what I seized from him while he was distracted during our conversation. The jade pendant is an item that a man carries with him, without close contact. It is impossible to obtain it. Your Majesty, I lost this jade pendant some time ago, and who would have thought it would be picked up by him? Shun Jian, seeing his defiant demeanor, scoffed. Lord Wan Ning, you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Your Majesty, this is the silver coin used by young Master Qi at the Yihong building a few days ago. Please examine it to see if it matches the silver funds lost by the court. Eunuch Lu presented the silver ingot to Emperor Qi, whose complexion changed drastically upon seeing it. He rose in fury, declaring, Lord Wan Ning, with both the person and the stolen goods in hand, what further arguments can you muster? He realized his fate was sealed. The Wan Ning estate was doomed. With a heart heavy as ashes, he uttered, Your Majesty, I confess my guilt. Lord Wan Ning, Qiren, for his corruption and wrongful accusations against Marquis Yunyang, shall immediately have his title stripped and face execution in the autumn, while the rest of his family shall be exiled 3,000 miles to the southwest. Wang Yud, the vice prefect of Jingzhou, shall be dismissed from his position and confined for life. The commoner thanks your Majesty for your great grace. To survive is already a testament to your mercy. And Wang Yud immediately bowed in gratitude. As for this servant, seeing as he is from the Yunyang Marquis household, you may deal with him as you see fit. Emperor Qi addressed Lu Jinrong. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Lu Jinrong replied respectfully. Chapter 15. Vindication. The Duke of Wanning and Wang Yud were led away, and Lu Jinrong also took Jixiang with him, leaving only Emperor Qi and Shun Jian in the Xianjing Hall. Rubbing his forehead, Emperor Qi spoke in a somber tone. Let us discuss this matter. Since Wang Yud is not deceased, how do you account for the corpse discovered at their residence? During the initial examination, it was evident that the deceased's age did not correspond with that of Wang Yud. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that a young servant had gone missing, whose stature and age closely matched that of the charred remains. I feared alarming the snake in the grass, which is why I chose to conceal this information, Shin Jiayan replied softly. One wonders whom you have taken after. Though young, you possess a keen intellect. Emperor Qi remarked with a light chuckle. I merely wish to serve the Qi with utmost dedication until my last breath, Shin Jiayan responded. Dedication is commendable, but best refrain from such self-sacrifice. Otherwise, I would struggle to explain to the Empress Dowager and your mother, the emperor said, feeling quite troubled by his nephew, whom he could neither reprimand nor chastise. Return home and ensure that the Duke of Yunyang is safely escorted back. He has been wronged this time, Emperor Qi instructed. I shall obey your command. Upon returning home, the first order of business for the Duke of Yunyang was to deliver Jixiang to the authorities. For such a person must not remain close at hand. To allow her freedom would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. And one could not predict when she might again commit treachery. Handing her over to the officials would also fulfill the promise made by the CF family. The winds of fortune shifted rapidly. The Duke of Wanning's estate fell into utter decline, while the Duke of Yunyang's name was cleared. Those who had previously distanced themselves during the Duke's misfortunes now sought to ingratiate themselves, including the House of Chongping. Sister Xia, it is truly joyous that the Duke of Yunyang has been vindicated. My lord specifically instructed me to come and convey his congratulations. The Lady of Chongping said with a beaming smile. However, the warmth that once characterized the CF family was no longer present. While it is easy to offer embellishments in times of prosperity, it is far more challenging to provide support in times of need. She bore no resentment toward them but recognized that families solely focused on self-preservation were not allies with whom the Duke of Yunyang could afford to forge alliances. Should adversity arise, it was likely that they would be the first to cast her daughter aside. Gently lifting her teacup, she took a sip and replied softly. I appreciate the sentiment expressed by the Lady of Chongping. The Lady of Chongping, aware of her previous missteps, recalled how the CF family had sought her out, only for her to feign illness to avoid unnecessary complications. Sister Xia, your words suggest you are upset with me. I truly have been unwell lately, and it was not my intention to avoid you. Moreover, my lord has never shared matters of the court with me, so I genuinely remain uninformed, she explained. The Xia matriarch wished to avoid escalating the situation, recognizing that both the Duke of Yunyang and her son were involved in court affairs. Gaining another adversary would only increase their risks. Lady, you need not worry. Matters of the court are best left to men. They do not concern us. Xia stated with an appropriately gracious smile. The Lady of Chongping's face brightened instantly upon hearing this. Indeed, Sister Xia speaks the truth. But the marriages of our children must be overseen by us, as mothers. Would you not agree? After returning home, Jiqing and Baozhu both sang the praises of your daughter, saying she is both beautiful and talented. I wonder, does she harbor any feelings for my son, Jiqing? The Lady of Chongping inquired tentatively. Madam Ho, I implore you to exercise caution in your words. My daughter, Zhao Zhao, is yet to be wed. Should this conversation reach the ears of others, it may tarnish her reputation, said Madame Xia, her countenance reflecting displeasure. Observing one another is one matter. But if such words were to be misconstrued as private dealings, it would be an entirely different issue. Oh dear, Sister Xia, please forgive my bluntness. I spoke without considering the implications, replied the Madame of Chongping with a forced smile. Madam Ho, there are many matters to attend to in the household today, so I shall take my leave. I hope you understand. Madame Xia's intentions to dismiss her guest were unmistakable. Being a woman of keen perception, the Madame of Chongping recognized this subtle expulsion, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, Sister Xia, I shall not impose any further. Farewell. As Fang Zhu observed the Madame of Chongping departing, she remarked with discontent, Madam, it is quite surprising that others refer to the Madame of Chongping as open and generous. To me, she appears to be nothing more than a smiling tiger. Madame Xia remained silent, sitting on a small couch in contemplation. The behavior of the Madame of Chongping suggested that her household was not entirely peaceful. Indeed, one must engage in careful associations to discern the true nature of individuals. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao harbored no affection for that young Master Shui. Otherwise, with such a mother-in-law, harmony in their marriage would be difficult to achieve. Yet, the person Zhao Zhao favored. Once the Madame of Chongping entered her carriage, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed in irritation, that Madame of Yunyang is far too ungrateful. I extended her an olive branch, and she refused to accept it. And that Miss Lu, her looks may be somewhat pleasing, but her pride is insufferable. She even dismisses my son. Does she aspire to marry a prince? Only then did she recall that a princess consort had indeed emerged from the Yunyang Marquis. Madam, do not let them provoke you. It is unwise for your health, advised the maid by her side. Were it not for Jiqing's infatuation, I would not have bothered with them. Once she becomes a part of the household, I shall have ample means to teach her a lesson. The Madame of Chongping retorted angrily. Upon her return home, Shui Jiqing hesitantly inquired, Mother, what did Aunt Xia say? Shui Baozhu glanced at her mother's displeased expression and scoffed. What else could she say? When the Yunyang Marquis faced difficulties, Aunt Xia came to our door. Yet you refused even to meet her. Now you wish to forge a connection. How could she possibly agree? Second brother, abandon this futile hope. Baozhu, how can you speak so of our aunt? She had her own reasons for acting as she did. Zhou Yuang interjected, displaying understanding. Indeed, upon hearing this, The Madam of Chopping felt reassured and responded, "It is Yunyang who truly comprehends the situation. Very well, I shall not intervene. If you wish to disgrace yourselves, do so on your own." Shui Baozhu then stormed out, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Yunyang as she passed. She believed that if Zhao Zhao could not marry her second brother, then an opportunity would present itself for her. How naive, given her mother's temperament. She would never accept a daughter-in-law from such a background. "Mother, I am enamored with Miss Liu. I wish to marry her," Shui Jicheng declared earnestly. He understood that his family had acted improperly, for during the troubles of the Yunyang Marquis, he had been at home preparing for examinations, unaware of the court's affairs. Had he known, he would not have remained indifferent. "Jicheng, this young Miss Liu is still quite young. In the future, you should interact with her more. And at an appropriate time, I shall propose marriage," the Madam of Chopping Ho remarked. "Yes, mother." Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, and she promptly took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. The Madam of Chongping Ho turned to her and inquired, "Yuan, what troubles you?" "Aunt, I merely saw how devoted you are to my cousin, which suddenly reminded me of my mother, and I became momentarily melancholic," she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. The Madam of Chopping Ho understood her unspoken thoughts all too well. She had already devised a plan. Once Jicheng wed, she would take it upon herself to elevate Zhou Yuan to the status of a concubine, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding Lu Zhaozhao's potential upheaval. Approaching Zhou Yuan, she grasped her hand and said, "Good child, this is your home. Do not weep. Seeing you in such distress brings me sorrow as well." "Thank you, aunt, for your care," Yuan responded with a graceful bow. The Madam of Chongping Ho smiled contentedly, unaware that an outsider might perceive her as deeply affectionate towards her niece, while in reality both harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 16. The hunt. Since their last encounter, Lu Zhaozhao had not seen Shen Jiayin for half a month. She believed they had settled their affairs, no longer entangling herself with him, and he, too, relished the tranquility. September marked the most opportune season for hunting, and each year during this time, the emperor would lead the princes, princesses, and ministers to Zhongling Mountain for the autumn hunt. This year was no exception. On this particular day, Lu Zhaozhao rose early to prepare herself, for she cherished the vibrancy of such gatherings, especially since Jianing would accompany her. Luli was busy packing her belongings when Lu Zhaozhao turned to her, saying, "Luli, do not forget to bring my newly tailored riding attire." "Understood, miss," Luli replied softly. "But miss, you wear your riding attire every year, yet never actually don it," Pearl interjected from the side. "This year will be different." "I shall definitely wear it," Lu Zhaozhao retorted playfully. Though she had never learned to ride, having wished for Shen Jiayin to teach her in the past, he had always declined. Reluctant to seek guidance from others, she had never had the opportunity to wear riding clothes. However, this year, she intended to seize the chance to prove her commitment to her words. "Miss, I have finished packing. Shall we set off?" Luli asked with a smile. "Let us go," Lu Zhaozhao responded, rising gracefully and making her way outside. The autumn hunt was a day of great significance for the Deqi dynasty, symbolizing favorable weather, prosperous state affairs, and the well-being of the populace. At the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis, the carriage awaited their arrival. Lu Jinrong assisted Lu Zhaozhao into the carriage, where she settled beside Xie, who embraced her, saying, "You appear quite enthusiastic today." "Mother, when am I not enthusiastic?" she murmured, resting against Xie's embrace. "Enough about you. We will be staying overnight. Has Luli packed you some warm clothing?" Xie inquired. "Yes, she has," Lu Zhaozhao nodded in affirmation. After sharing some light conversation, Lu Zhaozhao began to doze off, prompting Xie to chuckle and drape a blanket over her. Approximately an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. Xie gently pinched Lu Zhaozhao's cheek, softly calling, "Zhao Zhao, we have arrived." Lu Zhaozhao slowly straightened, rubbing her eyes, and lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, only to find the area around Zhongling Mountain teeming with carriages from various households, yet Jianing was nowhere in sight. "Still not coming down? Are you playing the thief?" Lu Jinrong lightly tapped her forehead while standing beside the carriage. Lu Zhaozhao covered her forehead and turned to complain, "Mother, second brother hit me." Xie, accustomed to their playful banter, reached out to soothe Lu Zhaozhao's forehead and feigned anger at Lu Jinrong, saying, "Jinrong, do not bully your sister, otherwise I shall have your father break your legs." Observing Lu Zhaozhao's triumphant expression, Lu Jinrong chuckled, "I concede. My sister is the jewel of the family, to be neither struck nor scolded. Are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied." Lu Zhaozhao laughed as she jumped down from the carriage and turned to assist Xie in alighting. "The emperor has arrived. The empress dowager has arrived." As Lu Zhaozhao joined the crowd in bowing, she proclaimed, "Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Long live the empress. Rise, everyone. Today let us indulge in merriment together." The the emperor said with a hint of warmth on his face. Thank you, your majesty, Lu Zhao Zhao replied. As she stood, she noticed Jianing gazing at her with a bright smile, prompting her to smile in return. However, when she turned her head, she was met with the sight of Shen Jiayin looking at her with an amused expression, causing her to shiver involuntarily. This was entirely out of character for him. They had known each other for many years, yet she had never seen him display such tenderness. He usually wore an aloof demeanor. Could it be that he was possessed today? Hastily, Lu Zhao Zhao averted her gaze from him, and upon noticing her avoidance, Shen Jiayan's expression soured, eliciting a stifled laugh from Princess Jianing. Today, all the princes and princesses had gathered, including the crown prince born of Empress One, the fourth prince and Princess Jianing, as well as the second prince born of Consort Shu, the fifth prince born of Rong Zhaoyi, and the Princess Lu Qing born of Beauty Li. The emperor and empress then proceeded to the main tent, while the others gradually returned to their respective tents to change. Lu Zhao Zhao followed the Xie family back to her own tent. Liu Li, please fetch my riding attire, Lu Zhao Zhao called out cheerfully as she entered the tent. Of course, miss, Liu Li replied. Xie sure, observing her animated demeanor, chuckled helplessly. Zhao Zhao, you cannot ride a horse. What use is there in donning riding attire? Lu Zhao Zhao slightly lifted her chin as Liu Li assisted her with the buttons. Once dressed, she twirled beside Xie Sure and eagerly inquired, Mother, does it look good? The crimson riding attire on the budding young girl accentuated her porcelain complexion and graceful figure, making it difficult for anyone to honestly declare it unattractive. It is indeed beautiful, Xie Sure affirmed, adjusting her collar. Mother, I wish to learn to ride today, Lu Zhao Zhao said softly. In previous years, her lack of riding knowledge was partly due to Shen Jiayan's refusal to teach her, and partly because Xie Sure feared she might get hurt. Understanding her daughter's long-held desire, Xie Sure had previously thought Lu Zhao Zhao too young and worried about possible injuries. Very well, if you wish to learn, then learn you shall, but remember not to overexert yourself, Xie Sure cautioned carefully. You are the best, mother. I shall go find Ning Ning now, she exclaimed joyfully. Go ahead, but do be careful, Xie Sure replied. With a heart full of delight, Lu Zhao Zhao exited the tent, but before she could reach Jia Ning's tent, she spotted Shen Jiayin approaching her. Memories of her past folly flooded her mind, and she wished to find a hole to hide in. Lowering her head to feign ignorance of his presence. Lu Zhao Zhao, what are you searching for? Shen Jiayan's teasing voice reached her ears. A hole to hide in, she retorted without a moment's thought. Haha, his light laughter made her realize the absurdity of her response, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She looked up, somewhat indignant, and exclaimed, Shen Jiayan, I am here, he replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Seeing him in such a playful mood made her think he must have lost his mind. His behavior was far from his usual self. However, recalling that he had not only arranged for her to meet her father during that time, but had also restored her father's honor, he could be considered her benefactor. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, Lu Zhao Zhao said before making her exit. Lu Zhao Zhao, allow me to teach you how to ride. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at him in terror, unable to believe her ears. Did Shen Jiayan truly offer to teach her horseback riding? In the past, such a proposal would have filled her with joy. Yet now, she had resolved to move on. What if she developed ulterior motives again? Would she not become the very person who fails to keep her promises? No, absolutely not. That won't be necessary. I can find someone else to teach me. You needn't trouble yourself, young Master Shun, she insisted, shaking her head. Observing her immediate and unwavering rejection, Shen Jiayan, with a hint of jealousy, threatened playfully. Then who do you intend to seek for instruction? Shui Jiqing? Just look at his slight build. Are you not afraid he might toss you off the horse? Chapter 17. Misunderstanding. Lu Zhao Zhao found herself perplexed by his sudden mention of Shui Jiqing. Observing his displeased expression, a thought flickered through her mind. Could it be that Shen Jiayan harbored feelings for Shui Jiqing? No wonder she had pursued him for so long to no avail. The mere mention of Shui Jiqing elicited such a reaction from him. Though there were indeed some dandy youths in the capital with a penchant for handsome men, she never imagined Shen Jiayan would be among them. Looking at his strikingly handsome face, a pang of sadness struck her. What a pity it was. Shen Jiayan gazed at her, his expressions as varied as a chameleon's. He inquired, Lu Zhao Zhao, what are you thinking about? She tentatively asked Shen Jiayan. Are you preventing me from seeking Shui Jiqing to learn horseback riding out of jealousy? Having endured endless dreams of her, Shen Jiayan merely wished to bring her home as his bride. He did not mind if her affection was solely for his visage. Lu Zhao Zhao. It seems you are not foolish, he said, bending down to meet her gaze. Yet, to his surprise, she did not blush as he anticipated. Instead, disbelief clouded her eyes, gradually giving way to a desolate heart. Lu Zhao Zhao, what is that expression? Shen Jiayan was bewildered. Did his admission of affection cause her such distress? Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhao placed her hand on his shoulder and resolutely stated, Xinjia Yin, rest assured, I shall never disclose this matter. Before he could fully comprehend her words, she dashed toward Jianning's tent, leaving Xinjia Yin in a state of confusion. Sensing that Lu Zhao might have misunderstood something, upon seeing Lu Zhao approach, Jianning joyfully rose to welcome her inside. Noticing her odd demeanor, she quickly asked, Zhao, what is the matter? Lu Zhao remained silent, glancing at the palace maids behind Jianning. Jianning promptly waved her hand, instructing, you may all leave. With only Lu Zhao and Jianning remaining in the tent, Lu Zhao seized Jianning's hand, her excitement palpable. Ning. I discovered a great secret today. Ah? What secret? Jianning, intrigued by her fervor, inquired. Your cousin, he likes men. My cousin? Xinjia Yin. Were it not for Lu Zhao's earnest expression, Jianning would have doubted her sanity, suspecting jealousy had fueled her words. Ning, lower your voice. I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone, Lu Zhao said, casting a furtive glance toward the entrance. Where did you hear this, Zhao? Jianning, having witnessed her cousin's demeanor toward Lu Zhao, was convinced he had feelings for her. How could he possibly be attracted to men? Who else could I have heard it from? Xinjia Yin himself admitted it. Impossible. Zhao, please elaborate on what transpired. Lu Zhao recounted the events that had just transpired in meticulous detail. After listening, Jianning felt somewhat speechless. She truly could not fathom how Lu Zhao's mind worked. Usually so astute, how could she be so oblivious when it came to matters of the heart? Jianning would rather believe that Xinjia Yin had an affinity for men than accept that he harbored any feelings for her. Now you believe it, don't you? Lu Zhao remarked as she poured herself a cup of tea. Jianning, in resigned acknowledgement, nodded her head, though she thought to herself that it was quite absurd. However, this matter should not be exposed by her. It ought to be revealed by the individuals involved. The thought of her cousin's reaction upon discovering this brought a smile to her lips. Jianning, would you like to learn how to ride a horse? Lu Zhao inquired, lifting her gaze. Zhao, please spare me. I could never learn to ride. However, I would gladly accompany you, Jianning replied. Rising to pull her along, Lu Zhao stood in response, saying, all right then, I shall seek out my second brother to teach me. I cannot let this riding attire go to waste. Jianning nodded in agreement, certain that today would indeed be an entertaining day. Let us be off then. As fate would have it, upon exiting the tent, they did not encounter Lu Jinrong, but instead came face to face with the irate Xiao Yuro. The moment Xiao Yuro laid eyes on Lu Zhao, memories of her own punishment and humiliation flooded back. She turned her gaze to Jianning, the princess, and despite her anger, respectfully curtsied, saying, Greetings, your highness. Came Jianning's soft reply. As a princess of Deqi, she would not stoop to the level of someone like Xiao Yuro. However, Xiao Yuro's constant antagonism towards Zhao Zhao left her with little patience for the girl. Lu Zhao initially intended to ignore her, but was halted by Xiao Yuro's sarcastic remark. Miss Lu, will you still be pestering young Master Shin for horseback riding lessons this year? I wonder if he would be willing. Who said I wouldn't? I would be delighted. Came the retort, as all eyes turned to see Xinjia Yin approaching Lu Zhao. Gazing at him, Lu Zhao felt a sudden reluctance. She had just uncovered his secret, and what if he sought to silence her? Perhaps it is best if I refrain. You are a person of great importance, and I would not wish to intrude, she said, her voice tinged with a mix of desperation and humor. Zhao, at long last, I have found you. Xue Baozhu exclaimed as she rushed over, followed closely by the composed Xue Jicheng. Lu Zhao glanced back and forth between Xinjia Yin and Xue Jicheng, bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Greetings, your highness. Xue Baozhu first addressed Jianning before turning to Lu Zhao with wide-eyed admiration. Zhao, you look absolutely splendid in riding attire. Thank you. Lu Zhao replied. Pfft. Xiao Yuro rolled her eyes at the gathering crowd around Lu Zhao, her displeasure palpable. Xiao Yuro, why are you always around? Do you not realize how utterly irritating you are? Xue Baozhu shot back. Xue Baozhu, you and Lu Zhao are cut from the same cloth, vulgar and unrefined. Miss Lu is Jianning's companion, and her sister is a princess consort. Are you attempting to insult the royal family? Xinjia Yin remarked with a deliberate calmness, but the chill in his words was unmistakable. Xiao Yuro was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xinjia Yin would stand up for Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao was equally surprised, glancing at Xue Baozhu and then at Xue Jicheng. Could this be an instance of love for the house extending to the crow? Jianning understood that Xiao Yuro was no match for Zhao, thus she refrained from interjecting. However, as her cousin had spoken, she straightened her posture and said earnestly, Miss Xiao, I hope you do not forget the teachings of my mother, and that you do not let bygone hurts fade from memory. Xiao Yuro realized that she was destined to gain nothing from this encounter and did not wish to face further confinement. Therefore, She bowed and said, I shall heed your highness's counsel. Zhao Zhao, are you not interested in learning to ride? Conveniently, my cousin and young Master Shui are both here. Jianing remarked, playfully nudging Lu Zhao Zhao. Ning Ning, I wish to remain uninvolved in their entangled affections. Shui Jiqing, with a blush creeping to his ears, spoke softly. Miss Lu, should you wish to learn, I would be happy to instruct you. Xin Jiayan, observing his hesitance to speak boldly, could not help but scoff internally. Could someone like him truly protect Lu Zhao Zhao? In front of everyone, he pulled Lu Zhao Zhao closer and declared, there is no need for young Master Shui to trouble himself. I shall take responsibility for Miss Lu's instruction. Chapter 18. Anger. Shui Jiqing's gaze dimmed instantaneously. As a man himself, he could not fail to perceive Xin Jiayan's affections for Lu Zhao Zhao. He was the son of the protector of the nation and the minister of justice. While he was merely a young scion of a marquis family, how could he possibly compare? Lu Zhao Zhao, observing Xin Jiayan's grip on her wrist, became increasingly certain of her thoughts. He simply wished to prevent Shui Jiqing from approaching her. She wrenched her wrist free from his grasp, awkwardly chuckling as she declared, I feel rather fatigued today and prefer not to study any longer. I shall return to the tent now. Without sparing a moment's thought, she fled. Seeing Lu Zhao Zhao depart, Xiao Yuru also took her leave with a respectful bow, while Shui Baozhu pulled the dejected Shui Jiqing away. Jianing, observing Xin Jiayan's notably grim expression, could not help but chuckle softly. Leaning closer, she whispered, Cousin, I have something to discuss with you. I have no desire to listen, Xin Jiayan replied coldly. Are you certain? Do you not wish to know why Zhao Zhao has been acting so peculiarly today? Jianing said with a mischievous smile. Why? Xin Jiayan inquired. Jianing extended a hand, prompting Xin Jiayan to retrieve a stack of banknotes from his pocket and place them in her palm, urging her to speak swiftly. Suppressing her laughter, Jianing leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Zhao Zhao believes you have feelings for Shui Jiqing, ha 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 ha. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter. Xin Jiayan's expression soured considerably as he turned to the still laughing Jianing and asked coldly, Is it truly that amusing? No wonder Lu Zhao Zhao was so strange earlier. Her imagination knows no bounds. Cousin, I truly admire you. How do you manage to make Zhao Zhao think you have an inclination for handsome men? Xin Jiayan remained silent, turning on his heel to leave. Observing his furious demeanor, Jianing shrugged. She had indeed rendered him a significant service. Otherwise, his pursuit of his beloved would have been a lengthy endeavor. This was a decisive cut through the chaos. Madame Xia, surprised to see Lu Zhao Zhao return so quickly, inquired, What brings you back? Mother, I did not see second brother, Lu Zhao Zhao replied. She had searched for him, but encountered everyone she wished to avoid instead. Your second brother has gone to find your father. Liu Li, assist our young lady in tidying herself. We must also prepare to depart. Madame Xia raised her hand to smooth Lu Zhao Zhao's somewhat disheveled hair. Yes, my lady, Liu Li responded, stepping forward to help Lu Zhao Zhao reapply her makeup. Into Qi. Both young and old, regardless of gender, excelled in archery and horsemanship. Thus, every autumn, the young masters of various families would compete. Since Xin Jiayan turned 15, he had claimed the top prize annually. Jiayan, this year I am determined to win. You must be cautious, the fourth prince said with a smile. Your Highness, you made a similar claim last year. Xin Jiayan replied nonchalantly, bow and arrow in hand. You insolent brat, how brazen. The fourth prince retorted, though lacking true anger. For their shared upbringing fostered a bond akin to that of brothers, disregarding royal status. Today, however, Xin Jiayan was disinterested in the hunt, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhao Zhao, who was engaged in lively conversation with Jianing and Lu Zhaoyu. He silently ground his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Lu Zhao Zhao was entirely oblivious to the fact that she had become the object of someone's disdain. She chattered animatedly with Lu Zhaoyu, who gazed at her with sheer delight. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen emerged from the main tent, and the crowd bowed in respect, acknowledging, We have seen His Majesty. We have seen Her Majesty. Please rise, Emperor Qi commanded, observing the eager faces of the crowd. His heart swelling with pride for the peace and prosperity of the realm, this was the sight he longed to behold. As in previous years, those who capture the most game shall receive bountiful rewards from me. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd swiftly mounted their horses, yet Xin Jiayan lingered, prompting the emperor to inquire with a glance, Why do you delay? Your Majesty, should I secure the top prize, I humbly request a favor from you. Xin Jiayan replied with a courteous bow. The emperor inwardly rolled his eyes at the audacity of this young man, who, regardless of the rarity of treasures, often unattainable even for princes and princesses, always seemed to acquire them. Let us discuss this once you have one, the emperor replied tersely. Thank you, Your Majesty. He mounted his horse, gripping the reins in one hand and an arrow in the other, flashing a confident smile at Lu Zhao Zhao. Startled, she shivered slightly, sensing an unsettling chill. Let us depart. With the emperor's command, The group galloped into Zhongling Mountain. Lu Zhao Zhao regretted her inability to ride, wishing she could join them. As she lamented internally, Xue Baozhu approached her in a smart riding outfit, cheerfully asking, "Zhao Zhao, would you like to hunt with me?" "Baozhu, you can ride." Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing the gleam in her eyes, Xue Baozhu's heart softened. How could she be so endearing? "Of course. My riding skills are second to none compared to my second brother. I shall take you along." Lu Zhao Zhao felt a surge of excitement. And as the CF family matriarch was drawn into conversation with other ladies, she turned to Lu Zhaoyu and said, "Elder sister, I wish to go." "Go ahead." Lu Zhaoyu replied, knowing her sister adored lively gatherings, and given the presence of guards throughout Zhongling Mountain, there was little cause for concern. "Miss Xue, I entrust you with Zhao Zhao's care," Lu Zhaoyu said gently. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take excellent care of Zhao Zhao," Xue Baozhu declared confidently, eliciting soft laughter from the onlookers. With a firm step on the stirrup, Xue Baozhu nimbly mounted her horse and reached out to help Lu Zhao Zhao up. It was Lu Zhao Zhao's first experience atop a horse, and naturally, she felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively clutching the horse's ear. "Zhao Zhao, there's no need to be so tense. I won't let you fall," Xue Baozhu reassured her. As the horse took off at a gallop, Lu Zhao Zhao initially felt apprehensive, but Xue Baozhu's adept riding soon eased her fears, prompting her to softly exclaim, "Baozhu, you are truly impressive." However, she added with a hint of melancholy, "But my mother always complains that I do not behave like a proper lady, constantly saying I am too unruly." Xue Baozhu's expression dimmed as she pondered why her mother favored the pretentious and duplicitous Zhou Yuan over her. How could that be? Who decreed that women should only engage in the arts of music and painting? "I hold great admiration for a woman of your bold and spirited demeanor," Lu Zhao Zhao expressed sincerely. "This is the first time I have heard someone say such a thing," Xue Baozhu replied softly. From a young age, she had been different from most girls. She held no affection for the traditional pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, nor did she enjoy composing poetry. Had she been born a man, she surely would have aspired to be a general. Yet, as a woman, she became an anomaly in her mother's eyes. "Baozhu, look, there is a rabbit," Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a small gray rabbit in the distance. Xue Baozhu swiftly reined in her horse, nocked an arrow. And as she prepared to release it, a swift arrow flew from the side, striking the rabbit's hind leg. Before Xue Baozhu could react, Lu Zhao Zhao turned her gaze towards the source of the shot and locked eyes with Shun Jiayan, his enchanting peach blossom eyes meeting hers. Chapter 19. Intense Shun Jiayan. "What is the matter with you? We clearly spotted that rabbit first," Lu Zhao Zhao indignantly accused. "Just because you saw it, does that mean it belongs to you? And since you see me now, am I yours as well?" Shun Jiayan retorted, his gaze fixed on her as she sat atop Xue Baozhu's horse. Her presence increasingly irksome to him. "Shameless," Lu Zhao Zhao muttered under her breath. Xue Baozhu glanced between the two, seemingly grasping the situation. She tried to soothe, "Zhao, it's all right. There are plenty of wild rabbits on Zhongling Mountain. I'll catch another one for you." With a fierce glare at Shun Jiayan, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to Xue Baozhu. "Let us go?" Just as Xue Baozhu reached for the reins, Shun Jiayan, who had been a few steps away, suddenly galloped over. As he brushed past them, he swiftly wrapped an arm around Lu Zhao Zhao's waist, pulling her onto his horse, and rode off. Xue Baozhu was left in stunned disbelief. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed the illustrious young Master Shun could resort to such brazen actions. By the time she regained her composure to pursue them, they had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao Zhao, equally bewildered, quickly came to her senses and began to struggle against him, angrily shouting, "Shun Jiayan, are you out of your mind? Let me down." Fearing she might fall, Shun Jiayan held her waist tightly, but she squirmed in his embrace. Noticing the change in his body, he lowered his voice menacingly, "Lu Zhao Zhao, if you keep squirming, I will throw you down." Infuriated, she attempted to pinch his waist, eliciting a grunt from him. With a swift motion, Shun Jiayan dismounted and then lifted Lu Zhao Zhao down from the horse. Confused by his sudden madness, she demanded, "Shun Jiayan, what on earth do you want?" He remained silent, advancing step by step towards her. She glanced around, realizing there was not a soul in sight, and she finally comprehended that she was at a disadvantage. Retreating cautiously, she mustered her courage to say, "Shun Jiayan, let me warn you, if you dare to harm me, my father and brother will not spare you." Shun Jiayan chuckled derisively, seizing her wrist, he taunted, "Lu Zhao Zhao, so now you know fear? How come you were so fearless when you were spouting nonsense?" "When did I?" She began to retort, but then recalled her conversation with Ning Ning. A sense of guilt washed over her, knowing she had promised not to disclose it to anyone. She softened her tone, "Well, that matter was my fault. But I assure you, I only told Ning Ning. I will never bring it up again, I swear." She raised 3 fingers with determination. Shen Jiayan found her response amusing yet infuriating. His tone turned sinister as he said, Lu Zhao Zhao, if you do not clarify things for me today, I will leave you here to be fed to wolves. Don't try to scare me. There are no wolves here, Lu Zhao Zhao retorted weakly. Was he truly debating the existence of wolves? Shen Jiayan confronted her directly, Lu Zhao Zhao, who told you I prefer men? Lu Zhao Zhao observed his flustered demeanor with some perplexity. Wasn't he who had admitted it himself? You said it yourself. Lu Zhao Zhao, I truly wish to know what filthy thoughts occupy your mind. I do not fancy men, especially not that dandy. The one I adore is you, Shen Jiayan declared, cradling her face and gazing intently into her eyes. He had cherished her for an indeterminate length of time, the precise moment eluding his memory. He only recalled their first encounter when she was Jianning's companion, a time when others feared him. Yet she sweetly called him brother. A jolt surged through Lu Zhao Zhao as she processed Shen Jiayan's confession of affection. Was he not the very one who had remained indifferent despite her relentless pursuit? Trembling, she reached out to touch his forehead, questioning, Shen Jiayan, are you speaking nonsense? Upon witnessing her incredulous expression, he bent down and gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. He had intended to wait until she matured further, until she comprehended the essence of love, but at that moment, he could no longer afford to wait. They had a lifetime to cultivate mutual affection. Yet he wished to marry her first. Feeling the soft sensation upon her forehead, Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively pushed Shen Jiayan away, retorting in indignation. Even if you admire me, you cannot act so lewdly. How can the noble ladies of the capital regard you as a gentleman, unaware that you are a rogue? Shen Jian's gaze lingered on her chattering red lips, his eyes darkening as he chuckled softly. Before you, I have never been a gentleman. Nor do I aspire to be one. With his fervent gaze and flirtatious words, Lu Zhao Zhao covered her ears, exclaiming, do not speak any further. I do not wish to hear it. Please return me to Baozhu at once. In that instant, she finally comprehended the feelings she had evoked in Shen Jiayan during their playful banter. Her cheeks felt as though they might scorch her hands. He gently pried her delicate hands from her ears, coaxing, Lu Zhao Zhao, call me brother, and I shall escort you home. Her cheeks flushed anew, resembling a fragrant peach. As childhood memories surged back into her mind, clenching her fists, she struck Shen Jiayan's chest, chastising, Shen Jiayan, be silent, observing her animated gestures. He did not restrain her, a smile gracing his face as he allowed her to hit him. Zhao Zhao, are you there? Came the voice of Shui Baozhu from a distance. Lu Zhao Zhao promptly ceased her actions, eager to run toward the source of the voice. Shen Jiayan encircled her waist, stating, Lu Zhao Zhao, since you have not opposed me, I shall take it as your acquiescence. What have I agreed to? Lu Zhao Zhao glared at him, questioning why he was behaving like a rogue today. Had it not been for his handsome visage, she would have already struck him. Shen Jiayan offered no reply, instead lifting his gaze to spot Shui Baozhu approaching, and he released his hold on her slender waist. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao safe and sound, Shui Baozhu felt a wave of relief. Although her instincts told her that Shen Jiayan would never harm her, she rushed to Lu Zhao Zhao, grasping her hand and inquiring, Zhao Zhao, are you all right? I am fine. Lu Zhao Zhao, like a mute consuming bitter herbs, found herself in a predicament too painful to articulate. How could she voice the grievance that Shen Jiayan, that scoundrel, had suddenly fallen ill? Miss Shui, today Lu Zhao Zhao has been in your company the entire time, and I have not made my presence known. I trust one shall not hear any idle gossip. Do you understand? Shen Jiayan maintained an air of stoic indifference towards others. Shui Baozhu was not naive. She discerned the unspoken implications within his words. In the open-minded society of Deqi, there were always those who relished the art of whispering behind closed doors. Apart from the parties involved, she was the sole witness to today's events. Should this information become public knowledge, it would be her testimony that Shen Jiayan was issuing a veiled warning. With poise, she replied, rest assured, Sir Shen. Since Zhao Zhao is unharmed, I shall treat today as occurrences as if they never transpired. Shen Jiayan cast a glance at Lu Zhao Zhao before he mounted his steed and departed. Chapter 20, please command. Lu Zhao Zhao softly muttered an expletive under her breath as she gazed at his retreating figure. Shui Baozhu. Noticing her slightly flushed cheeks and recalling the way young Master Shen had defended her earlier, teased, Zhao Zhao, are you perhaps smitten with young Master Shen? I'm enamored only with his visage. She retorted playfully. Indeed, young Master Shen's countenance is unparalleled in the entire capital. Zhao Zhao, you truly possess discerning taste, Shui Baozhu chuckled, clutching her abdomen with laughter. Baozhu, please cease your laughter, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with exasperation. All right, I shall hold my tongue. The day is waning. Let us enjoy a little longer before we return. Very well. Upon their return to the tent, they found the others had yet to arrive. Setting aside the recent episode with Shen Jiayan's sudden outburst, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a great joy today. She patted her dress, which bore traces of mud, and smiled. Thank you for today, Baozhu. What do you need to thank me for? If you enjoy it, I shall take you out often in the future, she declared boldly. Lu Zhao Zhao, admiring her spirited demeanor, smiled warmly. If she were a man, she would gladly marry her. Agreed, it is settled then, she replied softly. Shui Baozhu nodded in agreement, her gaze lifting to spot Xie Shi, who seemed to be searching for someone. She pointed in Xie Shi's direction and said, Zhao Zhao. Is Aunt Xie looking for you? At the mention, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to see Xie Shi approaching them, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Baozhu, I must return now. Do hurry back, Shui Baozhu said, watching her with a cheerful gait as she made her way toward her own tent. From the moment she had seen Lu Zhao Zhao at Princess Jianning's birthday celebration, she felt a kinship between them. Initially, she was elated at the prospect of her mother's intention to ally with the Yunyang Marquis. It would be a great fortune for her elder brother to wed such a remarkable girl. Yet now, she harbored reservations about her marrying her brother. Such a radiant girl ought to live freely and exuberantly, not be ensnared in her family's mire. The capital's citizens often praised the Chongping Marquis for its unblemished reputation. But only the family itself understood that it was merely a fade of gold and jade. Upon returning to the tent, Luli dressed Lu Zhao Zhao in a pale blue skirt. Xie Shi, with a handkerchief, playfully wiped the dust from her face, jesting. Such a fair maiden has turned into a little mud monkey. Lu Zhao Zhao nonchalantly brushed her face, but upon reaching her forehead, she suddenly recalled Xin Jiayan's unexpected kiss. And her face flushed instantly. Xie Shi, noticing her change in demeanor, quickly inquired, Why is your face so flushed all of a sudden? Are you unwell? She silently reprimanded him in her mind and promptly shifted the topic. It's nothing, mother. Did you know Baozhu is exceptionally skilled? She can ride and shoot arrows. Since the last time Lady Chongping had refused to see her, Xie Shi had abandoned the thought of a familial alliance. However, matters between adults were separate from those of children. Seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's admiring expression, she chuckled lightly. If you admire her, then do ask her to teach you. Of course. Mother, do you think my elder brother will achieve the top rank this year? The emperor has proclaimed that whoever secures the top rank will be heavily rewarded. Xie cast a sidelong glance at her and softly remarked, With Master Shen present, how could your second brother possibly take the lead? After speaking, she surveyed her with a playful smile, the jesting nature of her words unmistakable. Mother, I truly regret not confessing my feelings for Shen Jiayan earlier. Lu Zhao Zhao thought to herself, what was there to be embarrassed about? Shen Jiayan possessed exemplary character, talent, and lineage. Only such a gentleman was worthy of my daughter. In Xie's eyes, her daughter ought to marry the finest young man in the world, living a life free from worry, filled with peace and joy. Mother, you are so wonderful. Lu Zhao smiled, leaning into Xie's embrace. Xie gently stroked her hair and laughed. Why are you still so spoiled like when you were a child? Madam, Miss San, the Marquis and second young master have returned, announced Pearl from outside the tent. Mother, let us go take a look, Lu Zhao Zhao said as she rose and assisted Xie out of the tent. Upon emerging, they were greeted by a throng of people returning triumphantly. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen emerged, gazing at the spoils before them. The emperor boisterously declared, Well done. Truly. Are Qi's fine young men. Lu Zhao Zhao scanned the crowd and spotted her father and second brother. Even Shui Jiqing had returned, but Shen Jiayan was conspicuously absent. A twinge of anxiety gripped her. Could there truly be wolves in the mountains? Your Majesty, look. Master Shen has hunted a spotted deer. Lu Gonggong, standing beside the emperor, pointed towards Shen Jiayan in the distance. Upon hearing his name, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She looked up and indeed saw a splendid spotted deer, a rare find. The emperor, overjoyed, exclaimed, You lad, you truly have some skill. Your Majesty, do you still remember our agreement? Shen Jiayan asked seriously, shedding his previous nonchalance. The emperor shot him a reproachful glance, thinking, This impudent boy is truly unwilling to suffer any loss. He was curious to see what Shen Jiayan would ask for. Did he wish for the stars from the heavens? Speak, what do you want? The emperor queried, somewhat irked. In the gaze of the crowd, Shen Jiayan knelt on both knees, startling the emperor considerably. Rarely did anyone pay such homage to him outside of grand ceremonies. Did he intend to claim the dragon throne? Your Majesty, I humbly request your blessing for marriage. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Zhao Zhao's heart raced uncontrollably. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. Quickly, tell me. Which young lady do you seek? At 21, Shen Jiayan was sought after by ladies from noble families and princesses alike. Yet he had shown no interest in any of them. Princess Jingru, the youngest daughter of the current empress, had been doted upon since childhood. With the empress deeply concerned for her marriage, I wish to marry the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, Lu Zhao Zhao, Shen Jiayan declared, his voice resolute. The emperor glanced at the radiant young lady standing amidst the crowd and understood. No wonder this rascal was reluctant to marry. He had someone in his heart. The third daughter of the Lu family was a companion to Princess Yunyang and had only just reached maturity, yet he was already eager to propose. Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively clenched her hands, her feelings ambiguous, yet amidst her tension, there lingered an undercurrent of excitement. As if the one-sided affection she had harbored for years was finally met with a response. Lord Yunyang, are you satisfied with this marriage proposal? Although the emperor was pleased that his nephew's engagement had come to fruition, he could not simply grant the hand of a daughter without consulting her father, who was a loyal and trusted minister. At this moment, Lord Yunyang regarded Xin Jiayan as one might view a boar intent on rooting up a cherished vegetable. Were it not for the presence of the emperor, he would have raised his fist in protest. While he was well aware that Xin Jiayan surpassed all other young men in the capital, the thought of directly consenting to marry his treasured daughter was still unpalatable. Lord Yunyang stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Your Majesty, I must first discuss this matter with my wife. I beg your pardon for my inability to agree at this moment." Upon hearing this, a few individuals emitted disdainful snorts. For many families yearned to wed their daughters into the protecting nation duke's family, and here was Lord Yunyang, hesitating. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. If there is no objection after this period, I shall bestow the marriage," the emperor declared. Though he wished to issue the decree immediately, he was, after all, the ruler of a nation and could not appear too biased. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xin Jiayan replied, suppressing a smile as he returned the gesture of respect. Chapter 21. Barbecue. With utmost respect, the Duke of Yunyang, despite his displeasure, could not disregard the emperor's authority and thus accepted the imperial decree with gratitude. However, should Lady Zhao Zhao express her unwillingness regarding the marriage, he would resolutely refuse to comply. In the presence of esteemed families, Xin Jiayan formally sought the hand of Lu Zhao Zhao, and the emperor graciously consented to bestow their union. To the onlookers, the marriage between the Duke of Yunyang's household and the Duke of Hugua's family appeared to be an undeniable certainty. Many young ladies were left in sorrow, while numerous young men lamented their missed opportunities to propose earlier. Xue Jiqing, fully aware of his inferiority to Xin Jiayan in every aspect, could not suppress his clenched fists upon hearing the news of her impending marriage. For the first time in his life, he felt a surge of unwillingness. Madame Xia observed Lu Zhao Zhao, who kept her head bowed with flushed ears, and understood the gravity of the situation. A daughter's marriage signifies a lifetime commitment to her husband. If she were to choose poorly, her life would be fraught with suffering. When the Duke of Yunyang was imprisoned, Xin Jiayan did not take advantage of the situation, but rather devoted himself to clearing Zhonghuai's name, demonstrating his noble character. Zhongling Mountain lies several dozen miles from the capital, making it customary for everyone to spend the night there during the autumn hunt. As darkness fell, bonfires were lit around them. Lu Zhao Zhao, Lu Zhaoyu, Jianing, and Xue Baozhu sat in a circle, with Xue Baozhu brushing oil onto a succulent leg of lamb. The meat, once roasted, released an enticing aroma, and Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at it with shining eyes. "Zhao Zhao, how can you still think about food?" Jianing gently nudged her, speaking softly. Seeing Jianing's excited expression, Lu Zhao Zhao understood her unspoken question. "Ning Ning, I truly do not comprehend what is happening. Just before today, your cousin seemed indifferent towards me." Jianing stifled a giggle, playfully tapping Lu Zhao Zhao's forehead. "Zhao Zhao, have you never noticed that my cousin has feelings for you?" "I have considered it, but he has never admitted to it." Lu Zhao Zhao shrugged helplessly. Since she was 13, she had pursued him relentlessly, yet he remained unresponsive. She wondered what had changed today. "He's just stubborn, Zhao Zhao. Once you marry my cousin, you will become my sister-in-law." The thought made Jia Ning's eyes sparkle with delight. The prospect of her close friend becoming her sister-in-law was amusing. "But I have not agreed to anything yet," she mused, finally feeling empowered after all these years. "Come now, with a face like his, who could resist? If you don't marry him, would you truly be able to let him go?" Jia Ning teased, a playful smile on her lips. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, their whispered exchanges went unheard by Lu Zhaoyu, who expressed her concern. "Zhao Zhao, do you truly wish for this marriage? If you do not, I will speak to mother." It was understandable for her to worry, as those around Lu Zhao Zhao believed there was tension between her and Xin Jiayan. "Rest assured, sister-in-law. Zhao Zhao is undoubtedly willing." Jia Ning laughed heartily. "Ning Ning." Lu Zhao Zhao felt slightly embarrassed, although she had a thick skin. It was only when it came to Xin Jiayan. Lu Zhaoyu observed her shy demeanor and understood that as long as her sister was content, that was enough. "Jianing, what brings you such joy? Pray, share it with your elder brother," the fourth prince remarked, walking alongside Xin Jiayan towards them. Although he addressed Jianing, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Zhaoyu as he casually took a seat beside her. "Your Highness," Xue Baozhu said, rising to pay her respects. "Please, be seated." The fourth prince gestured nonchalantly. Xin Jiayan naturally settled next to Lu Zhao Zhao, producing a fragrant roasted rabbit from behind and softly offering it to her, saying, Here, for you. With the enticing aroma of the roasted rabbit wafting towards her, Zhao Zhao found it difficult to decline. Just as she reached out to accept it, he withdrew it playfully. Xinjiayan. The rabbit slipped away. Zhao Zhao exclaimed in a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Xinjiayan chuckled softly, tearing off a leg and holding it towards her mouth with a tender smile. No need to raise your voice. I can't hear you. Go on, eat. After receiving it, Zhao Zhao took a fierce bite, her eyes narrowing in delight. This is utterly delicious. Dear cousin, you are quite biased, are you not? You are not even wed yet, and it seems you can see no one else. You were not like this before, Jining remarked, pouting. Jining, your cousin has finally won over a wife. Should you scare her away with your words? Be wary of our aunt's wrath, the fourth prince teased. Then rose to slice some lamb leg meat, offering it to Lu Xiaoyu. Thank you, your highness, Lu Xiaoyu replied softly, though a hint of melancholy flickered in the fourth prince's eyes. When would she cease to be so formal with him? Brother, if you continue to bully me, I shall take up residence in your manor with my sister-in-law. Jining threatened with a mischievous grin. Lu Zhao merely smirked. Such a threat did not faze him. For the fourth prince's manor housed more than just her, but also a secondary consort and several maidservants. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince placed the lamb before Jining, playfully chiding. Hurry and eat. Perhaps that will keep your mouth busy. My manor has no space for you. How stingy, Jining retorted before happily digging into her meal. As Lu Zhao gnawed on the rabbit leg, she glanced up to see Shui Baozhu looking somewhat uncomfortable across from her. She instinctively turned to Xinjiayan, extending her hand. I would like more. Noticing she had finished her portion and occasionally glanced towards the Shui girl, Xinjiayan discerned her intentions. Tear it yourself, he said. Holding the rabbit, Lu Zhao looked up at him in confusion. Had he suddenly become reserved again? She tore off another rabbit leg and offered it to Shui Baozhu. Baozhu. Do try this, it's quite delectable. Shui Baozhu gladly accepted it. Today, witnessing how the people of the Yunyang Marquis manor treated Zhao Zhao, she finally understood why Lu Zhao possessed such genuine and pure character. When the Marquis learned of the emperor's intentions, he did not rush to accept the honor for wealth and status. Rather, his foremost concern was whether his sister was willing. No wonder that Xiao Yuro always seethed with jealousy when speaking of Zhao Zhao. Even she couldn't help but feel envious. Ningning, would you care for a drink? Lu Zhao asked, her face beaming with joy. All right, wait for me. Father has brought a jar of plum wine brewed by mother herself. I shall fetch it. With that, she hurried towards the main tent, accompanied by her trusted maid. Still daring to indulge in wine? Xinjiayan inquired with a light chuckle. Lu Zhao paused momentarily, then recalled the incident from the last birthday banquet of Jining. She huffed softly and murmured, as long as you do not take advantage of me and refuse to acknowledge it. Xinjiayan, with his keen hearing, certainly caught her words. If she were willing, he would carry her back to the Duke of Guo's residence tomorrow in a grand sedan chair. After a while, Jining returned with someone in tow, who was holding a jar of wine. Upon recognizing the person behind Jining, Shui Baozhu called out, Second brother, what brings you here? Jining took a seat and replied, I happened to run into young Master Shui on my way back. He said he was looking for you. Shui Jiqing glanced at Lu Zhao and Xinjiayan seated together, then turned his head slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Mother has been worried about your absence and asked me to come find you. Chapter 22, a clash of which Shui Baozhu was not foolish. She was well aware that her mother had never truly cared for her. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by her elder brother and second brother, particularly the latter, who remained infatuated with Zhao Zhao. Young Master Shui, since you are here, do take a seat, she said, her understanding evident to Xinjiayan, who maintained a composed demeanor. Master Shun's hospitality is most gracious, and I shall not decline, replied young Master Shui as he settled beside Shui Baozhu. Lu Zhao lifted the glass of plum wine she had poured and began to savor it slowly. The sweet and sour flavor was delightful. Observing her consume it eagerly, Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Zhao, do drink less. It's fine, dear elder sister. My tolerance for alcohol is quite robust, Lu Zhao boasted unabashedly. This provoked a light laugh from Xinjiayan, earning him a fierce glare from Lu Zhao. You mustn't laugh, she admonished. He obediently stifled his laughter, raising an eyebrow in her direction, while Lu Zhao returned to sipping her wine. Ever since taking a seat, Shui Jiqing's gaze had been fixed on Lu Zhao. He yearned to confess his affections, vowing to cherish her if she would have him. Yet, witnessing Xinjiayan's overt fondness for her left him feeling inadequate. Ning. I feel a bit dizzy. I must return to rest. Lu Zhao, fearing she might truly become inebriated, staggered to her feet. In a protective instinct, Xinjiayan promptly rose to support her shoulder, enveloping her in his embrace. Master Shun, you and Miss Lu are not yet betrothed. This behavior lacks gentlemanly decorum. Xue Jiqing reproached, his eyes fixed on Sun Jiayan's hand. Huh, Sun Jiayan scoffed, glancing at the drowsy Lu Zhao Zhao. He lowered his voice, addressing Xue Jiqing. Young Master Xue, rather than concerning yourself with my future fiancé Yi and me, you would do better to focus on self-improvement. One ought not to become a mere pedant, lost in antiquated philosophies. Sun Jiayan's words were often blunt, yet he spoke a truth that could not be denied. Xue Jiqing, despite having participated in the imperial examinations, had produced nothing of substantial merit, his eloquent prose remaining unfruitful. Lu Zhaoyu, observing her sister nestled in Sun Jiayan's arms and on the brink of slumber, felt a twinge of helplessness. However, she took solace in the fact that the two were soon to be engaged. The Yunyang Marquis was not a family given to rigid conventions and would not be perturbed by such trifles. She approached Lu Zhao Zhao and softly inquired, Zhao Zhao, are you well? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Elder sister, I am sleepy and wish to rest, she murmured, attempting to lean into Lu Zhaoyu's embrace. But Sun Jiayan held her firmly in place. Jiayan, would you kindly assist me in escorting Zhao Zhao home? While she trusted Sun Jiayan's character, she could not bring herself to leave her intoxicated sister solely in his care, given that they were not yet wed. There is no need for formalities, cousin, he replied softly. Your Highness, I shall take my leave to escort Zhao Zhao home, Lu Zhaoyu said, turning to the fourth prince with a curtsy. I will accompany you, the fourth prince declared, seizing the opportunity for a private moment with his future bride. Lu Zhaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Madame Xie, upon seeing Sun Jiayan supporting her daughter as they returned, was momentarily taken aback. However, relief washed over her when she spotted Lu Zhaoyu and the fourth prince behind them. She instructed Fang Zhu and Liuli to assist Lu Zhao Zhao onto the couch. The mother-in-law, the fourth prince, clasped his hands and said, Aunt, I shall take my leave now and will visit with my mother on a later date. Sun Jiayan's words were unmistakable. It was only through a formal engagement that Princess Jingru would personally pay a visit. Very well, Xie replied softly. She was not one to be coy or pretentious. Since her daughter was willing, she would not obstruct her. Mother, although Zhao Zhao has had a bit to drink, it should be of no great concern, Lu Zhaoyu explained, fearing that Lu Zhao Zhao might awaken to reprimands. As her mother, how could I be unaware? Xie chuckled. Rest assured, it is getting late. You should return and rest. After Lu Zhaoyu respectfully bowed to Xie, she departed alongside the fourth prince. Xie watched her eldest daughter's retreating figure with a twinge of sorrow. Her daughter was admirable in every way, yet she adhered too rigidly to decorum, never allowing herself the freedom of spontaneity. Each time she pondered this matter, guilt would inevitably surface within Xie's heart. At the time, the Yunyang Marquis did not hold the prominence it does now. The late Marquis Yunyang had two sons. The eldest, Lu Zhonghuai, is the current Marquis, while the second son, Lu Zhongyong, is absent from the capital. When Lu Zhonghuai was still the heir apparent, Xie had just given birth to Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Jinro. With sudden conflicts arising at the borders, Lu Zhonghuai had to accompany the elder Marquis to the battlefield, leaving Xie to manage household affairs alone. Thus, the siblings were entrusted to her mother-in-law's care. This circumstance contributed to Lu Zhaoyu's character being distinct from Lu Zhaoran and Lu Zhao Zhao. With a sigh, Xie turned and entered the tent. The past could not be altered. Now, she only hoped for the continued stability of the Yunyang Marquis, wishing for Zhaoyu's life to improve, so that she would not be subjected to bullying. Upon returning with the fourth prince, Lu Zhaoyu loosened her outer garments, removed her hairpins, and took a cloth from a maid to cleanse her face before instructing the maid to leave. She approached the fourth prince and naturally assisted him in loosening his clothing. The fourth prince held her slightly cold hand and gently said, Allow me. You should rest first. Lu Zhaoyu replied softly, then lay down properly and closed her eyes. The fourth prince, somewhat resigned, casually unfastened his clothes and laid down in his undergarments, listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing beside him. He wrapped his arm around her waist and spoke. Ayu, let us converse. Lu Zhaoyu, opening her eyes with a hint of reluctance, asked, What would your highness like to discuss? Your temperament is entirely different from Zhao Zhao's, the fourth prince remarked, observing her expression. Mentioning Lu Zhao Zhao brought a smile to her face as she replied gently, Zhao Zhao is the youngest in our family, cherished by our parents and protected by us elder siblings. So she naturally feels free to act as she wishes. However, despite her childlike nature, she is sincere and kind-hearted, never engaging in inappropriate behavior. Ayu, as my princess consort, you should also embrace a more carefree existence and not constrain yourself too much, the fourth prince stated earnestly. Your Highness, while I am the princess consort, our household also has a secondary consort, so I must set a proper example. Your Highness, Lu Zhaoyu exclaimed, gazing at the approaching Qi Mu. Call me husband. The fourth prince, unwilling to hear the name of another, leaned down to seal her lips with his own. The following morning, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen were escorted back to the palace by the imperial guard, while the ministers returned to their residences with their families. Lu Zhao Zhao, having indulged in plum wine the previous evening, though not intoxicated, felt a sense of haziness as she sat in the carriage. Madame Xie had already relayed the matters concerning Lu Zhao Zhao and Shun Jiayan to the Marquis of Yunyang. He gazed at Shun Jiayan, whom he once regarded as youthful and promising, now finding him increasingly displeasing. Shun Jiayan, acutely aware of the Marquis's unfriendly gaze, understood that to wed the jewel of his family, he must endure some hardships. He respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed, "Uncle Lu." "Humph. The emperor has yet to issue a decree. There is no need for young Master Shin to be so familiar," the Marquis of Yunyang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayan merely smiled, while Madame Xie helplessly called out, "Marquis, it is time to return home." Upon hearing his wife's voice, the Marquis reluctantly mounted his horse. Shun Jiayan quietly followed behind in his own steed, until he witnessed Lu Zhao Zhao being assisted into the Marquis of Yunyang's residence. Chapter 23. The bestowal of marriage by the decree of heaven. The emperor proclaims, the third daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, Lu Zhao Zhao, possesses an esteemed lineage. Characterized by her gentle disposition and prudent nature, distinguished in both appearance and virtue. In accordance with the compassionate edict of the Empress Dowager, she is hereby granted in marriage to the heir of the Duke of Protecting the Nation, Shun Jiayan. A propitious date for their union shall be selected. Thus it is decreed. Lady Lu, accept the decree. Today, the message is delivered by Lu Gonggong, who serves closely beside the emperor. Highlighting the significance the sovereign places upon this union. I express my deepest gratitude for your majesty's benevolence. Lu Zhao Zhao humbly bows to receive the decree. Duke Lu. This marriage is personally bestowed by the emperor, a singular honor in the capital. Young Master Shun is of noble character and boundless prospects. Your third daughter is truly fortunate. Lu Gonggong remarked with a smile. Please, Gonggong, do come inside for a cup of tea. Duke Yunyang gestured invitingly. Now that Lady Lu becomes the future wife of the heir to the Duke of Protecting the Nation, and a daughter-in-law to the esteemed Princess Jingru, the Duke of Yunyang's fortunes will surely rise alongside hers. Lu Gonggong graciously accepted the invitation, saying, I shall not be impolite given your hospitality. After enjoying a cup of tea, Lu Gonggong rose to take his leave, saying, Duke Lu, I have other matters to attend to at court, so I must not linger. Safe travels, Gonggong. Duke Yunyang escorted Lu Gonggong from the estate, returning with a frown. Observing his displeasure, Lady Xie sipped her tea and cheerfully inquired, My lord, what troubles you? This is a marriage personally granted by the emperor. Is there something amiss? Duke Yunyang, seeing the pleased expressions of his wife and daughter, sat down and expressed his frustration. This truly benefits that insufferable lad. Father, Zhao Zhao is still young. The emperor has merely bestowed a marriage. No wedding date has been set, and when it occurs is entirely up to you and mother, Lu Jinrong interjected, harboring a cunning thought that Shun Jiayan should not easily achieve his desire to marry his sister. What you say is correct, my lady. We shall delay this for another 2 or 3 years. Duke Yunyang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Lu Zhao Zhao is his and Xu Xian's youngest child. Naturally, he wishes for her to remain under their care a while longer. My lord, your words seem rather childish. While Zhao Zhao may be young, Shun Jiayan is already 21. We may wait, but can the Duke of Protecting the Nation and Princess Jingru afford to do so? Can the emperor? Lady Xie laughed softly and shook her head. Mother, I am not in a hurry to marry, Lu Zhao Zhao quietly stated, glancing at her visibly troubled father. However, Shun Jiayan may be rather eager to wed. Lady Xie teased. Mother, my lord, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence is merely 2 streets away from ours. Even if Zhao Zhao marries, she can return home at any time. Though Lady Xie is reluctant to see her daughter wed so soon, she understands that neither she nor Duke Yunyang can protect her forever. She must ultimately find a suitable husband. Humph. Duke Yunyang let out a dissatisfied huff. At the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence, Duke Xinqingzhou and Princess Jingru sat together, exchanging amused glances at the visibly anxious Shun Jiayan across from them. Father, mother, is it so amusing? Shun Jiayan said with a hint of helplessness. This morning, the emperor issued a decree for marriage, and this afternoon, our family is already proposing. This is truly unprecedented in the entire capital. The Duke of the Protectorate remarked, glancing towards Princess Jingru. Before Princess Jingru could respond, Shun Jiayan teased his father. Father, I have heard that you two fell in love at first sight with my mother, and it is said that you nearly caused grandfather to faint in your quest to marry her. You rascal, how dare you expose your father's secrets? The Duke of the Protectorate huffed, narrowing his eyes. Princess Jingru stifled a laugh, recalling the tale of her courtship with the Duke. Back when he was still the heir, Xin Qingzhou fell for Princess Jingru at a banquet and boldly proposed, much to the delight of the late emperor. After all, the princess marrying into the military family would not only bring constraints to the duke's household but also safeguard the military symbol, achieving dual benefits. However, upon returning home, Xin Qingzhou received a thorough reprimanding. Marrying a princess meant he had to exercise utmost caution. Yet, despite enduring a beating, he remained resolute. In the end, the matriarch could no longer bear to watch and consented. Fortunately, their love has only grown stronger over the years, making the punishment worthwhile. Alas, now that your son has finally found a cherished lady, let him pursue his desires, Princess Jingru said with a gentle smile. Very well, then I shall trouble you. My lady. The Duke of the Protectorate shot a glare at Xin Jiayan before turning to Princess Jingru, speaking softly. Traditionally, it is unnecessary for her to visit in person. Yet seeing how earnest he is towards the young lady, and given her acquaintance with the CF family, she naturally must pay a visit to propose. Princess Jingru jested. Thankfully, I have already prepared the betrothal gifts, eagerly awaiting the bride's arrival. Mother Xie, I shall change into proper attire and accompany mother for the visit. Xin Jiayan announced as he rose. You are going too? The Duke of the Protectorate found it difficult to watch his son display such lack of dignity. This unabashed demeanor of his is indeed a stark contrast to his younger self. I must go, Xin Jiayan replied with firm conviction. Go on, go quickly. Your presence is irksome, the Duke of the Protectorate said in exasperation, foreseeing that his son would surely become henpecked in the future. Princess Jingru, accompanied by her maidens, began to tally the betrothal gifts, even adding a set of ruby jewelry, a royal gift from the late emperor for her wedding. Dressed in splendid attire, Princess Jingru was assisted into the carriage by Xin Jiayan. Today, he wore a vibrant red outfit, enhancing his already striking presence. While behind them was a grand procession of betrothal gifts, a magnificent sight. The entire street was filled with onlookers. After all, this spectacle rivaled that of a prince's wedding. In this era of peace, the populace delighted in witnessing such joyful occasions, with many speculating, which young master is marrying. This display is simply extravagant. Who could it be? Just look at that carriage. It's clearly from the Duke of the Protectorate's household. Xin Jiayan's mother is none other than Her Highness, the princess, whose status is only secondary to that of a prince, so the grandeur is certainly justified. One cannot help but wonder which fortunate maiden has captured such attention. Disregarding all else, in terms of beauty, she surely surpasses all the young men in the capital, including the esteemed Master Xin. A somewhat portly matron, munching on seeds, remarked, eliciting peals of laughter from those around her. Seated upon his steed, Xin Jiayan undoubtedly overheard their words. He silently curled the corners of his lips, resolute in his desire for Lu Zhao Zhao. Regardless of her reasons for marrying him, she would inevitably become his wife. In this lifetime, she alone would suffice for him. Chapter 24. The betrothal. As the servants reported the arrival of visitors from the Duke of Protection's residence, Xie was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the betrothal gifts would arrive so swiftly after receiving the imperial decree that morning. However, it was only proper for her to welcome Her Royal Highness, the princess, personally. She stepped forward and, adhering to etiquette, bowed gracefully, saying, I greet your highness, the princess. Although Princess Jingru and Xie were merely acquaintances, the bond between the Duke of Yunyang and the Duke of Protection, formed on the battlefield, had forged a deep friendship. With their families soon to be united, there was no need for the princess to maintain an air of superiority. She quickly approached Xie, gently assisting her upright, and spoke softly, Madam, please rise. Today, I come as Jiayan's mother to seek your family's consent for the marriage. Mother, Xin Jiayan respectfully offered his greetings. Xie nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Princess Jingru, saying, Your Highness, please come inside for a brief conversation. Outside the Duke of Yunyang's residence, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered, witnessing the continuous arrival of bridal gifts. They soon understood that the Duke of Protection was seeking to marry one of the young ladies from the Duke of Yunyang's family. And it was evident who that lady would be, as Lu Zhao Zhao was the only unmarried daughter in the household. Princess Jingru followed Xie into the Furong courtyard, while Xin Jiayan chose to stand beside his mother rather than sit down. Xie instructed Fangzhu to serve tea, and as she took a delicate sip, she began, Madam, the Duke of Protection's visit today is rather abrupt. We should have taken a few days to prepare properly before seeking a marriage proposal. However, my son cannot bear to wait another day. The betrothal gifts have been prepared well in advance. Xin Jiayan, undeterred by the unexpectedness of the situation, stepped forward confidently and said, And this marriage was personally requested from His Majesty. Today, in the presence of you and my mother, I vow that I, Xin Jiayan, shall take only Lu Zhao Zhao as my wife, never to take a second. Should I go against this promise, may I meet a dire fate. Though Xie could sense his affection for Zhao Zhao, she was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. In the capital, families like the Duke of Yunyang, who did not take concubines, were indeed rare. She believed that a man of Xinjiayan's stature would not resort to deceit, especially now that the imperial decree had been issued, which they could not oppose. Turning to gauge Princess Jingru's reaction, Xie found no displeasure in her expression. Instead, there was a hint of satisfaction. The princess spoke reassuringly. Madam, rest assured that once Zhao Zhao marries into the Duke of Protection's family, she shall be the future mistress of the household. I shall never impose my royal status upon her. Princess Jingru, the beloved sister of the current emperor and the sole daughter of the late emperor and empress dowager, held a position of immense prestige. With such a promise made, Xie felt no discontent. She straightened herself and replied, with your highness's assurance, I have nothing to worry about. Zhao Zhao is still young. Should there be any issues in the future, I hope your highness will be understanding. You are too modest, madam. Who in the capital does not know of the unparalleled beauty and talent of the third daughter of the Duke of Yunyang? I am eager to see what kind of young lady has captured the heart of my discerning son. As she spoke, she glanced at Xun Jiayan with a smile, genuinely curious about the young lady who had so deeply enamored him. Fangzhu, please go and invite the third young lady to join us. Xie turned to Fangzhu beside her and said, Yes, my lady. Fangzhu curtsied and then made her way towards the Haitang courtyard. In the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao was nestled on a small couch, taking a brief rest. Luli gently knocked on the door and called softly, Miss, Sister Fangzhu has arrived. Lu Zhao slowly opened her eyes, adjusted her dress, and opened the door, rubbing her eyes as she quietly inquired, Sister Fangzhu, does my mother have any instructions? Third Miss, Princess Jingru and young Master Shin have come. My lady requests your presence. The princess? Lu Zhao had just risen and was still a bit dazed, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Third Miss, the princess is here to present the betrothal gifts. Fangzhu, noticing her confusion, suppressed a smile and reminded her. But it is no wonder that young Master Shin is anxious. Many young men have their hearts set on our third Mississippi. Lu Zhao suddenly recalled her engagement to Xin Jiayan, which was indeed a decree from the emperor. Luli, assist the third miss with her adornments, Fangzhu instructed. Although Luli was merely a maid, she understood the significance of the day. She crafted an exquisite makeup look for Lu Zhao, pinning a golden begonia flower hair ornament in her hairstyle, which beautifully complemented the pearl earrings adorning her fair earlobes. Luli, this makeup seems rather heavy, Lu Zhao remarked, observing her reflection in the bronze mirror, her beauty appearing increasingly radiant. She seldom wore makeup, hence felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. My lady, you are inherently beautiful. Even a casual adornment makes you look like a celestial being, Luli jested. Impertinent, she playfully swatted at Luli. My lady, if you doubt my words, you may inquire with Pearl and Sister Fangzhu. Pearl nodded repeatedly in admiration, while Fangzhu chuckled. Third Miss, you look splendid. Let us be on our way. Lu Zhao rose, smoothing her begonia-colored wide-sleeved dress, and softly said, Let us go. The Haiding courtyard was not far from the Furong courtyard. As they walked, Lu Zhao suddenly realized that if she were to marry Xin Jiayan in the future, her mother-in-law would be a princess. Historically, mothers-in-law have often posed challenges for their daughters-in-law. If it were anyone else, she would not be afraid, but this was a princess. Offending her could implicate her father and mother. At this thought, she felt a twinge of regret. Entering the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao walked gracefully, the hair ornament swaying with her movements. She approached and bowed, saying, Mother. Xie rose to introduce her. Zhao, come meet her highness the princess. Lu Zhao turned. Bowing elegantly, this humble daughter pays her respects to her highness the princess. From the moment Lu Zhao entered, both Princess Jingru and Xin Jiayan's gazes were fixed upon her. The princess beheld the young lady before her, with a graceful figure and exquisite beauty. Her clear eyes instantly evoked a sense of delight. Even she was momentarily taken aback, stealing a glance at Xin Jiayan's joyful expression, unable to resist exclaiming, This young man truly has discerning taste. So this is Zhao. She is truly well-behaved. Please rise, she said warmly, assisting Lu Zhao to her feet. Lu Zhao gazed at the gentlewoman before her, momentarily lost in thought. Although she had heard from Ning about her aunt being an exceptionally reasonable person, she had not anticipated such warmth. Princess Jingru took Lu Zhao by the hand and urged her to sit down, while Xin Jiayan settled beside her. She discreetly turned her head to observe him, only to find their eyes locked, compelling her to quickly avert her gaze in the presence of elders to maintain her demure demeanor. Madame Xie and Princess Jingru exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Given that this was a betrothal, only the auspicious date and the wedding ceremony remained to be arranged. Madam, I intend to consult the Bureau of Astronomy to select a propitious date. Do you have any preferences? Princess Jingru inquired. The lady of the house has no objections. Madame Xie replied with a smile. However, this year feels somewhat rushed, and we are not adequately prepared. She continued. Lu Zhao Zhao has only just reached the age of maturity. She is still quite young. Should she marry now and conceive, it may jeopardize her health. As her mother, I cannot bear to see my daughter face any risks. Being a woman herself, Princess Jingru understood the underlying concerns without the need for explicit explanation. She gently reassured, Madam, rest assured, I shall instruct the Bureau of Astronomy to set the wedding date for next year. Madame Xie expressed her gratitude to the princess. Chapter 25. Refusal. Lu Zhao Zhao lowered her head, listening to their conversation. She was truly about to marry Shen Jiayan, and a triumphant smile crept across her face. Shen Jiayan gazed at the curve of her lips, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Everything was negotiable and stable, and Princess Jingru and Shen Jiayan soon took their leave. Observing his reluctant gaze, Princess Jingru could only smile wryly, saying, Do not look so forlorn, your bride will not flee. Madame Xie surveyed the courtyard filled with bridal gifts and smiled. After all, no mother could remain displeased upon seeing her daughter treated so well. One particular box caught her attention. She gently lifted it and opened it to reveal a set of ruby hair ornaments, which bore a craftsmanship not typical of common folk. Picking up one of the hairpins, she scrutinized it closely and realized that this set must have originated from the palace, likely a gift from the emperor. She closed the lid and turned to say, Feng Zhu, have these bridal gifts properly stored in the treasury, and take care of this set of hair ornaments as well. Yes, madam. Ultimately, the date for their wedding was set for next March, leaving a span of 6 months. However, in a single day, the entire capital buzzed with the news of the alliance between the Duke of Guoguang's residence and the Marquis of Yunyang's family. At the residence of the Marquis of Chongping, Madame Chongping observed Xue Jiqing's despondent demeanor and reprimanded him. Jiqing, is a mere woman truly worth such sorrow? Xue Jiqing managed a bitter smile. Throughout his life, he had been the obedient and sensible son, never once living according to his own desires. From the moment he first laid eyes on Lu Zhao Zhao, he wondered how such a radiant young woman could exist, only to realize it was all a fleeting dream. He raised his gaze to Madame Chongping, for the first time expressing words of defiance. Mother, when the Marquis of Yunyang fell into misfortune, why did you not extend a helping hand? Is power truly so paramount in your heart? Madame Chongping stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. After a considerable pause, she scolded him sternly. Jiqing, are you questioning your mother? How dare you utter such unfilial words for a mere woman? Upon learning of Lu Zhao Zhao's engagement, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy. Knowing her opportunity had arrived, she stepped forward, gently supporting the furious Madame Chongping, and said softly, Aunt, Cousin Jiqing is merely momentarily heartbroken. After all, Miss Lu possesses exceptional beauty, rare among women. This remark did not quell Madame Chongping's anger. Instead, it reinforced her belief that Lu Zhao Zhao was a femme fatale, ensnaring her son's affections. Cousin, temper your words. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu, Xue Jiqing retorted before turning to leave. Jiqing, Aunt, please do not be angry. Take care of your health. Zhou Yuan assisted her in sitting down and handed her a cup of tea. Madame Chongping took the cup, reflecting on how her obedient son dared to speak out against her for Lu Zhao Zhao. With a loud crash, she slammed the cup onto the table, scalding tea splattering onto Zhou Yuan's hand, causing her to wince. That Lu Zhao Zhao is indeed a restless spirit. Thankfully, she was not married into our family, or she would have caused chaos. Madame Chongping remarked with displeasure. Indeed, Aunt speaks wisely, Zhou Yuan replied demurely. There are so many young ladies in this capital. I refuse to believe we cannot find one better than her. After speaking, she stood up and exited, leaving Zhou Yuan behind with clenched fists, her gaze darkening momentarily. Xue Jiqing wandered until he reached the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, his mind drifting as he realized he had lost his chance. A sense of unwillingness gripped him. If only he had not been so cowardly, perhaps he could have wed the woman of his dreams. He let out a self-deprecating smile, about to turn away when he noticed Lu Zhao Zhao emerging with her maid. Miss Lu, he called out, unable to suppress his inner thoughts as he approached her. Today, Lu Zhao Zhao had pleaded with her mother for a long time before being allowed to step out, and she was somewhat surprised to see Xue Jiqing. Mr. Xue, what brings you here? Miss Lu, I have something I wish to discuss with you, he said urgently, fearing that if he did not speak now, he might never have the opportunity again. Mr. Xue, please speak plainly, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly. She was perceptive enough to discern his feelings. Yet, even if she could not marry Shen Jiayan, she would never consider marrying him either. Although Xue Jiqing was not a bad person, to her, he was not a suitable match. I like you, he confessed. At this, Liu Li and Jinju immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Lu Zhao Zhao. Taken aback by Xue Jiqing's apparent lack of decorum despite his genteel appearance, their young lady was already betrothed. I apologize, Miss Lu, for my indiscretion, Xue Jiqing said hastily, noticing the displeasure in her eyes. Mr. Xue, if you are aware of your rudeness, you ought to manage your actions and words better. Shen Jiayan's voice rang out from behind. With a swift dismount, Shen Jiayan seized Lu Zhaozhao's wrist without regard for others. She glanced down at his hand but did not pull away. Mr. Xue, I am already betrothed. There is no need for such declarations in the future. Lu Zhaozhao stated calmly. Miss Lu, I apologize for the interruption, Xue Jiqing remarked, observing the pair together, appearing as a perfect couple, which only served to heighten his own embarrassment. He turned and stumbled away. Lu Zhaozhao shook her head at his retreating figure and gently patted Shen Jiayan's hand still gripping her wrist, saying helplessly, He's gone. Let go of me. However, he did not release her. Instead, he lifted her onto the horse and mounted behind her, enveloping her in his embrace. Where are you taking me, Shen Jiayan? Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhaozhao, I am not in a good mood. It would be wise for you to comply. He tightened his hold around her waist. Understanding that he would not harm her, she refrained from struggling, and a smile unconsciously broke across her face at the thought of his rare moments of cheerfulness. Miss. Liuli cried out in distress as Lu Zhaozhao was carried away. Liuli, stop calling out. That is young Master Shen, the future son-in-law. He will not harm her. Jinju reassured her. Yes, you're right. I panicked and forgot. Liuli sighed in relief. Upon reaching the entrance of the drunken, immortal pavilion, Shen Jiayan gently dismounted with Lu Zhaozhao in his arms, guiding her inside. The proprietor promptly approached. Greetings, young Master Shen. Upon noticing that he still held Lu Zhaozhao's hand, the proprietor momentarily hesitated, but then recalled the rumors circulating in the capital regarding their engagement, and thus understood. Miss Lu. A private room? Without further ado, Shen Jiayan commanded. Yes, please. Understood. Please follow me upstairs, the proprietor replied promptly, leading the way. Shen Jiayan ushered Lu Zhaozhao into the private chamber, shutting the door with a decisive motion. His gaze upon Lu Zhaozhao was laden with ambiguous emotions, a blend of jealousy and unease. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled softly and remarked, Shen Jiayan, may I interpret that expression as a sign of your jealousy? To unsettle the usually composed young Master Shen is no small feat. Indeed. Chapter 26. Rising Temperatures. Lu Zhaozhao. As Shen Jiayan recalled Xue Jiqing's gaze upon her, he felt an overwhelming desire to conceal her away, for he knew not how many young men in the capital resembled Xue Jiqing. Young Master Shen, I can hear you. There is no need to shout. Please, remain calm, she said, rising to gently pat his shoulder with a smile. Lu Zhaozhao, in the future, keep your distance from anyone with the surname Xue. He is not a good man. Shen Jiayan's serious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhaozhao. In his eyes, it seemed that apart from himself, there were scarcely any virtuous souls in this world. Did you hear that? Shen Jiayan said, deliberately adopting a stern expression. Shen Jiayan, we are not yet wed, and you are already attempting to dictate my actions? Should we marry, would that mean I must heed your every word? Lu Zhaozhao leaned closer and teased him. Shen Jiayan, gazing at her crimson lips so near, forced himself to avert his eyes as he replied in a hushed tone. Aside from this matter, I shall comply with your wishes. Is that truly the case? Lu Zhaozhao inquired, playfully turning his face back to hers. Indeed, he affirmed, guiding her to sit down. Shen Jiayan, what brings you to my doorstep today? Lu Zhaozhao asked, resting her chin upon her hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth. He had made it a habit to pass by the Yunyang Marquis' residence each day, hoping for a chance encounter with her, and today, fortune smiled upon him. I happened to be passing by, he replied nonchalantly. Humph, I believe you not, she muttered softly. What were your intentions today? Shen Jiayan inquired with a light chuckle. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I intended to purchase some jewelry today, and now, due to you, I demand recompense. Lu Zhaozhao pouted playfully, though her tone was tinged with genuine frustration, for her funds were currently with Lu Li, leaving her utterly penniless. Very well, I shall compensate you after our meal. Shen Jiayan ordered several dishes that Lu Zhaozhao favored. Surprised by the spread before her, she noted how their tastes aligned, unaware that he had selected them specifically for her. After dining, Shen Jiayan escorted her to the grandest jewelry store in the capital, Ruyuj. A frequent patron, Lu Zhaozhao was warmly greeted by the store's proprietress, a woman in her 30s. Miss Lu San, welcome. We have many new arrivals. Would you care to take a look? Then let us browse, Lu Zhaozhao replied softly. Of course, please follow me, the proprietress beamed. Though she did not recognize Shen Jiayan, she was well aware of the notable families in the capital, particularly the recent buzz surrounding the alliance between the Duke of Gua and the Yunyang Marquis. Lu Zhaozhao wandered about, examining the wares, while Shen Jiayan quietly followed her. Ultimately, she selected a white jade bangle and a delicate orchid-patterned hairpin. turning to him with a smile. Shen Jiayan retrieved a banknote from his pocket and placed it in her hand. After she made the payment, the proprietress carefully wrapped the jewelry for her. Miss Lu San. Do take care on your way, the proprietress said with a cheerful expression. Shen Jiayan, consider this silver as a loan. I shall return it next time, Lu Zhao Zhao declared. Lu Zhao Zhao, filled with joy as she embraced her newly purchased jewelry, exclaimed, there is no need to repay me. Your happiness is sufficient. Shen Jiayan replied with a slight smile. Lu Zhao Zhao lifted her gaze to scrutinize him. Recently, Shen Jiayan had been excessively amiable. First, he cleared her father's name. Then he proactively sought the emperor's consent for their marriage. And now he had gifted her jewelry. Were it not for his singularly handsome visage, she might have suspected he had been swapped. Perceiving the whirlwind of thoughts in her eyes, Shen Jiayan softly reassured her, rest assured, I am indeed the same person. Come, allow me to escort you home. He accompanied her to her doorstep, watching her enter before turning away. At present, he could only hope for the days to pass swiftly, yearning to bring her into his home. Upon returning to Haitang Courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao discovered that Liu Li and Jinzhu were absent. A maid tidying the courtyard informed her that they had gone to Furong Courtyard. When Lu Zhao Zhao arrived, she was taken aback to find them kneeling at the entrance. Liu Li, Jinzhu, what are you doing? She inquired in astonishment. Xiesher emerged from the house, offering a resigned smile. Ah, you're back. These two girls have truly taken after you, quite headstrong. They insisted on kneeling here, claiming they did not care for you properly. Lu Zhao Zhao hurriedly pulled them up, saying, I'm perfectly fine. Enough of this. Go rest, and don't forget to apply some ointment. You mustn't injure your knees. Miss, please return. They replied in unison. Lu Zhao Zhao, observing their limping gait, felt a pang of helplessness and resolved to have a doctor examine them, with the weather turning cool. They could not afford to leave any lingering ailments. Xiesher, watching Lu Zhao Zhao eat pastries on a small couch, spoke up. Now, tell me what happened. Your two girls are tight-lipped. All they mentioned was that you were taken away by Shen Jiayan. Lu Zhao Zhao took a sip of tea and recounted. As soon as I stepped out, I encountered young Master Shui. To my surprise, he professed his admiration for me, just as Shen Jiayan happened upon us. Xiesher expressed her astonishment. She had always regarded Shui Jiqing favorably, believing him to be a sensible youth. However, now that Zhao Zhao was engaged, his declaration seemed rather thoughtless. If overheard by the wrong ears, it could lead to unwarranted rumors. That young Master Shui lacks discretion, she remarked disapprovingly. What does it matter? During our last boat outing, not only did Baizhu attend, but he also brought his cousin along. Lu Zhao Zhao dismissed. What? His cousin? Why didn't you mention this to me? What is there to discuss? I have no affection for him and no intention of marrying him. It bears no relevance to me. After the last incident, Lu Zhao Zhao discerned that while young Master Shui might be a gentleman, he was too soft-hearted. Particularly in the presence of women, the man she intended to marry must be wholly devoted to her. Oh. My child Xiesher gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, quietly relieved that they had not allied with the Yunyang Marquis family. Shui Jiqing left the residence of the Yunyang Marquis in a state of utter despair. Rather than return home, he sought refuge in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink. By the time his family's servants located him, he had succumbed to inebriation, sprawled across the table. A few young attendants lifted him and carried him back. Upon seeing him thoroughly intoxicated, the Countess of Chongping wasted no time. She instructed the servants to assist him into his chamber and hurried to the small kitchen to fetch a bowl of sobering soup, which she then administered to him, commanding the attendants to look after him before she departed. As dusk settled, Zhou Yuan appeared at Shui Jiqing's door, holding a bowl of nourishing porridge. The attendants greeted her promptly, saying, Miss Zhou. She replied, I heard my cousin is inebriated, so I specially prepared this porridge for him. The two young servants exchanged glances. And one, summoning his courage, remarked, Miss Zhou, the young master has yet to awaken. Perhaps you might wait until he stirs. Zhou Yuan let out a cold laugh. With no one else present, she cast aside her usual delicate demeanor and, with an air of authority, declared, I have merely come to deliver a bowl of porridge to my cousin. Am I required to summon the countess to gain entry? The servant, taken aback, quickly lowered his head and replied, I would not dare. He then stepped aside, allowing Zhou Yuan to enter, after which she turned and closed the door behind her. Chapter 27. Schemes. Zhou Yuan placed the porridge on the table and turned to walk towards Shui Jiqing. She gradually crouched down, lowering her voice as she called out, Cousin. Lu Zhao Zhao. Shui Jiqing murmured, grasping Zhou Yuan's wrist gently. Hearing him call out Lu Zhao Zhao's name even in his slumber, a flicker of resentment crossed Zhou Yuan's eyes. Why do some individuals inherently possess nobility and receive abundant affection, while she merely yearned for a dignified existence, which seemed so arduous? Gazing at the now inebriated Shui Jiqing, a reckless thought flashed through her mind. Given her current situation, even if her aunt were to find her a match, it would likely be someone of humble origin, destined for a life of misery. Rather than accept such a fate, it would be better to take a daring leap. Resolute, she trembled as she reached for the fastening at her waist, watching her outer garment slip to the ground. A sacrifice of her last semblance of dignity. Yet, compared to the splendor and wealth that awaited her in the decades to come, it was utterly inconsequential. Dressed only in her undergarments, she slowly climbed onto the bed, pulled out the hairpin from her hair, pricking her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bedding. "Cousin, you're hurting me." Outside the door, two young servants exchanged glances at the soft, hesitant sounds emanating from within, and quietly moved away. After all, scandals in prominent families were not uncommon, and they were mere servants, unable to afford to offend anyone. Zhou Yuan gazed down at the slumbering man, laying beside him, resting her head on his shoulder, gradually closing her eyes, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the morning, Shui Baozhu accompanied the wife of Marquis Chomping to visit Shui Jiqing. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Shi immediately sensed an eerie silence. She glanced at the young servant with his head bowed and inquired, "Has the second young master not yet risen?" In response to the lady, "No." The servant replied in a hushed tone. Shui Baozhu felt an unusual tension in the air, observing the young servant's subdued demeanor, and questioned her mother quizzically. "Mother, is it possible that second brother has not sobered up yet?" A sense of unease stirred within the wife of Marquis Chongping, and she made to push open the door. The young servant urgently exclaimed, "Madam." Turning sharply, the lady glared at him, her voice sharp. "Speak. What has happened?" "Madam, last night. Last night Ms. Zhou entered the young master's room and has yet to come out." The servant stammered. "What did you say?" A flash of fury ignited in her eyes as she turned and pushed the door open. Shui Baozhu, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could Zhou Yuan dare to do such a thing? Yet, as an unmarried young lady, she could only stand outside, hesitant to intrude. Zhou Yuan had already awakened upon hearing the wife of Marquis Chomping's voice. With her eyes closed, she feigned sleep, listening as Lin Shi's hurried footsteps grew ever closer. An uncontrollable panic rising within her. Despite Lin Shi being mentally prepared, she found it difficult to suppress her fury upon seeing Zhou Yuan disheveled on the bed. She rushed forward, seizing the strands of her hair. Zhou Yuan winced in pain, her brows furrowing as she opened her eyes to behold the fierce expression on Lin's face. "It," she called softly. With a sharp slap, Lin struck her hard, seething, "Wretched girl, how dare you call me it? I took you in out of kindness. Yet you had the audacity to climb into my son's bed." Shui Jiqing, groggy and disoriented, blinked open his eyes to see Lin standing before him, her demeanor menacing. "Mother, what are you doing here?" he asked in astonishment. Before Lin could respond, Zhou Yuan pitifully uttered, "Cousin." Normally, Shui Jiqing rarely drank, but having indulged excessively the previous night out of sorrow, he struggled to recall the events that transpired. Upon hearing the woman's voice behind him, he turned slowly. And upon recognizing the disheveled Zhou Yuan, he quickly averted his gaze, flustered as he scrambled to gather himself. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" he stammered. "Yesterday evening, I came to bring you congee, but you, inebriated, seized me and refused to let me go, pulling me onto the bed." Zhou Yuan began to weep softly. "Impossible," Shui Jiqing denied vehemently. Although he could not remember, he was certain he would never engage in such outrageous behavior. "Cousin, are you refusing to take responsibility for Yuan?" Lin glared at her seemingly frail niece with disgust, as if she had swallowed a fly. Had Jiqing already taken a wife? It would perhaps be acceptable to take a concubine, but as he remained unmarried, which respectable family would permit their daughter to be wed into such a household? "Zhou Yuan, you claimed Jiqing held on to you, yet a servant was nearby. Are you mute?" Lin, having navigated the intricacies of the household for decades, was not easily deceived by such tactics. "Aunt, I was so frightened at the time that I dared not call for help," Yuan lamented, acutely aware of her family's decline. Realizing even her aunt looked down upon her. In her despair, she thought that perhaps it would be better to end her life. With that, she threw aside the covers and attempted to dash against the wall. Both Lin and Shui Jiqing were startled by her sudden action. Before they could react, Shui Baozhu burst into the room, seizing Zhou Yuan and throwing her to the ground. "If you wish to die, do it outside. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Chongping Marquis household," Lin shouted furiously, just as Zhou Yuan had exposed the bed covers. Shui Jiqing noticed a stain of blood on the bed. Staggering slightly, he wondered if he had indeed committed an unthinkable act in his drunken state. "Aunt, despite everything, I am an innocent young lady. If you refuse to accept me, then I truly have no will to live." Zhou Yuan's tears fell steadily onto the floor, and an uninformed observer might believe she was suffering an immense injustice. Shui Jiqing shook his head with a bitter smile. It was futile. One reaps what one sows. Since he could not marry the woman he loved, it mattered little whom he wed. He draped his outer robe over Zhou Yuan and gently helped her to her feet. saying softly, "I will take responsibility." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's heart leaped with joy, and she struggled to suppress her delight. Lin stepped forward, forcefully shoving Zhou Yuan away, pointing at her in anger. "Isn't it what you desire, to cling to our chomping Marquis household? Very well, then you shall become a concubine for Jiqing." And I. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by Xue Jiqing's willingness, yet Lin's disdain was unyielding. "Do you refuse? Then I shall send you back to your father. And from henceforth, whether you live or die shall depend on your own fortune," Lin threatened. Zhou's mother was not a full sister of Lin, but rather her half-sister. After Zhou's father met with misfortune, Zhou's mother could not withstand the blow and passed away. Lin had initially taken Zhou Yuan into the chomping Marquis's residence solely for the sake of preserving her own reputation for virtue. Now that the Zhou family had long lost anyone to advocate for her, if she were truly sent back, her uncle and aunt would certainly not tolerate her. "Aunt, I am willing to be a concubine for my cousin." Lin scoffed coldly, having expected her to possess more backbone. Indeed, she had taken after her wretched mother. In a frigid tone, she retorted, "If that is the case, mind your tongue. Should any whisper reach the ears of Jicheng before he marries his legitimate wife, do not blame me for my intolerance." "Yes, Yuan understands," she murmured, suppressing all her anguish and resentment. Lin shot her a glare before turning away without a backward glance. Xue Baozhu, too, would not linger any longer. Before departing, she cast a glance at Zhou Yuan, tinged with disdain. They both understood that this was Zhou Yuan's ploy. Yet they were powerless to change the situation. Only the two of them remained in the room. Xue Jiqing spoke softly, "I apologize for yesterday's events. You may return now." Zhou Yuan quietly dressed, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, and gently replied, "Cousin, then I shall take my leave." As she turned her back, Xue Jiqing sighed in despair. Once Zhou Yuan exited the courtyard, she instantly transformed her demeanor. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she thought, "So you all look down upon me, do you? Just wait and see. I shall turn the Chongping Marquis's residence upside down." Chapter 28. Homecoming. Recently, the Xie family has been busy preparing a dowry for Lu Zhao Zhao, who, in turn, has been confined to her room by her mother, Xie Shi. Whether practicing needlework or learning the intricacies of household management and accounts, she finds herself in a state of perpetual drowsiness. "Zhao Zhao," Xie Shi called out, observing her daughter yawning incessantly while holding the account book with heavy eyelids. Lu Zhao Zhao set the book down on the table and pouted. "Mother, may we call it a day? I am utterly exhausted." As a daughter of a prestigious family, Lu Zhao Zhao was raised with the skills of music, chess, painting, and needlework, as well as household management and accounting. After all, young ladies from affluent families are always expected to manage the household, no matter whom they marry. "Very well, we shall conclude our lessons for today," Xie Shi said, putting aside the half-finished tiger head shoes she had been crafting. She took the corrected account book from Lu Zhao Zhao and examined it closely, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Although her daughter had a penchant for taking shortcuts, her intelligence allowed her to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. "Mother, these shoes are truly exquisite," Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, admiring the tiger head shoes. "Your sister-in-law is nearly 4 months pregnant now. Just a few days ago, I received a letter from your elder brother stating that he has set off for the capital. He should be arriving shortly," Xie Shi remarked softly. "That is splendid news." "It has been over half a year since I last saw my brother and sister-in-law," she replied, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy. Lu Jinhua was unlike Lu Jinrong. As the heir to the Yunyang Marquis, he had always been dignified and composed from a young age. Yet, he was exceedingly indulgent with Lu Zhao Zhao, leading her to be quite attached to him during her childhood. "Not only your brother and sister-in-law are returning, but also your second uncle and his family," Xie Shi added in a calm tone. "Second uncle?" Lu Zhao Zhao questioned. For the second branch of the family had left the capital for an official appointment when she was very young, leaving her with no clear memories of them. Lu Zhongyang, unlike the Marquis of Yunyang, had a reputation for his flamboyant lifestyle. While the late Marquis and Lady Lu were alive, he had moderated his behavior. But after their passing, he had become increasingly excessive. His wife, Gu Shi, was equally ambitious, which led Xie Shi to regard them with some disdain. Nevertheless, as the Marquis's blood brother, they still warranted a degree of respect. "Indeed, your second uncle was summoned back to the capital by His Majesty a few days ago, and he has returned alongside your brother," Xie Shi continued. "They should be arriving soon." "Oh," Lu Zhao Zhao replied absently, her mind solely occupied with thoughts of her brother and sister-in-law, showing little interest in others. That day, Lu Zhao Zhao was engrossed in a leisurely book while Zhenju massaged her shoulders. She contentedly murmured, "Zhenju, do apply a bit more pressure." "Of course, my lady." Zhenju responded with a smile, recalling her initial attempt at massaging Lu Zhao Zhao, during which her lady had grimaced in pain, nearly brought to tears. It had truly frightened her, fearing she might be dismissed from the household. My lady, the heir and his wife have returned and are currently in the Furong courtyard. Lu Li burst in from outside, delivering this delightful news to Lu Zhao Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Lu Li, quickly help me get ready. I wish to see my sister-in-law and brother." "My lady, do not rush. The heir and his wife have returned. They will not be going anywhere," Lu Li reassured her. "The second madam and Miss Ji were also in the residence. You must not lose your decorum, or the madam will surely have something to say about you," Lu Li advised while helping her with her hair. "You little girl, now you are even instructing me," Lu Zhao Zhao teased as she glanced at her. "Oh, my dear young lady, how could a humble servant dare?" Liu Li replied. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that Liu Li meant well and would never truly reproach her. She chuckled softly and said nothing further. Once Liu Li finished arranging her hair, she casually inserted the jeweled hairpin that Shun Jian had gifted her into her coiffure, pleased with the result, and then made her way towards the Furong courtyard. The Duke of Yunyang had not yet returned from court, and upon Lu Zhongyong's return to the capital, he immediately went to the palace to pay his respects. Thus, Gushi brought her elder daughter, Lu Zhaozhi, to visit Xie first. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhao saw her elder brother and sister-in-law seated nearby. Wang Shi smiled gently at her, and she suppressed her excitement, bowing gracefully to Xie. "Greetings, mother." "Ah, so this is Zhao Zhao. Just look at how splendid she is," Gushi said, taking Lu Zhao's hand warmly. "Zhao Zhao, greet your second aunt," Xie instructed softly. Lu Zhao observed Gushi adorned in splendid jewels and subtly withdrew her hand, slightly bowing. "Greetings, second aunt." "Good child, rise. We are all family here. This is your cousin Zhaozhi," Gushi said, pulling the young lady beside her. Lu Zhaozhi, clad in a pale pink skirt, though not as striking as Lu Zhao, possessed delicate features and a slender figure, making her a rare beauty in her own right. "Hello, cousin." Lu Zhao replied with a slight nod, not performing any formal greeting. "Hello, sister Zhao," Lu Zhaozhi responded, initially believing herself to be exceptionally beautiful. Lu Zhaozhi recognized her defeat the moment she beheld Lu Zhao, struggling to conceal a flicker of jealousy in her eyes as she softly replied. Observing the exquisite hairpin atop Lu Zhao's head, she tightened her grip on her handkerchief. That single hairpin must surely be worth many times more than all her own jewelry combined. How could there be such a disparity among the daughters of the Lu family? She felt a vague sense of discontent. Today, as Lu Jinhua and her husband just returned home, Gushi, no matter how keen she was to associate with the Duke of Yunyang's household, understood that there would be ample time in the future. She tactfully stated, "Sister-in-law, we shall take our leave for now. Once Zhongyong returns, we will visit again. My sister-in-law has just returned to the capital. I imagine there are many matters to attend to at home, so I shall not linger," Xie said as she rose. Once Gushi and Lu Zhaozhi departed, Lu Zhao finally exhaled in relief. She hurried to Wang Shi's side, exclaiming with joy, "Sister-in-law, I have missed you so much." Wang Shi affectionately pulled her down to sit beside her, softly asking, "I have missed you too. How have you been, little sister?" Lu Jinhua, observing the adoration in Lu Zhao's eyes for her sister-in-law, felt a tinge of jealousy and remarked, "Now you can see only your sister-in-law. Have you forgotten your elder brother? I traveled a long way to bring you a gift, and you were so ungrateful." Upon hearing about the gift, Lu Zhao promptly replied with enthusiasm, "How could that be? I think of my elder brother every day. You mustn't wrong me. Is that so? I thought having a suitor would make you forget your elder brother," he teased. In the correspondence, Xie had informed him of the engagement between Lu Zhao and Xin Jiayan. To speak candidly, he was quite pleased with this brother-in-law, however. The thought of marrying off the cherished daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, whom they had nurtured for over a decade, to that young man left him with a sense of unease, as if he were at a disadvantage. "Brother," Lu Zhao's cheeks flushed. "My dear husband, please refrain from teasing Zhao further. Do present the gifts," Wang urged, noticing her flushed complexion and hastily intervening. Observing that his wife had spoken, Lu Jinhua retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from his pocket and handed it to her. Anxiously, Lu Zhao opened it to reveal a translucent jade pinned and adorned with golden tassels and gemstones, its pristine quality captivating her. "Zhao, do you like it?" Wang inquired, her eyes twinkling with delight. "I love it, I truly do." "Thank you, sister-in-law." She glanced at Lu Jinhua, whose expression had darkened, and flatteringly added, "Thank you, brother. You are the best." Chapter 29. The banquet. Lu Zhao delicately returned the jade pinned into its box and entrusted it to Lu Li for safekeeping. With a hint of concern, she observed Wang Shi's slightly protruding abdomen and somewhat gaunt cheeks, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, you appear to have lost some weight. Is it because my little nephew is quite the handful?" Wang Shi gently caressed her belly, smiling as she replied, "Indeed, he is quite the lively one." Jingy. You have labored hard on this journey. From now on, focus on nurturing the child in your womb. If there is anything you desire to eat, simply inform the kitchen, and they shall cater to your needs. Unlike other harsh mothers-in-law who took pleasure in tormenting their daughters-in-law, Xie Shi treated Wang Shi as if she were her own flesh and blood. With a tinge of sympathy for her emaciated daughter-in-law, she expressed her concern. "Thank you, mother." Wang Shi responded with gentle warmth. Xie Shi, however, was preoccupied with another matter. Today, Ge had indirectly hinted at her desire for Xie Shi to assist Lu Zhaozhi in selecting a distinguished suitor. Though she had no intention of meddling in such trivial affairs, she could not ignore the fact that they were all part of the same family. Yet, observing Lu Zhaozhi today, she feared that she was a girl of high aspirations, unlikely to be impressed by an ordinary gentleman. They would take it one step at a time. In a few days, the old lady of the Yunyang Marquis would celebrate her birthday, and she planned to take Zhao Zhao and Lu Zhaozhi to the banquet, fulfilling her role as a caring aunt. On the 8th day of the 11th month, the birthday of Lady Xiao of the Yunyang Marquis, Lu Zhaozhao was naturally to accompany Xie Shi to offer their congratulations. As she sat up from her bed, yawning, she shuffled over to the basin, half closing her eyes as she accepted the handkerchief offered by Lu Li. "My lady, you should really rest earlier in the future. Those dark circles under your eyes are becoming quite pronounced," Lu Li gently advised from the side. Recently, Lu Zhaozhao had developed a fondness for reading stories, often staying up late into the night. After another early rise, she felt somewhat dazed. "Do you think I enjoy being cooped up in this little courtyard reading stories? What can I do? Mother insists that I am to be married soon and forbids me from going out, keeping me confined at home all day. My heart is heavy." "Dear girl." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she were truly burdened by great grievances. Lu Li and Zhenju, having served her since childhood, were well aware of their young lady's little antics. Lu Li teased, "My lady, do not feign innocence. Others may not know, but we are fully aware that you are thoroughly pleased with this marriage." At Lu Li's remark, Zhenju couldn't help but chuckle along. Their lady was to marry a most suitable match, and they were genuinely delighted for her. Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of embarrassment at having her thoughts laid bare. In mock anger, she reached out to lightly slap Lu Li, playfully threatening, "You audacious girl, your tongue grows bolder by the day. If you continue to speak so, I shall marry you off early to prevent your incessant teasing." Lu Li was quick to protest, "My lady, I was merely jesting. I have no desire to marry. I only wish to remain by your side and serve you." "Then I shall have to endure your incessant chatter all day long," Lu Zhaozhao replied. And the trio erupted into laughter, their spirits lifted in the warmth of companionship. As it was the birthday celebration of the venerable Madame Xiao, a festive atmosphere was essential. She adorned herself in a wide-sleeved, begonia red RU skirt, her slender waist accentuated, and a begonia flower adornment graced her forehead. The pearls in her hairpiece swayed gently with her every step, captivating the hearts of those around. After her meticulous grooming, Lu Zhaozhao, accompanied by glass and pearls, made her way to the Furong courtyard. She greeted her mother, Madame Xie, with a respectful bow, then turned to her aunt, Madame Gu, seated nearby, offering her salutations as well. Madame Gu smiled in acknowledgement, while Lu Zhaozhi, observing her cousin's radiant appearance, remarked with a gentle laugh, "This attire truly enhances your beauty, dear sister." Lu Zhaozhao had already noticed Lu Zhaozhi sitting beside her, adorned in a silver-white RU skirt, her hair simply adorned with a white jade hairpin, presenting an air of ethereal elegance. However, considering the occasion was a birthday banquet, her attire seemed somewhat inappropriate. "You flatter me," Lu Zhaozhao replied softly. Madame Xie rose and said, "Your sister-in-law is unwell and will not attend today. Let us be on our way." This being the first banquet since the second branch's arrival in the capital, it was only natural for them to accompany Madame Xie. Lu Zhaozhao assisted her into the carriage and took her seat on the opposite side. She lifted the carriage curtain to glance at the carriage closely following them, then turned back to her mother, saying, "Mother, do you not think my cousin's attire is rather plain for today?" It was not that she wished to meddle, rather. After their father's incident, she had grown increasingly aware of the challenges faced by her older sisters in their marital homes. After all, Lu Zhaozhi was still a member of the Lu family, and any indiscretion on her part could reflect poorly on the other young ladies of the family. She had no desire to be embroiled in any scandal alongside her sisters. Noticing her daughter's growing maturity, Madame Xie felt a deep sense of contentment. It mattered not how naive a young woman might be at home. Once outside, she must conduct herself with decorum to avoid attracting gossip. "I have already subtly hinted at this today, yet your aunt and cousin seem unconcerned. Thus, we need not overly fret," Madame Xie said softly. Recalling Lu Zhaozhao's discord with the eldest Miss Xiao, Madame Xie cautioned, "Zhao Zhao, today is Madame Zhao's birthday banquet. The late Marquis Xiao held a close friendship with your grandfather. Under no circumstances should you engage in quarrels with the young ladies of the Xiao family." Mother, rest assured. I promise I shall not act foolishly today, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Madame Xia affectionately stroked her hair, reflecting on Xiao Yuro with a sigh. That eldest Miss Xiao is unfortunate. Her mother passed away early, and her father neglects her after remarrying. Thankfully, she has the venerable Madame Xiao to care for her. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded gently. Although her disputes with Xiao Yuro stemmed from the latter's sharp tongue, she herself had not suffered any loss. Thus, their enmity was not particularly profound. As long as Xiao Yuro did not provoke her, she resolved to refrain from harboring any resentment. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the gate of the Marquis of Wushuan's residence. Lu Zhao Zhao disembarked alongside Madame Xie, and naturally, Madame Gu and Lu Zhaozhi followed them into the estate. Although the current Marquis was unremarkable, the late Marquis had achieved remarkable military accolades. Madame Xiao had also once taken to the battlefield alongside him, earning deep respect. Thus, her birthday banquet was an event that ladies from all esteemed families would certainly attend. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at the venerable Lady Xiao, whose hair was streaked with silver, yet whose spirit remained remarkably vibrant. As she paid her respects to the Siam matriarch, she said, Zhao Zhao pays her respects to the old lady. Although Lu Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yuro were not on amicable terms, their quarrels were merely the trivial skirmishes of young ladies and bore no significant weight. Lady Xiao was undeniably kind and courteous. She had once expressed a desire to have Zhao Zhao as her granddaughter-in-law. Yet the intricate relationships within the Xiao family had led to a gentle refusal from the Siam matriarch. Aunt Zhao Zhao has arrived. Come closer, so that I may behold you well, Lady Xiao exclaimed with a face full of warmth. Seated beside her, Xiao Yuro shot a fierce glare at Zhao Zhao, who had once again managed to charm her grandmother. However, this time, Zhao Zhao did not retaliate with a glare. Instead, she bestowed a radiant smile upon her. This left Xiao Yuro momentarily bewildered. What could Zhao Zhao be smiling about? While she was aware of Zhao Zhao's beauty, there was no need for her to resort to such feminine wiles. She was not so easily swayed. Chapter 30. Dispute. As Gu and Lu Zhaozhi realized that no one was paying them any heed, a hint of embarrassment flickered across their faces. She bowed slightly and said, This is Gu from the Yunyang Marquis house. I pay my respects to the old matriarch. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards the mother-daughter duo standing in the center, their expressions revealing disdain and derision. The mother, adorned in shimmering jewels, might easily be mistaken for a nouveau riche, while the daughter, clad in plain garments, was indeed a source of mockery. Ah, it is the lady of the second branch of the Lu family. Please, take your seat, the elderly matriarch, Xiao, greeted amiably. Thank you, old matriarch, Lu Zhaozhi replied. Xiao Yuro, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Zhaozhi in her somber attire, found her presence rather vexing. Today was her grandmother's birthday celebration, and the choice of plain clothing seemed ominous. Was she attempting to play the role of a fragile willow? Turning her gaze towards Lu Zhao Zhao, who wore a cheerful smile, she felt a surge of relief. At least her beauty was genuinely pleasing to the eye, unlike that of certain others, which appeared rather bland. Yuro, there remains quite a while until the feast resumes. Why don't you take Zhao Zhao out for a bit of fresh air? We wouldn't want her to feel stifled, the old matriarch suggested with warmth. Having lost her mother at a tender age, Xiao Yuro found solace only in the company of her grandmother, which had inevitably shaped her somewhat extreme temperament, though her nature was not malicious. Yuro, despite her reluctance, acquiesced to the old matriarch's wishes and stood to say to Lu Zhao Zhao, Let us go. Lu Zhao Zhao, preferring the outdoors over the confinement of the room, rose without hesitation and followed Yuro outside. He subtly nudged Lu Zhaozhi, who bowed slightly to the old matriarch before exiting as well. Zhao Zhao, you truly possess remarkable talent to have garnered the attention of young Master Shen, who publicly proposed to the emperor. Xiao Yuro remarked with a hint of jealousy once they reached a secluded area. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhao Zhao found herself less irked by Yuro today than usual. Despite the acerbic tone of her words, she retorted playfully, Yuro, may I interpret that as a compliment? With a scoff, Yuro shot back, Lu Zhao Zhao, you are utterly shameless. What need is there for shame? Does it help one win over young Master Shen? Lu Zhao Zhao replied boldly. Xiao Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of Lu Zhao Zhao, who was lauded by many, and as she fell silent, Lu Zhao Zhao stifled a laugh and added, Yuro, we harbor no deep-seated animosity. Why must you persist in making life difficult for me? The crux of the matter is, you cannot best me in a verbal exchange. Or perhaps you too harbor feelings for Shun Jiayan, which incites your jealousy towards me. This accusation, while unfair, held a grain of truth. Although Xiao Yuro constantly opposed Lu Zhao Zhao, it was not out of affection for Shun Jiayan, but rather envy of the love and care Lu Zhao Zhao received from her family. It was more a longing for what she could not attain. Lu Zhao Zhao, do not spout nonsense. I do not. Yuro retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If you do not, then refrain from opposing me in the future, or I shall inform others that you covet my future suitor, Lu Zhao Zhao said with a hint of cunning. Realizing she had been outwitted, Xiao Yuro reacted in frustration. Lu Zhao Zhao, do you think I desire to engage with you? You are simply bothersome. Perfectly fine. I too find you unlikable, she shrugged indifferently. Upon emerging, Lu Zhaozhi felt the disdainful gazes of the young ladies directed towards her. Biting her lip, she hurried to Lu Zhaozhiao's side and whispered, Zhao Zhao, there you are. It truly took me some time to find you. Is there something amiss, cousin? Lu Zhaozhao inquired, puzzled as to why she had left her second aunt's side. Nothing in particular, merely that there are elders conversing inside. And I felt it inappropriate to remain there, thus I thought to seek you out. Lu Zhaozhi spoke with an undertone of grievance, as if reproaching Lu Zhaozhao for her lack of consideration. Xiao Yuro, who had always detested such affected behavior, felt a shiver run down her spine at Lu Zhaozhi's words. With an unkind tone, she rebuked, Miss Lu, do you now realize the inappropriateness of your attire? Today is my grandmother's birthday celebration, yet you chose to wear such plain garments. How could you not understand the impropriety? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhi's eyes immediately filled with tears as she choked out, Miss Xiao, my mother and I have just returned to the capital and are unfamiliar with its customs. I have always preferred simplicity. Why must you be so aggressive? Lu Zhaozhao and Xiao Yuro exchanged glances at each other's vividly colored skirts, questioning Lu Zhaozhi's insinuation that they were ostentatious. If you favor simplicity so dearly, why come to my home? Why not braid your hair and ascend the mountain to become a nun? Xiao Yuro exclaimed, her ire evident. For her, the only concern was her grandmother, and she only wished for her grandmother to live a long life, yet Lu Zhaozhi had chosen this occasion to provoke her. You are truly being excessive. Lu Zhaozhi lamented, tears streaming down her face, evoking pity, though neither of the two present had the temperament to appreciate such a spectacle. Lu Zhaozhao found herself at a loss. She could not counter Lu Zhaozhi's complaints, but why must she cry? If you dare to cause trouble in my home and ruin my grandmother's celebration, I shall have you expelled. Despite being her cousin, Lu Zhaozhao felt compelled to intervene. Taking a deep breath, she advised, cousin, please cease your weeping. Today is Madame Zhao's birthday celebration, and if second aunt were to find out, she would certainly scold you. Zhao Zhao, how can you side with an outsider against me? We are family. Lu Zhaozhao was on the verge of a tirade, thinking, let her cry. Who can weep as she does? The princess of the Long Palace has arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Zhaozhao felt as though a savior had appeared. She truly wished to distance herself from her cousin, who wore an expression of utmost victimhood. At the sound, everyone emerged from the house. Madame Xiao leaned on her cane and remarked, I have the honor of meeting Her Royal Highness, the princess. The gentle princess raised her hand to assist her, saying warmly, Madam, please rise. Today, I represent His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress to wish you a happy birthday, hoping for your everlasting blessings. Madame Zhao's somewhat clouded eyes glistened with tears. She understood that her son was not of great merit, and the grandeur of the Yunyang Marquis today was solely due to the Emperor's benevolence, in consideration of the late Marquis. I humbly thank His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress, Madame Xiao said as she bowed, and the others assisted her to her feet. Today, Xin Jiayan accompanied Princess Jingru. Yet since his entrance, his gaze remained fixated on Lu Zhaozhao, never wavering. Lu Zhaozhi, unaccustomed to such grandeur, was instantly rendered speechless, her tears stifled by fear. Upon catching a glimpse of Xin Jiayan, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. She had never encountered such a strikingly handsome young man. Princess Jingru, perceptive of her son's unabashed admiration, turned with a smile and remarked, Zhao Zhao is here as well. It is a perfect opportunity for you two young spouses to converse. The assembly shared a knowing smile, for after all, their union had been ordained by the emperor, with the betrothal gifts exchanged and the wedding date set, leaving little room for discretion. It was only then that Lu Zhaozhi comprehended that this was indeed Xin Jiayan, her sister's future suitor. She clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, her nails biting into her flesh, leaving her unaware of the pain. At that moment, the bitterness in her heart reached its zenith. Despite being daughters of the Lu family and of similar age, the disparity between them was incomprehensibly vast. Chapter 31. The first kiss. Lu Zhaozhao felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks, as she found herself seated beside Xin Jiayan during the banquet, surrounded by elders. Though she felt somewhat restrained, Xin Jiayan, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, served her food with ease. She discreetly poked him in the side with her finger and whispered, Xin Jiayan, that's enough. Will you be satisfied with such a meager amount? Xin Jiayan believed he understood her appetite well. However, Lu Zhaozhao took offense at his words. Feeling likened to a glutton, gritting her teeth, she retorted, could you please refrain from speaking? Madame Xia exchanged amused glances with Princess Jingru, feigning ignorance of the scene. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhi observed the two from the side, her eyes seething with jealousy as she noted Shen Jian's attentiveness toward Lu Zhaozhao. After the birthday banquet concluded, the guests departed, and the carriage of the Duke of Yunyang awaited outside the gates of the Marquis of Wushuan. Madame Xie boarded the carriage, and just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to follow, she heard Princess Jingruo's voice call out, "Zhao Zhao." Turning around, Lu Zhaozhao bowed respectfully, "Your Highness," with a warm smile. Princess Jingru helped her up, her admiration for Lu Zhaozhao's beauty growing with each glance. Gently patting her hand, she said, "There is no need for such formalities. You may call me Aunt." "Yes, Aunt." Madame Xie, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the curtain to descend and pay her respects, but Princess Jingru waved her hand softly, saying, "Marquise, there is no need for you to come down. Is it acceptable for Jiayan to escort Zhao Zhao home?" Madame Xie, not one to be overly rigid, acknowledged the engagement between the two and, glancing at Lu Zhaozhao, replied softly, "Then I shall return first. Let young Master Shen see you home." She even winked at Lu Zhaozhao. As she watched her carriage disappear from view, Lu Zhaozhao realized to whom she would be returning, contemplating that perhaps he would surpass her in every way. Gazing at the two carriages that had come to a halt side by side, Lu Zhaozhao discreetly scrutinized Shen Jiayan's expression, sensing that this arrangement was perhaps his long-held intention. A maid assisted Princess Jingru into one of the carriages, and she lifted the curtain, admonishing, "Jiayan, ensure that Zhao Zhao arrives home safely." "Understood," he replied softly. Shen Jiayan naturally assisted Lu Zhaozhao into the carriage, taking a seat across from her. Observing his stoic demeanor, she felt a mischievous impulse arise within her. Leaning closer to Shen Jiayan, she smiled sweetly and provocatively asked, "Do you think my makeup looks nice today?" He gazed at her fair, rosy complexion, her glistening eyes, and her full, red lips. His throat tightened as he suppressed the darker emotions stirring within him, lowering his gaze and responding softly, "MHM." Lu Zhaozhao, however, was dissatisfied with his reaction. She recalled how he had often been so indifferent, and today, she was determined not to let him off easily. "Shen Jiayan, why are you afraid to look at me?" As she spoke, she leaned in closer, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting from her neck, her soft voice wrapping around him. In her presence, he had never been the unyielding gentleman he appeared to be. He let out a light laugh, and when he raised his gaze again, there was an aggressive glint in his eyes. Confronted by such a foreign look, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Had she gone too far? Just as she considered retreating, Shen Jiayan reached out and pulled her closer, leaning in, one hand gripping her slender waist while the other cupped her face, descending upon her long-desired red lips with a kiss. Lu Zhaozhao's eyes widened in shock. As she regained her senses, she instinctively pushed him away. This flesh that Shen Jiayan had yearned for was something he had long withheld from himself, enduring great difficulty. Today, however, she continued to tease him, and he was unwilling to release her so easily. Overwhelmed by nervousness, Lu Zhaozhao momentarily forgot to breathe, her cheeks aflame. Shen Jiayan pulled back slightly, whispering between her lips, "Zhao Zhao, breathe." Instantly, Lu Zhaozhao was jolted back to reality. She quickly covered her mouth and retreated to the corner of the carriage, her flushed face indignantly scolding, "Shen Jiayan, you lecherous rogue." Shen Jiayan chuckled, though his laughter bore the audacity of a man who had achieved his desires, his face lending itself well to the notion of a refined scoundrel. "Lu Zhaozhao, if you feel wronged, you may return the kiss. I will not resist. How about that?" Upon saying this, he truly adopted a posture of surrender. Lu Zhaozhao, being somewhat timid, had only dared to provoke him because she relied on the certainty that he would not act against her. Now, she was determined not to fall for it again. Shameless, she muttered resentfully. To be honest, she did not truly feel wronged. Rather, she had always been the one to take the initiative over the years, and now, being bested by Shen Jiayan, she found it infuriating. Today, she had applied a bit of lip gloss, and as a result, some had transferred to Shen Jiayan's lips, inviting speculation. Blushing, she tossed a handkerchief at him with disdain, saying, "Wipe it off." Shen Jiayan made no move to catch it, lazily responding, "You wipe it for me." What a beautiful thought. Lu Zhaozhao exploded in anger, wishing she could bite him. "Then don't wipe it. I certainly don't mind being seen." With that, she truly ignored him, seeing that he seemed resolute. Lu Zhaozhao gritted her teeth and picked up the handkerchief, fiercely wiping at the corner of his lips. "Zhao Zhao, I advise you to be gentler, otherwise, if someone were to catch on," he said with a mischievous smile. Though Lu Zhaozhao was exasperated, she had no choice but to soften her movements. Watching the lip gloss stain the handkerchief, she felt her face grow even warmer. Was this what it meant to fail to steal a chicken and instead lose the rice? Noticing her flustered demeanor, Shen Jiayan coaxed, "Lu Zhaozhao, don't be angry. If you're truly upset, why not hit me a few times? Be quiet." Lu Zhaozhao turned her face away. The days were long, and sooner or later, she would make him pay dearly. Xin Jiayin, seeing her silence, chuckled to himself. Ah, today had been an unexpected delight. Although she appeared fierce, she was merely a paper tiger, and he must not bully her too harshly. Upon arriving at the Yunyang Marquis' residence, Lu Zhao Zhao stepped out of the carriage and stomped on his foot with considerable force. Yet, to Xin Jiayin, it felt akin to a mere tickle. Lu Li and Jin Zhu had returned to the Yunyang Marquis' residence with the CF family and were now waiting at the entrance for Lu Zhao Zhao. Quickly stepping forward to drape a cloak over her, Xin Jiayin, uncertain of where he had procured the package of pastries, presented it to Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, "Your favorite from that shop." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to hurl the confectionery at his face, questioning the authenticity of his gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, recognizing the pastry's innocence, she reached out, snatched them from him, and turned to leave. As she disappeared from his sight, her graceful silhouette fading away, Xin Jiayin gently shook his head, realizing he had indeed provoked her ire. However, recalling the exquisite sensation from their earlier encounter, he concluded that enduring a few scoldings or even blows was well worth the experience. Chapter 32. Interrogation. Upon returning to Haidang Courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao found Lioli diligently assisting her in removing her makeup. As she observed the fading hue of her lips, Lioli casually remarked, "Miss, the lip balm from this shop is rather subpar. It fades so easily." The comment, made without intention, struck a chord with Lu Zhao Zhao, prompting her to stand abruptly. Lioli, startled, inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly took the cloth from Lioli's hands and insisted, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, you may leave. I can manage on my own." By the time Lioli comprehended the situation, she had already been gently pushed out of the room by her mistress. Lu Zhao Zhao called back, "Miss, allow me to assist you." "Not necessary." At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao, her ears tinged with crimson, sat before the bronze mirror, feeling somewhat irritable. She patted her cheeks and caught sight of a box of pastries. Opening it, she extracted a rabbit-shaped osmanthus cake and bit into it with fervor, as if she were gnawing on Xin Jiayin. The following day, Lu Zhao Zhao visited Furong Courtyard to pay her respects to Lady Xie. She bowed and greeted, "Mother." Lady Xie, with a smile, scrutinized her daughter and teased, "Zhao Zhao, did you enjoy your time with young Master Xin yesterday?" "Mother, please refrain from jesting." She nestled beside Lady Xie, wrapping her arms around her mother's, and cooed, her mind consumed by thoughts of their shared kiss. "Very well, I shall not tease you further. You are to be wed soon. Why do you still indulge in such childishness?" Lady Xie affectionately turned her gaze toward her daughter and laughed. "Madam." "The second madam has arrived with Miss Ji," Fangzhu announced from the doorway. No sooner had she spoken than Gushi entered with an expression of displeasure, followed by the pitiful figure of Lu Zhaoji. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhaozhao mused to herself, could it be that they have come to lay blame? Indeed. Gushi wasted no time in questioning, "Sister-in-law, I recognize you are now a noble lady. Unlike me, a mere wife of a fifth-rank official. Yet, Zhao Zhao and Zhao Zi are blood relatives. How could she stand by while an outsider humiliates her own cousin?" Lady Xie, taken aback by Gushi's unfounded accusations against her daughter, immediately adopted a frosty demeanor and replied, "Sister-in-law, while I am unaware of the specifics of this matter, is it not excessive to lay blame on my daughter without understanding the context?" Gushi, momentarily taken aback by Lady Xie's firm stance, recalled that in the past, when Lady Xie was merely a young lady of the family, she was decisive yet far less stern than she appeared now. Gushi, who typically preyed upon the weak, instinctively lowered her voice, "Sister-in-law, perhaps you should inquire about your daughter's misdeeds?" Lu Zhao Zhao, almost amused to the point of laughter, rose gracefully and asked, "Second aunt, might I inquire what I have done to earn your discontent? Please, enlighten me. You did not offer support when Miss Xiao made things difficult for your cousin, and instead, you joined in her mockery of your cousin. Is this how a younger sister behaves?" Gushi pressed, unyielding, having envied Lady Xie since their youth. Gushi felt it unjust that, though they were both women of the Lu family, Lady Xie's status as the revered young master's wife overshadowed her own. And now her daughter must also endure that same indignity. Lu Zhao Zhao was rendered speechless when it came to the art of distorting the truth and creating a scene. Few could rival her mother and daughter duo. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cast a glance at Madame Xie. A mother knows her daughter well. And with just that one look, Madame Xie understood that her daughter was about to confront someone. With Madame Xie's silent consent, Lu Zhao Zhao approached Mrs. Gu, towering over her by half a head, instilling an unspoken sense of pressure. "Second aunt, first and foremost, I am Lu Zhaoji's cousin, not her sister. Moreover, you claim that I mocked my cousin alongside others. What exactly did I mock her for?" It is common knowledge that cousin wore a plain outfit to old Madame Zhao's birthday banquet. Those aware of the occasion would know it was a celebration, while those unaware might mistakenly think she was in mourning. Can one truly blame others for pointing that out? She was even sobbing at the banquet. And I merely cautioned her gently, fearing she might disturb old Madame Zhao. How can you, at such a young age, speak so mercilessly? Mrs. Gu stammered, trembling with rage, yet unable to find the words to retort. As the saying goes, one should not press an argument when in the right. It seemed that second and acknowledged the validity of my words. If that is the case, you have unjustly accused me earlier, and should you not apologize? Zhao Zhao spoke with deliberate calmness. Madame Xie stepped beside her daughter and addressed Mrs. Gu coldly, sister-in-law, while you may be an elder, my daughter is not someone who can be unjustly insulted. She is a young lady of the Yunyang Marquis and the future wife of the Duke of protecting the nation. Her status is indeed exalted. Should you persist in denying your error, then so be it. We shall simply cease our interactions henceforth. Mrs. G's heart jolted. Having just arrived in the capital, it would be exceedingly difficult to establish herself in the circle of noble women without Madame Xie's support. Furthermore, her son Zhongyang's future promotions may rely on her husband, making it unwise to damage their relationship. With a swift motion, in the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Mrs. Gu turned and delivered a resounding slap across Lu Zhaoxi's face, leaving it flushed. Mother. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although Mrs. Gu typically favored her youngest son, she had never resorted to physical punishment against her before. How dare you still call me mother? Reflect on your actions. You should promptly apologize to Zhao Zhao. Mrs. Gu gritted her teeth. Lu Zhaoxi felt no sense of relief from Lu Zhaoxi's intervention. Instead, she perceived it as disdain and humiliation. However, at that moment, she could only redden her eyes and murmur, Zhao Zhao, I am sorry. It was my fault. I wrongly accused you. Lu Zhao let out a light laugh and replied, your apology lacks sincerity, so I shall not accept it. Lu Zhaoxi was taken aback by the lack of consideration for her dignity, and she felt tears welling up. Noticing this, Mrs. Gu hastily pulled her back and approached Madame Xie, saying, elder sister-in-law, it's merely a childish quarrel. We must not let it tarnish our bond. Madame Xie turned and sat on a small couch, delicately sipping her tea, and spoke softly, that is only natural. However, dear sister-in-law, please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Indeed, you are right. Today, it was I who acted rashly. Do not hold it against me, Mrs. Gu replied in an ingratiating tone. Is there anything else you need, sister-in-law? If not, please feel free to take your leave. Zhao Zhao's wedding is approaching, and I have much to prepare, so I must not keep you any longer. Gu discerned her intention to dismiss her, yet her visit today was twofold. First, to seek retribution, and second, to request Xie to invite the wives of various households for a gathering, thereby ensuring that the esteemed ladies of the families would be aware of her daughter. Sister-in-law, may I inquire how you have contemplated the matter we discussed previously? Gu probed cautiously. Xie understood her underlying motives, which were merely to secure a prosperous match, a common aspiration. However, she feared that Ge's ambitions might not come to fruition. After all, what lady of high standing would choose the daughter of a fifth-rank official as a daughter-in-law? Since you are so determined, I shall arrange a day to invite those ladies for a gathering, Xie finally conceded. Not wishing to linger any longer, Gu smiled and said, then we shall take our leave. Indeed, Xie responded softly. Mother, why does Aunt want you to invite those ladies? Lu Zhao inquired. Xie did not withhold the truth from her, responding candidly, it is likely merely to become acquainted with those ladies to find a suitable match for your cousin. Lu Zhao nodded in understanding, recognizing that the affairs of others did not concern her, as long as they did not intrude upon her life. She could hardly endure the incessant tears and lamentations that seemed to emanate from her, often wishing to silence them with a sharp retort. Chapter 33, Birthday November 20th marks Lu Zhao's birthday. Generally, young ladies of her age do not have their families celebrate their birthdays with much fanfare. However, the Yunyang Marquis is an exception. They commemorate her special day each year, and this year is no different. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her birthday gifts in the courtyard of the Xie family, while the Marquis and his son had yet to return from court. Inside the small kitchen, Xie was preparing her favorite braised lion's head meatballs. Lu Zhao engaged in a game of chess with sister-in-law Wang, chatting leisurely. Sister-in-law, you and brother are both so good-looking. My little nephew will surely be extraordinarily handsome, she remarked, placing a piece on the board. Wang smiled gently and replied, whether he is handsome or not is of little consequence. As long as he possesses good character and is healthy and happy, that is what truly matters. Lu Zhao chuckled softly, agreeing, but then reflected that by the time her nephew was born, she would have already married, leaving her with a slight pang of melancholy. Wang, noticing her sudden shift in mood, could somewhat discern her thoughts. She set down her piece and took Lu Zhao's hand, speaking softly, Zhao, you are a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis. This will always be your home. Your father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law will always be your support. So do not be disheartened. Marrying someone you love is a reason to rejoice. Nodding with a smile, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a warmth in her heart. She often believed she must have done many good deeds in her past life to be blessed with such a wonderful family. Before the Marquis and his son returned, two unexpected guests arrived. Gu brought Lu Zhaoji with her. Zhao Zhao, I heard from mother that today is your birthday. This is a special gift I chose for you. I hope you do not find it lacking, Lu Zhaoji said, a polite smile gracing her face as she placed the gift on the table. Despite her feelings, she had to consider her father's reputation and maintain decorum. Thank you, cousin, Lu Zhaozhao replied. Aunt, please have a seat. My mother is in the small kitchen and will return shortly, Wang invited. Gu looked at Wang's slightly protruding belly and remarked, Jing-yi, your pregnancy is quite noticeable now. After a pause, she added, that belly looks round. It seems like it might be a girl. Whether boy or girl, it matters little. Wang thought nothing of her words. She shared a deep bond with her husband and had once been melancholy over her years of childlessness. Her husband and mother-in-law had comforted her, allowing her heart to heal. Now, expecting a child, she would cherish her baby, regardless of gender. Perhaps lacking tact or genuinely unable to bear the happiness of others, commented, Indeed, Jing-yi. It took you 4 years of marriage to conceive. Since Jin Hua has taken no concubine, it is evident how much he values you. The gender of the child is of no importance. Such failed remarks caused even the usually gentle Wang to furrow her brow. Lu Zhaozhao understood that her sister-in-law's struggle with infertility over the years was a sore spot. And it was frustrating to have others stir discontent at such a joyous moment. Aunt, have you perhaps forgotten the family creed of the Lu family? Since you seem to have overlooked it, allow me to remind you, for all descendants of the Lu family, men are not permitted to take concubines. And women are not permitted to be concubines. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu felt a slight loss of composure, for after all, Lu Zhongyong had not only taken a concubine but was also rumored to have countless intimate companions outside. Lu Zhaozi also instinctively lowered her head, feeling somewhat uneasy. Lu Zhao, your gifts have arrived, came Lu Jinrong's voice from outside the door. Ignoring Mrs. G's somewhat greenish complexion, Lu Zhao rose and carefully assisted Wang Shi, exclaiming with delight, Father and the others have returned. As soon as she spoke, they entered, their hands laden with gifts. Upon recognizing Xinjiayan, Lu Zhao paused in surprise and asked blankly, What brings you here? Lu Jinrong glanced back with a hint of disdain and remarked, The esteemed Minister of Justice insists on tagging along. I wonder how you find the time for such frivolities? The Duke of Yunyang and Lu Jinhuan surprisingly refrained from intervening, as they held little affection for the man poised to take away their daughter and sister. Second brother, a guest is a guest, Wang Shi interjected to ease the tension. Recalling how Lu Jinhuan had faced considerable challenges from her elder brother when he sought her hand in marriage, Xie lifted the curtain and entered, to which Xinjiayan respectfully bowed, saying, Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. Xie displayed no overt surprise, responding gently, Young Master Shin has come. You must try my cooking. Thank you, Aunt, Xinjiayan replied. Lu Zhao, beaming, accepted the birthday gifts and handed them to the attendants behind her. Xinjiayan presented her with an exquisite small box, whispering, Lu Zhao, may your birthday be filled with joy. Thank you, she said, understanding the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, she graciously accepted the gift. Jining cannot leave the palace, but she entrusted me to bring you a birthday gift, which I had delivered to the courtyard, Xinjiayan added with a smile, further delighting Lu Zhao. Noticing Mrs. G's slightly off demeanor, Xie feigned ignorance and suggested, Sister-in-law has arrived. Let us dine together. Mrs. Gu felt a knot in her heart from Lu Zhao's words, but was unable to retort. Just as she was about to express her desire to leave, Lu Zhaoji gently tugged at her sleeve, softly saying, Thank you, Aunt. As everyone took their seats, Lu Zhao sat beside Xinjiayan, and the proximity reminded her of the events that transpired in the carriage, causing her cheeks to flush. Xie, observing the two seated together, felt increasingly satisfied, thinking that only such a gentleman would be worthy of her daughter. She lifted a lion's head meatball and placed it in Lu Zhao's bowl, tenderly saying, Zhao, this was made by your mother. Do give it a taste. Lu Zhao smiled as she took a bite, her eyes involuntarily narrowing in delight. It's delicious, mother. You truly are remarkable. Eat more if it pleases you, Xie said affectionately. Xinjiayan watched her with a smile, completely disregarding the fiery glares from her father and brothers, especially Lu Jinrong, who interjected, I say, Young Master Shin, does my sister's face bear flowers? Why do you stare at her instead of eating? Second brother. She felt a wave of embarrassment. And now that her shyness had been exposed, she retorted in indignation. Seeing her annoyance, Lu Jinrong raised his hands and said, All right, I shall remain silent. Turning to catch the smug look in Xinjiayan's eyes, he muttered under his breath, Wife-slave. Lu Zhaoji observed their subtle interactions. a tinge of jealousy flickering in her gaze as she tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Regaining her composure, she quickly adjusted her expression. After the meal, Lu Zhao Zhao accompanied Shen Jiayan out of the estate. They strolled side by side along the narrow path, and upon reaching a corner, he halted, bending down to draw closer to her. Startled, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly and remarked, Lu Zhao Zhao, when did you become so timid? You used to have the audacity to strip me of my clothes. Lu Zhao Zhao glared at him, retorting, I was young and naive back then. He pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, you were quite young. Lu Zhao Zhao felt something amiss in his words. Yet she could not pinpoint the evidence at that moment. Do you have matters to attend to? If not, you should hurry back, Lu Zhao Zhao urged, giving him a gentle push. Shen Jiayan reached up to touzle her hair affectionately, saying softly, Lu Zhao Zhao, may you enjoy peace and joy in the years to come. With that, he turned and left the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Chapter 34. Stirred emotions as Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at his retreating figure. She felt as if something had subtly changed. Initially, she was merely captivated by his striking appearance, lamenting the thought of not being able to behold it daily. Yet now, a vague sentiment blossomed in her heart. Sweet and indescribable. With a light chuckle, she turned to leave, only to find Lu Zhaozhi standing a short distance away. Suppressing her smile, she inquired softly, Cousin, what brings you here? I noticed you had not returned for quite some time, and I grew somewhat concerned, hence my decision to come and check on you. Lu Zhaozhi replied affectionately. Lu Zhao Zhao found her words rather amusing. What was there to worry about in her own home? With a hint of guilt in her gaze, Lu Zhaozhi stepped closer, attempting to take her arm, but Lu Zhao Zhao gently sidestepped and replied, Cousin, I must return now. Do as you wish. Having witnessed the earlier scene clearly, Lu Zhaozhi's heart began to nurture dark thoughts. Since they were both daughters of the Lu family, if Lu Zhao Zhao could marry the young Master Shen, why should she not have the same fortune? Upon returning to Haitang Courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao joyfully unwrapped her gifts. When she saw the present from the Marquis of Yunyang, she could not help but laugh. Luli approached, glancing at the gift, and remarked, The Marquis is ever so practical. Inside was a stack of silver notes, which reminded her of the silver notes Shen Jiayan had gifted her at Ning Ning's birthday banquet. She closed the box and handed it to Lu Li with a light smile, saying, Please keep it safe. Her two brothers had sent her exquisite jewelry. Likely a significant portion of the capital's finest adornments now belonged to the Yunyang Marquis. As she unwrapped the gifts from Princess Jianing, she discovered a rare collection of storybooks. With a beaming smile, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, Ning Ning truly understands me. Miss, quickly see what the young Master Shen has sent. Luli and Pearl chimed in, their excitement palpable. Although the young Master Shen sent gifts every year, this year promised to be different. Lu Zhaozhao felt a flicker of anticipation as she opened the box, revealing a perfectly round, lustrous pearl, unmarred by any imperfections. Miss, it is stunning. Pearl gasped in admiration. However, Lu Zhaozhao's attention was drawn to a key lying quietly in the corner of the box. She picked it up for a closer inspection but found no clues as to its significance. Perhaps it was merely an oversight by Shen Jiayan? She resolved to inquire about it the next time they met. In Furong Courtyard, after Gushi had taken Lu Zhaozhi away, Xie Shi kept Wang Shi behind and softly asked, Jingyi, did your second aunt say anything unpleasant today? Wang Shi knew this matter could not be concealed from her mother-in-law, and she had no desire to hide it. She recounted the day's events, causing Xie Shi to furrow her brow slowly. Gushi has become even more unreasonable than in her youth. Xie Shi took her daughter-in-law's hand and reassured her, Jingyi, do not heed her nonsense. Whether boy or girl, they are all children of the Lu family, and there is no difference. As long as you and the baby are safe, that is all that matters. Mother, your daughter-in-law understands, Wang Shi replied softly, gently caressing her belly. As they conversed, the Marquis of Yunyang and Lu Jinhua entered. The Marquis wearing a broad smile as he said, Madam, the evening has grown late. It is time to rest. With an exasperated tap, Xie remarked, Can we have a little decorum? You are soon to be a grandfather. Lu Jinhua and Wang smirked from the side, accustomed to witnessing such scenes countless times. Who would have imagined that the formidable Duke of Yunyang, known for his prowess in court, would also be under the thumb of his wife? Jingyi, you may return to rest, Xie softly instructed her daughter-in-law. Mother, shall we head back? Lu Jinhua assisted Wang as they exited. Madam, we too should take a respite, he suggested. Xie, ignoring him, turned and settled onto a small couch, saying, My lord, do sit. I have matters to discuss with you. The Duke of Yunyang froze for a moment, rapidly contemplating if he had erred recently. Anxiously, he sat down and said, Madam, if I have done something wrong, please tell me, and I shall amend it. Your demeanor frightens me. Xie shot him a disapproving glance, her expression suggesting that one might mistake her for a fearsome matriarch. Today, my sister-in-law mentioned inviting the ladies to a gathering. I know you are exasperated with my second brother, yet he is still family, So I agreed, CS sighed. Having been married for over 20 years, the Duke was well aware of his wife's temperament. Were it not for his reputation, she would not concern herself with such trivialities. My dear, you have borne much, he said, taking her hand. Enough. Even if this event materializes, it is uncertain whether my sister-in-law will achieve her wishes. Those from noble families are notoriously selective when choosing brides. The suitable families may not even interest her, he added, understanding the limits of familial obligation. How can you say that? When that young Master Shin arrived today, your face was a picture of displeasure, CS scolded him. My lady. The thought of our cherished daughter being given to that insufferable young man is hardly a source of joy for me. My lord, do rest. Your beloved is likely reveling in her gifts at this very moment, Xie replied, stifling a laugh. Days later, Gus sent invitations to the ladies of various households. And they all arrived as promised, most of them out of respect for Xie. To Xie's surprise, the lady of Chomping, Lin, also attended. As their two households had ceased communication since the engagement of Zhao Zhao. Although Lin had previously dismissed the notion of mingling with the wife of a mere fifth-rank official. The incident involving Zhou Yuan had made her eager to finalize Xue Jiqing's marriage to avert any unforeseen complications. As the saying goes, a guest is a guest, Xie introduced. Sister-in-law, this is Lady Lin of Chongping. Lady, please, take a seat, Gus said with a fawning smile. Despite her brief return to the capital, she had heard of the Chongping household. Their second son was yet to marry, and if her daughter Zhao Zhi could wed into that family, it would be a suitable match. However, Lin did not share the sentiment. This is my eldest daughter, Lu Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi, greet the ladies. As Gusher eagerly pushed her forward upon the arrival of guests, Lu Zhaoxi, feeling somewhat uneasy, bowed and greeted. Zhaoxi pays her respects to all the ladies. These ladies, astute and discerning, were well aware of Gusher's intentions. Some scoffed, while others watched with a sense of amusement. A few families of slightly lower status, however, were genuinely intrigued. Although Lu Zhongyong held a modest position, he shared a maternal bond with the Duke of Yunyang. And Lu Zhaoxi's striking beauty and cultured demeanor made her an appealing prospect. After a round of polite exchanges, several families subtly expressed their interest in a marital alliance. Yet, none of these suitors met Gusher's expectations, who sought connections with illustrious families of nobility. Xiesher, perceptive of Gusher's dissatisfaction, understood that marriage should not be overly concerned with social standing. Rather, character and mutual affection should take precedence. Having done her utmost, she realized that any counsel offered would likely fall on deaf ears, prompting her to excuse herself with a casual pretext. Chapter 35. The Lantern Festival. Now that the year-end has passed, the day of Lu Zhao's wedding is drawing near. The entire Yunyang Marquis residence is bustling with activity. Xiesher is busy counting the dowry every day, while Lu Zhao tries on her wedding gown and adornments, feeling quite overwhelmed. Luli, observing Lu Zhao resting her head on the table, stifled a laugh and said, Miss, Madam just sent another set of headpieces. Shall I help you try them on? With her eyes closed, Lu Zhao waved her hand weakly and replied, No more trying. I feel as if my neck is about to break. Luli looked at the array of jewelry scattered around the room and shook her head in exasperation. It was understandable that her young mistress felt daunted. The weight of maternal love was indeed quite heavy. This wedding is exhausting, she murmured before dozing off. Luli gently covered her with a blanket and quietly stepped out. When Lu Zhao woke again, the sky had darkened. She straightened up and rubbed her numb arms, calling out, Luli. Luli entered, carrying dinner and smiling, Miss, you're awake. The kitchen has sent over dinner. You should eat something. Having eaten a substantial lunch, Lu Zhao was not particularly hungry now. She took a few bites and then set her chopsticks down, getting up to leave. As she stepped out, she was greeted by a sky full of Kongming lanterns, and it dawned on her that today was the Lantern Festival. Is my mother at home? Lu Zhao turned to ask, knowing her father would surely take her mother out. Luli hesitated before saying, Miss. Just now the Marquis sent word that he took Madam out. If you wish to go out and enjoy the festivities, you could accompany the second young master. Lu Zhao pouted upon hearing this. I knew it. Luli, help me style my hair, and call for Jinju. We're going out too. Fuming, she sat in front of the vanity. After dressing elegantly, Lu Zhao made her way to Lu Jinrong's courtyard, only to be informed by a servant that the second young master had not yet returned. Confused, she wondered when her second brother had become so busy. Luli and Jinju, watching Lu Zhao stride ahead, teased, Miss, are we not waiting for the second young master? Waiting for what? Who knows when he'll be back? As she stepped out of the residence, she spotted Xinjia Yin standing at the entrance. Turning around, she looked up at the grand plaque of the Yunyang Marquis residence and then at the person before her, asking in bewilderment, Xinjia Yin. What are you doing at my doorstep? Waiting for you, he replied without a hint of embarrassment. Lu Zhao chuckled at his words and teased, Oh. How come Lord Shin has so much free time today? Shin Jiayin bent slightly closer, smiling. I was busy, but now that I have detained your second brother, I find myself quite free, especially since he has no wife. Upon hearing his shameless words, Lu Zhao scoffed. Shin Jiayin, I've noticed you've become increasingly brazen. Are we going to the Lantern Festival or not? He asked with a grin. Of course we are. Lu Li and Jin Zhu exchanged knowing glances at the pair walking side by side, unable to contain their amused smiles. It was far more entertaining than any storybook. In the prosperous Tachi, the Lantern Festival drew throngs of people, and the streets were lined with stalls selling a variety of goods. Lu Zhao glanced around, with Shun Jiayin steadfastly by her side. Zhao Zhao. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhao turned to see Xue Baozhu excitedly waving at her, followed closely by Xue Jicheng. Instinctively, she glanced up at Shin Jiayin, only to find his expression less than cheerful, prompting her to silently criticize him for being petty. Xue Baozhu rushed over and wrapped her arms around Lu Zhao's, exclaiming, Zhao Zhao, it's been so long. You look even more beautiful. Indeed, it's your discerning eye, Baozhu, Lu Zhao replied, after which Xue Baozhu playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Zhao Zhao, how can you be so adorable? However, just as Xue Baozhu spoke, an icy sensation enveloped her. She looked up to find Shin Jiayin glaring coldly at her hand, causing her to retract it in fright. Miss Lu, Xue Jicheng remarked. Having been sulking at home for days, he often pondered whether the outcome would have been different if the Chongping Marquis had extended a helping hand to the Lu family during their time of need. Young Master Xue, Lu Zhao replied politely, while Shin Jiayin let out a soft snort. Zhao Zhao, shall we go together? Xue Baozhu asked, feigning ignorance of Shin Jiayin's darkening countenance. Of course, Lu Zhao nodded in agreement. Lu Zhao and Xue Baozhu walked arm in arm ahead, while Shin Jiayin observed her beaming expression and the smile gracing her lips, his eyes betraying unmasked affection. Young Master Shin, Miss Lu is indeed a rare gem in this world. I hope you will cherish her, Xue Jicheng suddenly interjected. Shin Jiayin scoffed, deriding, Young Master Xue. Do you truly comprehend what it means to love? Or are you merely cloaking your ulterior motives under the guise of affection for another's wife? What do you mean by that, Young Master Shin? Even if you are fortunate enough to win the heart of a beauty, you should not mock my sincere feelings. Xue Jicheng countered, for he had been enamored with Lu Zhao since the very first moment he laid eyes on her. You are mistaken. Lu Zhao is sought after by me, Shin Jiayin declared, thereafter ignoring him. He leaned forward and gently tugged at Lu Zhao's hair, to which she turned around, indignant. What are you doing? Here, he said, offering her a freshly bought candied hawthorn skewer. She accepted it, muttering, Shin Jiayin, don't think a mere skewer of candied hawthorn can placate me. If you dare tug my hair again, I shall retaliate. Zhao, what brings you here? Just as Lu Zhao took a bite of the sweet and sour treat, she heard Lu Zhao's voice, rolling her eyes inwardly at the impending encounter. Cousin. Lu Zhao greeted with a flat tone, for she held little fondness for her cousin, whom she would describe in 4 words as pretentious. Young Master Shin is here as well, Lu Zhao remarked softly, glancing at Shin Jiayin by Lu Zhao's side. Shin Jiayin merely responded with a cold grunt. Aside from Lu Zhao, he rarely afforded other women a warm expression. Zhao, who are these two? This is the eldest daughter of the Changping Marquis, Xue Baozhu, and the second son, Xue Jicheng, Lu Zhao replied, suppressing her disdain for her cousin, ensuring she did not undermine her in front of others. Miss Xue and Young Master Xue. Lu Zhao spoke gracefully. Xue Baozhu immediately discerned that her cousin Lu Zhao was likely akin to her other cousin. She spoke softly, Miss Lu Zhao, why have you come out with Young Master Shin today? You are not yet wed, and if others were to see you, what gossip might arise? She turned and quietly addressed Lu Zhao, though all 4 present could hear her words. Before Lu Zhao could respond, Shin Jiayin protectively placed himself in front of her, coldly declaring, Lu Zhao and I are betrothed by the Emperor's decree. It was I, along with my mother, who sought out the Yunyang Marquis for this union. Anyone who dares to gossip is defying the Emperor's will. Lu Zhao's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as she said, I was merely trying to offer a kind reminder. Lu Zhao peered out from behind Shin Jiayin, her face blooming with a smile as she retorted, Cousin, do keep your good intentions and your tears to yourself. Should you wish to lodge a complaint, you are welcome to return to the Yunyang Marquis with second ed. Shin Jiayin chuckled indulgently, while Xue Jicheng observed the pair with a growing sense of discomfort, acutely aware of the profound difference between himself and Shin Jiayin. Shin Jiayin cared not for the opinions of others. His affections were solely reserved for Lu Zhao. Ultimately, Lu Zhao departed in tears, while Lu Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of relief, her view of Shin Jiayin growing ever more favorable. Zhao, shall we take our leave now? Xue Baozhu said reluctantly. Of course, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Chapter 36. Confrontation. Lu Zhao Zhao, stop looking. Shen Jiayin interjected, positioning himself to shield her view. Lu Zhao Zhao lifted her gaze and said, Shen Jiayin, I wish to release a calming lantern. Let us go, he replied with a smile, gently taking her hand. They approached a stall selling calming lanterns and paused. Lu Zhao Zhao picked up a lantern. Beaming as she declared, this one will do. Shen Jiayin promptly handed over the silver, and the stall owner, beaming with delight, inquired, Young master, madam, would you like to inscribe a message on this lantern? Inscription is possible? Lu Zhao Zhao, slightly taken aback by the vendor's address, asked with curiosity, while Shen Jiayan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Indeed, it is our specialty, the vendor replied, offering her the brush and ink. Lu Zhao Zhao expressed her gratitude before accepting them. Joyful years to come. May I accompany Lu Zhao Zhao for countless seasons. As Lu Zhao Zhao watched the lantern ascend gracefully, the contrasting scripts intertwined beautifully, exuding a sense of inexplicable harmony. Shen Jiayan, when did you truly begin to harbor feelings for me? A subtle suspicion began to form in her heart, pondering whether it had never been a one-sided affection. Shen Jiayan lowered his gaze to meet hers. Lu Zhao Zhao, if you kiss me, I shall reveal it to you. How does that sound? His voice carried a long-suppressed emotion. He yearned to lay bare his profound love for her, unencumbered by hesitation. He cared not for her preferences, as long as she chose to remain by his side. Lu Zhao Zhao stood on her toes, gently pressing her crimson lips against his chin. Just as Shen Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, she withdrew, and in that moment, she noticed the spark in his eyes grow ever brighter. With a teasing glint, she asked, so, you have liked me all along, haven't you? Shen Jiayin pulled her into an embrace, whispering softly into her ear, Lu Zhao Zhao, I have cherished you for a long time. Upon receiving this affirmation, memories of their past flooded Lu Zhao Zhao's mind. Her relentless pursuit, his evasive retreat. A mischievous glint crossed her eyes as she playfully pushed him away, exclaiming, Shen Jiayan, what were you being so reserved about in the past? I wasn't, Zhao Zhao. Please let me explain. The esteemed young master Shen found himself momentarily flustered, stumbling over his words. You need not say anything. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I am going home, and if you dare to follow, I shall call off our engagement. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed off. Lu Li and Zhun Zhu trailed behind at a distance, unaware of the unfolding drama. Hastily following after her as she stormed away, the fearless young master Shen stood rooted to the spot, his eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears as he absorbed her words about breaking their engagement. Upon returning to Haitang Courtyard, Lu Li and Zhun Zhu exchanged glances and cautiously asked, Miss, are you all right? Lu Zhao Zhao burst into laughter, her face alight with joy as she queried, did I play my part convincingly just now? Lu Li and Zhun Zhu, placing their hands over their hearts, let out deep sighs of relief. Miss, you nearly frightened us to death. Pray tell, what has transpired? Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed with excitement. Liu Li, Zhun Zhu, do you know? Shen Jiayan confessed his feelings for me today. Upon hearing this, the two were taken aback. It was evident to any discerning individual that the young Master Shen had been seeking marriage proposals and royal decrees. He claimed that he has been fond of me for a long time. Do you understand? My lady, is this not a good thing? Why are you still angry? Zhun asked, puzzled. Lu Zhao Zhao sat on a small couch, poured herself a cup of tea, and huffed. He clearly likes me but pretends to be reserved, watching me revolve around him daily. This time, I will make him revolve around me. Despite her boldness, she still possessed a sense of pride. My lady, I have a thought that may be inappropriate, but I cannot hold it back, Liu Li said, suppressing her laughter. Speak it. Lu Zhao Zhao took a casual sip of her tea, and before she could swallow, Liu Li remarked, My lady, at this moment, you resemble a petty person who has just gained some small success. Cough, cough. Lu Zhao Zhao choked and began to cough, prompting Liu Li and Zhun Zhu to rush forward and pat her back. Once she recovered, her cheeks flushed with a playful scolding. Liu Li, how dare you insult me? My lady, I was wrong. I would never dare to scold you. But shouldn't you inquire of young Master Shen as to why he did not speak of this earlier? Liu Li gently suggested while massaging her back. I forgot. Liu Li was left speechless. Well, it seems even the king himself would not fault my lady for this. My lady, it is getting late. Allow me to fetch some water for you so you may rest. All right. Lu Zhao Zhao changed into her nightclothes, removed her hairpins, and soon fell asleep. In the study of the Duke's residence, Shen Jiayan took a swig of strong liquor while gazing intently at a portrait of the young woman on the table, his eyes reddening as he murmured, Zhao Zhao. Mo Han stood expressionless outside the door, while Mo Jiang peeked into the study and whispered, What do you think is wrong with the young master? He has always been fixated on Miss Lu's portrait, and now that he is on the verge of marriage, why has he taken it out again and started drinking? Shall you go in and ask? Mo Han replied, his face as cold as ice. As the wedding day approached, Shen Jiayan had visited the Yunyang Marquis' residence numerous times. Yet Lu Zhao Zhao remained elusive. When Madame Xie inquired about her, she merely replied that there was nothing amiss. At the Dali Temple, as Lu Jinrong was preparing to return home, Shen Jiayan called out, "Wait, please help me deliver this to Zhao Zhao." Lu Jinrong, with a resigned expression, accepted the package and teased, "Shen Jiayan, how many letters have you sent? My sister has not replied to a single one. In my opinion, you two would be better off calling off the engagement." This was the second time he had heard such words, and he shot a cold glance at Lu Jinrong, who felt a chill run down his neck and retreated, saying, "Shen Jiayan, I am Lu Zhao Zhao's elder brother. If you dare to act against me, my sister will be even less inclined to engage with you." With that, he fled, for when this young man went astray, even the emperor could not intervene. Lu Jinrong returned to the residence and headed directly to the Haitang courtyard, where Lu Zhao Zhao was engaged in playing jianzi. He placed the letter on the stone table and exclaimed, "Oh ancestors, what on earth are you two causing a ruckus about?" Lu Zhao Zhao picked up the letter and was about to enter the house when she suddenly turned around and laughed. "Second brother, our ancestors are enshrined in the ancestral hall. Be careful with your words, or father might give you a beating." "Lu Zhao, just watch, I won't hesitate to strike you today," Lu Jinrong declared, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to charge at her. However, Lu Zhao Zhao showed no fear. She simply saw Pearl stepping forward to block the doorway, saying, "Second young master, I must beg your pardon." Understanding the situation, Lu Jinrong lowered his sleeves and turned to leave, for he truly could not contend with that girl. How ironic it was that Pearl, whom he had brought in, now dared to stand up to him for her beloved sister. What kind of brother-in-law was he? Caught uncomfortably between a sister and her husband, bearing the brunt of their antics? Indeed, his heart was heavy. Chapter 37. The Night Intrusion. As night descended, Lu Zhao Zhao instructed Zhenju and Lu Li to leave, settling herself on a small couch clad in delicate undergarments, engrossed in a novel, her heart brimming with delight. Suddenly, the door swung open, and she turned, exclaiming, "Lu Li, didn't I tell you to?" Shen Jiayan. Startled, she rose from her seat, hastily draping a garment over herself, her expression shifting to one of fury as she confronted the enigmatic figure at the threshold. "Shen Jiayan, have you lost your mind?" He nonchalantly closed the door behind him and advanced towards her, forcing Lu Zhao Zhao into a corner. Trembling, she warned, "Shen Jiayan, should you dare to act recklessly, beware that my father and brother will break your legs." "Lu Zhao Zhao, how could you be so heartless?" he replied hoarsely. They were now uncomfortably close enough for her to detect the scent of alcohol on his breath. Lu Zhao Zhao's lips twitched. The esteemed son of the Shen family, a distinguished official, had succumbed to drunkenness and dared to intrude upon her chamber. "Shen Jiayan, you are intoxicated. You must return whence you came." She had no desire to engage in a quarrel with the drunkard. He certainly had not entered through the front door. Else the servants of the Yunyang Marquis' residence would have noticed. "I will not leave. If I do, you shall be forced to marry another, will you not?" His eyes glistened with a hint of red as he fixed his intense gaze upon her crimson lips. Sensing his predatory stare, she instinctively called out, "Jin." Yet, before she could utter more than a syllable, he silenced her. She pushed against him, but he restrained her with one hand while the other firmly clasped her slender waist. Realizing her feeble strength was futile against him, she resolved not to squander her energy. She refused to believe he could truly overpower her. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a tingling numbness on her lips as he finally withdrew slightly, though he did not release her. He leaned in, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his voice a soft murmur, "Lu Zhao Zhao, you are mine. You can only marry me." As she felt his breathing gradually steadying, Lu Zhao Zhao could not help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. Should this tale be shared, no one would likely believe it. Gently patting his back, she called out, "Shen Jiayan, awaken." With his tall stature akin to jade, Lu Zhao Zhao barely reached his shoulder. Struggling, she managed to guide him to the small couch, straightening her back to massage her sore waist. Observing the now unconscious Shen Jiayan, a smile crept upon her lips. After all his indifference, he had now fallen into her hands. A sense of pride swelled within her. She approached him and playfully pinched his fair, handsome cheek. Even inebriated, Shen Jiayan retained a semblance of awareness. Swatting her hand away with a cold retort, "Do not touch me." "Then, may I touch you, Lu Zhao Zhao?" She leaned down, whispering softly in his ear. "Only Zhao Zhao may," he murmured in response. For reasons unknown, upon hearing his words, a pang of bittersweet emotion stirred within her. She gently draped a nearby blanket over him, adjusted her own attire, and called out, "Pearl," Lioli upon hearing Lu Zhao Zhao's voice. The two hastily emerged from the adjoining chamber, inquiring, "Miss, what is the matter?" "Pearl, please go to Songbai Courtyard and summon my second brother. Just tell him I need to speak with him, but do not alert anyone else," she whispered softly. Lioli glanced at the darkening sky. Though she was unaware of her mistress's intentions, she resolved to comply with the order. Pearl bowed and assured her, "Rest assured, miss, I understand. Liuli, come inside with me." Lu Zhao Zhao instructed before turning back into the room. Liuli followed closely, shutting the door securely. Upon noticing someone on the small couch, she gasped, "Miss, who is this?" "Quiet." Lu Zhao Zhao gestured for silence. Liuli rushed forward to investigate, and upon recognizing Shen Jiayin, she turned back to scrutinize Lu Zhao Zhao from head to toe. Seeing no signs of distress, she breathed a sigh of relief and quietly asked, "Miss, how did Master Shen end up here? Are you all right?" Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and shook her head, responding with a hint of exasperation, "I am fine. He simply stumbled in here inebriated." The reason she had sent Pearl to fetch her second brother was to prepare for any eventuality. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. If word of this reached the ears of the wrong people, they might concoct all sorts of stories. Though they were already betrothed, gossip could easily suggest they were involved in clandestine meetings, which would implicate her elder and second sisters as well. Liuli felt a chill run down her spine. Relieved it was Master Shen this time. Had it been someone else, who knows what trouble could have ensued? Lu Jinrong was roused from his slumber by someone calling him. Initially irate, he soon learned it was Lu Zhao Zhao's maid, and quickly rose to follow Pearl back. He knocked softly on the door, calling Zhao Zhao. "Second brother." "You may come in," Lu Zhao Zhao replied. Lu Jinrong entered, questioning, "What is it? Why the urgency at this late hour?" Lu Zhao Zhao gestured towards the small couch, where, despite being covered by a blanket, the physique of a man was discernible. Lu Jinrong was taken aback and swiftly approached, only to shift from shock to fury upon recognizing the face. He pushed Shen Jiayin forcefully, exclaiming, "Shen Jiayin, how dare you enter my sister's chamber at this hour?" When Shen Jiayin remained motionless, Lu Jinrong seized a nearby teacup and splashed its contents at him, shouting, "Shen Jiayin, get up." Seeing this, Lu Zhao Zhao hurried forward to restrain him, saying, "Second brother, what are you doing? He is merely intoxicated. I believe he is taking advantage of the situation." Lu Jinrong huffed in anger, thinking of the numerous people around the Marquis of Yunyang, wondering how this scoundrel managed to infiltrate her room. Lu Zhao Zhao found it difficult to defend him, as he had indeed behaved poorly. She took a handkerchief to wipe the water from his face and said, "Second brother, please take him back to your quarters. If anyone inquires, simply say you were discussing business." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong immediately grasped his intention. He shot a glare at Shen Jiayin and indignantly remarked, "If it weren't for the fact that you two are to be wed, I would undoubtedly break his legs." Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled lightly and interjected, "Second brother, do take him back now. I, too, wish to rest. If he awakens tomorrow, tell him I am no longer angry. But he must refrain from darting into my courtyard at midnight. It is frightful." Together, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Jinrong managed to assist him upright. Lu Jinrong supported him out of Haitang courtyard, and as she watched their retreating figures, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but laugh softly. "Lu Li Jinzhu, you two should also return to rest," she said, settling back on her bed with a yawn. "Miss, I shall remain at the door to keep you company." Zhen Zhu replied, "Miss, do rest. Lu Li and I will stay at the door," Lu Li echoed. Lu Zhao Zhao understood their concern for her well-being. Yet given that it was merely February, spending the night outside could lead to illness. Nonetheless, these two girls were remarkably stubborn. She raised her hand and gestured toward the small couch, saying, "Very well, you both may sleep on the small couch." "Yes, Mississippi." With that, the three of them extinguished the lights and peacefully fell into slumber. Chapter 38. The eve in the tranquil confines of Haitang courtyard, chaos reigned in Songbai courtyard. Lu Jinrong, for the third time, pulled Shen Jiayin back from the door, wiping the sweat from his brow as he scoffed, "Shen Jiayin, I truly never imagined your drunken antics could be so disgraceful. Only that foolish Lu Zhao Zhao could be so easily enchanted by you." "Silence. Do not speak of Zhao Zhao," Shen Jiayin retorted, attempting once more to rise and exit. "Fine, I shan't say another word. It seems I must have wronged you both in a past life," Lu Jinrong grumbled, gripping him firmly. The following morning, Shen Jiayin slowly propped himself up, shaking his throbbing head. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring into the well-dressed visage of Lu Jinrong. "Oh, the esteemed Shen is awake," Lu Jinrong remarked with a sardonic tone. Gazing around the unfamiliar room, and then at Lu Jinrong's grim expression, memories from the previous day surged back. Upon hearing Lu Jinrong mention the word breakup, he had resorted to drinking in solitude, only to find himself inexplicably at the gates of the Yunyang Marquis residence, and then, in a moment of folly, he had trespassed into Lu Zhao Zhao's courtyard, and then, he had kissed her. Panic surged within Shen Jiayin, the alarm bells ringing in his mind. Surely, Lu Zhao Zhao would be furious with him now. He sprang to his feet, only to be yanked back by Lu Jinrong, who seethed, "Shen Jiayin, do you dare to visit my sister's courtyard again? Don't think that just because you are my superior, I won't dare to confront you. It was my fault. I shall go apologize to Zhao Zhao, Shun Jiayan said hoarsely. Lu Jinrong released him with an exasperated huff. Enough. Zhao Zhao has said she is not angry with you anymore. With the wedding approaching, I cannot fathom what nonsense you two are embroiled in. Is she truly so forgiving? Shin Jiayan asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. Enough. Hurry to the Dali Temple. If it is true, you can inquire of her directly after the wedding, Lu Jinrong insisted. Pushing him toward the door, his dedication as a brother-in-law truly remarkable. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Shin Jiayan turned with utmost seriousness. Remember to raise the walls of Zhao Zhao's courtyard. Lu Jinrong, exasperated, let out a laugh, as if your advice is necessary. Aside from you, that reckless scoundrel Shin Jiayan, who would dare intrude upon the residence of the Yunyang Marquis. In recent days, a steady stream of jewelry and adornments had flowed into Haitang courtyard. Had it not been for a letter from Lu Zhao Zhao, Shin Jiayan might have emptied the entire ryuj. On the eve of their wedding, Lu Zhao Zhao sat on a small couch, gazing at the vibrant red bridal gown. For reasons unknown, her eyes felt moist. From tomorrow onwards, she would no longer merely be the third young lady of the Yunyang Marquis residence, but would also become Shun Jian's wife. My lady, your mother has arrived. Came the voice of Lioli from outside. Lu Zhao Zhao slipped on her shoes and opened the door, welcoming Mrs. Xia inside. Mother, you've come, she said softly. Mrs. Xia took her hand and guided her back to the small couch, speaking tenderly, in the blink of an eye, my Zhao Zhao is to be wed. I still remember your appearance when you were just born. From a young age, she had been the most cherished child of the Yunyang Marquis residence, and she believed herself to be the luckiest girl in the world. Now, she was to marry the man of her dreams. Yet the thought of not being able to bask in his affection daily made her heart ache. Mother, Lu Zhao Zhao softly called, her nose slightly reddened. As the youngest daughter of the family, she had never endured any hardship. Xia Shi was both delighted that her daughter was marrying a suitable match and apprehensive about the potential hardship she might face thereafter. Embracing Lu Zhao Zhao, Xia Shi gently patted her back and spoke tenderly, Zhao Zhao, after your marriage, be sure to maintain a good relationship with young Master Shin. Princess Rong is a sensible person, and she will surely not make things difficult for you. Do not worry, mother. I understand and will not bring shame upon our Yunyang Marquis residence, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly. Understanding her daughter intimately, Xia Shi knew that despite her occasional pampering, she would never stray from the path of righteousness when it truly mattered. Remembering the purpose of their visit, Xia Shi awkwardly retrieved a book and a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom, clearing her throat before saying, Zhao Zhao, keep this book well and read it carefully. The medicine in this bottle is excellent for bruising and swelling. Upon seeing the title The Art of Avoiding Flames, Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed. Gazing at the ointment, she was puzzled about its purpose and, driven by curiosity, timidly inquired, Mother, why are you giving me this? Faced with her daughter's innocent gaze, Xia Shi found herself at a loss for words. Rising, she replied, just keep it well. Dear, children should not ask such questions. Watching Xia Shi hastily depart, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lowering her gaze to the book on the table, she suppressed her embarrassment and, with trembling hands, opened the first page. The illustration depicted a man and woman sitting opposite each other, though the artist's skill was somewhat lacking, prompting a slight frown from her. Turning to the next page, she was startled to find the couple in disheveled clothing, the woman's leg entwined around the man's waist. Her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly shut the book, her ears burning. Tomorrow, she would be wed to Shin Jiayan. Covering her face with her hands in frustration, she glanced at the book she had tossed aside. With a long sigh, she placed it along with the ointment into a small box, treating the book as if it were a scalding hot potato that nearly burned her hands. At the Duke of Guoguo's residence, Shin Jiayan sat at the table, grinning with satisfaction, while Mo Han pretended not to notice, turning his head away. Mo Zhang's lips twitched in confusion. He could not fathom why a mere marriage could render the young master so enchanted. Rising, he meticulously folded each painting and placed them neatly into a box. From tomorrow onward, he could be with her every day. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, a favorable day for marriage, Lu Zhao Zhao was awakened by Xia Shi at dawn. Groggy, she shuffled to wash up and, upon sitting at the dressing table, continued to yawn, prompting an amused smile from Xia Shi. Early this morning, Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran hurried back to the Yunyang Marquis mansion. As they gazed upon their once small sister, who now stood on the brink of marriage, a tumult of emotion swirled within them. Fortunately, their sister was to wed the one she truly desired, Lu Zhuzhao. With skin as smooth as cream and a face adorned with scarcely any downy hair, went softly as Granny Chuanchi gently prepared her face with 2 strands of silver thread. Despite the tenderness of the act, she could not suppress a slight sound of discomfort. Granny Chuanchi delicately combed through her flowing, lustrous tresses, reciting auspicious phrases. One comb brings you to the end, 2 combs grant you hair as white as the brow. 3 combs bless you with a house full of children and grandchildren, for combs bestow upon you wealth and longevity. Under the attentive care of Lu Li and Shinju, Lu Zhao Zhao donned the wedding gown meticulously selected by the Xie family, as Xie herself personally placed the phoenix crown atop her elegantly styled hair. In the customs of Dachi, when a woman marries, any legitimate wife may don the phoenix crown and bridal veil. Chapter 39, The Grand Wedding. Shinjiayan, adorned in a resplendent red wedding attire, mounted a magnificent steed, his countenance radiating with the joy of spring. As he beheld Lu Jinhua, who stood at the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, a subtle smile graced his lips. He was well aware that winning this bride would not be a simple endeavor. With agility, he dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting, addressing, "Elder brother." Today, the 4th prince and Zhou Yu accompanied their wives back to the Yunyang Marquis' estate. Standing beside Lu Jinhua, Shen Jiayan unabashedly called out, "Sister-in-law, second brother-in-law." The 4th prince raised an eyebrow, bemused. This lad had forsaken all familial ties in his quest for a bride, even though he was his own cousin. Lu Jinhua, with a leisurely tone, remarked, "Young Master Shen, securing a daughter from the Yunyang Marquis family is no trifling matter." The atmosphere was lively, as a throng of onlookers gathered outside the estate. And upon hearing Lu Jinhua's words, they erupted in playful banter. "Young Master Shen, whether you can claim the title of son-in-law depends entirely on your sincerity." Shen Jiayan declared resolutely, "I, Shen Jiayan, shall never betray Lu Zhao Zhao in this lifetime. I shall cherish her as one would a precious jewel and never go back on my word." Lu Jinhua shifted slightly, his expression turning serious. "Young Master Shen, do not forget your vow today. Time to wed." A child in the crowd cheered, prompting the young servants of the Yunyang Marquis' house to distribute red envelopes to the spectators. The wedding procession began, filled with joyous sounds and exuberance. Lu Zhao, adorned in a phoenix crown and radiant bridal attire, appeared even more enchanting. Lu Zhaoran, watching her, felt a rush of emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. They were of similar age, and before Zhao Zhao's marriage, she had been inseparable from her, affectionately calling her second sister. As Princess Jianing entered with a beaming smile, Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively prepared to bow in respect, but Jianing gently assisted her upright. "Zhao Zhao, why have you emerged today? This is your wedding day. Of course. You are my dearest friend, and I must see you off on your journey to matrimony," Jianing replied, taking her hand. Leaning closer, in a voice only they could hear, she whispered, "Zhao Zhao, congratulations on realizing your heart's desire." Rising, she added with a smile, "Zhao Zhao, I wish you and my cousin a life filled with unwavering love and companionship until the end of time." "Thank you, Ningning," Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes shimmering with tears. Upon the announcement of the auspicious hour, the room filled with emotion, and Lu Zhao Zhao turned, gently lifting her skirts as she knelt before Madame Xie, her voice trembling. Daughter bids farewell to her mother, wishing her a long life and enduring health, free from worries for years to come. Madame Xie, fighting back tears, helped her to her feet, softly saying, "Zhao Zhao, you will always be a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis' house. Your father and I only wish for your perpetual happiness." "Mother, Zhao Zhao will remember this," she replied, as Madame Xie accepted the red veil depicting a phoenix in flight from Grandma Chuanxi, murmuring, "With the commencement of joyous rituals. May this union flourish. May love deepen as the seasons change, respecting one another as honored guests. May your hearts and minds align, creating a harmonious home. Forever united as one." As Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at the sea of red, a tear traced down her cheek. From this day forth, she would no longer bask in the warmth of her parents' daily affection. Instead, she could only hope for their robust health and a life free from worry. Enduring through the ages, with the assistance of Granny Chuanxi, she stepped out of the room. Lu Jinrong, unusually serious, gently lifted Lu Zhao Zhao onto his back and softly stated, "Zhao Zhao, your second brother will see you off to your marriage." With her eyes glistening, Lu Zhao Zhao nestled her head against his broad shoulder and gave a subtle nod. At the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, upon catching sight of Lu Zhao Zhao, Shen Jiayan could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Lu Jinrong gently set her down and took her hand, reassuring her, "Zhao Zhao, the Yunyang Marquis' house will always be your support. Do not be afraid, and certainly do not compromise your own happiness." Casting a glance at the beaming Shen Jiayan, he gritted his teeth and handed Lu Zhao Zhao's hand over, warning, "Shen Jiayan, I entrust Zhao Zhao to you today. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall not let you off easily. Rest assured, second brother, such a day will never come," Shen Jiayan replied firmly, gripping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand tightly. She felt the warmth radiating between their fingers and slowly smiled. He led her to the bridal sedan, mounted his horse, and looked back at the bright red wedding palanquin, his face beaming with unrestrained joy. As the palanquin was lifted, amidst the resounding firecrackers, Granny Chuanxi assisted Lu Zhao Zhao from the sedan. handing one end of the red silk to her and the other to Sun Jiayan. He smiled as he accepted it, promptly grasping her hand. Sun Jiayan. She gasped. I am here, he replied, his tone filled with uncontainable joy. The main gate of the Duke's residence swung open, and a voice called out, Welcome the bride. Sun Jiayan held her hand tightly, leading her through the grand entrance, marking Lu Zhao Zhao as his rightful wife from that moment onward. In the Yicheng courtyard, the Duke and the gentle Princess Jingru sat on high, their faces adorned with smiles. First, bow to heaven and earth, may they serve as your match, lasting forever. Second, bow to the high hall, may you enjoy fortune and longevity and health through the seasons. As husband and wife, may you bow to each other, never parting until old age, and love without doubt. Be led into the bridal chamber, may your union be harmonious and beautiful, with many descendants. The ceremony concluded. Amidst the crowd's cheers and laughter, Lu Zhao Zhao and Sun Jiayan entered the new room, taking their seats on the wedding bed. Please, the groom, unveil the bride's veil. The matron's voice carried a hint of joy. Sun Jiayan, trembling with excitement, slowly lifted the red veil. Lu Zhao Zhao met his gaze, and in that moment, it felt as if she could see the surging love within his eyes. A chorus of admiration arose from the crowd, marveling at the beauty of the third Miss Lu, proclaiming that seeing her in person surpassed all hearsay, confirming their perfect match, a destined couple. The matron entwined a lock of their hair together, softly reciting, Bound together as husband and wife, may your love be unwavering. May the heir and his lady enjoy a long and happy life together. Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated, young Master Shin. Will you not allow young Master Shin to consummate the marriage then? Laughter erupted from the crowd, a sound that typically would not accompany Sun Jiayan, as the guests rarely dared to jest with him. However, this evening was different. It was a festive night of celebration. Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed uncontrollably as Sun Jiayan bent down to gently grasp her hand, whispering, Zhao Zhao, wait for my return. Young Master Shin, perhaps it would be best not to share sweet nothings with your wife just yet. There will be ample time for that this evening, came the jovial interjection. Sun Jiayan then turned to the woman beside him, adorned with a warm smile, and bowed slightly, saying, Elder sister-in-law, I kindly ask you to look after my wife. Rest assured, second brother, I will take excellent care of her and ensure she faces no grievances, the woman replied playfully. Sun Jiayan then turned back to Lu Zhao Zhao, offering her a charming smile before he joined the others in their departure. Chapter 40. The floral candle. As the matriarch, Madame Shin, was still alive, the Duke of Huguo's residence had yet to be divided. Madame Shin and the late Duke had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Shin Qizhou, had a single son, Sun Jiayan, with Princess Jingru. The second son, Shin Qinghan, and his wife, Lady Wu, had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Shin Jiachen, was merely 23 and had married Lady Lu. The second son, Shin Jiehua, was 17, and their youngest daughter, Shin Yiran, was only 10 years old. Lady Lu stepped forward gracefully, saying, Sister-in-law, I am your elder sister-in-law, Lu Yurua. After a long day, you must be quite hungry. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for you, which will be delivered shortly. Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly, Thank you, elder sister-in-law. Lady Lu gazed at her, an involuntary glimmer of admiration in her eyes. The young lady was indeed stunning, and she appeared perfectly matched with her second brother. Before long, the kitchen sent in the food. Lady Lu glanced outside, anticipating the return of her second brother, given that Sun Jiachen and Sun Jiehua were present. After a gentle conversation with Lu Zhao Zhao, she took her leave, leaving only Lu Zhao Zhao and the maid, Liuli, in the new chamber. Madam, the young master should be returning soon. You ought to take a bath, Liuli suggested, recalling the fire avoidance manual she had perused the previous night. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. However, she was Lu Zhao Zhao. She could not show any weakness. Forcing herself to appear composed, she replied, Yes, I shall bathe. She loosened her ceremonial robe and settled into a bath filled with petals, delicately stirring the water with her fair arms. The mist enveloped her, leaving her cheeks a delicate crimson. Liuli gently helped her wash her hair, thanks to Shin Jiachen and Shin Jiehua's assistance in warding off the wine. Shin Jiayan had not consumed much. He hurried back to the new chamber, only to find Lu Zhao Zhao absent, causing a fleeting moment of panic in his heart. However, he soon heard the sound of water from the bathing room and chuckled softly. Inside, Liuli gently remarked, Madam, it is time to rise. The water has grown somewhat cool, and the weather remains chilly. Be cautious not to catch a cold. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that she could not delay this any longer. She slowly stood, and Jinju, bowing her head, presented her a towel. Although both she and Liuli had served the madam since childhood, such intimate tasks were generally performed by Liuli. Catching a glimpse of Liuli's alluring figure, she could not help but reflect, the young master is indeed fortunate. Lu Zhaozhao donned a red gauzy nightgown, her slender waist accentuated, and her bosom gracefully pronounced. As she emerged from the bathing room, she locked eyes with Xin Jiayan, who stood at the door. Instinctively, she adjusted her dress, and his expression darkened. Liu Li and Jinju exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter as they bowed and withdrew, quietly closing the door behind them. Seeing her hair still glistening with droplets, Xin Jiayan approached her. The moment Lu Zhaozhao beheld his expression, she recalled the incident when he drunkenly stumbled into the Yunyang Marquis' residence, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. She asked, Xin Jiayan, have you been drinking again? In a low voice, he replied, no. Before taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the small couch, he then gently took a cloth from the rack and began to dry her hair. Feeling the gentleness of his touch, Lu Zhaozhao's anxiety gradually dissipated. Considering Xin Jiayan's ethereal demeanor, it seemed their wedding night would not be too burdensome. He tenderly brushed her half-dried hair and, concealing the heat in his eyes, softly instructed, you should go to the bed, lest you catch a chill. With that, he hurriedly retreated into the bathing chamber. Glancing down at his own reaction, he felt a twinge of helplessness, genuinely concerned about startling her. After his bath, Xin Jiayan donned a nightgown identical to Lu Zhaozhao's, his steps somewhat unsteady as he approached the bed. Observing his demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao assumed he was shy and playfully teased, Xin Jiayan, are you feeling nervous? He lowered his gaze upon the girl he had long cherished, cradling her face as he earnestly bent down to kiss her, whispering breathlessly against her lips, Zhao Zhao, my heart is yours. Lu Zhaozhao felt as though a fawn was racing within her chest. She had undoubtedly succeeded in winning her husband's heart. Noticing her quivering eyelashes, he could no longer contain himself. Kneeling on the bed, he leaned closer, bestowing delicate, tender kisses upon her forehead, cheeks, and the corners of her lips. Finally capturing her earlobe with his mouth, Lu Zhaozhao trembled and instinctively pushed him away. Xin Jiayan grasped her wrist, pinning it above her head, his fervent kisses trailing down to her neck, drawing forth soft, enticing whimpers from her. One by one, their garments were discarded onto the bed, and Xin Jiayan's gaze brimmed with desire. Lu Zhaozhao distinctly felt the heat radiating against her thigh. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she opened her eyes to glance down, only to widen them in shock. This was not what she had envisioned. The sight before her starkly contrasted with his handsome visage, stirring a sense of fear within her, prompting her to struggle to rise. Xin Jiayan, however, would not allow her to escape. He gently covered her startled eyes with his hand, softly coaxing, Zhao Zhao, do not be afraid. I shall be gentle. Before she could finish her protest, he captured her lips with a deep kiss. Ah, Xin Jiayan, you scoundrel. Lu Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain, her lashes trembling. Xin Jiayan leaned in to kiss away her crystalline tears, tenderly caressing her hair to soothe her. After a lengthy moment, he restrained himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow, one trembling hand gripping her waist. Lu Zhaozhao sensed the pain gradually subsiding and, glancing at Xin Jiayan's disheveled appearance, burst into light-hearted laughter. Seeing her seemingly unharmed, he leaned down to seal her lips once more, indulging in his desires. In the candlelit chamber, the atmosphere was filled with romance. Half an hour later, Xin Jiayan gazed down at the drowsy Lu Zhaozhao in his arms, planting a gentle kiss on her slightly damp cheek. He carefully tucked her in, ensuring only her head remained exposed, and in a hushed voice, called, prepare the water. Luli and Jinju entered with water buckets in hand. As they readied themselves, Luli moved to assist Lu Zhaozhao, but Xin Jiayan, seated at the edge of the bed, interjected, you may leave now. Yes, my lord. Before departing, Liuli and Jinju continuously glanced towards the bed, only to be met with the firm obstruction of Xin Jiayan. Their lady, delicate and fair-skinned, seemed to bear an unspoken burden. Once they had left, Xin Jiayan swiftly lifted Lu Zhaozhao, carrying her to the bathing chamber, where he gently placed her into the tub. She sighed contentedly, and as he observed the bruises adorning her skin, a pang of regret washed over him. He had momentarily lost restraint earlier. After cleansing her, he cradled her and laid her upon the freshly prepared bed. Rising, he retrieved ointment from the bedside and meticulously applied it to her body. Once he had dressed her in her undergarments, he tenderly embraced her, lowering his head to plant a soft kiss in her hair. With a voice laced with affection, he murmured, Lu Zhaozhao, you have finally become my wife. Lu Zhaozhao, seemingly a tad impatient, waved her hand and murmured, Xin Jiayan, stop teasing. I wish to sleep. He grasped her hand and planted a kiss upon it, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he held her close and closed his eyes. Chapter 41. Please be safe. The following day, at dawn, Lu Zhaozhao was awakened by a flurry of gentle kisses upon her cheeks and neck. Irritated, she opened her eyes, only to be overwhelmed by a profound ache throughout her body, particularly in her waist and the inner thighs. She reached out to nudge Xin Jiayan, murmuring, enough, Xin Jiayan. However, Upon speaking, she realized her voice was slightly hoarse. He lifted his gaze to her, a barely contained smile gracing his lips, and softly said, "Zhao Zhao, I applied the medicine for you last night. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Last night, having experienced her first intimate encounter, she could hardly withstand his fervent affection and had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Rolling her eyes, she muttered in exasperation, "You big bad wolf." Fully aware of his wrongdoing, Shen Jiayin, savoring the delightful sensation, playfully replied, "Zhao Zhao, please don't be upset. It was entirely my fault. One must endure the choices they make, even if it brings tears." With a resigned sigh, she propped herself up and asked, "What time is it?" Shen Jiayin, taking it upon himself to massage her waist, replied leisurely, "Just past the hour of the rabbit." Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly attempted to get out of bed, but her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble. Shen Jiayin swiftly wrapped his arms around her, chuckling, "It's all right. Your parents won't mind." Struggling to steady herself, Lu Zhao Zhao retorted angrily, "Shen Jiayin, if you cause our elders any displeasure today, I will not let this matter rest." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he shamelessly remarked, "My lady, how would you like to settle this? I shall certainly comply with your wishes." "You are incorrigible," she chided with a laugh. "Yuli, Jinju, please come in." Lu Zhao Zhao called softly towards the door as she gathered her clothing. Yuli and Jinju entered, carrying her grooming supplies, and bowed, "Young master, madam." Shen Jiayin, who usually never required the assistance of maids, donned a new red garment today, for it was their first day of marriage. He sat on a round stool, observing Lu Zhao Zhao as she prepared her makeup. Yuli meticulously shaped her brows with a delicate brush and applied lip color, ensuring her appearance was impeccable for her debut at the Duke of Huguo's residence. Dressed in a red skirt embroidered with golden threads, Lu Zhao Zhao's makeup was radiant and elegant, making her the very picture of beauty beside Shen Jiayin, who gently took her hand and said, "Let us go." As they exited the courtyard, she paused, taken aback by the name of the courtyard, Zhao Jia Courtyard. Was this Zhao referring to her? She turned to the man beside her, whose smile never faltered, and directly inquired, "Shen Jiayin, does this courtyard name have anything to do with me?" He tightened his grip on her hand and candidly replied, "Indeed, it is the Zhao of Zhao Zhao and the Jia of Jiayin." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a sweet warmth in her heart and let out a soft laugh. Shen Jiayin turned to look at her face, joining in her laughter, for he had finally wed the woman of his dreams. Today, they visited the treasured Baomotang of the venerable Lady Shen. As Lu Zhao Zhao entered the room, she immediately spotted Lady Shen seated majestically in the main seat, adorned in an elegant dark green gown that exuded both grace and authority. Accepting the teacup offered by a nearby maid, Lu Zhao Zhao knelt decorously and said, "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother, wishing you longevity and health." This was the first time Lady Shen had met Lu Zhao Zhao, though she was yet to ascertain her character. She believed that anyone capable of winning the heart of her spirited grandson could not be mistaken. She gently took the teacup, sipped a little, and affectionately said, "Good child. Rise, from now on, be good to Jiayin." After speaking, she handed a red envelope to Lu Zhao Zhao, which the latter received with both hands, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother." Before she could make a move, Shen Jiayin had already stepped forward to assist her in rising. The Duke of the Protectorate scoffed, unable to bear the sight, lamenting his son's folly. In a moment unnoticed by others, Princess Jingru pinched him sharply, prompting a swift change in his expression to one of cheerful compliance. Turning around, Lu Zhao Zhao encountered the smiling faces of the Duke and Princess Jingru, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Kneeling again, she offered tea, saying, "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to father and mother, wishing father enduring vitality and mother eternal beauty." The Duke of the Protectorate deftly accepted the tea and handed her a generous red envelope. "Thank you, father," Lu Zhao Zhao replied as she accepted it. Princess Jingru took a sip of tea, gently helping her to her feet and warmly saying, "Zhao Zhao, from now on, this is your home. Should Jiayin dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to tell your mother, and I shall advocate for you." Handing over a pair of exquisite jade bangles, she continued, "These were given to me by my mother when I married your father. Now they are yours." Though Lu Zhao Zhao felt somewhat unaccustomed to such grandeur, while the Yunyang Marquis was indeed a prominent household, the Duke of the Protectorate's estate surpassed it in opulence. Her mother-in-law's mention of her maternal grandmother being the current Empress Dowager was a testament to that. She humbly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, mother," Shen Jiayin softly introduced. "This is my second uncle and second aunt." Lu Zhao Zhao bowed slightly and smiled, saying, "I have met my second uncle and second aunt." Wu, known for her spirited nature yet upright character, exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Jiayin's new wife is truly beautiful." As she spoke, she presented a prepared red envelope to Lu Zhao Zhao. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it with a bow of thanks. After greeting the elders, It was time to meet Shen Jiayan's siblings. Aside from Lu, whom she had met yesterday, Shen Jiayan patiently introduced them one by one. Shen Jiaqing bore a resemblance to Shen Jiayan, possessing a more aloof demeanor compared to Jiayan's charming peach blossom eyes. Shen Jiahao, on the other hand, appeared youthful and lively. He smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings, second sister-in-law," then teasingly added, "Second brother, you are indeed fortunate to have wed the most beautiful woman in the capital." Shen Jiayan, visibly displeased, shielded Lu Zhao Zhao behind him and warned, "Keep your distance from your second sister-in-law, lest I be compelled to teach you a lesson." Although Shen Jiahao and Shen Jiaqin are biological brothers, he often finds himself pursuing Shen Jiayan instead. Upon realizing that his second brother's petty nature had resurfaced, he pouted slightly in grievance, truly embodying the notion that one forgets their brothers after marrying. The onlookers regarded this with a sense of familiarity, chuckling softly. Lu Zhao playfully tugged at Shen Jiayan's sleeve, having prepared gifts for her younger siblings. Shen Yiran beamed with joy upon receiving her present, sweetly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, second sister-in-law." "You're welcome," she responded with a smile. Lu Zhao accepted a hairpin from Lu Li and approached Lady Lu with a grin. "Elder sister-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you." Lady Lu, feeling slightly bashful, instinctively glanced at Shen Jiaqin, who replied in a calm tone, "Accept your sister-in-law's goodwill." Lady Lu graciously accepted it, softly saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Let us dine first. In the afternoon, Jiayan and Zhao Zhao must enter the palace to express their gratitude," declared old Madame Shen, rising with the assistance of Nurse Lu. Unfazed, Shen Jiayan supported Lu Zhao, who blushed and whispered, "I can walk by myself. You need not assist me." He feigned ignorance and refused to let go. As they sat at the table, Lu Zhao gazed in astonishment at the array of dishes, half of which were her favorites. Princess Jingru noticed her surprise and softly remarked, "Jiayan has long informed us of your preferences. Do try them and see if they suit your palate." Shen Jiayan placed a scallion shrimp ball into her bowl, and upon taking a delicate bite, she exclaimed, "Delicious. If it's good, eat more," old Madame Shen lovingly encouraged. Lady Lu observed their interaction, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Stealing a glance at the expressionless figure beside her, she pondered in solitude, "Perhaps this is what it feels like to wed the one you hold dear." Chapter 42. Gratitude. After a delightful meal, Shen Jiayan escorted Lu Zhao into the palace. "Your servant greets His Majesty," Shen Jiayan announced, bowing respectfully. "Your servant's wife pays her respects to His Majesty." Lu Zhao followed suit with a graceful curtsy. In the hall of state, Emperor Qi sat before the dragon desk, observing the two with a satisfied smile. "You may rise," he said, clearing his throat lightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Now that you have married, I can rest easy. No longer fretting over your matrimonial affairs, I shall finally enjoy a good night's sleep," Emperor Qi teased with a grin. "I am terrified," Shen Jiayan replied. Yet his demeanor betrayed no hint of fear. The emperor had long grown accustomed to this, as Shen Jiayan's mother was none other than his own sister. "Very well. Take your bride to meet the Empress Dowager. She has eagerly awaited your visit." Emperor Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Your servant takes his leave." Lu Zhao followed Shen Jiayan, respectfully curtsying as they exited. As they stepped out of the hall of state, Shen Jiayan grasped Lu Zhao's hand again. She sighed, "Shen Jiayan, we are in the palace." "I am aware," he replied softly. He desired to hold her hand, and she acquiesced. "Shen Jiayan, I realize you bear some resemblance to my elder brother," she remarked. "Yet I am more handsome," he replied, tilting his head with a smirk. "Indeed," Lu Zhao chuckled softly, recalling how this very face had captivated her in the past. In the Sisho Palace, Jianing sat beside the Empress Dowager and whispered, "Grandmother, when Zhao Zhao arrives, please do not make it difficult for her." The Empress Dowager pretended to glare at her, playfully scolding, "You little rascal. Do you perceive your grandmother as a fearsome tyrant?" Jianing pouted, fully aware that the Empress Dowager favored her cousin above all others among her many grandchildren. "How could that be? Grandmother is the kindest in the world, beautiful both inside and out," she said, embracing the Empress Dowager's arm in a display of affection. The Empress Dowager chuckled lightly, tapping Jianing's forehead. "You are the sweetest of the bunch in the entire palace. Young Master Shen and his wife have arrived," announced a maid at the door, bowing her head. The Empress Dowager straightened, and Zhao Mama adjusted her gown. While it was not Lu Zhao's first encounter with the Empress Dowager, she still felt a twinge of nervousness. As the Empress Dowager was known for her strict adherence to propriety and her stern demeanor, Shen Jiayan led Lu Zhao into the room, and Jianing observed their intertwined hands, smiling as she appraised Lu Zhao. Feeling slightly flushed, Lu Zhao withdrew her hand and performed a formal greeting. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty," the Empress Dowager, she said. "I greet you, grandmother," Shen Jiayan added with a gentle smile. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Lu Zhao closely. noting that her demeanor was quite different from that of the fourth prince's consort. Her comportment was indeed fitting, and her beauty had only blossomed further compared to a few years prior. "Do rise and take your seats," the Empress Dowager said warmly. Shen Jiayan effortlessly assisted Lu Zhao Zhao as they settled beside one another. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Zhao Zhao, how have you found your new home at the Duke of Protection's residence?" As Lu Zhao Zhao was about to respond, she was abruptly pulled back by Shen Jiayan. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. You may call me grandmother." Lu Zhao Zhao, somewhat taken aback, softly replied, in response to grandmother, "All is well. That is wonderful. May your love for each other remain unwavering, and may you grow old together," the Empress Dowager said with a smile. "Thank you, grandmother. Your Majesty, it has been many days since you last saw cousin. Why not allow me and Zhao Zhao to go out for a while, so cousin can keep you company?" Jianning suggested with a smile. The Empress Dowager, knowing the two shared a close bond, chuckled with a hint of resignation. Go on, go on. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jianning immediately rose and pulled Lu Zhao Zhao along. After taking a few steps, they heard Shen Jiayan's voice from behind. "Jianning, slow down and take care of Zhao Zhao." I know. A married man is truly nagging," Jianning murmured. Once outside the Cisho Palace, Jianning's eyes sparkled as she asked in a hushed voice, "Zhao Zhao, how was last night?" Lu Zhao Zhao blushed, covering her mouth with her hand, and admonished, Ning, if you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you." Observing her friend's flushed cheeks and recalling her cousin's beaming face earlier, Jianning concluded that the wedding night must have been delightful. She laughed and said, "All right, I won't say any more." She led Lu Zhao Zhao to sit in the octagonal pavilion, sighing softly, "Zhao Zhao, I truly envy you for being able to marry the one you adore. Royal daughters enjoy the most prestigious privileges in the world, yet they also bear inescapable responsibilities. Their marriages often affect the entire realm, and even the most esteemed princess, like Jianning, cannot solely rely on her own wishes." Lu Zhao Zhao understood this well and gently replied, Ning, you are the best woman in the world. You will surely marry someone you love and live a joyful, worry-free life. Zhao Zhao, you are wonderful. Your marriage to my cousin is truly his good fortune," Jianning said, grasping her hand. Inside, the Empress Dowager glanced at the contented Shen Jiayan and asked with a smile, "Is this bride to your liking?" "Most agreeable," he replied earnestly. "Since it pleases you, do have a child soon, so this old woman can hold her great-grandchild," the Empress Dowager said, sipping her tea. Recalling their candid meeting yesterday, she thought of how his hand could encompass her slender waist. How could such a delicate figure bear a child? Moreover, she was still young, and he was unwilling to let her face any risks. "Grandmother, I just remembered there are official matters I must attend to, so I will take my leave for now and visit you another day," Shen Jiayan said as he rose. The Empress Dowager shot him a disapproving glance. As a newlywed, what official duties could he possibly have? It was clear he simply did not wish to heed her suggestion of having children. With a resigned smile, she waved her hand. "Go on." He bowed and took his leave. When Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhao Zhao, she was engaged in lively gossip with Jianning, both laughing heartily. He leaned down and softly said, "Zhao Zhao, let us return home." Seeing that his gaze was almost glued to Zhao Zhao, Jianning shivered and said, "Cousin, could you possibly exercise a bit of restraint? I am getting goosebumps." "I cannot help it," he replied candidly. Lu Zhao Zhao realized that since yesterday, Shen Jiayan had been persistently flirting with her. This transformation following their marriage was indeed remarkable. "Zhao Zhao, once I leave the palace, I shall come to play with you," Jianning provocatively whispered close to Lu Zhao Zhao's ear, her eyes dancing with mischief. Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around Lu Zhao Zhao and said, "If you have something to say, why come so close?" Lu Zhao Zhao gently nudged him away and turned to Jianning, softly saying, Ning, I will take my leave now. When you exit the palace, remember to find me." "Absolutely," Jianning replied with a smile. Chapter 43. Returning home. By the time they returned to the residence, twilight had already descended. The kitchen had prepared dinner, and Lu Zhao Zhao, having washed her hands, eagerly took a seat at the round table. Shen Jiayan, with meticulous care, began to peel shrimp for her, which she relished, for it was indeed a delightful treat to have such assistance. After their meal, Lu Li and Zhenju had prepared water for bathing. Lu Li gently inquired, "Madam, would you like to take a bath?" Habitually, she glanced at Shen Jiayan, who was watching her with a smile. Reminded of last night, she felt a rush of warmth and calmly replied, "Let us go." However, her slightly flustered steps betrayed her composure. Even while seated in the bathtub, Lu Zhao Zhao could hear his deep, amused laughter. She rubbed her ears, which felt as though they were bleeding from embarrassment, and muttered softly, "You shameless man." After changing into clean nightwear and drying her hair, she slipped out of the bathing room. Lu Li and Zhen Zhu were about to prepare more water when Shen Jiayin gently suggested, "You may leave now." They exchanged glances before bowing and retreating. Lu Zhao looked at him in confusion as he casually stood and adjusted his outer garment, making his way towards the bathing room. She quickly shuffled forward, grabbing his arm and asking, "What are you doing?" He replied nonchalantly, "Taking a bath." "You are not allowed to." "Why not?" As Lu Zhao gazed at his handsome face, an unexpected impulse to strike him arose. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "If you wish to bathe, prepare fresh water. You cannot use what I have already used." With a smile playing on his lips, Shen Jiayin suddenly leaned down to kiss her forehead. By the time Lu Zhao registered the action, he had already swaggered into the bathing room. Flustered and embarrassed, she turned around, kicked off her shoes, and dove beneath the covers, hiding her head. When Shen Jiayin emerged, he noticed a small mound under the blanket. He chuckled softly, extinguished the candle, and lay down beside her, propping his head on one hand. "Lu Zhao, are you not worried about suffocating yourself?" Lu Zhao threw off the covers, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, and glared at him saying, "Shen Jiayin, you are truly bothersome." He lowered his head to capture her crimson lips, softly tempting her, "Call me husband." With a cunning glint in her eyes, Lu Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly called out, "Brother Jiayin." His gaze darkened instantly, revealing uncontainable desire. He cupped her face with his hands, only to hear her innocently say, "Husband, we must return home tomorrow. Let us rest early tonight." Shen Jiayin, fixated on her beautiful visage, gritted his teeth. "Lu Zhao, you just wait. Tomorrow." He would accompany her back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence, and he was determined to have his way with her. Overwhelmed by a surge of passion that had nowhere to go, Shen Jiayin buried his face in her neck, kissing her fiercely, eliciting a sweet cry from Lu Zhao. Eventually, they grew weary from their playful tussle and fell into each other's embrace, drifting off to sleep. In the early morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains and illuminated Lu Zhao's face. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, murmuring Shen Jiayan's name in her sleepy haze. Hearing the commotion within, Lu Li knew she was awake and gently knocked on the door, calling, "Madam, are you awake?" Lu Zhao reluctantly rose from her bed, lifting the gauzy curtain and calling towards the door, "Lu Li, bring in Zhenju." She accepted the handkerchief handed to her by Lu Li to wipe her face, while Zhenju stepped forward to tidy the bedding. Glancing towards the doorway, she inquired with curiosity, "Where is Shen Jiayin?" In response, Lu Li softly replied, "Madam, the young master is practicing martial arts in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao felt a surge of interest and promptly made her way outside, with Lu Li hastily fetching a cloak to follow. There, she beheld Shen Jiayin performing a set of martial arts with fluid grace and vigorous strength. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched with great enjoyment. Shen Jiayin turned to ask, "Is Madam pleased with the display?" Caught in the act of watching, Lu Zhao felt no embarrassment. After all, he was her legitimate husband, and it was only natural to steal a few glances. With that thought, she turned back to the room to continue her makeup, followed closely by Shen Jiayin, who also entered. Once they were both ready, they departed in the carriage bound for the Duke of Gui's residence. Lu Zhao could not suppress her yawns, prompting Shen Jiayin to wrap his arm around her shoulders and gently suggest, "You may rest a little longer. I shall wake you upon our arrival." At his words, she closed her eyes and began to doze off. At the Fu Rong courtyard, the members of the Yunyang Marquis household awaited Lu Zhao's return, a moment that should have been filled with warmth. However, Gushi and Lu Zhaoji insisted on joining the occasion, proving to be quite an eyesore. "Second aunt, is there truly nothing of note happening in your household? Today is Zhao Zhao's return, not Lu Zhaoji's. Your presence seems rather unwelcome," Lu Jinrong remarked with a light laugh as she toyed with her ring. Gushi, taken aback by the words of a younger relative, flushed with embarrassment and responded, "Child, we are all family. As your aunt, I have every right to be here." Recently, Gushi had faced numerous setbacks as the esteemed ladies of high society disdained forming alliances with her. Consequently, Lu Zhaoji's marriage remained unresolved. She hoped to leverage the connection with Shen Jiayin, the son of the Duke of Gua, believing that any suitor associated with him would surely possess a distinguished background, thus providing a suitable match for Lu Zhaoji. "Second aunt, may your wishes come to fruition," Lu Jinrong stated candidly, gazing at Gushi. "Jinrong, perhaps you should speak less. Zhao will soon return," Xie interjected wisely. No sooner had she spoken than a servant announced that the third young lady had arrived. Lu Zhao and Shen Jiayin entered together, and she respectfully curtsied, saying, "I pay my respects to father. I pay my respects to mother." Shen Jiayin bowed with respect, declaring, "Your humble son-in-law greets esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law." Noticing Lu Zhao's rosy complexion, Xie discerned that she was thriving and gently encouraged, "You may rise. Please, take a seat." Lu Zhao Zhao settled beside Xie and softly called, "Mother. Now that you are married, why do you still act so coy? Be careful, or Jia Yin will tease you," Xie said with a smile. Before Lu Zhao Zhao could respond, Jia Yin interjected, "Mother-in-law, as long as Zhao Zhao is happy, that is all that matters." He secretly wished for her to be playful with him every day. Hearing this, Yunyang Marquis let out a soft huff, acknowledging, "You, young man, know how to please." Indeed, Zhao Zhao was fortunate to have wed such a noble and considerate son as Jia Yin. Unlike your cousin, who has not even had the opportunity to converse with such a young man, alas, Gu remarked with a hint of envy. "Sister-in-law, today is a day for Zhao Zhao's return to her family. Your words are rather untimely," Xie said softly, furrowing her brow. As a mother herself, she empathized with Ji's sentiments, yet understood that one must always consider the appropriateness of the occasion. Lu Zhaoji, appearing delicate and fragile, bowed and said, "Aunt, I beg your pardon. My mother harbors no ill intentions. She is simply delighted for Zhao Zhao." "Indeed, elder sister-in-law, please do not take offense," Ge hastily clarified. Xie chose to disregard their exchange and turned to Lu Zhaoji and Shun Jian, saying, "Please, remain seated. I shall check on the preparation of the meal in the small kitchen." "Mother, I shall accompany you," Lu Zhaoji responded, rising to follow her. Before exiting, she cast a glance back at Jia Yin, silently thinking, "May you fend for yourself. Her father and brother are rather formidable." Chapter 44. Discovery. Lu Zhao flitted about like a little sparrow, chattering incessantly behind Xie, who occasionally turned back with a smile to respond. "Mother, why do you not inquire whether I am faring well, or if I have faced any bullying?" Lu Zhao murmured, entwining her arm with Xie's. Xie gently patted her hair and teased, "Just look at your rosy complexion. You hardly appear to be suffering. Besides, as long as you are not the one bullying others, it is a blessing." Xie jested, prompting Lu Zhao to laugh in return. After Xie instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch, Lu Zhao followed her back to the main house. Upon entering, she heard her second brother jesting, Jia Yin. "Your newlywed bliss seems to tire me out, leaving me no respite whatsoever." Jia Yin looked up with a light chuckle. "If you were to wed one day, I would certainly grant you an extended holiday. Why do you always bring up such matters?" Lu Jinrong grumbled in discontent. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp glare directed at him, prompting him to immediately cease his remarks. Xie languidly interjected, "Jia Yin speaks the truth. Your sister is now married. You ought to hasten your own affairs. Should you linger too long, you may become an undesirable, and who would wish to marry you then? Your mother is right. You are the source of our greatest concern, you unfilial son." The Duke of Yunyang chimed in. Lu Jinrong twitched his mouth in exasperation. It seemed all the ire was directed solely at him. Observing the married men around him, he could not help but reflect on how his father and elder brother were well beyond reproach, and even Jia Yin, once so carefree and unrestrained, was now nearing the confines of marital restraint. The thought was quite daunting. "Fine, it is all my fault. I have been a burden to our family," Lu Jinrong said with a resigned shrug. "At least you realize it," Xie replied with a gentle laugh. Lu Zhao stifled a giggle from the sidelines, while Jia Yin gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. However, this scene did not appear as delightful to Lu Zhaoji, who was consumed with jealousy, nearly driven to madness. How could fate be so unfair, bestowing all good fortune upon Lu Zhao alone? Xie, catching sight of Lu Zhaoji's envious and resentful gaze fixed on Lu Zhao and Jia Yin, felt a pang of distaste. Initially, she believed Lu Zhaoji's demeanor was merely a result of being raised by Ge, but it was evident now that darker thoughts lingered within her. Clearing her throat deliberately, Xie drew Lu Zhaoji's attention, who quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head. Xie then stood and announced, "I believe we are all quite hungry. Lunch is ready. Let us partake in our meal." At the dining table, Lu Jinhua and Lu Jinrong seized the opportunity to tease. Particularly Lu Jinrong, who relentlessly poured wine for Jia Yin. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, Lu Zhao interjected, "Second brother, if you continue to ply him with drink, you might as well have him sleep in your courtyard tonight." As these words were spoken, others chuckled softly. While Lu Jinrong shivered at the memory of the last time this fellow had drunkenly intruded upon the Yunyang Marquis' residence, Jia Yin reached out to grasp Lu Zhao's hand, laughing even more recklessly. Observing Jia Yin, who was already slightly inebriated, Lu Zhao supported him and said, "Mother, I will take him back to Haiteng courtyard to rest." "Go on," Xie replied gently. Lu Zhao assisted him back to Haiteng courtyard, and just as she helped him onto the bed, he rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Lowering his head to kiss her, he exhaled the scent of alcohol, causing her to frown as she remarked, "Jia Yin, you truly reek." He chuckled softly, burying his face in her neck, murmuring, "You smell delightful." A shiver ran down Lu Zhao's spine. She pushed him aside and sat up. pinching his cheek as she scolded, "Shen Jiayan, you are utterly shameless." Watching Shen Jiayan drift into slumber, a smile graced her lips as she picked up the thin blanket from the bed to cover him. After straightening her slightly disheveled dress, she opened the door and softly said, "Zhenju, you stay here. I am going to Furong Courtyard to see mother." "Yes, miss," Zhenju replied with a respectful bow. In Furong Courtyard, the Marquis and his son were preoccupied with official duties and had departed earlier. Lu Zhao entered the room and sat beside Wang Shi. Smiling as she said, "Sister-in-law, having not seen you for just 2 days, why does it seem your belly has grown even larger?" Wang Shi was now over 8 months pregnant, with only a little over a month until her due date. The child was at a stage of rapid growth, and she gently caressed her belly, laughing softly, "Indeed, he is quite mischievous, kicking me all day long. But how about you? Are you settling well in the Duke of Huguo's residence? Is Her Royal Highness the Princess still amiable?" Wang Shi inquired with concern. "I am well, and my mother-in-law treats me kindly," Lu Zhao replied, tenderly stroking Wang Shi's belly. "Zhao Zhao, you have indeed married into a prominent family. If a suitable young man comes along, do not forget about your cousin," Gushi interjected opportunistically. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao raised her eyes to Lu Zhaoji and let out a soft laugh. Did she truly believe she was blind? During today's meal, her gaze had been almost glued to Shen Jiayan, filled with affection. "Pray tell, what kind of young man does Aunt think would be suitable for her cousin?" Lu Zhao asked. Gushi was taken aback by the question, responding somewhat awkwardly. "He must possess exceptional talent and appearance, and his family background cannot be too low." Xie could no longer endure the situation. Her voice turned cold as she said, "Sister-in-law, today is Zhao Zhao's return. You should leave now. I have some personal matters to discuss with my daughter." Suppressing her frustration, Gushi remarked, "Elder sister-in-law, I shall take my leave." Without sparing a glance at Lu Zhaoji, she turned and left. As Lu Zhaoji was about to exit, Lu Zhao fixed her gaze on her retreating figure and slowly spoke, "Cousin, do not forget the Lu family precepts. A woman must not become a concubine." Lu Zhaoji paused, realizing the reminder implied that despite her marriage to Shen Jiayan, her only fate could be to become a concubine if she resorted to deceit. Clenching her handkerchief, she forced a smile and turned to say, Zhao, you jest." With that, she hurriedly exited. Upon witnessing the scene, there was little left to comprehend. "Mrs. Xie candidly declared, Zhao, pay no heed to your second aunt's words. We shall not interfere in the matters of the second household from now on." "Yes, mother. I understand," Lu Zhao responded with a nod. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Gushi observed her daughter Lu Zhaoji, who sat beside her. In a fit of exasperation, scolding, "How can you be so inept? Lu Zhao has managed to marry the heir of the Duke of Gua, yet you lack the capability." A mocking smile crept across Lu Zhaoji's heart. After all, Lu Zhao was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, renowned throughout the capital as the celebrated third Miss Lu. And what was she? "Mother, do you truly wish for me to marry into a prestigious family for my own benefit, or is it merely to pave the way for Lu Jinyan?" she inquired, raising her gaze to Gushi. When Gushi bore Lu Zhaoji, her heart was restless upon discovering she had given birth to a girl, fearing she would be overshadowed by the concubines. It was only after Lu Jinyan's birth that she established her footing within the Lu household. Thus, for many years, her thoughts were predominantly consumed by her son, viewing her daughter merely as an embellishment. Despite this, she could not tolerate Lu Zhaoji's defiance. Gushi rose in a fury, exclaiming, "Lu Zhaoji, if that is how you feel, then you may decide your own marriage. Choose whomever you wish." "Mother, what if I desire to marry Shen Jiayan?" she asked, a hint of stubbornness gleaming in her eyes. Such audacity was astonishing, though Gushi possessed a shallow understanding. Fixated on climbing the social ladder, she was nonetheless aware of propriety and integrity. The notion of a cousin coveting her sister's suitor was undeniably disgraceful. If such a scandal were to circulate, it could adversely affect Jinyan's future matrimonial prospects. "Have you lost your mind?" Gushi retorted, her anger palpable. "Indeed, I have lost my mind," Lu Zhaoji declared before dashing out, leaving Gushi stunned in her wake. Chapter 45, Memories in the Evening. After Shen Jiayan regained his sobriety, Lu Zhao accompanied him back to the Duke of Huguo's residence. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao sat on a small couch in a pale pink nightgown, engrossed in a novel, her delicate feet curled slightly. Shen Jiayan emerged from the washroom, a smile gracing his lips as he took a seat beside her. She set aside her book, lifted her gaze, and spoke earnestly. "Shen Jiayan, you are now a married man. Uphold your duties as a husband and refrain from frivolous entanglements." Shen Jiayan was momentarily taken aback. His heart and eyes filled with her presence. He gently pinched her cheek and chuckled. "Lu Zhao, your talent for unjust accusations has certainly grown." "Humph," she huffed lightly. Picking up her book once more, captivated by a pivotal moment in the story, he reached over, seized the book from the small table, and, rising, swept her into his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from Lu Zhao Zhao. Before long, the room was filled with the soft murmurs of a woman and the heavy breaths of a man. At dawn, Lu Zhao Zhao nestled comfortably in Shun Jiayan's embrace. Lost in slumber, Liu Li gently knocked on the door and called out, "Young master, madam, someone from Baoma Hall is here, saying that your aunt has returned and requests your presence." Shun Jiayan, already awake but cherishing the moment with Lu Zhao Zhao, responded softly, "Understood." After a night of playful banter, Lu Zhao Zhao nuzzled against his chest, sleepily inquiring, "What is it?" He tenderly ruffled her hair and coaxed, "It's nothing. Just continue sleeping." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded and drifted back into slumber. An hour later, she gradually opened her eyes and asked, "What just happened?" Seeing her awake, Shun Jian leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Your aunt has returned, and grandmother has called for us." Lu Zhao Zhao playfully kicked his calf and said, "Why didn't you wake me? Aunt is our elder. How could we keep her waiting so long?" With that, she rose from the couch and summoned Liu Li to assist her in getting ready. Dressed in a pomegranate red skirt paired with a ruby headdress, she turned to find Shun Jiayan perusing her novel. She hurried over, snatched it from him, and scolded, "Shun Jiayan, you mustn't look." "It seems my wife has a fondness for such tales." Shun Jiayan raised an eyebrow, teasingly. "Stop the chatter. We must hurry so as not to keep grandmother waiting," she urged, taking his hand and leading him out, leaving behind the book titled The Forceful Marriage of a Delicate Beauty. In Baoma Hall, beside the matriarch Shun, sat a woman in exquisite attire, Shen Qingyun, the youngest daughter of the late Duke of Hugua. "Sister-in-law, please do not take offense at my candor, but Jiayan's new wife seems rather lacking in decorum, allowing her elders to wait for so long. I wonder how the Yunyang Marquis household raises their daughters," Shen Qingyun remarked, adjusting her hairpin with a hint of disdain. Princess Jingru set down her teacup, her voice calm. "Zhao Ao is still young. It is only natural for her to enjoy her slumber. Who could have anticipated that my sister would return to the estate so early? Besides, Zhao Zhao is my daughter-in-law. It is not for others to lecture her." Shen Qingyun, stifled by the princess's retort, fell silent, well aware of her esteemed status as the illustrious princess of Deqi. The matriarch Shen turned her head, speaking softly. Qingjun, refrain from speaking so recklessly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan entered together. With a smile, she bowed and said, "I pay my respects to grandmother and mother. Zhao Zhao has arrived. This is your aunt, whom you have yet to meet." The elderly matriarch Shen spoke kindly. Shen Qingyun gazed at the strikingly beautiful woman before her and let out a soft snort, clearly dismissing her as a mere seductress. "I have met my aunt," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, slightly bowing again. Shen Qingyun did not respond, and Shun Jiayan extended his hand to assist her in rising, softly saying, "Please, take a seat. Jiayan, no matter how you look at it, I am still your elder." "You are being rather disrespectful," Shen Qingyun remarked. "Aunt, my wife is of delicate constitution and cannot bear exhaustion. You surely did not return this early to trouble her," Shen Jiayan replied coldly. Lu Zhao Zhao sensed an atmosphere thick with tension, but was unaware of the underlying circumstances. Princess Jingru cast a sidelong glance at Shun Jiayan and chuckled softly, acknowledging her son's tenderness towards his wife. The door curtain lifted, and Mrs. Wu entered with Lu Shi, bowing and saying, "Mother, this morning, Yin has been slightly feverish. I am late. Should we call for the doctor?" Elder Madam Shun asked anxiously, for the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household was already thin on offspring, and any mishap must be avoided. "Mother, do not worry. The doctor said it is merely a cold. I have already administered the medicine, and she is no longer in serious trouble," Mrs. Wu replied gently. "That is good. Please sit." Elder Madam Shun sighed in relief. "I pay my respects to my aunt," Lu Shi said properly with a bow. Yet Shen Qingyun did not reciprocate the courtesy, replying with sarcasm, "You have been married for over a year. How is it that you are still not with child? If it were not for your elder sister's misfortune, you, a mere branch family daughter, would not even be worthy to marry into our Duke of Protecting the Nation's household. Yet here you are, acting as though you are the lady of the house." With Princess Jingru and Shen Jiayan present, she refrained from directing her ire at Lu Zhao Zhao, instead targeting Lu Shi. Is she a rabid dog, biting anyone she encounters? Lu Zhao Zhao thought to herself. Although her acquaintance with Lu Shi was limited, she could sense the latter's gentle demeanor. Seeing her standing forlornly amidst the crowd and observing the haughty expression of her so-called aunt was indeed distasteful. Mrs. Wu rose to shield Lu Shi. Her voice tinged with anger. "Qingyun, your words are far too harsh. Yu is, after all, the legitimate wife of Jia Chun and the lady of the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household. How could you speak of her in such a manner?" Second sister-in-law. I am merely speaking up for Jia Chun. It is truly a laughingstock for the honorable son of the Duke of protecting the nation as household to marry a branch family daughter, Shun Qingyun retorted. Elder Madam Shun struck the ground with her cane, her voice filled with fury. Be silent. Mother, I have matters to discuss with Zhao Zhao. So I shall take my leave, Princess Jingro said as she stood. Elder Madam Shun sighed. Go on. Princess Jingro exchanged a knowing glance with Mrs. Wu, who understood and bowed, saying, Mother, I too shall take my leave. As the group exited the Baoimo Hall, Mrs. Wu could not contain her disdain, exclaiming, Shun Qingyun has become increasingly coarse. How can she call herself the legitimate daughter of the Duke of protecting the nation as household? She truly lacks any semblance of noble bearing. It is understandable that Mrs. Wu is incensed. Shun Qingyun is the only daughter of the venerable matriarch, and her temperament is inevitably spoiled. In defiance of widespread opposition, she resolutely chose to marry the heir of the Yunyang Marquis. It would have been one thing if their families were merely mismatched in status, but alas, the man was a notorious philanderer. The two of them even conceived before marriage, which infuriated the matriarch so greatly that she nearly succumbed to illness. Over the years, Shun Qingyun would occasionally return home to take advantage of her family as hospitality, and despite her deep disappointment, the matriarch could not intervene. Princess Jingru observed the evident despondency in Lu's demeanor and gently reassured her, Yuru, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Life is yours to live. Mrs. Wu also took her hand and gently patted it, saying, what your aunt has said is true. Pay no heed to that madwoman. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Mother. Yuru replied softly. Yet, a tension seemed to tighten within her heart. Originally, it was her elder sister, Lu Yuding, who was betrothed to Shun Jichen. But tragedy struck just as the wedding date approached, and her sister has remained missing to this day. Left with no choice, she was compelled to take her place. She often wondered if her sister had married him, would he perhaps have been happier and not so perpetually sullen? Chapter 46, Illness. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at Lu Yuro with a heart full of compassion. However, as she had only recently wed into the Duke of Huguo's residence, it was not appropriate for her to voice her thoughts at this moment. She returned to the courtyard with Xin Jiayin, and as soon as they entered the room, she could not help but exclaim, Is this aunt mad? Why does she lash out at everyone she encounters? He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he guided her to sit on the small couch and recounted various past events in detail. After listening, Lu Zhao Zhao felt no sympathy for Shun Qingyun, as the legitimate daughter of a grand duke, disregarding her family's honor to engage in a clandestine affair. She must bear the consequences of her own choices. Xin Jiayin spoke gently, Zhao Zhao, I will protect you well. With me around, no one can bully you. You can always remain the most carefree young lady in this capital. Seeing the sincerity and fervor in his eyes, her heart stirred, and she inquired, Then why did you previously refuse to pay me any mind? At the mention of this, Shun Jiayan's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied in a hushed tone, Because you only admired my face. Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although she had indeed once coveted his handsome visage, she never imagined that this was the reason for his indifference towards her. She paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, subsequently remarking, Shun Jiayin, how adorable you are. Shun Jiayin felt his ears grow warm. He gently cradled her head with one hand, rising to cross the small table and kiss her. Lu Zhao Zhao softly closed her eyes in response. After a long while, he released her, whispering at her lips, Lu Zhao Zhao, I seek nothing more in this life than to share the passage of time with you. All right, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly, a smile playing on her lips. At Bao Mo Tang, the old Madam Shun sighed deeply as she observed Shun Qingyun beside her. Weary as she asked, Pray tell, what brings you back this time? Mother, I am your own daughter. How can you treat me with such disdain? Even if I have erred in the past, I was but a child then. Shun Qingyun said, somewhat displeased. The old Madam Shun had once been a remarkable woman in her youth, never anticipating that her child would become such a person. However, the failure to educate her was ultimately their fault as parents, and others could not be blamed. Qingyun, you are now a mother yourself. In the future, you must be more mindful in your actions and words, she advised earnestly. Mother's words are well noted. But there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, she said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Speak your mind. The old Madam Shun coughed lightly, covering her lips with a handkerchief. Shun Qingyun grasped the old madam's hand, her face beaming with joy as she said, Mother, my cousin's eldest daughter has just reached marriageable age this year and is exceptionally beautiful. My sister-in-law's son, Jia Hao, has yet to be betrothed. Why not strengthen our ties through marriage? The family of the Earl of Rongan was not known for its integrity. And although the current Earl had married Shun Qingyun, the household was rife with concubines, yet he was adept at sweet-talking. Madam Shun would never agree to such a union again. She evasively remarked that Zhao Zhao was still quite young and there was no rush to arrange a betrothal. Moreover, he shared a close bond with Jiayin and possessed a temperament remarkably similar to his. How could he heed your counsel? After all, she was his own daughter. And Madame Shen did not wish to lose face. She assumed that her gentle refusal would be understood, but the subsequent words from her daughter ignited her fury. Mother, why not let Jieqin take her as a concubine? Shen Qingyun, what nonsense are you spouting? Jieqin is already married. Madame Shen was nearly choked with rage, utterly convinced that her daughter had lost her senses. Seeing this, Nurse Lu rushed forward to soothe her back, anxiously inquiring, Madam, are you well? Lowering her head, Madame Shen waved her hand dismissively. Nurse Lu then turned to Shen Qingyun, exasperated, Miss, please do not provoke your mother any further. She is advanced in age and her health is frail. Shen Qingyun felt no remorse for her words. If it weren't for her trepidation towards Princess Jingru, she would have advocated for a union between Shen Jiayin and the girl herself. She defiantly shook her handkerchief and proclaimed, what have I said wrong? That Lu woman has been in our household for nearly 2 years and has yet to bear a son or daughter. To not dismiss her would merely be a concession to her family. Get out. Madame Shen hurled her cane to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Realizing the gravity of her mother's anger, Shen Qingyun hastily rose. Mother, please do not be angry. Today, it is my fault. I shall take my leave and visit you again when I have the time. With that, she hurriedly exited. Madame Shen watched her daughter's retreating figure, a tear escaping the corner of her eye, lamenting the state of her family. Ultimately, due to her advanced age, the distress of the day took its toll, and as night fell, she became somewhat delirious. Nurse Lu, alarmed, promptly dispatched someone to summon the physician and notify the household. When Shen Jiayin and Lu Zhao Zhao received the news, they were in the midst of their meal, with Lu Zhao Zhao hastily arranging her hair. As they approached the courtyard, they encountered the equally hurried Lu family. Lu Zhao Zhao greeted, elder sister-in-law. Lu family smiled and nodded, responding, second brother, sister-in-law, let us enter first. Your elder brother has yet to return. Inside, the physician was diligently taking Madame Shen's pulse. Princess Jingru and Lady Wu stood beside the bed, while the Duke of Huguo remained vigilantly at the old lady's side. The second master was pacing frantically, inquiring, physician's son, how is my mother? The physician raised his hand to halt the commotion, and the Duke of Huguo spoke in a low tone, second brother, cease your wandering. Allow the physician to examine her thoroughly. The second master, upon hearing this, sighed and took a seat. After a lengthy pause, the physician slowly withdrew his hand and sighed. Your Grace, second master, the old lady, due to her advanced age, suffered a shock today, causing her heart to falter and resulting in her current state of confusion. I shall prescribe a calming remedy. She must rest and avoid further distress. Thank you, physician, the Duke of Huguo murmured. Once the physician departed, the Duke covered Madame Shen with a blanket and stood, addressing Nurse Lu, come with me to the side room. I have matters to discuss with you. Dear sister-in-law, allow me to handle this matter. You all should go and listen to what transpired. It is likely that this incident is closely tied to Shen Qingyun, who stated indignantly. Princess Jingru, as the lady of the household, deemed it necessary to be present in such a situation. She nodded and rose to follow. Nanny Lu, what exactly happened today? Why did mother suddenly fall ill? Duke Huguo inquired. Nanny Lu glanced at Lu and sighed before responding, Your Grace. Today, the eldest daughter returned home and spoke with the old matriarch. Shortly after, the old matriarch fainted. With a loud crash, the second master hurled a glass teacup to the floor, producing a jarring sound that made Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively shudder. Shen Jiayin quickly shielded her and gently patted her back. Second brother, what are you doing? Duke Huguo exclaimed, taken aback by the frightened women in the room, and hastily admonished him. Chapter 47. Heartache. The second master was aware that his actions were inappropriate. Yet in a moment of anger, he suppressed his rage and exclaimed, Elder brother, this Shen Qingyun bears no resemblance to our Shen family. One wonders if she was perhaps switched at birth. Years ago, when the matriarch of the Shen family was expecting Shen Qingyun, she was already over 30 and faced a difficult labor, nearly resulting in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's expression flickered momentarily, and he clenched his fists, reproaching softly, Second brother, do not speak recklessly. Qizhou, enough. Thankfully, this incident has passed without further complications. Your concern for mother is evident, so let us not dwell on him. Princess Jingru interjected gently. Upon hearing his wife speak, the Duke refrained from further comment and said softly, You all should return and rest. I will remain here to care for mother tonight. Elder brother, I shall accompany you. The second master said quietly as he rose, for he had always held his father and elder brother in the highest regard, and no matter how the Duke chastised him, he never uttered a word of complaint. Princess Jingru, aware of the filial piety of the Shen brothers, offered no further counsel, merely reminding them with a few soft words before turning to lead Lu Zhao Zhao out. Once outside, she spoke gently. Zhao Zhao, were you frightened? Your second uncle merely has a quick temper. He means no harm. Mother, I am perfectly fine, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile, shaking her head. She felt that her second uncle was a man of genuine character, far superior in nature compared to that aunt of theirs. Xin Jiachen hurriedly approached, bowing to Princess Jingru. Aunt, how's grandmother? Do not worry, your grandmother is well. However, your wife has encountered some distress today. You ought to comfort her, she replied thoughtfully. Jiachen was a child she had watched grow up, handsome, learned, and of impeccable character, yet he remained oblivious in matters of affection. Instinctively, Xin Jiachen glanced towards Lu Yuru, who stood quietly, her expression neutral. He softly said, Thank you, Aunt. He approached Lu Yuru, clearing his throat. You should return and rest. I will check on grandmother. Do not wait for me. Lu Zhao Zhao noticed the fleeting loneliness in Lu Yuru's eyes upon hearing his words. Turning to see Xin Jiachen already making his way to the matriarch's chamber, she sighed softly, Elder sister-in-law, would you accompany me back? Understanding her good intentions, Lu Yuru forced a smile and replied, Very well. Young master, please escort mother back to Yicheng courtyard. I shall return with elder sister-in-law, Lu Zhao Zhao stated. Turning her head, Xin Jiayan glanced at the darkening sky, somewhat disapprovingly saying, I should escort you back. It is too late. Princess Jingru smiled wryly, thinking how the old saying is true. Once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Yet there was nothing wrong with this. A husband should indeed care for his wife. However, it was clear Zhao Zhao wished to have a private conversation with Yuru, while her son remained oblivious, his eyes solely on his wife. She tugged at Xin Jiayan, saying, Enough, there are people everywhere in this residence. Your wife will not be lost. Hurry and take me back. With a wink at Lu Zhao Zhao, she added, Mother, do mind your status. He chuckled lightly. Mind what status? In public, I am the esteemed Princess Chang, mindful of the royal dignity. Yet at home, I am merely your mother, so do hurry and depart, she chided with a light laugh. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at the retreating figure of Princess Jingru, chuckling softly. Her mother-in-law was indeed entertaining, a true reflection of Ning Ning's aunt, with a temperament strikingly similar. Zhao Zhao, let us return, Lu Shi suggested, stepping forward to link arms with her. As they strolled along the narrow path, their maidservant, sensing their need for space, trailed behind at a respectful distance. Elder sister-in-law, do not take to heart what Aunt said today. She scolded me thoroughly before your arrival, Lu Zhao Zhao gently reassured. Grateful for Lu Shi's presence on her wedding day, which alleviated her anxiety, she wished to extend her support in return. Lu Shi offered a faint smile, though it carried a tinge of sorrow. I have always been the most inconspicuous concubine in the family. My mother once told me it's better to be a poor man's wife than a highborn concubine. So since I became aware, I never aspired to climb the social ladder, merely wishing to marry someone who truly cares for me. She paused, then continued, yet unexpectedly. My legitimate sister vanished, and my father, unwilling to relinquish the prestigious duke's estate, decided this marriage would fall to me. I selfishly thought that if I became the duke's young mistress, my mother would have a better life in the Lu family. I suppose all these circumstances are merely fate punishing me. The bitterness in her voice hinted at long-held grievances, and she gradually became choked with emotion. Lu Zhao Zhao sensed the underlying complexities but was taken aback by the depth of Lu Shi's plight. She squeezed Lu Shi's hand softly, offering comfort. Sister-in-law, you are not to blame. A woman as gentle and considerate as you will surely be recognized by elder brother one day. Lu Shi dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning nonchalance. I am fine. You need not worry. Fortunately, my mother-in-law and father-in-law are understanding people. My current life is immeasurably better than before. Her father had married only her mother, so the Duke of Yunyang had no illegitimate children. But life as a concubine must not be easy. Although such a fate is common among concubines, children are innocent, if given a choice. Who wouldn't wish to live with honor? Sister-in-law, as the saying goes, a hero is not judged by their origins, Lu Zhao Zhao smiled. Lu Shi, uplifted by her radiant smile, found herself smiling in return, secretly thinking that perhaps only a girl who was deeply cherished could blossom into such a pure and unblemished being. Parting ways at a crossroads, Lu Zhao Zhao returned to the courtyard, feeling somewhat fatigued as she leaned on the round table. Junju approached to massage her shoulders, while Lu Li softly inquired, Miss, after such a long day with no proper dinner, shall I ask the small kitchen to prepare something anew? No need. It's too late. Just boil a couple of bowls of noodles, she murmured softly. Of course, madam, Lu Li replied, bowing slightly before heading to the small kitchen. Junju's massage technique was exceptional, and Lu Zhao Zhao felt herself drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, she sensed an unfamiliar pressure on her shoulders and turned to discover that Shun Jia Yin had replaced Junju without her noticing. Awake now? Are you hungry? Have some food, he offered. He seated himself beside her and lifted the noodles to feed her. Lu Zhao did not decline, opening her mouth to take a bite. The two engaged in a silent exchange, one feeding while the other ate. After consuming nearly half a bowl, Lu Zhao waved her hand, indicating that she was full. Naturally, Shen Jiayan picked up the remaining noodles and took a few bites. As Lu Zhao observed him, she felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Even her parents would never eat from her bowl. Reflecting on Lu Shi, she propped her chin on her hand and said, Shen Jiayan, your elder sister-in-law is truly pitiable. She is so gentle, how can everyone bully her like that? Shen Jiayan, discerning the underlying meaning in her words, affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Zhao Zhao. I shall treat you exceptionally well. Should you ever provoke my anger, I would consider divorcing you and instruct my brothers to break your legs. Lu Zhao let out a soft huff. Breaking legs was acceptable, but divorce was not. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 48, The Album Today. Shen Jiayan's wedding leave has come to an end. He rose early, donning his garments, while Lu Zhao lay nestled in the bedding, lost in a deep slumber. He gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead and carefully drew the curtains to shield her from the light before tiptoeing out. Liu Li and Jinzhu had been waiting outside the door. Aware that the young master seldom required the maid's attendance, they refrained from entering the chamber uninvited. There is no need to rouse the lady. She shall awaken when she pleases, Shen Jiayan murmured. Yes, I understand, master, Liu Li replied with a bow. Jinzhu glanced at Shen Jiayan's retreating figure and turned to Liu Li with a soft smile, saying, Our lady is truly deserving of good fortune, surely. She will be blessed with a multitude of descendants in the future. Indeed, the young master is fortunate to have married Our Lady, Liu Li responded with a smile. And the two exchanged pleasantries about their esteemed mistress, engrossed in lively conversation. Lu Zhao remained blissfully asleep until the hour of the rabbit before finally rising. Liu Li was in the midst of applying her makeup when she softly inquired, When did the young master depart? He left at the hour of the tiger, replied Liu Li. Lu Zhao adorned her wrist with a white jade bracelet and stated, That is sufficient. Let us visit grandmother at the Bauma Hall. Yes, my lady, Liu Li responded, hastening her pace and drawing the brows. Today, the gentlemen of the household attended court, while others engaged in their studies. Upon Lu Zhao's arrival at Bauma Hall, only Princess Jingru, Lady Wu, and Lu Yuru were present. She bowed and greeted, Greetings, mother, second aunt, and elder sister-in-law. Lady Wu and Lady Lu nodded with smiles, while Princess Jingru rose to pull her down to sit, asking, Zhao, did you rest well last night? Mother, I rested quite well. Is grandmother feeling better? She inquired with a hint of concern. Your grandmother is much improved. She had a bowl of porridge this morning and took her calming medicine. And has just now fallen asleep, she replied gently. That is good to hear, Lu Zhao said softly. Lady Wu had been attending to the aged matriarch the previous day and was unaware of the disturbances that had transpired in the side chambers until the second master informed her. She expressed her irritation, saying, Elder sister-in-law, it is no wonder mother was so upset. Which daughter behaves as she does? It is one thing to be unthoughtful, but she seems intent on creating chaos within her maternal family. Princess Jingru and Lady Wu had both married into the Duke of Huguo's household and had never let their status come between them. Lady Wu always held great respect for her elder sister-in-law, and thus they had never quarreled. However, Shen Qingyun had always been one to take advantage, daring not to provoke Princess Jingru while frequently seeking favors from Lady Wu. Though Lady Wu hailed from a prestigious family and was quite generous, she was not naive. Over time, her animosity towards the sister-in-law grew, yet she refrained from confronting her for the sake of the second master. Indeed, the Duke was quite angered yesterday. Upon returning to the courtyard this morning, he locked himself in his room for quite some time. Qingyun has truly overstepped this time, Princess Jingru sighed. This is not her first time. When she engaged in such indiscretions with the young master of Ronan, did she ever consider preserving a modicum of dignity for the household? After speaking, Wu recalled that Lu Zhao and Lu Yuro were still present and promptly fell silent. Never mind, when she returns in the future, we shall remain by our mother's side. Surely she will be mindful of our presence. The esteemed Princess Jingro spoke softly. Since her marriage to the Duke of the Nation, her mother-in-law had been kind, her sisters-in-law harmonious, her husband affectionate, and her son dutiful. Now, with a most satisfactory daughter-in-law, there was little to complain about, save for this undisciplined younger sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I shall heed your words, Wu replied succinctly. There is nothing amiss with mother. Let us wander about the estate. Zhao Zhao must also begin to learn how to manage affairs. Princess Jingro rose to speak. Old Madame Shun had long ceased to oversee matters, with much of the household management entrusted to Princess Jingro. Wu had relinquished her responsibilities upon Lu Yuro's arrival at the mansion. Perfect. I too wish to refresh my spirit. The thought of Shen Qingyun ignites my fury, Wu declared as she stood. Lu Zhao Zhao and Princess Jingro chuckled softly behind her. Lu Zhao Zhao mused that this second aunt was indeed straightforward. Their party meandered through the estate for a while, during which Princess Jingro entrusted a set of storeroom keys to Lu Zhao Zhao, advising her that she could inquire about anything she did not understand, either from her or from Wu. Wu immediately interjected, "Sister-in-law, do spare me. I detest managing such matters. The very thought gives me a headache." She turned to Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, "If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your sister-in-law. And should anyone dare to bully you, you may come to your second aunt." Princess Jingro shook her head in resignation, and Lu Zhao Zhao bowed with a smile, expressing her gratitude. With the heavy keys in hand, Lu Zhao Zhao returned to the Zhaojiao courtyard. Glancing at the keys, she suddenly recalled that on her birthday, Xin Jiayin had gifted her a key as well, though she could not remember where she had placed it. She rose and began to search the room. Lu Li and Zhenzhu approached, inquiring, "Madam, what are you looking for? We can assist you." No, I shall find it myself." She waved her hand dismissively. After rummaging through the room without success, she sat on a round stool, slightly breathless, and upon lifting her gaze, she unexpectedly spotted a small box beside the dressing table. Rising, she approached and opened it. Indeed, within lay the key. Holding it up, she smiled and exclaimed, "Found it." After attending court, Xin Jiayin accompanied the Duke of the Nation to Baoma Hall to visit old Madame Xin, before returning to the courtyard. As he entered, he immediately heard Lu Zhao Zhao's voice. He gestured for Lu Li and Zhenzhu to withdraw, and stealthily approached Lu Zhao Zhao from behind, softly asking, "Madam, what have you found?" Lu Zhao Zhao was startled, turning to glare at him. "Xin Jiayin, you nearly gave me a heart attack." He reached out to gently touch her hair, chuckling, "A mere touch cannot frighten you." Holding up the key, she inquired, "What is this?" Xin Jiayin recognized it at once. It was the birthday gift he had given her. He replied softly, "This is the key to your private treasury. All my possessions are contained within. Mine." Lu Zhao Zhao glanced at the key and then back at him. At this moment, Xin Jiayin's gaze fell upon a book nestled within the box. He raised his hand, reaching over Lu Zhao Zhao to retrieve it, his eyes glimmering with mirth as he inquired, "My dear wife, could you enlighten me as to what this is?" Initially, Lu Zhao Zhao was taken aback, but upon glimpsing the cover, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She swiftly reached out to snatch it from him, exclaiming, "I don't know. Please give it back to me." How could he allow her to succeed? With one arm encircling Lu Zhao Zhao's waist, he held the album aloft and jestingly proposed, "Since you are unaware, shall we study it together?" Lu Zhao Zhao, blushing fiercely, pinched him sharply at his waist and retorted angrily, "Xin Jiayin, you shameless rogue. A gentleman should avert his gaze from impropriety." "Lu Zhao Zhao, I am no gentleman. I am merely your husband," he replied with a light chuckle. Unable to withstand his teasing any longer, Lu Zhao Zhao forcefully shoved him away and fled. Xin Jiayin watched her retreating figure, his laughter growing more unabashed. He casually seated himself, picked up the album, and began to leaf through its pages. Chapter 49. Punishment. As night fell, the sounds emanating from within the room, which could make one blush and quicken the heartbeat, caused Liuli and Zhenzhu to lower their heads and discreetly retreat. Inside, through the sheer curtain, two figures could be faintly discerned, their garments disheveled. The woman's eyes sparkled with allure, her skin glistening with fragrant sweat, while the man held her slender waist tightly, his gaze filled with suppressed desire. "Xin Jiayin," she murmured softly, her body melting against his bare chest. He chuckled lightly, capturing her rosy lips in a kiss, enveloping the room in an enchanting atmosphere. The following day, Lu Zhao Zhao, embarrassed by the marks on her neck, twisted her handkerchief nervously, inwardly chastising him for his beastly behavior. Liuli, stifling a laugh, helped her conceal the marks with powder. "Tonight, ensure the door is locked. He is not to enter," she declared indignantly. Liuli, aware of her temper, responded gently. She had already arranged with her sister-in-law to review the accounts together, and after dressing, she went to Lingyun courtyard to meet with Madame Lu. Upon her arrival, Lu Yiru welcomed her with a smile, only for Lu Zhao Zhao to discover that Madame Wu was also present. She curtsied and cheerfully asked, "Aunt, did you not say you wouldn't come today?" Madame Wu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "It is your mother-in-law who insisted I accompany you. You two may as well pretend I am not here." With that, she picked up a book nearby and began to read. Lu Yiru and Lu Zhao Zhao exchanged knowing smiles as Lu instructed someone to brew fresh tea for Lu Zhao Zhao. The two then sat at a round table, poring over the account books. Before her marriage, Lu Zhao Zhao had also studied household management and accounting. Whenever she encountered something unclear, she would ask Lu Yiru, who patiently explained it to her. By the end of the morning, Lu Zhao Zhao felt she had learned a great deal. She admired Lu Yiru's perseverance, realizing that she must have worked diligently to attain such knowledge. As lunchtime approached, Lu Zhao Zhao stretched her back and softly said, "Aunt, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for today." Madame Wu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I shall return as well. We can go together." Lu Yuru, understanding that she and Shin Jiayin were newlyweds, did not insist on her staying for lunch and gently said, "Mother, let me see you both out." Meanwhile, the maids outside, noticing the prolonged silence within, began chattering amongst themselves in a corner. Both the second lady and the duchess entered the household around the same time. Yet even with the birth of the legitimate grandson, she must still yield to the first lady. Now that the young master's wife has just entered the household, she is already being placed above the first lady. Isn't that so? Our second branch can never compare to the first. It's peculiar how the second lady is always submissive to the duchess. One wonders what she is thinking. The master is disappointing. We, the servants, can never measure up to them. The two young maids were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice Lu Zhao Zhao and the others standing behind them. In the presence of elders, it was not their place to speak. Madame Wu's expression darkened, and she exclaimed, "Dare you gossip within the duke's residence? Do you wish to lose your lives?" Two young maids were instantly terrified, kneeling and pleading for mercy, their voices choked with tears. "Second madam, we were wrong. We shall never dare to do so again. Those who dare to gossip today will betray their master tomorrow. Such individuals cannot be retained." With that, Madame Wu turned to Lu and instructed, "Euro, find someone to sell them off." "Mother, the daughter-in-law understands," Lu replied. "Second aunt, allow me to escort you home," Lu Zhao Zhao gently suggested, perceiving the amicable rapport between her second aunt and mother-in-law, believing that such matters would not incite anger. "Very well, let us go," Madame Wu responded with a smile. On the path, Lu Zhao Zhao softly remarked, "Second aunt, rest assured, I am not one to indulge in intrigues. I only wish to coexist harmoniously with my elder sister-in-law, just as you and my mother-in-law do. I would never consider overshadowing her." She felt it essential to clarify certain matters, for one must not feign ignorance when understanding is clear. Otherwise, even the best relationships may suffer rifts. Madame Wu, being straightforward, recognized her candor. She paused, gently grasping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, "Second aunt knows you are a good child. I have a fiery temperament. When I first entered the household, your uncle and I often quarreled. It was thanks to your father-in-law and mother-in-law's mediation that we became a loving couple." At this point, Madame Wu chuckled softly and continued. "Later, when I gave birth to your elder brother, your mother-in-law showed no discontent, but rather came to converse with me frequently. I thought to myself, she is the esteemed legitimate princess of Deqi and the rightful mistress of this household, yet she never troubled me. What could I possibly find to complain about?" Lu Zhao Zhao smiled in response. "You and my mother are both kind-hearted individuals. Your mother is indeed a rare gem in this world, but I am different. Before marriage, I was quite carefree and never excelled in managing affairs. Why not enjoy a life of ease?" Madame Wu concluded with a laugh. "I find myself quite akin to you in this regard." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. "Then you shall await the day you become a mother-in-law," Madame Wu teased. They exchanged laughter as they returned to the courtyard, only to find two unfamiliar men standing at the entrance of the study. Jinju instinctively stepped in front of Lu Zhao Zhao in a protective manner, while Imo Zhang's heart raced. He had witnessed this girl's formidable prowess in combat before, swift and precise. Both men clasped their fists in greeting, and Imo Han spoke, "Greetings, madam. We are the personal guards of the young master." At this mention, Imo Jiang could not suppress his grievances. He recalled the days when they could roam freely in the courtyard before the young master wed. Now, after his marriage, they were restricted from entering unless given specific instructions. It was a bitter realization. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded gently, feeling a sense of familiarity with Imo Zhang's figure, though she could not place it. Just then, Shin Jiayin emerged from the study, softly approaching her and embracing her, saying, "Zhao Zhao, you are back." Lu Zhao Zhao had not forgotten his fierce demeanor the night before and huffed, "You big bad wolf. Do not be angry. I have just instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Let us return to our room and await them." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao pushed past him, her demeanor proud, and entered the room, with Shin Jiayin following closely behind, a smile gracing his lips. Imo Jiang observed the young master's eager expression and couldn't help but comment, "This lady possesses remarkable skills, managing to keep the young master utterly in her grasp." Pearl, upon hearing this, immediately retorted with displeasure, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you speak of our lady so casually?" She added, "Such a lovely girl. Yet why is she so fierce?" Imo Jiang, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Why is it that everyone seems to bully me? Mind your words. You are not permitted to speak ill of my lady," Pearl declared, just before being pulled away by Lu Li. Imo Jiang made a face at her retreating figure, then turned to meet Imo Han's gaze, who coldly remarked, "Childish." Chapter 50, Premature Birth. After sharing a delightful lunch with Lu Zhao Zhao, Shin Jiayin retreated to his study to attend to his official duties. The affairs of the Dali Temple had become increasingly intricate, and observing his relentless busyness, Lu Zhao Zhao thoughtfully arranged for someone to deliver him a late-night snack. At that moment, he found himself reveling in the thought that his wife was indeed becoming more considerate with each passing day. As the hour of Su approached, he finally completed all his tasks and intended to return to his chamber to embrace his fragrant and soft spouse in slumber. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. With a gentle chuckle, he called out, "Zhao Zhao, could you please open the door for me?" "No," came her reply. Undeterred by her refusal, Shun Jian turned his attention to the nearby window and pushed it open with a slight effort. Lu Zhao Zhao, having heard no sound from the door for quite some time, presumed he had departed. To her surprise, however, she heard a commotion at the window. Rising from her bed, she peeked out from beneath the covers, only to witness the esteemed Master Shen climbing through the window. Gritting her teeth, she admonished, "Master Shen, please maintain your decorum." Bending down, Shun Jian playfully pecked her lips and replied with a grin, "Be good, I shall bathe now. You rest first." With that, he shamelessly began to remove his outer garments. Lu Zhao Zhao let out a soft huff, turning away to bury herself once more in the soft bedding. By the time Shen Jiayan emerged from his bath, she had fallen into a deep slumber. He extinguished the candlelight and gathered her into his embrace. It had been more than half a month since Lu Zhao Zhao's marriage. During this time, apart from familiarizing herself with household matters alongside Lu Yuro, she indulged in leisurely reading, painting, and found little distinction from her life before marriage. On this particular day, while Shen Jiayan attended to affairs at the Dali Temple, Lu Zhao Zhao, lacking other pursuits, ventured into his study to paint, where her brush brought to life the exquisite plum blossoms. A maidservant stood at the door, bowing respectfully, "Madam, a visitor has arrived from the Yunyang Marquis." Lu Zhao Zhao set down her brush and arose to see Fangzhu standing at the entrance. She hurriedly inquired, "Sister Fangzhu, has something happened at home?" Since the last incident involving the Marquis of Yunyang's false accusations, she had harbored some trepidation. "Third miss, the young madam gave birth to a son this morning. Madam sent me to inform you," Fangzhu replied with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that her sister-in-law was only 9 months pregnant. "How is my sister-in-law?" she asked anxiously. "Do not worry, although the young madam delivered a month early. Both mother and child are safe," Fangzhu reassured her. "Sister Fangzhu, I shall prepare to accompany you back," Lu Zhao Zhao said softly. Knowing her sister-in-law had waited many years for this child, and her mother and elder brother would surely exercise utmost caution to prevent any undue complications. "Miss, you have just married. Is it truly appropriate for you to return at this time?" Fangzhu expressed her concerns. "It is fine, Zhenju. Please go to Yiqing Courtyard and inform mother that I must return to the Yunyang Marquis for a matter. Zhenju can return swiftly," Lu Zhao Zhao instructed. "Yes, madam. I shall go at once," Zhenju replied. Liuli helped Lu Zhao Zhao change into a new skirt, restyled her hair, and applied her makeup. Once she was ready, Zhenju returned quickly, bowing and saying, "Madam, the Duchess has said you may go back without hesitation. Should you require anything, just let her know, and she will send for the young master to fetch you later." Fangzhu smiled upon hearing this, realizing that the third miss was indeed thriving in her new life. Allowing the madam to fully rest easy, Lu Zhao Zhao boarded the carriage to the Yunyang Marquis' residence alongside Fangzhu. Upon her return, she hurried to the Wang family's courtyard. As she entered, the sound of a baby's cries reached her ears. The maid, noticing her arrival, promptly bowed and announced, "Madam, the eldest young lady, the third young lady, has returned." Xie Shi and Wang Shi, who were soothing the child, paused in surprise, having only intended to send her a message of reassurance, never expecting her to return so abruptly. As the maid finished speaking, Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly entered the room. Xie Shi rose, saying, "You little girl, what are you doing running around so soon after your wedding?" Despite her words, her face was alight with joy. "Mother, I have informed my mother-in-law, and she has given her consent for me to return," Lu Zhao Zhao replied. Noticing Wang Shi reclining on the bed, her face showing signs of fatigue, Lu Zhao Zhao forced a smile and gently inquired, "Sister-in-law, how do you fare?" "I am fine, do not worry," Wang Shi replied with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed down at her little nephew. It seemed that due to her elder brother and sister-in-law as fair complexions, the child was not flushed like other babies but rather fair and tender. Wang Shi had just given birth that morning, so her spirits were somewhat low. Xie Shi promptly instructed someone to take the child away, reminding the maid to care for Wang Shi before leading Lu Zhao Zhao out. As they exited the courtyard, she questioned, "Mother, what has transpired? Why did sister-in-law give birth prematurely?" Xie Shi glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao and sighed softly. Of her 3 daughters, Lu Zhao Zhao was the most perceptive, and nothing could remain concealed from her. "Your cousin is negotiating a marriage with the Marquis of Chomping," Xie Shi whispered. "Lu Zhaoji is courting the Marquis of Chomping? Given the temperament of the Marquis' wife, how could she possibly agree? Moreover, What does this have to do with sister-in-law as premature birth? Xie continued through gritted teeth. Recently, there have been rumors in the capital that young Master Shui took a concubine before marrying. Families of stature in the capital are no longer willing to marry their daughters into that family. Your second aunt took the initiative to propose a marriage, but your cousin was unwilling and often confided in your sister-in-law. Yesterday, she accidentally slipped and, in her fall, pushed your sister-in-law down as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao exclaimed in anger, "Is she out of her mind? If she is unwilling, she should speak to her mother, not trouble a pregnant woman. Indeed, that child is truly misguided. Your elder brother has already gone to confront her," Xie replied. "Out of her mind." Lu Zhao muttered another curse. "Come, let us return with mother. Your elder brother should be back soon." Lu Zhao accompanied Xie back to the Furong courtyard. They had scarcely settled when they heard an uproar at the entrance. "Jinhua, what are you doing?" Zhao did not mean to. Upon stepping outside, Lu Zhao saw her elder brother, filled with fury, grasping Lu Zhao, who was weeping pitifully. "Jinhua, let her go," Xie said calmly. Lu Jinhua forcefully threw her to the ground, prompting Gushi to step forward. "Eldest sister-in-law, we are family." Zhao did not do it on purpose. Jinhua is being excessive. Xie's expression turned icy as she responded, "Excessive? Your daughter nearly endangered my daughter-in-law and grandson, and you dare to speak of excess? Were it not for the favor bestowed by the Duke, I would have sent her straight to prison. Sister-in-law, Zhao is still quite young, moreover. She did not intend any harm. If this matter were to spread, how would she ever find a suitor? Second aunt, how amusing you are. My cousin is nearly 18 and still considered a child? And what is this nonsense about intent? Is it not true that she persistently vexes my sister-in-law? Is it not true that she deliberately fell before her? Is she somehow impaired?" Lu Zhao scoffed. Gushi, having experienced her sharp tongue before, muttered, "You, a married woman, should not meddle in your family's affairs. Although Zhao is married, she will forever remain a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis. Why should she not speak or take charge in her own home?" Xie retorted. "Sister-in-law, I have not. You need not say anything further. Have her apologize to Jing Yi and kneel before the ancestral hall, and this matter will be considered resolved. Henceforth, our two households shall have no further dealings." Xie stated coldly. Gushi, having sighed with relief at the beginning, became anxious upon hearing Xie's declaration of severance. "Sister-in-law, we are family." "Who considers you family? How unfortunate!" Lu Zhao exclaimed in anger. Chapter 51. A scheme. Lu Zhao felt utterly embarrassed at that moment. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, she struggled to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Lu Jinhua. "Lu Zhao, just because you have married a suitable husband, does it grant you the audacity to insult me? Why is it that you can wed the son of the Duke of National Defense while I am destined to marry a man nobody else desires?" Second aunt, "Your daughter is inquiring after you," Lu Zhao remarked with a sneer, turning to Gushi. "Zhao, you mustn't speak recklessly. What flaws does young Master Shui possess?" Gushi hastily reprimanded, fearing her daughter might blurt out something inappropriate in her distress. "Lu Zhao, do you not realize that even young Master Shui is beyond your reach? Though he possesses a gentle disposition, he is sincere, kind, and treats others with genuine respect, qualities you utterly lack," Lu Zhao said softly. "Lu Zhao, you are nothing but a venomous woman. Young Master Shin must truly be blind to have chosen you." She spat, her words unfiltered. "Are we no longer pretending to be sisters?" Lu Zhao asked coldly, squatting beside her to whisper, "Conceal your sordid thoughts. Shin Jiayan is my husband, and he would not spare you a glance. Feel free to test that." Lu Zhao's eyes widened in shock as Lu Zhao straightened up to stand beside Xie. Lu Jinhua seized the opportunity to pull Lu Zhao away, and Gushi dared not utter another word, knowing that should they involve the authorities, not only would Zhao's marriage be jeopardized, but Jin Yin's future would also be ruined. "Zhao, do not associate with her in the future. Her intentions are not pure," Xie warned. Observing Lu Zhao's retreating figure. "Understood," Lu Zhao replied softly, though she feared that once a heart had strayed, it was nigh impossible to rectify. Entering the house with Xie, the mother and daughter began to engage in casual conversation. "Mother, why has my second sister returned today? Your elder sister is the prince's consort and has a grand estate to manage. She cannot return easily. However, given your second sister's temperament, it is unusual for her to be absent. Your second sister is with child," Xie revealed, her face lighting up with joy at the news. "For good fortune seemed to befall their family one after another. That is truly wonderful. It spares us from Aunt Zhou's incessant nitpicking. Let us see what she can say now," Lu Zhao remarked, picking up a piece of cake with a smile. Lu Zhaoran was forthright, speaking her mind candidly, which often drew criticism from her mother-in-law. Fortunately, her father-in-law was reasonable, and Zhou Yu consistently supported her, allowing her to feel at ease in the Zhou household. Madam. Miss 3, young Master Shin has arrived, Fang Zhu announced from outside. As Shin Jiayin entered, he greeted Xiesher with a respectful bow. Greetings, mother-in-law. All is well with your sister-in-law, Zhao Zhao. You may return with Jiayin, Xiesher said, taking Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Mother, I shall take my leave then. Lu Zhao Zhao said, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Go, and cherish your time with Jiayin, Xiesher replied, though she felt a pang of sorrow. After all, it was not fitting for a newlywed couple to remain at her home. However, knowing that Lu Zhao Zhao was flourishing in the Duke of National Defense's residence alleviated her concerns. Once outside the Furong courtyard, Shin Jiayin took hold of her hand. Do you know of the recent rumors circulating in the capital? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired with a smile. How could he be unaware? Not to mention others. Lu Jinrong had been chattering beside him all day. Aware yet feigning ignorance, he asked, what rumors? Lu Zhao Zhao glanced at him and replied, about the second young Master Shui. Do not think of him, he said sternly. Observing his serious demeanor, as if facing a formidable enemy, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. She rose on her toes and lightly pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, teasing, Lord Shin, your jealousy is rather intense, isn't it? Shin Jiayin smiled, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning down to kiss her, but Lu Zhao Zhao playfully blocked him, laughing, Shin Jiayin, we are in my home. Be careful not to get your legs broken. He held her hand, gently kissing her palm, and softly said, let us go home. At that moment, Lu Zhaoji, who had just limped out of the Wang family courtyard, caught sight of them. They stood there like a pair of perfect lovers, while she felt utterly out of place. Why was it that she was the only one in such a predicament? A malicious thought began to brew in her mind. On that day, Lu Zhao Zhao was comfortably seated on a small couch, leisurely reading a tale when Liu Li entered with a letter, bowing and saying, Madam, you have a letter. Who sent it? She inquired, reaching for it. The young lady from the Chongping Marquis' residence. The young servant at the door replied. Liu Li found it rather strange. Although her mistress had some acquaintance with Miss Shui, they had not reached the point of exchanging letters. Lu Zhao Zhao opened the letter and read it, then let out a soft laugh, tossing the letter onto the small table. Madam, what is it? This person cannot be sane, using such methods, she mused. Although she did not recognize the handwriting, the fragrance of the tea was unmistakably beyond what Shui Baozhu could produce. Among the women she knew, only she could be the author. Since that was the case, she would indulge her whims. It is nothing. Liu Li, help me get ready. We shall visit the drunken immortal pavilion. Lu Zhaodao said with a smile, deciding to accompany her persistent cousin to the end. Liu Li, being more perceptive than Zhenju, tentatively asked, Madam, should we inform the heir? No need. Someone will inform him for us, Lu Zhaozhao replied mysteriously. At the Dali Temple, Shin Jiayin was discussing a case with Lu Jinrong when a servant entered, holding a letter, and bowed, saying, Lord Shin, you have a letter. Shin Jiayin did not lift his head, asking coolly, who sent it? I do not know. A servant dressed in simple attire handed it to me, insisting you must open it personally before leaving. Shin Jiayin took the letter, not bothering to conceal it from Lu Jinrong, and opened it. Lu Jinrong teased, Lord Shin, having just married my sister, you already have a confidant sending you secret messages. Be careful, or Zhao Zhao may abandon you. Do not speak nonsense. That is not the case. He replied in a low voice. He glanced at the letter, his expression shifting, and immediately handed it to Lu Jinrong before rising to leave in haste. Shin Jiayin, where are you going? Lu Jinrong muttered, bewildered, as he glanced down at the letter. I must go, he exclaimed, hurriedly tucking the letter into his pocket and chasing after Shin Jiayin. In the intoxicated celestial tower, Lu Zhaozhao ascended to the second floor accompanied by Liu Li and Zhenju to attend the invitation of Shui Baozhu. Upon pushing the door to the private room, she beheld Shui Jiqing seated upright at the table, and a smile curled upon her lips, as anticipated. His evident surprise at her entrance prompted him to rise swiftly and inquire, Miss Lu San, what brings you here? Shui Gongzi, do take a look at this. It bears Baozhu's handwriting, Liu Li interjected, producing the letter from her sleeve and presenting it to Shui Jiqing. After perusing its contents, he furrowed his brow and shook his head, resolutely stating, this is certainly not Baozhu's handwriting. Miss Lu San, might I inquire who delivered this letter to you? He asked. That would depend on whom Shui Gongzi intended to meet here today. Lu Zhaozhao replied with a light chuckle. She glanced at the incense burning upon the round table, stepped forward, and extinguished it with a cup of tea. Shui Jiqing, no fool, had originally planned to rendezvous with Lu Zhaoji, hence the choice of this location. Yet, standing before him was Lu Zhaozhao instead. Miss Lu San, I apologize for the inconvenience, Shui Jiqing said with a respectful gesture. There is no need for such formality. Today's events may yet reveal who truly inconveniences whom. I hope, in due course, that Shui Gongzi will speak with integrity. While he may not be an ideal suitor for her, Shui Jiqing was indeed a man of virtue. Chapter 52. The scheme. Rest assured, Miss Lu San, I shall speak only the truth, he declared with an expression of unwavering integrity. Is Master Shan treating you well? Su Jiqing inquired, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle before continuing. He must indeed be treating you exceedingly well. He is very kind to me, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Young Master Su, you need not be troubled by those rumors. If one has indeed erred, one should strive to make amends. If not, then simply disregard them. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqing smiled and remarked softly, Miss Lu San speaks wisely. Downstairs, as Shen Jiayin and Lu Jinrong entered the tavern. They unexpectedly encountered the hurried Lu Zhaoji. With a hint of surprise, she asked, Cousin, Master Shan, are you here for a meal as well? What brings you here? What are you doing here? Lu Jinrong inquired, his expression inscrutable. It seemed too coincidental that someone would inform Shen Jiayin that Lu Zhao was secretly meeting Su Jiqing, prompting her appearance. I had originally arranged to meet young Master Su here, but I was delayed due to feeling unwell earlier, she feigned a bashful tone. Shen Jiayin ascended the stairs with urgency, while Lu Jinrong cast her a contemplative glance before following. Shen Jiayin's anxiety stemmed not from distrust in Lu Zhao. On the contrary, he had complete faith in her. His concern was that Su Jiqing might take advantage of the situation. He pushed open the door to the private room, and, upon seeing Lu Zhao sitting there unharmed, his worries were finally set at ease. Lu Zhaoji stood at the doorway, peering inside, and upon catching sight of Lu Zhao, she covered her mouth in shock and, with trembling hands, pointed at her, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, Zhao, you have already wed Master Shan. How can you be here clandestinely meeting young Master Su? What of Master Shan? Am I not your own cousin? How can you do this to me? Ignoring her words, Shen Jiayin approached Lu Zhao and gently asked, Are you unhurt? Master Shan. She is nothing but a fickle woman. Lu Zhaoji, silence yourself. Lu Jinrong interjected, forcefully pushing her into the room and shutting the door. Cousin. While you may be Lu Zhao's older brother, I am still your cousin as well. You cannot simply favor one over the other, she retorted with dissatisfaction. Cousin? What does that even signify? Lu Jinrong scoffed. Lu Zhaoji could scarcely believe her ears. Turning to Shen Jiayin, she pitifully implored, Master Shan, we are both victims in this scenario. I trust my wife, Shen Jiayin stated resolutely, locking eyes with Lu Zhao. At his words, Lu Zhao smiled warmly, reached out to entwine her fingers with his, and then approached Lu Zhaoji. Without hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap to her face. Lu Zhaoji instinctively raised her hand to retaliate, but was swiftly restrained by Lu Jinrong. Shen Jiayin stepped forward to shield Lu Zhao, coldly warning her. Should you dare to lay a finger on her, I shall ensure that the entire Lu family suffers the consequences. Master Shan. It was she who was secretly meeting my future husband today. How has it become my fault? Lu Zhaoji questioned, her eyes reddened and filled with feigned innocence. Miss Lu, I implore you to choose your words carefully. My relationship with you is merely one arranged by our parents. There are neither formal betrothal rites nor any vows exchanged, thus it can be said we share no connection. Furthermore, my meeting with Miss Lu San today is not a clandestine affair, Su Jiqing replied calmly. Cousin, have you finished your performance? Lu Zhao contemptuously inquired, waving the letter in her hand. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Lu Zhaoji was already somewhat flustered. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. She had expected that upon witnessing this scene, Shen Jiayin would be so infuriated that he would lose his senses, leaving no opportunity for Lu Zhao to explain, and she would only face abandonment. Lu Jinrong took out the letter from his bosom and compared it with the one in Lu Zhao's hand, confirming that they were pinned by the same individual. He pulled Lu Zhaoji to the round table and said, Write? I shall not write. Why should I? It is clearly her fault, Lu Zhao's. Mo Jiang. Take the official from today to the Lu residence and ensure that the messenger from today is found. Shen Jiayin commanded. Yes, young master. Mo Jiang clasped his fists and exited. Young Master Shan, my relationship with Miss Lu San is entirely pure, devoid of any illicit undertakings. Shui Jiqing stated, gazing at her. Lu Zhao is a remarkable young lady, but I am unworthy of her. Thus, I hope for her well-being in this life. I trust her. And she is now Madam Shen. Even at this moment, Shen Jiayin did not forget to assert his claim. Zhao Jiayin. Let us return to the Yunyang Marquis residence. This matter is not trivial and must be reported to our elders. Lu Jinrong remarked. Mo Han. Take her back as well. Shen Jiayin embraced Lu Zhao and exited the room. Lu Zhao and Shen Jiayin boarded the same carriage. And as soon as she settled in, she planted a kiss on his cheek and cheerfully said, Shen Jiayin, you performed admirably today. This is your reward. He laughed and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her deeply. After a long while, he gently withdrew, chuckling, "That is what I consider a reward." She playfully tapped him and softly asked, "Shin Jiayin, did you have even a moment of doubt about me today?" "Never." "Why?" Lu Zhao Zhao curiously inquired. "Because I am more handsome than he is, and you are not blind. How could you possibly prefer him when you have me?" He jested. Narcissistic. At the Yunyang Marquis' residence, both the Marquis and Lady Xie were present. Lu Jinrong recounted the entire sequence of events clearly. Upon hearing this, the Yunyang Marquis was furious, outrageous. How dare she act thus? "Zhao Zhao, do not fear. Today, your father shall stand up for you." Though Lu Zhongyong was his own brother, Zhao Zhao was his biological daughter, and he would never allow anyone to conspire against her. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of being her father. Lady Xie stepped forward, grasping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, and said, "Zhao Zhao, with your father and mother here, no one can bully you." "What about that wretch?" the Yunyang Marquis angrily inquired. "Father-in-law, I have had her detained, and someone has gone to the Lu residence to search. We will not allow Zhao Zhao to suffer this injustice," he replied, bowing respectfully. The Yunyang Marquis felt somewhat pleased with this son-in-law at that moment, not for any other reason, but for the unconditional trust he had in Zhao Zhao during this incident. Trust is paramount in a marriage. "Jinrong, send someone to invite your uncle and aunt," Lady Xie softly suggested. Lu Jinrong turned to leave, and shortly thereafter, Lu Zhongyong and Gu Shi hurried in. "Elder brother, what on earth has happened?" Lu Zhongyong hurriedly inquired, as he had just returned home to find officials from the Dali Temple searching around the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, someone came to convey that Duke Yunyang was seeking him. "Perhaps you should inquire about what good deeds your precious daughter has been up to." Duke Yunyang tossed 2 letters onto the ground. Lu Zhongyong and Gu exchanged glances before bending down to retrieve the letters. As parents, how could they not recognize their daughter's handwriting? "Brother, what does this mean?" At that moment, Mo Han brought Lu Zhaoji forward. Gu, noticing her disheveled hair, immediately approached and asked, "Zhaoji, what on earth has happened? How did you end up in such a state?" "Second uncle, second aunt. My cousin is probably unable to voice it herself, so allow me to speak on her behalf. Today, my cousin deceived me in the name of Miss Shui, luring me to meet young Master Shui, and even had a servant deliver a message to my husband to catch her in the act. Truly, she is quite the schemer." Lu Zhao Zhao scoffed lightly. Chapter 53. The Aftermath. "Father, mother, I have neither. It is Lu Zhao Zhao who has wronged me. At this moment, she is one who will not shed tears until she sees the coffin." "Mo Jiang, bring forth the witnesses," Shin Jiayin commanded coldly. Mo Jiang entered, holding several pieces of writing and accompanying a young servant. He respectfully announced, "My lord, this is the courier boy, and these are the writings found in Lu Zhaoji's chamber." Zhang Yong, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, declared, "Your daughter has committed such a heinous act. What further excuses can you muster?" The Marquis of Yunyang suppressed his fury and pleaded, "Brother, the child is merely foolish and has erred. After all, we are family. Let Zhaoji apologize to Zhao Zhao, and we can put this behind us, shall we?" "That is not acceptable." Before the Marquis of Yunyang could respond, Shin Jiayin interjected, "Lord Lu, my wife is even younger. She has endured such humiliation, and you think a mere apology can absolve this? Do you look down upon our house of Guo or my mother?" His voice carried a hint of lethal intent. The house of Guo was already beyond reproach, and with the presence of a princess, the Lu family, even with 8 lives, dared not offend. In his heart, Lu Zhongyong had made a decision to protect his daughter or the entire Lu household. With a resounding slap, he approached Lu Zhaoji and struck her fiercely, rebuking, "Wretched child, how dare you commit such audacious acts? You are unworthy to remain a daughter of the Lu family. From this day forth, return to your countryside in Pingzhou." "My lord, you cannot. Zhaoji is our flesh and blood. You cannot abandon her." Gu Shi cried out, clutching Lu Zhaoji as she knelt in despair. "Gu Shi, will you protect this ungrateful daughter or your son Jin Yin?" "You must decide," Lu Zhongyong asserted. Unlike the Marquis of Yunyang, he was selfish and cold-hearted, unwilling to offend the powerful for a wayward daughter. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Gu Shi slowly released her hold on Lu Zhaoji and cried out in hysteria, "Mother, will you cast me aside too? Do you truly care only for Lu Jinyin? Why then did you bear me?" She looked up at Lu Zhao Zhao, who nestled beside Shin Jiayin, and cursed, "Lu Zhao Zhao, you did this on purpose, did you not? You have known all along. If one wishes to conceal their misdeeds, they must first refrain from committing them. You are already of corrupt mind, and yet you are foolishly oblivious. Since you lack the wisdom to refrain from wrongdoing, you must accept the consequences of your actions." Lu Zhao Zhao replied disdainfully. "Shin Jiayin, did you hear that? She is a venomous woman." Gu Shi could not comprehend why everyone unconditionally sided with Lu Zhao Zhao. She simply refused to accept her fate. What wrong had she committed? I am a magistrate appointed by the court, the heir of the House of Gua. What right do you have to address me so familiarly? My wife bears no fault in today's matters. Merely allowing you to depart the capital is a leniency. Had she wished to end your life, I would have handed her the blade. Shen Jiayan spoke with an air of indifference, for Lu Zhao is his destiny. Anyone who sought to hinder her would face his wrath 1,000-fold. Lu Zhongyang, take your daughter away. From this day forth, consider me as though I do not exist, the Marquis of Yunyang coldly concluded. Lu Zhongyang recognized that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. He turned to Gu and said, take this disgraceful object back. Send her away today. With that, he flung his sleeve and departed. Although Gu favored her son, Lu Zhaozi was still her biological daughter. She whispered, Zhaozi, return with your mother. Lu Zhaozi forced a bleak smile, staggering to her feet. Today, she had come to understand her reality. She was unloved by both father and mother, and there was no comparison with Lu Zhaohao. With a bitter smile, she uttered, Lu Zhaohao, I concede. She then stumbled away, prompting Gu to hurriedly follow her. Lu Zhaohao felt no pity for her. One reaps what one sows. Had she not discerned the scheme in advance, she might have faced ruin, and the reputation of the Yunyang Marquis would have been irreparably damaged, leaving her elder and younger sisters unable to hold their heads high in their marital homes. With the matter settled, Xiao instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal, Lu Zhaohao and Shen Jiayan took their leave and returned to the Duke of Hugua's residence. In the Zhao Jia courtyard, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing area, while Liu Li stood beside Lu Zhaohao, drying her hair. Puzzled, she asked, Madam, since you were aware this was a trap, why did you still go? Wildfires may not be extinguished, they will grow anew with the spring breeze. If she harbors ill intent towards me, even if I evade her this time, what of the next? Rather than living in constant vigilance, it is better to eradicate the source. As long as she stays away from the capital and does not seek to bring me misfortune again, all will be well, Lu Zhaohao replied with a light laugh. Liu Li seemed to grasp the sentiment, nodding in agreement. Madam is correct. Liu Li, it is getting late. You should rest now. Yes, madam. She bowed and withdrew. At that moment, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing area. Lu Zhaohao raised her gaze to him, but before she could speak, he swept her up in his arms. Shen Jiayan, she exclaimed, clutching his neck in surprise. Madam, a moment shared in spring is worth 1,000 gold. It must not be squandered, Shen Jiayan whispered enticingly in her ear. He then gently laid Lu Zhaohao on the bed, leaning in to kiss her, one hand caressing her waist while the other boldly grasped her softness, drawing forth a soft moan from her. The flickering candlelight illuminated the gentle sounds of their intimacy, signaling a harmonious union. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu sat on a small couch, gazing at the repeatedly warmed bird's nest on the round table. Through the window, she caught sight of the ever-glowing candlelight in the study. With a soft sigh, she rose to carry the bowl of bird's nest she had painstakingly prepared for a long time, softly saying, LRU, you should have some. Young madam, this is what you personally prepared for the young master. How can I partake? Perhaps you could take it to the study? Lu's maid, LRU advised. No need. You take it away, Lu replied, her tone heavy with sorrow. LRU observed Lu's uncontainable sadness. In the Lu family, she had once been the eldest daughter as maid responsible for cleaning. On one occasion, she accidentally wet Lu Yuanyang's shoes, resulting in her being punished to kneel under the scorching sun for 3 hours. Later, Lu Yuru intervened on her behalf, yet she faced scorn from the eldest daughter. From that moment, she vowed her unwavering loyalty for life. Originally, she believed that marrying the son of the guardian duke's residence would bring her family a life of ease after hardship. However, she never anticipated such a scene. Greenru hesitated to speak, ultimately retreating in silence. Lu Yuru rose to extinguish the candlelight, and indeed, the flames in the study flickered out as well, allowing 2 silent tears to cascade down her cheeks. She understood that as a concubine-born daughter, she was unworthy of him. Had it not been for her father's insistence on the marriage, she would never have wished to burden him, especially now, when whispers of ridicule surrounded him for taking a mere concubine as his wife. To be honest, he had treated her decently over the past 2 years. They maintained a respectful distance, and she had almost convinced herself that such a life was not so bad. Yet, upon witnessing how Shen Jiayan treated Zhao Zhao, she could no longer deceive herself in the slightest. Chapter 54. A joyous occasion early in the morning, after finishing her breakfast, Lu Zhaozhao prepared to visit old Madame Shen at Baomotang. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she encountered Shen Jiahao and Shen Yiran. She clasped her hands in greeting and said, second sister-in-law. Although Shen Yiran had only met Lu Zhaozhao once, she was fond of her beautiful sister-in-law and the gifts she had received. She released Shen Jiahao's hand and ran to Lu Zhaozhao's side, cheerfully asking, second sister-in-law, my brother and I are going to visit grandmother. Would you like to join us? With a smile, Lu Zhaozhao took her hand and gently replied, of course. Shen Jiahao, Noticing her delight at seeing someone so lovely, teased, Iran, be careful holding on to second sister-in-law's hand, or brother might get jealous. The little girl huffed lightly. Brother is not that petty. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled silently as the three of them chatted merrily along the path. At Baomotang, old Madame Shen was being fed a calming soup by Nurse Zhao. Lu Zhao Zhao bowed and said, greetings to grandmother. Good child, rise, old Madame Shen said kindly. Grandmother. Did you miss me? Shun Iran cheerfully ran to the bedside, and old Madame Shun embraced her, saying, Grandmother missed you dearly. Zhao Zhao Zhao, please take a seat. Old Madame Shen, who cherished family unity above all, expressed her wishes for her descendants' prosperity. Thank you, grandmother. Just as they settled down, a maid lifted the curtain at the door and announced, Old Madam, the eldest madam has arrived. Greetings to grandmother, Lu Yuru said. Her eyes shadowed with fatigue as she bowed. Ah, please sit down. Today, Baomotang is bustling with energy. Seeing you children brightens my spirits. Old Madame Shen remarked with a smile. Sister-in-law, did you not get enough rest last night? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly. It's nothing, just a late night. Lu Yuru replied with a smile. Zhao Yuru, do try the new pastries from the kitchen. See if they suit your taste. Lu Zhao Zhao picked up a piece and took a delicate bite. Soft, sweet, and fragrant, she couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Better than those from the pastry shop outside. If it's good, eat more. You should take some back for Jiayan later, old Madame Shen suggested. Just then, Lu Yuru made a retching sound. Yuru, what's wrong? Lu Yuru covered her mouth with a handkerchief, suppressing waves of nausea, and replied, Grandmother, it's nothing. Perhaps I ate something bad this morning. Observing her reaction, Lu Zhao Zhao recalled her elder sister and sister-in-law experiencing similar discomfort during their pregnancies. Tentatively, she asked, Sister-in-law, could it be that you were with child? Her words struck like a revelation. Both old Madame Shun and Lu Yuru were momentarily stunned. Recovering quickly, old Madame Shun exclaimed with delight. Quickly, summon the physician. Yes, I shall do so at once. Nurse Lu hurriedly left. After a while, the physician arrived and carefully examined Lu Yuru. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand and said, Congratulations, old madam. Congratulations, madam. You are already 2 months along. Is this true? Old Madame Shen asked in astonishment. The lineage of the Hugui Duke's residence had been sparse, and Lu Yuru had been married to Shun Jiaqin for nearly 2 years. At long last, they were blessed with this joyous news. Rest assured, my lady, I possess sufficient skills in this regard. However, it seems that the eldest lady has been experiencing some emotional distress lately, resulting in an unstable pulse. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, Lu was initially incredulous. Before she could revel in joy, the physician informed her of the fetus's instability. She promptly inquired, Physician, is the child all right? Do not worry, madam. Allow me to prescribe some calming medicine for the pregnancy. If you take it regularly, all should be well, the physician replied. Lumama, reward him. The old lady Shen joyfully ordered. Thank you, madam, the physician said with a smile as he accepted the reward and proceeded to prepare the prescription. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Lu Zhao Zhao expressed her heartfelt happiness. Thank you, Lu softly replied while gently caressing her belly. Yuro, if you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to speak to grandmother. She will advocate for you. Do not bottle it up inside, the old lady Shen advised. Yes, thank you, grandmother. How wonderful. I shall soon be an aunt. I will no longer be the youngest in the family. Shun Iran exclaimed joyfully, prompting laughter from all present. Since Lu's pregnancy, the old lady Shen's complexion had significantly improved, as she continuously thought about holding her great-grandchild. However, with Lu Yuru's pregnancy, most household matters had been entrusted to Lu Zhao Zhao, which left her feeling troubled and sighing heavily. Madam, there are still 2 stacks of account books left unread. Might you take a look? Luli remarked with a gentle laugh, observing Lu Zhao Zhao, who appeared drowsy. Luli, spare your mistress, please. Had I known that marrying Shin Jiayan would be so arduous, I would have never dared to pursue him. I have brought this upon myself. She lamented with a woeful expression. Madam, do you regret it now? Shin Jiayan entered wearing his crimson official robes, a threatening smile adorning his face. Lu Zhao Zhao slumped over the table and groaned. Shin Jiayan, why not just divorce me? Being the wife of a marquis is far too difficult. Shin Jiayan settled onto a low stool beside her, pulling her onto his lap with a light chuckle. It is too late for regrets now. You wish to abandon your husband and children? What do you mean by abandon children? She retorted playfully. Abandoning a husband is even less acceptable. Shin Jiayan leaned down and lightly kissed her. Luli had discreetly exited upon his return. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled against him, playfully complaining, Shin Jiayan. These account books give me a headache, my hands ache, my neck is sore. Everything is uncomfortable. Let me take a look. Lu Zhao Zhao mischievously smiled. No need. No need. I can manage these account books myself. If you have nothing else to do, Why not take me out to see a play? Very well. I shall have a day off the day after tomorrow. Would you like to go out and have some fun? Absolutely. Lu Zhao Zhao, having achieved her goal, attempted to rise but was tightly held in his embrace, laughing lightly. Lu Zhao Zhao, you truly are a little ingrate. I am not. After some playful banter, Shen Jiayan finally released her and went to the bathing chamber to cleanse and change. Lu Zhao Zhao sighed as she opened the account books, resignedly beginning her meticulous examination. Though the more she read, the deeper her frown became. Unbeknownst to many, a mere glance reveals the staggering reality of the vast Gogong mansion, where the monthly financial turnover amounts to thousands of taels. One must tread carefully, for any oversight could result in significant losses. It seems that being the mistress of this household is no trifling matter. Hearing commotion from the clean room, Lu Zhao Zhao lowered her head and remarked, Shen Jiayan, how is it that both my mother and sister-in-law managed to handle such an array of accounts so meticulously? He chuckled softly, my dear lady. You are the renowned Miss Lucien of the capital. Who could possibly rival your prowess? Such flattery. It is no surprise that my mother, hailing from royal lineage, excels in these matters. However, my sister-in-law is truly remarkable, having mastered these skills with grace, and her gentle demeanor is commendable. My elder brother is indeed unaware of the fortune he possesses. Reflecting on Lu's troubled expression, she expressed her discontent. Fear not, he shall have his moments of regret. He replied with a smirk, for at present, he considers himself most fortunate to have wed Lu Zhao Zhao. What could compare to the joy of holding his soft and fragrant wife in his arms each day? Chapter 55, Day of Rest. Today marks a day of respite for Shen Jiayan. The couple rose early to first pay a visit to the venerable Lady Shen at Baomotang, and subsequently proceeded to Yiqing courtyard to pay their respects to the esteemed Princess Jingru. Mother, I wish you well, Lu Zhao Zhao greeted with a respectful bow. Do rise quickly, Princess Jingru urged, noticing their immaculate attire, indicating their intent to venture out. Jiayan, take good care of Zhao Zhao and return early. Understood, mother. He replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Shen Jiayan led Lu Zhao Zhao to the theater, where melodious performances resonated from the stage, while tears streamed down Lu Zhao Zhao's face below, reminiscent of weeping pear blossoms. Shen Jiayan stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement as he dabbed her tears with a handkerchief. With eyes reddened akin to a rabbit's, Lu Zhao Zhao accused, Shen Jiayan, do not think I am oblivious. You are mocking me. A smile escaped his lips as he gently reassured her. How could I dare to jest? Do cease your tears, your eyes have turned crimson. If we return home and others see, they might think I have wronged you. Lu Zhao Zhao raised her hand to wipe her face with his sleeve, justifying her tears as a response to the heart-wrenching performance. Come, let us go buy some jewelry, Shen Jiayan said, taking her hand and rising. As they strolled, Lu Zhao Zhao continued to reflect on the poignant play they had just witnessed. Just as they approached Ruyuj, a voice called out from a distance, Cousin, what a coincidence. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up to see a young maiden standing beside Shen Qingyun, appearing no more than 14 or 15, with a cherubic round face and innocent, bright eyes. It appears that newlywed bliss has led you to neglect your duties, my dear cousin, Shen Qingyun remarked with a hint of sarcasm, eyeing Lu Zhao Zhao's exquisite adornments and attire. Dear aunt, if you lack the capacity for civil discourse, it would be prudent to keep your silence. This is not the residence of the Duke of Rongan, and it is not your place to dictate, Shen Jiayan retorted coldly, casting a disapproving glance. Furious at his blatant disrespect, Shen Qingyun exclaimed, Shen Jiayan, I am your blood relative. Is this how you converse with your elders? Lu Zhao Zhao found it perplexing. From the venerable Lady Shen down to the younger siblings, the family was composed of rational individuals. How could one emerge as such a fool? With a light chuckle, she replied, Aunt, it is you who has consistently belittled me since our first meeting. Now, you seek to turn the tables? If we are to speak of elders, then the current emperor, the empress, and the dowager empress all rank above you. Do you wish to consider yourself their equal? Do not presume that marrying into the Duke of Huigua's family has elevated you to a position of grandeur. We shall see, she concluded, storming off in a huff. My apologies, cousin and cousin-in-law. The young girl offered a slight bow. Yunyang, come here at once. Shen Qingyun called out irritably. Gu Yunyang, upon hearing this, lowered her head and hurried over. Shen Qingyun shot a glare at Lu Zhao Zhao before turning to leave, but stumbled over a stone. Had it not been for Gu Yunyang's timely support, she would have certainly fallen in a most disgraceful manner. Shen Qingyun raised her hand in frustration, exclaiming, What good are you? After her outburst, she climbed into the carriage. While Lu Zhao Zhao distinctly noticed the young girl's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she followed into the vehicle, Lu Zhao Zhao was utterly astonished. It is often said that even a tiger does not harm its own cubs, yet Shen Qingyun brazenly berated her own daughter in public. Truly, she must be quite disturbed. Turning to Shen Jiayan, she inquired, Is she truly the biological daughter of her grandmother? Shen Jiayan shrugged and replied, I cannot say for certain if she is her own flesh and blood, but it is indeed true that Gu Yuanying is not her offspring. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, her curiosity piqued. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Xin Jiayan chuckled lightly. Lu Zhao Zhao, you are simply adorable. Do tell. She is the child of Earl Rome and a concubine. Back in the day, that concubine was quite favored. Had she not passed away due to illness, my aunt's life would have been even more difficult. After the death of Gu Weiying's mother, she took the girl into her home to showcase her own virtue and generosity. After hearing all this, Lu Zhao Zhao sighed in exasperation. If she held any reservations, she should have simply left her be. To take in a young girl yet treat her so poorly is truly despicable. And as for Earl Rongan, entrusting his own daughter to the care of such a viper, utterly shirking responsibility. Indeed, no man can be counted as good. Humph. Xin Jiayan, caught in the crossfire, raised his hand to flick her forehead and said, Lu Zhao Zhao, you are unjustly accusing people. Lu Zhao Zhao retaliated by pinching his waist fiercely, her tone ominously playful. If you dare to betray me, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Ah, Lu Zhao Zhao, you are committing spousal murder, Xin Jiayan replied with a grin. Humph. She released him and entered the Jade Pavilion, where the shopkeeper greeted her warmly. Miss Lu San, or rather, Lady Young Master. It has been quite some time since your last visit to my humble store. How could I forget you, dear shopkeeper? Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a light laugh. Indeed. How could one forget? Please, choose freely. Any piece you fancy shall be delivered to your residence, the shopkeeper enthusiastically offered. Before her marriage, Lu Zhao Zhao had always been generous, and now as the wife of a prominent household, her beauty only enhanced her allure, making her a living advertisement for any jewelry she adorned. Turning to Xin Jiayan with a sense of entitlement, she declared, Pay up. Xin Jiayan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is it not your own money that fills our coffers? Your monthly allowance, Lu Zhao Zhao reminded him. Amused by her avaricious demeanor, he chuckled. In ancient times, there was Zhou Ba Pai. Today, we have Lu Ba Pai. Despite his jest, he handed over the money without a moment's hesitation. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it with satisfaction and began to meticulously select her treasures. Her collection had grown so vast that her dressing box could hardly contain it. She wished to choose a piece for Lu Shi, both to express her gratitude for the lessons learned and to celebrate her pregnancy with a gift. After much deliberation, she ultimately selected a pair of red agate earrings, certain they would complement Lu Shi's fair complexion. She then chose a hairpin embedded with sapphires for Princess Jingro. Noticing that she had not selected anything for himself, Xin Jiayan inquired, Is there nothing you fancy for yourself? My jewelry collection is already ample, she replied. After finishing his payment, Xin Jiayan raised his hand and pointed to a delicate plum blossom hairpin, saying, And I would like this one as well. The shopkeeper, smiling, handed him the hairpin and remarked, The young lady of the house is indeed fortunate. He gently inserted the hairpin into Lu Zhao Zhao's hair, saying, It is I who is fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife. You certainly have good taste. Lu Zhao Zhao, with her eyes sparkling, tenderly touched the hairpin nestled in her hair. After enjoying their lunch, the couple strolled through the streets for quite some time before cheerfully returning home, completely unperturbed by Shen Qingyun. In Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes, she was no better than a rabid dog. At the residence of the Earl of Rongan, Shen Qingyun glared coldly at Gu Yuanying, who was kneeling on the ground. The resemblance of Gu Yuanying's face to that of her despicable mother became increasingly apparent, and every time Shen Qingyun beheld it, she was reminded of how she, the legitimate daughter of a noble family, nearly lost to an actress. She scolded icily. You little wretch, do you still wish to cling to the Duke of Huguo's household? Let me make this clear. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed. Mother, I did not, Gu Weiying protested, her eyes glistening with tears. Spare me your pathetic act. You shall remain kneeling here for 2 full hours without dreaming of seeking the Earl's protection. Otherwise, I possess ample means to deal with you. With that, she strutted away, her head held high. Chapter 56. A visit, miss. Are you all right? Gu Weiying's devoted maid inquired, noticing her flushed cheeks. It's nothing, she replied with a serene expression, entirely uncharacteristic of a 15-year-old girl. Though you are not the madam's biological daughter, you are indeed the blood of the Marquis. She has gone too far. Should we not inform the Marquis? Not yet. The time has not come. Her voice was low, seemingly directed at her maid, yet more so at herself. She had endured until this day solely to avenge her mother. Such a vendetta could not be overlooked. Isn't this my dear younger sister? Why are you kneeling again? The speaker was Gu Changjun, the only son of Shen Qingyun. Although he had not yet reached adulthood, he was a notorious rake, spending his days indulging in pleasures. Surrounded by an entourage of women, and his courtyard was a den of vice, all while Shen Qingyun doted on him without restraint. Brother, she murmured, suppressing her disdain. Gu Changjun stepped closer, leering as he asked, I heard from mother that you encountered Xin Jiayan today. Is his wife truly as beautiful as they say? Brother, She is my cousin's wife. Such remarks are rather disrespectful, Gu Yunyang replied, her gaze cast downward. Humph, what is there to shy away from? She is merely a woman. I intend to see what makes her so special. Gu Yunyang turned to glance at his retreating figure. In her childhood, Shen Qingyan had taken her to the Duke of Hu's residence. While they had not been overly warm, they had treated her with kindness. In stark contrast to her so-called legitimate mother, if Gu Chajun truly set his sights on her cousin's wife, it would likely be beyond Shen Qingyan's protection. Yet, if her quest for vengeance inadvertently harmed the innocent, would her mother reproach her? At the Duke of Hu's residence, Lu Zhao Zhao had intended to deliver a pair of earrings to Lu Shi. However, seeing that the day had grown late, she feared to disturb her rest. Thus, she and Shen Jiayan took a hairpin to Yicheng courtyard. Princess Jingru was seated on a small couch, absorbed in a book. Upon noticing Lu Zhao Zhao's arrival, she rose to take her hand, saying, "You're back. Mother, this is for you. Please see if it pleases you." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled as she presented the ornate box to her mother-in-law. Gazing at her delicate daughter-in-law and then at the hairpin, Princess Jingru remarked, "Indeed, my daughter-in-law is thoughtful. She surpasses that scoundrel by leaps and bounds." "Mother, you speak truly," Shen Jiayan nonchalantly replied, praising his wife is tantamount to praising him. Princess Jingru playfully glared at Shen Jiayan before turning back to Lu Zhao Zhao, inviting her to sit. "Zhao Zhao, in a few days, it will be your grandmother's birthday. Your father wishes to host a celebration. Since your elder sister-in-law is with child and your second aunt is often disengaged, it falls upon us to manage the arrangements." "Mother, I understand," Lu Zhao Zhao nodded obediently. "Your father should return shortly. You both should dine before heading back. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes," Princess Jingru said before rising to leave. "Shen Jiayan, it seems there is much to be done again. What shall we do?" Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. Shen Jiayan glanced at her and whispered in her ear, "How about I make an effort tonight? Once you are with child, even if you wish to manage affairs, your mother will not permit it." "Indecent." She turned to glare at him. After they had dined at Yicheng courtyard, they returned to Zhaojia courtyard, where Liuli and Jinju had long awaited at the entrance. Seeing her return, they hurriedly approached and inquired, "Madam, the water is ready. Would you like to bathe?" "Shen Jiayan, you go ahead. I still have some accounts to settle. I will join you once I am done." Lu Zhao Zhao sat at the round table, gazing at the ledger, sighing. Better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering. Shen Jiayan observed Lu Zhao Zhao, his gaze darkening slightly, and with a hushed tone, he instructed, "You may leave now." Lu Zhao Zhao, one hand clutching the abacus while the other flipped through the ledger, clicked away busily. "Zhao Zhao, please bring me a clean handkerchief." From the bathing chamber came Shen Jiayan's muffled voice. Absorbed in her accounts, Lu Zhao Zhao rose and casually grabbed a handkerchief from the rack, entering with, "Here you go." He did not take the handkerchief but instead, with a sly smile, tugged at her clothing belt. Before she could react, he seized her wrist and pulled her into the bathing tub. "Ah, Shen Jiayan, what are you doing?" Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, wiping the droplets from her face. "Madam, you have worked hard today, so I shall personally attend to your bath." In his words, he had already stripped her down. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, yet she was utterly helpless against his audacity. He truly had no limits. An hour later, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing chamber, cradling the drowsy Lu Zhao Zhao in his arms, his eyes twinkling as he pressed soft kisses upon her forehead. He draped a silk quilt over her and then lowered the gauze curtain. He strolled to the round table and began meticulously calculating the accounts she had partially completed. The following day, Lu Zhao Zhao stretched languidly in bed, recalling Shen Jiayan's outrageous actions from the previous night, her cheeks still aflame. She hastily rose, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank it down. "Madam, are you awake?" Liuli called from the doorway. "Liuli, come in," she replied softly, seated at the round table. "Madam, may I assist you with your dressing?" "Yes, once I finish reviewing the accounts, I shall visit Lingyun courtyard to see my sister-in-law and deliver her the earrings." After speaking, she glanced at the ledger, astonished to find the previously chaotic accounts now neatly stacked. As she casually flipped through, she noticed that the entries had been annotated. She asked, somewhat incredulously, "Liuli, no one has come in this morning, right?" "Madam, aside from you and the young master, no one else has entered." "It must be that the young master, concerned for your well-being, took the liberty to organize them for you," Liuli replied with a smile. In that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao felt elated, yet recalling his excessive behavior from the night before, she smirked and muttered, "A show of undue affection is either deceitful or opportunistic." She then rose to the dressing table, cheerfully declaring, "Liuli, let us begin the preparations." "Certainly, madam." Liuli had just experimented with a new hairstyle yesterday, and upon completion, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Madam, you look absolutely stunning." "Let us go to Lingyun courtyard," Lu Zhao Zhao said with a smile. In the Lingyun courtyard, As Lu Zhao Zhao entered, she was met with a sharp female voice echoing from within the house. Lu Yurua, do you think you are anything? You stepped over my daughter's corpse to marry into the Duke of Gui's residence. The courtyard was already filled with maids, who hurriedly bowed upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao. Listening to the commotion inside, she surmised that it was likely Lu Yurua's biological mother creating the scene. Madam, please refrain from such behavior. Our young mistress is with child. Came the anxious voice of LV Ru. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly entered the room, only to find LV Ru protectively shielding Lu Yurua while Lady Lu pushed against her. How dare you? Who are you to create such a ruckus in the Duke of Gui's residence? Lu Zhao Zhao declared, adopting the authoritative stance of a noble woman. Lady Lu paused her actions and looked Lu Zhao Zhao up and down. Noticing her opulent attire and stunning beauty, she deduced her identity. Lady Lu was also someone who preferred to bully the weak while fearing the strong. She smiled and said, Ah, so you are the young mistress of the air. It seems the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, causing family members to not recognize one another. I am Yurua's mother. You may call me Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, may I inquire what you were just doing? Lu Zhao Zhao said sternly. My sister-in-law is currently with child. If you were to harm the offspring of the Duke of Gui's residence, I fear that my second aunt and elder brother would not easily forgive your Lu family. Chapter 57. The gift. Currently, Lu's father holds merely a fourth-rank official position. The alliance between the Lu family and the Duke of protecting the nation's household was established due to Lu Yua's grandfather having once saved the old duke, which facilitated their engagement. It is precisely for this reason that when Lu Weiying encountered misfortune, the duke's household still consented to the marriage. Despite Lu Yurua being a mere illegitimate daughter, the Lady of the Air laughed lightly, saying, I was merely caught in a moment of urgency. How could I deliberately harm Yurua? Lady Lu quickly clarified. Yurua, there are matters at home that require my attention, so I shall not linger. You may return home to visit when you have time, and Zhao has been quite concerned about you. The veiled threat in her words was not lost even on the outsider, Lu Zhao Zhao. Before departing, Lady Lu cast a gentle smile towards Lu Zhao Zhao, who promptly stepped forward to support Lady Lu, softly saying, Sister-in-law, are you well? Please, take a seat. Lady Lu, caressing her belly, gently shook her head and replied, I am fine, Zhao Zhao. Thank you for your kindness today. Sister-in-law, given your condition, you ought to exercise extra caution. She intended to convey that. Knowing full well the unkind nature of Lady Lu, it would be best to disregard her. Yet, as this was a family matter, it was not her place as an outsider to offer unsolicited advice, so she chose to express her concern more delicately. Lady Lu understood her good intentions and recognized that Lu Zhao Zhao was a kind-hearted individual, despite being a legitimate daughter of a marquis destined to become the future duchess. She had never looked down upon Lady Lu, the daughter of a minor official, but rather treated her with respect and kindness. In her heart, Lady Lu regarded her as a sister, though she felt unworthy of such fortune. Zhao Now, I am aware that my legitimate mother visited today with the intent of having me speak on behalf of her ineffectual son to secure him a position in the government. Lady Lu willingly shared the details. Lu Zhao Zhao was not particularly surprised. It was evident that Lady Lu had come seeking assistance, yet her approach was far from humble, instead laced with harsh words. Truly a foolish endeavor. I presume you did not acquiesce, Lu Zhao Zhao softly remarked, for if you had, there would have been no need for the earlier altercation, although the Duke's household wielded significant power. Lady Lu's uncle had always been clear in separating personal matters from official ones, and it was inconceivable that he would engage in such affairs, especially as court matters were beyond the reach of a woman confined to the inner quarters. Lady Lu sighed with a bitter smile. My legitimate mother believes she is benefiting from my sister's fortune. Every time she encounters me, she seethes with resentment, unaware that I tread carefully each day, fearing that any misstep might jeopardize my aunt. Yet Lady Lu found herself at a loss, as her legitimate mother frequently used her aunt to intimidate her. Sister-in-law, if you wish, you could tell that Lady Lu that father and elder brother prefer to remain uninvolved in this matter. I doubt she would dare to press further. But my aunt, for Lady Lu, aside from her unborn child, her aunt was of utmost concern. Originally a woman of unblemished reputation, she would never have consented to become a concubine had she not been utterly desperate. My dear sister-in-law, though I am unaware of the temperament of your mother, I can only surmise that she deeply cherishes you. If Lady Lu can threaten you once, she may very well do so again. It is unthinkable to yield to her demands repeatedly. Rather than allowing such a situation to persist, it would be wiser to sever ties decisively. As long as your mother is not within the confines of the Lu residence, no one can impose threats upon you. Lu Zhao Zhao was aware that her words delved into matters too personal, yet her desire to assist was undeniable. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi felt a stirring within her heart. She recognized that Zhao Zhao's suggestion was indeed the most prudent course of action. However, it seemed to conflict with societal norms. Even in ordinary households, separations stirred considerable commotion, let alone in an official family. Moreover, her mother was merely a concubine, leaving her at a loss for an alternative solution. Zhao Zhao, you speak true. If I allow my stepmother to coerce me, my children shall inevitably endure the same fate. Lu Shi appeared to have resolved to take a stand. A woman may be perceived as weak, but a mother's resolve is formidable. My sister-in-law. This matter requires careful deliberation. You must not overexert yourself at present, Lu Zhao Zhao gently advised. Lu Shi nodded and grasped Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, softly stating, "The time for my grandmother's birthday is upon us. Although I may not be of much assistance now, do let me know if there is anything I can do to help. In that case, I must first express my gratitude to you, dear sister-in-law. I believe this pair of earrings suits you perfectly. Do take a look and see if you like them," Lu Zhao Zhao said with a smile. Accepting the earrings from Lu Li and presenting them to Lu Shi. Although Lu Shi typically did not indulge in jewelry, she recognized the earrings' considerable worth and quickly declined, saying, "Zhao Zhao, how can I accept such a precious gift from you? Please take them back and wear them yourself. My sister-in-law, this is my token of thanks. You have imparted so much knowledge to me. You are indeed like a mentor. Please accept it. The young master should be returning soon, so I shall take my leave," she said softly as she rose. Lu Shi did not protest further and accompanied Lu Zhao Zhao to the door. Lu Zhu, standing behind her, remarked, "The young master's wife is truly a kind-hearted person." Lu Shi gazed down at the earrings in her palm, her eyes slightly reddened. In the 2 years since marrying Shen Jiechen, he had never gifted her any jewelry. She murmured, "Indeed, she is a remarkable woman." In the Zhao Jia courtyard, upon entering, Lu Zhao Zhao spotted Shen Jiayan seated in the pavilion. She tiptoed over and playfully covered his eyes, asking in a hushed voice, "Can you guess who I am?" Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly, raising his hand to grasp hers, teasing, "Of course, it is my beautiful and gentle wife." Lu Zhao Zhao released her hold and sat beside him, laughing, "Young Master Shen, I have noticed you have become increasingly charming with your words. Do mind your tongue when you are out. You mustn't inadvertently capture the heart of some young lady." Shen Jiayan laughed and wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering, "I desire only your heart." Lu Zhao Zhao playfully swatted him and said, "Today, I visited my sister-in-law in Lingyun courtyard and encountered Lady Lu. You wouldn't believe it. Her haughty demeanor rivals that of your aunt." Shen Jiayan, having met Lady Lu, knew her presence was formidable, perhaps even more so than his aunt's. Yet, he doubted she possessed the audacity to confront Lu Zhao Zhao. Propping his head on one hand, he smiled. "I can only imagine that my wife emerged victorious today." Before long, she departed after uttering a few words. "Your Grace, Madam, luncheon is served," Li Li announced from the side. "How splendid. I am quite famished, and I must consult my mother this afternoon regarding our purchases," she replied. Shen Jiayan playfully took her hand and teased, "Your Grace, you have truly become a woman of great affairs, neglecting even your humble husband. Oh, Your Grace, you shall simply have to wait in line until I find a moment to bestow my affections upon you." Lu Zhao Zhao responded with a playful laugh. "Lu Zhao Zhao, you're becoming increasingly audacious. It is as if you might strip the roof off the house," came the affectionate reprimand, laced with undeniable fondness. Chapter 58. The banquet, April 20th, marks the birthday of the venerable matriarch, Lady Shen. The halls of Baoma Hall are bustling with guests. A steady stream of distinguished ladies from the capital arriving to offer their congratulations. Princess Jingru and Madame Wu sit beside Lady Shen, while Lu Zhao Zhao is seated near Shen Jiayan. Shen Qingyan arrives fashionably late, accompanied by Gu Changjun and Gu Weiing. She approaches and bows, saying, "Mother, may your blessings be as abundant as the eastern sea, and your longevity surpass that of the southern mountain." "Rise," Lady Shen replies softly. Her expectations for this daughter having dwindled, she wishes only for her to cease causing trouble. After Shen Qingyan stands, she subtly gestures to Gu Weiing, who obediently bows and wishes, "Happy birthday, grandmother." Indeed, as soon as Gu Weiing speaks, whispers ripple through the crowd, praising the virtue of the Shen family for treating the child of a concubine as their own. Shen Qingyan's lips curl into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. "Child, please rise," Lady Shen gently urges. Gu Changjun enters, offering his respects to Lady Shen, but his eyes cannot help but furtively glance at Lu Zhao Zhao. Instantly captivated by her presence, his gaze revealing a covetous desire. He had thought himself cautious, yet upon lifting his eyes again, he sees Shen Jiayan approaching with a frosty demeanor, causing him to startle. Trembling, he stammers, "Cousin, mind your eyes, if you cannot. I shall not hesitate to assist you in removing them," Shen Jiayan retorts coldly. Gu Changjun, frightened, repeatedly agrees, while Gu Weiing silently scoffs at his spinelessness. Muttering a curse under her breath, Shen Jiayan returns to Lu Zhao Zhao's side, and as he sits, he hears her softly say, "Shen Jiayin, you are truly wonderful." He gently brushes her hair with his hand, smiling tenderly. As Lady Shen observes that most guests have arrived, she rises and addresses the assembly. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Let us commence the banquet." The seating is divided into male and female sections. Lu Zhao rises and joins Madame Lu at the table, while Shen Qingyun takes a seat beside them with Gu Yueying. Lu Zhao lowers her head to eat, pretending not to see Shen Qingyun. However, some individuals grow restless when not confronted. "Lu Zhao, you disregard me completely. Is this the upbringing of the Yunyang Marquis?" Shen Qingyun challenges. Setting down her chopsticks, Lu Zhao chuckles, and, "Surely you understand the principle of silence at the table? Besides, today is grandmother's birthday. Are you truly intent on causing a scene?" Shen Qingyun, taken aback, falls silent. She then notices Madame Lu mockingly remarking, "Is this a case of maternal favoritism? One wonders if the child within is a boy or a girl." Lu Zhao glances anxiously at Madame Lu, who smiles gently at her before addressing Shen Qingyun with a calm demeanor, and, regardless of whether the child is male or female, they are still of the Shen bloodline. "Grandmother has not treated you harshly simply for being a woman, has she?" Shen Qingyun is utterly unprepared for a mere illegitimate daughter of the Lu family to dare speak back to her, just as she is about to erupt in anger. Lu Zhao leisurely interjects, "And, perhaps it would be wise to temper your ire. With so many esteemed ladies present, do take care not to tarnish your reputation for virtue." "Mother, let it go. Cousin-in-law hasn't said anything wrong," Gu Yueying murmured from the side. "She is not at fault. You imply that I am in error, you ungrateful wretch," Shen Qingyun retorted, fiercely twisting Gu Yueying's arm. "Lu Yurua, do not forget why you are seated here today. Your elder sister lies in eternal rest. You usurped her betrothal, bearing the child that rightfully belongs to her husband, parading as the esteemed lady of the house. Are you not afraid that she will visit you in your midnight dreams?" Shen Qingyun uttered with a sinister tone. Lu Yurua pressed her hand against her abdomen, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Lu Zhao, noticing her pallor, hastily inquired, "Elder sister, are you unwell? Should we summon the physician?" Zhao, I am fine. Do not alarm grandmother." Lu Yurua waved her hand dismissively. Lu Zhao turned to Shen Qingyun, who wore a self-satisfied expression and coldly remarked, "While I am unaware of the connection between that eldest daughter of the Lu family and my brother, my sister-in-law and brother are indeed legally wed. Though you are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guagua, married to Earl Rongan, you are now merely a countess. If we were to assess status, you would find yourself lacking the authority to lecture us." "Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you home," Lu Zhao said. Rising to support Lu Yurua, Princess Jingru did not partake in the meal, knowing that if she remained, everyone would seek to curry favor with her. Therefore, she returned to Yicheng courtyard, while Mrs. Wu stayed to attend to the ladies. Upon seeing Lu Zhao supporting Lu Yurua, she quickly approached and asked anxiously, "Yurua, are you feeling unwell?" "Mother, it is nothing." Mrs. Wu observed Lu Yurua's pale complexion and Shen Qingyun's irate demeanor. Realizing that Shen Qingyun had undoubtedly caused some trouble, suppressing her inner fury, she gently said, Zhao, please escort Yurua home. Second aunt is unable to leave at present." "Second aunt, do not worry," Lu Zhao assured as she escorted Lu Yurua out of Baoma Hall. Mrs. Wu glared at Shen Qingyun, saying coldly, "Today, out of respect for your mother, I shall overlook your behavior, but should there be a next time, I will not spare you." Shen Qingyun, watching her retreating figure, slammed her chopsticks down in frustration. Now that she was in a dire state, everyone felt entitled to lecture her. If that was the case, no one would enjoy a peaceful existence. Shen Jiayin rose to look for Lu Zhao but could not find her. Mrs. Wu spoke up, "Jiayin, Zhao has accompanied your sister-in-law home." Upon hearing this, he turned to leave, but Mrs. Wu hastily asked, "Where is your elder brother?" Shen Jiayin glanced towards the male guest's table and replied, "He is dining over there." Mrs. Wu's anger flared. If only her son had half the thoughtfulness of Jiayin, she would not have waited until today to have a grandson, oblivious to the fact that her daughter-in-law was being wronged. At this moment, Shen Zhachuan was at the table drinking. Someone jested, "Now that brother Shen's prospects are boundless and his wife is with child, why is he still drowning his sorrows in drink? Could it be that he cannot forget the eldest daughter of the Lu family?" Ha. Shen Zhachuan, frowning at this, stood up and said, "The deceased are gone. How can you make light of her?" Seeing that he appeared genuinely angry, someone attempted to mediate, saying, "Brother Shen, do not be upset. He is merely a dog that cannot produce ivory from its mouth. There is no need to stoop to his level." The man quickly rose to offer his apologies, stating, "Brother Shun, it was my indiscretion. Please do not take offense. I shall drink a cup as penance." With that, he lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. "You all carry on. I have matters to attend to," he said before departing. "Brother Shin, Lu Zhao Zhao escorted Lu Yuro back to Lingyun courtyard. Noticing that she seemed relatively unscathed, she planned to return. Just as she exited the courtyard, she spotted Xinjia Yin waiting at the entrance. She immediately approached him playfully, asking, "Young Master Shun, what brings you here?" "I am looking for my lady." "Have you seen her?" Xinjia Yin replied with a smile, bending slightly. "She has left. You should head back." Lu Zhao Zhao laughed, reaching for his hand, which he grasped firmly. Chapter 59. The return after the grand celebration of the old matriarch Shin's birthday. Lu Zhao Zhao was finally liberated from the incessant task of poring over account books. Recently, Emperor Qi had been vigorously rectifying the rampant corruption among court officials, and the Dali Temple was inundated with affairs, leaving Xinjia Yin unable to rest properly for many days. One morning, Lu Zhao Zhao rose and gazed at the sleeping figure beside her, with a gentle smile. She delicately tapped his prominent nose before donning a robe and softly stepping out of bed. In the small kitchen, Lu Li was preparing the meal. Upon seeing the door open, Zhenju, surprised, whispered, "Madam, it is still early. Won't you rest a while longer?" Closing the door behind her, she replied softly, "I shan't sleep any longer. The young master has yet to awaken. Please send Lu Li to the side chamber to assist me with my makeup. And fetch some glutinous rice flour from the kitchen. I have a craving for sweet rice balls." "Yes, madam, I shall do so at once," Zhenju said with a smile and a bow. When Xinjia Yin awoke to find Lu Zhao Zhao missing from the room, he rose to seek her out. Upon entering, he found her and chuckled softly. "Awake so early? It seems your claim of weariness last night was but a ruse." "Be quiet." Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For the past few days, he had returned home only after nightfall, so busy that he hardly had a proper evening meal. Looking utterly exhausted. Yet, upon lying in bed, he transformed into a different person, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Little did she know, he had been exerting great restraint. Which man could remain composed with the woman he cherished sleeping beside him, warm and fragrant? Noticing her genuine annoyance, Xinjia Yin quickly apologized. "Zhao Zhao, do not be angry. It was merely my thoughtless words." He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Xinjia Yin, if you keep babbling nonsense, I shall take to the study for the night," Lu Zhao Zhao retorted, playfully tugging at his ear. "Ah, madam, there is trouble." Zhenju rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Lu Zhao Zhao immediately released his ear and turned to inquire, "Zhenju, what has happened? Why the haste?" Understanding that her timing was far from ideal, Zhenju pressed on. "I just encountered Green Rue, a maidservant of the eldest madam, in the small kitchen. She was in a great hurry to summon the physician, saying that the eldest madam was experiencing complications in her pregnancy. How could this happen out of the blue? Has the second madam gone over?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked anxiously, sensing an ominous premonition. "The second madam has indeed gone over. Green Rue mentioned that this morning." Lady Lu arrived at the residence with Miss Lu da? Lu Yuing? Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively looked at Xinjia Yin, who appeared indifferent to the matter. She declared, "I shall visit Lingyun courtyard." He grasped her hand gently, saying, "Do not rush. I will accompany you." The sudden return of someone who had been missing for nearly 2 years was perplexing. What could this reappearance at the Duke of Huguo's residence signify? Furthermore, why would it cause the eldest madam to be distressed? Lu Zhao Zhao was engulfed in confusion, and Xinjia Yin, noticing her bewildered expression, softly cautioned, "Zhao Zhao, both Lady Lu and Miss Lu are not virtuous individuals. Be sure to keep your distance from them. Beware of their desperate measures." At this moment, Lu Zhao Zhao was still perplexed by the implications of his words. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Lady Lu assert that the engagement with the Duke of protecting the nation's residence was indeed with Yunyang, and now it was merely a matter of allowing her to serve as a concubine to Jiaqin. What harm could there be in that? Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person could utter such shameless words? The maid at the entrance, noticing her arrival, hurriedly lifted the curtain. Lu Zhao Zhao strode inside, where she found Mrs. Wu seated with a grim expression, while Lady Lu wore a look of sharp malice. Beside her stood a young woman in a pale pink dress, her phoenix eyes strikingly reminiscent of Lady Lu's. "Second aunt, has the physician examined her? Is my sister-in-law well?" Lu Zhao Zhao, disregarding everything else, was anxious that if anything were to happen to the child, her sister-in-law might also succumb to despair. Mrs. Wu, aware of her close friendship with Lu Yuro, rose to ease her expression and replied, "The physician has seen her. It was a moment of acute distress, but she has taken the miscarriage prevention medicine and has just fallen asleep. A mere illegitimate daughter, yet her health is treated with such reverence. She has taken my daughter's engagement from her. How can I not see through her pretense?" Lady Lu mocked from the side. "Lady Lu, you mustn't go too far. Yuro is now the young mistress of our Duke of protecting the nation's residence and my daughter-in-law. Who gave you the right to speak of her so?" Mrs. Wu initially harbored resentment due to Lu's status as a concubine, as any mother would feel a sense of injustice when her son married a lesser-born. However, over the past 2 years, she had come to recognize Lu Yuro as a good girl, intelligent, tactful, and devoid of any base intentions. Mother-in-law, I understand that our Lu family cannot aspire to the status of the Duke of protecting the nation. Yet my father-in-law owes a debt of gratitude to the old Duke for saving his life. Surely, you have not forgotten this, Lady Lu said, adjusting her hair with an air of arrogance. Mother Greenroo supported the pale Lu Yuro as she emerged from the inner chamber. Yuro, why have you come out? Quickly return and rest. Take care of your health, Mrs. Wu urged gently, stepping forward to assist her. Second sister, I understand you are now legitimately Jia Chen's wife, but once upon a time, he and I shared a mutual affection. If it were not for the unfortunate incident that befell me, Lu Ying's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. My poor daughter Lady Lu lamented, striking her thigh in despair. Elder sister, though I am a concubine, I am well aware of propriety and honor. I cannot share a husband with my sisters. Liu Ro declared resolutely. Liu Ro, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. By what right do you speak to me so? Is taking my fiancé your sense of shame? Lu Ying, spoiled by Lady Lu since childhood, quickly revealed her true colors with just a few words. May I inquire where Miss Lu has been for the past 2 years? How did you return? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired coolly, unconvinced that someone could simply vanish for 2 years and return without explanation. At her words, Liu Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, prompting Lady Lu to grasp her hand and explain. Ying has suffered greatly. She fell from her horse and into a ravine just before her wedding. Fortunately, a kind soul rescued her, but she sustained a head injury and lost her memory. It is only recently that she has begun to regain her recollection. If that is the case, then Miss Lu should be contemplating how to win affection at home, rather than returning with the intention of coveting her sister's fiancé. A hint of derision graced Lu Zhao's lips. Lu Ying was no fool. She could easily discern the sarcasm in her words. However, having been accustomed to her domineering ways at home, she foolishly retorted, What do you think you are? Just a superficial flirt who relies on her looks to ensnare men. And you dare to speak of me? With a swift motion, Lu Zhao raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. Did they truly think that as the wife of a noble, she would remain docile? Ying, be quiet. You shall not speak of Zhao in such a manner. Lu Yuro exclaimed angrily. She could endure her own humiliation, but she would not allow Zhao to suffer even a fraction of it. Ying, are you all right? Lady Lu hurriedly supported her and inquired. Chapter 60. Divorced Lu Ying had never been struck in her life. Once she regained her composure, she instinctively raised her hand to retaliate. However, she was swiftly restrained by Shun Jian, who had stormed in and violently pushed her aside. He emanated an icy aura, his voice cold as he declared, If you dare to lay a finger on her, I assure you will not leave the Duke's residence today. Lu Ying trembled in fear. In truth, when she learned of the engagement with the Duke's residence, she had contemplated pursuing Shen Jiayan. Despite being a son of the Duke's house, marrying him would elevate her to the position of the future Duchess, an enticing prospect indeed. Thus, she had mustered the courage to express her feelings. But what was his reaction then? He had coldly dismissed her, telling her to leave. Master Shin, it was your wife who first insulted me and struck me. She reverted to her pitiful demeanor once more. Madame Wu looked at her exaggerated display with distaste, frowning. How had she not noticed Lu Ying's true nature before? Thankfully, Jia Chen had not married her. Otherwise, she would have been a source of discord. Disregarding her, Shen Jiayan shielded Lu Zhao in his embrace. Lu Zhao could hardly tolerate such pretentiousness and scoffed. Miss Lu, the Duke's residence cannot accommodate someone like you. You ought to leave. Who are you to say I cannot stay? Neither Jia Chen nor my mother has spoken, Lu Ying retorted disdainfully. Simply because I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang and the fiancée of the Duke's heir, and because I find you insufferable. Lu Zhao leisurely turned to sit on a small couch, laughing lightly. Zhao's meaning was clear. She only acknowledged Ying as her daughter-in-law, and wished Lu Ying luck in finding a suitable husband. Madame Wu grasped Lu Ying's hand and said, Aunt, you must consult Jia Chen's opinion. She was well aware of Shun Jia Chen's character. He was upright and soft-hearted, and would never abandon her. Second, madam, the young master has returned. As soon as the words were spoken, Shun Jia Chen lifted the curtain and entered. Upon seeing Lu Ying's pale countenance, a flicker of concern crossed his face. Before he could speak, Lu Ying rushed towards him, tears glistening in her eyes as she whispered, Jia Chen. Miss Lu, please rise, Shen Jia Chen said gently. Jia Chen, come here. Madame Wu exclaimed angrily. Her son seemed oblivious to the plight of his own wife, too preoccupied with others. Mother-in-law, now that Jia Chen has returned, why not ask for his opinion? Lady Lu suggested. What? Shen Jia Chen's gaze met Lu Ying's, and he clearly perceived the disappointment in her eyes, which filled him with inexplicable anxiety. In the 2 years since their marriage, he had found no fault in her as a wife. he genuinely liked her. However, each time they were together, he would inevitably recall that Lu Yuanying had perished because of him, leading to an overwhelming sense of guilt that left him unsure of how to face his wife. Jia Chen, you see, it was originally Yuanying who was betrothed to you. Now that she has returned, why not take her as your concubine? This way, she and Yuanying can support each other. Lady Lu seized the opportunity to suggest. Mother-in-law, although I once had a betrothal with Miss Lu, I am now wed to Yu Ro, and thus cannot proceed in this manner. Shin Jiachen glanced at Lu Yuru, clearly expressing his stance. Jiachen, so you no longer care for me, do you? In the entire capital, who does not know that I was once your fiancée? Now that you have married another, how can I bear to continue living with such shame? As she spoke, she made a dash against the wall. But Shin Jiachen quickly reached out to stop her. Lu Zhao Zhao let out a soft laugh, having expected a formidable character, only to find her nothing more than a blubbering, dramatic wretch. Brother, rest assured, Miss Lu is not one to act irrationally. If she possessed such resolve, she would not have come here today. Seeing that they refused to relent, Madame Lu grew anxious and shamelessly declared, Your Duke of the Protectorate's household does not have only Jia Chen as a son. If he refuses to marry, there is still young Master Shin, and if that fails, there is also Master Shin-san. What a bunch of nobodies, thinking they can enter the Duke of the Protectorate's household without consulting me. Princess Jingru entered slowly, her tone sharp, exuding royal authority. Upon her arrival, Madame Lu and Lu Yuanying ceased their weeping and hurriedly bowed, saying, We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. Princess Jingru smiled gently at Lu Zhao Zhao, taking a seat beside her. She then turned to the mother and daughter with a stern expression, asking, Madame Lu, are you suggesting that my son should marry your daughter? Madame Lu was drenched in cold sweat. She had assumed this was a matter of the second branch, and that the princess would not interfere. She quickly knelt and said, Your Highness, I would not dare. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Lu Yuru stood and said, Aunt, this matter arose because of me. I shall resolve it. Over the years, she had endured for the sake of her stepmother, marrying at her father's behest, and tolerating the bullying from her legitimate mother. Now, she no longer wished to endure. She looked at Lu Yuanying, weeping like a flower in the rain, and at Shin Jiachen, who appeared sympathetic, and smiled bitterly, thinking, why bother? It was as if she were the one tearing apart their ill-fated lovebirds. Shin Jiachen, let us part ways. She lifted her gaze to him, as gentle as ever. Yet her tone carried a hint of determination. At her words, everyone was taken aback. Shin Jiachen's eyes widened slowly, his heart feeling as though it were being gripped tighter and tighter by an invisible hand, causing waves of pain. He shook his head and replied, I do not agree. Madame Wu immediately rose and stepped forward, saying, Child, mother knows you have suffered. You are with child now and must not harm yourself. Mother, Yuru is grateful for your kindness, but my relationship with the young master has been one of two hearts in discord for the past 2 years. Though I do not know whom he truly pines for, I can only assume it is not me, Lu Yuru said bitterly. Shin Jiachen longed to retort that he did not, yet he indeed harbored thoughts of Lu Yuanying, though it was not love but guilt, after all. She had ventured forth to pray for him. Now that she had returned safely, he could find solace, yet he never imagined his wife would wish to part from him. Deservedly so. Chasing after one's spouse can lead to a fiery demise. Jiachun, since my younger sister is willing to relinquish her position, then we shall. Lu Yuanying stepped forward, intending to grasp his arm, but he deftly sidestepped her. I am unwilling and do not consent to a divorce. He once again firmly asserted his stance. Princess Jingru secretly curled her lips into a smile. Perhaps this farce could dissolve the estrangement between the young couple, allowing them to live harmoniously thereafter. She cleared her throat and said, Madame Lu, Miss Lu, regardless of the state of their marriage, I hereby declare that as long as the Duke of Protection's household remains undivided, Lu Yuanying shall never set foot within my Duke of Protection's residence. Guards, escort them out. As soon as she finished speaking, the maidservants of Lingyun Courtyard immediately seized them and dragged them outside, particularly Greenju, who longed to slap both of them soundly. Madame Lu, I am aware that Yurua's aunt relies on you for her livelihood, but should you dare to harm her, then Master Lu's future will come to an abrupt end. Do you understand? I understand, my lady. Madame Lu's face was filled with terror as she repeatedly assented. Chapter 61. Jealousy. Upon hearing that Princess Jingru had even thought of her own aunt, Lu Yuru's eyes turned red. She bowed and said, Yuru thanks you, aunt. Please rise. We are family and need not speak as strangers. Come inside and rest well. You are with child now. Do take care not to tire yourself, Princess Jingru gently advised. Madame Wu supported her, saying, Your aunt is right. Whatever troubles you face can wait until you are stronger. If Jiachen dares to upset you again, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. With that, she shot a fierce glare at her unworthy son. Lu Yuru, caressing her belly, remained silent. She no longer harbored hopes for a harmonious marriage, She merely wished for a day when she could live peacefully with her aunt and child. Sister-in-law, please rest well. We shall take our leave, Lu Zhao Zhao said softly. Thank you for today, Lu Yiru replied quietly. Lu Zhao Zhao, accompanied by Shen Jiayan, left Lingyun courtyard with Princess Jingru. Mother, I owe you thanks today. Otherwise, Madame Lu and Miss Lu would have put on quite the spectacle. Lu Zhao Zhao remarked with a light chuckle. Princess Jingru patted her hand, responding gently, the Lu mother and daughter are not of honorable character. Consider this. Lu Yuanying vanished for 2 years before returning, and we know not what transpired in that time. They came to force a marriage, which surely holds some mystery. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. After the previous incident with Lu Zhaoji's attempt to frame her, she understood that once a person harbored ill intentions, it was impossible to turn back. Thus, Lu Yuanying would not easily relent. After all this commotion, you two should return to rest. There is no need to see me off, she said softly. Mother, take care, Princess Jingru replied as she headed towards Yiqing courtyard. Shen Jiayan stepped forward, intertwining his fingers with hers, whispering, let us go. Lu Zhao Zhao glanced up at him, a teasing smile dancing on her lips, while he sheepishly rubbed his nose. Upon returning to Zhao Jia courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao turned and nestled onto the small couch, feigning a smile as she said, Shen Jiayan, do you confess willingly? Or shall I interrogate you? Though Lu Yuanying appeared to direct her attention towards her elder brother today, her eyes frequently darted in his direction. She was hardly oblivious. Seeing her jealousy, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Shen Jiayan approached, eager to embrace her, but Lu Zhao Zhao fixed him with a warning gaze, saying, Shen Jiayan, if you cannot clarify things today, you shall sleep in the study. At the mention of sleeping in the study, Shen Jiayan immediately sobered, his playful demeanor vanishing as he earnestly declared, Zhao Zhao, I have no connection with Lu Yuanying whatsoever. Lu Zhao Zhao rose and circled him, suddenly rising on tiptoes to tug at his ear, reproaching him with old grievances. Shen Jiayan, I have not even accused you of anything, yet you confess yourself. Do you dare claim you have nothing to do with Lu Yuanying? You who once ignored me while courting another? Fearing her might tire from standing on tiptoes, he bent down, allowing her to grasp him, and chuckled lightly. My dear, if you wish to strike me, you need only say so, no excuse is necessary. Humph. Lu Zhao, feeling irritated, withdrew to the side as Shen Jiayan gently cupped her face and planted a light kiss, earnestly declaring, Zhao Zhao, you must trust me, from the very beginning. My heart has belonged solely to you. How could she not believe him? He had once exuded an air of aloofness that kept even her at bay, let alone others. Shen Jiayan, you are quite the sour one, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, glancing up at him. You two seem to be in high spirits. She was suddenly startled to hear a voice, turning to see the fourth prince standing at the door with a cheerful expression. She quickly rose and bowed, addressing him as brother-in-law. Please rise. We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities, the fourth prince said lazily. I presume you and the young master should have matters to discuss. I shall instruct someone to prepare some refreshments. With that, he hurried off to the kitchen, his ears slightly flushed. If he returned home and mentioned this to his elder sister, she would undoubtedly lecture him. Your Highness, please take a seat, Shen Jiayan said nonchalantly as the fourth prince casually settled into a chair. He teasingly remarked, my dear sister still possesses the same temperament as when she was at home. I can only imagine that your days have not been easy. Indeed, it was incomparable to the fourth prince, who enjoyed the company of numerous wives and concubines. But tell me, does your sister allow you into the main quarters? Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. Do you even know the meaning of not hitting the face when striking? Or revealing weaknesses in others? The fourth prince retorted, irritated. I merely missed one day of court. How did I find myself in this predicament? He poured himself a cup of tea, but the fourth prince swiftly snatched it away, drinking it in one gulp before continuing. After you submitted that list of corrupt officials yesterday, Father became furious. Today, after court, he specifically sent me to remind you not to let a single one escape justice. Yesterday, Shen Jiayan had presented the evidence he had gathered, along with a memorial detailing the implicated officials, directly to Emperor Qi. Does His Majesty suspect I would act with favoritism? Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly. The fourth prince scoffed. He knew Shen Jiayan well enough that he would not hesitate to expose even his own uncle, Lord Rongan. I have heard that your aunt is quite difficult to deal with. If Father orders a house search, your family's troubles may soon begin, the fourth prince said. Not out of concern for anything else but rather for his own aunt, Princess Jingru. As long as she did not cause trouble, the Duke's household would manage without her. It is paramount that she does not upset my wife. Otherwise, familial ties will not spare her from my wrath. Lu Zhao Zhao entered, carrying a tray of snacks, which she gently placed on the table. Brother-in-law, how has my elder sister been lately, especially with Rong Yuan? The fourth prince cleared his throat and replied with a light chuckle. Your sister is now a prince's consort, aside from myself. She holds the highest status in the entire prince's residence. Who would dare bully her? Who knows? That Liang concubine of yours is quite arrogant, Lu Zhao Zhao murmured softly. Her elder sister was both beautiful and talented, with a kind disposition. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, countless suitors would have vied for her hand. Regardless of the fourth prince's esteemed status, it pales in comparison to her elder sister's capabilities. Not only must she manage the vast prince's residence, but she also has the burden of overseeing the concubines and secondary wives. Just thinking about it makes one weary on her behalf. The fourth prince, having been trained in martial arts since childhood and possessing exceptional hearing, clearly overheard Lu Zhao Zhao's murmurs. Were it anyone else, he would certainly hold her in contempt, however. She is the most cherished sister-in-law of his beloved, and thus, he cannot act against her in any manner. Moreover, he knows he cannot contend with Xin Jiayan. If he dared to intimidate Lu Zhao Zhao, he is certain this young man would not hesitate to retaliate. Rest assured, no one would dare to bully your sister. Besides, you may have never witnessed your elder sister in a fit of rage, the fourth prince remarked with an air of feigned casualness. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of disbelief. Her elder sister was known for her gentle disposition and had never shown anger during their time at home. She promptly defended. That person must have brought it upon themselves. You are indeed correct. They deserved it, the fourth prince replied, albeit with a smile that seemed forced. For the one who had been struck was none other than himself. Xin Jiayan, I have conveyed our father's intentions to you. I shall return to the residence now. The fourth prince rose to depart. What is his hurry? Lu Zhao Zhao murmured as she observed his retreating figure. Chapter 62. Alienation. Forget about him. Accompany me for a nap, Xin Jiayan suggested, as he effortlessly lifted her and placed her upon the bed. Lu Zhao Zhao, having risen earlier that morning, now felt a twinge of drowsiness. Nestling within Xin Jiayan's embrace, she gently closed her eyes. He tenderly pressed a kiss upon the crown of her head, holding her close. When she finally opened her eyes again, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Xin Jiayan sat beside the bed, engrossed in a book. Noticing her awakening, he chuckled playfully. My dear, you seem to have slept even more soundly than I. Lu Zhao Zhao propped herself up on the bed. And as Xin Jiayan observed her slightly parched lips, he rose and poured a cup of tea, offering it to her lips while softly saying, have a sip of water. She lowered her head to take a drink and languidly inquired, what time is it, Xin Jiayan? It is the hour of you. He replied as he gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth. Lu Zhao Zhao, hearing the rhythmic patter of raindrops outside, slipped on her shoes and pushed open a corner of the window. A gust of rain-laden air enveloped her, prompting Xin Jiayan to drape a garment over her shoulders from behind. You've just awakened. Do not let the wind chill you. With a smile, Lu Zhao Zhao leaned against him, pondering how her sister-in-law was faring. She reflected on the significant grievance suffered that day. Were she in her position, she would have certainly stirred a tempest until her indignation was appeased. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuru lay exhausted against the headboard, while Lu Ruzhu, with reddened eyes, administered a calming medicine. Recounting the morning's events, her fury surged anew. Earlier that day, while Lu Yuru diligently stitched garments for her young mistress, Madame Lu burst in with Lu Yueying. The Lu family had concealed matters exceedingly well. They had received no inkling of what transpired. Staring at the seemingly resurrected figure before her, Lu Yuru was momentarily taken aback, rising to call, elder sister. Lu Yueying, casting her eyes upon Lu Yuru's slightly rounded abdomen, let her malice show without restraint. Observing this, Lu Ruzhu quickly shielded her mistress. Lu Yueying raised her hand and struck Lu Yuru across the face. Alarmed, Lu Yuru implored, elder sister, what wrong has Lu Ruzhu done to warrant such treatment? Lu Ruzhu, how are you? Lu Yuru asked, noticing the swelling on her cheek. Lu Ruzhu remained steadfastly in front of her, softly responding, mistress, I am unharmed. Ah. The bonds of sisterhood, one a lowly servant, the other a concubine, both of the same ilk, Lu Yueying mocked while wiping her hands. In the past, during her time at the Lu residence, she had always been so acerbic. Lu Ruzhu looked up defiantly and declared, Miss, my mistress is now the esteemed wife of the Duke of Gua. You have no right to humiliate her so. Lu Yuru, you are merely a substitute. Now that I have returned, what face do you have left to continue as the esteemed wife? Should you be willing to relinquish your position? I could still tolerate you as a concubine, Lu Yueying proclaimed haughtily. She understood the impossibility of demoting a wife to a concubine. Yet Lu Yuru's meek disposition might just succumb to such intimidation. While she could endure humiliation, her child could not. Lu Yuru straightened her posture, neither subservient nor haughty, and declared, elder sister, I married at my father's behest, and my union with Shun Jiechen is legitimate. I have done no wrong. Ah, Lu Yuru, how you have grown wings. You dare to disregard the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Yueying may not be able to manage you, but as your rightful mother, I certainly can. Kneel before me. Madame Lu spoke with an air of authority. Mother, I cannot kneel. Lu Yuru raised her head. It was her first act of defiance against Madame Lu, who was taken aback that the usually obedient illegitimate daughter dared to openly oppose her. Very well. You defy your rightful mother and insult your legitimate sister. Upon my return to the manor, I shall inquire of Madame Zhao how she raises her daughters. Madame Lu threatened, fully aware of her leverage. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuru's expression shifted, and she quickly retorted, if there is to be any consequence, let it fall upon me. But do not trouble my aunt. Then kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Madame Lu declared haughtily from her small couch, while Lu Yuanying wore an equally arrogant expression. Sister-in-law, if you tolerate this now, what will happen next? Lu Zhaozhao's words echoed in her ears. Mother, though I am not your biological daughter, I have called you mother for over a decade. Now that I am with child, you come to my husband's home to humiliate me. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish father's reputation, and he would not be pleased. Lu Yuru articulated each word with precision. Before Madame Lu could respond, Lu Yuanying unexpectedly surged forward and forcefully pushed her, exclaiming in anger, how dare you use our father to threaten us? Her fury stemmed from the fact that upon returning, Lu's father had forbidden her from going out freely and had not informed anyone of her existence. A daughter who had gone missing for 2 years could only be the subject of speculation and gossip regarding her fate. Madam, are you all right? Greenru noticed Lu Yuru's face turn pale, and in a flurry, she called towards the door, quickly, summoned the second madam and the physician. The maid at the entrance dashed outside. Madam, do not take their words to heart today. You are the legitimate wife of the eldest son, carrying the heir of the duke's household. Surely, your fortune will be abundant in the future. Moreover, the eldest son has declared that he will never marry the eldest daughter. Greenru comforted her. Lu Yuru, feeling a pang of bitterness as she touched her belly, recalled the past 2 years spent with Shen Jichen, where their mutual respect concealed her own heartache. Even if he did not favor Lu Yuanying or intend to marry her, he also did not cherish her. She bore him no resentment, she simply longed for a change. Young madam, the eldest son has returned, a maid announced at the door. Greenru glanced at Lu Yuru's expression, saw she had no response, and opened the door. Shen Jichen stood at the entrance, drenched from the rain. Greenru bowed to him, and he approached Lu Yuru's bedside, mindful of her condition, keeping a respectful distance. With a hoarse voice, he inquired, Yuru, do you feel unwell? Yet, Lu Yuru felt colder with his retreat. She responded in a detached tone, thank you for your concern, my child is well. Yuru, I meant you. Are you unwell? Shen Jichen softened his tone. Do I matter? When have you ever regarded me? Lu Yuru could no longer contain her hurt, and questioned him. Before he could respond, she turned away, lying down with her back to him, and said, my lord, I have misspoken. Please do not take offense. It seems that you are quite occupied with your affairs and will not remain in the main residence. I find myself somewhat weary today and shall not attend to you. Shen Jichen observed her closing her eyes and contemplated stepping forward to utter a few words. However, realizing that she genuinely needed rest, he ultimately let out a gentle sigh and turned to leave. As he walked away, a solitary tear traced down her cheek. Chapter 63. The house arrest in the 21st year of the Jinping era, during the month of May. Emperor Qi took decisive measures to rectify corruption among officials and to purge the court. Officials of all ranks in the capital, especially those of noble birth, found themselves in a state of trepidation. Shen Jiayan, as the chief adjudicator of this matter, was unyielding in his integrity. The Earl of Rongan, though possessing a title, held only a nominal position in the court. Nevertheless, he had not been idle over the years, exploiting his office to oppress the common people and seeking personal gain. The officials of the Dali Temple surrounded the Earl's residence, leaving no room for escape. Shen Jiyan, observing the Earl, coldly proclaimed, by the Emperor's decree, the Earl of Rongan is guilty of corruption and abuse of power. The evidence is irrefutable. Effective immediately, his title is revoked, all his assets are confiscated, and he shall be detained in the Dali Temple prison. The Earl, a mere fade of grandeur concealing his inner decay, feared that if not for his connection to the Duke of the Protectorate through marriage, he would have faced numerous accusations long ago. Sensing the dire situation, he turned to the now dumbfounded Shen Qingyun for assistance. Qingyun, we are one as husband and wife. You cannot abandon me. Shen Qingyun, once captivated by his charms and sweet words, now regarded his corpulent figure and the loss of his youthful handsomeness with disdain. Reflecting on the many concubines he had brought into their home over the years, she replied with a hint of disgust, my lord, I am merely a woman of the inner chambers. I cannot save you. Ah, Shen Qingyun, you truly would kick me when I am down. Do you believe that severing ties with me will yield you a favorable outcome? Shen Qingyun stepped back, stating, my lord, even if I can no longer be the Earl's consort, I am still the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the Protectorate. the sole daughter of my mother. Her words were not only directed at the Earl, but also intended for Xun Jiayan, though at that moment, she seemed to have forgotten the distress she had caused the old matriarch. The Earl, gazing at the woman with whom he had shared his bed for over a decade, scoffed. When you secretly indulged in our affair and conceived, did you forget your status as the Duke's legitimate daughter? Silence. Shen Qingyun retorted angrily, for the highborn ladies of the capital had made a mockery of her perceived shamelessness. Take him away. Shen Jiayan gestured dismissively. He had no time to indulge in the petty squabbles of this disgraced couple. His wife awaited his return to complete the game of chess they had begun the previous day. Father, Gu Yuanying softly called out, fully aware that her mother's demise was inextricably linked to her father. If he had truly desired to protect someone, how could he have failed? It was merely a case of unreciprocated feelings. Yet, over the years, out of guilt or occasional pity, he had indeed offered her the scant care she received. The Earl glanced back at Gu Yuanying, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Unlike the other women, her mother had remained unsullied by the world's corrupting influences. However, the temptations of this world were numerous, and ultimately, he had betrayed her. Yuanying, I am sorry, he said before being taken away by the guards of the Dali Temple. Gu Yuanying clutched her handkerchief tightly. It was he who ought to apologize. Yet the words should not be directed at her, but rather her mother. Lord Rongan was taken away, and with a casual flick of his hand, Shen Jiayan commanded the remaining guards to search the premises. Gu Changjun, witnessing his father's departure in silence, weakly inquired as boxes of gold and silver treasures were removed. Cousin, must all of this be confiscated? Shen Jiayan cast a disdainful glance at him, his voice icy. Are your ears failing you? Or do you wish to join your father in prison? Although Shen Qingyun had long since harbored little affection for Lord Rongan, she could not forsake her own son. She stepped protectively in front of him, adopting a condescending tone befitting an elder. Jiayan, no matter the circumstances, Changjun is still your cousin. How can you intimidate him so? Cousin, if you wish to test whether I intimidate you, know this. His Majesty has decreed that anyone obstructing official business is deemed an accomplice. Moreover, I must remind you, if you do not collect your dowry at this moment, it shall be wholly confiscated, Shen Jiayan remarked nonchalantly. Despite the initial dissatisfaction of the old Duke of the State and Lady Shen regarding this marriage, the bond of blood remained, and Lady Shen could not bear to treat her daughter harshly. Thus, 128 loads of dowry were delivered to Lord Rongan's residence. Though the estate bore a title, it was diminished over the years due to Lord Rongan's indulgences, and the dowry was nearly depleted. Otherwise, she would not have repeatedly returned to the Duke's residence to scavenge. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyun disregarded all else and hurried back to her courtyard. After some frantic organization, the once substantial dowry of 128 loads had dwindled to barely 28. Enraged, she looked up to see Gu Yuanying standing at the door with her head bowed. She quickly approached and struck her across the face, cursing, "You wretched child, born of a mother yet raised without one. Now your father has been imprisoned because of you. And henceforth, no one will protect you. You ought to be sold to a pleasure house. Mother, I beg you, do not sell me to a pleasure house. I shall do anything you ask of me in the future," Gu Yuanying cried, her voice filled with tears, adopting a submissive demeanor. Watching her daughter in such a state brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Shen Qingyun. It seemed that misery loved company, and she wished for others to suffer as she did. She disdainfully lifted Gu Yuanying's chin. While her beauty was not of the extraordinary sort, she was indeed a lovely maiden, and perhaps she could prove useful in the future. Little did she know that she would come to deeply regret this decision, but that was a matter for another time. "Gu Yuanying, dare you bring me displeasure in the future, and you shall suffer," she declared haughtily. "Yes, my daughter will never defy her mother," Gu Yuanying replied, bowing her head, though if Shen Qingyun had taken a moment to glance at her, she would have noticed the glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Within the span of an hour, the vast estate of Lord Rongan was thoroughly searched. As Shen Jiayan prepared to leave, Shen Qingyun urgently pointed to the 20 or so boxes. "Jiayan, these are all my dowry. Have your guards take them to the Duke's residence." Shen Jiayan observed her lack of any semblance of embarrassment, finding her demeanor utterly presumptuous. With a mocking tone, he inquired, "And, as a married woman, why do you seek refuge in the Duke of Protection's residence?" Shen Qingyun was taken aback by such a question. In her mind, regardless of the circumstances or her actions, her parents and brothers should always provide her with unwavering support. "I am your aunt, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke of Protection's house. Now that there are troubles in my husband's family, what is wrong with returning to my natal home?" she asserted with conviction. If it were anyone else, it would indeed be permissible. However, let us not forget that my grandmother is still languishing on her sickbed. Who is responsible for that? What face do you have to return to the Duke of Protection's residence? Shen Jiayan coldly interrogated. "That matter lies between my grandmother and me. It is not your place as a younger generation to interfere." She retorted defiantly. You are correct. It is indeed not my place to meddle. Therefore, you may have your son assist you in moving these 20-odd trunks to the Duke of Protection's house, he remarked, turning away without a glance back. Very well, Shinjian. Relying on your mother being the princess to bully your elders, we shall see how this unfolds. Chapter 64. Return to the manor in the balmy days of May. The peonies in the Zhao Zhao courtyard had burst into full bloom. Lu Zhao Zhao sat upon the swing fashioned for her by Shinjian, her gaze transfixed on the vibrant flowers. Behind her, Zhenzhu softly inquired, Miss, may I gather a few branches to adorn your room? Zhenzhu. Do you think peonies could be transformed into delectable pastries? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Zhenzhu exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Li, both suppressing their smiles. She had thought her mistress was fond of the flowers. It appeared instead that she wished to pluck them for culinary delights. Madam, the kitchen would certainly oblige your request, Zhenzhu replied, concealing her amusement. A young maid approached, bowing respectfully. Madam, I have heard that the eldest aunt has returned to the manor. Why has she come back? Lu Zhao Zhao questioned, perplexed. She was aware that Shun Jiayin had been preoccupied with assisting the emperor in rectifying the court's affairs. Her father was known for his integrity, and thus she had not been overly concerned. The young maid lowered her head and reported, I overheard others saying that today the young master led a group to confiscate the property of the Rong and Beau's residence. Lu Zhao Zhao, upon hearing this, was not particularly astonished. Though she had never met the Rong and Beau, she surmised that his son must inherit his father's unsavory traits. Madam, will you go to see her? Lu Li tentatively asked. I shall not. She is too preoccupied to trouble me at present. I will wait until the young master returns later, Lu Zhao Zhao replied leisurely. Lu Li nodded in agreement, recalling how Shen Qingyun often mocked her mistress, seemingly unable to bear the sight of others' happiness. In the Bao Mo Tang, Shen Qingyun knelt before the old matriarch, lamenting, Mother, I find myself utterly at a loss. You cannot abandon me. Years prior, she had nearly perished in childbirth for this very daughter, a child she had fought for with her life. Yet, her daughter's current behavior deeply saddened her. Nonetheless, she could not bring herself to forsake her. With a stern countenance, she declared, Qing Yun, you may remain at the residence of the Duke of Gua. But given that you is with child and Zhao Zhao and Jia Yin are newlyweds, as their aunt, you must refrain from causing them any further trouble, otherwise I shall not be able to protect you. Shen Qingyun knew her mother would not abandon her. She fervently replied, Mother, rest assured, I understand. Very well. You may return to your quarters and rest with the children, the old matriarch said wearily. Recently, she had felt a disquiet within her heart, uncertain if it was merely a consequence of her advancing years. Watching her daughter's exuberant silhouette fade away, the old matriarch softly murmured, Have I been too indulgent with her? Lu Mama sighed gently. Having been by the old matriarch's side since childhood, witnessing her grow, marry, and bear children, she could say that her life had been fulfilled with love from her husband and pride from her children and grandchildren. Her only regret was that her eldest daughter had somewhat lost her decorum. Madam, each generation has its own fortune. Your eldest daughter is now a mother herself. She will surely come to understand many things in time, Lu Mama advised softly. May she come to understand before it is too late. Lady Shen murmured softly. In Zhao Jia courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at the freshly baked peony cakes, lifting a piece to her lips and exclaiming, The skills of this little kitchen are quite commendable. Lioli, Zhenzhu, you should try some as well. Lioli and Zhenzhu accepted the treats with smiles, and Lioli jested. When it comes to eating, Our Lady is undoubtedly the best. Zhenzhu added, As for her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, if Our Lady claims the second position, I doubt anyone would dare to claim the first. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled. You two little maidens are becoming increasingly sweet-tongued. Our Lady's teachings are indeed exemplary, Lioli replied earnestly, causing Lu Zhao Zhao to smile broadly. Lady, what brings you such joy? Shen Jiayan entered, a cheerful expression on his face. Lioli and Zhenzhu, seeing the young master return, quickly bowed and withdrew, recognizing the kindness their lady bestowed upon them. They had never considered seeking favor and thus would not intrude upon the intimacy of their masters. Lu Zhao Zhao held up a piece of the peony cake, saying, This is freshly made by the little kitchen. Do give it a taste. Shen Jiayan bent down to accept it, playfully licking his fingers, which earned him a sharp glance from Lu Zhao Zhao. It's truly sweet, he remarked with a smile, leaving it ambiguous whether he spoke of the cake or something else entirely. At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao's curiosity piqued, and she eagerly inquired, I heard you raided the residence of the Earl of Roman today? Indeed, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Lu Zhao Zhao observed his demeanor, seemingly detached from the matter, and teased, Our master Shen truly embodies impartiality. That depends on whom it concerns. If it were you, I would be as gentle as water. And we would harmonize perfectly, he remarked, leaning down to steal a kiss on her cheek, prompting a soft gasp from Lu Zhao Zhao. Recalling the young lady she had seen beside Shen Qingyun during their last encounter, she asked, "What of Gu Yueying? Did your aunt bring her to the residence?" "She should have arrived. I imagine my aunt will be wandering about the estate tomorrow. If she utters anything unpleasant, do not indulge her. My mother and I will support you," Shun Jian advised, aware that his aunt had a tendency to remember grievances but forget lessons, often meddling in affairs that did not concern her. "Not to worry, if she tries to speak against me, I can handle 3 of her at once. If it comes to blows, Jinju can easily take on 3 as well. Besides, I do not perceive Gu Weiying as a wicked person." Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a light laugh. Shen Jiayan nodded. As long as Lu Zhao Zhao was not at a disadvantage, he cared little for anything else. He bent down, lifting her and placing her on the small couch, smiling as he said, "We still have not finished that game of chess from yesterday. Today is perfect to complete it." "Very well. If you lose today, you must heed my every word from now on," Lu Zhao Zhao declared. "Does that include matters of the bedchamber?" Shen Jiayan joked lightly. Naturally, Lu Zhao Zhao shot him an assertive glance, her spirit undeterred. For his daily pursuits were indeed taxing on her delicate frame. "What if you lose?" Shen Jiayan cast a mischievous glance at her chest. "Impossible," Lu Zhao Zhao replied confidently. For her skills in chess were exceptional. Even her father and brothers were no match for her. Shen Jiayan leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Lu Zhao Zhao, if you lose today, you will have to be on top tonight." Lu Zhao Zhao understood his insinuation, her ears flushing a deep crimson. Truly, Shen Jiayan's shamelessness knew no bounds. As the hour of Z approached, the outside world lay in tranquil silence, yet within the room, the sound of a woman's fragmented gasps echoed. Shen Jiayan, holding her waist, spoke in a husky voice, "Lu Zhao Zhao, a wager is a wager." Lu Zhao Zhao nestled against his firm, pale chest, murmuring softly, "You are utterly shameless." Chapter 65. Provocation in the Elan Courtyard. Shen Qingyun glanced at the 20 or so boxes, her irritation growing with each passing moment. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guohua, she had never anticipated descending into such despair. She dared not offend Princess Jingru, and the Wu family held her in disdain. Recently, whispers had circulated in the capital regarding the return of the eldest Miss Lu, and a glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. She took up her pen and composed a letter, instructing her personal maid, "Deliver this letter to Madame Lu, and ensure it remains confidential." "Yes, madam," the maid replied, tucking the letter into her sleeve before departing. Shen Qingyun then inserted a gold hairpin into her coiffure and called out loudly, "Yueying." The Elan Courtyard had been Shen Qingyun's residence prior to her marriage. In the past, the old matriarch had cherished her daughter, granting her a spacious abode, ample enough to accommodate both Gu Changjun and Gu Yueying. Previously, out of respect for the Earl of Rongyan, she had refrained from overtly mistreating Gu Yueying. But now she felt unrestrained, forcing her to reside in the chamber typically reserved for maids, despite the availability of several side rooms. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Yueying carefully secured a jade pendant in her bosom, adjusted her hair, and gracefully approached the main hall, bowing slightly as she whispered, "Mother." Observing her submissive demeanor, Shen Qingyun remarked, "When you step outside, you should know what to say and what to withhold. Surely, I need not instruct you on such matters?" Gu Yueying lowered her head and softly replied, "Mother, I understand." Even though the Earl of Rongyan's household had fallen, she remained the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke's residence. And with an air of pride, she declared, "Let us go. It is time to teach these juniors some manners." Yesterday, the old matriarch had expressly warned her against causing trouble, yet today, she had completely forgotten. Gu Yueying obediently supported her, saying nothing. Recently, Shen Jiachen had been increasingly attentive to Lu Yurao, yet once a heart turns cold, it is not easily warmed again. Upon entering, Shen Qingyun found Lu Yurao seated on a small couch, sewing garments for her unborn child. "Lu, now that you are with child, do you think you have ascended to the imperial court? It falls to me, as your elder, to pay you a visit," Shen Qingyun said, her expression displeased. She held Lu in disdain, unable to fathom how a mere illegitimate daughter could marry into the Duke's house, let alone leverage her pregnancy to gain an upper hand. In the past, Lu Yurao would have been filled with trepidation at such reprimands from her elder, but now she was indifferent, having lost interest even in her husband. Shen Jiachen, without rising, she replied coolly, "Aunt, I am unwell and cannot perform the customary greetings. Please, have a seat." Shen Qingyun, infuriated by her apparent arrogance, retorted, "A daughter of a concubine simply lacks decorum." In uttering this, she paid no heed to Gu Yueying beside her, viewing her merely as a timid girl incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. "Aunt, I am indeed of illegitimate birth. You have reminded me of this countless times. There is no need for daily reiteration. Lu Yurua smiled as she looked up. Her indifferent attitude increasingly vexed Shin Qingyun, who mockingly remarked while seated, "Lu family. I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu family has returned safely. If I were you, I would keep a low profile, otherwise you might find yourself cast aside one day." Lu Yuru replied, "If you truly possess such capabilities, I would indeed be grateful to you. However, whether I am abandoned remains uncertain, yet you will certainly not become the wife of your uncle." With each retort from Shin Qingyun, Lu Yuru countered with equal fervor. Green Ru, observing from the side, was utterly astonished, for her mistress had always been gentle and soft-spoken. Yet, it seemed even a cornered rabbit could bite. Shin Qingyun, incensed by the exchange, exclaimed, "You impudent girl," as she raised her hand to strike. Gu Weiying, aware of her precarious situation, knew it was not her place to intervene. However, upon noticing Lu's slightly protruding abdomen, her hand instinctively moved to block the blow. Green Ru, seeing this, also instinctively pushed Shin Qingyun, who lost her balance and fell to the ground. Gu Weiying quickly crouched down to assist her, anxiously inquiring, "Mother, are you all right? Get away." Shin Qingyun forcefully shoved her. But fortunately, she had only seen Green Ru's action and not recognized Gu Weiying's intervention. Lu Yuru, reclining on the small couch, had observed the entire scene. Understanding Gu Weiying's intentions to help her, she empathized, knowing the struggles faced by a concubine's daughter, especially since Gu Weiying's own aunt had passed away. After Shin Qingyun rose, she intended to strike Green Ru, but Lu Yuru swiftly pulled her back, asking, "And what are you doing?" A cold voice pierced the tension from the doorway. "Jia Chen, your wife truly is remarkable, daring to challenge her elders and even striking the maid beside her. Aren't you going to discipline her?" Shin Qingyun complained, casting a provocative glance at Lu Yuru, as if to imply that her husband was not like Shin Jiayin, who would protect his wife. Lu Yuru, without uttering a word of explanation, turned and sat back down on the couch, indifferent to his thoughts. Meanwhile, Green Ru, in a state of distress, urgently stated, "My lord, it was not as the eldest aunt described. She insulted the mistress first and even attempted to strike her. The mistress did nothing." Hearing this, Shin Jiachen swiftly approached Lu Yuru, softly asking, "Yuru, are you all right?" Shin Qingyun interjected, "What could possibly be wrong with her? She has a sharp tongue." And her mother raised her without a sense of humility. "Aunt, I implore you to tread carefully," he coldly interrupted. "You still want me to hold my tongue? Do you even know what your wife has said?" "Aunt, regardless of what Yuru has said, she is my wife. You should not humiliate her. Nor should you lay a hand on her. Furthermore, she is with child now, and must not be overexerted. If you have no business, please refrain from visiting Lingyun courtyard in the future," Shin Jiachen stated icily. Shin Qingyun, who had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, shot a fierce glare at Lu Yuru before storming off, while Gu Weiying slightly bowed her head and followed suit. "Yuro, I am grateful to you for today. I find myself unwell and shall retire to my chamber for rest. Please feel free to do as you wish." Before Shin Jiachen could finish his words, Lu Yuro rose and made her way to the inner room, not affording him the opportunity to speak. Zhu observed Shin Jiachen's discomfiture, suppressing her laughter. Over the past 2 years, her lady had endured countless grievances, and now it seemed that her suffering was finally nearing its end. Shin Qingyun was filled with pent-up frustration, yet it was Gu Weiying who bore the brunt of it. Xiaolan accompanied her in kneeling in the side chamber. "My lady, why did you choose to assist that young mistress today? If the madam discovers this, you cannot fathom the troubles that will ensue." "I do not know," Gu Weiying replied softly. Perhaps it was because they shared a common plight, or perhaps she wished to avoid disappointing her mother, who had once expressed a desire for her to be a virtuous person, all while safeguarding herself. That was a sentiment she had always cherished. Chapter 66. Auditing accounts. Emperor Qi, known for his benevolence, merely punished the involved officials by confiscating their assets, without holding their families accountable. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the Duke of Rongan had not only embezzled funds but had also oppressed the common folk. Ultimately, the emperor decreed that he would face execution in the autumn. When Shin Qingyun learned of this news, she felt no sorrow, on the contrary. She found herself rather at ease in her current life. Her only concern rested with Gu Changjun. Once, he had been the heir to the duke's estate. But with the fall of the Rongan duke's household, not only was his claim to the title extinguished, but his prospects in the civil service were also bleak. Thus, he could only rely on her elder brother. Gu Changjun was a man of little learning, previously fond of associating with the debauched youth of the capital, but now, those young gentlemen were no longer inclined to pay him any heed. Shin Jiayin and Shin Jiachuan were both increasingly aloof, and he dared not provoke them. Instead, he set his sights on Shin Jiahui. Since arriving at the Duke of Hugui's residence, Gu Changjun had been studying alongside Shin Jiahui. However, Shen Jiahui looked down upon his company and, upon the conclusion of their lessons, would rise to leave without a hint of intention to wait for him. Undeterred, Gu Changjun pursued him, winking and saying, "Cousin, studying all day must be quite dull. Why not allow me to take you to a delightful place for some merriment?" Though the Duke of Hugua's household was noble and esteemed, since the time of the old Duke, the Shun family had refrained from taking concubines. Thus, Shen Jiahui scorned such sordid matters. He turned to Gu Changjun and stated, "Cousin, allow me to remind you that this is the Duke of Hugua's residence. The Shen family harbors no such inclinations. Please refrain from speaking of such things to me in the future." "Ah, how can you, at such a young age?" He had yet to finish his sentence when he noticed Lu Zhao Zhao approaching. Instantly, he composed himself, smoothing his garments. Upon observing his unusual demeanor, Shen Jiahui turned and respectfully greeted, "Second sister-in-law." Yu Changjun gazed at her radiant visage, unable to conceal his avarice, and bowed his head, saying, "Cousin-in-law." Lu Zhao Zhao paid him no heed and turned to Shen Jiahui, softly saying, "Third brother, today grandmother has invited everyone to Bao Mahal for a meal. Do not forget." "Thank you for the reminder, second sister-in-law. Otherwise, I would surely face father's reprimand for being late," Shen Jiahui replied with a cheerful smile. "I shall take my leave now. There are some discrepancies in this month's accounts that I must recheck with eldest sister-in-law at Lingyun Courtyard." Lu Zhao Zhao glanced at the two large stacks of account books held by Liu Li and Jinju with a hint of exasperation. At her words, Shen Jiahui respectfully stepped aside. Gu Changjun fixated on Lu Zhao Zhao's retreating figure, prompting Shen Jiahui to feel a surge of revulsion. He understood that Gu Changjun harbored malicious intentions yet lacked the courage to act upon them. Otherwise, his second brother would surely ensure his demise without a trace. "Cousin, it would be wise for you to keep your eyes in check. Do not gaze upon that which you should not. You might not be aware of how Qi Mian's leg came to be broken." Shen Jiahui spoke with a calm demeanor. It must be said that he and Qi Mian were indeed old acquaintances, albeit merely as drinking companions. He had once heard Qi Mian speak of Lu Zhao Zhao's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. However, with the fall of the Wan Ning Duke's household, Qi Mian had suffered a broken leg. Now, with Shun Jiahao's words echoing in his ears, he surmised that Shun Jiayin was undoubtedly behind this. The thought of Shun Jiayin's cold, piercing gaze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily declare, "Cousin, you misunderstand. I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, he fled in a rather undignified manner. Shen Jiahao observed his retreating figure with a mocking smile, were it not for the sake of his grandmother's reputation. He would have been disposed of unceremoniously in the river to avoid tarnishing the honor of the Duke's residence. In Lingyun Courtyard, Lu Yuro was perusing a letter penned by An Zhao, assuring her that all was well and urging her to take care of herself and focus on her pregnancy. "Sister-in-law." Lu Zhao Zhao called out somewhat plaintively before even stepping inside. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuro set the letter aside and rose with a smile to greet her. "Zhao Zhao, you've arrived. Come, sit down." After Liu Li and Jinju placed the account books down, they bowed and exited with Lu Ruzhou. Lu Zhao Zhao approached and assisted Lu Yuro in sitting, saying, "Sister-in-law, you appear to be in much better spirits now." "Indeed, I have eased my heart, and there are no more worries weighing upon me," she replied with a smile. "In the past, I lived in constant trepidation, concerned for Auntie's well-being in the Lu household and fearful of displeasing Shen Jiachen. Now, however, I feel a sense of peace." Seeing her sister-in-law in such good spirits brought Lu Zhao Zhao joy as well. After the incident involving Lu Yueying, she sensed that her brother harbored affection for Lu Yuro. But the thawing of ice takes time. The road to winning her heart would undoubtedly be long. This thought made her smile with a hint of schadenfreude. Although Lu Yuro was unaware of the cause of Lu Zhao Zhao's amusement, she found herself smiling in response to her sister-in-law's joy. Lifting her gaze to the account books on the table, she inquired, "Zhao Zhao, are there any discrepancies in this month's accounts?" Since her pregnancy, all financial matters had been entrusted to Zhao Zhao. Lu Zhao Zhao picked up one of the account books and remarked, "There are no issues elsewhere. But the kitchen has incurred an excess of over 100 taels this month." I inquired about it, and guess what they said? "What did they say?" Lu Yuro asked as she flipped through the pages of the account book. "They claimed that ever since our esteemed great-aunt returned to the residence, every meal is a lavish affair with bird's nest soup, and if the dishes do not meet her standards, the kitchen is obliged to remake them." Although Lu Zhao Zhao herself was quite the Epicurean, she harbored no tolerance for such wasteful extravagance. Lu Yuro frowned upon hearing this. While the Duke's household was affluent, such opulence was still unacceptable. The elder Mrs. Shin was an advocate of frugality, and even the eldest aunt was not so fastidious. This was indeed excessive. I fear that if she continues to squander in the kitchen today, she will be requesting funds from the treasury tomorrow, Lu Yuro lamented helplessly. Even if she were to go, the steward would not dare to grant her any funds. She may not be vicious, but she is certainly bothersome. When will this life reach its conclusion? Lu Yuru playfully placed some refreshments before her, suggesting that today, as they dined with grandmother, her presence would undoubtedly disrupt the meal. Lu Zhao Zhao casually picked up a piece of cake and took a small bite. During these past few days of Shen Qingyun's return to the residence, she had been preoccupied with reconciling the accounts and had hardly ventured out of the courtyard. Shen Qingyun, fearing Shen Jiayan, naturally did not dare to seek her out, lest they had yet to meet. While Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru enjoyed their tea and snacks, they engaged in light conversation. When the time felt right, Lu Zhao Zhao planned to rise and head to Baoma Hall. She glanced at the sky outside and asked, "Sister-in-law, has an elder brother returned from court yet? Never mind him. Let us proceed." Lu Yuru gently urged Lu Zhao Zhao onward. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, they spotted Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiachen standing side by side at the entrance. Shen Jiayan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing her emerge, and he approached her, asking, "You've returned so early today. At this rate, you might lose your wife." He chuckled as he reached for Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Seeing Lu Yuru come out, Shen Jiachen hurried forward to assist her, but she subtly sidestepped him, softly replying, "No need. I can walk on my own." In the end, Shen Jiayan confidently led Lu Zhao Zhao ahead, while LV Ru assisted Lu Yuru, leaving Shen Jiachen trailing behind, appearing particularly forlorn. Chapter 67. Dining in the Bao Mo Tang. Shen Qingyun sat beside the elderly matriarch, with Gu Yuanying obediently by her side. Upon their arrival, she quickly rose to greet them, and Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and nodded before respectfully bowing alongside Lu Yuru to pay their respects to their grandmother. "Everyone is here. Please take a seat," Shen Old Madam said warmly as she looked at them. Shen Jian naturally extended his hand to assist Lu Zhao Zhao as she settled into a chair, and then raised an eyebrow at Shen Jiachen. Once he understood, he promptly stepped forward to assist Lu Yuru, mindful that, as a younger generation in the presence of elders, she ought not to cause Shen Old Madam any concern, thus she allowed him to help her. "Yuru, although you are now 3 months along, we must still be cautious," Shen Old Madam advised with a smile. "Grandmother, I understand," Lu Yuru replied softly. Shen Old Madam then glanced at Shen Jiayan, who was offering a peeled orange to Lu Zhao Zhao, who accepted it with a smile. Shen Old Madam smiled with satisfaction, noting that with Yuru's pregnancy and Jiayan's affection for Zhao Zhao, it seemed likely that the family would soon be blessed with children, ensuring the prosperity of the Duke's household for generations to come. "Today is a family banquet. We shall dine once your father returns. Please sit while I check on the kitchen," she said, as Zhao Momo quickly rose to assist her. "Grandmother, I will accompany you," Lu Zhao Zhao offered as she stood. Shen Old Madam chuckled lightly, waving her hand. "You all sit. Your mother loves the soup I make, and as I grow older, I can't leave it to others. I must ensure it is prepared to my satisfaction." Once Shen Old Madam exited, Shen Qingyun, breaking her usual demeanor, spoke softly, "Yuru, you are now with child and should not overexert yourself." Lu Zhao Zhao frowned, thinking, "What nonsense. Thank you for your concern, Aunt," Lu Yuru replied coolly, for she had just encountered her own troubles days prior, and now she was expected to be the object of concern from an aunt who had previously shown no care. Who would believe such a transformation? "Yuru, it is no longer convenient for you to serve Jiachen. You should consider bringing in a maid to assist you. It would not reflect well for the Duke's household if the eldest lady is perceived as jealous. Wouldn't you agree?" Shen Qingyun remarked with a smile as she sipped her tea. Hearing this, Shen Jiachen's expression darkened. Instinctively, he looked at Lu Yuru. His wife had already expressed her discontent with their marriage, and now an intrusive aunt had appeared. Suppressing his anger, he replied coldly, "Aunt, perhaps you should focus more on your own son rather than meddling in others' affairs. How ungrateful you are. Which esteemed family in the capital does not have their wife supporting their husband?" Shen Qingyun retorted with righteous indignation. Lu Zhao Zhao could not contain her laughter, pondering what kind of company Shen Qingyun kept to have arrived at such conclusions. "Lu Zhao Zhao, why are you laughing while the elders are speaking? Is this the upbringing of your Yunyang Marquis household?" Shen Qingyun's ire turned towards Lu Zhao Zhao. "Aunt, you are overstepping your bounds. My wife is simply expressing her happiness through laughter. What is wrong with that? If you find it so bothersome, you may take your precious son and leave. No one will stop you," Shen Jiayan declared, holding Lu Zhao Zhao's hand firmly. Shen Qingyun's expression darkened as she slammed the teacup onto the table, the steaming droplets splashing onto Gu Yuanying's hand, yet she remained unfazed, not even furrowing her brow. "Aunt, please be cautious. Yurua is with child and should not be startled," Shen Jiachuan interjected, while Lu Yurua exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Zhao Zhao. "What is all this commotion about?" Wushi followed closely behind Princess Jingru. Shen Qingyun, despite her displeasure, dared not assert her authority in front of the princess. She rose to bow and greeted, "Elder sister." Lu Yurua, with a serene demeanor, remarked, "Mother, and has advised me that now that I am pregnant, I ought to serve the young master, lest I appear envious. Lu Zhao Zhao hastily covered her smirking lips with a handkerchief, thinking that if not for the elder's presence, she would have given Lu Yurua a thumbs up. Wu sure. Incensed by this, turned and said, Qing Yun, the Duke's household does not uphold such customs, and it is not your place as an aunt to speak thus. Second sister-in-law. I am merely acting out of goodwill. Why do you not appreciate it? This is for the sake of our Shen family's lineage, Shen Qingyan retorted, adjusting her hairpin. Mind your own business, Wu Shi bluntly stated, recalling the recent uproar caused by Madame Lu, which had only just settled with Yurua's condition improving. It is no wonder she gets along so well with that Madame Lu. They are cut from the same cloth. Second sister-in-law, how can you insult others so? Princess Jingru sat composedly, choosing not to speak but instead gently massaging her forehead. Lu Zhao inquired, Mother, do you feel unwell? It's nothing. I merely did not rest well last night and cannot bear the noise, she replied, casting a glance at Shen Qingyun, who promptly fell silent, simmering with unexpressed anger. The entire room seemed to conspire against her, with Lu Yurua, emboldened by her pregnancy, now openly mocking her, while Lu Zhao, a sycophant, had her husband supporting her at every turn. How shameless. Seeing Shen Qingyun's inability to voice her fury, Gu Yueying felt a surge of delight within. Such a malicious and vile individual deserved to be ostracized. She was determined to witness Shen Qingyun's downfall. Before long, the matriarch of the Shun family returned, followed by the Duke and the second master. Once the kitchen had prepared the meal, everyone stood to dine. The second master remained troubled by Shen Qingyun's earlier outburst that had caused the old matriarch distress. He could not fathom how such a person had emerged from their family. Yet out of respect for kinship and concern for the matriarch's health, he ultimately said nothing, though his expression was exceedingly grim. Shen Jiayan busied himself serving dishes to Lu Zhao, and seeing this, Shen Jiachuan promptly did the same for Lu Yurua. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, thinking that late affection is worth less than grass, and it was no wonder his wife sought to part ways with him. She deserved better. Elder brother. Chanjun is no longer a child. Jiayin and Jiachuan were already in service at his age, Shen Qingyun ventured tentatively. Since you acknowledge he is no longer young, he ought to study diligently alongside Jiahao for the imperial examination. Jiayin and Jiachuan were both erudite and accomplished at his age, the Duke replied, his tone devoid of warmth, not even sparing her a glance. Shen Qingyun was taken aback. Once, her elder brother had been exceedingly kind to her, always ready to fulfill her wishes. When had this transformation begun? Qingyun, do eat well. Your brother has always been an upright official and would never engage in any corrupt practices. Admonished the old matriarch of the Shen family, who then coughed, prompting Zhao Mama to hurriedly step forward to pat her back. Despite her repeated disappointments, she still cherished this daughter. Yet, she was not only a mother but also the matriarch of the Protectorate Duke's residence. She could not allow her to meddle in court affairs that could bring calamity upon the family. Otherwise, after her passing, she would have no words to face the old Protector Duke and the ancestors of the Shen clan. Upon hearing the old matriarch's words, Shen Qingyun refrained from speaking further. This matter would take time to unfold, and there was no need to rush. What was most pressing at the moment was to deal with Lu Zhao and Lu Yurua, those two insufferable girls. Gu Chongjun remained silent, entirely disinterested in court matters. Yet he had not visited the Yihong courtyard for quite some time and found himself longing for it. Chapter 68. Heart to heart after dinner. Everyone returned to their respective quarters. Following her service to Lu Yuru during her bath, Lu Ru retreated with a respectful bow. She glanced at Xin Jiachen, who was seated by the bedside, and softly remarked, I am weary. Please, do as you wish. With that, she slipped beneath the covers and closed her eyes. Recently, her burdens had lessened, and her sleep had improved significantly. Soon, her breathing became steady. Xin Jiachen gently caressed her abdomen, tucked the blankets around her, and then quietly exited the room. In Zhao Jia courtyard, Lu Zhao languidly leaned against Xin Jiayin while perusing a storybook. He fed her cherries, and they reveled in each other's company, occasionally sharing playful remarks that elicited soft laughter from her. A knock at the door interrupted them, and then Liu Li announced, Young master. Madam, the eldest young master has arrived. Xin Jiayin assisted her to her feet, and Lu Zhao adjusted her dress before he leisurely approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Xin Jiachen standing outside, looking somewhat dejected. Jiachen, second sister-in-law, leaning casually against the doorframe, Shen Jiayin jested, Eldest brother, it's rather late. Even if you are not in the room with sister-in-law, I still must attend to my own wife. Lu Zhao, blushing, playfully pinched him. Xin Jiayin, be serious. Eldest brother, is there something on your mind? Lu Zhao inquired softly. Jiayin, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Xin Jiachen began. Zhao, you may return to your room for now, Shen Jiayin gently suggested, then turned to Xin Jiachen, eldest brother, let us go. As Lu Zhao Zhao watched them head to the study, she turned to Liuli. Please have the kitchen prepare some snacks and bring a pot of wine to the study. Today, she sensed that sister-in-law was profoundly disheartened, and it seemed that eldest brother sought out Shen Jiayan due to his own troubles. Although she was unaware of the tribulations sister-in-law had endured over the past 2 years, she surmised that she had faced considerable grievances. Thus it was time for him to bear some hardship as well. Yes, madam, Liuli replied with a bow before heading to the small kitchen. In the study, Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiachen sat across from one another. Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly. Speak. What troubles you? You have always been the epitome of decorum and restraint. How is it that you find yourself in such a state? Shen Jiachen lifted the cup of wine that Liuli had brought and drank deeply. The bitterness in his voice unspoken. Yuru refuses even to speak with me now. Ah, had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently from the start. Ever since sister-in-law married you, she has cared for you with utmost devotion. These are your own words. How have you repaid her? You have been preoccupied with that young lady from the Lu family, and it is no wonder sister-in-law wishes to part ways with you. Shen Jiayan spoke without holding back. From the moment Lu Weiying had offered herself as a bedfellow, he had recognized her true nature. Yet his elder brother was a man of his word, steadfast in his commitment. I have not been pining for her. I merely feel a pang of guilt. Shen Jiachen replied, somewhat distressed, though he was not the heir apparent as the family's legitimate eldest grandson. He felt compelled to set a good example for his younger siblings. While many remarked that Shen Jiayan, though his brother, surpassed him in knowledge and martial prowess, he harbored no jealousy, instead taking pride in it. Thus, marriage was not merely a means of ascent for him. Upon learning of the engagement between their families and the Lu family, he accepted it with equanimity. In truth, he had scarcely interacted with Lu Weiying, let alone developed any affection for her. Brother, can you not apply your strategic prowess from the political arena? Do you believe everything they say? Shen Jiayan remarked nonchalantly while holding his wine cup, pondering whether Zhao Zhao was already asleep. I realize my mistakes, yet Yuru is now unwilling to acknowledge my presence. Shen Jiayan glanced over at him, crossing his arms while leaning back in his chair and chuckled. It has only been a few days. And you already feel so aggrieved. Have you ever considered the amount of distress your sister-in-law has endured over the past 2 years? How has she managed? If this situation were to befall Zhao Zhao, she would likely have divorced me countless times by now. I understand, Shen Jiachuan replied as he rose. To love someone is to ensure she feels it, to protect her unconditionally, just as Jiayan does for his sister-in-law. That is the essence of overt favoritism. Brother, allow me to remind you that the young lady from the Lu family will not easily let this matter rest. I know, he said before exiting the study. Shen Jiayan's gaze lingered on the wine jug on the table, and his expression gradually darkened. He could hardly bear to imagine how easily Lu Zhao Zhao could be manipulated if she were to become inebriated. With that thought, he shook his head and smiled, questioning how one could be so beastly. After her bath, Lu Zhao Zhao, clad in her nightgown, sat on a small couch when Shen Jiayan entered, holding a wine cup. She glanced at him briefly before returning her attention to her book, casually inquiring, "What is it, brother?" He settled beside her and replied, "Nothing, just a pang of conscience." Shen Jiayan placed the wine cup on the small table, enticingly asking, "Lu Zhao Zhao, would you care for some plum wine?" Instinctively swallowing. She admitted to herself that she was somewhat tempted, but the thought of her embarrassing behavior while intoxicated made her hesitate. What if I drink too much? No worries. Tomorrow you can sleep until you wake naturally, Shen Jiayan coaxed step by step. At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao resembled a naive little rabbit, while Shen Jiayan took on the guise of a cunning wolf, unnoticed by her. All right then, just a few sips, Lu Zhao Zhao cheerfully agreed, completely oblivious to the trap she had fallen into. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a slight smile as he poured her a glass of plum wine, the sweet and sour flavor delicate, which she found delightful. They exchanged glasses, and before long, her complexion turned a rosy hue, her eyes becoming hazy. He grasped her waist with one hand while the other supported her gently swaying head, leaning down to meet her gaze, whispering enticingly, "Zhao Zhao, call me husband." Had Lu Zhao Zhao been fully aware at that moment, she would have blushed and playfully chastised him as a charming rogue. Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks brushed against his palm as she tenderly called out, "Husband, brother Jiayan." In this moment, she was already intoxicated, completely oblivious to the flush at Shen Jiayan's eyes and his increasingly labored breaths. He encircled her waist with one arm while the other slipped between her thighs. Lifting her onto the bed, with one hand, he deftly untied the sash of his long robe, then leaned down to capture her crimson lips in a deep, fervent kiss. The passionate intensity of the kiss briefly roused Lu Zhao Zhao from her stupor, prompting her to murmur, "Shen Jiayan." Her soft whisper became the most ardent aphrodisiac in Shen Jiayan's ears. He reached to tug at her garment, and in mere moments, she was left adorned only in a scarlet belly band and delicate undergarments. Amidst a mix of self-mockery and disdain, he pursued her lips with even greater fervor. Chapter 69. Counterattack in the depths of emotion. Lu Zhao Zhao's startled exclamation drew attention, and Shen Jiayan. He lowered his head to kiss her cheek. His voice husky as he murmured, Lu Zhao Zhao, I am here. When Lu Zhao Zhao awakened, it was nearly noon. Rubbing her sore back, she slowly sat up, and the shameful memories of the previous night began to crystallize. Initially, they were merely on the bed, but later he had carried her to the dressing table. Observing the jewelry boxes, which were usually neatly arranged but now lay in disarray, she covered her burning cheeks with her hand and gritted her teeth, cursing, Shen Jiayan, you are doomed. Madam, are you awake? Outside the door, Luli and Jinju exchanged a glance and tentatively inquired. They had clearly heard the commotion from the main house last night, and upon entering to tidy up, they found the place in disarray, though at that time, the madam had already been in a deep slumber in the young master's embrace. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, Lu Zhao Zhao tossed aside the covers and sat on the edge of the bed, her voice hoarse as she said, I am awake. You may come in. Luli gently pushed the door open, while Jinju placed the wash basin aside. With great effort, Lu Zhao Zhao took the damp cloth to wash her face, and Luli instinctively stepped forward to organize the disordered jewelry boxes on the dressing table. The three of them shared a tacit understanding, and none spoke a word. Lu Zhao Zhao was aware of Shen Jiayan's dark intentions, but she had not anticipated that he would deliberately intoxicate her. She tugged at the cloth with force, as if it were the source of her troubles from the previous night. Madam, would you like me to give you a massage? Jinju inquired. Lu Zhao Zhao longed to assert herself and refuse, but she could not comprehend why it was always she who felt exhausted, despite him being the one exerting himself. It seemed profoundly unfair. Choosing silence, Lu Zhao Zhao rose and leaned on a small couch nearby, while Jinju suppressed a laugh and began to knead her back. And Luli went to the small kitchen to prepare lunch. Sister Luli, Mo Jiang approached with a playful grin, glancing around as if wary of being seen. What is it? It had become customary for either Mo Jiang or Mo Han to remain at the courtyard entrance whenever the young master was absent, presumably at his request. Just now, the young master sent word that he was busy with matters at the Dali Temple and would not return in time, instructing the madam to dine without waiting for him. Mo Jiang explained. Understood, Luli replied, then headed toward the small kitchen, aware that the madam was still in a foul mood. Even if the young master returned, he would not fare well. At the Dali Temple, Lu Jinrong observed Shen Jiayan, who was preoccupied with official documents yet occasionally chuckled, clearly distracted. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, Master Shen, if you are truly disinterested in your duties, you might as well return home. Straightening his expression, Shen Jiayan cleared his throat, stating that he had not yet finished his work and would return later. Lu Jinrong snorted lightly, and then continued, since you married Zhao Zhao, you have always rushed home, scarcely able to spare a moment. Why are you dawdling today? Something is amiss. Speak honestly. Did you have a quarrel with Zhao Zhao? Lu Jinrong stood up and inquired with curiosity about his sister. He knew her well. Even if they had quarreled, she would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. No, Shen Jiayan replied softly, his voice lacking conviction. He awkwardly touched his nose, recalling that there had indeed been a commotion last night, although he had restrained himself enough not to truly harm her. The mottled marks on her body served as undeniable evidence, leading him to believe that tonight would not be pleasant. Lu Jinrong pursed his lips in silence, observing Shen Jiayan's submissive demeanor. It was hard to imagine that he had once been indifferent and cold before marriage. In the evening, Shen Jiayan hesitated before returning home. Upon entering, he found Lu Zhao Zhao seated at the round table, where dinner was laid out. He approached her, attempting to appease her by presenting a box, saying, Zhao Zhao, I bought you a hairpin. Do you like it? Lu Zhao Zhao took the box and set it aside, gently suggesting, let us eat first, it will get cold. Noticing that she seemed unfazed, Shen Jiayan did not feel relieved. He sensed that his wife would not easily let him off the hook. Throughout the meal, he ate nervously, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Zhao Zhao's expression, while she savored her food, as she had significant matters to attend to that evening. Liuli and Jinju prepared the bathing water. Madam, the water is ready. You may leave now, she replied softly while combing her hair. Liuli found it peculiar, as she usually attended to the madam's bathing herself. She bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. Lu Zhao Zhao rose naturally to head for the bathing chamber, without exhibiting any unusual behavior, while Shen Jiayan sat on a nearby couch, utterly perplexed, having braced himself for a beating that day. Shen Jiayan, please bring me a handkerchief. Lu Zhao Zhao's soft voice called from within the bathing chamber. Shen Jiayan stood and retrieved a clean handkerchief before entering, only to be greeted by the sight of her subtly alluring figure, with faint red marks lingering from the previous night. His breath caught, and he feigned calmness as he handed her the handkerchief, intending to exit. He feared that any further indiscretion today might prevent him from even entering the main quarters. With a playful smile, Lu Zhao hooked her finger around his clothing and enticingly asked, "Shen Jiayan, would you like to join me?" Shen Jiayan turned back to gaze at her enchanting face, instantly dismissing the events of yesterday. With eyes glimmering, he loosened his garments and embraced her, cradling her face as he leaned down for a deep kiss. His large, slightly trembling hands grasped her waist, and just as everything seemed poised to unfold perfectly, Lu Zhao whispered teasingly in his ear, "Shen Jiayan, I have my period." Seeing the color drain from Shen Jiayan's face, resembling that of a charred pot, Lu Zhao burst into unrestrained laughter. She had discovered her period upon waking that morning. Fortunately, her health was robust, and she felt no discomfort. However, recalling how Shen Jiayan had deliberately intoxicated her the previous night, she could not let this grievance go unpunished. Observing her radiant smile, Shen Jiayan cupped her face and kissed her fervently before resignedly taking the handkerchief to wrap her up and carry her out. Lu Zhao was startled and blushingly exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, you beast." He gently lifted her from the cleansing room and laid her softly on the bed. Turning around, he fetched her a nightgown and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Lu Zhao, what on earth occupies your little mind all day?" With her cheeks flushed, Lu Zhao boldly accepted the garment and retorted, "Who asked you to deliberately ply me with wine yesterday? You deserve it." Shen Jiayan affectionately tousled her hair and replied, "What my lady says is quite right. Do hurry and put on your clothes. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Noticing his demeanor that suggested he was entirely at her mercy, Lu Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. Gazing up at the smile lingering at the corner of his lips, she softly murmured, "Old fox." With a chuckle, Shen Jiayan took a cloth to dry her hair, enveloping her in his embrace. He tenderly rubbed her abdomen, and she sighed contentedly, nestling into his arms and closing her eyes. Chapter 70. Conspiracy. This morning, the matriarch of the Yunyang Marquis, Lady Xiao, passed away due to illness. Madame Wu and Shun Qingyun accompanied Princess Jingru to pay their respects. Within the residence, aside from elder Madame Shun, only Lu Zhao and Lu Yuru were left. Lu Yuru found herself feeling quite bored alone in the courtyard. Following the physician's advice to get some fresh air, she decided to visit Lu Zhao in Zhao Jia courtyard, accompanied by Lru. Upon her arrival, she found Lu Zhao engrossed in painting. Although her embroidery skills were ordinary, she possessed remarkable talent in art. "Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Please, have a seat," Lu Zhao called out warmly, setting aside her brush. Lu Yuru smiled and inquired, "What are you working on, Zhao?" Lu Zhao presented her latest creation, a delicate design, and chuckled softly, "Sister-in-law, my embroidery is quite mediocre. I thought to draw some patterns to prepare clothing for your unborn child." Pregnant women often experience heightened emotions, especially when faced with kindness or grievances. As Lu Yuru beheld the exquisite drawing, clearly crafted with care, her eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, "Thank you, Zhao." Lu Zhao assisted her in taking a seat and had fetch some light refreshments. "Sister-in-law, today mother and second aunt have gone to the Yunyang Marquis to pay their respects, and I do not know when they will return. Please stay for lunch." Lu Yuru did not decline, letting out a soft sigh. "I've heard my mother-in-law speak of Lady Xiao as a remarkable woman. It is indeed a pity." Lu Zhao shared her sentiments, feeling a pang of sorrow. Lady Xiao had shown her great kindness in the past, and she felt compelled to pay her respects. Yet with her recent marriage and her grandmother's poor health, someone had to remain at home. Last winter, when I attended Lady Xiao's birthday celebration with my mother, she was still quite vigorous. At this moment, Lu Zhao's thoughts shifted to Xiao Yuru. Despite their childhood quarrels, there existed a semblance of camaraderie between them. With Lady Xiao's passing, she feared that Xiao Yuru would be left without support. She could only hope that Xiao Yuru would muster the strength to stand up for herself, lest she be bullied by others. Life and death are but the natural order of existence, though the unpredictability of fate remains a constant, Lu Yuru sighed. Shen Jiayan had sent word that he would not return for lunch due to official duties. After Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao finished their meal, they intended to depart. However, a young maid from Lingyun courtyard rushed in, her urgency palpable. Lru gently admonished her, "Speak slowly. Be careful not to disturb the lady and the young master." The maid bowed deeply and reported, "Madam, someone from the Lu family has come to say that your aunt is gravely ill." "What?" Lu Yuru nearly stumbled upon hearing the news. Just a few days prior, her aunt had exchanged letters with her. How could she be so ill? Lu Zhao and Lru quickly steadied her. Lu Yuru composed herself and turned to Lu Zhao. "I must return to the Lu family. Sister-in-law, I will accompany you." She felt a sense of unease about the situation. If Aunt Zhao truly was gravely ill, why had no one come sooner, particularly when the elders were away? In the Bao Mo hall, elder Madame Shun was taken aback as she saw the two women enter with solemn expressions. "What has happened? Grandmother." Someone at home said that my aunt is ill. I wish to return to the Lu family. Lu Yuru spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. Old Madam Shin expressed her concern. Yuru, you are currently with child. What if something were to happen? Grandmother, I assure you I will take utmost care. Please allow me to go back, Lu Yuru implored, aware that her biological mother dared not confront her aunt openly. But she could not be certain of her potential covert schemes. Grandmother, I will accompany my sister-in-law. I will have a maid wait at the door for my brother, so that once he concludes his duties, he can come to escort us to the Lu residence, if that pleases you, Lu Zhao Zhao gently suggested as she supported Lu Yuru. Old Madam Shun, being a mother herself, understood Lu Yuru's sentiments and sighed in concession. Very well, but do take more people with you. If anything arises, send word back. Thank you, grandmother. Lu Yuru quickly bowed in gratitude. Lu Zhao Zhao instructed Liu Li to wait at the entrance for Xin Jiaqin and Xin Jiayan, while she took Zhuanju and accompanied Lu Yuru onto the carriage bound for the Lu residence. At the Lu residence, Lu Yueying sat beside Madame Lu and softly inquired, Mother, do you believe this plan will succeed? Madame Lu patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. Your uncle Shun has promised that as long as you remain in the Duke of Huguo's residence, she will find a way to assist you. Even if the esteemed Princess Jingru holds significant power, marriage ultimately rests upon the will of the parents and matchmakers. Mother, if it becomes known what has transpired these past 2 years, Lu Yueying began. But Madame Lu raised her hand to cover her mouth and glanced around before whispering, Weiying, remember that nothing has happened these past 2 years. You were merely rescued by kind-hearted people. Jia Chen has a good heart. Once the deed is done, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Mother, I understand. Lu Yueying nodded. Her father, concerned about his reputation, seemed unwilling to recognize her as his daughter. Without employing some cunning, her future would be irrevocably ruined. Madam, the second young lady has returned, a maid announced at the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu straightened her posture and, assuming the demeanor of the head of the household, called out, Let her in. Madam, the wife of the heir from the Duke of Huguo's residence has also arrived, the maid added, lowering her head. Both Madame Lu and Lu Yueying were momentarily taken aback, realizing that today, both Wu Shi and Princess Jingru had gone to the residence of Marquis Wu Xuan, and they had sent for Lu Yuru to return. However, they had not anticipated that Lu Zhao Zhao would accompany her. Her prominent background and formidable temperament made her not easily trifled with or deceived. Madame Lu held Lu Yueying's hand tightly and rose to greet them. Ah, Yuru has returned. And the heir's wife is here as well. Come in and sit. She spoke warmly, as if the tumultuous events of the past few days had never transpired. Mother, I have returned today to visit my aunt. Where is she? Lu Yuru inquired, having already visited Zhao Yinyang's quarters, only to find her absent. Yuru, you must be cautious during your pregnancy. Do not risk disturbing the child. Although Zhao Yinyang is ill, she is no longer in grave condition. The doctor advised her to rest, and I have arranged for her to be in a quieter place, Madame Lu concluded, delicately covering her lips with a handkerchief. Lu Yurua is a woman of keen intellect. Upon hearing her words, one could discern that her aunt must be relatively unscathed. Yet, given that she had deceived her into returning to the manor, it was evident she had ulterior motives. Lu Yurua spoke candidly, Mother, please feel free to express your thoughts directly. Madame Lu glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao, loosening her grip on Lu Yurua's arm as she softly remarked, Elder sister, I shall await you over here. With that, she stepped back a few paces. Although the distance rendered their conversation inaudible, their gestures remained visible. With a smile, Madame Lu continued, Yurua, as you are now with child and lack a close companion, would it not be agreeable to have your elder sister accompany you to the Duke of Gu's residence? Upon hearing this, Lu Yurua scoffed in derision, realizing how transparently self-serving the proposal was. What if I refuse to consent? She inquired, raising her gaze. Chapter 71. Intent Yuro. You are aware that Aunt Zhao has always been in poor health. As a human, consuming the grains of the earth, who is free from illness. Would you not agree? The underlying threat within Lady Lu's words was unmistakable. Liu Ro tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. Her aunt was her father's favored concubine. Although her elder aunt wished to exert control, this matter ultimately remained within the confines of family affairs. While she would not dare to take her aunt's life, there were means to torment her if she so desired. Since Lu Yueying was so intent on entering the residence, she would oblige her. Mother, you are indeed correct. Being with child, I cannot be without companionship. Since elder sister wishes to care for me, I shall graciously accept her offer. When Liu Ro lifted her head again, her expression bore a gentle smile, reminiscent of the docile second young lady of the Lu family. Yu Ro, you are right to think this way. Who could be closer than your own sister? Lady Lu implied knowingly. Lu Zhao Zhao, observing Lady Lu's elation at her schemes bearing fruit, furrowed her brow, sensing that ill intentions were afoot. But mother, You know that my greatest concern now is Aunt Zhao. If anything were to befall her, I would have no further reservations. Lu Yuro spoke earnestly. Lady Lu was completely absorbed in the joy of her successful machinations, envisioning her daughter as the illustrious wife of a noble house. She promptly assured, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of your aunt." "Where is my aunt?" "I wish to see her now," she declared. "Someone, take the second young lady to see Aunt Zhao," Lady Lu said with a smile. A young maid from the Lu residence led the way, followed by Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro. "Zhao Zhao. She has instructed me to take Lu Yuing back to the residence," Lu Yuro whispered. She longed to live free from their threats, desiring a life as carefree as Zhao Zhao's. Lu Zhao Zhao responded quietly. "I knew she harbored no good intentions. Sister-in-law, it is better to keep the enemy in sight than to let them lurk in the shadows." Lu Yuro turned and smiled. "I share your sentiment. Since she is intent on pursuing me, I shall indulge her wishes. It remains to be seen if she will be satisfied." Aunt Zhao had been placed in a secluded courtyard by Lady Lu. Upon seeing Lu Yuro, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and asked, "Yuro, what brings you back? Aunt, how's your health?" Lu Yuro inquired with concern, noticing Aunt Zhao's slightly haggard complexion. "I am well, just recovering from a recent chill. It is of no consequence now. But you must take care of yourself. How is Jiaqin treating you?" Aunt Zhao, by nature, was not one to compete or harbor enmity. She felt a deep sense of guilt regarding her daughter, had it not been for her own status. Yuro would not have faced such indignities, for her daughter was equally gifted in beauty and talent. "Mother, I am well," she replied softly. As Aunt Zhao focused solely on conversing with her daughter, she finally noticed Lu Zhao Zhao behind Lu Yuro. Observing her exquisite appearance and elegant attire, she tentatively asked, "Yuro, who is this?" Lu Yuro gently took Lu Zhao's hand and introduced her. "Aunt, this is Jiayan's wife." Lu Zhao slightly bowed and softly said, "Greetings, Aunt." Zhao Annie appeared both flattered and taken aback. Even Lu Wing would not show such courtesy towards her, nor would she ever display a semblance of warmth. She quickly waved her hand and replied, "Lady of the Air, I am merely an aunt, unworthy of your respectful address." "Aunt, you are my elder as the mother of my sister-in-law," Lu Zhao said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I believe you have matters to discuss with Aunt, so I shall wait for you at the door." "Zhao Zhao, thank you," Lu Yuru responded. As Zhao Aunt watched Lu Zhao's retreating figure, she mused that this must be the epitome of a true noble lady, gracious and composed, never overbearing. She recalled her initial concern when she learned that Lord Shen intended to wed a girl from the Yunyang Marquis. After all, a legitimate daughter of a prestigious family and a lowly official's daughter living under the same roof could lead to distress if one were to misuse their power. "Aunt, what are you pondering?" Lu Yuru inquired, noticing her distraction. "Ah, nothing, do sit down. You must take care of yourself during your pregnancy." "Yuru, what brings you back so suddenly?" Zhao Aunt was perceptive and wise, had it not been for someone reporting from within the estate. The Duke of the Protectorate would never have allowed a pregnant woman to return. Lu Yuru grasped Zhao Aunt's hands, meeting her gaze earnestly, and asked, "Aunt, would you be willing to leave the Lu residence and live with me and the child?" Zhao Aunt was startled, not by the first part of the statement, but by the latter. "Yuru, what has transpired between you and Jiaqin? Why such a thought?" Lu Yuru did not wish to conceal the truth from her. It was better she hear it from her than learn of it through others and worry. "Aunt, the other day, the lady of the house took my elder sister to the Duke of the Protectorate's residence. She wishes for Xin Jiaqin to take Lu Weiying as a secondary wife." "What did you say?" Zhao Aunt exclaimed, rising in shock. The idea of sisters sharing a husband was utterly ridiculous. How could they be so shameless? "Today, the lady sent someone to the Duke's residence, claiming you were gravely ill to bring me back, merely to create an opportunity for Lu Weiying to enter the Duke's household," Lu Yuru said calmly. "Yuru, you must not agree to this. You have finally conceived, and Jiaqin is a rare and excellent match. How could you willingly relinquish him?" Zhao An had only Lu Yuru as her daughter. Despite others mocking her for having a seemingly useless daughter, she cherished her deeply and believed her daughter to be no less than a son. If Xin Jiaqin were truly unworthy, despite his high status, she would not covet him. "Aunt, I understand that by status, I have elevated myself beyond him. Yet I do not wish to live my life in constant caution. Rather than that, I would prefer to be free and unencumbered," she said, a smile unwittingly gracing her face as she spoke. Aunt Zhao observed that her resolve seemed firm, and she sighed softly, saying, "Yuro, you are a wise child, and you possess strong convictions. These years, I have been a burden to you. From now on, live according to your own heart, regardless of the decisions you make. I will support you and stand by your side. I merely hope that you can extend a chance to Jiaqin and also to yourself." With reddened eyes, Lu Yuro embraced Aunt Zhao and whispered, "Thank you, Aunt." Aunt Zhao gently patted her back. "Big sister, The elder brother has arrived, Lu Zhao Zhao, who had been admiring the flowers in the pavilion, called out as she noticed the hurried steps of Xinjiachen and Xinjiayan approaching. Second sister-in-law, where is Yuro? Xinjiachen inquired, his voice tinged with concern as he approached without sighting Lu Yuro. She is in the inner room, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, gesturing toward the inner chamber. Xinjiayan grasped her hand and pulled her close, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, your courage seems to be growing bolder by the day. Do you dare to venture anywhere alone? They wouldn't dare to confront us. Besides, I have brought pearls with me, she said proudly. Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion outside, Aunt Zhao quickly released Lu Yuro and softly urged, Yuro, you should head back now. Chapter 72. Entering the manor, Lu Yuro emerged from the manor alongside Aunt Zhao. Upon seeing her safe and sound, Xinjiachen let out a sigh of relief and promptly bent forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Greetings, mother-in-law. Aunt Zhao nodded gently, raising her hand to pat Lu Yurua's. Yurua, take care of yourself. Xinjiachen extended his hand to support her. But Lu Yurua instinctively attempted to push him away. However, upon noticing Aunt Zhao's worried gaze, she suppressed her impulse and softly replied, Aunt Zhao, I shall return now. Please take care of your health, and if you feel unwell, do send word to me. Very well, do return quickly. Xinjiachen assisted her out of the courtyard. Lu Yurua, glancing at his hand that held hers, said in a subdued tone, Release me, I can walk on my own. Hearing her indifferent tone and detached expression, Xinjiachen felt as though his heart was gripped by a large hand, initially breathless, followed by an overwhelming pain. He pondered over the past 2 years, wondering if she, too, had experienced such sorrow with him. Regret and remorse flooded his mind. As Lu Yurua noticed his hand gradually loosening, she intended to step aside. Yet, Xinjiachen suddenly pulled her back into his embrace. Lowering his voice, he said, Yurua, you are with child. I must ensure your well-being. Lu Zhao Zhao and Xinjiayan, who were behind them, overheard their conversation. She couldn't help but smirk, thinking that if emotional intelligence were a criterion, perhaps her sister-in-law would hesitate to marry him. Indeed, Lu Yurua did not seem pleased by his words. She pushed his hand away, and Levi quickly steadied her. I can take care of the child. You need not worry. With that, she made her way toward the entrance. Yurua, that is not my intention. Xinjiayan observed Xinjiachen's expression, caught between words and silence, and chuckled softly. He turned to embrace Lu Zhao Zhao, speaking gently, My lady, let us return home. This left Xinjiachen standing alone, exhaling a sigh, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have acted differently from the start. It was his own fault. Yet if Yurua wished for a separation, he would never agree. Lu Weiying had long since donned her attire, waiting at the entrance of Lu Manor, her personal maid, Hong Ling, carrying a bundle. Upon seeing Lu Yurua, she initially intended to assert her elder sister's authority. However, upon noticing the company behind her, she swiftly altered her demeanor, smiling as she addressed her. Second sister, being with child, you must inevitably miss your family. Mother specifically instructed me to accompany you and to look after Jichen. I recall mother stating that you were to enter the manor to care for me. Moreover, you ought to address him as brother-in-law, Lu Yurua replied. Her tone measured as she adjusted her hairpin. Lu Weiying paused, clenching her fists within her sleeves, forcing a smile as she conceded, You are correct, second sister. I misspoke. At this moment, Xinjiachen understood. The eldest daughter of the Lu family intended to accompany them to the duke's residence. It was, after all, reasonable for a sister to care for her pregnant sibling. However, given their previous engagement, Lu Yurua's disdain for him was evident. If the eldest daughter were to linger in the residence, Lu Yurua would likely become even more distant. Eldest sister, you remain unwed. Should word of this spread, it may tarnish your reputation, Xinjiachen suggested, feeling the need to amend his words. Brother-in-law, what I have to say about reputation now? My younger sister is pregnant, and I wish to take care of her, allowing me, as the elder sister, to show my concern. As she spoke, she raised her hand to dab at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. Xinjiayan clicked his tongue, lowering his head and speaking unabashedly to Lu Zhao Zhao. Isn't this far more captivating than the novels you read? Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement, chuckling lightly. Indeed it is. Lu Weiying, overhearing their whispered conversation, felt her teeth nearly grind to dust in frustration. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. Marrying Xinjiachen was her only escape. Once she became his wife, she would have ample time to deal with Lu Zhao Zhao, for the elder sister would be like a mother to her. It was I who consented to her entering the residence, Lu Yuru said, looking up, rather than allowing her to remain in the Lu household, where she could conspire with Madame Lu against my aunt. It is better to keep her close at hand. Xinjiachen opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He extended his hand to assist Lu Yuru, whispering, Let us get into the carriage. This time, Lu Yuru did not refuse. She placed her hand on her belly and climbed into the carriage. Shin Jiayan lifted Lu Zhao Zhao inside and then turned towards the horses. Not even casting a glance at Lu Yueying, she turned to Shin Jiaqin with a pitiful expression. Brother-in-law, could you lend me a hand? Men and women should maintain their distance. The carriage has footrests. You may manage on your own, Shin Jiaqin replied before walking away. Lu Yueying, in a fit of anger, tossed her handkerchief aside and boarded the carriage. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru sat on one side, ignoring her completely. Observing the slight protrusion of Lu Yuru's belly, Lu Yueying suppressed the malice in her eyes. All of this should have belonged to her. At the Duke of the Protectorate's residence. Upon learning that Lu Yuru had returned to the Lu household, Wu Shi was in a state of frantic agitation. Were it not for Princess Jingruo's intervention, she would have rushed to the Lu residence by now. Sister-in-law, although Madame Lu is not a benevolent character, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly, especially with Zhao Zhao by her side. Jiaqin and Jiayan are also present. You needn't worry, Princess Jingru reassured her. Wu Shi sat down, lifting her teacup and taking a hasty sip, her face filled with indignation. Elder sister-in-law, I am merely anxious. Just thinking about how she came to our door the other day fills me with dread. I fear she has devised another cunning plan, choosing to strike while we are away. Princess Jingru pondered thoughtfully as they spoke. Just then, Lu Zhao Zhao and the others entered. Wu Shi immediately rose, grasping Lu Yuru's hand. Yuru, are you all right? How is your mother? Mother is fine. My aunt merely caught a chill. The servants exaggerated the situation, she replied softly. That is good to hear. Wu Shi looked up and, upon seeing Lu Yueying behind Shin Jiaqin, immediately adopted a stern demeanor, asking in a low voice, Miss Lu, what brings you here? Greetings. Your Highness, Lu Yueying said, bowing. Greetings, Aunt. Aunt, I admit my wrongdoing from a few days ago. I sincerely regret it. Please do not hold a grudge against me. My younger sister is pregnant, and as her elder sister, I wish to extend my care. I hope you will grant me this. Her words were heartfelt, yet none present believed her, nor did anyone reciprocate her sentiments. Princess Jingru rose and made her way toward the door. As she passed by Lu Yueying, she paused, slightly turned her head, and coldly remarked, Miss Lu, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. I advise you to take heed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying broke into a cold sweat, gripping her hands tightly to compel herself to remain calm, adhering diligently to the princess's counsel. Aunt, we should take our leave as well, Lu Zhao Zhao softly suggested. Good child, rest well when you return. My heartfelt thanks for today, the princess replied. As they exited the courtyard, they spotted Princess Jingru standing not far away. Lu Zhao Zhao quickly approached her, intertwining her arm with the princess's and gently inquired, Mother, did you encounter the eldest daughter of the Zhao family today? Is she? Well, Princess Jingru sighed softly and replied, Indeed, I did see her. That child is quite pitiable. Her mother passed away early, and the Marquis of Wushuan shows no concern. It is the old lady Xiao who has raised her single-handedly. And now she finds herself without a single ally. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. If one were to consider their acquaintance, it seemed to predate even her friendship with Jianing. They had played together in their youth. When had things begun to change? It appeared that it was only after the passing of the Marquis of Wushuan's wife that Xiao Yuru's temperament underwent such a profound transformation. Chapter 73. A bustling scene as Shin Jiayan emerged from the cleansing chamber. He beheld Lu Zhao Zhao seated on the bed, hugging her knees in a state of contemplation. Noticing her delicate, fair feet peeking out, he approached and gently grasped one, the coolness of her skin causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He then draped a nearby blanket over her. Sitting beside her, he wrapped an arm around her and softly inquired, What occupies your thoughts? She sighed. You speak of Xiao Yuro, whose troublesome nature is well known. How shall she fare now that old Madame Xiao is no longer here? Are you not the one who looked down upon that Xiao girl? Why do you now express concern for her? Shin Jiayan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment at his words, Lu Zhao Zhao reflected on her rivalry with Xiao Yuro, yet she realized that to others, she and Shin Jiayan might appear equally mismatched, especially considering she was now his wife. I am not concerned for her at all, she retorted defiantly. He chuckled softly as he held her closer, reassuring her, Do not worry, for the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is the legitimate wife. The Marquis of Wushuan would not dare to treat her harshly. Let us hope that is the case, Lu Zhao murmured, nuzzling against his chest. She was indeed weary. Their household had recently welcomed a meddlesome aunt, followed closely by the scheming Lu Yueying, making their days quite lively. Upon entering the household, Lu Yueying ostensibly came to care for her pregnant sister, yet she frequently lavished attention on her brother-in-law, Shin Jiaqing, under the pretense of concern. Lu Yuru remained oblivious, merely instructing Ilza to keep a vigilant eye on Lu Yueying, ensuring she did not encroach upon her possessions. Shin Jiaqing found her attentions utterly distasteful. He had seen through her fade and recognized that she was neither naive nor kind-hearted. Jiayan was correct. There might be more to her disappearance years ago than met the eye. However, he bore a grudging resentment towards other women vying for his wife's affection. Yet he could only wallow in self-pity, seeking sympathy as he lingered in the main quarters, while Lu Yuru remained indifferent to his efforts. That evening, Lu Yuru sat on the bed, engrossed in a book, the candlelight casting a gentle glow upon her features. As the old adage goes, arguments at the head of the bed lead to reconciliation at the foot. Shun Jiaqing felt a stir of ambition. He first tenderly caressed her slightly protruding belly. Lu Yuru, initially thinking he wished to feel the child, said nothing. However, after a while, she sensed his hand moving upward and turned to him, her expression one of incredulity. What do you think you are doing? Shun Jiaqing awkwardly touched his nose and replied in a hushed tone, I consulted the physician, and he said after 3 months. It would be permissible. Lu Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of restraint, she could no longer hold back and, trembling, pointed to the door. Uttering her first curse, get out. Yuru, please do not be angry. I shall do nothing. Let us just go to sleep, he said, attempting to embrace her. In response, Lu Yuru seized the nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Seeing this, Shun Jiaqing quickly capitulated, Yuru, do not be angry. I shall leave. After speaking, she hastily rose from the bed and, glancing back thrice, exited the main chamber. Lu Yuru watched the closed door, her anger prompting her to hurl his pillow forcefully onto the floor. Vio, stationed at the door for the night watch, overheard the commotion within with clarity. She recalled how, in the past, her lady would prepare bird's nest soup, yet the young master would refuse to return to the main chamber. Now, the roles had reversed. With the lady sending him away, the tides of fortune had indeed turned. This thought brought her a sense of satisfaction, though she maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing slightly. Young master. Shun Jiaqing cleared his throat softly and replied, I have official duties to attend to in the study. Please take good care of the lady. Yes, young master. Via suppressed her amusement. In the study, Shun Jiaqing looked at the already settled official matters and couldn't help but chuckle softly. At least his lady had acknowledged him today. The following day, Lu Yuru intended to pay her respects to the old Madam Shen. Lu Weiying insisted on accompanying her, and Lu Yuru said nothing, allowing her to go. Today, the Bao Mo hall was particularly lively. Upon entering, Lu Yuru bowed, Greetings, grandmother. Greetings, old madam. Lu Weiying followed suit, offering her respects. Old Madam Shen glanced at Lu Weiying without comment, then said, Yuru, rise and sit. Given your condition, there is no need for such formalities. Grandmother, it is no trouble. Lu Yuru replied with a faint smile, rising to sit beside Lu Zhao Zhao. The two exchanged a smile, leaving Lu Weiying somewhat uncomfortable in the middle. Shen Qingyun, wearing a cheerful expression, chimed in, quickly, fetch a chair for Miss Lu. She is the elder sister of our esteemed young mistress. How can you lack such awareness? The maidservants of Bao Mo Hall glanced at old Madam Shun's expression, and seeing no objections, they brought a chair to the end. Lu Weiying suppressed her discontent and bowed. Thank you, old madam. Thank you, and after Lu Weiying was seated, Shen Qingjun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuru, who appeared calm and composed, and leisurely remarked, Mother, do you see how well-educated and sensible Miss Lu is? She would be a perfect match for our Jiachuan, yet alas, fate is capricious. Qingyun, do not dwell on the past, old Madam Shen interjected. Shen Qingjun quickly feigned concern towards Lu Yuru, saying, Yuru, please do not take offense. My aunt merely feels a sense of regret, being somewhat straightforward in her speech without malice. Holding her teacup, Lu Yuru took a delicate sip, placed it down gently, and replied indifferently, It is nothing. Aunt, you have been straightforward more than once. Shen Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, and Wusher chuckled, saying, Qingyun, since you admire Miss Lu so much, why not have her as your daughter-in-law? It is said that a girl 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Though I wonder if Miss Lu would agree? Lu Weiying immediately lowered her head in silence. Her intention was to marry the son of the Duke of Gua, not the offspring of a disgraced minister. Besides, Gu Changjun appeared to be nothing more than a frivolous wastrel. Upon hearing this, Gu Changjun's eyes brightened. Although the young lady of the Lu family did not possess the beauty of Lu Zhao Zhao, she was still a charming woman. Having encountered countless individuals, he could instantly discern that a person like her would likely be quite promiscuous in the boudoir. He had no genuine intention of marrying her. A dalliance would suffice. Sister-in-law, you jest. Changjun is still young. Matters of courtship are not yet on the horizon. Though Shen Qingyun had fallen from grace and relied entirely on her maternal family, she did not perceive it that way. In her eyes, no girl outside the realm of nobility was worthy of her son. Qingyun. Shen Qingyun detected a hint of anger in the old matriarch's voice and promptly fell silent. After all, there was no rush regarding this matter. If she were to suffer, no one else would find solace. Matriarch, please do not be angry. All the blame lies with Yuang. Do not hold it against my aunt any longer. Lu Yuying said pitifully, her head lowered. Miss Lu, cease this weeping and posturing. The Duke of the Protectorate's household does not entertain such antics, Princess Jean Grew admonished coldly. Lu Yuying immediately fell silent, frightened. Lu Zhao Zhao smirked lightly, pondering how Lu Yuying had developed such an air reminiscent of the brothel. Chapter 74. A candid revelation. As Princess Jean Grew began to speak, neither Shen Qingyun nor Lu Yuying dared to utter a word. The old matriarch Shen smiled with satisfaction and gently remarked, Jean Grew, in a couple of days, we shall go to Qian Temple to offer our prayers. I must trouble you with the affairs of the household. Each year, the matriarch led the women of the Huwood Duke's residence on a pilgrimage to the outskirts of the capital, seeking blessings for the prosperity of their lineage and the enduring strength of their family. Rest assured, Mother, Princess Jean Grew replied nonchalantly. The matriarch then turned her gaze towards Lu Yuying, who was gently cradling her stomach. Yuying, you have just stabilized your pregnancy. Take good care of yourself. Do not worry. Grandmother, I understand, Lu Yuying responded softly. As everyone exited the Baoma Hall, Shen Qingyun stormed off in a huff, while Gu Yuying, after offering a courteous bow, hurriedly followed. Yu Changjun passed by Lu Yuying with a smirk that was half a smile, prompting her to clench her handkerchief tightly. Sister-in-law, she hasn't caused any trouble, has she? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly, linking arms with Lu Yuying. Lu Yuying gently shook her head, replying, do not fret. I can handle this. Having endured the disdain of concubine Zhao since childhood, Lu Yuying possessed an acute understanding of human nature. Perhaps 3 Lu Yuyings combined would not match her insight. Upon witnessing her composed demeanor, Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and nodded, leading Liu Li and Jinju towards Zhao Zhao Courtyard. Lu Yuying returned to Lingyun Courtyard with Lu Yuying. At that moment, Shen Zhechen had yet to return from court. She shed her pretense and boldly seated herself on the small couch, unabashedly stating, Lu Yuying, you must know the reason for my arrival at the residence. Lu Yuying sat beside her, stifling a laugh. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly audacious, openly vying for another's husband without a trace of shame. Sister, I truly wish to ask why you would marry Shen Jiachen despite such disregard for your reputation. Surely, there are other men in the world. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yuying's eyes before she replied, he is my husband by fate. I have feelings for him. What is wrong with that? Besides, as sisters, we shall stand on equal footing and support each other in the future. Is that not acceptable? Elru clenched her fists tightly, wishing to strike her out of sheer frustration, yet fearing the repercussions for her mistress. How could a legitimate daughter of a prestigious family display such a lack of decency? Sister, as long as Shen Jiachen agrees, I shall immediately seek a divorce. Lu Yuying said casually. If he were willing to let her go, she would take her mother and child to a place where no one knew them, allowing for a happy resolution. Suddenly, the door burst open with a forceful bang, revealing Shen Jiachen, his face dark with anger. Lu Yuying rose gracefully from the couch and spoke in a soothing tone, Jiachen, do not be upset. My younger sister is merely being forthright. Get out. He bellowed, his voice laced with barely contained fury, not sparing her a single glance. Lu Yuying turned to see Lu Yuying sitting calmly on the couch, and a malicious thought crossed her mind. How delightful it would be if Shen Jiachen, in his anger, directed his wrath towards her, resulting in a loss of the child. Elru, sensing the tension, instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Yuying, whispering, Elru, please leave. Reluctantly, Elru retreated, glancing back with concern. Her heart racing as she strained to hear the unfolding events within, ready to intervene should Shen Jiachen lay a hand on her mistress. Shen Jiachen approached her step by step, his voice hoarse as he uttered, Yuruo, must you persist in this manner? She slowly lifted her gaze, a hint of yearning in her voice as she inquired, what if I say yes? Humans are not mere wood and grass, who can be devoid of feelings. During those past 2 years, she had bared her heart to him with sincerity, yet he had never offered even a fraction of a response. Though she had never received his affections, it did not mean she did not desire them. Upon hearing her reply, Shen Jiachen's eyes brimmed with anguish. And just when she thought he would depart in anger, his eyes gradually reddened. He trembled as he reached out to touch her. But upon witnessing the reluctance in her eyes, he slowly withdrew his hand to his sides and, with a quaking voice, implored, Yuruo, I beg you, do not leave me. Please. Seeing him on the verge of breaking, Lu Yuruo felt a tumult of emotions within her. Truth be told, she cared for him deeply. Yet she no longer dared to draw closer. The coldness he had shown in the past had instilled a profound fear in her. Why must it be so? A parting that leaves both parties free to find joy would surely suffice, she murmured softly. Yuruo, I am sorry. I know I was wrong before. I only ask for another chance, please. He knelt on one knee, burying his head at her feet in earnest supplication. Lu Yuruo felt the warmth of tears on her legs, struggling to believe. He was crying. Yuruo, have you forgotten those agonizing nights? A voice within her questioned. Indeed, today she forgave him, but what of the suffering she had endured? Shinjiachen, I am weary and wish to rest, Lu Yurua stated as she gently pushed him away. He rose and assisted her to her feet, softly declaring, Yurua, I shall never again let you down. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Lu Yurua paused, bowing her head to tenderly caress her belly, whispering, should I trust your father once more? Shinjiachen exited Lingyun courtyard and directly entered Lu Weiying's chamber. She hurriedly approached him, asking, has something happened to my younger sister? Though her words were of concern, the excitement in her eyes betrayed her. He grimaced in distaste, his voice low and firm. Miss Lu, I care not for your reasons for accompanying Yurua back to the residence, but I must make it clear that in this lifetime, I shall have only Lu Yurua as my wife. Not even a concubine shall I entertain. Lu Weiying observed this man before her, seemingly different from the gentle youth she had known 2 years prior. With reddened eyes, she implored, Jiaqin, do our pasts mean nothing to you? What past? He retorted coldly. Our union was merely a matter of parental arrangement. There was no affection involved. You lie. Who in this household does not know that although you have married Lu Yurua, your heart remains distant? Dare you claim you harbor no feelings for me? Lu Weiying exclaimed, her agitation palpable. At her words, Shinjiachen felt a deeper pang of sorrow. How much scorn had Yurua endured these past 2 years? He truly deserved condemnation. Miss Lu, do you know how Lady Lu spoke of you after your disappearance? She claimed you vanished while praying for me. Throughout these years, I have thought of you, but it was guilt, nothing more. Moreover, the reasons for your disappearance that day and your whereabouts over the past 2 years are known solely to you. I have expressed all I wish to convey. The rest is your concern. As Shinjiachen turned to leave, a thought struck him, causing him to pause and speak without facing her. I was already aware that you sought out Jiayin before your marriage. Do you understand why I am indifferent? It is because I harbor no affection for you. Your feelings for another are of no consequence to me. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, and her maid rushed to assist her. Clutching the maid's hand tightly, she ground her teeth and said, Hongling, he said he has known all along. Did you hear that? Ha. Very well, Shinjiachen, Lu Yuru, Shinjiayin, Lu Zhao Zhao, none of you shall have peace. Hongling's wrist was bruised from her grip, and she longed to inquire how this matter concerned the young lady of the house. However, upon witnessing Lu Weiying's growing madness, she quickly urged, Miss, perhaps we should let this go and return home. Why should I? I am the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. I am the one who deserves to be in that position. Chapter 75, The Transaction, recalling Gu Changjuan's roving gaze upon her earlier that day. She struggled to rise and hurried into the house. Grabbing a pen, she hastily composed a letter and handed it to Hongling, instructing, go to the Yilan courtyard. Deliver this to young Master Gu, and ensure no one else sees it. My lady, is this truly appropriate? Hongling replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she clutched the letter. Go, she asserted, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, my lady. With a resigned bow, Hongling tucked the letter away and retreated. In the Yilan courtyard, Gu Chajun found himself languishing in idleness, confined within the Duke's residence for days, yearning for a diversion. A servant approached, bearing a letter, and said, Young master, there's a letter for you. Whose letter? He asked, impatience creeping into his tone. It was delivered by a maidservant from Miss Lu. The servant replied, head bowed. At this, Gu Changjuan's smile widened as he hastened to open the letter. It read, a matter of importance requires your assistance, young Master Gu. Should you be inclined to lend your aid, a generous reward awaits you. Await my signal at the hour of the night, Lu Weiying. Upon finishing the letter, a lewd grin spread across his face. He had suspected that Miss Lu was not a paragon of virtue. It seemed she was eagerly approaching him. After all, who would refuse an opportunity that presented itself so readily? He tossed the letter aside with nonchalance, eager to discover the extent of her promised reward. In the dead of night, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Gu Changjun cautiously surveyed the area before stealthily exiting the Yilan courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by Gu Weiying, who was engrossed in her writing. She silently followed him until she witnessed his entrance into Lu Weiying's courtyard. With a cold smirk, she turned back towards the Yilan courtyard, realizing that someone was courting disaster. Finding the courtyard deserted, Gu Changjun boldly entered the main chamber. There sat Lu Weiying, her hair disheveled and adorned in sheer garments, facing away from him. Gu Changjuan's throat went dry with greed as he approached, wrapping his arms around her and hastily pressing his lips against hers. Lu Weiying raised her hand in protest, coyly murmuring, Young Master Gu, please don't. Gu Changjun was unwilling to entertain her protests, roughly tearing at her silk garment. The sight of her fair skin ignited a fervor within him, and though Lu Weiying had initiated this encounter, she was determined not to lose both her dignity and her virtue. She quickly shielded her exposed skin, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, Young Master Gu, seeing her play hard to get only incited Gu Changjuan's derision. Miss Lu, you summoned me here under the cloak of night, yet now you feign the modesty of a virtuous woman. Do you not find your behavior laughable? Lu Weiying recognized the blatant humiliation in his words, yet her fury had consumed her sense of self. She yearned for the downfall of those who had wronged her. Lifting her gaze, she adopted a seductive demeanor, placing her hand gently on his chest and inching closer. Young Master Gu, if you agree to collaborate with me, not only will I be yours, but so too shall Lu Zhao Zhao fall into your grasp. Is that truly the case? He mused, excitement flickering across his features at the thought of Lu Zhao Zhao's stunning beauty. Seeing his reaction, Lu Weiying secretly reveled in delight. Curious to witness the composure of the noble lady when she found herself in a compromising position. Of course, what terms shall we discuss for our collaboration? Gu Changjuan's hands roamed freely over her body. In a few days, old Madame Shan would take the ladies of the household to Qian Temple. Help me find some people to abduct Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao Zhao at Qian Temple. I do not wish for their lives, but rather for their reputations to be utterly destroyed. As she spoke, her hands had already ensnared his neck. Is that all you desire? Gu Changjun inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. I also want you to seize the opportunity to take down Shin Jichen. I aspire to be the grand lady of the Duke's residence. She whispered, you asked me to assist you with such numerous tasks. What do you intend to offer me in return tonight? Gu Changjuan's expression turned lewd as he contemplated the prospect of her marrying Shin Jiachen, while Lu Zhao Zhao would be the wife of Shin Jiayan. He would effectively have bedded the women of both brothers, regardless of their prowess in the court. They would have to bear this green hat. The thought thrilled him immensely. I am at your mercy, my lord. Upon hearing this, Gu Changjun swiftly lifted her and tossed her onto the bed, having been devoid of tenderness for days. His actions were devoid of any compassion. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of a woman's cries and some unmentionable curses. In the courtyard, only Lu Weiying and Hongling remained. As Hongling listened to the commotion from the main house, though she was yet unmarried, her service to the master and mistress had taught her the nature of such occurrences. Fear gripped her as she clutched her handkerchief tightly. The eldest young lady had truly lost her mind to dare commit such vile acts within the Duke's residence. After about an hour, the noises gradually ceased, and through the window, Hongling saw Gu Changjun stagger out. Hongling, a hoarse voice called from within the main house. Despite her trepidation, Hongling steeled herself and approached the main house, where she was met with a disheveled bed. Lu Weiying's once fair skin was marred with bruises and marks resembling bites and grips, a terrifying sight that spoke volumes of the assailant's utter lack of mercy. Eldest Miss, Hongling quavered. Lu Weiying struggled to rise, grabbing her tightly and fixating her gaze upon her. Hongling, if you dare speak of today's events, both you and your parents will meet a fate worse than death. Do you understand? Terrified, Hongling fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. I dare not. I dare not. I beseech the eldest miss to spare my life and that of my family. Lu Weiying looked down at the mottled marks on her body, gripping the bedclothes tightly. Lu Yuru, Lu Zhao Zhao, today's humiliation is all because of you. One day, you shall taste the same bitterness. Go prepare water, and at dawn, procure a dose of contraceptive medicine from the apothecary. Ensure no one discovers it. Understood? Understood. Hongling, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away from the main house, leaving Lu Weiying alone, broken, upon the bed, having been treated like a courtesan by Gu Changjun. Gu Changjun returned to a lawn courtyard, reclining on his bed as he savored the sensations from earlier. Lu Weiying had proven to be quite agreeable. It was a pity she was a second-hand item. No wonder she was so audacious. Today, Lu Weiying claimed she would assist him in winning over Lu Zhao Zhao, whose allure undoubtedly surpassed hers by countless degrees. With this thought, he drifted into a blissful slumber, unaware of the impending doom he was courting. Gu Weiying stood by the window, slightly tilting her head to gaze at the radiant moon. On her desk lay a letter. Lu Weiying's clandestine dealings with Gu Changjun must surely serve a purpose. What could their true intentions be? This matter, once it involved Gu Changjun, inevitably implicated Shin Qingyun, and she was certain that retribution for Shin Qingyun would soon be at hand. Mother, please wait a little longer. I shall avenge you, Gu Weiying murmured, gripping the jade pendant tightly in her hand. Chapter 76, Blessings in Zhaojia Courtyard. Shin Jiayan gazed at the exuberant Lu Zhao Zhao, who was busily packing her bags, and with a hint of jealousy remarked, Lu Zhao Zhao, you haven't seen me for 2 days. Do you truly not miss me? We see each other every day. What's a few days more? Lu Zhao Zhao casually dismissed him, not pausing in her task. Being inherently restless, she relished the opportunity to venture out, even if it meant merely going to pay respects at a temple. Upon hearing her words, Shin Jiayan pulled her into his embrace, planting several teasing kisses on her lips. I wonder who it was that pursued me relentlessly before marriage, only to abandon me now that they have succeeded. Women can be so fickle. With a playful smile, Lu Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his chin. Young Master Shen, I've noticed you've become increasingly clingy. He let out a soft hum, reaching to tickle her at her waist, prompting her to plead for mercy. Although the world is peaceful now, and there are no bandit threats, the Xian Temple is located on the outskirts of the capital. I cannot help but worry. Tomorrow, let Mo Jiang and Mo Han accompany you. And what of you? As the Minister of Justice, you certainly have your share of enemies. What if someone attempts to assassinate you? She teased. My dear husband is both cultured and martial. You need not worry, he replied, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. But my belongings are not yet packed. Finish them tomorrow. The following day, as per their original plan, the matriarch of the Shen family, accompanied by the ladies of the household, set off for Xian Temple, leaving the gentle Princess Jingru to safeguard the home. Since that day, Lu Yueying had behaved unusually, no longer challenging Lu Yuruo, even sincerely apologizing to her. However, Lu Yuruo would never trust her and instructed Lu Ru to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she had no opportunity to scheme. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuruo sat on one side of the carriage, while Gu Yueying and Lu Yueying occupied the opposite side. Lu Zhao Zhao leaned out to wave at Shen Jiayan, who gently cautioned, Zhao Zhao, the weather is becoming quite warm. Do not run about unnecessarily. Be wary of the heat. Young Master Shen, you truly are becoming increasingly nagging. I shall return tomorrow. Can I possibly get lost? She teased back. Shen Jiayan lightly flicked her forehead and affectionately said, Lu Zhao Zhao, you truly do not appreciate a good heart. Mother, he hit me. She turned to Princess Jingru to complain. The princess smiled warmly and softly advised, Zhao Zhao, take good care of yourself. I understand, mother. She replied with a smile and nodded. Turning back, she noticed Shen Jiachen gazing longingly into the carriage. She then asked Lu Yuruo, sister-in-law, your elder brother is looking at you. Do you have anything to say to him? Nothing at all, Lu Yuruo replied with a gentle shake of her head. Outside the carriage, Shen Jiachen naturally heard their exchange. His expression dimmed as he looked up and said, sister-in-law, please take good care of your all. I appreciate it. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, thinking his elder brother was truly asking for trouble, having not treated her well in the past. It was no wonder that she now ignored him. As they watched the carriage gradually fade into the distance, Shen Jiayan smiled and teased, elder brother, rest assured. Even if sister-in-law wishes to part ways with you, she will not do so just yet. Having spoken, she swaggered onto the horse and made her way towards the Dali Temple. On the carriage, Lu Zhaozhao chatted leisurely with Lu Yuruo, while Gu Yuing kept her head bowed, remaining silent. Today, Gu Yuing had accompanied Shen Qingyun, which was quite reasonable. However, Lu Yuing had shamelessly tagged along under the pretense of looking after her sister. Little sister Yuing, you appear quite young. May I inquire your age? Lu Yuing queried, attempting to strike up a conversation. 15, she replied timidly, still looking down, observing her cowering like a quail. Lu Yuing secretly scorned the illegitimate daughter for her lack of poise, but thought it might be for the best, as it would not jeopardize her own plans that day. Lu Zhaozhao felt something was amiss with Lu Yuing over the past few days, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it, sensing an oddness in her demeanor. The carriage took 2 hours to reach Xian Temple, and by the time they arrived, it was already noon. Lu Li assisted Lu Zhaozhao down from the carriage, while Lu Ru hurried to support Lu Yuruo. Madame Wu approached, helping the elderly matriarch Shen. Yuruo, Zhao Zhao, are you both well? She inquired with concern. Grandmother, I am fine, Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, with Lu Yuruo nodding in agreement. Let us proceed inside, suggested the abbess Huiju, who stepped forward to greet them. Madame Shen pressed her palms together in greeting. Abbess Huiju. The Duke's household generously donated incense funds to Xian Temple annually, and the two had known each other for many years. Madame Shen. The guest quarters have been prepared. You may rest with the ladies of your household, the abbess offered gently. Thank you, Abbess Huiju. With many visitors to Xian Temple, ranging from dignitaries to common folk, the temple had several guest rooms. The young monk led them to the back courtyard. I must apologize. We currently have only 4 guest rooms available. Not a problem. Thank you, young monk, Madame Shen kindly responded. Mother, please rest first. We can manage to squeeze in, Madame Wu suggested. Ultimately, the elderly matriarch had a room to herself, while Madame Wu, despite her disdain for Shen Qingyun, had to share a room with her, as it would be inappropriate for a mother-in-law to share with her daughter-in-law. Zhao Zhao, I know you have a good rapport with Yuruo this evening. I entrust her care to you, Lu Yuing said with a faint smile. Sister-in-law, let us return to our room, Lu Zhaozhao said, still sensing something was off, but choosing not to dwell on it as she supported Lu Yuruo. Let us go, Lu Yuruo responded softly. Their room was a considerable distance from Lu Yuing and Gu Yuying's quarters. Just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to enter, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the adjacent room. Surprised, she called out, Sha Yuruo? Sha Yuruo had transformed from her previously flamboyant self, now adorned in a pale skirt with simple hair accessories. Her demeanor exuded a newfound tranquility. She looked up at Lu Zhao Zhao and softly murmured, "Lu Zhao Zhao." Though they had been apart for merely half a year, it felt as if they had been separated for an eternity. As dusk descended, Lu Zhao Zhao reminded Lu Yuro to secure the door before she took the pearl to the adjacent room. Lu Zhao Zhao sat across from Xiao Yuro, whose maid approached to pour tea for the two. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "Lu Zhao Zhao, I never anticipated that we would have a tranquil moment to share tea together. Are you well?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly. "Since my grandmother's passing, you are the first to ask about my well-being," she replied, her head bowed. "I know your heart is heavy with sorrow, yet you must continue to live well. The late Madame Xiao cared for you deeply and would not wish to see you in such despair." Observing Xiao Yuro's pale visage, Lu Zhao Zhao surmised that she had not rested properly for many days. At her words, Xiao Yuro lifted her gaze briefly before rising to perform a bow. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhao Zhao hurried to assist her. "Lu Zhao Zhao, I sincerely apologize for the many grievances of the past," Xiao Yuro stated earnestly. Her grandmother had expressed a wish for her to be open-hearted and capable of acknowledging her mistakes before her passing. "Enough of that. Please rise. It was merely youthful folly between us, and besides, I have never lost," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 77. The Thief. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuro smiled softly, her eyes curving with delight as she said, "Indeed, Miss Lu San is truly invincible in battle." Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled lightly and inquired, "What brings you to this Xian temple?" Xiao Yuro extended her hand to invite her to sit, offering a self-deprecating smile. "You may not know this, but my stepmother has always looked upon me with disdain. Now that my grandmother has passed, she sees me as a thorn in her side, fearing that I might overshadow her own daughter. In light of this, I find it better to remain here for self-cultivation. But you are still the legitimate eldest daughter of the Marquis of Wushuan. Surely she cannot bully you too excessively. There must be some semblance of decorum." Xiao Yuro shook her head with a light laugh. "Do you know why I often opposed you in the past? It was not out of genuine dislike, but rather envy. You had the affection of your parents and the love of your siblings. You were always the brightest flower in any gathering. I, on the other hand, relied solely on my grandmother's care to get by, and now my stepmother does not even bother to maintain appearances. I apologize for mocking your marriage in the past," Lu Zhao Zhao said, recalling the incident at last year's Jining birthday banquet. "It was wrong of me to intentionally embarrass you, knowing Qi Mian was not a good man." Lu Zhao Zhao lifted her teacup, smiling as she proposed, "Let us bury the hatchet." "Agreed, let us bury the hatchet," Xiao Yuro replied, raising her cup in agreement. The two maidservants behind them could not suppress their laughter. Jinju thought to herself how beautiful and kind their mistress was, while Xiao Yuro's maid pondered that her young lady finally had someone to converse with. Outside, Mo Jiang and Mo Han concealed themselves in the shadows. Mo Jiang yawned and remarked, "Is this young master making too much of a fuss? The young master's wife is here to pray for blessings. Who would dare commit a crime in Xian Temple? I shall convey your words verbatim to the young master." Mo Han replied coldly. "Wait, I meant to say you silence. Someone is coming," Mo Han admonished in a hushed tone. At his words, Mo Jiang immediately ceased his frivolity and turned to look outside, where he spotted 4 or 5 burly men loitering. Suddenly, they seemed to fixate on Lu Zhao Zhao's chamber and were about to rush in. Mo Jiang and Mo Han sprang forth to confront them. Hearing the clash of blades outside, Lu Zhao Zhao felt alarmed. Jinju quickly stepped in front of her for protection, while Xiao Yuro, startled, moved to open the door to investigate. Lu Zhao Zhao grasped her hand and said, "Do not go out. Shin Jian has left guards for me. With them present, we should be safe. If we venture out, we would only create chaos." After about a quarter of an hour, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Mo Jiang and Mo Han, having been meticulously chosen, faced few adversaries. The assailants, realizing they could not overpower them, scattered in all directions. Concerned for Lu Zhao Zhao's safety, they refrained from pursuing. Mo Han possessed an exceptional memory, and although the assailants were masked, a mere glance was sufficient for him to identify them. It was only a matter of time before they were found. The safety of the young master's wife was paramount. "Madam, all is well," Mo Han announced, bowing toward the entrance. Simultaneously, 2 adjacent doors swung open. "Elder sister, are you unharmed?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked anxiously. "I am fine, Zhao Zhao. Were you frightened?" Lu Yuru anxiously grasped her hand, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Don't worry." Mo Han, what transpired just now? Did you discern the identity of the intruder?" Lu Zhao Zhao turned to ask. In response to the lady's inquiry, my subordinate admitted ignorance of the assailant's identity. "But it seems they were targeting you and the eldest young lady. I shall report this to the young master immediately. They cannot escape," Mo Han proclaimed with a bow. "Yuru, Zhao Zhao, are you both unharmed?" Lu Weiying called out as she rushed from a distance, her voice resounding as if in fear that others might not hear. Upon nearing and witnessing their safety, a glimmer of panic and disappointment crossed her eyes. This should not have been the case. Miss Lu, why are you shouting? Are you afraid others won't hear you? Lu Zhao Zhao chastised. Although the rooms were somewhat distant from one another, Lu Weiying's room was the farthest away. Before her grandmother and second aunt could arrive, she rushed over, as if she had calculated the timing perfectly. It was utterly implausible that this matter bore no relation to her, yet to avoid alarming the enemy, Lu Zhao Zhao concealed her suspicions. Zhao Zhao, do not misunderstand. I merely heard a commotion and came over out of concern for you, Lu Weiying hastily explained. Miss Lu, it seems I have wronged you, she replied with a half-smile. At that moment, Madame Wu and Shen Qingyan arrived, supporting old Madame Shen. Yuru, Zhao Zhao, how are you faring? Madame Wu inquired. Having heard of the disturbance and rushed over. Mother, rest assured, Zhao Zhao and I are unharmed, Lu Yuru softly reassured her. What on earth transpired? What kind of audacity do these people possess? Old Madame Shen asked sternly. In response to the elder lady's query, it was a band of thieves. Imo Han bowed again. Ensure that these miscreants are apprehended. Yes, elder lady. Shen Qingyun, upon seeing them unscathed, felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that these two little vixens were indeed quite lucky. Master Hu Weijue, hearing the commotion, hurried over and, upon confirming that everyone was safe, finally exhaled in relief, now that it was late at night. With Mo Jiang and Mo Han guarding old Madame Shen and Madame Wu, they felt secure enough to depart. Before Lu Zhao Zhao returned to her room, she addressed Xiao Yuru, saying, I have implicated you this time. If all goes as expected, those individuals were indeed targeting us. Lu Zhao Zhao, it seems your life is fraught with turmoil. Within the confines of this grand residence, traps abound. Exercise caution and do not fall prey to others, Xiao Yuru remarked, casting a wary glance at Lu Weiying, who was clearly not a virtuous character. Yet, given that many had witnessed today's events, it was uncertain what gossip might arise in the capital. Lu Zhao Zhao lamented, today, numerous ladies from official families were present, and some take great pleasure in gossiping. When have I, Xiao Yuru, ever feared such things? She declared boldly, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Weiying returned to her chamber, finding Gu Weiying fast asleep. She settled onto a stool, vigorously twisting her handkerchief, acknowledging their fortuitous escape, yet vowing not to let the matter rest. Thankfully, those individuals had not fallen into their clutches, and she silently reveled in that fact. Within the room, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru sat upon a small couch. Eldest sister-in-law, what is your perspective on today's events? Lu Yurua had just noticed the look of disappointment on Lu Weiying's face when she saw them safe and sound. She spoke up, today's events are certainly not mere coincidence. Lu Weiying is undoubtedly involved. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Lu Weiying had not left the Duke of Huguo's residence in recent days, so this matter could not have been orchestrated solely by her. Sister-in-law, upon returning to the residence tomorrow, have someone keep a close watch on her. I suspect she will not let this matter rest easily. We must capture all those with ulterior motives, or we shall find no peace day by day. You are right. Chapter 78. Discovery. Imo Han promptly dispatched a message via carrier pigeon to Shen Jiayan regarding the events that transpired that night. At this moment, Shen Jiayan had yet to retire. He was engrossed in official duties while simultaneously preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Zhao Zhao. Upon reading the contents of the letter, a chill and a murderous intent radiated from him, compelling him to rise and head towards Lingyun courtyard. Early the following morning, Lu Zhao Zhao awakened to the sound of Shen Jiayan's voice outside. As she groggily opened her eyes, she noticed that Lu Yuru was absent from the room. Tentatively, she called out, Shen Jiayan? Zhao Zhao, I am here, his voice replied from outside. Lu Zhao Zhao slipped on her shoes and got out of bed. Green Ru entered, assisting Lu Yuru as she walked in, wearing a gentle smile as she spoke. Zhao Zhao, you're awake. They have arrived. Realizing that her elder brother had also come, she understood the necessity of presenting herself properly, especially since they were in a temple. She summoned Lu Li to help her with her grooming. Once she was dressed, she hastened towards the door, where she found Shen Jian standing tall, though the corners of his eyes were slightly reddened, likely from his overnight journey. Lu Zhao Zhao inhaled deeply, her nose tinged with emotion, and threw herself into his embrace, murmuring softly, Shen Jian. The fear she had felt the previous day seemed distant in his presence, replaced by a sense of grievance. Shen Jian held her tightly, soothing her with gentle words. Zhao Zhao, do not be afraid. After a while, she became aware of Shen Jiachuan's presence nearby. She rose, feeling a bit bashful, and greeted him, elder brother. Shen Jiachuan nodded in acknowledgement, unable to suppress his envy as he observed them in their embrace, especially since his own wife had been rather indifferent in their recent exchanges. Following the events of the previous night, the elderly matriarch of the Shen family lost her resolve to remain any longer. After the prayers concluded, she prepared to return to the Duke of Huguo's residence with the others. Not far away, Xiao Yuro watched as Lu Zhao Zhao was assisted into the carriage by Shun Jiayan, a smile gracing her face as she softly suggested, Yulan, shall we return as well? Miss, are we returning today? Yulan inquired, visibly surprised. Since the matriarch had completed her morning rituals, Lu Zhao Zhao had taken to residing alone at Qian Temple. And neither the Marquis nor his wife had inquired after her well-being. Yes, today, Lu Zhao Zhao affirmed. If my grandmother were aware from beyond, she would certainly not wish for me to languish in despair. Her mother was the legitimate wife of the Marquis of Wushuan, and her grandmother was a lady of noble status. She was the rightful eldest daughter of the Marquis of Wushuan's household. Despite her father's unkindness, she could not resign herself to fate. Along the journey, Lu Yuanying inquired after their well-being, but Lu Zhao Zhao maintained a facade of normalcy. Upon arriving at the Duke of Hugua's residence, Shin Jiayan dismounted and carried Lu Zhao Zhao down, while Shin Jiachuan hastily assisted Lu Yuru. You all must be weary after these past 2 days. Return to your rooms and rest, the elderly matriarch instructed. Yes, grandmother, they replied in unison. In Zhao Jiao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao recounted the sequence of events and their various speculations to Shin Jiayan. After listening intently, he rose and declared, she must be tired of living. I shall have her apprehended and brought to the Dali Temple to see if she will confess. Lu Zhao Zhao hastily grasped his hand, urging him to reconsider. No. The reason my sister-in-law permitted her to enter the household is due to her concern for her aunt. Even if Lady Lu fears repercussions from her mother and refrains from taking a life, she can still plot in secret. Surely, even the emperor cannot meddle in the affairs of his subjects. It would be wiser to wait until we capture those few thieves, rendering her speechless. By then, Lady Lu may have no time for anything else. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiayan pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze and held Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Zhao Zhao, wherever life takes us, I shall accompany you. I will assign Mo Jiang to keep a watchful eye on her, ensuring she is left with no opportunity to exploit. Why Mo Jiang? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. After last night's events, she felt that although Mo Han and Mo Jiang were equally skilled, Mo Han appeared to possess a steadier demeanor. Shin Jiayan cleared his throat lightly and replied, Mo Han will remain by your side for your protection. He could not reveal that Mo Jiang had experience. Although his intentions had been good at the time, such words would undoubtedly lead to his expulsion from the main residence. Lu Zhao Zhao found nothing amiss. Grasping the hem of Shun Jiayan's garment, she said with a mischievous glint in her eye, let us send someone to investigate what Lu Weiying has been up to these past 2 years. Perhaps there are surprises in store. Previously, they had refrained from prying as her actions bore no relevance to them. Now that she sought her own demise, it would be prudent to facilitate a swifter end. Agreed. Shin Jiayan replied with a smile, embracing her. In Lingyun courtyard, upon entering her chamber, Lu Yuru fell silent as she began to remove the hairpins from her head. LV Ru assisted her, while Shin Jiachen seemed to be an invisible presence in the room, disregarded by all. Lu Yuru, already drowsy from her pregnancy and having had little rest the night before, changed into her nightclothes in the cleansing room, intending to take a brief nap. When she emerged, she found him still seated at the round table. Instinctively, she rolled her eyes. How had he not appeared so leisurely before? Ignoring him, she climbed onto the bed, lying on her side and closing her eyes. He glanced at her, recalling Shin Jiayan's words, to win over a wife, one must cast aside all modesty. He rose and loosened his outer garment, joining her on the bed, cautiously wrapping his arms around Lu Yuru. With her eyes closed, she languidly spoke, Master Shin, I truly cannot serve you adequately. Should you desire to take a concubine, I would not stand in your way. Shin Jiachen sat up abruptly, staring at the serene face of Lu Yuru, as if her earlier callous words had not emanated from her lips. Today, he came to realize that his wife had a remarkable talent for infuriating him. His eyes brimmed with emotion, unsure whether to be angry with Lu Yuru or himself. Noticing his prolonged silence, Lu Yuru turned her head slightly to observe him, only to find his handsome face looming before her. One hand cradled her cheek, while the other safeguarded her gently rounded belly as he leaned down to kiss her crimson lips. She widened her eyes in surprise but refrained from struggling excessively out of concern for the child within her. After what felt like an eternity, Shin Jiachen's breaths grew heavy as he pulled back slightly, gazing intently into her eyes. Lu Yuru, I shall not take a concubine, nor will I part from you. For my heart is wholly yours. Despite the earnest affections of the esteemed young Master Shun, he ultimately faced expulsion. Nevertheless, he has emerged more resolute than ever. Having tasted the sweet nectar of intimacy today, should Shin Jiayan learn of this, he would undoubtedly mock him once more. For he has kissed his own wife only to be cast out from the main residence. It is perplexing what joy he finds in such a circumstance. In recent days, Mo Jiang has been closely observing Lu Yuanying, yet there appears to be no significant developments. However, Some insights regarding the assailants and Lu Yuanying's past have begun to surface. Whispers have circulated in the capital, claiming that Qian Temple fell victim to bandits, with the wives of the Duke of Hugua and the eldest son narrowly escaping abduction. Lu Zhao Zhao had anticipated this, for it is often said that good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. Moreover, some individuals delight in embellishing tales, relishing the chaos and hoping for greater calamity to befall others. She remains indifferent to the gossip upon hearing the news. Her mother and elder sisters promptly wrote to inquire about her safety. She reassured them, stating that she was well and that there was no need for concern. Chapter 79. The fiery retort. As the weather gradually warmed, it became stifling to remain indoors all day. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro sat in the small garden, engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Lu Ru and Lu Li fanned them from the side. You two are truly oblivious. Have you any idea how scandalous the rumors outside have become? The honor of the Duke of protecting the nation's household has been utterly tarnished by your actions. Yet you still find time to sip tea and admire the flowers. Shen Qingyan approached, mocking as she waved her fan. And I recall you are not blind. Did you not witness the day's events? Lu Zhao Zhao retorted, unrestrained. Shen Qingyan pointed at her, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, how do you speak to your elders? Even if the rumors are false, the shame you have brought upon the Duke's household is undeniably real. If you had not behaved so frivolously, flaunting yourselves, why would the miscreants target you? Lu Zhao Zhao rose, turning to face her, enunciating each word. You are speaking nonsense. You, how vulgar. Shen Qingyan stammered, taken aback by Lu Zhao Zhao's audacity, her voice quivering with indignation. And I implore you to choose your words carefully, Liu Ro interjected, standing resolutely beside Lu Zhao Zhao. Have I erred? If I were in your position, I would have taken my own life to preserve the family's honor. Shen Qingyun glared venomously at them. Lu Zhao Zhao scoffed, scrutinizing Shen Qingyun from head to toe, intrigued by how she could utter such words, questioning her authority to do so. Setting aside the truth of those rumors, even if they were accurate, what of it? Should the victim bear the burden for the misdeeds of the guilty? We shall continue to live with our heads held high. Her words left not only Shen Qingyun but also Lu Yuro and Gu Yuing momentarily speechless, yet they sensed the validity in her statement. Why should the perpetrators live freely while the victims suffer the consequences? Before Shen Qingyun could respond, Lu Zhao Zhao continued, And you surely remember the reason you wed Lord Rongan. Since you were so concerned with family honor, why do you not simply end your own life? Her piercing words struck deep, draining color from Shen Qingyun's face. She raised her hand to strike Lu Zhao Zhao, who swiftly seized her wrist and pushed her back forcefully. Lu Yuro stepped forward, asserting, Aunt, this is not a place for you to exert your authority. And Zhao Zhao is not someone you can strike at will. Seeing Shen Qingyun's face pale with rage, Lu Zhao Zhao turned casually to sit down, speaking languidly. Aunt, know that I have saved you today. If your hand truly strikes my face, do you think my mother-in-law and the heir will let you off? Will you still be able to remain in the Duke's household? Very well, Lu Zhao Zhao, you shall wait for your reckoning. Shen Qingyun retorted before storming off in a huff. Li Yuro observed her furious retreat, chuckling as she sat down. It seems our dear aunt will have trouble sleeping tonight. Deservedly so. Reflecting on Shen Jiayan's words from the previous night, she whispered, Sister-in-law, do you know where Lu Yuing has been these past 2 years? Lu Yuru shook her head gently and murmured, Didn't they say she was rescued after losing her memory? I find that hard to believe. Yet I truly do not know where she has been or what she has done. Lu Zhao Zhao, with an air of mystery, beckoned her closer. And as Lu Yuru leaned in, Lu Zhao Zhao whispered a few words. Lu Yuru's expression shifted dramatically, her face a canvas of shock. She could never have imagined that Lu Weiying would. As night fell, Mo Jiang languished on the roof of Lu Weiying's abode, his face a portrait of despair. The situation at the Yunyang Marquis' residence had been tolerable, for at least the heir had secured himself a wife. But now what a wretched task this was. The eldest daughter of the Lu family seemed perpetually engaged in breaking dishes or scolding her maids, truly a source of vexation. After observing for nearly half a month without any significant development, he lamented the heir's submissive nature, for the heir's wife dictated everything, leaving him to suffer in silence. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed a man stealthily entering the courtyard. Being a martial artist endowed with keen eyesight and hearing, Mo Jiang immediately recognized it was Gu Changjun. Gu Changjun strode directly into Lu Yuiying's chamber, and Mo Jiang cautiously lifted a tile from the roof. Upon entering, Gu Changjun navigated the space with ease and embraced Lu Yuiying, who turned and nestled into his arms, coyly saying, Gu Gongzi. Gu Changjun, impatient, began to tear at her garments, having been restrained for the past fortnight for fear of being discovered. Gu Gongzi, do you still desire Lu Zhao Zhao? Lu Yuiying inquired playfully. Of course I do. Gu Chongjun halted his actions, his gaze intense as he fixated on her. Lu Yuanying adjusted her attire and waved a small pouch of pre-prepared powder before him, whispering, "This is a sleeping powder. Tomorrow, I shall coax Lu Zhao Zhao out and have her drink it. Then she will be yours." Excitement flickered in Gu Chongjun's eyes, but a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of Shun Jiayan's icy stare. What if Shun Jiayan finds out? He voiced his concern. Lu Yuanying internally derided him as a coward, possessing the heart of a thief but lacking the courage. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of timidity, smiling as she replied, "If Lu Zhao Zhao loses her virtue to you, do you think she would dare to tell Shun Jiayan? In the future, she would be at your mercy." Although Xian Temple had not succeeded in abducting Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru, rumors had already begun to circulate in the capital, indicating that they were not faring well. As long as Lu Zhao Zhao was present, Lu Yuru would remain powerless. Thus, the next day, she would ensure Lu Zhao Zhao's disgrace. She had already devised a plan to gather everyone in the residence, intending to catch them in the act, eager to see how Lu Zhao Zhao would face the world thereafter. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest," Gu Chongjun replied, his face alight with enthusiasm as he tossed her onto the bed. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Mo Jiang, who watched the entangled pair on the bed in silent disdain, muttering a curse under his breath. "Thieves and harlots, with hearts as venomous as serpents. In the Zhao Jia courtyard, Zhao Zhao, are you being unreasonable again?" "I am not. I intended to descend to this place from the start. Hurry up." Shun Jiayan smiled helplessly at her. Having resigned himself to the fact that ever since she lost to him in chess, she had insisted on playing whenever she had free time, eventually learning to play tricks in the process. "Your Highness, Madam, Mo Jiang has returned," Luli softly announced from outside the door. Lu Zhao Zhao hastily set down the chess piece in her hand and rose, ahead of Shun Jiayan, to open the door. Mo Jiang clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I pay my respects to Madam." "Rise, and please come in," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, turning to re-enter the room and take her seat back on the small couch. Upon his entrance, she eagerly inquired, "Have you made any discoveries?" Mo Jiang glanced at Shun Jiayan's expression before responding, "Madam is addressing you." "Why do you look at me?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as such vulgar matters felt beneath the dignity of the young master's wife, he steeled himself to continue, "Today, the young master visited Miss Lu's chamber." Gu Chongjun? Lu Zhao Zhao was taken aback, unable to fathom any connection between the two. Indeed, they engaged in indiscreet conduct, Mo Jiang said, his ears flushing red. Lu Zhao Zhao abruptly turned to look at Shun Jiayan, biting her lip, realizing that Lu Yuanying was truly unrestrained in her pursuits. Chapter 8. Exposure. "My lord, there is one more matter that I dare not speak of," Mo Jiang said, lowering his head. "Speak," Shun Jiayan replied coldly. The audacity of those two to act in such a manner within the Duke of protecting the nation's residents intrigued him. He was eager to see what they intended next. "Gu Chongjun covets the lady." Mo Jiang recounted the events in detail, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive. Shun Jiayan, devoid of his usual nonchalance, rose abruptly, his face darkening. Lu Zhao Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and turned, softening his tone to soothe her. "Zhao Zhao, it's nothing. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." To him, Lu Zhao Zhao was worth more than his own life. The thought that Gu Chongjun harbored such vile intentions towards her ignited a fierce rage within him. Lu Zhao Zhao recognized the murderous intent in his eyes. In her view, those two despicable individuals deserved a fate worse than death. Yet, she needed a legitimate reason to act, one that would not lead to scandal or tarnish her reputation. It was not worth bearing infamy for such wretched individuals. She cast a glance at Mo Jiang, who immediately understood and exited, closing the door behind him. At that moment, only the lady could persuade the young master. Lu Zhao Zhao embraced his waist, whispering, "I know you act for my sake, but if you kill him now, grandmother will not bear it. Her health is already fragile. How about we catch them in the act? At that point, their excuses will be meaningless." Shun Jiayan had already apprehended the thieves from the past few days. Before any torture could be inflicted, they confessed that they had been hired by a young nobleman of fine attire and youth, none other than Gu Chongjun. Shun Jiayan wrapped his arms around Lu Zhao Zhao as they sat down, speaking softly, "Zhao Zhao, I apologize." Lu Zhao Zhao nestled her head in his embrace, cunningly stating, "Perhaps we can achieve two goals with one stroke." The following day, Lu Yuanying personally visited Zhao Jia courtyard. Seeing Shun Jiayan absent, she secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Fortune favors me." Lowering her stance, she said, "Zhao Zhao, I was wrong before. Today, I come specifically to make amends." Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a half-smile, "Miss Lu, there is no need for that. If you truly regret your actions, it would be best for you to return home promptly." "You are right. I have made up my mind to return home tomorrow. I have troubled you too much these past days, so I would like to invite you for a cup of tea." Lu Yuanying, fearing rejection, agreed to whatever Lu Zhao Zhao suggested. Lu Zhao Zhao casually touched the pearl ornament dangling at her neck, sensing that Lu Yuanying's intentions were as transparent as day. Very well. But I wonder where Miss Lu intends to take me? How about the pavilion behind the rockery? The scenery there is lovely. Lu Yuanying struggled to suppress a smile, already envisioning her own tragic fate. Agreed, let us go. Lu Zhao Zhao rose briskly, eager to see these treacherous individuals imprisoned. The area behind the rockery was seldom frequented, and Lu Zhao Zhao quickly spotted Hong Ling standing nearby with tea. She nearly laughed aloud. Could this trap be any more obvious? She took a seat directly, and Lu Yuanying cast a glance at Hong Ling, who, trembling, offered the teacup with both hands. Noble lady, please enjoy the tea, she said. Lu Zhao Zhao, her eyes sparkling with mirth, accepted the cup. Hong Ling then handed the other 2 cups to Lu Li and Zhenju. Sisters, please enjoy the tea. Lu Zhao Zhao swayed the teacup casually, remaining silent, while Lu Yuanying felt a surge of anxiety. She finally spoke. Zhao Zhao, what troubles you? With a sudden thud, Lu Zhao Zhao placed the teacup on the stone table, and when she looked up again, her gaze was already frosty. Lu Yuanying, today I shall impart a single truth to you. What is it? Those who seek their own demise shall find it. Lu Yuanying's eyes widened in shock at her words. Zhenju swiftly restrained Hong Ling, while a sword was drawn from behind, pressed against Lu Yuanying's neck. Startled, she turned to see Shen Jiayan wearing a grim expression, while Gu Changjun was bound tightly and pinned to the ground by Shen Jiachen, blood trickling from his mouth and footprints marring his clothes, clearly having suffered a beating. Lu Yuru stood beside, supported by Lu Ruzhu. Lu Yuanying's expression shifted drastically as she forced herself to remain calm, softening her tone to ask, Zhao Zhao, what do you mean by this? Lu Zhao Zhao let out a cold laugh, shaking the teacup before her. Miss Lu, you cannot possibly be unaware of what transpires here. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood that their scheme had been unveiled. They were so close to success, merely a step away. Lu Yuanying, the show has only just begun. None of you will escape today, Lu Zhao Zhao said languidly. Lu Yuanying turned to Lu Yuru, who wore an indifferent expression. Lu Yuru, do not forget, you are also a daughter of the Lu family. If anything were to befall me today, you would not fare well either. Though they were bound by blood, Lu Yuanying had tormented her since childhood, and now she sought to drag innocent individuals into her plight. She was no saint, nor a bodhisattva, incapable of repaying malice with kindness. She scoffed. Lu Yuanying, do you truly believe father would choose you over his reputation and future? Of course. Father would choose me. I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. How could a lowly wretch like you compare? She shouted, her voice rising in agitation. Lu Yuru merely smiled, remaining silent. She knew her father well, selfish and cold-hearted, prioritizing his ambitions above all, even family. Otherwise, he would not have forced her to marry in place of Lu Yuanying 2 years ago, nor would he have feared others learning of Lu Yuanying's return. Lu Yuru, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Such a racket. Lu Zhao Zhao nonchalantly rubbed her ears. Mo Jiang, Shen Jiayan called out in a low voice, disdainful of even the thought of touching her. Mo Jiang stepped forward and struck Lu Yuanying's neck with a palm, sending her, who had just been in a fervor, crashing to the ground. Gu Changjun, gagged, could only make muffled sounds, while Shen Jiachen ripped the grass from his mouth. Cousin, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. It was all her doing. She orchestrated everything. I knew nothing, I swear. His tearful, snot-drenched visage was hardly a sight to behold. Mo Jiang glanced at Shen Jiayan, who casually waved him off. Mo Jiang then delivered a kick to his chest. This time, silence ensued. Shen Jiayan gazed at Lu Zhao Zhao and spoke softly. Lu Zhao Zhao stepped forward, smiling as she linked her arm with Lu Yuru's, gently saying, Sister-in-law, how can this grand performance proceed without Lady Lu and Lord Lu? They ought to witness the commendable deeds of their virtuous daughter. Lu Yuru understood that Lu Zhao Zhao's intentions were not merely for her own sake, but also to alleviate her grievances. She softly replied, Zhao Zhao, thank you. Chapter 81 Confrontation in the Grand Hall of the Baoma Pavilion. Mo Jiang and Mo Han unceremoniously discarded the unconscious Lu Yuanying and Gu Changjun onto the floor. Startled, old Madame Shen rose and inquired, Jian, what has transpired? Grandmother, do not be alarmed. Once everyone has arrived, I have matters of great import to discuss. Shen Jiayan responded in a solemn tone. Observing the disheveled state of the two on the ground, old Madame Shen was beset by a whirlwind of thoughts. Should she have truly allowed Qingyun to return to the residence? Since her return, tranquility had eluded them, a fact she was not oblivious to. Yet she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, when the guards of the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence went to summon Lord Lu and Lady Lu felt a surge of secret delight, believing that matters had come to fruition and that the Duke's residence sought to discuss a marriage proposal. Although Lord Lu maintained a composed facade, he too felt a sense of relief. as long as Lu Yuanying could be wed, whether as a wife or a concubine. Any future gossip would no longer label her as a daughter of the Lu family. Approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later. All the members of the household had arrived. As Shen Qingyan entered the room, she was met with the sight of Gu Changjun lying on the ground, his body marred by injuries. "Changjun," she cried, rushing to his side. Turning her gaze to Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiachuan, she demanded, "What have you done to my son? You should first inquire what your son has done, and whether he even has the fortune to leave this place alive." Shen Jiayan replied coldly, forsaking even the courtesy of addressing her as aunt. Shen Qingyan looked up at old Madame Shen, weeping, "Mother, what on earth has happened?" No sooner had her words fallen than Lord Lu and Lady Lu entered, their expression shifting upon seeing Lu Yuanying sprawled on the ground. Lord Lu turned and clasped his hands in greeting. "Your Highness, the eldest princess, old Madame Shen, Duke." Lady Lu hastily asked, "Mother-in-law, what has transpired?" "My daughter came to care for her sister. How has it come to this?" Though Lady Wu was unaware of the full circumstances, the sight of the two on the ground left little to the imagination. What could come from their collusion? "Lady Lu, perhaps it would be best for Miss Lu to recount her own deeds to you, though one wonders if she dares to admit it," Lu Zhao Zhao suggested softly. "Indeed, madam," Mo Jiang replied. After a brief moment, he returned with 2 buckets of cold water, and without hesitation, poured it over the 2 individuals on the ground. "Ah, my son, Lu Zhao Zhao, you venomous-hearted wretch," Shen Qingyan exclaimed in fury. "Mo Jiang," Shen Jiayan called out, and Mo Jiang promptly doused Shen Qingyan with the remaining bucket of water. "Ah, today, let it be known, should anyone dare utter a single word against my wife, this shall be their fate," Shen Jiayan declared, casting a glance at the previously incensed Lady Lu, who now stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by Shen Jiayan's audacity. Showing no respect even to his own aunt, old Madame Shen remained silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. She was painfully aware of her grandson's character. He would not act in such a manner unless pushed to the very brink of tolerance. Cough, cough. The 2 individuals slowly rose from the ground. "Yuanying, are you all right?" Lady Lu immediately inquired. "Mother, I did nothing. It was them, they falsely accused me," Lu Yuanying exclaimed, pointing at Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru with agitation. Gu Changjun, already terrified, hastily knelt and pleaded, "Cousin, I was wrong, truly wrong. For the sake of our kinship, spare my life. It was she who instigated me. How dare you speak such nonsense?" As the 2 appeared ready to engage in a scuffle, "Silence," commanded old Madame Shen, striking the ground fiercely with her cane. "Jiayan, you speak," old Madame Shen said weakly. "Grandmother, these 2 have engaged in scandalous behavior within the Duke of Guogua's residence and attempted to drug Zhao Zhao," Shen Jiayan stated with a chilling demeanor. Upon hearing this, Princess Jingrou's countenance darkened. Did they truly think her, the Duchess and Princess of the Great Qi, would remain indifferent? I did not. Lu Yuanying cried out in agitation. She had initially believed they had merely discovered her plot against Lu Zhao Zhao. Yet, Shen Qingyun's maidservant offered her a handkerchief, and she, her face flushed with anger, wiped the water from her cheeks. With a dismissive smile, she thought it was merely a trivial matter. Perhaps letting Changjun take Lu Yuanying as his concubine would suffice. What was so significant? Besides, wasn't Lu Zhao Zhao sitting there unharmed? Wasn't she the one who enticed others daily? "You have nothing? You mean you did not scheme against me? Or have secret liaisons?" Lu Zhao Zhao scoffed. Lu Yuanying, with tears in her eyes, turned to Shen Jiaqing and lamented, "Jiaqing, I did not. I truly did not. Miss Lu, I have no relation to you." "You know full well what you have done," Shen Jiaqing coldly replied, standing beside Lu Yuru. "What evidence do you possess?" She had firmly decided to deny everything, for admitting guilt would mean her utter demise. "I have evidence." A feeble voice emerged from the crowd as Gu Yuanying stepped forward and knelt, producing a letter from her bosom. "Old madam, this is a letter Miss Lu wrote to my brother." Lu Momo stepped forward to take the letter and handed it to old Madame Shen. Shen Qingyun, brimming with fury, stepped forward and delivered a vicious slap to Gu Yuanying. "You wretched little girl, just like your ill-fated mother." In her eyes, while this might not be a grave matter, being exposed by a girl who had always been beneath her was utterly intolerable. "Mother, this is merely a case of mutual affection, if not. Let Changjun take her as his concubine. It's hardly significant. Changjun is still young. He merely wished to tease his cousin without any malice," Shen Qingyun asserted, lifting her head. "Yuanying, please rise," old Madame Shen said, clearing her throat. "Thank you, old madam." Gu Yuanying stood and retreated to the side. Lu Zhao Zhao, observing her swollen cheek, turned to Liu Li and whispered a few words. Liu Li curtsied and went out to fetch a cold cloth, returning to present it to Gu Yuanying, who trembled as she accepted it and bowed to Lu Zhao Zhao. Lady Lu immediately retorted, Yunyang is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. How could she possibly become a concubine? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyun felt displeased. In her eyes, her son was a paragon among men, destined to marry a legitimate wife from a prominent family, not a woman who engages in clandestine liaisons. Initially, when she suggested that Lu Yunyang enter the household, her intention was to vex Lu Yuzhou and Lu Zhao Zhao, not to see her son entangled with her. Lady Lu, I have already shown you and Lord Lu considerable respect by saying this. Otherwise, if such matters were to spread, what face would your family have left? The old matriarch of the Shen family pressed her hand against her chest, coughing softly, fully aware of the situation. Shen Qingyun, silence yourself. The Duke of Hugua hastily stepped forward to support the elderly matriarch. Chapter 82. Old Affair's mother. Changjun is your own grandson. He is merely a child at play. And there is no need to escalate matters unduly. Even now, Shen Qingyun remains unyielding, for she is the sole daughter of the venerable matriarch Shen. As long as her mother is present, none can challenge her authority. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro exchanged glances before stepping forward to bow respectfully, saying, Grandmother. The incident at Xi'an Temple was orchestrated by them. Please advocate on behalf of your granddaughter-in-law. Lu Yuro echoed the sentiment with a respectful bow. Lu Zhao Zhao. Lu Yuro, do not make baseless accusations. This matter has nothing to do with my son. Shen Qingyun protested vigorously. Shen Jiayan approached Gu Changjun, who trembled and cowered behind Shen Qingyun. Gu Changjun, those thieves have already been apprehended by the Dali Temple. Do you confess or deny? If you deny, you shall visit the Dali Temple. It was Lu Yuanyang who plotted this. I was momentarily bewitched. Cousin, I truly apologize. Gu Changjun stuttered. And the assembled guests grasped the gravity of the situation. Mother, Changjun was deceived. He knows nothing of this. It is all Lu Yuanyang's fault. Smack. Lord Lu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Lord, Lady Lu exclaimed in shock. Father, do not call me father. The Lu family has no daughter like you. Matriarch, it is my failure in raising her, Lord Lu admitted, bowing respectfully. Princess Jingru slammed her teacup onto the table and stood, addressing Lord Lu with calm authority. Lord Lu, do you truly believe you can brush this matter aside with a mere admission of parental failure, disregarding my presence? I dare not. Today's events rest solely in your highness's hands. I harbor no complaints, but I beseech you to spare the Lu family from your wrath, considering our familial ties. Lu Yuro scoffed, recognizing her father's resolve. He would never hesitate between his daughter and his ambitions. Shen Qingyun, you were the one who insisted on bringing Wei Ying into the household. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to distance yourself? At this juncture, Lady Lu could no longer shield her. Do not utter nonsense. When have I ever said such a thing? Shen Qingyun vehemently denied. Jingru, I entrust this matter to your discretion. Matriarch Shen stated wearily, acknowledging that her repeated indulgence of Shen Qingyun had led to this turmoil. Lu Yuanyang, 100 lashes and imprisonment. Princess Jingru declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyang and Lady Lu collapsed to the ground. With the imperial token gifted by the emperor in her possession, Princess Jingru's words carried the weight of a decree. 100 lashes could be fatal. The attendants beside Princess Jingru immediately advanced to seize Lu Yuanyang. In a desperate act, she pulled a hairpin from her coiffure and lunged at Lu Yuro, exclaiming, Lu Yuro, you shall perish. Shen Jiachuan swiftly kicked her, causing Lu Yuanyang to fall, blood trickling from her lips. Rising, she laughed maniacally, her voice tinged with madness. It should have been me as your wife. How could you treat me this way? My wife is solely Yuro, Shen Jiachuan replied in a low, resolute tone. Lu Yuanyang was ultimately taken away by the maidservants, and soon, her piercing screams and venomous curses filled the air. Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiachuan instinctively covered their wife's ears. The maid entered and bowed, reporting, Madam, she has fainted. Continue the punishment. Once sufficient, hand her over to the authorities. Princess Jingru spoke in a calm tone. As you wish, madam, the maid replied, bowing as she exited. Lord Lu, if you are dissatisfied with my decision, you are free to report to His Majesty. Princess Jingru remarked, lifting her gaze. I would not dare, Your Highness. I am grateful for your assistance in clearing my path, he said, before leading the terrified Lady Lu away. As they passed the bloodied and unconscious Lu Yuanyang, he did not pause for a moment. Princess Jingru turned to look at Gu Changjun, who was trembling on the ground. Shen Qingyun immediately stepped in front of him, saying, Sister-in-law, we are family. You can't possibly send Changjun to prison. Besides, nothing has truly happened, so why make such a fuss? The Duke of Protecting the Nation gazed at the unrepentant figure before him, a fleeting struggle flickering in his eyes. Finally, he rose and knelt before the matriarch of the Shen family, bowing deeply. Mother, I have been unfilial. Perhaps it was the bond of blood. But Lady Shen felt a tremor in her heart. Qizhou. He straightened up and spoke solemnly. Shen Qingjun is not one of us. Elder brother, Shen Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lady Shun took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she asked, Qingzhou, where is your sister buried? The Duke of Protecting the Nation looked up in shock at Lady Shen. Mother, you already know. Upon hearing this, a tear fell from Lady Shen's eye. How could she not know? That was her daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months. Though she had only seen her once, she could never mistake her. When the old Duke of Protecting the Nation had placed the child in her arms, she had seen the careful look in his eyes. Understanding that he feared causing her sorrow, he had not intended to deceive her. From that moment, she had regarded Shen Qingyun as her own daughter, and over time, she had nearly forgotten the truth. Elder brother, is it really true? The second master stood up, agitated. So all these years, the one we treated sincerely was not only a treacherous wolf but a false one as well. Yes, the true legitimate daughter of the Shen family died at birth. This was what father revealed to me before he passed, the Duke stated firmly. Impossible. You lie. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household. Shen Qingyan shouted, now I understand. You all are eager to distance yourselves from us because you think Changjun has erred. Elder brother, you truly have a heart of stone. My daughter has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her shoulder, Lady Shen murmured to herself. Upon hearing these words, Shen Qingyun staggered a few steps forward. Anxiously grasping the hand of the matriarch, Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please do not forsake me. I am your daughter. The matriarch gently caressed her face. Speaking softly, my child, I once believed that your presence by my side was destined for us, rendering the question of whether you are my biological daughter insignificant. However, you have gone too far. I can no longer guide you. With reddened eyes, she shook her head, rising slowly to approach the door. Turning back, she said, Qingyun, our bond as mother and daughter ends here. Take care of yourself from now on. Mother. Shen Qingyun could hardly fathom such an outcome. Having been the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke's household for over 30 years, she was now confronted with the shocking revelation that she was nothing but an imposter. Chapter 83. Death of the Body. Who am I? Who on earth am I? Shen Qingyun questioned with palpable agitation. The Duke of Guarding the Nation gazed at her. This sister, whom he had once treated with sincerity, would, after this day, have no further ties to the Shen family. Do you not recall how our father would take you each year to pay respects to a certain individual? Yet, in time, you grew weary of the long journey and refused to go. She was your biological mother. Shen Qingyun felt darkness cloud her vision and collapsed to the ground as memories flooded her mind. No wonder, since she could remember. Her father would always take her out on her birthday, cautioning her not to reveal this to her mother. It turned out there was a trail to follow. Who was she? She was a refugee who came to the capital. My mother, seeing her plight, took her in, but she died in childbirth. The Duke's voice was heavy with sorrow. You lie? Shen Qingyun retorted, incredulity etched across her face. From this day forth, you are removed from the family tree. This name never belonged to you, he stated matter-of-factly. She shook her head in disbelief, unable to comprehend why, simply because she was not her mother's biological child. They could so easily discard her. Such a person would never seek the fault within themselves, only blaming others. Lu Zhao Zhao, Lu Yuruaz. May you both suffer a fate worse than death. Shen Qingyun, I command you to leave the estate before nightfall. The Duke's household cannot harbor you. Should you dare utter another vile word, I shall grant you death immediately. The esteemed Princess Jingru rose and spoke coldly. Shen Jiayan waved his hand, and Mo Jiang moved forward, pulling the still-dazed Gu Changjun to his feet. He cried out, Mother, save me. Where do you intend to take my son? Shen Qingyun attempted to step forward to intervene but was firmly restrained by Mo Han. He seeks to harm my lady. I will ensure his suffering is beyond measure. Shen Jiayan coldly declared, casting a glance at him. Gu Weiying watched as Shen Qingyun was forcefully led away, gripping the jade pendant in her hand. She felt a surge of resentment. Why should her mother lie in the grave while Shen Qingyun, having committed so many wrongs, still drew breath? Lu Zhao Zhao observed the unmasked hatred in her eyes and furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the grievances this girl must have endured under Shen Qingyun's reign. In the evening, at Elan Courtyard, Shen Qingyun busied herself with packing her valuables. Even at this juncture, she felt no remorse for her actions. As long as I live, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yurua, I shall not allow you to have peace. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, she turned to see Gu Weiying standing silently at the door, her expression devoid of emotion. Recalling the events of the day, Shen Qingyun lashed out, Gu Weiying, you ungrateful wretch. I have provided for you so generously, and yet you dare to harm my son. Regardless of my current situation, I still possess wealth and can live well. As for you, I shall see how you survive without me. Gu Weiying advanced step by step, her voice icy as she inquired, do you still remember my mother? Shen Qingyun's expression stiffened, panic flickering in her eyes. No, she could not possibly remember. She had been too young, and besides, as the matriarch, was it not within her rights to deal with a concubine? It seems you do remember. You killed my mother. Today, you shall pay her debt with your life." As she spoke, she drew a trembling knife from behind, thrusting it towards Shen Qingyun. Shen Qingyun narrowly evaded the attack, but still sustained a cut on her arm. At the sound of the commotion, Mo Jiang rushed in from the entrance, swiftly grasping Gu Weiying. Struggling to break free, Gu Weiying gazed at her nemesis. Unable to avenge herself. "Mother, I am useless. I am sorry for you." With these words, she fainted. Shen Qingyun, clearly shaken, cowered in the corner, murmuring, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Mo Jiang was taken aback. The young master had instructed him to keep an eye on Shen Qingyun's departure from the residence, and he had not prevented Gu Weiying from entering. He never imagined that such a seemingly fragile girl would dare to wield a knife. However, he had overheard their conversation at the door, and if Gu Weiying's claims were true, Shen Qingyun was indeed not blameless. Resigned, he sent someone to report to the young master. Upon receiving the news, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yurua were momentarily stunned. Though they had no deep ties with Gu Weiying, she had once aided them, indicating that she was not a malicious person, and clearly, there were underlying circumstances. "Mother, mother, please do not abandon me. Mother, I am sorry." The horrifying image of her stepmother's death flashed in her mind, and she awoke crying. Turning to see Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yurua standing by her bedside, Gu Weiying forced a faint smile. "You should report this to the authorities. It was intentional." "Weiying, I know you are not a wicked person. If you have any grievances, would you share them with us?" Lu Yurua gently grasped her hand, while Lu Zhao Zhao nodded with a kind expression. Hearing this, Gu Weiying's eyes reddened. She closed them momentarily, then slowly spoke. "My mother and father were acquainted long ago. To others, she was a lowly actress, but to me, she was the kindest and most gentle soul. My father once promised her a lifetime of love, and she believed him. Yet, not long after, he married the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the Protectorate, leaving my mother to become an inconspicuous mistress. She was so naive, despite being wronged. She believed it was due to her lowly status that she was unworthy of my father." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Later, Shen Qingyun agreed to let my mother enter the household. My mother remained dutiful, never daring to overstep, yet she could not bear my mother. Tragically, when she passed, it was as if 2 lives were lost. I was merely 6 years old when my mother died. She told me to act as if she had never existed, to live well, wishing for me to be a good person and to protect myself." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a pang of sympathy. Truly, Shen Qingyun was guilty of heinous acts. "Weiying, your mother wished for you to live well. You are now willing to sacrifice your life for Shen Qingyun. Do you not think it is not worth it?" Lu Zhaozhao gently consoled her. "I cannot even avenge my mother, so what face do I have to continue living?" Gu Weiying lamented. "Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Those who commit sins must bear the consequences," Lu Yurua whispered. "Eldest sister is right. If we hand her over to the authorities, the truth will surely be revealed." Ultimately, Shen Qingyun was brought before the authorities, charged with murder. After the imposition of punishment, coupled with the testimony of an elderly matron from the Gu Weiying and Rong Enbois households, she did not deny her guilt. Initially sentenced to execution in the autumn, she, having never endured hardship in her life, succumbed within a few days. When the matriarch of the Shen family received this news, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Momo offered a handkerchief, gently reassuring her, "Madam, we have shown her the utmost kindness." Shen Qingyun had been raised in luxury, adored by her parents. She could have blossomed into another Lu Zhao Zhao. However, her current predicament is a consequence of her own actions, for which she cannot blame others. Chapter 84. Threat. Upon receiving the news of Shen Qingyun's demise, Gu Weiying tenderly cradled the jade pendant and softly murmured, "Mother, you may now rest in peace." A gentle breeze swept through, and tears glistened in her eyes as a heartfelt smile graced her lips. When Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro arrived at Elan Courtyard in search of her, they found naught but a letter left behind. "Dear Sister Lu, your immense kindness I shall remember for all my days. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I vow to repay your benevolence. I hope you will forgive my sudden departure today. I do not wish to be like my mother, a mere parasite. I wish to attempt living independently." Gu Weiying's resolve was commendable. Lu Yuro sighed softly, relieved that the nation of Dachi was currently at peace. Otherwise, the young lady would be in peril. Lu Zhao Zhao admired her courage, finding her braver than her unworthy brother. On their way back, Lu Yuro spoke, "Zhao Zhao, I wish to return to the Lu residence to bring my aunt out. My stepmother is presently unable to attend to her, but I fear that one day she might meet the same fate as Weiying's mother." As a daughter herself, Lu Zhao Zhao understood. "Sister-in-law, I suspect your father and stepmother may not readily agree, but given your condition, it would be reasonable for your mother to stay with you for a while. They have no grounds to object." Lu Yuro nodded, though she pondered whether Shin Jiachen would consent. In Lingyun Courtyard, Lu Yuro awaited Shin Jiachen on a small couch. Upon his entrance, she rose to take his official hat and placed it on the table. He looked at her with mild surprise, having not received her full attention in recent days. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly. "I wish to bring my aunt to our residence." She glanced at his expression, and upon seeing his prolonged silence, she hastily added, "I understand this may not be proper. But if it proves impossible, I can relocate with my aunt. Once the child is born, we shall." Before she could finish, Shin Jiachen enveloped her in his embrace. Lu Yuro was taken aback, and his choked voice reached her ears. "Yuro, I am sorry. In the past, I failed to understand your plight. It was my fault. Would you allow me to accompany you to retrieve your mother?" "Shin Jiachen, are you serious?" she asked softly. "Yuro, let us go at once." He grasped her hand earnestly, and she followed him, her heart wavering. Could she place her trust in him once more? The carriage from the Duke of Guo's residence arrived directly at the entrance of the Lu family. Shin Jiachen carefully assisted her down, and the servant at the door promptly welcomed them inside. Madame Lu, preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yueying, sought to negotiate with the officials. While Lord Lu had warned her that should she leave the household without permission, she would be dismissed. Upon entering the central courtyard, Li Yuro was met with Madame Lu's furious exclamations. "It is all your daughter's doing. How could my Yueying suffer so without her? Beat her to a pulp." Upon hearing this, Li Yuro immediately rushed inside, with Shin Jiachen steadfastly protecting her from behind. Aunt Zhao was being restrained on the ground by a matron beside Madame Lu, while a maid raised her hand, poised to strike Aunt Zhao. "Do not lay a finger on my aunt." Shin Jiachen, quick and nimble, stepped forward to kick away the maid and the old matron. Lu Yuro, cradling her belly, moved alongside him to help Aunt Zhao to her feet. "Aunt, are you all right?" Her voice trembled with emotion. Had she not arrived today, her aunt would have suffered once more. "Yuro, I am fine," Aunt Zhao reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. "Ah, Lu Yuro. Even though you are now wed into the Duke's residence, I remain your legitimate mother in this household. To defy me is to be unfilial." She glared at Lu Yuro with a bitter resentment, questioning why she could comfortably enjoy her status as the eldest lady while her own daughter languished in prison, doomed to a wretched fate. "Madame Lu, allow me to remind you that Yuro is a member of the Shin family. Who granted you the audacity to shout at her so?" Shin Jiachen defended her, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. "Jiachen, Yuro, you have returned," exclaimed Lord Lu, hurriedly entering. He had learned of their return as soon as he stepped into the estate. The Lu family's current standing was largely attributed to their connection with the Duke's residence. This alliance kept his colleagues at bay, allowing him to navigate his official career with ease. "Greetings, father," Lu Yuro greeted respectfully, curtsying. "Child, rise." Lord Lu replied with a warm smile. He glanced at the combative Lu Shi and the disheveled Aunt Zhao, his expression darkening. "What commotion are you causing now, my lord?" "Aunt Zhao has been insubordinate, and as the head matron, I see no issue in administering a light punishment." "Father, I have something to discuss with you," Lu Yuro interjected. Lord Lu regarded his daughter, noting her transformation. She no longer appeared timid but stood tall and confident, embodying the poise of a highborn lady. "Let us go to the study," he said softly. "Yuro, I will wait for you here with mother." Shin Jiachen released her support. In the study, Lord Lu took his seat and spoke. "Speak." "Father, I wish to take Aunt Zhao away," she declared, her tone calm yet resolute, leaving no room for denial. "Yuro, that is against propriety," Lord Lu replied, lifting his gaze to her. His concern was not deeply rooted in Aunt Zhao's welfare. Her presence merely served to keep his highborn daughter under his control. "Father, you have reaped considerable benefits from the Duke's residence over the years, and I have repaid your nurturing to some extent. Yet, Aunt Zhao endures constant humiliation at the hands of my legitimate mother in this household," she stated directly, her hand resting on her belly as she looked at Lord Lu. "Traditionally, marriage is dictated by parental authority and the matchmaker's word. Moreover, the Duke's residence is a most advantageous match. I have wronged you in no way," he asserted shamelessly. He spoke the truth. For a concubine's daughter of a fourth-rank official to marry into the Duke's residence was indeed a tremendous favor. Yet, he was acutely aware of the trials his daughter would face within that marriage, yet he remained indifferent, valuing his daughter's happiness as a mere exchange for his own ambitions. "Father, if such a splendid match exists, why did my elder sister elope with another?" Lu Yuro inquired with a smile. At her words, Lord Lu's eyes widened in shock, and he stood abruptly, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Lu Yuro gently cradled her belly as she made her way to a chair and seated herself. "Father, do you believe I am the only one privy to this matter? Shin Jiachen is also aware. If today you refuse to allow my aunt to accompany me, then by tomorrow, the entire Hugua Gongfu, and indeed the whole of the capital, will know that the Lu family has produced a daughter who eloped. Your reputation as an official would undoubtedly be at stake." Observing the astonishment etched on her father's face, she slowly curled her lips into a smile, revealing the true nature of her father. With trembling fingers, Lu's father pointed at her, exclaiming, "Lu Yuro, have you lost your mind? You are also a daughter of the Lu family. If this matter spreads, how will you ever stand in the Hugua Gongfu?" "I do not care," she retorted coldly. "Father, I have never sought wealth or glory. If I cannot protect my aunt, then I am unworthy of being called a daughter. And I would have no face to live peacefully as the wife of the eldest son. Are you thus threatening your father?" he asked, collapsing into his chair. He realized he had misjudged her. He had thought her the most obedient of daughters, only to discover that her demeanor was not compliance, but rather restraint. Chapter 85. Support Lu Yuro remained silent as she rose and spoke. "Father, if you still wish to maintain the alliance with the Duke of protecting the nation, then allow me to take my stepmother away." "Very well, you are quite resolute." Lu's father grit his teeth, yet he found himself utterly powerless. "Thank you, father, for your understanding," she replied with a slight bow before turning to exit the study. At the door, Xin Jiaqin and Aunt Xiao waited her. Upon her emergence, he hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Aunt, let us return home." Lu Yuro smiled gently. Aunt Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xin Jiaqin with a hint of panic. "Yuro, I am fine. You should return to the residence with Jiaqin and live your life well. That will reassure me. Mother, Yuro is currently with child and requires care. Unfortunately, I have official duties that prevent me from being by her side at all times. If you accompany her, she can rest properly," Xin Jiaqin said kindly. "Indeed, Aunt, please consider it a chance to accompany me," Lu Yuro added, wrapping her arm around Zhao's as she had done in her childhood, playfully coaxing, with tears welling in her eyes. Aunt Zhao reflected on her life's singular joy, the birth of this daughter who had always been considerate and understanding. Yet, she felt immense guilt for the burdens her status had placed upon her. "Aunt Zhao, you are merely a concubine. Why should you worry about your esteemed daughter being ridiculed at the Duke's residence? If I were you, I would remain quietly in the Lu household." Lady Lu sneered from the side. Over the years, she had come to understand Aunt Zhao's only vulnerability lay in her daughter. Lu's father stood at the doorway of the study, choosing not to intervene. "Lady Lu, it matters not whether Yuro is of legitimate or illegitimate birth. Even if she were the daughter of a mere commoner, she remains my one and only wife," Xin Jiaqin asserted before turning to Aunt Zhao. "Mother, my grandmother and mother are both wise women. They will harbor no grievances. Please rest assured." "Aunt, you should accompany your daughter," Lu Yuro said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With tears in her eyes, Aunt Zhao nodded. "Very well, I shall go with you." She then turned to Lord Lu, bowing. "My lord, I take my leave." Lu's father opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. As Lady Lu observed their departing figures, she shouted, "Zhao, you shall not leave. My daughter suffers in prison, while yours lives in comfort. How can that be justified?" "Enough," Lu's father admonished, gazing at Aunt Zhao's resolute back, reminiscent of the time she first entered the household, so graceful and ethereal. He had taken her as his wife knowing full well her reluctance. Throughout the years, he was not blind to her suffering, yet he chose to turn a blind eye, preferring to maintain the facade of tranquility in the inner quarters. Upon returning home, Lu Yuro took Aunt Zhao to Baoma Hall. The elderly matriarch of the Shen family did not seem particularly surprised. She kindly invited her to sit. Aunt Zhao, feeling somewhat apprehensive, spoke, "Madam, I apologize for intruding." "Not at all," the elderly matriarch replied with a smile. "The Duke of protecting the nation's residence is Yurua's home. As her mother, is it not natural for you to be here? Besides, Yurua's mother-in-law is rather carefree, and with you here to care for her, we feel much more at ease." Upon hearing this, Wu chuckled and jested. "Indeed, with your arrival, I might steal a moment of leisure." Aunt Zhao, having fallen from grace in her youth, was sold into servitude before being taken as a concubine by Lord Lu. However, throughout the years, no one had ever spoken to her with such kindness. She felt a mix of surprise and delight. Lu Yuru smiled as she grasped Aunt Zhao's hand, knowing that neither of them would have to endure the days of being dependent on others and subject to their whims any longer. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, after Xin Jiayin returned from court, he noticed Lu Zhao Zhao reclining on a small couch, taking a brief respite. He tread softly, picking up the blanket she had carelessly dropped to the floor and placing it aside before gently sitting beside her, captivated by her sleeping visage. Lu Zhao, not in a deep slumber, sensed someone's gaze upon her, and, groggily opening her eyes, saw it was Xin Jiayin. She nestled back into his embrace, closing her eyes once more. With a light chuckle, Xin Jiayin tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen against her cheek behind her ear, his voice laced with a hint of mischief. "Zhao, I heard some news today. Would you care to hear it?" "What news?" she murmured softly. "Shui Jiqing is engaged," he announced, observing Lu Zhao's reaction. She slowly sat up, yawning, and replied, "Oh, that's good news, but I wonder which girl it is?" Seeing her remain unfazed, Shun Jiayan felt a sense of concealed delight and, suppressing a smile, replied nonchalantly, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuru? Lu Zhao Zhao expressed her surprise. For it was only recently that the matriarch of the Zhao family had passed away. How could there be an engagement so soon? Was it perhaps due to the recent rumors? Noticing her momentary daze, Shun Jiayan teased Lu Zhao Zhao. She looked up at him, playfully remarking, whose vinegar jar has been overturned? Why so sour? He gently grasped her chin and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Lu Zhao Zhao, seizing the moment, wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. Your jealous demeanor, Sir Shun, is truly endearing. Embracing her, Shun Jiayan leaned in to kiss her again. Outside, Liu Li and Jinju heard their playful banter and exchanged amused glances as they closed the door. Knowing that such love between the young master and his lady would make the courtyard even more lively if they were to welcome a little master in the future. In the evening, Lu Zhao Zhao tossed and turned in Shun Jiayan's arms. He firmly held her waist, threatening, if you're not tired, let us go again. Rolling her eyes, she did not respond. After a while, she suddenly spoke. Do you think it's because of the incident at Xi'an Temple that Zhao Yuru was hastily engaged? Lu Zhao Zhao, you were just distracted. And now you're preoccupied with the Shui family, aren't you? Shun Jiayan tightened his hold on her waist, gritting his teeth. Sir Shun, you're being unreasonable. I'm clearly concerned about Zhao Yuru. What does Shui Gongzi have to do with it? Lu Zhao Zhao replied helplessly. Couples share their fates, and they are now engaged. Lu Zhao Zhao sat up, intrigued as she scrutinized him. She had never realized he was such a jealous man. So what? She asked, suppressing a smile. Indeed, once acquired, one fails to cherish. Shun Jiayan rose from his resting place and made his way towards the door. Just as he was about to open it, he heard Lu Zhao Zhao leisurely say, if you step out now, I won't hold the door for you, nor will I leave the window open. With his wife providing him an easy way out, it would have been rather ungrateful of him to remain. Feeling slightly disgruntled, he rubbed his nose and turned back to the bed, managing to console himself without assistance. Lu Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his, bursting into laughter, and Shun Jiayan playfully tickled her, leading to a delightful scuffle between the two. Chapter 86. Clarity in the residence of the Yunyang Marquis. Zhao Yuru sat serenely at her desk, diligently transcribing a sacred prayer. With great care, she placed the completed scroll into a box, which was already filled with a substantial stack of beautifully penned scriptures, a testament to the dedication of the scribe. Setting down her pen, she gently massaged her sore wrist. Xiaolan promptly applied a warm handkerchief to her wrist, softly advising, Miss, perhaps it would be wise to continue tomorrow, lest you injure your hand. It matters not. Zhao Yuru replied. Master Huijue has stated that these scriptures must be completed within 100 days to hold any significance. Today, my stepmother has accepted the betrothal gifts from the Yunyang Marquis, solidifying this marriage. Knowing her temperament, it won't be long before she seeks to send me off. So I must hasten to finish this task. Thinking of the day's events, Yulan remarked, the Yunyang Marquis' wife merely exchanged a few words. And even young Master Shui did not make an appearance, yet she readily consented to the union. It seems rather unfair, does it not? How can she so easily agree to your marriage? Zhao Yuru gently admonished. Yulan, refrain from such comments. My grandmother is no longer with us. I must rely solely on myself from now on. Young Master Shui is not without merit. He is well educated and possesses an agreeable appearance. Could it be, Yulan hesitated, that the urgency stems from the incident at Xi'an Temple, prompting the lady to hasten your marriage? Foolish Yulan, what does that have to do with Xi'an Temple? It is merely because I have obstructed their path that they wish to rid themselves of me so swiftly, as the legitimate daughter of the household. If I do not marry first, how will my stepmother find a suitable match for her own daughter? However, there were whispers in the capital that young Master Shui had taken a concubine even before marrying, and it was said to be his cousin. Yulan, having been by Zhao Yuru's side since childhood, remained fiercely loyal to her. Besides the late matriarch, Yulan was the closest confidant Zhao Yuru had. Zhao Yuru smiled faintly, contemplating that if she did not accept this marriage proposal, she could soon find herself as a second wife to some widower. When her grandmother was alive, she had someone to protect her, but now, should such a situation arise, she would be left to the whims of others. The practice of men taking multiple wives was common. After all, not everyone possessed the fortitude of Zhao Zhao. Although I have a father, it feels as though I do not. Life in the Marquis' residence has become exceedingly burdensome. Perhaps marriage could bring about a new beginning. Indeed, Miss, Yulan nodded in agreement. Zhao Yuru turned her gaze to a letter she had already penned, intended for Lu Zhao Zhao. She feared that Zhao Zhao might think her decision to marry Shui Jiqing was due to the events at Xi'an Temple. However, deep down, she understood that given her current predicament, marrying the legitimate son of a marquis was a stroke of fortune. The following day, after rising, Lu Zhao Zhao prepared to write a letter to Zhao Yuru. Yet, before she could finish, Liu entered with a letter in hand, exclaiming, "Miss, a letter from Miss Zhao." Zhao Zhao accepted it and gently opened the envelope. "Zhao Zhao, as if seeing you in writing, how have you been of late? I trust you have heard of my engagement, and I hope you do not worry. I am indeed willing to accept this marriage. Although I may not possess your beauty or talents, my spirit is unwavering, and I believe few in this capital could rival me, apart from you. Thus, there is no need for your concern." As Zhao Zhao gazed upon the elegant handwriting, she felt a warmth in her eyes, much improved from before. She quickly looked up. She is Zhao Zhao and cannot emulate those who weep incessantly. After a considerable time, she carefully tucked away the letter, for she and Xiao Yuru had become close confidants, and she vowed to present her with a generous gift on her wedding day. Yet, another troublesome matter loomed. The Empress's birthday celebration would soon arrive. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shen Jiayan discovered that Zhao Zhao was not in her chamber, nor were the maids Liu and Zhenshu. At that moment, Zhao Zhao was rummaging through the private treasury that Shen Jiayan had gifted her. Having never opened it since her marriage, she was astonished by the vast array of treasures. Far exceeding her expectations, indeed, Shen's family was a veritable gold mine, with a plethora of dazzling items that left her quite overwhelmed. Yuli and Zhenshu, having accompanied Zhao Zhao to view numerous treasures since childhood, were well acquainted with ornaments and curios, yet they found these treasures to be of an entirely different caliber. "Madam, what are you looking for? Allow us to assist you," they called as they noticed her slight breathlessness from her search. "The Empress's birthday is approaching, and I must accompany my mother to the palace. I need to find a suitable gift," she sighed, resting her hand on her waist. The downside of wealth became apparent. Choosing a gift felt utterly disorienting. If Shen Jiayan were to hear her candid thoughts, he might feel quite aggrieved. Who would have thought that one day his wife would lament having too much wealth? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhao resumed her search. Empress one had never cared for mundane gold and silver trinkets, but rather cherished landscapes. After a relentless search, she finally discovered a uniquely composed and exquisite landscape painting that she found greatly satisfying. Carefully wrapping the painting, she handed it to Liu, who accepted it with utmost care. "Madam, are you assessing how much property you possess?" Shen Jiayan inquired playfully, leaning casually against the doorframe. Zhao Zhao turned to him, jesting, "If I had known you were so wealthy, I would have married you much sooner." With a smile, Shen Jiayan pulled her into his embrace, gently pinching her delicate cheek. "Zhao Zhao, how did I not realize before that you had a penchant for wealth?" "Oh, there is much you do not know," she replied, playfully poking him at the waist. Shen Jiayan bent down to kiss her forehead affectionately. Though Zhao Zhao was not one to shy away, the laughter of Liu and Zhenshu behind her caused her cheeks to flush. She gently pushed him away, chiding, "Could you be a bit more mindful?" He chuckled, grasping her hand. "Let us return. The small kitchen has prepared our meal." Initially, she had not felt hungry, but upon hearing his words, her stomach indeed felt rather empty. After finishing their meal, Zhao Zhao presented the carefully selected landscape painting to Shen Jiayan, inquiring, "Do you think the Empress will appreciate it?" "Quite well," Shen Jiayan replied, examining it closely. "The last time I saw my elder sister and Ning Ning was shortly after our marriage, and now it has been over 3 months. Zhao Zhao spoke with a hint of grievance. "Being married is wonderful, but it means I cannot always be with my family and friends." Observing her dejected expression, Shen Jiayan chuckled softly and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "Recently, there have been no significant matters at the Dali Temple. If you wish to see Janning, I shall accompany you to the palace. If you long for your elder sister, I shall take you to the 4th prince's residence. And if you desire to return home, I will accompany you back to the Yunyang Marquis' mansion. You promised this. Do not deceive me." "When have I ever deceived you?" Shen Jiayan retorted, only to meet her disdainful gaze. He cleared his throat and added, excluding what transpired on the bed, "Shameless," she murmured, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 87. 1,000 Autumns. On June 28th, the birthday of Empress One, Zhao Zhao donned a delicate lavender wide-sleeve dress, adorned with a matching hairpin that swayed gently with her movements, exuding an air of elegance and dignity. The Empress, known for her aversion to commotion, had invited only members of the royal family. Zhao Zhao accompanied Princess Jingro to the Changqiu Palace, where Empress Wen sat gracefully on the main seat, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jianing sat quietly beside her, while several concubines and the crown princess, along with the crown prince's secondary consort, Lady Feng, the second prince's consort, the 4th prince's consort, Lady Liang, Lady Bai, and the charming Princess Liqing, gathered at the foot of the throne. Princess Jingro stepped forward with a graceful bow, saying, "Jingro pays her respects to your highness." Zhao Zhao followed suit, offering her greetings to the Empress. Having been close to Empress Wen since before her debut, the two shared a kindred spirit, their bond deepening over time. Upon noticing her arrival, Empress Wen's face brightened as she exclaimed, "Jingro has come. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," Princess Jingro replied. The Empress had already arranged a seat for her, and after glancing at Lu Zhaozhao's placement next to the fourth prince's consort, she gracefully took her position adjacent to the Empress. The Shu Fei, seated below her, began to flatter, "Princess, you remain as radiant as ever, unlike us who have succumbed to the ravages of time." The Shu Fei, whose father was a general of the Pingxi and whose mother hailed from a prestigious family, could have aspired to the role of Empress herself. However, her temperament was lacking in stability, and her words often bore a sharpness that belied the grace expected of a motherly figure. Yet, she dared not offend Princess Jingro, who, during her time as the crown prince's secondary consort, was the most esteemed princess of the Qi dynasty. When Emperor Qi ascended the throne, before the titles of the concubines were even established, he had first conferred upon his own sister the title of princess, granting her vast estates. A testament to her favored status, Princess Jingro offered the Shu Fei not even a glance, coolly retorting, "Shu Fei, your tongue remains as silver-tongued as ever." Yet I have never enjoyed such flattery. Once a favored concubine, Shu Fei had once spoken disrespectfully when Empress Wen was heavily pregnant, provoking an early labor. Emperor Qi had been furious, nearly exiling her to the cold palace, but considering her own pregnancy, he merely demoted her. Since then, he had never set foot in her quarters again. Hoping to ingratiate herself with a few flattering words, Shu Fei found herself at a loss. As the lower-ranking concubines stifled their laughter at her expense, unable to confront Princess Jingro, she turned to Lady Li, saying, "Lady Li, please ensure your daughter behaves properly." A princess of the Qi should not display such poor manners. Princess Li Qing, the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi, was merely 13 and currently relishing a chicken leg. Lady Li, who had always maintained a low profile and avoided conflict in the palace, had garnered the emperor's favor over the years. Startled by Shu Fei's reprimand, Princess Li Qing instinctively glanced towards Empress Wen, who, upon hearing the remarks, adopted a stern expression and chastised, "Shu Fei, what are you doing? Li Qing is still young. Why frighten her?" "Your Majesty, I dare not presume," the concubine said. "As the stepmother of the princesses, it is my duty to guide them." The Shushi concubine spoke with an air of pride, for her father was a general wielding the power of hundreds of thousands. Had it not been for the empress's fortuitous survival, who knows, the position of crown prince might very well have been bestowed upon her son. The empress is the sovereign of the inner palace, and the upbringing of her children is her responsibility. You, a mere concubine, lack the standing to interfere in the education of princes and princesses. Do you rely on General Sun's influence? Or do you believe that with your father's command of the troops, this realm will be named after the Sun clan? Such treasonous thoughts carry the weight of severe punishment, potentially endangering your entire lineage. One wonders if the Shushi concubine can bear such consequences. The Princess Jingru remarked, casually spinning her teacup as she questioned. Though she desired her son to ascend as the crown prince, she was not willing to bear the grave consequences of treason. She hastily stood and said, "Your Majesty, I would never entertain such thoughts. I implore you to see my sincerity. Shushi, you ought to mind your words. As the foremost of the four consorts, you should set a proper example, lest you lead the princes and princesses astray," the Empress once said, her tone icy. "I shall heed the Empress's teachings," Shushi concubine replied, chastened, and promptly settled into silence. Empress Wen exchanged a knowing smile with Princess Jingru. "Today marks my birthday, and as we are all family, let us not stand on ceremony. The emperor is preoccupied with state affairs. Let us partake of the feast." Empress Wen raised her wine cup, and everyone followed suit in gratitude. Jianing playfully winked at Lu Zhaozhao. "Zhao Zhao, do you have news?" Lu Jinyu whispered. "What news?" Lu Zhaozhao asked, perplexed, her gaze inadvertently drifting to her elder sister's abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Elder sister, what are you implying?" Seeing her sister's naive demeanor, Lu Zhaoyu chuckled. "What is there to be embarrassed about? If you were to return home, our mother would certainly inquire." Although Zhao Zhao and Jia Yin shared a deep bond, in high society, having children was essential to establish a solid foundation. As an elder sister, she could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "Elder sister, let us dine. The meals in the palace are truly exquisite," Lu Zhaozhao suggested with a laugh. Lu Jinyu shook her head with a smile, while Liang's side consort murmured nearby, "All you think about is food." By side consort, taken aback by her words, noticed Lu Zhaoyu conversing with Lu Zhaozhao and quietly advised, "Sister Liang, lower your voice. Today is the Empress's birthday banquet. Do not cause trouble. Mind your own business. Those from lesser families are always timid and fearful. One wonders how your parents have raised you." Liang's side consort retorted, ungrateful for the warning. By side consort hailed from a prestigious family, her father holding a modest yet respectable position, leading her to maintain a low profile since entering the fourth prince's residence. Sister Liang, though my father's rank may not match yours, my Bai family is also of scholarly lineage, loyal for generations. How can you speak of us in such a manner? This marks the first instance of the white consort daring to voice a rebuttal against her. Aware of her own reserved disposition and unremarkable appearance, she had never entertained the notion of vying for favor. Instead, she contented herself with fulfilling her role as the prince's consort. Fortunately, both the fourth prince and the prince's consort were gentle souls, allowing her to enjoy a relatively pleasant existence in the fourth prince's residence. However, the Liang consort, at times mocking and at times belittling, had become a source of vexation for her. Yet, she had borne it all in silence, until today, when the Liang consort audaciously ridiculed her family. This, she could not tolerate. What right does a mere fourth-rank official have to claim nobility? My father is a third-rank general. How dare you presume to stand on equal footing with me? And now even presume to admonish me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. Her voice grew increasingly louder, drawing the attention of Lu Jinyu and Lu Zhao Zhao, who were engaged in casual conversation nearby. Observing the Liang consort's smug expression and the redness in the white consort's eyes, Lu Jinyu discerned that the Liang consort was once again tormenting her. She scolded softly, "Liang consort, what do you think you are doing?" Chapter 88, The Reward Your Highness. I have done nothing to deserve such accusations, protested the consort Liang, shrugging her shoulders dismissively. She held the consort Bai in contempt, believing that had she not arrived late during the selection of the fourth prince's consort by Empress Wen, she might have been the one to occupy that esteemed position. Consort Bai, should you feel aggrieved, do not hesitate to confide in me, spoke Lu Zhaoyu gently. Indeed, thank you, your highness, replied Consort Bai, the youngest daughter of her family, who had been cherished and pampered throughout her upbringing. Despite her distress, she fought back tears as she spoke. Lu Zhao Zhao observed the arrogant demeanor of Consort Liang and furrowed her brow slightly. Elder sister, does she behave so dominantly within the estate? Yes. Consort Bai often suffers under her tyranny. The prince and I cannot always be attentive, and it is indeed a pity for her, Lu Zhaoyu remarked, taking a delicate sip of tea. Elder sister, should she vex you, do not indulge her nor suppress your feelings. Otherwise, our parents will be distressed. What if her father is a general on the battlefield? Our father and grandfather have fought as well, Lu Zhao Zhao admonished earnestly. Lu Zhaoyu chuckled softly at her younger sister's mature demeanor. What is so amusing, elder sister? Lu Zhaoyu raised her hand to adjust Zhao Zhao's headpiece, whispering, one might mistake you for my elder sister. Worry not for me, for I am well aware of my own affairs. It is of utmost importance that you bear a child soon. Feigning ignorance, Lu Zhao Zhao lowered her head to nibble on a snack, while Lu Zhaoyu smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Consort Liang rolled her eyes at the affectionate display between the sisters. The elder sister's pretentiousness and the younger sister's insolence were both unbecoming, and today, she was determined to bring them to shame. Consort Liang rose and approached, bowing gracefully. Your Majesty, I have prepared a piece of music today to celebrate your longevity. Empress Wen replied softly, Zhu Yun, fetch a guqin for Consort Liang. During the selection of the fourth prince's consort, the emperor had favored the Yunyang Marquis and the Liang family, while Empress Wen inclined towards the former. The Marquis of Yunyang and the Xie family were both open-minded individuals, and given that Lu Zhao Zhao had already been chosen as Lady Jianning's companion, it was only natural that her sister would be equally admirable. In contrast, speaking candidly, Consort Liang was merely a replica of Consort Shu. Fortunately, the fourth prince shared her sentiments, immediately naming the eldest daughter of the Lu family. In truth, the second daughter was also a candidate, and to this day, she remained puzzled as to why he had chosen the eldest daughter outright. Perhaps it was merely a matter of personal affinity. Before long, Jian placed a guqin before Consort Liang. She bowed and said, Your Majesty, I humbly present my inadequacies. After sitting down, she lightly plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound that was undeniably pleasing. Upon the conclusion of the performance, Empress Wen smiled warmly and remarked, How thoughtful. You are rewarded. I am deeply grateful for your gracious reward, Your Majesty. Consort Liang beamed, cradling the gift with a sense of pride, confident in her musical skills. She was certain that no one in the capital could surpass her talent on the guqin. She turned a glance at Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhao Zhao, addressing Empress Wen, Your Majesty, I have heard that the young ladies of the Yunyang Marquis are well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Both the royal consort and the heir's wife hail from the Yunyang Marquis. Might I be granted the pleasure of witnessing their talents? Lu Zhaoyu rose gracefully and said, Today marks the Empress Mother's birthday, and I would be honored to play a piece to celebrate her. Lu Zhao Zhao softly added, Your Majesty, I am not skilled in music, but I could create a painting to express my sentiments, if it pleases you. She is not lacking in musical talent. Rather, She has a greater affinity for literature and painting. Although her skills on the guqin may not rival those of her elder sister, they likely surpass those of the favored concubine, Liang. Very well, fetch the writing implements for the young lady, said Empress Wen with a warm demeanor. Lu Zhaoyu sat before the guqin, while Lu Zhaozhao stood beside her, pen in hand. The two faces, strikingly similar yet distinctly different, complemented each other beautifully, each radiating its own charm. Lu Zhaoyu's delicate fingers danced swiftly across the strings, producing a resounding melody that soared without jarring the senses, akin to a multitude of spirited steeds galloping forth with fervor. Lu Zhaozhao, standing calmly beside her, moved her wrist gracefully, her strokes decisive and unhesitating. The duo, captured in this moment, offered an overwhelming visual impact. Although they appeared as two composed and dignified women, they exuded an undeniable aura of elegance and strength. As Lu Zhaoyu pressed down on the strings, the music came to an abrupt halt. Lu Zhaozhao also set down her brush, and as the bamboo ink was presented to the onlookers, it revealed a landscape painting that, from afar, formed the character for longevity. It took a considerable time for everyone to process this revelation, with Liang's favored concubine displaying a look of astonishment. Having entered the household for 2 years, she had never heard Lu Zhaoyu play the guqin, believing the external praises to be exaggerated. Her hands slowly clenched in surprise. Excellent music, splendid painting. They shall be richly rewarded, proclaimed Emperor Qi with a resonant voice, followed by a throng of princes and Shen Jiayan. The fourth prince gazed at Lu Zhaoyu with newfound admiration, while Shen Jiayan wore a proud expression, as if to assert, "My wife is truly remarkable." Everyone promptly rose to pay their respects, greeting the emperor. "Be at ease," Emperor Qi said, taking a seat beside Empress Wen. Jianing discreetly descended from above and approached Lu Zhaozhao, whispering with her lips, "Zhaozhao, truly impressive." Lu Zhaozhao smiled lightly in response. "Today marks the empress's birthday." "All of you may be at ease," said Emperor Qi, jesting. "The Marquis of Yunyang truly knows how to raise his daughters. Fourth, Jiayin, you are both quite fortunate." "Your Majesty speaks the truth," the fourth prince replied with a gentle laugh. "Much gratitude is owed to your Majesty for your support. You just mentioned a generous reward for my wife." Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow, playfully challenging. "You truly take after your mother, unwilling to concede even a little." Emperor Qi remarked, then recalled that Princess Jingru was present, hastily stopping himself while smiling. "Jingru, your elder brother is merely jesting. Rest assured, I will relay your words verbatim to the Empress," Princess Jingru retorted lightly. In public, she held the esteemed title of the dignified princess. Yet in the presence of her mother and elder brother, she was simply a sister and daughter. While it is said that royal families are devoid of affection, this notion does not apply to their bond. "How old are you, yet still seeking your mother for grievances?" Emperor Qi teased with a smile. "Your Majesty, do bestow your rewards swiftly, or else the fourth prince and Jian may not be pleased," Empress Wen reminded with a chuckle. Clearing his throat, Emperor Qi declared, "The fourth prince's consort, Lu Zhaoyu, is virtuous and commendable. Therefore, I bestow upon her a jade ruby, a pair of glazed cups, a box of pearls, a box of gemstones, and 30 bolts of assorted silk." Upon hearing these rewards, concubine Liang nearly lost her composure. While she had received merely a golden hairpin, Lu Zhaoyu had been granted such an abundance, and notably, imperial gifts at that. "Your son expresses gratitude for the emperor's generous rewards," Lu Zhaoyu said, bowing deeply in thanks. These rewards were indeed enough to evoke envy among the onlookers, but what the emperor announced next was utterly astonishing. "The daughter-in-law of the Duke of the Guardian, Lu Zhaozhao, is a virtuous character, diligent and gentle, harmonious and pure, with a kind disposition. I hereby grant her the title of second-rank noble consort," Emperor Qi proclaimed loudly. Lu Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. A noble consort? She was merely the daughter-in-law of the heir, yet now she had received such an honor. "Consort, do not delay in expressing your gratitude. You are the only noble consort among the daughters-in-law in the entire capital," Steward Lu reminded with a smile from the side. Lu Zhaozhao hurriedly bowed and said, "This humble servant thanks the emperor for his profound grace. Long live the emperor." Chapter 89, The Empress Dowager, please rise. The emperor said with a smile, casting a glance at his smug nephew, silently thinking to himself, "What a disappointment." Concubine Liang nearly broke her nail, originally intending to make an impression before the empress, only to find that the favor had shifted to them. Present among the royal family, Shen Jiayan naturally settled beside Lu Zhaozhao, lifting her teacup for a sip. The fourth prince had just picked up Lu Zhaoyu's teacup when she raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Your Highness, this is my teacup." The fourth prince smiled at her and gently grasped her blocking hand, murmuring, "No worries." Watching the affectionate interaction between the two, concubine Liang felt a surge of fury, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. While outsiders praised the fourth prince's consort as virtuous and magnanimous, the truth was she monopolized his attention daily, charming him to the extent that he scarcely visited her courtyard, all a mere pretense. Today was the empress's birthday, and with the crown prince and crown princess leading the way, everyone presented their gifts. Regardless of the value, the empress received them all with a warm smile, appreciating the heartfelt intentions of her children. Princess, you must visit mother in the CI show palace. She has been mentioning you since yesterday, the emperor inquired with a smile. Princess Jingro rose and chuckled. Naturally, I shall go. I also need to report to mother. The emperor chuckled but remained silent. Empress Wen turned to the gathering and softly said, it is a rare occasion for everyone to be together today. Let us all pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Yes, mother, the crowd responded, rising in greeting. The emperor, Empress Wen, and Princess Jingro led the way, with the others following suit. Finally, Jianing had the opportunity to whisper to Lu Zhao Zhao, linking her arm with hers and saying, Zhao Zhao, I heard that not long ago you nearly encountered a villain at Xi'an Temple. Such a significant event. Why did you not tell me? Ning Ning. It was merely a trivial matter. I was able to handle it, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a cheerful smile. That Miss Lu is truly despicable. If anyone dares to bully you again, you must inform me, and I will certainly stand up for you. With me around, no one can mistreat you. All right, Your Highness. You are the best, Lu Zhao Zhao teased. Jianing giggled and playfully patted her, then leaned closer to whisper, Zhao Zhao. It seems my father is selecting a husband for me. Lu Zhao Zhao turned to ask, is there a candidate? Jianing reluctantly nodded, then sighed deeply. Noticing her apparent discontent, Lu Zhao Zhao gently inquired, Ning Ning, is it that you do not like him? My father favors the eldest son of General Zhun Nan, who is yet to return to the capital. But you know, Zhao Zhao, I have a penchant for the refined and handsome young gentleman. However, the General Xie's son is a martial general. I imagine he must be quite rough around the edges. Jianing bit her lip and continued. I know I shouldn't voice such thoughts. The father and son of General Zhun Nan fight for the stability of the Qi. Alas, as a royal princess, I enjoy the privileges of the realm. If my father wishes me to marry, then marry I shall. Although Lu Zhao Zhao is her close friend, she lacks the position to persuade her. After all, how many daughters of noble families can act solely according to their hearts? Moreover, she is the legitimate princess of the Qi. Lu Zhao Zhao gently squeezed her hand and softly said, Ning Ning, the emperor and the empress dowager cherish you the most. They will surely select a person of good character for you. Besides, you have yet to meet that General Xie. How can you be certain he is not a handsome man? Jianing sighed lightly and replied with a smile, you have a point. Marrying into the capital is certainly much better than the princesses of the previous dynasty who were sent off to form alliances. The two exchanged intimate words, while Shen Jiayan quietly followed behind Lu Zhao Zhao. In the Siso Palace, your son pays his respects to Mother Empress. The esteemed Princess Jingro smiled and performed a curtsy. Upon seeing her, the Empress Dowager's face brightened with joy. You have all come. Quickly, rise. Please, take a seat. The Empress Dowager said, pulling Princess Jingro to sit beside her. She then turned to Empress Wen, saying, Today is your birthday, Empress. I have acquired a pair of Eastern pearl earrings that seem to suit you perfectly. I thank you, Mother Empress, for your thoughtfulness, Empress Wen replied gently. Seeing all of you children establishing families brings me great joy. If I could have a few more great-grandchildren, I would be even happier. Now, the crown prince and the second prince both have children, while the fifth prince is yet to marry, and the fourth prince has only one child. Concubine Liang and concubine Bai, you have been in the fourth prince's residence for 2 years now. Why is it that you still have no children? You ought to strive to expand the royal family, the Empress Dowager said pointedly. To be fair, Lu Zhaoyu, the fourth prince's consort, was beyond reproach, and the Empress Dowager was quite satisfied with her. However, with only one child in the fourth prince's household, she found herself somewhat troubled. While a man's devotion might be a tale worth telling in an ordinary family, in royal circles, it could affect the entire dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively glanced at her elder sister. Although she understood that such was the nature of royal life, hearing it firsthand made her feel sympathetic for her sister. Lu Zhaoyu smiled and shook her head at her, while the fourth prince, observing her nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration, though he could not express it. I humbly heed the Empress Dowager's teachings, concubine Bai said, performing a respectful curtsy. Concubine Liang could barely contain her resentment. How could she have children when the fourth prince never visited her chambers? The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Shun Jiayan, who was whispering with her sister-in-law, and lightly coughed. Jiayan, it has been several months since your marriage. Is there still no news? With so many people present, Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. Why was everyone discussing children today? Shen Jiayan held her hand and chuckled. Grandmother, you are being rather impatient. Mother, let us not meddle in their affairs. If you truly wish to concern yourself with something, perhaps you should look after the crown prince. He has been speaking ill of me today, Princess Jingrose said with a smile. How can you still behave like children at your age? It seems your father and I have spoiled you too much. You refuse to endure even the slightest grievance, the Empress Dowager teased gently, her face radiating warmth and affection. Mother's words are indeed true. The emperor, curling his lips in a smile, expressed profound affection for his younger sister. In years past, as the legitimate eldest son, he naturally ascended to the position of crown prince. However, his younger brothers eyed the exalted throne with covetous gazes. For it is universally acknowledged that victors are crowned as kings while the vanquished are deemed bandits. Yet, the world remains unaware that should one truly fall into the category of the vanquished, it is not merely the title of bandit they risk, but possibly their very lives. Thus, when Shinchijo sought to marry, Princess Jingru accepted without hesitation. Her decision served to restrain the Duke of the Protectorate and simultaneously fortify her elder brother's position. Fortunately, their marital bond flourished, or else he would have felt eternally indebted to his royal sister. After a lengthy period apart, the Empress Dowager engaged in trivial conversation with her daughter, and as the sun began its descent, the courtiers gradually departed from the palace. Observing the Empress Dowager's evident discontent, the attendant swiftly offered solace. Your Majesty, the esteemed princess resides within the capital. You may summon her to the palace whenever you wish. Indeed, as a princess, such a life is a splendid fate. The Empress Dowager murmured softly, contemplating the upcoming marriage of Jianing, hoping she too would find a blissful union akin to that of her aunt. Though she held the lofty title of Empress Dowager, she remained bound by societal norms, yearning for her grandsons to be surrounded by offspring, while equally desiring a worthy match for her granddaughters. Chapter 90. Punishment. Lu Xiaoyu reiterated her advice to Lu Zhao a few more times before departing with the concubines Liang and by to the residence of the fourth prince. Within the fourth prince's estate, the fourth prince sat in the main seat alongside Lu Xiaoyu, while the proud concubine Liang stood haughtily to one side. As the legitimate daughter of the Liang family, she regarded Bai, the daughter of a mere low-ranking official, with disdain, confident that Bai would not dare to challenge her. What transpired between concubine Liang and you at the Empress Mother's birthday banquet today? Lu Xiaoyu inquired calmly. Bai concubine raised her head and bowed slightly, stating, Princess consort. At today's banquet, concubine Liang belittled me for coming from a humble background, claiming that my parents failed to raise me properly. Concubine Liang, do you have anything to say in response? Princess consort, did I speak incorrectly? Bai concubine retorted. Her father is merely a fourth-rank official. How can that not be considered humble origins? Her disdain was palpable as she boasted that her own father was a great general, someone even the emperor had to regard with deference. Impudent! Who permitted you to speak to the princess consort in such a manner? The fourth prince exclaimed in anger. Your Highness, I am merely aggrieved. It was clearly Bai concubine who meddled unnecessarily. Why is it that the princess consort only targets me? Concubine Liang feigned a pitiful expression, as though Lu Xiaoyu had truly mistreated her. Pray tell, concubine Liang, what meddling have I engaged in? Bai concubine slyly questioned. You imply that I, concubine Liang abruptly ceased her words, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyu, whose expression was far from amiable. This princess consort was fiercely protective of her sister, should she discover that Liang had spoken ill of Lu Zhao in private. Concubine Liang, your insolent words warrant a month of house arrest, and the copying of the lessons for women 100 times, Lu Xiaoyu declared coldly. 3 months of house arrest and 500 copies of the lessons for women, the fourth prince added, his disbelief evident as he widened his eyes in astonishment. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. She was already in disfavor. If subjected to 3 months of confinement, the fourth prince might well forget her existence. Return to your quarters. Should you disrespect the princess consort again, I shall inquire how General Liang manages his daughter, he said impatiently. Though concubine Liang was filled with resentment, she dared not retort and could only leave in a huff. As she departed, she shot a venomous glare at Bai concubine and mouthed, You'll regret this. Reflecting on the Empress Dowager's veiled insinuations today, which implied that she had not fulfilled her duties as a princess consort, Lu Xiaoyu turned to Bai concubine and softly said, Bai concubine, you have suffered today. If concubine Liang bullies you again, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall advocate for you. I am grateful, princess consort, Bai concubine replied. Your Highness, why not spend the night in Bai concubine's quarters? Lu Xiaoyu suggested. Having been in the fourth prince's estate for nearly 4 years, she had never before concerned herself with his whereabouts. This was her first attempt to arrange such a thing. Honestly, the feeling was not particularly pleasant, but with the Empress Dowager having spoken, how could her 2 younger sisters navigate the implications of jealousy from the Yunyang Marquis? Suppressing his inner fury, the fourth prince replied, I have official business tonight and shall remain in the main residence. By concubine, You should return and rest well." Upon hearing this, my concubine visibly relaxed and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, Princess Consort, I take my leave." Lu Xiaoyu was eager to inquire about the necessity of conducting official business in the main hall rather than in the study. "Your Highness, shall I have the kitchen prepare a late-night meal for you?" As she spoke, she attempted to rise and exit, only to have the fourth prince firmly grasp her wrist. Suppressing his irritation as he commanded, "Everyone leave." The maids bowed and retreated, and Ajahn cast a worried glance back before the room was left with just the two of them. Lu Xiaoyu softly implored, "Your Highness, please release me." The Empress Dowager had suggested that other women bear him offspring, an offer she had accepted with grace. It was unlikely one could find another so magnanimous in her position. The fourth prince let out a cold laugh and pulled her leg, lifting her effortlessly. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Put me down at once." She protested. "Silence." He retorted, "The Empress Dowager has instructed us to procreate, and you seem quite agreeable to it." He placed her upon the bed, drawing the curtains to envelop the room in a veil of intimacy. Soon, sounds that would make one blush filled the air, while Ajahn outside let out a quiet sigh of relief. After Bai Sifei returned to her quarters, she leisurely sipped tea at her table. With Liang Sifei under house arrest, there was no one to disturb her peace, allowing her to enjoy her tranquil life. "Sifei, today the princess consort clearly visited our courtyard. If you exert a little more effort, perhaps the prince might truly come over," a maid suggested softly. Bai Sifei smiled and shook her head. "Can't you see? The prince has no desire to come. Why should I force the issue? But you must have your own child to secure your place in the prince's residence. If Liang Sifei bears a child before you, who knows how she might lord it over you?" The maid pressed. "That won't happen," Bai Sifei replied coolly. The maid was perplexed by her statement, unsure whether she meant Liang Sifei wouldn't have a child first or that she wouldn't bully her. Bai Sifei lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, her thoughts drifting back 2 years to when a royal decree unexpectedly arrived at the Bai household, bestowing upon her the title of fourth prince's concubine. Upon learning of this, she felt no joy, only overwhelming fear and trepidation. The world often spoke of the palace as a treacherous abyss. The royal family was known for its voracious appetite, leaving no remnants of its victims. Being of a gentle disposition, she had never possessed the cleverness of her sisters and had always dreamed of marrying a simple, kind-hearted gentleman. Her mother, too, was consumed by worry, shedding tears in secret. Yet, one could not defy the emperor's will, despite her fears. For the sake of her family and loved ones, she swallowed her tears and entered the prince's residence in a small palanquin. That night, she anxiously awaited the fourth prince, who did not arrive until late. She recalled that he seemed rather displeased, merely instructing her to rest and then retreating to the adjoining chamber. It was his first and ultimately his last entrance into her courtyard. In the past 2 years, she has felt like a mere specter within the fourth prince's residence, never daring to present herself before him. Even someone as simple-minded as she could discern that the prince's heart belonged solely to the royal consort. Yet the Liang concubine insisted on inserting herself into the fray. Regrettably, it seems she may never encounter a suitor who genuinely cherishes her, a pity indeed. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "Let us make arrangements. Shall we not wait for his highness any longer, concubine?" The maid expressed with a hint of reluctance, acknowledging that their mistress was not lacking in merit. While she could not rival the royal consort, she certainly surpassed the Liang concubine by a considerable margin. "We shall wait no longer. There is no need to linger for the future," she replied with a light-hearted tone, unwilling to play the role of a jester in the affairs of others' hearts. Chapter 91. A visitor with the troublesome individuals absent from the manor. Lu Xiaozhao enjoyed a remarkably leisurely existence. Aside from the monthly task of reviewing the accounts, her days were spent sipping tea, painting, and perusing novels. During her idle moments, she would visit Lingyun courtyard to engage in conversation with Liu Yuro. "Madam, I have heard that the second madam's relatives have arrived today," Liu Li reported. Lu Xiaozhao paused her activity and turned to inquire, "Who has come?" "It is said to be the second madam's biological sister, accompanied by a young girl who appears to be no more than a teenager." Lu Xiaozhao adorned her earlobes with the earrings she had just set down. It was rather unusual for a young lady to visit her sister's marital family without occasion. One couldn't help but speculate. Presently, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household had only Shen Jiahao, the unmarried son, remaining. Could their visit be aimed at him? In Lingyun courtyard, Liu Yuro sat beside Madame Wu, who bore a resemblance to her younger counterpart. By her side stood a girl clad in a light yellow skirt, whose beauty was notable despite her tender age of about 15 or 16. "Elder sister, Wan Yin is indeed your niece. This brings us closer in kinship," young Madame Wu attempted to persuade. Years ago, Madame Wu and young Madame Wu had discussed potential matches, one for the second son of the Duke's residence and the other for the heir of the Marquis. Although Shenqing Han hailed from the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household, he could not inherit the duke's title. Young Madame Wu thus implored her parents to arrange a match with the Marquis' heir. Madame Wu, having always cherished her younger sister, readily consented. However, little did they anticipate that shortly after young Madame Wu became the Marquis' wife, the old Marquis fell from grace, losing his title. And thus she could not fulfill her aspirations of becoming the Marquis. Presently, Lin Wanyin's biological father was merely a fifth-rank official, and she had reached the age for matchmaking. Young Madame Wu set her sights on the Duke of protecting the nation's household. Madame Wu had often assisted her sister in the past, but over the years, her affection had gradually waned. Though she cared for her sister, she felt neglected as an elder sister. Dear sister, such matters should ultimately be determined by the children themselves. While we are indeed their mothers, we cannot make such decisions lightly, Madame Wu gently declined. Being her biological sister, she felt compelled to assist if there were other requests. However, when it came to matters of marriage, she could not readily acquiesce, for her children were not mere objects to be manipulated. Elder sister, I understand that your husband holds a second-rank position, vastly different from our family as standing. Yet, Yuro's father is not even a fourth-rank official, and she is a concubine's daughter. You have not shown disdain for her, indicating your magnanimity. Why should my daughter not be deemed worthy? Young Madame Wu observed Liu Ro with a smile. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu's expression soured. Sister, we are discussing Wanyin's situation. Please do not drag Yuro into this. She had previously expressed concern for Yuro, who was with child, and had resolved not to bring her along. Had she known this would be the topic of discussion. Elder sister, do not be upset. It is my fault for speaking out of turn, young Madame Wu hastily interjected. Lu Yuru remained unfazed, as some individuals incessantly sought to belittle her by highlighting her illegitimate status. She pondered the psychology behind such behavior. Did they truly believe it would elevate their own worth? She had come to realize that life was her own to live, and comfort was of utmost importance. Everything else was inconsequential. Wu Shi observed her silent niece standing to the side and inquired, Wanying, matters of marriage are no trifling affair. Do you share this sentiment? Lin Wanyin's expression flickered involuntarily as she recalled her mother's plans before leaving home. A sense of bitterness welled up within her. What was her own sacrifice as a daughter worth if it paved the way for her elder brother? She replied softly, Wanying will defer to aunt and mother's judgment. Wu Shi sighed, Sister, Jia Hao is quite stubborn. If he refuses to consent, our words will bear no weight. The eldest sister suggested, Jia Hao and Wanying have played together since childhood. Perhaps if they spend more time together, he may change his mind. Noticing a slight softening in her resolve, the younger Wu Shi eagerly supported this notion. Wu Shi discerned that her younger sister was resolute, yet she conceded, very well. Once Jia Hao finishes his studies, let us arrange for them to meet. The younger Wu Shi beamed at this response and then hesitantly added, Eldest sister, I have another favor to ask of you. What is it? Wu Shi inquired. The younger Wu Shi stood and pushed Lin Wanying forward, saying, Dear sister, in a few days, my brother-in-law must leave the capital for a month, and I shall accompany him. With Wanyin's elder brother preoccupied with imperial examinations, who will care for her? I worry for her at home. Why not allow her to stay at the Duke's residence? She and Yuru are of similar age and could keep each other company. With each word, Wu Shi's expression darkened. Sister, Wanying is an unmarried young lady. Allowing her to reside at the Duke's could invite scandalous gossip. The younger Wu Shi countered, Eldest sister, you are Wanyin's dear aunt. Should others learn of it, they will only say you dote on your niece and not think ill of it. Why not return Wanying to the Wu household, where her mother and sister-in-law can care for her? Wu Shi queried. The younger Wu Shi grasped her sister's arm and replied, Eldest sister, our mother is aging and weary. Besides, who could care for her better than her own aunt? This could also serve as an opportunity for the two children to bond. Rest assured, Wanying is the most gentle and considerate girl, and she will not cause you any trouble. Wu Shi, though firm in her words, had a tender heart. One was her own sister, and the other her niece. She found it difficult to be harsh. Sister, Wanying may stay with me, but Jia Hao is currently focused on his studies for the examinations. Let us discuss marriage at a later date. Wu Shi finally conceded. Very well. I shall defer to you, dear sister. Thank you for your kindness, the younger Wu Shi replied, her face alight with joy. Her daughter was a beauty, and she was confident that no young man could resist her charm. In time, she believed her nephew would surely develop feelings, rendering any objections from her elder sister moot. Upon their arrival, there were two individuals, yet when departing, only the young Miss Wu left the residence alone. Mrs. Wu arranged for Lin Wanying to stay in the courtyard adjacent to her own, gently stating, Wanying, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your aunt. Lin Wanying surveyed the room, fully aware that her aunt likely wished for her not to remain there. Had she the choice, she would certainly prefer not to impose herself in a place where she might be unwelcome. She lowered her head and softly replied, Thank you, aunt. It is more than sufficient. I fear I have become a burden. Wan-in, please take some rest. Later, I shall escort you to meet the matriarch, Mrs. Wu said. Lin Wan-in bowed graciously, and as Mrs. Wu exited, it became evident that she held a fondness for her niece, well-educated, graceful, and possessing a striking appearance. However, matters of marriage ultimately depend on the child's willingness. Moreover, her second sister had always favored sons over daughters, should she not retain Wan-in. A reprimand would surely await her upon her return. Regardless, as it was merely a matter of a few days' stay, it appeared inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 92, Introduction. In the evening, Xin Jiayan and Lu Zhao Zhao were engaged in a game of chess when a servant from Baomahal arrived, requesting their presence with the matriarch. Lu Zhao Zhao set down her piece and said, "Understood, my lord, and I shall go at once." The maid bowed and retreated, while Lu Zhao Zhao called for Lu Li to assist her with her attire. Xin Jiayan took the delicate brush and deftly shaped her brows, saying softly, "You can trust your husband's skill." Once Xin Jiayan finished, Lu Zhao Zhao glanced into the bronze mirror and, to her delight, found her appearance quite pleasing. She changed into a flowing skirt and accompanied Xin Jiayan to visit the venerable matriarch, though the maid had not divulged the reason for the summons. Lu Zhao Zhao could surmise it, as the young lady resided next to her second aunt's courtyard. Upon entering Baomahal, Xin Jiayan finally released Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to grandmother. You have arrived. Please rise," the matriarch said with warmth. Wu Shi stood and introduced, "Wan-in, these are the heir and his wife. You should greet your second cousin and his wife. Zhao Zhao, this is my second sister's daughter, Lin Wan-in." From the moment they entered, Lin Wan-yin's gaze was drawn irresistibly to them. She had thought her third cousin quite handsome, yet the second cousin lived up to his reputation. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's countenance, she couldn't help but clutch her handkerchief, marveling at the beauty before her that evoked an immediate fondness. Hearing Wu Shi's voice, she promptly stood and greeted them formally. "Greetings to my second cousin and his wife." Xin Jiayan remained silent, for he held no interest in any woman besides Lu Zhao Zhao. "Greetings, Miss Lin," Lu Zhao Zhao spoke gently. Her voice was equally enchanting. Lin Wan-in mused inwardly. Since the passing of Shen Qingyun, the matriarch had endured much sorrow, having nurtured him with her own hands. Yet she found solace in the lively atmosphere of the household. "Wan-in has grown even more exquisite than in her youth," the matriarch remarked softly. In the past, the young Wu Shi would often bring her to the duke's residence, where she displayed wisdom beyond her years, though the matriarch had never cared for her mother, Wu Shi, whose interests were purely materialistic. "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Lin Wan-in replied, her head bowed. "With a beauty such as the heiress wife in our presence, who would dare claim superiority in looks? Someone once told me I was the finest maiden in the world, yet I fear there is no fate for us," she mused. "Ah, I have grown old now, merely wishing for more liveliness in this household. Yuro will give birth in 3 months, and the house shall be even more vibrant then," the matriarch chuckled. She reminisced about her early days in the duke's residence, now on the cusp of becoming a great-grandmother. The thought brought a mist to her eyes, prompting her to discreetly dab at the corners, lifting her gaze to reveal a gentle smile. "Jiayan, Zhao Zhao. Do take your time, the more children, the better." Wu teased with a smile, remarking that this young couple was as sweet as honey, far better than her disappointing son. Who knows, they might even be expecting now. "Second aunt, my wife is rather shy, please don't jest with us, or your nephew might not even be able to enter the main hall," Xin Jiayan said with a light laugh. Lu Zhao Zhao blushed and playfully slapped him. Shin old madam and Wu exchanged smiles without speaking, while Lu Yuru's expression was one of gentle amusement. Lin Wan-in watched them with a hint of envy, realizing that this was what a family should look like. No need for blind obedience or sycophantic behavior. How wonderful it would be if her mother could treat her in the same manner. Shen Jiahao observed his brother and sister-in-law, pondering what kind of girl he would marry in the future. Perhaps someone free-spirited, lively, and charming. Today, his mother had already mentioned that his aunt wished to betroth his cousin to him, which he had firmly declined. His cousin was delightful, considerate, and they had played together as children. He could cherish her like a sister, but he had no desire to marry her. "Wan-in, please make yourself at home here. If you need anything, just speak to your aunt," Shen old madam advised with great care. "Thank you, old madam," Lin Wan-in replied as she stood to bow respectfully. "Now that you have met each other, it will be easier to keep company in the future. The day is getting late. Let us all return and rest." "Grandmother, we shall take our leave now," Xin Jiayan said, rising and taking Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Shen old madam nodded with a smile. Once outside Baomahal, Lu Zhao Zhao walked beside Lu Yuru and softly inquired, "Sister-in-law, why didn't we see elder brother today?" Lu Yuru, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I wanted to eat the pork knuckle from the west side of the city, so he went to buy it for me and hasn't returned yet." She had anticipated that her casual mention would prompt him to leave, A round trip from here to the west side would likely take 2 hours. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled knowingly. Her elder brother had truly awakened to the joys of life. After all, living happily was best done with the one you loved. Lin Wan-yin trailed behind them, appearing somewhat reserved and silent. Lu Yiru turned and said, "Cousin, don't you love to paint? Zhao Zhao is exceptionally talented in that regard. You could certainly learn a thing or two from her." Lin Wan-yin's eyes brightened at this, and she cautiously lifted her gaze to Lu Zhao Zhao, asking softly, "Second sister-in-law, is that all right?" "Of course." Lu Zhao Zhao responded readily. "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Lin Wan-yin replied, her smile enchanting. Having never gained her mother's affection, her only solace had been her passion for painting. Yet her mother often insisted that a woman's worth lay in marrying a respectable and noble husband. Though she disagreed, she dared not voice her objections. Lu Zhao Zhao parted ways with Lu Yiru at the crossroads and playfully bantered with Shen Jiayan as they returned to Zhao Jia courtyard. Upon entering, she headed straight for the small couch. He chuckled and teased, "My lady, you truly ought to work on your stamina. Where has your former agility gone?" Lu Zhao Zhao immediately sat up straight, adopting a serious tone. "Shen Jiayan, you mustn't slander me so. When have I ever been agile? I have always been a gentle and demure lady." "Indeed, my lady speaks the truth," Shen Jiayan laughed, pulling her into his embrace. "Do you think Lin's cousin is quite beautiful?" Lu Zhao Zhao teased with a smile. "I wouldn't know. I haven't seen her," he replied with a shrug. Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. "I reckon that Lin's cousin probably doesn't think much of you, but she certainly gazed at me for quite a while. She must have been captivated by my beauty." With that, she burst into laughter. The young girl's gaze towards her was sincere and devoid of any malicious astonishment, which was rather endearing. Shen Jiayan gently pinched her cheek and remarked, "My lady, your audacity seems to have grown even bolder." After saying this, he lifted her into his arms and headed toward the bathing chamber, and soon their playful laughter and banter could be heard. Chapter 93. Expecting the following day, Shen Jiayan visited the Dali Temple, while Lu Zhao Zhao idly perused a book of tales, contemplating when she might venture out for a stroll. Just then, Lily entered. Bowing respectfully, "Madam, Miss Lin has arrived and is waiting at the door." Lu Zhao Zhao set down her book and gently instructed, "Please invite her in." Lin Wan-yin stood at the entrance, clutching a scroll, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. Aware that she had only just met the young master's wife the previous day, she felt it was somewhat presumptuous to seek her counsel so soon. After considerable inner turmoil, she had ultimately succumbed to her eagerness. When Lioli announced that the young master's wife wished to see her, her heart soared, and she hurriedly followed. "Second cousin, I hope I am not intruding," she said, bowing slightly. Noticing the scroll in Lin Wan-yin's grasp, Lu Zhao Zhao surmised that she had come to paint together. With nothing else to occupy her time, she welcomed the company. Rising, she instructed Lioli to prepare the necessary painting supplies and turned to Lin Wan-yin, inquiring softly, "May I ask what subjects you typically enjoy painting?" "I dabble in random sketches, though I am certain they pale in comparison to your exquisite works, second cousin," she replied humbly. Recalling how others had praised Lu Zhao Zhao's landscape painting during the Empress's grand celebration, seeing Lin Wan-yin's voice tremble slightly, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "There is no need to be so anxious, Miss Lin. I assure you, I am not a fearsome creature." Lin Wan-yin's lips curved into a gentle smile as she replied, "Second cousin, you may simply call me Wan-yin." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lioli entered with the supplies. Lu Zhao Zhao spread the rice paper on the round table and flashed a warm smile at her. "Wan-yin, let us begin." Lin Wan-yin approached and earnestly started outlining her work. Soon, a lifelike chrysanthemum emerged on the paper, while Lu Zhao Zhao whimsically painted a landscape adorned with birds. They both set down their brushes almost simultaneously, and Lin Wan-yin's eyes widened in awe as she beheld Lu Zhao Zhao's creation. Curious, Lu Zhao Zhao leaned over to admire the chrysanthemum, which appeared to sway in an unseen breeze, radiating a longing for freedom. Yet, within Lin Wan-yin's strokes lay an uncommon sharpness, rare among women. Nodding in appreciation, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, "Wan-yin, your painting is splendid. May I inquire who your teacher is?" Lin Wan-yin's face lit up with joy at the initial compliment. But upon hearing the question about her teacher, a hint of panic flickered across her features as she replied softly, "Second cousin, you flatter me. I have no teacher. I merely paint for pleasure." Just as Lu Zhao Zhao was about to respond, Shen Jiayan's voice resonated from outside. "Zhao Zhao, I have brought you the marinated duck from Zui Stian Lu." Upon entering, Shen Jiayan glanced at Lin Wan-yin but remained silent. Recognizing the cue, Lin Wan-yin quickly gathered her scroll, saying, "Second cousin, I shall take my leave now. I will visit again another day. Take care on your way." Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a nod. "Why have you returned so early today?" Lu Zhao Zhao asked, accepting the food from Shen Jiayan with a smile. You mentioned last night that you wished to have the marinated duck from Zhuai Lu. Since there was little to attend to at the Dali Temple today, I decided to return early to keep you company. He gently urged her to sit, unwrap the packaging, and the fragrant aroma of marinated duck wafted through the air. Shen Jiayin picked up a duck leg and softly said to her, "Do try it. It's still warm." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and opened her mouth to take a bite, but for some inexplicable reason, she felt a wave of nausea and quickly grabbed a cloth to stifle her retching. Shen Jiayin was startled and promptly stood up to gently pat her back. Calling out towards the door, "Fetch the doctor." Seeing her eyes redden from the retching, he reached for a nearby teacup and offered it to her, saying softly, "Here, take a sip." Liu Li and Jinju exchanged glances, pondering if their lady was with child. It is easy to conceive such thoughts when they befall others. Yet when faced with one's own situation, panic soon ensues. After a brief period, the doctor hurriedly arrived. He clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness. And esteemed lady. No need for pleasantries. Please examine her at once," Shen Jiayin urged, already sweating as if he were the one unwell. The doctor swiftly approached Lu Zhao Zhao to take her pulse. After a while, he withdrew his hand and inquired, "Has the young lady's monthly cycle not arrived this month?" "Yes, it is approximately 10 days late," Liu Li replied. Lu Zhao Zhao, still processing the situation, looked up to see the doctor smiling and bowing. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your lady is indeed with child. Though it is early days, it is highly likely." Shen Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to gaze at Lu Zhao Zhao and her flat abdomen, his face lighting up with joy. Yet, recalling her earlier discomfort, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Doctor, is there any remedy to alleviate her distress?" "Your Highness, it is common for pregnant women to experience nausea and vomiting. Fortunately, your lady is in good health, and she will likely feel better soon," the doctor explained. Shen Jiayin nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Here's a token of appreciation." The doctor gratefully accepted the reward, thanking both Shen Jiayin and his lady. Once the doctor departed, Shen Jiayin gently embraced Lu Zhao Zhao, whispering, "Zhao Zhao, we are going to have our own child." He had always been particularly cautious, feeling that Lu Zhao Zhao was still young and wanting to wait another couple of years. However, now that a child had come, he was determined to be a good father. Lu Zhao Zhao tenderly placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling a strange sense of wonder. She was to become a mother. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, Princess Jingru and the matriarch of the Shen family could hardly contain their excitement and rushed over. Just as Lu Zhao Zhao attempted to stand, Princess Jingru quickly interjected, "No need for such formalities. In the future, you need not bow." The matriarch of the Shen family, beaming with joy, remarked, "Your mother is quite right. Given that your pregnancy is still delicate, you must take utmost care." With the knowledge that both her granddaughters-in-law were expecting, the matriarch felt immense joy at the prospect of a flourishing lineage for the Duke of Hugua's household. "Rest assured, grandmother, and heed mother's teachings," Lu Zhao Zhao responded with a smile. Princess Jingru held Lu Zhao Zhao's hand with affection, turning to her son and subtly warning, "Jiayin, now that Zhao Zhao is with child, should you dare to bully her again, I shall not spare you." "Mother, when have I ever bullied her? It has always been her way or no way, and I dare not voice a contrary opinion." "Spare me your nonsense. You know well what I mean." Princess Jingru, pulling him aside, spoke with an edge of irritation, aware of the truth behind his words. This troublesome lad clings to his wife day in and day out. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao Zhao felt her ears flush with warmth, recalling the ruckus from the previous night. Gently, she caressed her belly, realizing that this child truly resembled both her and Shen Jiayin, robust as they were. After imparting many pieces of advice, old Madame Shen and Princess Jingru took their leave from Zhaojia courtyard. As evening descended, Wu Shi and Lu Yurua came to pay her a visit. Observing her prominently rounded belly, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Sister-in-law, with your condition being so delicate, it's quite a burden for you to come see me." Lu Yurua chuckled softly, replying, "I am perfectly fine. It is you, with your early days, who must take good care of yourself." "I understand," Lu Zhao Zhao responded with a gentle smile. As twilight deepened, Lu Zhao Zhao nestled in Shen Jiayin's embrace, where he tenderly patted her back. Neither spoke much, but both wore smiles that illuminated their faces. Chapter 94, The Push Since Becoming Pregnant. Lu Zhao Zhao had been spending her days nestled in the courtyard, indulging in sleep and food. As her pregnancy was still in its early stages, she had confided only in her family. Upon learning the news, the Xie family was overjoyed and sent her a plethora of nourishing supplements. While Lu Zhao Zhao was reclining on a small couch, enjoying an orange, she heard hurried footsteps at the entrance. Looking up, she was surprised to see Shen Jiayin standing at the door. It was not yet lunchtime. Why had he returned at this hour? "Why are you back?" she inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiayin stepped forward to support Lu Zhao Zhao and gently said, "Zhao Zhao, I need to tell you something." but please try not to panic." A sense of unease washed over her, and she asked, "What is it?" "Today, my second brother-in-law did not attend the morning court. I overheard others mentioning that Madame Zhao quarreled with my second sister and accidentally pushed her. Now, my elder brother, second brother, and our parents have gone to the Ministry of Justice." As he spoke, he observed her emotions closely. Lu Jinrong had instructed him not to mention this to Lu Zhao Zhao, fearing it would cause her distress. Yet he knew how deeply the sisters cared for each other. If she were to find out later, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a sharp pang in her chest. Her second sister and brother-in-law had finally conceived a child, and that wicked old woman dared to push her? Did she wish for her sister's life? With trembling hands, Lu Zhao Zhao grasped Shen Jiayan's hand, her eyes reddening as she resolutely declared, "I must go to the Ministry of Justice." Seeing her in such a state pained Shen Jiayan deeply. He enveloped her in his arms and softly reassured her, "All right, I will accompany you." The two hurriedly left the estate, even neglecting to inform Princess Jingru. In the carriage, Lu Zhao Zhao leaned against him, trembling uncontrollably, both in anger and fear. While her second sister had a straightforward temperament, she was undoubtedly the kindest of souls. How could that old witch treat her so cruelly, especially now that she was pregnant? Shen Jiayan supported her as they knocked on the door of the Ministry of Justice. The doorkeeper, upon seeing them, dared not utter a word and hastily opened the door, fearful of incurring their wrath. They made their way directly to Lu Zhaoran's courtyard. As they approached the entrance, they overheard Madame Zhou's arrogant voice, "Lord Yunyang, Lady Yunyang, you really ought to discipline your daughter properly. What would happen if this jealousy were to spread?" No sooner had her words fallen than a voice of reprimand from Lord Zhou rang out. Lu Zhao Zhao pushed the door open and entered. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Xiesher hurried forward, grasping her hand, and asked, "Zhao Zhao, what brings you here? You have just become pregnant. How can you put yourself through this?" She quickly inquired, "Mother, how's my second sister?" Xiesher replied with concern, "The physician has examined her. For now, she is not in grave danger, but she needs to rest for a while." Lord Yunyang seethed with rage, wishing he could rid the world of that poisonous woman. How could their beloved daughter be treated in such a manner once she arrived at the Zhou household? Was he to stand by idly as her father? Lu Zhao Zhao felt a slight relief in her heart, but before she could speak, Madame Zhou interjected with mockery, "Lady Ho, I told you to properly discipline your daughter. Is it appropriate to storm into the home of elders without even a greeting? I am the wife of the Duke of the Protectorate, a lady bestowed with honors by His Majesty himself. What qualifies you to speak such words before me?" Shen Jiayan firmly supported Lu Zhao Zhao, refraining from interjecting, for he understood her unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. Today, his sole duty was to protect her. Madame Zhou, known for her haughty demeanor and acerbic tongue, had previously received some leniency due to the influence of her second sister and brother-in-law, but now she could hardly suppress her desire to see her torn to shreds. Madame Zhou's face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. According to propriety, Lu Zhao Zhao now held the status of a noble lady, and though she was the wife of a minister, she was still obliged to pay her respects. "This is a matter of our Zhou family. What right does a married woman have to meddle?" she insisted obstinately. If she was not permitted to intervene, could the royal consort not do so? At that moment, the crowd turned towards the entrance to see Lu Zhaoyu stride in, followed closely by the fourth prince. Lord Zhou hastily offered his greetings. "I pay my respects to your highness and the fourth princess consort." Lu Jinhua and Lu Jinrong exchanged looks of satisfaction as they regarded their sisters, initially hesitant to inform them for fear of causing worry or difficulty. Yet, it appeared that their sisters had proven themselves quite capable. Lu Zhaoyu gently patted Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and turned with a fierce query, "Madame Zhou, I am inquiring of you. Do I have the authority to address this matter?" "Indeed, you do," Madame Zhou murmured, her head bowed. "Then pray tell, what wrong has my sister committed that warrants your aggression towards her while she is with child? What transgression has my daughter committed?" Xiesher stood beside Lu Zhaoyu, having rushed to see Zhao ran upon their arrival, only to find her unharmed, and now sought to understand the situation. To her dismay, Madame Zhou not only refused to acknowledge her mistakes, but also claimed that they had failed in raising their daughter properly. Madame Zhou, invigorated by the confrontation, glared defiantly and retorted, "Madam of the Duke of Yunyang, I am aware that the men of your household do not take concubines, but this is the Zhou family, and we must ensure the continuation of our lineage. So, are you suggesting that during my second sister's pregnancy, you intend to take a concubine for your son?" Lu Zhao Zhao questioned vehemently. "And what of it? Which esteemed family in the capital does not have multiple wives? Yet, your daughters from the Duke of Yunyang are treated like treasures, not allowing their husbands to take concubines, and you dare to confront me, your mother-in-law?" "I merely sought to correct her behavior." Silence. Lord Zhao bellowed, noting the darkened expressions of those present. His wife was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The Duke of Yunyang, the Duke of the Protectorate, and the fourth prince's residence each stood as an undeniable force far beyond their family's reach. Lord Zhao, Madame Zhao. When Zhou Yu sought to marry, he assured both myself and the Marquis that he would treat Zhao Ran with kindness, which is why we consented to the union. Is this how you demonstrate your kindness? Marquis, Madam, this incident was instigated by her mother-in-law's misdeeds. I offer my apologies on her behalf. Lord Zhou bowed in contrition. Lord Zhou, do you think your mere apology can erase the suffering my sister has endured? Lu Jinrong scoffed softly. The young mistress has awakened, a young maid exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Xia hastily rose and made her way towards the main room. Yunyang Marquis and Lu Jinhua, unable to enter, remained behind while Lu Zhaoyu supported Lu Zhao and followed closely. Inside the room, Lu Zhaoran lay pale against the bed, while Zhou Yu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, tightly grasped Lu Zhaoran's hand. Upon noticing Xia's arrival, he released her hand and stood to respectfully greetings, mother-in-law. Xia, with no time to address him, hurried forward, her heart aching as she took Lu Zhaoran's hand, softly inquiring, Zhaoran, do you still feel unwell? At that moment, Lu Zhaoran could no longer suppress the grievances within her heart. Embracing Xia, she whispered through her tears, Mother, I wish to go home. Xia comforted her gently, Zhaoran, dear. Both your father and I are here. No one can harm you now. Standing aside, Lu Zhao could not contain her sorrow. In the capital, everyone spoke highly of the eldest daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, praising her virtuous nature and the unparalleled beauty of the third daughter. Yet seldom did anyone mention her second sister. Clearly, her second sister was equally gifted in both talent and beauty, which led Mrs. Zhou to believe she lacked support, thus feeling emboldened to bully her. Chapter 95, The Mother-in-law. It is true that I have not taken proper care of Ran. Zhou Yu bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Xia sighed softly. To be fair, this son-in-law is quite commendable and has treated Zhao Ran very well. However, his mother is truly insufferable. Xia spoke calmly. I know you are a good child, but your mother dared to lay hands on a pregnant woman today. How can I entrust my daughter to your family again? What mother-in-law said is right. This matter requires a decisive resolution. Zhou Yu knelt on one knee before the bed, gently grasping Lu Zhaoran's hand, and said, Ran, rest assured, I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. In the future, let us live separately in our own residence, shall we? Lu Zhaoran was taken aback upon hearing this. The society is indeed open-minded, yet it places great emphasis on filial piety. As the saying goes, one should not divide the family while the elders are still alive. If this were to spread, it might lead to impeachment by the censors. However, she could no longer bear to live under the same roof as the one who nearly harmed her child. Zhou Yu squeezed her hand and said, Allow me to finish speaking, then I shall take my leave. Xia helped her wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Turning her gaze to Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhao, who stood by the bed with reddened eyes, she forced a smile and said, Elder sister, Zhao. I am fine, do not worry. Zhao, you are with child. Do not be upset, lest you harm yourself. Come sit with your sister, she said softly. Lu Zhao's nose tinged with acidity, nearly bringing forth tears. She suppressed her emotions and gently took Lu Zhaoran's hand, gazing at the marks on her arm. Choking back her sobs, second sister, does it hurt terribly? It does not hurt. Lu Zhaoran tenderly patted Lu Zhao's head. Mrs. Zhou watched as her son entered and spoke. Your wife is merely being dramatic. I merely pushed her lightly. Is there truly a need for such a commotion? Lord Zhou, I advise you to manage your own wife. My daughter does not need guidance from others. She is in the right in this matter. The Marquis of Yunyang said coldly. The Marquis of Yunyang is correct. This is indeed. Father, I wish to live separately with Ran. I hope you will support my decision. Zhou Yu knelt and declared. Mrs. Zhou could hardly believe her ears. Once she regained her composure, she rushed forward, pointing at Zhou Yu, and scolded, You ungrateful child, to separate households for the sake of a woman. Zhou Yu sighed bitterly and raised his head. Mother, Ran has always shown you great respect and has never disobeyed you. But what about you? Have you shown her even an ounce of affection? What do you know? Lu Zhaoran is usually quite headstrong. If she is not restrained, she eventually dominate me within the household? She may be direct, but her heart is pure. It is you who are biased against her, he revealed. Your father agrees. Go on and live your own life. Lord Zhou exhaled deeply. This is his eldest son, destined to inherit the family business, and he hopes for his well-being. Thank you, father, for your support. Zhou Yu, after bowing, rose and addressed Madame Zhou. Mother, I am profoundly grateful for your nurturing. However, Ran is my lawful wife, and I cherish her deeply. I shall not permit anyone to insult her, not even you. My own mother. If you do not apologize to Ranran, do not blame me for being unfilial. With that, he strode out of the room, ignoring Madame Zhou's frantic calls. The next time you dare to bully my daughter, it will not be so easily forgiven, the Duke of Yunyang said coldly. Lord Zhou, Madame Zhou speaks the truth. The daughters of the Yunyang Marquis are indeed more precious than others. As long as the Yunyang Marquis stands, no one shall bully them, Lu Jinhua, who had rarely spoken, declared sharply, casting a subtle glance at Xin Jiayin and the fourth prince. Xin Jiayin chuckled softly, shaking his head. His brother-in-law was issuing a warning. You of the Yunyang Marquis are exceedingly arrogant. With a swift motion, Lord Zhou turned and slapped her, exclaiming, Enough! Do you truly wish for your son to be estranged from his wife? Is there any mother in the world like you? With that, he stormed off, leaving Madame Zhou dazed and kneeling on the ground. Ultimately, Lu Zhaoran returned to the Yunyang Marquis with the Duke and the Xie family. For establishing a separate residence was not an overnight endeavor. She was still in her delicate condition and could not afford any missteps. As Xin Jiayin and Lu Zhao returned home, Princess Jean grew paced anxiously in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, she hurried forward and asked, Zhao Zhao, are you unharmed? She had heard of the events at the Ministry of Justice and was frantic when she learned Lu Zhao had left the house, fearing for her safety. Mother, do not worry, I am well, Lu Zhao replied with a smile. Go rest in your room. If anything arises, come to me. I will support you. Princess Jean grew gently advised. That Madame Zhou is utterly unacceptable. If this were to spread, it would be a laughingstock. What kind of mother-in-law adds to her daughter-in-law's troubles during pregnancy? One might think she wishes her son ill. Thank you, mother. After Princess Jean grew departed, Xin Jiayin summoned a physician to check her pulse. Learning that it was steady, both he and Lu Zhao sighed in relief. She had done her utmost to maintain composure today, yet she felt immense sympathy for her elder sister, seated on a small couch. Lu Zhao took the calming medicine from Xin Jiayin, grimacing as she drank it. He quickly offered her a piece of candied fruit. Gently wiping the remnants of the medicine from her lips with a handkerchief, Xin Jiayin joined her on the couch, enveloping her in his embrace. Zhao, your elder sister has returned to the Yunyang Marquis. You need not worry, but I still feel sorrow for her. She has committed no wrong. Yet she must endure such suffering. It was her husband who vowed to marry only her. How is it that this old hag now places all the blame upon my sister? Before Xin Jiayin could respond, Lu Zhao abruptly sat up, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Xin Jiayin, now that I am with child, you do not intend to take a concubine, do you? Indeed. This is a classic case of collateral damage, he said with a hint of helplessness. Zhao, the sincerity of my feelings for you is as evident as the sun and moon. It is unjust to wrongfully accuse me thus. If you truly harbor resentment in your heart, then by all means, take your frustrations out on me. I can hardly be bothered with your words. I am fatigued. Carry me to sleep. Since becoming pregnant, she had developed a tendency for excessive drowsiness, often sleeping for the majority of the day. After a long and exhausting day, she was particularly weary. With a gentle smile, Xin Jiayin lifted her and delicately placed her on the bed, drawing a nearby quilt to cover her softly. As he gazed upon her serene sleeping visage, his eyes brimmed with adoration. While others may marry for companionship, he had taken on a little ancestor of his own choosing, and he felt compelled to cherish her above all else. Chapter 96, Exclusive Favor in the Residence of the Fourth Prince. He returned to the main hall with Lu Zhao. She spoke softly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for today, Your Highness. The fourth prince fixed his gaze upon her and questioned, is this merely a verbal appreciation? Such a lack of sincerity from you, Ayu. Lu Zhao furrowed her brow, pondering how else she might express her thanks. Upon reflection, with Liang concubine under house arrest, and only by concubine remaining in the residence, it seemed he had little interest in visiting Bai's quarters. Recalling the Empress Dowager's previous intention to bestow a few maidservants upon him, she tentatively inquired, recently, grandmother mentioned rewarding you with a few attendants. What are your thoughts on this, Your Highness? The fourth prince, who had previously been in a jovial mood, now appeared stormy, rising to his feet and gritting his teeth. Lu Zhao, you are remarkably magnanimous. One cannot find another wife in the entire capital as accommodating as you. Lu Zhao noted the rapid shift in his demeanor and, adopting a nonchalant attitude, replied, I am grateful for Your Highness's praise. Quite the contrary. The fourth prince flung his sleeve and strode out. Ajun, observing his furious retreat, whispered, Princess Consort, has His Highness taken offense at you? Lu Zhao shook her head, sensing that he was not merely angry but perhaps unwell. She recalled when she first entered the fourth prince's residence, he had solemnly advised her to be magnanimous as the prince's consort, forbidding any jealousy should new faces emerge within the household. Thus, when she became pregnant with Rong Yuan, she had introduced a maidservant for him. Yet he had refused to accept her. Even after Liang concubine and by concubine had entered the residence, she had voiced no complaint. His current discontent felt excessively demanding. Now, unbeknownst to the reason for his sudden ire, she thought it might be better if he did not return, as she had a child now and no longer relied on him. Yet, fate had other plans. Soon, the sound of clattering echoed from the courtyard. Rising to investigate, she found a servant timidly entering, carrying a pile of items, and respectfully announcing, "Greetings to the princess consort. His Highness instructed that these be placed in your quarters." Lu Zhaoyu, observing the documents in the servant's arms, could only manage a wry smile, bewildered by his antics. When the fourth prince returned, she approached him, asking, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" "All of these shall be moved inside, as I intend to reside in the princess consort's quarters from now on," he declared loudly, prompting the servant to hurriedly deposit the items. Lu Zhaoyu was taken aback and quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Your Highness, this is against protocol. If Father Emperor and Mother Empress were to find out, they would be displeased. The royal family is particularly sensitive to favoritism. After all, the inner court and the previous dynasty are closely intertwined, and one misstep could lead to far-reaching consequences." The fourth prince scrutinized her, questioning, "Is it Father Emperor and Mother Empress who would be displeased, or is it the princess consort herself? If you are unhappy, I shall insist on residing here. This residence belongs to me, and I shall inhabit it as I please." With that, he swaggered into the room. Having resolved in his mind that with his elder brother to branch out, he was merely a prince, destined to become a lord, and saw no reason to adhere to so many regulations. His elder brother had always favored him, shielding him from all troubles, leaving him unafraid. Lu Zhaoyu was nearly beside himself with anger. He truly was becoming increasingly childish. If word of this were to spread, the entire capital would surely label her. The fourth prince's consort is jealous. Meanwhile, Ajing stifled her laughter nearby, for it was evident that his highness was fond of her royal prince. Yet he stubbornly refused to express it. The two of them were in for a delightful quarrel. Who could say when they might welcome another child into their lives? A few days later, Lord Zhou personally accompanied Madame Zhou to Yunyang Marquis' residence to offer apologies. Lu Zhaoran no longer felt the slightest bit of courtesy towards this mother-in-law. Henceforth, she would be nothing more than a stranger to her. Zhou Yu selected a residence, and he moved in with Lu Zhaoran, deciding that from now on, they would simply live their lives well. At the Duke of Gui's residence, Lin Wanyin, having learned of Lu Zhaozhao's pregnancy, dared not to disturb her any longer. She spent her days in her own courtyard, seldom stepping outside, and occasionally visiting Madame Wu. Her days were far more tranquil than when she resided in the Lin household. At least she was no longer subjected to daily scoldings. "My lady, in half a month, the master and mistress will return. If the mistress learns of your lack of progress, I fear she will reprimand you." Lin Wanyin's maid, Inger, expressed her concerns. Lin Wanyin paused her writing and smiled bitterly. "Mother wishes to use me to elevate our standing with the Duke of Gua, paving the way for my elder brother, and I accept that. However, my aunt and third cousin clearly have no desire for this. I cannot force them. Moreover, my aunt has treated me so kindly. Would it not be a betrayal to repay her kindness with malice? That young master, however, is truly a good man, ambitious in nature, though his family is rather impoverished. Surely, the mistress would never approve," Inger lamented. "Inger, do not speak of this again," Lin Wanyin instructed firmly. "Whoever I marry, my mother will inevitably exploit his family. He is an exceedingly good man, and I do not wish to burden him." "Yes, my lady." As Lin Wanyin gazed at the vibrant chrysanthemum on the paper, she was lost in memories. She recalled a rainy day when her mother, in a fit of anger with someone unknown, vented her fury entirely upon her, casting her from the carriage. She remembered how the rain felt particularly cold and painful that day, and it was then that he appeared. He offered her a paper umbrella, gently saying, "The rain is heavy today. Please return home quickly." After speaking, he braved the rain and walked away. That was their first encounter, and it was the first time she felt kindness. Their second meeting occurred at the Zhiyin Pavilion, where he held a few paintings, attempting to sell them to passers-by. Some appreciated his work, others scorned it, and a few hurled cruel words, yet he stood tall and unwavering. "Young master, may I have a look?" That was her first time mustering the courage to speak to a stranger. He turned, his surprise evident for just a moment before he feigned unfamiliarity and showed her his paintings. His art, much like himself, radiated an indomitable spirit and stubbornness, which ultimately led her to purchase the chrysanthemum painting. From that point onward, she sought opportunities to venture out, hoping to encounter him once more. Gradually, they became acquainted, and he began to teach her the art of painting. Yet, their relationship remained within the bounds of propriety, never crossing the line. She was acutely aware of his humble origins, raised solely by an elderly mother. He had persevered through the provincial examinations and the metropolitan assessments. Now only one final imperial examination stood between him and his ambitions. although she was merely a woman, unengaged in the imperial examination system. She could fathom the arduous journey he had undertaken. Initially, she had thought that, regardless of her mother's lack of affection, the significant matter of marriage would be considered for her benefit. However, upon learning that her mother intended to marry her off to her distant cousin, she realized that her matrimonial fate had never been hers to dictate. With a heavy heart, she severed all ties with him through a single letter. And before she could even await his reply, her mother whisked her away to the Duke's residence. "May you be well and your life be smooth," she murmured softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 97. The concubine within the estate. 2 expectant ladies are present, and the kitchen servants exercise utmost caution, fearful of any misstep. Zhao Zhao, who once relished every delicacy, has now become quite picky, and despite the abundance of nourishment, she appears to have lost weight rather than gained. Shun Jiayan, in his desperation, continually brings her various treats. "Will you not be visiting the Dali Temple today?" Zhao Zhao inquired, dabbing at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief before turning to him. "I shall not. With your elder brother present at the Dali Temple, I would prefer to remain here to keep you company," Shun Jiayan replied, gently fanning her with a hand fan. "My mother no longer permits me to leave the estate, and with 8 months still to go, how shall I endure this time?" Zhao Zhao lamented, reclining on a small couch, her expression one of utter despondency. With her sister-in-law now more than 8 months pregnant, it is likely that she will soon give birth, providing Zhao Zhao with some solace in the thought that she would then have something to occupy her time. "In another month, once you are more settled in your condition, I shall take you out," he assured her. "Is that truly the case?" Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed, it is true." He held out a peeled orange segment to her lips, which she eagerly accepted. Her thoughts drifted back to the morning's conversation with Lu Li, who mentioned that the young Madame Wu had returned to the estate, leaving her curious about what commotion might ensue. Madame Wu did not visit the elder Madame Wu immediately, but instead headed straight for Lin Wanyin's courtyard. Upon seeing her mother, Lin Wanyin was momentarily taken aback. The visit came sooner than she had anticipated. She bowed and said, "I have come to see you, mother." Madame Wu surveyed the lavishly adorned room, which far surpassed the Lin residence, a pang of jealousy stirring within her, for all this grandeur could have belonged to her. "Wanyin, have there been any developments regarding your engagement with Zhao Zhao?" Madame Wu inquired, knowing that with the impending imperial examination, having the support of the Duke of Protection's household would greatly increase the chances of success. Despite the understanding that her mother held little regard for her, Lin Wanyin felt a pang of bitterness as her mother, having not inquired about her well-being in a month, immediately turned to discussing her elder brother's prospects. "No. My cousin is currently preparing for the examination, and I dare not disturb him," she replied softly. Madame Wu suddenly rose and struck her across the face. "You wretched girl!" Ing'er gasped and rushed forward to check on her. Lin Wanyin, stunned, covered her cheek in disbelief, tears brimming in her eyes. "How dare you cry? You cannot even manage something so simple. What use is it to raise you?" Madame Wu exclaimed with disdain, her mind racing with the impending examination's pressures. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up and asked, "Is that young lady, the heiress' wife, pregnant?" Lin Wanyin was taken aback, a troubling suspicion forming in her mind. "Yes," she replied, her voice trembling. "Wanyin, upon my return to the estate, I heard from a servant that a young man has been loitering around our gate. Who do you suppose he is waiting for?" Madame Wu asked with a cold smile. Lin Wanyin clenched her handkerchief, forcing herself to appear composed. "I do not know, mother. Wanyin, you are my daughter, and I can easily discern when you are lying. Though your father is not a high-ranking official, it would be effortless for him to deal with an insignificant person." With a smile that masked her menace, Madame Wu threatened that in her eyes, apart from wealth and her son, everything else, including her own flesh and blood, could be sacrificed. Lin Wanyin, not a fool, immediately sensed that this matter could not be concealed any longer. Anxiously, she replied, "Mother, my relationship with him is pure and untainted. I have never committed any act that would bring shame to our family." Madame Wu, in a tone imbued with an unfamiliar tenderness, reassured her, "Wanyin, I am your mother. I would never harm you. Even if he were to achieve success, he would merely be a minor official, with no allies in court. What could he possibly accomplish?" Lin Wanyin managed a bitter smile, yearning to express that she did not care for such trivialities. Despite being born into a family of officials, she had never received much affection. The household's resources were always prioritized for her elder brother. All she desired was to find a sincere partner and escape that stifling environment. Yet she was painfully aware that these were mere fantasies. "Mother, whom do you wish for me to marry?" she asked, already knowing the answer, but still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Madame Wu stood, taking Lin Wanyin's hand, and suggested in an unusually gentle tone, "Wanyin, since your third cousin refuses to marry you, why not consider your second cousin?" After all, your second cousin's wife is currently expecting, and he has no one to attend to him. Although the idea of her daughter becoming a concubine to the duke's household was not particularly appealing, he was heir, destined to become the future duke. Perhaps if Wanyin bore a son, it could lead to something greater. Inger, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. The heir was already married. Even if he agreed, Wanyin would only be relegated to the status of a concubine. She cast a worried glance at Lin Wanyin, who remained composed. Mother, do you truly believe the heir would willingly accept me into his household? Have you forgotten that he personally sought the emperor's decree for his marriage? Their bond is as strong as gold. Such talk of fidelity is mere deception. Besides, are you dead? Once a situation is solidified, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Lin Wanyin felt her eyes welling with tears. How could a young maiden, yet to be wed, endure such words? This was nothing less than a blatant humiliation, and worse, it was from her own mother. Mother, I know you care for my brother, but am I not your daughter? Is there not a trace of maternal affection for me? Lin Wanyin trembled as she spoke, struggling to comprehend why her mother, the cherished youngest daughter of the Wu family, who had always been doted upon by her grandparents, treated her with such disdain. As she gazed at her daughter, who was 10 months pregnant, a flicker of compassion crossed Madame Wu's heart. Yet, she quickly recalled the stark contrast between her elder sister's life and her own over the past 2 decades. She advised, Wanyin, your father is merely a 5th-rank official. Even if you marry, it will only be into a humble household. How could that possibly compare to the fortune of the duke's family? Mother, I would rather be the wife of a humble man than a concubine to a great house. Lin Wanyin choked on her words. Seeing that her daughter was unyielding, Madame Wu grew furious and threatened, Lin Wanyin, you are my daughter. And you are also a daughter of the Lin family. Traditionally, marriage is determined by parental authority and matchmakers. You will marry whom I choose. Otherwise, I shall have someone break that poor scholar's legs. It is said he has a widowed mother. If his 10 years of hard work are ruined because of you, it will all be your doing. Do not, mother, this matter has nothing to do with him. Lin Wanyin implored, grasping the arm of the elder Madame Wu. Madame Wu shrugged off her grip, and Inga swiftly supported her. Wanyin, will you agree or not? I will comply, my daughter, Lin Wanyin whispered, a tear cascading down her cheek and falling to the ground. Wanyin, there is less than a month until the imperial examination. If you fail to secure a marriage into the Duke of protecting the nation's household, you are well aware of the consequences. Madame Wu understood that her daughter was usually obedient and timid. A few words of intimidation were enough to instill fear in her. What is this? My second sister has returned and does not come to see me? Madame Wu entered the room, observing Lin Wanyin's slightly reddened eyes and inquired, Wanyin, why are you crying? Chapter 98. Candor Aunt, it's nothing, Lin Wanyin said hastily, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Xiao Wu remarked with a forced laugh. This child hasn't seen me in quite a while. Upon our reunion, she couldn't help but cry. She truly is still a little girl. Wu's skepticism lingered, though she chose not to voice it. Xiao Wu quickly added, elder sister, in recent days I must accompany her elder brother with his studies, leaving me little time to care for Wanyin. Would you kindly look after her for a few days? Wu furrowed her brow. Wanyin was already 16 and certainly no longer a child. She had always been well behaved at the Duke's residence and required no one to tend to her. How is it that her sister portrayed her as a pampered girl? Wu, possessing an upright nature, could not fathom the darker motivations at play. She believed her sister simply wished to avoid responsibility for Wanyin. If she truly did not want to care for her, it would not be unreasonable for her aunt to take on that role. Irritated, she said, do as you please. I can't comprehend what occupies your thoughts all day. You neglect a fine child. Xiao Wu, taken aback by the reprimand, nearly retorted but suppressed her impulse, recalling her plans. She forced a smile and replied, elder sister, you are right. Once her elder brother finishes his examinations, I shall come to retrieve Wanyin. With that, she cast a warning glance at Lin Wanyin before departing. Wu observed Wanyin's reddened eyes, mistaking her distress for sorrow, and comforted her. Wanyin, fear not. Stay with your aunt, for your mother may neglect you. But you have me. Thank you. And she stammered, her heart heavy with sorrow. If her mother truly wished to cast her aside, why had she borne her in the first place? Wu consoled her for some time before taking her leave. Alone at the table, Lin Wanyin whispered, you may step outside. I wish to be alone for a while. Miss, I shall wait at the door, the maid replied. With only Lin Wanyin remaining in the room, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes as she sobbed silently. How could her mother compel her to engage in such vile acts? Even if she disregarded her own reputation as her mother desired, how could she bear to harm the innocent? She realized she was not clever enough to navigate this predicament. So she resolved to take a gamble. Today, Shun Jiayan had finally been dispatched to the Dali Temple, freeing her from his incessant nagging and granting her a semblance of peace. Madam, Miss Lin has arrived, Liu Li announced with a bow. Lu Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, as she had believed that she had returned home with Xiao Wu the previous day. She straightened her posture and said, "Please, do come in." Upon entering, Lin Wanyin performed a respectful bow, addressing her as the young master's wife. Lu Zhao Zhao found her demeanor somewhat peculiar today, the last time she had come. She had blushed and called her second cousin. What could be troubling her today? Wanyin, please take a seat. Lu Zhao Zhao gestured to the other side of the small couch. Young master's wife, I have a matter to request of you. I do not seek your agreement. Only that you allow me to finish speaking, she said softly, remaining standing. Observing her serious expression, Lu Zhao Zhao raised her eyes and instructed, Lu Li, Zhenzhu. You may step outside. Yes, my lady. Lu Li and Zhenzhu bowed and exited, closing the door tightly behind them. Wanyin, please, speak your mind. Lin Wanyin took a deep breath, lifted her skirt, and knelt down. Lu Zhao Zhao was startled and quickly moved to assist her, but Lin Wanyin implored. Young master's wife, I beg you to let me speak while kneeling. Wanyin, regardless of your concerns, please rise. It is said that a man's knees are worth gold, and the same applies to women, she insisted. Lin Wanyin trembled slightly as she rested her hand in Lu Zhao Zhao's outstretched palm, suppressing the bitterness within her as she continued, Young master's wife. You must be aware that my mother wishes for me to marry my third cousin. This is not my desire, but if he consents, I have no right to oppose. However, he is unwilling as well. Her voice faltered, and Lu Zhao Zhao noticed the quiver in her tone, as if she found it difficult to articulate further. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. Taking a deep breath and steeling herself, Lin Wanyin declared, yesterday. My mother came to the residence and told me that if I cannot marry my third cousin, I should seek to become a concubine to my second cousin. Lu Zhao Zhao paused, incredulous. Could it be that someone would push their own daughter into such a predicament? Why tell me this? She asked, her heart aching for the young woman. If this were indeed true, then the girl was in a dire situation. Though I am but a woman, I am aware of propriety and honor. I do not wish for this, yet my mother threatens me. She closed her eyes tightly. I know a scholar from a humble background who has worked hard to reach the capital. The imperial examinations are imminent, and I cannot jeopardize his future. With Lin Wanyin's words, Lu Zhao Zhao grasped the gravity of the situation. It was only natural for the young to harbor affections, given Wanyin's candidness. It was evident that their relationship was honorable. So, Wanyin, how may I assist you? Lu Zhao Zhao asked gently. Lin Wanyin rose and bowed once more, saying, I beseech you to speak to my mother, urging her to allow the young master to take me as his concubine. But rest assured, once the examinations are over, I shall leave the Duke of Hugua's residence and never return. Wanyin, I am unlike other women. I cannot accept my husband taking a second consort. Even in name, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly. Lin Wanyin's expression dimmed. She recognized the difficulty of the request. I have overstepped, she acknowledged. Wanyin, I can seek other means to assist you. Lin Wanyin paused mid-turn, a mixture of surprise and disbelief washing over her. Wanyin, why does your mother insist on marrying you into the Duke of Hugua's household, even if it means becoming a concubine? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. My elder brother will participate in the imperial examination this year. Mother wishes for the Duke's household to recommend him, Lin Wanyin replied softly, feeling a twinge of pity and absurdity as she spoke. In her mother's eyes, her entire life seemed to pale in comparison to her brother's single attempt at the examination. And what of your elder brother's worth? Lu Zhao Zhao felt her inquiry was somewhat superfluous. If he were truly talented, would he require such measures? He is rather mediocre. Lin Wanyin answered candidly. Over the years, her mother had poured all her efforts into her brother, yet he remained fixated on leisure rather than ambition. To be frank, had I been born a son, I would undoubtedly surpass my elder brother by a considerable margin. Chapter 99. Rescuing from Distress Wanyin. The concerns weighing on your heart pertain solely to that gentleman. The Duke of Gua's residence is capable of protecting an individual. Yet I must inquire, do you wish to marry him? She contemplated this deeply. Indeed, she desired it, but regardless of whom she married, she would be a burden. She did not wish to become his encumbrance. I do not wish to. My connection with him is merely one of mutual appreciation. Lu Zhao Zhao, perceptive as ever, discerned her evasiveness. Such matters are ultimately governed by fate. Given her composure, she felt compelled to assist her once more. Wanyin, this matter should be disclosed to Aunt Air. However, my aunt and my mother. Wanyin hesitated, aware of her concerns. Yet Lu Zhao Zhao, recognizing Aunt Air's straightforward yet principled nature, reassured her. Aunt Air possesses her own discernment. Once you convey your feelings, she will surely understand. Wanyin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the noble lady, bowing in respect. Lu Zhao Zhao, playfully teasing, replied, Rise now. Were you not calling me sister-in-law in the past? Why this sudden formality? Thank you, my second sister-in-law, Lin Wan-yin responded with a light laugh. Upon exiting the Zhao Zhao courtyard, a smile graced her lips. She had wagered correctly. She believed that genuine sincerity could indeed be reciprocated, though she knew this sentiment was futile with her mother. Madame Wu intended to invite Lin Wan-yin to dine with her but found her absent from the courtyard. After waiting in vain, she considered sending a maid to fetch her when Lin Wan-yin finally appeared at the entrance. "Wan-yin, where have you been?" Madame Wu inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Aunt, I went to Zhao Jia courtyard to see my second sister-in-law," she replied softly. Madame Wu thought little of it, recognizing that as they were of similar age, such interactions were entirely normal. She smiled and said, "Wan-yin, lunch is ready. Come and eat with me. Aunt, Wan-yin has something to discuss with you." The maid, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew. Madame Wu took her hand and guided her to a small couch. "Speak freely. There is no need for concealment with me." Lin Wan-yin recounted the events leading up to her mother's plans in detail. Madame Wu was taken aback. "Your mother truly said this?" Every word Lin Wan-yin spoke was the honest truth. Suddenly, Madame Wu stood, calling out loudly, "Pei Wan, go to the Lin residence and fetch Madame Lin." "Aunt, please don't." Lin Wan-yin urgently grasped Madame Wu's arm, her voice trembling. She understood that this confrontation was inevitable, yet fear gripped her heart. Madame Wu turned, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. "Fear not, Wan-yin, with me by your side. No one shall dare to bully you, not even your mother." As Pei Wan made her way to the Lin residence, she found herself momentarily stunned. Had matters progressed so swiftly? This girl was unexpectedly resolute. A sense of delight followed. Soon, she would become a legitimate relative of the Duke of Guai's household, no longer needing to navigate her elder sister's moods. Madame Wu had devised a plan. Upon arriving at the Duke of Guai's residence, she would feign anger at Lin Wan-yin, only to subsequently propose that Xun Jiyin accept her as a matter of course. After all, in such matters, it was the daughters who often bore the brunt of misfortune. Thus, the Duke of Guai's residence should rightfully offer some form of compensation to their family. However, Pei Wan did not take her to Zhao Jia courtyard, nor did she bring her to the Bauma Hall of the old Mrs. Shen, but rather to the Wu family's residence. She found this somewhat peculiar. Upon entering the room, she saw Lin Wan-yin sitting obediently beside Mrs. Wu, appearing far from aggrieved. Steadying her emotions, she approached with a smile and inquired, "Elder sister, why the haste in summoning me?" Suddenly, a resounding slap. This was the first time Mrs. Wu struck her. Young Miss Wu, who had been pampered since childhood, had never experienced such a blow. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Elder sister, how dare you strike me? Not even my father and mother have laid a hand on me. How can you still have the face to mention your parents?" Mrs. Wu retorted, trembling with anger. The Wu family is renowned for its scholarly lineage and loyalty throughout generations. Yet you wish for your daughter to become a concubine? Is this how you fulfill your role as a mother? Young Miss Wu, upon hearing this, raised her hand, ready to retaliate against Lin Wan-yin. She had indeed learned some audacity, but the maid swiftly intervened. "Lin Wan-yin, you are quite bold." Young Miss Wu turned to Mrs. Wu and said, "Elder sister, she is my daughter. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents. I can marry her to whomever I please. What concern is it of yours? Mother, if you force me, I may as well send you a corpse." Lin Wan-yin stepped out from behind Mrs. Wu, her tone resolute. She had long contemplated this. The debt of raising her was greater than the heavens, and if necessary, she would return her life to them. She would no longer be treated as an object to be manipulated. "Wan-yin, do not entertain such thoughts," Mrs. Wu urged, grasping her hand anxiously. Young Miss Wu, dismissive, scoffed. "Elder sister, if one did not know better, they might think she is your own daughter. Truly a deep mother-daughter bond. Wu should he?" Young Miss Wu continued. "Since you are so concerned about your niece, why not spare a thought for your nephew as well?" In a fit of anger, Wu Hentai exclaimed, "What do you think this is?" "This is the Duke of the Protectorate's residence, where the head matriarch is Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Deqi. Do you not realize that one word from the princess could seal your son's fate in the imperial examinations, let alone yours and your Lin family's future?" "Do not try to frighten me," Young Miss Wu replied, her voice lacking conviction. "In that case," Wu Hentai insisted, "you shall return to the Wu family with me, so that our parents can see what good deeds you have been up to, and whether they will still care for you in the future." Young Miss Wu had always been the most favored in her family, accustomed to the best in food and clothing. Initially, her marriage to Lin's father was quite satisfactory. But after the Lin family was stripped of their title, life became far less comfortable. She often returned home to lament, and her parents and siblings, feeling pity for her, frequently provided support, as did Mrs. Wu. "Elder sister, please. I was wrong," she said, her voice tinged with guilt. "Shudi, Wan-yin is a good child. Have you ever considered how mother treated you and me when you were unkind to her?" Mrs. Wu was at a loss. She could not comprehend how her sister, once so innocent and adorable, had transformed into a person so loathsome. After all, they were both her children. What difference was there between a daughter and a son? The elder sister remarked that the ultimate destiny of a young woman is merely a fortunate marriage, and I am merely considering her future. The Duke's mansion is indeed a place of immense wealth and prestige, the cunning Madame Wu argued, believing that as long as her daughter is free from worries about food and clothing, it is the best outcome. If she could also procure some benefits for her son, that would be even better. Madame Wu shook her head at her, surprisingly refraining from rebuking her, and earnestly advised, Shuri, you are not unfamiliar with the life of a concubine. Why pretend to be oblivious? It is commendable that you wish to secure a future for your son, but you must not sacrifice Wanyin in the process. Moreover, this is the capital, under the emperor's gaze, and those about to participate in the palace examination are the emperor's disciples. If you dare to act recklessly, neither your father nor your mother will be able to save you. Madame Wu was not foolish. She discerned the underlying meaning in her words. The elder sister jested. I possess no such capability. Very well, you may return, and Wanyin shall remain with me for the time being. Reluctantly, Madame Wu bowed and withdrew, fully aware that her plans had been irrevocably thwarted. Chapter 100. The first meeting Wanyin. Henceforth, you must not entertain such thoughts again. Do you hear? Wu Shi, recalling her earlier resolute words, grasped her hand with tenderness. Aunt, I have caused you trouble, she murmured, her head bowed in sorrow. Wu Shi gently patted her back, feeling an even deeper pang of compassion. After soothing Lin Wanyin, Wu Shi made her way to Zhao Zhao courtyard. As Zhao Zhao was about to rise, she hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Please, do not rise. We are all family here. Zhao Zhao smiled and invited her to sit. Wu Shi candidly remarked, Zhao Zhao, I apologize for troubling you. You are with child, and yet I have caused you concern. Zhao Zhao had just learned that Madame Lin had rushed into the residence only to leave in a fit of anger not long after, likely due to her second aunt's reprimands. She smiled lightly, unperturbed, and said, Wanyin is a gentle soul. I wish to assist her as well. Wu Shi sighed softly. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Fortunately, Wanyin is a good child. Otherwise, should any misfortune arise, not only could our branch not bear it, but even the Lin and Wu families would struggle. Her sister has been spoiled since childhood, unaware of these intricate relationships. After a brief stay in Zhao Zhao courtyard, Wu Shi noticed it was nearly time for lunch and rose to take her leave. Since becoming pregnant, Zhao Zhao's temper had become rather unpredictable. She waited anxiously for Shun Jiayan's return, having promised to bring her crispy pork knuckles that morning. Where could he be? Liu Li stifled a laugh and gently coaxed, My dear lady, do not be vexed. This morning, the heir apparent did mention he would not be coming, and you insisted he go. I did not. Zhao Zhao touched her nose, chuckling lightly with a hint of uncertainty. Zhao Zhao, I have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Zhao turned in surprise to find Jianing beaming at the door, while Shun Jiayan raised the pork knuckles in his hand. At that moment, she hardly thought of food. She quickly slipped on her shoes, leaped down, and embraced Jianing, exclaiming in delight, Ning Ning, what brings you here? Shun Jiayan promptly set down what he was holding to assist her. Jianing clung to her arm and said, Zhao Zhao, you have no idea how I pleaded with the Empress Dowager for 3 whole days just to see you. She finally relented, and tonight, I wish to sleep with you. Of course, Zhao Zhao readily agreed. No. Shun Jiayan immediately interjected without a second thought. Why not? Zhao Zhao and Jianing asked in unison. What if you disturb Zhao Zhao while sleeping? That is impossible. I am a very quiet sleeper, Jianing retorted, and it was no mere boast. As a royal princess, she was trained from a young age to be a paragon of decorum in all her actions, even her sleeping posture. But what if Zhao Zhao gets thirsty or hungry during the night? Shun Jiayan, eager to share a bed with his wife, voiced every conceivable concern. Cousin, why have you become so clingy since your marriage? The Empress Dowager only reluctantly allowed me to leave for one day. I wish to sleep with Zhao Zhao. Jianing clung to Zhao Zhao's arm, refusing to let go. She smiled and said, Ning Ning, let him sleep in the study tonight. You finally come out. What would you like to eat? I will have the small kitchen prepare it for you. Their culinary skills are quite commendable. All right. As the two conversed, they walked into the room, leaving Lord Shun standing alone at the door, appearing particularly desolate. Zhao Zhao was pregnant and could not drink, so the three of them enjoyed tea in place of wine, finding it quite delightful. When it was time for bed, no matter how reluctant Shun Jiayan was, he was ultimately ushered out by his wife. He gazed at the closed door with a sense of grievance and said, Zhao Zhao, remember to cover yourself well when you sleep tonight. I know. Zhao Zhao and Jianing lay on the bed, whispering to each other. Zhao Zhao, I encountered that young General Xie a few days ago. Zhao Zhao immediately inquired with curiosity, was he to your liking? Jianing recalled that day at Changle Palace. where Aunt Su, who served beside Empress One, had bowed and said, "Your Highness, the Emperor and Empress have summoned you to the Xianzheng Hall." Perplexed, she wondered what her father and mother wanted with her at the Xianzheng Hall, a place where civil and military officials convene to discuss matters. "Your Highness, General Xie has returned to the capital today and is currently at the Xianzheng Hall. The Empress wishes for you to meet him." "Which General Xie?" She had been so engrossed in her recent merriment that she had completely forgotten about the Emperor's intention to select a husband for her. "It is, of course, General Xie Jing, the eldest son of the general from the south," and Su replied with a smile. Jianning's little face fell as she weakly said, "I understand. Please wait a moment. I will change my attire." Aunt Su had been Empress Wen's personal maid before her marriage and had entered the palace alongside her. Over the course of more than 20 years, she had watched Princess Jianning grow up. Her pure and kind nature, along with her gentle demeanor, made her well-liked by all in the palace, even as a servant to the Empress. It was hoped that she would one day marry a worthy husband. In royal families, marriage arrangements are seldom left to the individual's preference, but fortunately, both the Emperor and Empress cherished the princess. She had stolen a glance at General Xie, who appeared dignified and eloquent, making him a suitable match for the princess. Entering the inner chamber, the maid presented a brand-new crimson dress adorned with butterflies and flowers, saying, "Your Highness, this new gown will complement your complexion beautifully. If you wear it, it will surely astonish General Xie." "No, why should I dress up for him? Not to mention that this marriage is not yet settled. Even if it were, I am a princess, and he is a subject. It is he who ought to seek to please me," Jianning replied defiantly, aware that she ought not to feel this way, yet unable to restrain herself. Ultimately, Jianning changed into a simple gown, removing all her gold hairpins save for the delicate hairpiece Zhao Zhao had gifted her on her last birthday. "Aunt Su, let us go." Aunt Su glanced at her attire and hair ornaments, saying nothing as she turned to exit Changle Palace. At the Xianzheng Hall, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen sat in the high seats, while General Xie Jing, clad in military official attire, stood tall, his chiseled features and sun-kissed skin lending him an even more robust appearance. "Your Majesty, Princess Jianning has arrived," announced eunuch Lu from outside the door. Jianning approached with unwavering gaze and respectfully addressed, "Jianning wishes to pay her respects to His Majesty and Her Majesty." "Rise," replied the Emperor gently. "I, Minister Xie Qing, have the honor of greeting Your Highness, the Princess." He stepped aside and bowed. He was indeed quite handsome, though it was a pity he lacked the delicate features of a refined gentleman. Jianning silently lamented, and when Xie Qing raised his head, he noticed the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. He understood that a princess as delicate as her would hardly consider marrying him. It was fortunate, for he had no desire to take on such a burdensome responsibility, fearing he would be required to treat her like a revered ancestor. He caught a glimpse of her hairpin and, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Your Highness, you truly embody thriftiness. I am most impressed." Jianning, well aware of his mocking tone, retorted sharply, "This princess is willing, and there is no need for your concern." "Jianning, do not be disrespectful," the Empress Dowager interjected, casting a fierce glare at him and stepping away. The Emperor, however, observed with amusement, convinced that his judgment had not erred. Chapter 101. The examination. Not a single aspect was to her liking. She was unaware that his tongue was even more venomous than that of her cousin. Her father, however, seemed exceedingly pleased. The thought of it made her feel uneasy. It appeared her father was resolute in selecting him as the prince consort. What could this young General Xie possibly look like? Zhao Zhao inquired with a smile, assuming he must be quite admirable, otherwise, Ning Ning would have long since come to her to lament. "SOSO, Jia Ning replied nonchalantly. "That is good. At least I shall not grow increasingly agitated upon seeing him." Zhao Zhao teased playfully. Jia Ning let out a humored sound and attempted to poke her side, but then recalled Xin Jiayan's warning before leaving. Retracting her hand with a pout, "Zhao Zhao, if I were to marry in the future, I could reside in the princess's palace, and we would be able to meet often." Indeed, Jianing gently wrapped her arm around Zhao Zhao's. "Zhao Now, I recently overheard Mother mention that the wife of Lord Wushuan said during a social gathering that the marriage between Xiao Yuro and young Master Shui would be fixed for this year." "This year? That is merely 3 or 4 months away. The wife of Lord Wushuan is truly neglecting even the pretense of propriety," Zhao Zhao scoffed lightly. "And the second daughter of the Xiao family is already 16. It is imperative to send Xiao Yuro out soon." Jia Ning remarked with a cold chuckle. Although she typically did not see eye to eye with Xiao Yuro, it was merely due to her unpleasant manner of speaking. After Zhao Zhao had recounted the events at Xi'an Temple, she found Xiao Yuro somewhat less disagreeable. However, the wife of Lord Wushuan was indeed shameless, after all. Xiao Yuro was the legitimate daughter of the primary wife. To think she could simply be dispatched so casually. She ought to consider that the current standing of the Wushuan lord's household was reliant on the late Marquis and the matriarch of the Zhao family. Now that the matriarch had passed, it was uncertain how long they could maintain their prominence. Families of repute in the capital would hardly entertain the idea of alliances with them. That cousin, Zhou, was no pushover. Although young Master Shui had a kind heart, he lacked discernment. If it were someone else, it might be bearable, but now she had no backing. If she were to be bullied, there would be no one to support her. At this point, Zhao Zhao abruptly sat up, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. Ning Ning, what do you think would happen if the Yunyang Marquis were to propose? Who would the Wushuan lord's household agree to? Upon hearing this, Jia Ning realized Zhao Zhao was concocting some mischievous thoughts again. She chuckled softly. Zhao Zhao, not to mention whom the Wushuan lord's household would consent to. Your second brother is quite the character. Otherwise, he would not still be unmarried to this day. Besides, they're already betrothed. So what if they're betrothed? Surely, it can be annulled, and after marriage, one can still seek a divorce, she replied dismissively. Jia Ning shook her head with a smile at this. While time flowed serenely here, Shen Jiayan lay sleepless in his study, silently resolving to ensure Jia Ning's prompt return to the palace the following day. The next day, Zhao Zhao and Jia Ning indulged in merriment until evening, reluctant to part ways. Zhao Zhao grasped her hand and said, Ning Ning, your birthday is fast approaching. Will we celebrate it at the Chengel Palace this year? Jia Ning shook her head gently and remarked, with the palace examination approaching. My father has recently dealt with a group of corrupt officials who have brought suffering to the people. He is now preoccupied with recruiting talented individuals, so I shall not add to his troubles. However, my birthday gift cannot be overlooked. Rest assured, it shall be ample. Zhao Zhao responded with a smile. The palace examination was set for the 20th of August. Although Shen Jiahao was still quite young and could have waited 2 more years to participate in the imperial examinations, his teacher, recognizing his commendable knowledge, suggested that he attempt the examination this year. Thankfully, he was not a rigid child. Even if he were to fail, he would not be disheartened. The Wu family and the second master readily acquiesced. At the palace gate, in addition to the second master and Madame Wu, Shen Jiachen and Shen Jiayan had also taken the rare opportunity to escort him. Jiahao, do well in your examination, even if you do not succeed on your first attempt. It is of no consequence, Madame Wu advised with great care. Do not worry, mother. I have always been carefree. Even if I were to fail, I have my elder brother and second brother at home. I shall never go hungry, he replied with a carefree spirit. You rascal. Enough of your jesting. Hurry inside, lest you miss your time, the second master urged. As a father, he felt somewhat awkward expressing too much concern. Yet no parent wishes for anything less than success for their child. He naturally hoped his son would achieve success on his first attempt. Shen Jiahao clasped his hands together and said, Father, Mother, please rest assured. I shall exert every effort and will not bring shame to the Duke of the State. Go forth, the second master patted his shoulder, feeling a deep sense of pride. Their family had a long-standing history of loyalty and integrity, and never had a prodigal son emerge from the Duke's household. As he entered the palace, Madame Wu turned and smiled. Let us return home quickly. Now that both Yuru and Zhao Zhao are with child, it is not right for only the eldest sister-in-law to be present. The second master helped Madame Wu into the carriage and then turned to mount his horse alongside his 2 sons. Shen Jiachen, noticing his brother's triumphant demeanor, teased. I heard that Princess Jianing visited our residence a few days ago, and you were relegated to the study to sleep. The tides of fortune certainly shift. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. Elder brother, while you have time to jest at my expense, perhaps you should consider how to appease your wife. I wonder who was almost divorced by her. Upon finishing his words, he tightened his legs around the horse's belly, prompting the steed to gallop away instantly. Shen Jiachen's expression darkened. While brotherly affection was the norm, his sibling had a knack for striking at his heart. TSK. Shen Jiachen turned to the second master, who had made the sound. Jiachen, I do not mean to chastise you, but look at other sons. How many take 2 years after marriage to have a child? And even then, their wife almost leaves them? If this were to spread, I would be embarrassed to claim you as my son. Father speaks the truth. Shen Jiachen replied helplessly. He had initially hoped to regain some dignity through this opportunity, only to find himself ridiculed by his own father. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence, Lin Wanyin was painting as usual, yet she could not find peace. She understood that, to her mother, she was merely a tool to climb the social ladder. There was no possibility for her in him, yet she fervently wished for his success in the examination, so that he would not have sacrificed so much over the years in vain. My dear, today that Master Zheng will also be taking the examination. Should he indeed succeed, would Madame consent to this union? Lin Wanyin treated her servants with utmost kindness, never once losing her temper. She held a deep affection for Inger, having rescued her from an unfortunate encounter one night when her elder brother, inebriated, had crossed paths with Inger. This incident eventually reached the ears of the Lesser Wu matriarch. Though it was her brother's folly, she bore the brunt of the punishment. The Lesser Wu matriarch's exact words were, "She is merely a maid. Your brother's interest in her is her good fortune. How ungrateful." This marked the first occasion Lin Wanyin dared to defy her mother. Kneeling firmly, she spoke with conviction, "Mothers. Maids are also human. They possess the right to refuse. If my brother disregards her wishes, how is he any different from a beast?" The Lesser Wu matriarch was so enraged that she nearly resorted to corporal punishment, resulting in Lin Wanyin spending 3 full days in the ancestral hall in penance. From that moment onward, Inger remained by Lin Wanyin's side. Whenever she witnessed the Lesser Wu matriarch treating her poorly, she felt a sense of injustice for her young mistress. Inger had seen the genuine joy on Lin Wanyin's face when she was with Master Zhang. It won't happen. Mother only cares for wealth and power, and my brother. She remarked with self-mockery, "Tomorrow, once the results are released, I shall return home. I cannot impose on my aunt indefinitely." Chapter 102. The list. 2 days later, Mrs. Wu took Lin Wanyin to view the results. As soon as the list was released, it was surrounded by a throng of people, some exuberant with success, while others despondent from failure. Mrs. Wu searched diligently, anxious not to miss anything. "Aunt, my cousin has passed," she exclaimed. There, in bold letters, was the name Zhao Zhao, ranked 8th among the second-class scholars. "It truly is Zhao Zhao." Mrs. Wu could hardly contain her excitement. Lin Wanyin smiled and nodded, but her gaze returned to the name ranked 2nd among the first-class scholars, her heart fluttering. He has succeeded. After enduring years of hardship, it was finally rewarding. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched her handkerchief. Noticing her unease, Mrs. Wu maneuvered through the crowd and whispered, "Wanyin, did that young gentleman achieve success?" "He did," Lin Wanyin replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mother, I have succeeded," Zhao Zhao exclaimed as he emerged from the crowd, an air of elation surrounding him. Behind him stood a modestly dressed yet refined young man. At the sight of him, Lin Wanyin instinctively lowered her head in a flurry. "Mother, who is this young gentleman?" Mrs. Wu inquired. "Mother, this is young Master Zheng Qi. During the palace examination, my pen broke, and it was young brother who lent me his. He has also passed and is ranked 2nd. Zhao Zhao spoke animatedly, noting the striking resemblance between Zheng Qi and his elder brother, both dignified and scholarly. Mrs. Wu was slightly taken aback. His attire indicated he was not of noble birth. It was evident that he had risen from humble beginnings to achieve such distinction through sheer determination and perseverance. "Thank you," Mrs. Wu said with a smile. Zheng Qi glanced at the still lowered head of Lin Wanyin and clasped his hands politely. "Madam, you are too kind. Zheng brother, I must return home now. I shall invite you for tea another day," Zhao Zhao said warmly. "Very well," Zheng Qi replied. Lin Wanyin assisted Mrs. Wu into the carriage, unable to resist glancing back one last time, only to find him still watching her. Flustered, she quickly turned and boarded the carriage. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Mrs. Wu asked, "Wanyin, what troubles you?" "Aunt, it's nothing. I shall return home tomorrow," Lin Wanyin replied, raising her head with a gentle smile. With Zheng Qi's success, she felt reassured. He would soon be a scholar in the emperor's court, and her worries were alleviated. Mrs. Wu expressed her concerns. "Wanyin, though a woman's marriage is often determined by her parents, it would be a lonely life if one cannot marry a suitable partner. If you have someone in mind, I can assist in persuading your mother." Lin Wanyin appreciated her aunt's good intentions and responded with a smile, "I understand. Thank you, aunt." Today, with Zhao Zhao's success, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence was filled with joy. People gathered in the Bauma Hall, chatting and laughing. The elderly matriarch, seated at the head, looked on with satisfaction as her grandson celebrated his achievements. "Zhao Zhao, are you feeling better with your morning sickness?" Lu Yuro asked, noticing her still flat abdomen. The early months of pregnancy could be quite challenging, with little appetite and restless nights. Zhao Zhao replied with a smile, "I'm perfectly well now. I can eat and sleep, though I fear I might gain weight at this rate. To eat is a blessing. Now you are nourishing too," Lu Yuro said with a light laugh. Zhao Zhao gazed at Lu Yuro's prominently rounded belly and remarked, "Sister-in-law, this little one certainly grows more swiftly by the day." Lu Yuro, now nearly 9 months pregnant, smiled lovingly as she caressed her belly, exclaiming, "Indeed. He kicks me a dozen times each day." Old Madame Shun turned to Wu Shi and said, "Shu Zhan, now that Jia Hao has passed the examination, it is time to select a suitable bride for him. Let us not allow him to follow in his elder brother's footsteps, marrying at such an advanced age. Grandmother, please do not associate me with him. My heart is already spoken for, which is why I do not wish to marry," Shen Jiayan chuckled, while Zhao Zhao blushed and playfully pinched him, prompting laughter from those present at the sight of the young couple. Very well, descendants will have their own fortunes. Let us proceed to dinner, Lu Mama said as she assisted old Madame Shun to her feet. After the evening meal, Shen Jiayan supported Lu Zhao Zhao back to their courtyard. After her bath, she sat on the bed in her nightgown. As he gently wiped her waist-length hair with a handkerchief, "Has that young Master Zheng succeeded in the examinations?" She yawned and inquired. After Lin Wanyin's departure that day, she had recounted the entire sequence of events to him. Shen Jiayan, who typically eschewed meddling in others' affairs, found himself compelled to act, especially since his second aunt was on good terms with his mother and his wife had spoken. Thus, he discreetly assigned 2 individuals to protect young Master Zheng. "He has indeed succeeded," ranking second, he replied softly. Lu Zhaozhao paused, then smiled brightly and praised, "Miss Wanyin certainly has discerning taste. I believe this young Master Zheng will achieve great things in the future. My lady, to commend another man in my presence makes me quite envious," Shen Jiayan said, leaning down to playfully nip at the soft flesh of her neck, prompting a startled gasp from Lu Zhaozhao. "Shen Jiayan, are you a dog?" He chuckled, choosing to remain silent. Lu Zhaozhao touched her neck and turned to ask, "Shen Jiayan, since you spend every day with my elder brother, do you know what kind of girl he likes?" "Your elder brother? Does he even have a preference?" "If he did, his in-laws would have no need to worry," Shen Jiayan teased. Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired, "Do you think Xiao Yuro is a good match for my elder brother?" Shen Jiayan set the handkerchief aside, crossed his arms, and leaned against the headboard with a playful smirk. "My lady, you truly possess remarkable insight." Lu Zhaozhao playfully pushed him away, saying, "Oh, you have no idea how insufferable the cousin of second young Master Shui can be. If it were someone else, it might be tolerable, but Xiao Yuro currently lacks any support. If she were to be bullied, there would be no one to stand up for her." He chuckled and pulled her closer, asking, "Have you inquired about your elder brother's wishes?" She scoffed. "His wish? If I were to guess, it would be to become a monk. However, they are already betrothed. It would be splendid if they could break the engagement one day. My parents are kind-hearted, and my sister-in-law is a wonderful person. No one in our family would dare to mistreat her. My lady, it is late. Let us rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Shen Jiayan gazed at her seemingly resolute demeanor and chuckled softly. Lu Zhaozhao, cradling Shen Jiayan's waist and resting her head on his arm, murmured with closed eyes, "Tomorrow, when you visit the Dali Temple, you must remember to inquire about what kind of girl my second brother favors. If you forget, you shall spend the night in the study." "Understood. Now close your eyes," Shen Jiayan replied indulgently. Listening to her breathing gradually steady, he sighed. Having barely tasted a few morsels of meat, he felt as though he had already turned into a monk. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Chapter 103. The bestowal of titles. The emperor personally conferred official titles upon the students who had excelled in the imperial examination. Shen Jiahao was granted the title of Jinshi and entered the Hanlin Academy as a Shijishi, while Zheng Qi was awarded the title of Jinshi and appointed as a 7th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy. In the same month, a decree arrived at the residence of the 4th prince. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaimed, "Hereby, Qimu, my 4th son, has long been known for his diligence and devotion. His filial piety is innate. He has not faltered in his duties. His integrity has been unwavering throughout his life, and he has acted with diligence. Bestowing upon him the precious seal, I hereby title him Princeson, with the right to inherit this title unceasingly." The 4th prince's consort, Lady Lu, possesses a gentle and kind disposition, exhibiting prudence and humility. She is respectful and cautious in her dealings with superiors and benevolent towards those beneath her. By the kind instruction of the Empress Dowager, she is hereby named Princessin. Let it be known, Princeson, Princessin, accept the decree. The son humbly accepted the decree, exclaiming, "Long live, long live." Lu Zhaoyu knelt alongside Qi Mu to express their gratitude. "Congratulations to Prince In and Princess In on this joyous occasion. I shall return to the palace to report to His Majesty," announced Eunuch Lu, presenting the decree to Qi Mu with both hands. "Eunuch, please take care," Lu Zhaoyu said, her mind slightly bewildered by the sudden announcement. "Princessin, why do you not return to your chamber?" Qi Mu teased with a smile, extending his hand to take hers. Lu Zhaoyu followed him, pondering that he had been residing in the main courtyard these days. It would not be long before the palace learned of this, and perhaps they already knew. The thought alone was enough to give her a headache. Meanwhile, within Yangning Palace, a loud crash. The small palace maid, witnessing the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, promptly knelt, not daring to breathe. The chief maid beside the Shushi consort, Kaiping, quickly offered words of comfort. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Be mindful of your health." The Shushi consort abruptly rose from her couch, glaring at the young eunuch who had conveyed the message. "Is what you said truly accurate?" The young eunuch hastily knelt and replied, "Every word I speak is true. His Majesty has indeed conferred the title of Prince into the 4th prince. Eunuch Lu has already taken the decree to the fourth prince's residence. My son, how is the eldest? How can His Majesty only bestow a title upon the fourth prince? How can he be so biased? The Shushi consort exclaimed in frustration. Kaiping gestured for the kneeling eunuch to withdraw. Little Ding, please return and attend to your duties. Do not let His Majesty discover this. Your Highness, I take my leave, the young eunuch replied. Once all the palace maids had been dismissed, Kaiping softly cautioned, Your Highness. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Should this reach His Majesty's ears, it could spell trouble. My father is the general of the Western campaign. Who would dare spread rumors? I would ensure their ruin, the Shushi consort declared boldly. In the past, the empress had been so angered that she gave birth prematurely. And although the emperor had merely demoted her, none in the palace dared to insult her. Kaiping, having been personally chosen as a maid by the Shushi consort's mother, had observed the consort squander her advantageous position over the years, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Yet, with her family residing in the general's residence, she had no choice but to continue devising strategies for the Shushi consort. Your Highness, surely His Majesty conferred the title upon the fourth prince out of respect for the late empress. Our second prince will eventually receive a title and rank as well. Moreover, let us not forget that the father of concubine Liang serves under the general, should you seize the opportunity to exert pressure. The prince of an S residence will certainly not enjoy tranquil days. Concubine Shu turned to sit on the small couch, mocking that Liang is utterly useless. Not only has she failed to capture the heart of the fourth prince, but she is also now confined to her quarters. A smirk of schadenfreude crossed her lips as she recalled recent rumors. I have heard that the Prince Oven now spends every night in the courtyard of the Princess Oven. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, she would surely be displeased. When the couple's affections wane, the true drama of the Prince of N's residence will begin. Kaiping bowed respectfully and remarked, Your Highness speaks most accurately. Prepare me a change of attire. I shall visit the Ci Show Palace, concubine Shu commanded. As she rose, Kaiping opened her mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. In the Ci Show Palace, the Empress Dowager was resting with her eyes closed. While Mama Qi gently massaged her forehead, she softly inquired, The imperial decree has reached the fourth prince's residence, has it not? Mama Qi responded quietly. If we calculate the time, it should have arrived. Recently, when the emperor visited her to pay his respects, he mentioned his intention to confer the title of Prince of An upon the fourth prince, who is the legitimate son of the main consort. Although he had previously fought valiantly on the battlefield, it is understandable that he would be granted such a title even before the second prince. Yet there are those who might not share this perspective. Your Majesty, concubine Shu requests an audience, announced a palace maid standing outside the hall. The Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, and Mama Qi cautiously asked, Your Majesty, would you like this old servant to inform concubine Shu that you are resting? The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. Concubine Shu was not one to take a hint. Even if she were to be sent away today, she would surely return tomorrow. She spoke softly, Let her enter. Concubine Shu entered gracefully and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples and replied, Rise. Your Majesty, allow me to assist you with a massage, concubine Shu offered. The Empress Dowager occasionally suffered from headaches, and the palace women often sought out the physician to learn massage techniques to please her. Seeing that the Empress Dowager did not object, concubine Shu stepped forward to begin. Your Majesty, the fourth prince has now been conferred the title of Prince Oven. Although Heo is the elder brother, his abilities are far inferior to those of the Prince Oven. I feel deeply guilty for not having guided my son well. Concubine Shu spoke with a tone of lament. Concubine Shu, I understand your concern for Heo, but the emperor has his own considerations. You have been in the palace for many years, and the rules here need not be reiterated. The most important matter is that the harem must not interfere in politics. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, concubine Shu immediately ceased her actions and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I would never dare to meddle in politics. I merely admire the empress for having raised such an outstanding child. Not only is he talented, but he is also devoted. I have heard that the Prince of Un and the Princess of Un share a profound bond, and now do not even visit the courtyards of others. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly at this remark. She had heard some of these rumors as well. Noticing the suppressed smile at the corners of concubine Shu's mouth, she continued, I have only heard such things from others. Your Majesty must not take them to heart. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively, saying, Concubine Shu, you may return now. Yes, I humbly take my leave, she replied. When the noble consort arrived, she was filled with resentment. Now she is brimming with joy. Whoever obstructs her royal son's path will face her wrath, and she intends to see whether the Prince of an S residence can remain tranquil. Granny Qi observed the Empress Dowager's furrowed brow and gently urged, Your Majesty, the Princess of An is a person of great understanding. Those rumors are likely just that, rumors. Furthermore, The inner courtyard of the Prince of an S residence is peaceful, and no incidents have occurred. The Empress Dowager sighed and replied, "It is not the Princess of an S composure that concerns me, but rather the potential indiscretion of the fourth prince. Matters of marriage within the royal family have always been closely linked to the previous dynasty. The essence lies in maintaining balance, and there must be no room for error. The Prince of an has been married for 4 years, yet he has only one son, born of the princess. This is indeed rather difficult to justify. So, what do you suggest? Send 2 beautiful and gentle maidens to the Prince of an S residence, conveying that it is the Empress Dowager S wish." "Understood, Your Majesty." Granny Qi bowed respectfully and made her way toward the palace exit. Chapter 104. The concubine Lu Zhaoyu had just lulled Qi Rongyuan to sleep when Mama Qi entered the main courtyard with 2 elegantly dressed women. As a confidant of the Empress Dowager, no one dared to impede her passage, and all the maids and servants bowed their heads in deference. Upon hearing the announcement from the servants, Asian supported Lu Zhaoyu as she exited the hall, gracefully inquiring, "Mama Qi has arrived. Does Her Majesty have any instructions?" Mama Qi slightly tilted her head, and the 2 women beside her promptly stepped forward, bowing as they introduced themselves. "This humble servant, Qinlong Kintu, pays her respects to the princess of an." Lu Zhaoyu's demeanor remained unchanged upon seeing the 2 beautiful palace maids. Having spent decades in the depths of the palace, Mama Qi had encountered women of all kinds, and dare one say, the princess of an possessed a certain regal grace befitting a matriarch. Lu Zhaoyu was not naive. Although these 2 were merely palace maids, their exquisite beauty and delicate stature suggested they had been meticulously chosen. She offered a slight bow, saying, "This humble servant expresses gratitude to Her Majesty on behalf of the prince." Mama Qi spoke softly. "The Princess of an is always astute and will surely comprehend the Empress Dowager's intentions. Given the scarcity of heirs in the prince's residence, the Empress Dowager cannot help but feel concerned. These 2 palace maids hail from reputable backgrounds and possess gentle temperaments. They will undoubtedly serve the prince and princess well." After escorting Mama Qi out of the residence, Lu Zhaoyu turned to the 2 trembling women kneeling on the ground and gently reassured them. "There is no need to be afraid. I am not a tyrant. Please rise." "Thank you, princess." The 2 women stood awkwardly to the side. When Mama Qi had sought them out, informing them that the Empress Dowager wished for them to serve at the prince's residence, they had initially felt elated. After all, being a concubine of the prince was an opportunity many could only dream of. However, the thought of the prince's usual stern demeanor quickly instilled anxiety within them. "Asian, please instruct someone to take them below and settle them properly." "Yes, princess." Asian reluctantly exited the hall, soon followed by 2 young maids who bowed as they entered. After the customary salutations, Kinzu and Qinlong followed them out. "Princess, what does the Empress Dowager mean by this? We already have 2 concubines in our residence. Is that not sufficient? Must you send more?" Lu Zhaoyu set down her teacup, her expression turning serious as she replied, "Asian, have I spoiled you to the point that you dare speak ill of the Empress Dowager?" At this, Asian quickly knelt, saying, "Princess, it was a slip of the tongue. I beg for your forgiveness." She recognized her error, but spoke out of concern for her mistress. The princess had grown up under the care of the matriarch, away from the lord and lady of the Marquis. Though she had never wanted for anything, she had not enjoyed the carefree spirit of the 2nd and 3rd young ladies. Now, with 1 concubine on the left and another on the right, Asian felt disheartened for her mistress. Lu Zhaoyu understood her sentiments all too well. However, once one entered the palace, it was as deep as the sea. Having married into the royal family, harboring dreams of eternal love with a single partner was a fanciful notion that could bring calamity upon one's family. She reached out to help Asian to her feet, gently saying, "I know you have my best interests at heart, but such words must not be spoken again." "Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, our prince certainly possesses great fortune. Just yesterday, he was bestowed the title of Prince of an, and today he has gained 2 beautiful concubines." Lu Zhaoyu gently adjusted her handkerchief and smiled softly. Asian, witnessing her seemingly indifferent demeanor, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. The princess may deceive others, but she could not fool Asian. The princess was a person of deep emotions. After 4 years of marriage to the prince, how could there be no feelings? Yet, she had always suppressed herself to be an impeccable legitimate wife. What concubines? Just then, Prince An lifted the curtain and entered. Lu Zhaoyu stood and bowed, addressing him as Your Highness. Recently, Mammy Qi had sent 2 palace maids at the behest of the Empress Dowager, and I have settled them in the side courtyard. If you have time, you may wish to visit them, she said calmly. Lu Zhaoyu. Prince An called her name through gritted teeth. Just a few days prior, he had been pushed into another courtyard, and today, without even inquiring about him, she had taken in those maids? Lu Zhaoyu was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. He was becoming increasingly irritable. With a hint of defiance, she replied, Your Highness, is there something you find unsatisfactory? Prince scoffed. I am satisfied, of course. My princess is busy searching the entire capital for concubines. Is there anyone in this world more qualified as a wife than you? Lu Xiaoyu detected the sarcasm in his tone. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. Seeing her disregard for his feelings, he stepped forward and grasped her wrist, demanding, Where are you going? She shot him a glare and retorted, I am going to the streets to find you 2 more concubines, striving to make you even more satisfied. Prince was nearly infuriated by her audacity and protested, Lu Xiaoyu, have I not treated you well enough? At his words, Lu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly. Your Highness, I truly do not comprehend what you are upset about. After 4 years of marriage, I have acted respectfully towards you and kindly towards others, never making things difficult for those concubines. Am I not generous enough? I do not need your generosity. Then, Your Highness, what must I do to satisfy you? I want you to be fond of me, to feel jealous. Both Lu Xiaoyu and Prince were momentarily stunned by his declaration. She gazed at his serious expression and chuckled lightly. Your Highness, are you speaking nonsense today? I was the 4th princess consort. And now I am the consort of Prince. The concubines in this household have never ceased to exist. Do you wish for me to feel jealous? Fearing that I might live too long? Furthermore, do you remember what you said on the night of our wedding? Observing his furrowed brows, she knew he had forgotten. She continued softly, You mentioned that being your consort required generosity, that I should not be petty or jealous. When did I ever say such? Prince began, but immediately fell silent, feeling guilty. It appeared he had indeed said that. At that time, Lu Xiaoyu had just married him, and he had not cared much for her. Had he known it would come to this, he regretted his past self immensely. Times had changed, from now on. No one else was to be brought into the household. He cleared his throat, his anger subsiding significantly. Then, if one day Father Emperor bestows someone upon you, would you have me defy the decree? Lu Xiaoyu was not without her temper. At that moment, Prince appeared to her as a figure of unreasonable provocation. She could hardly concern herself with the hierarchical norms of a husband and wife. Such occurrences would not repeat in the future. Where had the 2 newly received palace maids been assigned? I commanded that they be sent back to the western courtyard. She replied curtly. And as she observed his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoyu rose and approached the bed, striking his bedding with force twice, exclaiming, One cannot fathom what grandiose pretense he is attempting. As if there were no other women in the household. When Qingzhu and Qinlan were returned to the Sisho palace, they were on the verge of tears. Granny Qi, feeling quite vexed, inquired softly, Your Majesty, shall this old servant procure 2 more palace maids? The Empress Dowager sighed and replied gently, There is no need. The 4th prince is the youngest son of the Empress, accustomed to indulgence from a young age. His temperament is one of carefree disposition. No amount of coercion will compel him to undertake what he does not wish to do. Fortunately, there are still concubine Bai and concubine Liang in the residence. That will suffice. Yes, this old servant understands. Granny Qi gestured to the 2 maids, who promptly bowed and exited. Chapter 105, Production in the Zhao Zhao courtyard. Lu Zhao learned that her elder sister had become the princess consort of Prince. While she felt joy for her sister, concern also crept in, for the royal family was fraught with troubles. Nevertheless, she believed that they could face any challenge together as a family, come what may. As night fell, she sat on a small couch, playfully nudging Xin Jiayan, who was massaging her calves. Did you ask my second brother what I told you to? Xin Jiayan gently grasped her foot and placed it on his lap. Responding in a soft voice, I did. Your second brother asked me to convey a message. What is it? She inquired eagerly, with a smile playing on his lips. Xin Jiayan looked up and said, He mentioned that he does not favor women, advising you not to meddle in matters of romance. Lu Zhao raised her brows, giving him another playful kick. Is that truly what my second brother said, or is it merely your own sentiment? Xin Jiayan chuckled, rubbing his stomach. Zhao, are you attempting to commit a crime against your husband? She pouted. He doesn't favor women? Does that mean he prefers men? Ridiculous. As if Xiao Yuro would ever look his way. He's just an old bachelor. At that moment, Lu Li gently knocked on the door and spoke anxiously, Madam. There is commotion at Lingyun courtyard. It seems the eldest lady is about to give birth. Lu Zhao quickly withdrew her foot, slipped on her shoes, and moved to open the door. Xin Jiayan hurriedly stopped her, putting on her socks before rising to open the door. Lu Li, help me with my hair. Lu Zhao said anxiously as she seated herself at the dressing table. Madam, you are still with child. The midwives in the household are well prepared. The eldest lady will be fine. Perhaps you should refrain from going, Lu Li urged, having heard that childbirth could be perilous, and she feared for the potential aftermath. Absolutely not. I must go today, Lu Zhao insisted. Xin Jiayan stood beside her, saying, Lu Li, please assist the madam with her hair. Lu Zhao met his gaze, smiling as she intertwined her fingers with his, and he reciprocated her gesture. Upon entering Lingyun courtyard, a piercing cry echoed from within the room. Xin Jiayin quickly covered her ears, and although Lu Zhao had never witnessed childbirth, she understood it was a natural occurrence. She gently pulled down his hand, whispering, "I am fine." Given the late hour and the advanced age of the matriarch, the family refrained from disturbing her, and Zhao stayed inside with the eldest lady, while Wu Shi and Princess Jingro remained in the courtyard. And Xin Jiachun was anxiously sweating. Seeing her arrival, Princess Jingro hurriedly approached. "Zhao Zhao, what brings you here?" Wu Shi quickly chimed in. "Zhao Zhao, you are with child. You should return and rest. Your mother-in-law is here with me." "Mother, second aunt, you need not worry about me. I am well aware of my situation. I will stay here. Otherwise, I would be restless in the courtyard," she reassured them. Hearing her resolve, Princess Jingro and Wu Shi ceased their objections and had someone bring her a chair. As the sounds from within gradually softened, anxiety gripped the hearts of those present. Lu Zhao tightly clutched her handkerchief, praying for her sister-in-law, who had finally reconciled with her brother, to be blessed with a safe delivery. Xin Jiayin embraced her, gently patting her back. The midwife hurriedly emerged from the house, her forehead glistening with sweat, and urgently exclaimed, "Madam, young master. The position of the eldest young lady's fetus is somewhat improper. If anything were to go awry, I need your decisive word. Should I prioritize the mother or the child?" "Prioritize the child." Both Xin Jiaqin and Madame Wu replied in unison without a moment's hesitation. "Understood," the midwife replied before promptly re-entering the room. Though Madame Wu had longed for this grandson for many years, she understood that a child could always be conceived again, but a life lost was irretrievable. As a mother herself, she could not bear to be so cold-hearted. After a lengthy pause, the stillness within the room was palpable. Xin Jiaqin, anxious, paced back and forth at the door, nearly bursting in, when Madame Wu swiftly restrained him, saying, "What do you intend to do inside? The midwife is there. Your presence would only complicate matters." "Mother, I..." Just then, the sound of a baby's piercing cries echoed from within, causing the hearts of those waiting outside to finally settle. Lu Zhao, slightly agitated, stood up, and Xin Jiayin quickly reached out to support her. The door swung open from within, and the midwife, with a smile on her face, proclaimed, "Congratulations, second madam, congratulations, young master. Both mother and daughter are safe." As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Jiaqin rushed inside. Madame Wu, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, "Excellent, as long as they are safe, let us offer a reward." The midwife hesitated. After all, in the high society of the capital, who did not long for a son? When a son was born, smiles were abundant. But if a daughter arrived, it was met with disappointment. "Mother, let us go in and see our sister-in-law and the child," Lu Zhao suggested. For she had yet to see what the newborn girl looked like and imagined her to be exceedingly adorable. Princess Jingru squeezed her hand and said, "Indeed. Let us go in and take a look." Inside the room, Lu Yuro lay on the bed, slightly weary, yet her spirits were exceptionally high. Gazing at the little one nestled beside her, her face radiated affection as she reached out to grasp the baby's tiny hand. Xin Jiaqin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he said, "Yuro, you have worked hard." She gently shook her head, content as long as her daughter was safe. Looking at the tiny being, her heart swelled with tenderness. Her daughter would no longer have to endure a life of dependency, for she vowed to cherish her deeply in the days to come. Upon seeing Princess Jingru and Lu Zhao enter, Lu Yuro smiled at them and attempted to rise. Princess Jingru quickly interjected, "Yuro, we are all family here. There is no need for formality. Knowing that both you and your daughter are safe puts me at ease." Lu Yuro softly replied, "Thank you, Aunt." "Sister-in-law, congratulations on the birth of your precious daughter," Lu Zhao said with a smile. Having been taught by her parents that daughters were as valuable as sons, equally cherished as the flesh and blood of their parents. "Zhao, thank you," Lu Yuro responded, her smile sincere. Concubine Zhao, noticing that both Madame Wu and Xin Jiaqin displayed no signs of displeasure, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her eyes, as long as her daughter and granddaughter were safe, that was all that mattered, though she understood that families of high standing often yearned for sons. Yet, Madame Wu felt no discontent. She carefully cradled her granddaughter in her arms, gently saying, "Come here, let grandmother hold you." The infant, who had been wailing just moments ago, now nestled in his arms, smacked his lips and peacefully drifted into slumber, prompting laughter from those around. Upon confirming the safety of mother and child, Princess Jingru and Lu Zhao rose to take their leave. Xin Jiayin promptly approached to assist her, to which Princess Jingru playfully remarked, "Ah, this trait you possess is undoubtedly inherited from your father." Lu Zhao chuckled lightly and teased, "Mother, I have heard that you and father were a match made in heaven, a perfect couple in your youth. Would you indulge me with the tale sometime?" Princess Jingru's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she laughed, "Perhaps another time." Sun Jiayan and Lu Zhao Zhao exchanged secret smiles as they strolled hand in hand back to Zhao Zhao courtyard. Chapter 106. The disturbance. Lu Zhao Zhao, having finally settled into her pregnancy, eagerly implored Sun Jiayan to take her out on his day off. He had previously acquiesced to her request, and thus, he could not go back on his word. Now, Lu Zhao Zhao had matured considerably, mindful of the little life within her. She refrained from bouncing about and obediently followed Sun Jiayan. Their day was intended for leisurely exploration, wandering from one place to another. As they strolled, Lu Zhao Zhao spotted a familiar figure in a jewelry shop across the street. She tugged at Sun Jiayan's arm, drawing closer, and tentatively called out, "Xiao Yuro?" Xiao Yuro turned, her expression brightening upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, and she hurriedly came forward. "Zhao Zhao, what brings you here?" "I was simply out for a stroll." "Are you selecting jewelry?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. Knowing Lu Zhao Zhao's keen eye for combinations, Xiao Yuro grasped her hand and said, "Come. You must help me choose which hairpin looks more exquisite." Observing Xiao Yuro's somewhat brusque manner, Sun Jiayan frowned slightly and interjected, "Miss Xiao, do be gentle." Once, she had feigned delicateness in an attempt to annoy Lu Zhao Zhao before Sun Jiayan, but now she had little to hold back. She jested, "Young Master Sun, are you truly so petty? I merely assisted your wife, and you feel jealousy?" Lu Zhao Zhao laughed and playfully tugged at Xiao Yuro. She leaned in to whisper, "I'm with child." "Ah." Xiao Yuro glanced at her modest belly, then instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream. After a moment, realization dawned upon her. Indeed, Lu Zhao Zhao had been married for over 6 months. "Zhao Zhao, congratulations," she exclaimed with a light laugh. "Thank you. Let us quickly look at the jewelry. Afterwards, I would love to treat you to a meal at Zui Xian Lu, if that pleases you." "Of course." Watching the two women in joyful camaraderie, Sun Jiayan shook his head in amusement. It seemed that the only person capable of turning foes into friends was none other than his wife. Lu Zhao Zhao selected some jewelry for Xiao Yuro and also bought a longevity lock for her little maid, intending to gift it to her when she celebrated her first month. Just as they were about to dine, Imohan rushed in, announcing an urgent matter from the Dali Temple. "Zhao Zhao, I shall escort you back home," Sun Jiayan proposed, though the capital was quite safe. He still felt uneasy about Lu Zhao Zhao being alone outside. "I refuse. You have your duties, so go attend to them. With Jinzhu and Lu Li here, I shall be perfectly fine." Having finally ventured out, she was reluctant to return, not knowing when she would have another chance. Unable to dissuade her, Sun Jiayan relented, softly saying, "Very well, I shall leave Imohan with you. I will return to fetch you once I have concluded my matters." "Understood. Now go." As Sun Jiayan departed, glancing back several times, Xiao Yuro teased, "Your Grace, you truly possess remarkable abilities, managing to keep the unruly young Master Shin in such line." "Just average. Now let us dine. I am quite famished." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled, linking arms with her. "Very well. Today I shall treat you generously." "Madam, is that not Miss Xiao from the Xiao family?" A carriage came to a halt at the entrance of Zui Xian Lu, and a delicate hand gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. What a narrow path for rivals. "Let us pay a visit to the future matriarch." Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly, for if her eyes did not deceive her, the lady by Xiao Yuro's side was none other than the third daughter of the Lu family. Lu Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yuro ascended to a private room on the second floor, having ordered their dishes before engaging in idle chatter. Suddenly, a voice that sent shivers down one's spine echoed from the entrance. "This must be the eldest Miss Xiao. It is truly better to see than to hear. I pay my respects." With that, she performed a slight curtsy. Xiao Yuro had never encountered Zhou Yuan before, but Lu Zhao Zhao had. She scoffed and inquired, "Pray tell, should I address you as Miss Zhou or Madame Zhou now?" Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then replied softly, "As the young master's wife wishes." At this point, Xiao Yuro understood all too well. She had expected a formidable figure, yet the reality revealed someone no more astute than Lu Zhao Zhao. Despite her lesser status, she remained the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household, and there was no room for Zhou Yuan to tread upon her dignity. Xiao Yuro replied coolly, "I cannot accept such a courtesy from Miss Zhou. Dear Sister Xiao, once you marry into the chomping Marquis' household, we shall be family, and we must care for one another henceforth," Zhou Yuan provocatively asserted. Lu Zhao Zhao merely curled her lips in disdain, having anticipated more sophistication from Zhou Yuan, only to find her as foolish as ever. With a scoff, she retorted, "Miss Zhou, please conduct yourself with decorum. Let us not forget that my engagement to young Master Shui is but a mere betrothal. Even if we were to wed, I would be his wife, and you his concubine. How then could we speak of mutual care? If I so wished, you would not even possess the right to converse with me. Dear Sister Xiao, I comprehend your noble lineage and your disdain for one of my humble circumstances. Yet, I merely seek a semblance of support. Why can you not abide my presence?" With that, She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, drawing the attention of many, though none dared approach due to Imo Han's watchful presence at the door. Lu Zhao Zhao, her lips curling into a smile, poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yuro, who swiftly took it and splashed its contents onto Zhou Yuan. She sneered, "Miss Zhou, this is what it means to be unwelcome. I advise you to refrain from employing such petty tricks before me. I prefer action over words." She had come to realize that the Marquis of Wushuan was on the brink of decline, and the chomping Marquis' wife's proposal was merely a reaction to the news of Xue Jiqing's intention to take a concubine before marrying. The reputable families of the capital were reluctant to let their daughters wade through such murky waters, thus their gaze landed upon her. With this understanding, she resolved not to live in misery, relying on her husband's pity within that grand residence. It was better to depend on oneself than on others. Imo Han, please escort her out. I would not have my space sullied. Lu Zhao Zhao spoke softly. Imo Han seized Zhou Yuan and flung her outside, leaving her with tea leaves stuck in her hair and her makeup in disarray, looking utterly disheveled. She wept. "Miss Xiao, do you not fear being labeled as jealous? Do you not fear my cousin's displeasure?" Xiao Yuro furrowed her brows, her thoughts lingering on her grandmother's dying instructions. In recent days, she had concealed all her brilliance. Even when her second sister came to mock her, she refrained from retaliating, believing it better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet now, it seemed anyone dared to act recklessly before her. Who cares for his affection? My bond with him is merely the result of parental arrangements and matchmaking. His feelings hold no significance for me. Since you are so concerned about young Master Xue, why not have him annul this engagement and marry you as his legitimate wife? The silence outside suggested that Imo Han had sent her away. Lu Zhao Zhao observed the vibrant Xiao Yuro and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiao Yuro joined in her laughter, feigning indignation as she remarked, "Lu Zhao Zhao, are you laughing at me too?" "I am not," Lu Zhao Zhao replied. "I merely find that you now possess a semblance of your former charm." Chapter 107. Rival Xiao Yuro reminisced about the days when she and her rival were at odds. She felt a tinge of nostalgia for those times when she was still a beloved granddaughter, a little girl who dared to confront the heavens and the earth. Lu Zhao Zhao gently grasped her hand and murmured, "Yuro, that young Master Xue is indeed a good man, but he possesses a gentle nature. If you were to marry him, I fear that scenes like today would become a frequent occurrence. If that were the only concern, it might be bearable. But in my opinion, the Madam of Chomping Ho is no easy foe either." "Zhao Zhao, I understand you mean well. But a woman's marriage has never been solely her own decision. My stepmother has worked hard to find an opportunity to cast me out. How could she easily relent? Moreover, I have contemplated this thoroughly. At worst, I shall reside separately from young Master Xue in another courtyard, which would afford me some peace. After all, what they desire is merely a respectable wife. Do not worry about me. It is more important for you to care for the little one you carry. Now, let us hasten to our meal." Xiao Yuro gently caressed her abdomen. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled, but remained silent. She wished to facilitate a union between Xiao Yuro and her own elder brother, yet she could not voice this now, as Xiao Yuro was already betrothed. If such information were to leak, it would tarnish her reputation. Knowing Zhou Yuan's nature, she would undoubtedly complain. But whether young Master Xue could discern right from wrong this time remained uncertain. Lu Jinrong was busily entangled in affairs at the Dali Temple, unaware that his dear sister had already selected a bride for him. Zhou Yuan returned in disarray to the Chomping Ho residence. Instead of heading to her own quarters, she made straight for Xue Jiqing's courtyard. "Cousin, you must advocate for Yuan." Xue Jiqing furrowed his brow slightly and rose, asking in a calm voice, "What has happened?" "Cousin, today I merely fortuitously encountered the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Considering we shall all be family in the future, I approached her to say hello. To my astonishment, she berated me fiercely and even splashed tea all over me," she lamented, tugging at Xue Jiqing's sleeve with a sense of grievance. Xue Jiqing was acquainted with Xiao Yuro. In his memory, she was somewhat overbearing. When his mother suggested he consider the eldest daughter of the Xiao family as a wife, he was rather reluctant. However, matters of marriage are traditionally dictated by parental arrangements. Since he could not marry the one he desired, it mattered little whom he wedded. In the future, he would naturally treat his bride with respect. "Cousin, I have already told you that being a concubine brings endless suffering for a woman. If you have changed your mind, I can provide you with sufficient funds to leave and live your life well." He did not harbor any affection for Xiao Yuro nor for Zhou Yuan. Yet as a man, he felt bound to take responsibility for his past actions. Although Zhou Yuan was now nominally his concubine, he had never spent a night in her quarters. "Cousin, are you saying you refuse to take care of me?" she protested, having finally secured her place here. She was not willing to leave so easily. She aspired to be the legitimate mistress of the Chomping Ho residence. Xue Jiqing looked at her with a hint of exasperation. "Cousin, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family possesses that very temperament. If you were to separate in the future, she would become the head of the household. And you would undoubtedly suffer some grievances. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by his words, unable to believe that this was what her gentle cousin had to say. His words imply that he will no longer protect himself in the future. Cousin, if it were the third young lady of the Lu family, would you still say the same? Shui Jiqing's expression turned cold as he retorted, silence. The third young lady of the Lu family is already married. Do not jest about her. Zhou Yuan scoffed inwardly, fully aware that his heart was forever occupied by Lu Zhao Zhao. She wondered what was so special about her. A mere seductress, even after marriage, she still entangled herself with others. Zhou Yuan was curious to see how the eldest daughter of the Zhao family would react if she discovered that her future husband harbored feelings for someone else. Observing their seemingly harmonious relationship today, she anticipated a splendid drama should they ever become adversaries. Cousin, I misspoke, she murmured softly, lowering her head. Shui Jiqing, feeling embarrassed, sighed and said, you may return now. As he watched Zhou Yuan walk away, he slumped down beside himself, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. After Lu Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yuro finished their meal, they engaged in idle chatter for quite a while until Shun Jian hurried back, accompanied by Lu Jinrong. Upon entering, he admonished, Lu Zhao Zhao, you truly cannot remain still for a moment. Running about while pregnant, if mother were to know, she would surely reprimand you. Lu Zhao Zhao retorted with a light scoff, if you do not speak of it, how would mother know? Moreover, you should take the time to manage your own affairs. At your age, you still haven't found a wife. What a disgrace to our Lu family. Hearing this, Xiao Yuro chuckled lightly. Lu Jinrong glanced at her. Noting how the once-spirited girl who constantly quarreled with Lu Zhao Zhao had blossomed into a stunning beauty. In a moment of folly, he jested, Miss Xiao, perhaps you should focus on your studies at home and refrain from frolicking with Lu Zhao Zhao all day. The second young master of the Shui family does not fancy those who cause trouble. Xiao Yuro merely smiled in response, rising to her feet. Zhao Zhao, it is getting late. I must take my leave. As she passed Lu Jinrong, she paused, slightly tilting her head, and calmly stated, Second young master Lu. Zhao Zhao is right. You should take care of yourself. If you do not manage that mouth of yours, you may very well end up alone for life. Lu Zhao Zhao erupted in laughter at his flustered expression. Turning back, Lu Jinrong warned, Lu Zhao Zhao, if you keep laughing, I shall inform mother that you have been running about. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled into Shin Jiayan's embrace, saying, see, he is embarrassed. Lu Jinrong approached, ready to seize her. But Shin Jiayan obstructed him, leisurely saying, Second brother, do not be angry. If I were you, I would hasten to find a wife, lest others continue to mock you. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhao Zhao chimed in, Second brother, do you not think Xiao Yuro has become even more beautiful? Why not make an effort to have her as my sister-in-law? Lu Jinrong flicked her forehead playfully, chuckling. You silly girl, what are you always thinking about? She is already engaged to that lad from the Shui family. This brought back memories of when Xiao Yuro used to play with Lu Zhao Zhao at the Yunyang Marquis' residence, sweetly calling him second brother. Yet, those days had faded. And now, many years had passed. With a sigh, Lu Zhao Zhao lamented, it seems that my sister-in-law is yet again a distant dream. Lu Zhao Zhao. Noticing that he seemed poised to begin a lecture, she hastily interrupted, Second brother, spare us your words. It is uncertain whether Xiao Yuro would even consider you. Moreover, even if you desire to exert effort now, it may already be too late. You might truly end up spending your days in solitude. TSK. Shin Jiayan. Let us return home swiftly, lest mother becomes anxious. Before Lu Jinrong could react, Lu Zhao Zhao had already taken Shin Jiayan by the hand and departed. Lu Zhao Zhao. A voice filled with suppressed fury echoed from behind. Chapter 108. Punishment. As October drew to a close, Lady Liang, having been released from her confinement, began to lavish attention upon the prince in a myriad of ways. Today she brought chicken soup, tomorrow a selection of pastries, yet Princeton remained indifferent. And Lu Zhaoyu paid her no heed at all. On this particular day, Lady Liang and Lady Bai visited the main hall to pay their respects to Lu Zhaoyu. Qirong Yuan sat quietly beside her, nibbling on a pastry while she gently wiped the crumbs from his face. At just over 2 years of age, his eyes sparkled with a delightful crescent shape when he smiled. Your Highness, I have heard that Her Majesty the Empress sent 2 maidens to the palace recently, which indicates a desire for the princess progeny, Lady Liang remarked with a light chuckle, covering her mouth. Lady Bai cast a discreet glance at her, thinking that Lady Liang was again courting trouble. If she wished for offspring, she ought to approach the prince directly, for what use was it to speak to the princess, who could not conjure a child for her? Lu Zhaoyu did not respond to her, instead gently addressing Qirong Yuan. Shall we have Zhen take you out to play? Mother. Okay, he replied indistinctly, shoving the remaining pastry into his mouth at the prospect of going out. Lu Zhaoyu offered him a sip of water from a nearby teacup, ensuring he swallowed all the pastry before allowing Zhen to carry him away. Turning to Lady Liang. Lu Xiaoyu spoke coldly. Have you forgotten the reasons for your confinement? Do you still lack memory? Is it permissible for you to discuss the Empress? Your Highness speaks truly. I have overstepped. I merely wish to express concern for His Highness, as there is but one heir in this vast estate, and how might others perceive that? Lu Xiaoyu let out a derisive laugh and set her teacup aside. As a concubine, you covet the position of the princess. How arduous your plight must be. Lady Liang, recalling a message from the Shu concubine's palace about her father achieving merit on the battlefield, replied with a sense of self-satisfaction, Your Highness, I do not presume. Yet, if I may speak out of turn, given my lineage, the position of princess is not beyond my reach. Lady Bai's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly lowered her head, hoping that Lady Liang's foolishness would not ensnare her as well. She had no desire for favor or offspring, content to languish in the palace, and would welcome any opportunity for a release from her duties. Lu Xiaoyu scoffed. Does she take me for a docile cat? Simply because I have not shown my claws? My grandmother taught me to be generous, but she never suggested that I tolerate being stepped upon. Lady Liang, for your transgressions, I decree 20 strikes. At this command, the handmaiden swiftly restrained Lady Liang, who, momentarily stunned, began to struggle. Your Highness, you punish me without cause. Should the prince learn of this, he would be angered. Even if the prince were present today, I would not hesitate, Lu Xiaoyu replied coolly, regarding the restrained Lady Liang. She had the audacity to invoke status in her presence. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yunyang Marquis and the princess appointed by the emperor himself. Strike. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, the old maid had long harbored a disdain for Consort Liang. How could the daughter of a mere third-rank military official dare to assert her authority before the princess? With all her might, she swung her arm, delivering 20 forceful strikes, leaving Consort Liang's cheeks swollen and bruised. Consort Liang, retreat to your quarters. If you wish to report to the prince, you may certainly wait for his return. I shall not hinder you. Struggling to rise, Consort Liang clutched her face and retorted fiercely, Princess, though I am but a consort, I have been acknowledged by the royal jade tablet, and I am not a lowly concubine. I shall certainly seek the prince's justice for this matter. Watching her depart, Bai Consort could hardly contain her envy. She had never witnessed the princess strike anyone in the 2 years since entering the palace. However, Consort Liang truly deserved this punishment. Sensing Bai Consort's shock, Lu Xiaoyu sighed and said, Bai Consort, this matter does not concern you. There is no need for fear. Return and rest. Gratefulness flooded Bai Consort's face as she hurriedly bowed, expressing, I am most grateful, Your Highness. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head in resignation. Such a temperament was indeed ill-suited for the royal court. She turned to the old maid and instructed, ensure that someone keeps an eye on Bai Consort. Liang has suffered humiliation today. Do not let her vent her frustrations upon her. Also, send for the physician to attend to Liang. It is crucial that her beauty remains unscathed. Her reprimand of Liang was due to her insolence, while her concern for the physician stemmed from her understanding of a woman's beauty. Understood, my lady, the old maid replied. In the eastern courtyard, Consort Liang bellowed. I do not require a physician. Who needs her false sympathy? Let her go. She swept all the jewelry from her dressing table to the floor, crying out in distress. Consort, please lower your voice. If the princess hears, you may face punishment once more, her personal maid whispered, aware of the consort's increasingly reckless temper. The consort dared to openly challenge the princess, but such thoughts were unspeakable. Why should I lower my voice? She monopolizes the prince, forbidding him from visiting my quarters. And now she seeks to publicly admonish me. Go, wait at the door for the prince. I shall make him see that she is a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake. The maid quickly bowed and exited, seated before the bronze mirror. Consort Liang stared at her swollen cheek, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Lu Xiaoyu, just wait. After a lengthy wait at the door, the maid was about to report back when she spotted Prince entering with a cheerful expression. She quickly approached and bowed, saying, Your Highness. Consort Liang has urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon seeing her, the prince's expression darkened. In recent days, you had been particularly considerate, at least not driving him away. However, their brief period of tranquility was disrupted by Liang's antics. He regretted not confining her for half a year as he had initially considered. Inform the princess that I shall visit the eastern courtyard and return promptly. Prince instructed the servant. As he entered the eastern courtyard, Consort Liang rushed towards him, but he swiftly sidestepped, his voice low and stern. Liang, what are you doing? The concubine Liang knelt before him, tears streaming down her face as she implored, My lord, you must grant me justice today. I merely spoke a few words. Yet the princess commanded that wretched old servant to strike my face to this state. Prince regarded her with not a trace of compassion. His voice icy as he inquired, What words did you utter to provoke the princess to such fury? She stammered, I I merely mentioned that your highness has few offspring. Liang, what concern is it of yours whether this prince has many or few heirs? His tone conveyed an extreme sense of detachment and indifference. Upon hearing this, the concubine Liang looked up in shock, only to find his gaze upon her akin to that of a stranger, devoid of any warmth or sympathy. She cried out, "My lord, I am your concubine. What have I done to incur such disdain from you? For 2 years, you have not even ventured into my courtyard." Chapter 109, Declaration Liang. "Do you still recall what I said to you when you first entered the mansion?" he asked in a deep voice. She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at him. The stern visage of the man before her suddenly merged with the memory of 2 years ago. She remembered the day she entered the fourth prince's residence alongside Bai, filled with joy upon learning that the fourth prince had arrived in her courtyard. How did he say it? He stood there, cold and distant, uttering words that extinguished her heart. "Liang, I have no intention of taking a concubine. Your presence here is at the behest of the emperor and the empress dowager. You may stay if you wish, or I can find a way to release you from the mansion if you do not." She had always believed that with the passage of time, she could thaw his heart, yet 2 years had passed, and he scarcely deigned to cast a glance in her direction. Why was that? She rose to question him. "Your highness, in what way do I fall short of the princess that you harbor such disdain for me?" The prince turned away, indifferent, responding, "Liang, I have previously expressed that I do not care what sort of person you are, nor do I value your feelings. If you wish to remain in the prince's residence, you must conduct yourself properly and avoid provoking the princess, lest you find yourself unwelcome here." It seemed that some matters required resolution. He turned and walked away, disregarding Liang's presence, heading towards Bai's courtyard. Today, Bai was recovering from a fright, nestled on a small couch sipping chicken soup. Upon seeing the prince arrive, she felt flustered and quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to your highness." In these 2 years, Bai had navigated the intricacies of the household with subtlety. Had it not been for you urging her to visit Bai's quarters, he might have nearly forgotten her existence. He asked directly, "Bai, do you wish to leave the residence and return home?" Bai's heart trembled. She nearly knelt in gratitude but hesitated, fearing that returning without cause could endanger her family. With trepidation, she inquired, "Your highness, have I committed some offense?" "Bai, if you wish to leave the residence, I shall seek an opportunity to petition the emperor for your release, removing your name from the jade tablet. You shall be free, and your family will not suffer any repercussions." With that, the meaning was unmistakable. Bai, with a graceful bow and sincere tone, expressed, "I thank your highness for your great kindness." The prince nodded slightly, noting that there were still those with understanding in the residence. "Bai, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Do you understand?" "I understand, and I shall respectfully see you off, your highness." Her joy was palpable, and she could scarcely contain her smile. If the prince lingered any longer, she might burst into laughter. Yet, even so, the prince would likely not mind, for his only concern lay with the princess. In the main courtyard, Ajahn, upon learning that the prince had gone to the east wing, glanced at Lu Zhao, who was nonchalantly trimming flower branches, and anxiously remarked, "Princess, the prince has gone to Liang's quarters. What if she speaks ill of you? Should the prince believe her fabrications and become enraged with you, what would happen if you chose to stay there?" She set down her scissors, rose, and placed the arranged bouquet by the window, responding softly, "Ajahn, she is the prince's concubine. What does it matter if he stays with her? Such talk should not be uttered in the future. However, the prince is currently residing solely in the main courtyard. Even she, a mere maid, can discern his intentions." Yet the princess remains oblivious. With a helpless sigh, Lu Zhao gazed at the bouquet, momentarily lost in thought. After all, one is not made of grass or wood. Who can remain unfeeling? She had observed the deep affection between her parents since childhood, her father having never taken a concubine. She had once dreamed of sharing a lifetime with her beloved. Yet upon receiving the imperial decree for marriage, she understood that such a dream was now unattainable. Her duty was simply to be an impeccable consort to the fourth prince. It was not that she could not comprehend his feelings, rather, she dared not gamble on them. If she were to believe today, what would happen if he changed his heart tomorrow? The only outcome would be a fate from which she could never recover. Moreover, with concubine Liang and concubine Bai present in the residence, it was likely that other concubines would soon follow. As Princeton entered the room, he beheld Lu Zhao lost in thought by the bedside. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he admired her profile, which radiated the same brilliance as when she first entered the residence. Ajahn, intending to bow in greeting, paused as he waved her off, prompting her to retreat hastily. He approached and, with a firm embrace, lifted Lu Zhao off her feet. Startled, she turned and exclaimed, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" A hint of annoyance colored her voice. If others were to witness such an act in broad daylight, it would be utterly improper. He settled onto his stool, holding her slender waist tightly, and with a playful smile remarked, "Ah, you. Today I discovered just how tempestuous your temperament can be." His unexpected comment left Lu Xiaoyu momentarily perplexed. Upon meeting his teasing gaze, she realized he referred to her reprimanding concubine Liang. "Your Highness," concubine Liang spoke impertinently. "She deserved it. If you feel sympathy, you may go to the east courtyard to comfort her, but there is no need to come here to seek retribution. I have done nothing wrong, and I shall not concede." Having said this, she attempted to rise, but Princeton refused to release her. Hearing his low chuckle only fueled her irritation. "Your Highness, do you find me amusing?" At her words, he immediately stifled his laughter, cupping her face and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. "Ah, you. I do not find you laughable. I find you endearing." With that, his smile became uncontrollable. Lu Xiaoyu felt a flush creeping to her ears as she pushed him away, turning her back. "Your Highness, you are speaking nonsense again." He stood, grasping her hand, their eyes locking as he spoke in a tender tone. "Ah, you. I promise you a lifetime of companionship. Will you open your heart to me?" Her heart trembled uncontrollably, and though she parted her lips, no words emerged. Princeton gently enveloped her in his embrace, whispering, "Ah, you have always been the sole occupant of my heart." What he truly meant was that she was the only one for him in this lifetime, body and soul, yet the timing was not right for such declarations. In the east courtyard, concubine Liang's personal maid noticed her sitting despondently on a small couch and, filled with concern, asked, "My lady, are you unwell?" Slowly raising her head, concubine Liang glared at the maid with a venomous gaze. The maid, intimidated by the look, instinctively took a few steps back. Concubine Liang stood up, gripping the maid's wrist tightly, and coldly inquired, "My lady, am I destined to be merely a concubine in this royal residence?" The young maid, with tear-filled eyes, shook her head repeatedly. At that moment, Lady Liang appeared utterly terrifying. It was the servant who spoke out of turn. "I was wrong," she said coldly. The maid quickly bowed and withdrew. Lu Xiaoyu had merely entered the manor a step ahead and bore a child. If she too could bear the prince's offspring, would his treatment of her not change? Chapter 110, The Full Moon in the Lingyun Courtyard. Lu Zhao gently played with the little one cradled in the nurse's arms, while Liu Rou smiled tenderly beside her. "Sister-in-law, is everything prepared for Yihuan's full moon banquet?" Lu Zhao asked softly, turning to grasp Liu Rou's small hand. The child was indeed adorable, smiling at her upon sight, making Lu Zhao ponder whether she could bear such a charming daughter herself. "Everything is ready. If it were up to me and your elder brother, we would prefer to keep it simple, just a family meal," Liu Rou replied softly. "Considering you are pregnant, it is better to avoid unnecessary fuss." Lu Zhao discerned her thoughts and smiled, saying, "This is our family's first child. We must not treat it so casually." "But my stepmother is likely to attend," Liu Rou sighed lightly. Although she had severed ties with the Lu family, her father would not easily relinquish the powerful Duke of Wu's household, ensuring her stepmother's presence. Lu Zhao took a sip of tea and remarked, "Not long ago, I heard from Jia Yin that Lu Yuing and Gu Chongjun have been acting deranged in prison. That Lady Lu is trying every means to provide her daughter with a better life. Yet, Lu Yuying's incessant curses will surely bring her suffering." Liu Rou responded, "They harm themselves while harming others. They deserve their fate." Lu Zhao nodded in agreement. Now 4 months into her pregnancy, she felt weary from sitting too long and decided to return to the Zhao courtyard after resting for a while. Shen Jiayan, concerned about Lu Zhao's distraction at the Dali Temple, was mocked by Lu Jinrong, who derided him with disdain. He rose with a forced smile and said, "You are right, second brother. I am indeed under the thumb of my wife. Since you have no wife, I shall leave the Dali Temple to you and go home to accompany mine." Watching his hasty departure, Lu Jinrong muttered, "What is so remarkable about getting married? If I wish to marry, there are countless young ladies lining up from the east to the west of the city." Upon returning to the courtyard, Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhao absent. Just as he intended to go look for her, she returned. Lu Zhao went straight to the small couch nestled inside and pouted, "Shen Jiayan, my feet hurt." He chuckled softly, approaching her to remove her shoes and set them aside, gently massaging her little feet. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he knew some acupressure points. Lu Zhao let out a comfortable hum, causing Shen Jiayan to tense up. Ever since Lu Zhao became pregnant, he refrained from touching her, fearing he might inadvertently harm her or the child. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhao remained oblivious, her little feet brushing against his thigh as she murmured, "You have no idea how adorable Yihuan is. Nor do I know whether the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl." In a hushed voice, he replied, "Whether a boy or a girl, it matters not, as long as you are safe and sound." Noticing his unusual tone, Lu Zhao, no longer a naive girl, perceived the evident desire in his eyes. She quickly withdrew her small foot from his embrace, indignantly declaring, "I do not need your massage," chuckled softly as he rose to sit beside her. lifting his hand to gently cradle her face, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. I am hardly a beast. Why are you not? Only then did she realize he had just caressed her foot and was now touching her face. She swiftly pushed his hand away and called out towards the door, Liuli, bring a basin of water. Lu Zhao Zhao, are you still disdainful of yourself? Replied with feigned innocence. Humph. In the stillness of the night. The room echoed with sounds that sent blushes to their cheeks. You are a beast. Lu Zhao Zhao, flustered and annoyed, raised her hand to pinch his waist, regretting her earlier softness in acquiescing to him. Did not flinch, enduring her playful assaults. For as long as he could savor a delectable morsel, there was nothing he could not bear. He whispered sweet nothings in her ear, causing Lu Zhao Zhao to cover her heated cheeks with her hands and scold him. Silence yourself. If you speak again, you shall sleep in the study tonight. He was unwilling to comply, gently pulling her hands away from her face, intertwining their fingers, and leaning down to kiss her rosy lips. Soon, the air was filled with her delicate moans and his restrained breaths. Liuli and Jinju, hearing the commotion, hurried to the small kitchen to prepare hot water, their embarrassment forgotten. Yet the sounds within the room persisted, prompting Liuli to voice her concern. Madam is currently with child. This will not disturb her, will it? Jinju replied reassuringly. Do not worry. The air will surely not harm Madam in the slightest. Inside, Lu Zhao Zhao's wrists ached as if they might break. With a quivering voice, she lamented. Why are you not done yet? Tomorrow, you shall sleep in the study. Grasping her waist, pressed fervent kisses upon her lips and neck. At the height of their passion, he feared for her well-being. Quickly, he murmured, nearly exhausting her with his fervor. Once they finished, she promptly fell asleep and smiled softly as he kissed her cheek. After ensuring she was snug under the blankets, he rose to open the door. Liuli and Jinju bowed respectfully, bringing in the hot water before retreating. He carried her into the bathing room, noticing the marks upon her skin, his gaze darkening momentarily before he averted it. This night's escapade would likely result in days devoid of meat, and next time, even soup would be a luxury. He gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, chuckling softly. All of this is because of you. When he emerged with Lu Zhao Zhao, the bedding had already been replaced. He dressed her in one of her garments before pulling her into his embrace, hoping she would not be overly upset, considering his assistance. The next day, surprisingly took the initiative to visit the Dali temple early. By the time Lu Zhao Zhao woke, she found herself alone in the room. Blushing at the sight of her lone garment, she muttered under her breath, shameless. As Liuli and Jinju attended to her, they suppressed their laughter. Although had narrowly escaped a predicament that morning, upon returning to find Lu Zhao Zhao smiling at the table, he knew he could not evade the consequences of the previous night. He shamelessly approached and said, Madam, do not be angry. Excessive anger is detrimental to one's health. It just so happens that my skin has been quite taut these past few days. Perhaps you could assist me in loosening it? Lu Zhao Zhao coldly snorted and replied. Since the young master has such a request, I shall acquiesce. Before long, the room was filled with Shun Jian's pleas for mercy. Zhao Zhao, I was wrong. Please do not twist it. Outside the door, Liuli and Jinju exchanged glances, and upon seeing the uncontainable mirth in each other's eyes, they tacitly moved a little further away. Chapter 111. The Moon Banquet. On the day of Shun Yihuan's full moon banquet, the prominent ladies of the capital brought their daughters to offer their congratulations. After all, the Duke of the Protectorate's estate was a coveted entity, and many sought to set their sights on Xinjiahao, who had achieved early success in the imperial examinations, with a father holding a second-rank official title, an uncle as the Duke of the Protectorate, a princess for an aunt, and elder brothers who were esteemed officials in the court. He was indeed a desirable match. With Lu Zhao Zhao in her delicate condition, there was no need for her to welcome guests. Shun Jian initially intended to take a day off to stay by her side, but she insisted, Young Master Shun, you should swiftly attend to your duties at the Dali Temple. You can return for the meal later. Ultimately, Shun Jian was urged away, and as she adorned herself, Liuli and Jinju assisted her towards Lingyun Courtyard. In Lingyun Courtyard, the old matriarch Shen held Shen Yihuan in her arms, her face radiating warmth. Madame Wu, brimming with joy, playfully teased her granddaughter, while Shen Jiachuan gazed lovingly at his wife and child. Lady Lu, seated at the lower end, could hardly contain her bitterness as she observed their familial bliss. The once subservient illegitimate daughter, who had lived under her thumb, now flourished remarkably. Yet, she found solace in the fact that she had borne a daughter. Truly, heaven had eyes. When Lu Yuro turned and caught the glint of resentment in Lady Lu's eyes, she merely smiled dismissively. From this day forth, her ties to the Lu family would be merely nominal. She had no desire to maintain even the facade of connection. Greetings to my grandmother, Lu Zhao Zhao announced as she entered, offering a slight bow. The old matriarch Shen hastily replied, Zhao Zhao, you need not stand on ceremony given your condition. Please, take a seat. Lu Yuro had already reserved a spot for her, and with a smile, Lu Zhao Zhao sat beside her, lifting her gaze to survey the other ladies present, most of whom were well acquainted with Madame Wu and accompanied by their young daughters. Upon noticing Xiao Yiru at the far end, Lu Zhao Zhao's lips curled into a gentle smile, which Xiao Yiru reciprocated. In contrast, Xiao Yuding, seated beside the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan, let out a cold huff. In the days of their grandparents, favoritism had always been shown towards Xiao Yiru. Even in matters of matchmaking, where she was prioritized, her mother, kind-hearted as she was, had betrothed her to the legitimate heir of the Marquisate. Had it been up to her, she would have been hastily married off to a commoner, despite both being legitimate daughters. It was unfair that Xiao Yiru was regarded as the legitimate firstborn of the primary wife, while she was merely seen as the offspring of a concubine. However, her mother had assured her that the old matriarch Shen held her grandmother in high esteem. Now that the third son of the Shen family was yet to marry, should she manage to secure that match, she would become the lady of the Duke of the Protectorate's estate, thus overshadowing Xiao Yiru. Old matriarch Shen, you are truly fortunate. All the sons of the Duke of the Protectorate have entered officialdom, and now even great-grandchildren are being cradled. The wife of the Marquis of Wushuan complimented with a beaming smile. Old matriarch Shen replied with a subtle smile, "Thank you for your kind words, madam." Their families had never shared a significant bond, but out of respect for the formidable matriarch of the Xiao family, she felt compelled to grant her a semblance of honor. Observing the situation, the onlookers regarded the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan with disdain, for her conduct was decidedly unrefined. Setting aside other matters, it was evident to all that the marriage proposal from the Chongping Marquis' estate was fraught with peril, yet she had readily accepted it, fearing that her legitimate daughter might be overshadowed. The lady of the Marquis of Wushuan, perceiving that old Madame Shen did not seem particularly fond of her, turned to Madame Wu with a smile and remarked, "Sister Wu, I truly envy you. You have both sons and daughters, and now even a granddaughter. Unlike me, who still has to worry about my children's marriages." As she spoke, she deliberately patted Xiao Yuding's hand, fearing that Madame Wu might overlook her daughter. Madame Wu, well aware of her insinuation, chose to remain silent. Setting aside the current state of the Marquis of Wushuan's household, she found it difficult to commend the lady of the Marquis for her character and manner of conduct, let alone consider a familial alliance. With a hint of derision, Lu Zhao Zhao glanced over and heard the lady who had earlier sneered retort, "Lady of the Marquis of Wushuan, which lady does not fret over her children?" Yet, rather than confide in Sister Wu, it would be wiser to beseech the Bodhisattva, hoping for a blessing to fulfill your desires. However, in my opinion, it would be futile, as those with malevolent intentions are unlikely to earn even the Bodhisattva's favor. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled softly, recognizing the lady as Madame Zhong, the wife of Lord Chao, the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. As the current minister nears retirement, it is anticipated that Lord Chao will ascend to that esteemed position. Known for her bold and forthright nature, Madame Chao instilled considerable fear even in her husband. Lu Zhao Zhao recalled her father once jesting that there were indeed individuals more fearful of their wives than he was, though she believed it was merely a case of equal footing. Yet, she had never uttered this in her father's presence, mindful of preserving his dignity. Taken aback by the retort, the lady of the Marquis of Wushuan knew well of Madame Chao's fiery temperament, but had not anticipated such public humiliation. After all, she was still a Marquis's wife. With a sharp tone, she replied, "Madame Chao, I understand that Lord Chao is on the verge of promotion, but your tone seems rather presumptuous." Madame Chao let out a cold snort. "How I speak has nothing to do with my husband's rise. Even if he disapproves, it does not grant anyone the right to silence me." Speechless, the lady of the Marquis of Wushuan turned her gaze to the young girl beside Madame Chao, who had kept her head bowed in silence, and mockingly remarked, "I had thought Madame Chao was a paragon of righteousness. It appears you have brought your daughter along as well. If that is the case, why must you belittle me?" The young girl slowly raised her head upon hearing the words, her age merely around 14 or 15, her face still bearing traces of baby fat. Her round, glistening eyes were particularly endearing. She parted her lips and timidly murmured, "Madam, you have misunderstood. My mother brought me out to see the world because she noticed I seldom ventured outside." Madame Chao turned her gaze towards her daughter with a hint of surprise. Her daughter was truly admirable. Since childhood, she had been obedient and wise. Yet her disposition was exceedingly gentle. It was puzzling, as her elder sister did not possess such a meek nature. As she approached the age for marriage, how could a mother like her bear to send her off, fearing the hardships she might face in her new home? Xiao Yuding had already begun to see herself as the third young mistress of the Guogong Manor. She cast a fierce glare at the young lady of the Chao family, causing Chao Yunyang to instinctively clutch her mother's arm, inwardly lamenting how frightening the outside world was. No matter how tempting the delicacies her mother might offer in the future, she resolved never to venture out again. Madame Chao initially intended to scold her daughter further, But considering that it was the child's full moon banquet, she rose with an apologetic demeanor and said, "Sister Wu, I apologize for today. Since the gifts have been presented, we shall take our leave." Madame Wu, who shared a close friendship with Madame Chao, recognized that the earlier remarks were meant to extricate her from an awkward situation and urged, "Do stay and have a meal before you depart. Sister Wu, Yunyang is timid, and it is already quite an achievement for her to be out today. If we do not return now, she may be even less inclined to come out in the future." Madame Chao smiled with a touch of helplessness. Madame Wu chuckled softly. "Very well then. Do come often when you have the time." Chao Yunyang curtsied and quietly said, "Madam, Aunt Wu, I bid you farewell." Old Madame Shin and Madame Wu smiled gently, nodding. Careful not to frighten the young girl. Chapter 112. Timid Chao Yunyang exited the courtyard alongside Lady Chao, her arm linked with her mother's as she spoke in a tone laced with grievance. "Mother, could you refrain from calling me out in such situations in the future? That second daughter of the Xiao family looked as if she would devour me whole." Lady Chao gently tapped her forehead, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. "Oh, you. If she glares at you, just glare back. With your mother by your side, what is there to fear?" She shook her head softly and replied, "I dare not." Lady Chao let out a deep sigh, contemplating that such a disposition would necessitate finding her a kind-hearted and honest husband in the future, not one of high status, but one whose mother was nurturing and whose sisters-in-law were amiable. Upon returning to the residence, Xin Jiahao intended to visit Lingyun Courtyard, as today marked the full-month celebration of his niece, an event he could not miss. As he approached, he spotted Lady Chao emerging and greeted her with cupped hands. "Aunt Zhong." Chao Yunyang, trailing her mother with her head bowed, instinctively flinched at the sound of a male voice. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes were slightly reddened. Xin Jiahao frowned slightly, pondering if this young lady was indeed overly timid. Lady Chao beamed and said, "Jiahao, you have returned. Your mother and the others are at your sister-in-law's." Xin Jiahao nodded and replied, "Aunt Zhong, I shall head over now." Before departing, he glanced back at Chao Yunyang, a hint of amusement bubbling within him. It was curious how such a spirited woman could bear a daughter as meek as a lamb. "You see, young Master Shin fits your fancy quite well. If he truly captures your heart, your mother will put aside her pride and speak to Aunt Wu on your behalf." Lady Chao teased her daughter. "Mother, I do not wish for that." Chao Yunyang bit her lip and shook her head vigorously, recalling the barely concealed mirth in his eyes, undoubtedly mocking her timidity. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lady Chao quickly reassured her with a smile. "I was merely jesting, dear. Go home now. I promised to buy you the pastries I promised." Lady Chao understood, while fostering a friendship with Sister Wu was one matter, arranging marriages for their children was entirely another. Factors such as social standing, character, and temperament all required careful consideration. She did not aspire for her daughter to marry into a prestigious family. She only hoped for her to find someone who would protect her throughout her life. Yet, the Duchess of Wushuan's desire to marry her daughter into the Duke of Huguo's household was nothing short of a fanciful dream. In stark contrast, Shen Yihuan was remarkably bold. During the earlier commotion, she had shown no sign of fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Lu Zhao Zhao, her mouth watering as she smiled. She rose to approach and play with her. "Wah!" Shen Yihuan squirmed in the arms of old Lady Shen, extending her small arms toward Lu Zhao Zhao, who smiled and comforted her. "Yihuan, be good. Your second aunt cannot hold you right now." Nestled in Lu Yuro's embrace, Shen Yihuan finally settled down. Though her eager gaze remained fixated on Lu Zhao Zhao, she reached out to take the small box from Liu Li's hands, gently placing the tiny golden lock around Lu Zhao Zhao's neck, whispering, "Yihuan wishes you longevity and endless joy." Lu Yuro did not decline the gesture and softly urged, "Now, quickly thank your second aunt." Shen Yihuan could hardly comprehend, merely toying with the longevity lock, while chuckling merrily. The old matriarch Shun's eyes sparkled with joy, as she eagerly anticipated the safe arrival of Zhao Zhao's child. Xin Jiahao and Xun Jiayan arrived at Lingyun Courtyard in quick succession. Xin Jiahao jested, "Second brother, in the past, you would have preferred to sleep in the Dali Temple. Now that you are married, you return home punctually every day. Truly, times have changed." Xin Jiayan raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Wait until you are married, and then speak to me of such things." Xin Jiahao followed him inside, confident that even when married, he would not be as devotedly attentive to his wife as his elder brother and second brother. He was, after all, the carefree third young Master Shun. After greeting their grandmother and mother, Xin Jiahao and Xin Jiayan approached and clasped their hands in respect. "You have all returned. Please take a seat." Shin old matriarch warmly invited. Xin Jiayan, wearing a smile, sat beside Lu Zhao Zhao. She raised her hand, offering him a piece of cake. "Try this. It is delicious." He smiled, taking her hand to his lips and nibbled on the lotus cake she held. The ladies present stifled their laughter. For who in the capital did not know how dearly the heir of the Hugwa Duke cherished his wife? Old matriarch, second matriarch, the banquet is ready. A maid announced as she entered with a bow. Wuxia stepped forward to assist an old matriarch to her feet and said, "Thank you all for coming today. The feast is prepared. Please take your seats." Xiao Yuding rose alongside the wife of Marquis Wuxuan, casting furtive glances at Shen Jiahao. Although he may not possess the same status or looks as Shen Shizi, he was still one of the rare talents in the capital, far superior to that Shuet heir Gongzi. Lu Yuru carefully entrusted Shen Yihuan to the nurse and turned to help Lu Zhao Zhao, teasing, "Second brother. Hurry and join your elder brother and third brother for the meal. I'll take good care of Zhao Zhao. She won't lose a single hair." Shen Jiayan chuckled as he adjusted her hairpin, softly advising, "Use it more." Shen Jiachen, standing nearby, also inquired after Lu Yuru's well-being. Shen Jiahao sighed deeply, linking arms with his elder brother and second brother, jesting, "Sisters-in-law are not children. They need not be coddled by you two. Go on and eat, will you? I wonder what business it is of yours if I converse with my wife. Perhaps you are feeling frisky." Shen Jiayan playfully swatted the back of his head. Shen Jiahao rubbed his head, muttering, "Do you think I want to babysit you too? If you don't eat, father and uncle will say I only know how to eat." Watching their retreating figures, Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao Zhao exchanged smiles, relishing the warmth of family banter. Once the third brother was married, the household would surely grow even livelier. Lu Yuru assisted Lu Zhao Zhao to her seat beside Xiao Yuru, whispering, "Yuru, how have you been these days?" Xiao Yuru smiled, glancing at her slightly protruding abdomen. "I am well. How about you? Is the little one giving you trouble?" Lu Zhao Zhao gently touched her belly. "Oh, she is quite well behaved." Xiao Yuding pouted, noting, "You, dear elder sister, have become quite the flatterer. Once rivals with Lu Zhao Zhao, now you appear as close as sisters. The lady of the heir apparent is indeed close to my elder sister. However, despite both being daughters of noble houses, their fates are entirely disparate. While you are fortunate enough to wed the heir of the Duke of Gua, my elder sister is relegated to marrying the second son of the Shui family. Alas, my mother is truly at a loss, given my sister's reputation. Miss Xiao'er, Yurua is your elder sister. Are you aware of what it means to be sisters, bound by the same blood, sharing both glory and misfortune? What benefit do you derive from tarnishing her name?" Lu Zhao Zhao said coldly. "Indeed, you are correct. Today, I merely felt an instant connection with the lady of the heir apparent, which led to an unintended slip of the tongue. I hope you can forgive me," Xiao Yuding replied, lowering her head. "How unfortunate, for I hold no affection for you," Lu Zhao Zhao stated bluntly as she reached for a piece of sweet and sour pork rib. Chapter 113. The paper umbrella. Xiao Yuding's expression shifted. Yet she dared not confront her elder sister, Xiao Yurua, who laughed unabashedly in her direction. In merely a couple of months, she would be wed to the chomping Marquis' estate, and she was eager to see if her elder sister would still be able to smile then. Lu Yuroi reached out to serve her some dishes, offering a faint smile. "Zhao Zhao, do indulge yourself." Throughout the meal, Xiao Yuding found the food tasteless. As soon as she boarded her family's carriage, she rushed to complain to the Duchess of Wushuan. "Mother, you cannot imagine how that Lu Zhao Zhao berated me just now. Not only did my elder sister refuse to support me, but she also mocked me." The Duchess of Wushuan embraced her, soothingly saying, "My dear Tinger, you have suffered an injustice." She then turned towards Xiao Yurua with a displeased tone. "Yurua, as the elder sister, it is one thing not to protect your sister. But how could you join others in bullying her? Truly, it reflects a lack of maternal nurture." Xiao Yurua scoffed coldly, addressing her stepmother. "Mother, your words ring true. Indeed. I was born of a mother, yet raised without one. But do not forget, had my biological mother been alive, you would merely be a concubine now. You little wretch." The Duchess of Wushuan raised her hand to strike, but Xiao Yuroi calmly intercepted it, saying, "Mother, do not forget that I am to be married soon. Should anyone see the marks on my face, your carefully cultivated reputation will be tarnished, and your plans for my younger sister's marriage will be in vain." The Duchess of Wushuan, suppressing her rage, withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "Very well, I can no longer manage you, the esteemed Miss Xiao. But do not forget, your dowry remains firmly in my grasp." Xiao Yurua wiped her hands with a handkerchief and replied slowly, "Rest assured, I hold no value for the Xiao family's possessions. However, the items left to me by my mother and grandmother are not to be taken from me. Otherwise, even the authorities will not shield you." Recalling her recent encounter with concubine Xiao Yuding sneered, "Elder sister, do you truly believe that marrying into the chomping Marquis' estate guarantees a life of ease? I have heard that my future brother-in-law still harbors thoughts for the noble lady." Slap. Xiao Yuding covered her cheek, wide-eyed in disbelief. The Duchess of Wushuan, realizing the implication, lunged to tear at her. "Xiao Yurua, how dare you strike my daughter? I shall end you." Yulan quickly positioned herself in front of her young mistress. Xiao Yuruo replied coldly, "You should be grateful that I saved your daughter." The Duchess of Wushuan paused, taken aback by her words. Xiao Yuruo continued, "Do you understand what it means to speak ill? Zhao Zhao is a lady bestowed with honors by the emperor himself. How could you vile people dare to slander her? Should the young Master Shen learn of this, beware for your lives. Stop the carriage." Xiao Yuruo commanded, disembarking with Yulan. She found the mother and daughter duo repulsive and did not wish to linger a moment longer. As she descended, Xiao Yuding threw herself into the Duchess of Wushuan's arms. Weeping, "Mother, she is too much. Do not cry, Ting. Once she is married to the Chongping Marquis estate, she will reap her just deserts." The Duchess of Chongping and that concubine Zhou are no gentle figures. Madame Wushuan held her daughter tightly and venomously remarked that when her daughter was married into the duke's residence, no one would dare to mock her as a concubine being legitimized. What of the legitimate wife's daughter? She would still be at her mercy. Yulan, following closely behind Xiao Yuro, glanced up at the ominous sky and expressed her concern. "Miss, it seems that rain is imminent. The autumn rain is quite chill. Do take care of your health." "It matters not," Xiao Yuro replied dismissively. "I would rather endure the rain than suffer the discomfort of their company." This thought reminded her of her past enmity with Lu Zhao Zhao, and she mused that perhaps others viewed her in the same unfavorable light. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she shook her head, grateful for her transformation and renewed spirit. Yulan hesitated, biting her lip, but ultimately could not restrain herself. "Miss, I have heard whispers about second young Master Shui's acquaintance with the wife of young Master Shen. Do you think what second young lady said could possibly be true?" Xiao Yuro paused, turning to Yulan with a serious expression. "Yulan, it is entirely natural for a lady to be acquainted with a gentleman. Even my father once considered marrying me off to another. Moreover, should second young Master Shui harbor feelings for Zhao Zhao, that is his concern and has nothing to do with her." Yulan nodded softly, replying, "I understand, Mississippi. But if second young Master Shui is indeed thinking of another, would that not be unjust to you?" Xiao Yuro laughed lightly, unbothered. "I have no affection for him. His feelings are of no consequence to me. Besides, our engagement is merely a matter of parental arrangement. If given a choice, I would not wish to marry him, and he likely does not desire to wed me either. We are both powerless in this regard. Enough of this talk. Let us hasten home, for the rain is about to fall." As she spoke, a low rumble of thunder echoed, and heavy raindrops began to pour down fiercely. The once sparse pedestrians scattered in search of shelter. Xiao Yuro and Yulan quickly took refuge beneath a nearby eave, where Yulan, disregarding her own comfort, used her sleeve to wipe the raindrops from Xiao Yuro's cheeks. A warmth enveloped Xiao Yuro's heart as she grasped Yulan's hand softly, saying, "Thank you, Yulan. In this vast Wushuan Duke's residence, you are the only one who genuinely cares for me. It seems I have caused you much distress. Miss, you are kind and beautiful. It is a fortune of several lifetimes that allows me to be by your side," Yulan replied, her voice thick with emotion. Others had often remarked on her mistress's difficult temperament, yet before her mother's passing, she had been the most obedient of daughters. In the unforgiving halls of the Duke's residence, how could she have survived without a fierce spirit? "Ah, you have become increasingly sweet-tongued," Xiao Yuro said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. "I thought it was some other young lady. It turns out to be the esteemed Miss Xiao," Lu Jinrong remarked, setting his paper umbrella aside with a roguish grin. Yulan instinctively shielded Xiao Yuro, perplexed by how the seemingly dignified Lu San could have such a frivolous brother, akin to a debauched scion. Xiao Yuro turned to the paper umbrella on the ground and, lifting her gaze with a smile, said, "Thank you, second young Master Lu, for the umbrella." After speaking, he picked up the paper umbrella and handed it to Yulan. She promptly opened it and walked out with Xiao Yuro. Behind them, a languid voice belonging to Lu Jinrong could be heard. "You took the umbrella. What am I to do now?" The second young master of the Lu family possesses remarkable abilities. He surely must have a way to manage. Lu Jinrong watched her retreating figure, smiling as he shook his head. Earlier, when he saw her sheltering from the rain in the corridor, he had intended to tease her, but unexpectedly, he was outsmarted by a little girl. Chapter 114, Demotion Xinjiang. "Are you aware of the intentions that the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan harbors today?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired mischievously, playfully tugging at Xinjiang's calf. He did not respond verbally, but instead grasped her delicate ankle, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Do not tempt me. You must bear the consequences of the flames you ignite." Recalling recent events, Lu Zhao Zhao felt her cheeks flush, and she lightly kicked him, scolding, "Your audacity has truly grown." He chuckled as he took both of her small feet and placed them on his lap, gently kneading them. "So, what does the wife of the Marquis intend?" Upon his inquiry, Lu Zhao Zhao's interest piqued, and she sat up straight. "She wishes to marry Miss Xiao, heir to my third brother. Surely, that second aunt will not acquiesce." Xinjiang replied with a light laugh. Zhao Zhao is quite like me. No one can coerce him into a relationship he does not desire. Thus his second aunt would not dare to act unilaterally. There's no need for her to refuse. That Lady Chao has already bewildered her to the point of confusion. Moreover, Miss Xiao'er has a rather peculiar manner of speaking that is not endearing at all. She shook her head, expressing sympathy for Xiao Yuru, who had to endure living under the same roof as that mother-daughter duo. Now, she regretted her earlier stance. Had she approached Xiao Yuru as she did now, perhaps she could have orchestrated a chance for her and her second brother. Yet, fate is unpredictable, and it is often said that a fortunate girl does not enter an unworthy household. Observing her deep in thought, her brow furrowed, Xin Jiayan playfully tapped her forehead. What is this little head of yours pondering all day? Lu Zhao Zhao rubbed her forehead, shooting him a mock glare, then gently caressed her abdomen, speaking softly. Look, your father is already taking action against me. When you arrive, you must help your mother seek retribution. The little one within her seemed to respond, stirring gently. She grasped Xin Jiayan's hand and placed it on her abdomen, exclaiming in delight, Xin Jiayan. He moved. Feeling the motion beneath his hand, Xin Jiayan was momentarily stunned. This was the child they had conceived together. With a hint of emotion in his voice, he murmured, Indeed, he has truly begun to move. How eagerly Xin Jiayan anticipated this child, and how much he would later be vexed. Time passed, day by day, and the date of Xiao Yuru's wedding drew near. Regardless of her reluctance to see her wed to young Master Shui, it was of little consequence, after all. Even the emperor could not dictate whom a daughter of another family should marry. Thus, she began to meticulously plan an appropriate gift for her. In the afternoon, Xin Jiayan instructed Mo Han to inform Lu Zhao Zhao that he would be returning home late. However, as evening approached and he had yet to arrive, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of worry, especially as there had been no reports of significant cases at the Dali Temple lately. Liuli, send Mo Jiang to the Dali Temple to inquire about why the young master has not returned today, Lu Zhao Zhao said softly as she rose. Yes, madam, Liuli replied, bowing before preparing to leave. Just as she opened the door curtain, she spotted Shenzhen entering the courtyard and quickly turned back, exclaiming, Madam, the young master has returned. Lu Zhao Zhao supported her waist as she stepped outside. Upon seeing her, Xin Jiayan hurriedly approached to assist her, gently saying, Zhao Zhao, quickly return inside. It is chilly outside. Why have you come back so late? Has something happened at the Dali Temple? He shrugged off his cloak and set it aside, helping her to sit on a small couch. Today, during the court assembly, the emperor demoted Marquis Wushuan to Baron Wushuan. Lu Zhao Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Although the Marquis was of mediocre talent, she had not heard of any grave transgressions. However, reflecting on the saying that a ruler's heart is as profound as the sea, she understood that a subject must comply with the sovereign's will, even if it merely meant demoting a nobleman who thrived on ancestral merits without any personal achievements. It seemed the Xiao family would face turmoil, and she wondered how Xiao Yuro was faring. At the Wushuan Baroness residence, the Baroness watched as the plaque of the Marquis estate was taken down. Grabbing the sleeve of Baron Wushuan, she wept bitterly. What shall we do? How did we go from a Marquis estate to a Baron's residence? Xiao Yuding stood beside her, supporting the Baroness, equally distraught. Even someone as simple-minded as she realized that as a Baroness daughter, she could never aspire to the status of a Duchess family. In the future, she feared she would not even measure up to Xiao Yuro. Baron Wushuan, already troubled, lamented the loss of the marquisate earned over generations, now squandered in his hands. He felt he would have no face to present to the ancestors of the Xiao family. The weeping of the mother and daughter only added to his irritation. He waved his sleeve and scowled. Enough. Stop your weeping. The two women immediately fell silent. Turning around, Baron Wushuan noticed Xiao Yuro standing behind them, her expression devoid of emotion, as if indifferent to the situation. This ignited his anger, and he scolded, Xiao Yuro, how can you remain so unconcerned when such a calamity has befallen our family? Xiao Yuro found her father's reaction laughable. Was crying ineffective, and so was silence? Moreover, the marquisate was inherited by her grandparents. He reaped the benefits without effort. Thus, it was only natural for the emperor to reclaim it. Father, both rain and sunshine are blessings from heaven. Is your behavior a sign of discontent towards the emperor? She questioned with a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. If her grandparents were alive, she would gladly accept being a commoner rather than merely being demoted. Ah, so you have grown bold enough to defy your father. Do you remember your mother's teachings? Baron Wushuan retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You have no right to mention my mother. She was a virtuous woman, marrying you with joy, bearing your children, managing the household, and serving your parents without a word of complaint. Yet, what about you? The moment she became pregnant, you hastily took a concubine. Just a year after her passing, you disregarded the objections of my grandparents and elevated that concubine to a formal wife. The Yunyang Marquis has become the laughingstock of the capital. Her mother was her sore point. For years, she had been grateful to her grandparents for their nurturing and had tried to avoid causing her grandmother distress. At home, she had always endured, but now, she no longer wished to tolerate it. You are quite audacious. Baron Yunyang stammered before collapsing abruptly. Baron, father, quickly, summon the physician. That night, the residence of the Duke of Yunyang was thrown into chaos. First, he was stripped of his noble title, and then the physician diagnosed him with a stroke, necessitating at least a month of recuperation. As Xiao Yuro gazed at the comatose figure of the Duke lying on the bed, her heart stirred not in the slightest. The bond of father and daughter had long been eroded by his desire to see her wed to another, and now she found herself wishing for a complete severance from him. The notions of nobility and familial support held no allure for her. After all, such a father offered little to rely upon. Chapter 115. Scheming for gain. Lady Yunyang stepped forward, seizing her wrist and cursing, "You wicked, venomous creature. You have driven your father to illness. I shall take you to the authorities and ensure you receive a sound beating." Xiao Yuru, shaking her off, replied coolly, "Lady, rather than feigning deep affection in this idle manner, why not contemplate how to navigate the days ahead? The emperor can demote my father to Yunyang today, and tomorrow he might strip him of his title altogether." A flicker of panic crossed Lady Yunyang's heart as she retorted, "Do not frighten me with your dire predictions. Besides, if the Wu household truly falls, your status as the young lady of the Xiao family would come to an end." "I care not," Xiao Yuru declared. "I have long since desired to sever ties with the Xiao family. Coexisting under the same roof with such morally corrupt individuals as yourselves is utterly repugnant to me." With that, she turned gracefully and departed. Lady Yunyang, seething with indignation, could do nothing but watch her leave. Xiao Yuding, observing her mother lying in bed, lamented, "Mother, what shall we do? Our family has been stripped of its title. Not even the prestigious dukes of the capital would consider marrying me now." Lady Yunyang gently patted her, offering comfort. "Fear not, dear Tinger, this matter shall be entrusted to me. While it is true that the esteemed families of the capital are reluctant to ally with us at this juncture, the Chopping Marquis household is an exception. Young Master Shue's reputation has already tarnished, and few families are willing to marry their daughters into his line, since our families are already engaged. Is there truly a difference between marrying the eldest or the second daughter? Tinger, what do you think of young Master Shue?" Lady Yunyang inquired softly, lowering her gaze. At her words, Xiao Yuding looked up, murmuring, "Mother, what do you mean by this?" Lady Yunyang glanced at her husband lying on the bed and instructed a maid to take care of him before taking Xiao Yuding out. "That wretched girl spoke some truth. The emperor is likely displeased with your father. His being demoted to a mere baron is possibly out of respect for the late marquis. If we do not hasten to arrange your marriage, we may find ourselves unable to reach even the Chopping Marquis household in the future, having experienced the opulence of the duke's household and the charm of young Master Shun." Xiao Yuding could not fathom willingly marrying the repeatedly unsuccessful young Master Shui of the Chopping Marquis household, especially since he had taken a concubine. "Mother, how can young Master Shui compare to young Master Shun of the duke's household?" she whispered, tears of discontent welling in her eyes. Deep down, she understood the reality. Yet this was the best match available. Lady Yunyang sought to console her, saying, "Tinger, while young Master Shui may not be on par with young Master Shen, he is nonetheless the legitimate son of a marquis. Furthermore, the Chopping Marquis's wife has always favored him. Marrying him would ensure a life of luxury and comfort for you. If he succeeds in the future, you shall become a lady of the court." Xiao Yuding clutched her handkerchief tightly, recalling the days when she had mocked Xiao Yuru for being destined to marry a man who had taken a concubine before marrying. Now, the tables had turned, and the prospect of such a fate awaited her, filling her with an inescapable sorrow. Yet, as she contemplated, she mused that her elder sister might find herself unable to wed even a man of such dubious character in the future, stirring a faint sense of glee within her. However, her mother would undoubtedly object to the annulment of the engagement under the present circumstances, in her eyes. No one would willingly relinquish the opportunity to marry into a prestigious family. Lady Wushun, the matriarch of the household, huffed softly, asserting that the matter was not for Xiao Yuding to decide. "I am the head of this household. Now that the Duke is ill, it falls upon me to take charge of your marriage," she declared. "Tomorrow, I shall procure the marriage contract, and we will proceed to the Chopping Marquis." "Yes, mother," Xiao Yuding replied, a smug smile gracing her lips. Her joy lay in the thought that as long as Xiao Yuru's life was less fortunate than hers, she would be content. On the following morning, Xiao Yuru had just risen when Yulan was assisting her with her grooming. A young maid responsible for cleaning hurriedly approached the door, bowing deeply. "Miss, the madam has sent word for you to come to the main courtyard." "Understood," she replied softly. Yulan quickened her pace, expressing her concerns. "Miss, I fear the madam may not have good intentions. No matter, Xiao Yuru reassured her. In the main courtyard of the Wushan residence, Xiao Yuding sat beside Lady Wushan, unable to suppress her smirk at the thought of Xiao Yuru having to relinquish her engagement. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Yuru entered, foregoing the customary greetings, and spoke with an air of indifference. I wonder what business the madam has summoned me for today. The rift between them had already widened, and she felt no need to feign respect. Lady Wushan noted the change in address but deemed it inconsequential. Her priority was to secure a favorable marriage for her daughter. Xiao Yuru, while I may not be your biological mother and thus owe you no debt of nurturing, I have indeed provided for you, she said shamelessly. Xiao Yuru let out a cold laugh before retorting, Madam, do not presume to claim a role as my elder. Even my father has not bestowed upon me any nurturing grace, for I was raised solely by my grandparents. Spare me the familial pleasantries and state your intentions directly. I have no time for idle chatter. Lady Wushan was momentarily taken aback, her indignation flaring. Very well, since you insist on speaking so, I shall not hold back. While I may not have given you life, I am your father's legitimate wife and the mistress of this household. Thus all affairs here fall under my purview. And so? Xiao Yuru inquired, her tone casual. And so, your marriage is my concern, and I intend for you to withdraw your engagement with the Yunyang Marquis, she proclaimed boldly, rising with unabashed arrogance. At this, Xiao Yuru nearly laughed aloud. Was there truly such a stroke of fortune to be had? Turning to see Xiao Yuding's triumphant expression, she understood the scheme the mother and daughter duo had concocted. With a smile, she asked, and what comes after the annulment? Madame Wushuanbo found herself enveloped in confusion by her attitude. She had anticipated a fervent refusal, considering that the Yunyang Marquis now represented a significant elevation for their family. To her surprise, she remained remarkably composed. Xiao Yuding rose and approached Madame Wushuanbo, declaring with pride, Elder sister, you need not concern yourself with future matters. All you must know is that this marriage is no longer of any relevance to you. Xiao Yuru observed her with a bemused smile. Recognizing that her sister had inherited their father's folly and the absurdity of Madame Wushuanbo. Fortunately, their mother possessed wisdom, while not the most astute. She certainly did not embody such unfathomable foolishness. So, you intend to take her place and marry into the Yunyang Marquis? Is that your plan? She inquired with a light laugh. Xiao Yuding, caught in her own intentions, defiantly replied, and if I do? You are a legitimate daughter, and so am I. Why should you be permitted to marry while I am denied the same? Xiao Yuru scoffed. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that you are now a legitimate daughter. Chapter 116. The Broken Engagement. Xiao Yuru, do not utter futile words. Today, in my capacity as the matriarch of this household, I declare that the engagement shall be annulled, whether you consent or not. You have no authority in this matter, the wife of Duke Wushuan proclaimed, her eyes ablaze. By what right? Xiao Yuru calmly met her gaze and inquired. What do you mean by what right? Simply because I am. Spare me the repetition of your status as the matriarch of this household, she interjected, turning to take a seat beside them. Observing the dark expressions on the faces of the mother and daughter, she continued. Traditionally, marriages are arranged by parental decree and the intermediary's consent. However, my mother has passed, and my father lies bedridden. Regardless of my circumstances, I am still the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke's residence. What authority do you, as a stepmother, possess over my marriage? The engagement is already settled, and as long as I remain steadfast, no one can dissolve this betrothal. Previously, she had consented to the engagement because her father supported the wife of Duke Wushuan, leaving her with no choice. However, the situation had changed. You little wretch. The wife of Duke Wushuan spat, revealing her true nature with a vulgar tirade. Madam, one must adopt a humble demeanor when seeking favors. If you agree to 2 conditions of mine, I may consider allowing the annulment of this engagement, Xiao Yuru replied with a sly glimmer in her eyes. Realizing that this arrangement could yield unexpected benefits. What conditions? She retorted sharply, eager to see what this audacious girl would propose. Xiao Yuru adjusted her dress. Standing tall and serious, first, I require you to draft a written agreement that ensures my future marital decisions are solely mine, and you shall not interfere in the slightest. The wife of Duke Wushuan chuckled, for in their current predicament, who would still concern themselves with her marriage? Very well, but it is not just you. I also require my father's seal, she added with a smile. Her father had never regarded her as his daughter, and it was entirely possible he would one day barter her away for the sake of his own ambitions. Agreed, came the response. Secondly, apart from the belongings left to me by my mother and grandmother, I wish to take what is rightfully mine from this household, though not particularly materialistic. She believed these possessions were rightfully hers, and now was the time to reclaim them. The wife of Duke Wushuan hesitated, for the family fortune primarily belonged to the sons. However, a daughter should also receive her share upon marriage. She had intended to withhold Xiao Yuro's portion to support Ting'er upon her marriage. Those belongings are mine. Xiao Yuding interjected, seizing the moment. Oh, then we shall see whether your mother desires this wealth or a good match for you, Xiao Yuro remarked, unfazed. Fine. I will concede. The wife of Duke Wushuan gritted her teeth, pulling Xiao Yuding closer. Excellent. Now, please present me with those 2 agreements, and I shall accompany you to the residence of the Duke of Chomping to annul the engagement. However, madam, I must remind you that even if I agree to the annulment, the Duchess of Chomping may not be inclined to accept your daughter as a bride. She added with a smile. Do not trouble yourself with that. We shall seek out a scribe to draft the agreements. The wife of Duke Wushuan replied impatiently. After all, if the Duchess of Chongping was willing to form an alliance with their family, would not any daughter be equally desirable? Xiao Yuro chuckled softly and shook her head. It seemed her stepmother's efforts were destined to be in vain. The woman believed that once she was recognized as the legitimate wife, others would truly regard her as the primary lady, which was laughable. After a while, the wife of Lord Wushuan tossed 2 documents, bearing her seal, into Xiao Yuro's arms and said harshly, Hurry up and go to the Chomping Marquis' residence to withdraw the engagement. Xiao Yuro carefully examined the documents, a smile curling at her lips. From this moment forth, she would be free. No one could compel her to marry someone she did not wish to. She tucked the documents away and said calmly, Let us go. Observing her sister Xiao Yuding's jubilant steps, she couldn't help but chuckle. Her sister was quite unselective. As it became clear they could not ascend to the status of the Protectorate Duke's household, she immediately set her sights on the Chomping Marquis' residence, which could be seen as a pragmatic choice, though her sister might not achieve her desires. At the Chomping Marquis' residence, upon hearing from the servants that someone from the Wushuan Duke's household had arrived, the Marquis' wife paused momentarily, contemplating how to address the marriage arrangement. If they proceeded as promised, it might indeed lead to the Emperor's disdain for Lord Wushuan, potentially bringing misfortune upon their family. However, if they called off the engagement, which noble family in the capital would be willing to marry their daughter to Jicheng? She rose and inquired, Who has come? A maid curtsied and replied, The wife of Lord Wushuan has come with Miss Xiao and Miss Xiao. Please, let them in. The wife of Lord Wushuan was led into the room by the maid. She approached the Chomping Marquis' wife, affectionately linking arms with her, and smiled, Sister Lin, it has been a while. How have you been? Were it not for the matter concerning Jicheng's marriage, she would never engage with someone like her. The Chomping Marquis' wife, wearing a distant smile, replied softly, Thank you for your concern. All is well. She then turned her gaze to the 2 sisters, Xiao Yuro and Xiao Yuding, and inquired gently, I wonder what brings you here today? The wife of Lord Wushuan, upon hearing this, promptly nudged Xiao Yuro, forcing a smile, Sister Lin. I hardly know how to broach this topic. This girl is still grieving for her grandmother, and thus is reluctant to marry so soon. It puts me in a difficult position. Xiao Yuro slightly bowed and handed over the marriage contract she received from Yulan, saying, Madam, this is the marriage contract. Today I return it to you, and hope for your understanding. The Chomping Marquis' wife, already hesitating over whether to continue with the engagement, responded, Miss Xiao, your engagement to Jicheng is well known throughout the capital. Would it not invite ridicule from others? She sighed. Let us just consider it a matter of fate that our families are not meant to be. The wife of Lord Wushuan, nearly beaming at the prospect of the contract being returned, quickly intervened, Sister Lin, this marriage was arranged between our 2 households. Although our eldest daughter cannot proceed with the marriage, we have more than one daughter, do we not? The Chomping Marquis' wife smiled upon realizing their intention was to marry one of their other daughters to Jicheng. Previously, in light of the impending union between their families, she had given some deference, but now, with the wife of a mere duke before her, such consideration was unnecessary. She turned away, seated herself upon a small couch, and casually lifted her teacup, saying, Madam of Lord Wushuan, while they may all be daughters of the Xiao family, they are not the same. Sister Lin, both of them are daughters of the Xiao family, and moreover, Yuting is the more sensible one. Lady Wushan's voice was filled with urgency. If this matter fails, would it not mean losing both the lady and the troops? My dear lady, some truths need not be stated so bluntly, lest we offend the harmonious atmosphere. She replied with a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Even if Wushan is demoted, Xiao Yuro is at least the legitimate eldest daughter born of the main wife. But what is Xiao Yuting? Ultimately, she is merely the daughter of a concubine. Such a woman should be considered carefully before being made the legitimate wife for my son, let alone taken as a concubine. With words laid bare, there was little left to misunderstand. Xiao Yuting's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she twisted her handkerchief, while Lady Wushan's countenance darkened. However, this was the residence of the Marquis of Chomping. Given her current standing, she could not afford to offend anyone here. Suppressing her seething anger, she finally spoke, Sister Lin, I apologize for my boldness. Given that my lord is unwell, I shall take my leave. See her out. The lady of the Marquis of Chomping said in a soft tone. Chapter 117. Resilience. Lady Wu Xuanbo hastily pulled Xiao Yuding outside, while Xiao Yuro followed suit, bowing to the wife of the Chomping Marquis as she exited the courtyard. The farce of the day had finally come to an end. Miss Xiao, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuro paused, turning to see Shui Jiqing approaching her with quickened steps. She softly inquired, "Second young master Shui, is there something you wish to discuss?" Shui Jiqing hesitated before speaking. "Miss Xiao, if you do not wish to call off the engagement, I can discuss it with my mother." He had just visited his mother, who had informed him that their betrothal was to be annulled. Although he held no affection for her, he was acutely aware of the societal backlash a woman would face upon being jilted, and his conscience would not allow him to cause her such distress. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Xiao Yuro recalled what Lu Zhao had told her. Realizing that Shui Jiqing was indeed a decent man, she responded with a slight bow. "I appreciate your kindness, second young master Shui. However, I have never wished for this engagement, and I believe you share my sentiments. Why then, must we be bound together as unwilling partners?" Shui Jiqing nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. Indeed, his heart belonged elsewhere, and though the possibility had faded, he did not wish to delay another young woman's happiness. He softly replied, "Miss Xiao, I was indeed foolish. I wish you a future with a worthy suitor." As he turned to leave, Xiao Yuro called out to him, "Second young master Shui, I too wish you find your beloved. However, I would advise you to be cautious. That Miss Zhou is not as virtuous as she seems. Farewell." Shui Jiqing gazed at her retreating figure, lost in thought. It was often said that women were delicate. Yet both Lu San and Miss Xiao possessed a certain pride that belied such notions. It was he who remained timid and constrained within the confines of the Chomping Marquis. Upon returning to the Wu Xuanbo residence, Xiao Yuro intended to retreat to her quarters when she recalled the disparaging remarks made by the wife of the Chomping Marquis earlier that day. Xiao Yuding approached her, seizing her arm and harshly declared, "Xiao Yuro, from now on, you shall be like me, merely a daughter of the Marquis. I cannot marry into a prestigious family. And neither can you." Xiao Yuro shrugged off her grip and retorted with a laugh, "Is your mind consumed with thoughts of marriage? If so, you might as well emulate your mother. Who knows, perhaps one day your wishes will come true. Yulan, let us depart." With a decisive turn, she left, the sounds of her mother and sister's insults echoing behind her. A smile graced her lips. She had triumphed splendidly today. If her grandmother were aware, she would surely rest easy. In this world, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Within days, the engagement annulment between the Wu Xuanbo residents and the Chomping Marquis became a topic of fervent discussion. Many speculated that the Chomping Marquis wished to avoid the scandal, while others claimed the Wu Xuanbo residence was nearing its end, fearing the loss of their noble title. Families that had once considered an alliance with the Wu Xuanbo residents began to withdraw. In Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao reflected on the news of Xiao Yuro's disengagement, feeling both relieved that she had escaped the perilous grasp of the Chomping Marquis and concerned about the inevitable gossip that would follow, for society was often unkind to women. "Lioli, it seems we have not returned to the Yunyang Marquis for quite some time," Lu Zhao softly inquired, having recently received a letter from her second sister, announcing the arrival of a new nephew, with her condition making it inconvenient to visit her sister's residence. She decided it would be best for her mother to deliver the prepared gifts. Luli responded with a smile, "Indeed. Does the lady yearn for the Duke and his wife?" Lu Zhao nodded with a smile. Her longing for home was palpable, and she also wished to inquire about her second brother's current situation. In the evening, as Shun Jiayan entered the room, Lu Zhao hurried to assist him with his cloak. Noticing her attentive demeanor, he chuckled, taking her hand and teasingly remarked, "My lady seems particularly gentle today. Do you seek something from your husband?" Embracing his arm, Lu Zhao softly expressed, "I wish to visit the Yunyang Duke's residence tomorrow. Could you mention it to mother?" Since her pregnancy began, Princess Jingro had been overly cautious, eager to accompany her at every moment. Shin Jiayan chuckled lightly, well aware that such affectionate displays often concealed ulterior motives. The last time he had sneaked out with Lu Zhao, they had returned only to face his mother's wrath. Yet, enduring her scolding was well worth seeing his lady's happiness. However, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, he naturally sought some benefits in return, bending slightly to propose. "That can be arranged, but given the risk of incurring my mother's ire, should not my lady reward me in some manner?" Lu Zhao's smile instantly faded upon hearing the latter part of his statement. "You cunning rogue, what reward do you desire?" She glared at him, feigning a threat. Leaning in close, Shin Jiayan whispered something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she retorted, "You brazen scoundrel." After their meal, they strolled towards Yicheng courtyard, where Princess Jingro promptly rose to assist Lu Zhao Zhao upon her arrival. "Zhao Zhao, if there's anything amiss, simply have a maid inform me, and I shall come to you," she said. "Mother, I am well. Moving about is quite beneficial, otherwise lying down all day becomes tiresome." Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly as she settled onto a small couch. Observing her mother's anxious demeanor, Xin Jiayin found it amusing. Who would have thought that even as a grandmother, the princess could not shed her worries? "Zhao Zhao," she gently cautioned, "though the pregnancy appears stable, one must remain vigilant." "Do not worry, mother. This little one is quite robust and will surely arrive safely. You should simply await your role as grandmother," Lu Zhao Zhao teased, stroking her belly with a smile. Princess Jingro's delight grew as she gazed at her daughter-in-law, envisioning a beautiful child regardless of gender. Turning to Xin Jiayin, she admonished, "You rascal, take good care of your wife, or I shall have your skin." Xin Jiayin could only helplessly twitch his lips. He was indeed caught in the crossfire. Once Zhao Zhao's child was born, he feared his standing within the household would diminish entirely. He jested, "Mother, who knows if this little one might also turn out to be a rascal? That is simply impossible. This shall be my precious grandson." Princess Jingro replied, her smile radiating warmth. Xin Jiayin smiled and said, "Mother, for the sake of your beloved grandson, might you allow your dutiful daughter-in-law to return to her parental home?" Zhao Zhao's birthday is fast approaching, and in previous years, her parents-in-law have always taken charge of the arrangements. This year should be no exception. Lu Zhao Zhao gently lifted her gaze towards him, recalling how, last year on her birthday, they had just become engaged. How swiftly time passes. Princess Jingro, aware of Lu Zhao Zhao's cherished status within her family, understood that even though she was expecting and soon to be a mother, in the eyes of her parents and elders, she remained a child. She tenderly patted Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and said, "If you wish to go back, then go. I am sure your mother has been thinking of you. On your birthday, she will also take care of everything for you. It wouldn't be right for her to neglect our Zhao Zhao just because there is a little one on the way." Lu Zhao Zhao felt a warm sensation in her heart and softly replied, "Mother, thank you." Chapter 118. Homecoming the following day. Xin Jiayin escorted Lu Zhao Zhao to the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. He carefully helped her down from the carriage, took her cloak, and gently fastened it for her, softly advising, "Zhao Zhao, do take care while walking. I shall come to fetch you later." "All right, I understand. You may go now," Lu Zhao Zhao urged with a smile. Luli supported Lu Zhao Zhao, standing beside her, while Zhenzhu stepped forward to knock on the door. The young servant promptly opened the main entrance, ushering her inside. Upon reaching the Furong courtyard, the maidservants bowed in greeting, and Xiesher hurried out, having heard the commotion. "Mother, I have returned," Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes bright with joy. Xiesher, not having seen her daughter for 3 months, noticed her rosy complexion and relaxed demeanor. She smiled as she supported Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, "Come inside quickly, it's cold outside." Luli removed the cloak from Lu Zhao Zhao, while Fangzhu approached with a new warming stove for her. Xiesher, with a twinkle of mirth in her eyes, feigned reproach, saying, "It's already quite late in the year. You should take better care of yourself." Lu Zhao Zhao pouted playfully, replying, "Mother, I have been idling about the house all day, too afraid to venture out. Please, do not scold me." Xiesher chuckled at her antics. "Very well. I shall refrain from scolding you. Your father and your elder brothers have prepared birthday gifts for you, intending for Jiayin to bring them." Recalling the stack of silver notes her father had gifted her last year, she chuckled softly. "I can certainly look forward to the gifts from my elder brothers. But I assume Father S will be more silver notes." Xiesher shook her head with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao then noticed what appeared to be invitation cards on the table and curiously inquired, "Mother, is there nothing of importance at home that warrants inviting these ladies over?" With a sigh, Xiesher expressed her frustration. "Your second brother is already 22. Not only has he not considered marriage, but he is also unlikely to even engage in conversation with any young lady. If he remains indifferent, it is left to me, as his mother, to worry about him." What a conundrum. Lu Zhao Zhao picked up an invitation and noted several ladies who were friends of her mother, along with a few countesses and marquises. She gently remarked, "Mother, given my second brother's disposition, if he is not interested, summoning every young lady in the capital would be futile. This time, I shall force him to attend an introduction. Otherwise, I shall have to ask Father to intervene." Contemplating this vexing matter, Xiesher felt a surge of irritation. "In the capital, I have yet to see any young man unwilling to marry. Mother, please calm your temper. Who knows, perhaps one day he will discover a lady he truly desires and will insist on marrying her." Lu Zhao Zhao pondered thoughtfully. She sensed that her second brother's demeanor towards Xiao Yuro seemed distinct from that towards other young women, yet such matters require fate and cannot be forced. "Then I shall sincerely thank the heavens and the ancestors of the Lu family," Lu Zhao Zhao laughed, hugging the warming stove closer. Recently, She had been particularly sensitive to the cold, and with snow yet to fall in the capital, she was quite reluctant to leave the house. Observing her discomfort, Xie quickly instructed the servants to add more coal to the stove. Zhao Zhao, is there anything troubling you in the household recently? Xie expressed her concerns, pondering the incessant unrest often found among the affluent. Fortunately, both the venerable Lady Shun and Princess Jingru were individuals of discernment. Mother, rest assured, I am well. Should any matters arise, I am more than capable of managing them. Lu Zhao inquired softly, her arm entwined with Xie's. As for my second sister, is she faring well? Has her mother-in-law ceased her disturbances? I visited your second sister recently, and she appears to be in good health. She mentioned that since her separation from her husband's household, her mother-in-law has been preoccupied with tormenting her second daughter-in-law, causing a ruckus in the Ministry of Justice. Thus, she has little time to trouble your sister. Upon this revelation, Xie felt a sense of relief. The previous incident had ultimately favored that old witch. If it were up to her, she would have preferred to retaliate vehemently, yet as a member of an official family, she had to maintain her dignity. Now, both my second sister and her husband are content, allowing her to stir as she pleases. Xie nodded in agreement, reflecting on the recent rumors circulating in the capital. I heard from your father that the Marquis of Wushuan has been demoted to a count and has fallen ill since returning home, unable to attend court for several days. It is truly unfortunate for that young Miss Xiao, who lost her mother at such a tender age and now lacks a guardian to advocate for her. Her engagement with the Shui family has also fallen through. Every cloud has a silver lining, she murmured softly. Recalling the temperament of the late Lady Changping, Xie remarked. For a woman, the most crucial aspect of marriage is to find a considerate husband and a benevolent family. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall her, she would find herself without a refuge. Mother is absolutely right, Lu Zhao replied with a smile. Madam, the eldest daughter-in-law has arrived, a maid announced at the door. Upon hearing this, Fangzhu hastily lifted the curtain, and Luli assisted Lu Zhao to her feet, joyfully calling out, Sister-in-law. Wang, having been in the courtyard tending to her son, rushed over upon receiving word of Zhao Zhao's return. She quickly handed the child to the nurse and approached Lu Zhao, gently urging, Zhao Zhao, please sit down. Wang tenderly placed her hand on Zhao Zhao's belly, smiling as she remarked, I still remember when I first married your elder brother. You were merely a young girl of 10. Now, in the blink of an eye, you are about to become a mother. Lu Zhao responded with a smile. I remember when sister-in-law first entered the household, looking just as lovely as today. Your brother gazed at you with such tenderness. It was then I realized he was not merely an icy figure. Both Xie and Wang laughed at her words. Lu Jinhua had always held himself to the highest standards, never indulging like his younger siblings. As the heir to the Marquisate, he bore the weight of the entire family, and Xie felt a mixture of pride and sorrow. She had once worried that his cold and distant nature might affect his future marriage. Then one day, Jinhua confided in her and the Marquis, revealing his affection for a particular young lady. It was the first time she had seen her son blush, stumbling over his words. Now, the couple had finally found their happiness together. Madame Xie instructed the small kitchen to prepare several dishes favored by Lu Zhao. Just as the midday meal was ready, Shen Jiayan arrived at Furong Courtyard with Lu Jinrong. He clasped his hands and greeted, Greetings, mother-in-law, elder sister. Please, rise, Madame Xie urged with a smile. Second brother. Where's my birthday gift? Lu Zhao directly extended her hand in request. At your age, still asking for a birthday gift? Lu Zhao, are you not ashamed? Though he spoke thus, he retrieved an exquisite jewelry box from his sleeve and handed it to her. Lu Zhao gladly accepted it, beaming as she said, Thank you, second brother. Lu Jinrong glanced at Shen Jiayan, who was peeling an orange for Lu Zhao, and chided, Shen Jiayan, my sister adores festivities. In previous years, we always celebrated her birthday. This year must not be an exception. Zhao Yu had always been composed and graceful, while Zhao Ran was impulsive. But it was this little sister who, carefree and light-hearted, accompanied him in all sorts of mischief, which endeared her to him even more. Rest assured, it will not be forgotten, he replied, his gaze towards Lu Zhao filled with affection. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Duke Yunyang and Lu Jinhua returned as well. Following their meal, Lu Zhao accompanied Shen Jiayan back to the Duke of Hugua's residence, while Liu Li and Jinzhu held an abundance of gifts in their hands. Chapter 119, New Year's Eve. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. Lu Zhao rested her hand on her waist as she settled onto a small couch, preparing to spend the evening vigil with her grandmother at Baoma Hall. Lu Li, do not forget to bring the New Year's gifts I prepared for Yi Huan and Yi Yin, she instructed. Rest assured, madam, I have them with me, Lu Li replied, raising the two jewelry boxes in her hand. Jinzhu stepped forward to assist Lu Zhao in rising, as her condition made movement rather cumbersome. Madam, Shall we not wait for the young master? Lu Li inquired softly, recalling that the young master had specifically asked to accompany his wife to Baomao Hall upon his return. We shall not wait. Let us proceed, Lu Zhao Zhao decided, glancing outside at the sky. There was no court session today, yet every New Year's Eve, Shen Jiayan would enter the palace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. This year, they were meant to go together, but due to her condition, she had chosen to remain at home. At Baomao Hall, the venerable matriarch, Madame Shen, sat in the high seat, cradling the gurgling Shen Yihuan in her arms. Her face radiant with affection, Shen Yiyan circled around her, incessantly calling out grandmother. As Lu Zhao Zhao reached the entrance, laughter echoed from within. A maid promptly bowed and lifted the curtain. Greetings to grandmother, Lu Zhao Zhao said, performing a slight bow. Madame Shen smiled warmly and said, Zhao Zhao has arrived. Please take a seat. You are heavy with child. There is no need for such formalities. Grandmother, it is quite all right, Lu Zhao Zhao reassured her, as Luli helped her sit beside Princess Jingro. Zhao Zhao, has Jiayan not returned yet? Princess Jingro asked softly, turning her head. Not yet. Lu Zhao Zhao shook her head gently. She turned to accept a small box from Lu Li, presenting it to Lu Yuro. Sister-in-law, this is the New Year's gift I prepared for Yihuan. Lu Yuro accepted it with a smile, saying, what does such a little one need with gifts? Of course, it is necessary, Lu Zhao Zhao replied. Shen Yiyan watched with eager eyes. Her longing was not for extravagant gifts, but rather a sense of jealousy, as she had been the only girl in the household until Yihuan's arrival. Yiyan, your sister-in-law has also prepared a gift for you, Lu Zhao Zhao said tenderly. Shen Yiyan's eyes brightened, and she hurried over. Lu Zhao Zhao had chosen a butterfly gold hairpin for her, perfectly suited for a girl of her age, lively and beautiful. How lovely. Thank you, second sister-in-law, she exclaimed joyfully, fastening the hairpin into her hair and twirling before Wu Shi, asking, Mother, does it look good? It looks beautiful. My daughter is the most beautiful, Wu Shi replied with a smile, embracing her daughter, sensing her emotional shift as a mother would. Lu Yuro rose to gently take Shen Yihuan from Madame Shen's arms, slipping the pair of rose gold bracelets sent by Lu Zhao Zhao onto her tiny wrists. Saying softly, Yihuan, these are from your second aunt. Yay, she chirped, waving her delicate little arms joyfully. Madame Shen, watching the delighted Shen Yihuan, felt immense joy, and when her gaze fell upon Lu Zhao Zhao's pronounced belly, her smile widened. Though she adored little Yihuan, she also hoped for a grandson, as Jia Yan was destined to be the future duke of the nation, and it was essential for him to have children to carry on the legacy. As the maid lifted the curtain, the Duke of Protecting the Nation, along with the second master and the brothers Shen Jiayan, entered the room. The group clasped their hands together in greeting, saying, We pay our respects to mother, grandmother. Please rise. The small kitchen has prepared the meal. This year, let us enjoy a reunion feast, Shen Old Madam said gently as she stood. Shen Jiayan approached Lu Zhao Zhao, assisting her to her feet as he softly remarked, Did I not ask you to wait for me in the courtyard? What if you were to fall? I am not a porcelain doll. How could I possibly struggle to walk? She teased lightly. Once everyone was seated, the Duke of Protecting the Nation raised his wine cup, his voice resonant and robust. Today is New Year's Eve. I shall toast to Mother first, wishing her health and longevity. Shen Old Madam lifted her glass, her eyes glistening with tears as she beheld the 7 parts resemblance he bore to the late Duke. If the late Duke were aware, witnessing the prosperity of the Shun family today would surely bring him joy. She gently advised, Qingzhou, you are no longer young. You should take care of your health. Our sons are capable now, so do not bear everything alone. Although Shen Old Madam spent her years in the inner chambers, she was well aware of the intrigues of the court. A family of military officials, wielding both power and titles, often evoked jealousy. Fortunately, with Jingro married to Qingzhou, the Duke's household had not faced oppression from the emperor throughout the years. However, the affairs of the court were ever-changing. The crown prince, being the eldest son of the emperor and empress, was the people's choice. Yet, the maternal grandfather of the second prince was the general of the West. Commanding a formidable army, should he harbor ambitions for the throne, the court might descend into chaos. Do not worry, Mother, your son understands, the Duke replied solemnly. The second master then stood and said, Mother, I too raise a toast to you, wishing you fortune, longevity, and happiness. Qihan, your contributions to the family over the years have not gone unnoticed. I only hope that you and your brother maintain a harmonious bond, safeguarding the Shen family's prosperity for a century, Shen Old Madam said warmly. Rest assured, Mother, your son shall give his utmost effort, the second master declared, raising his cup and drinking it all in one go. Shen Old Madam looked at her grandchildren with satisfaction, nodding her head. Children, you must be hungry, let us eat. Shen Jiayan wiped his hands with a handkerchief and began to peel shrimp for Lu Zhao Zhao, who ate with a look of contentment. Meanwhile, Shen Jiachen carefully handed his sleeping daughter to the nurse, then turned to serve Lu Yuru with some dishes. Shen Jiahui pouted, feeling quite at ease amidst a table full of serious spouses. Seeing his expression, Shun Iran deliberately spoke up. Third brother, when will you find me a sister-in-law? At her words, everyone turned to look at him, some with amusement, others with anticipation, and a few with a hint of schadenfreude. He raised his hand to serve Shen Iran a piece of sweet and sour lotus root, gritting his teeth as he said, even at the dining table, "You cannot keep your mouth shut. Children should not ask such questions." Seizing the moment, Mrs. Wu added, "What your sister says is not without merit. After the new year, you will be 19 and should consider marriage." "Mother, shall we not wait another 2 years?" Shen Jiahui attempted to negotiate. "What are we waiting for? Although there are many young ladies in the capital, finding one of suitable family background, character, and beauty is quite a challenge. If we do not make plans early, how will we proceed?" Wu hastily retorted, stating that if Zhao Zhao has a young lady he admires, as long as her character is commendable, her family background need not be of utmost concern. However, at present, he does not even have intentions of courting a lady, and it seems he is merely following in his elder brother's footsteps. No, he is even less proactive than Jiayan, who has someone he cares for and thus refrains from looking around. Old Madam Shen chimed in, agreeing, "Your mother is correct. Shuzhen, let us address this matter come spring." Wu readily accepted, "Yes, mother." Shen Jiahao shot a glare at Shen Iran, who was making silly faces at him. He truly could not comprehend the allure of marriage. Once wed, he would be subjected to constant restrictions. If he must marry, he would choose a docile and obedient partner. Suddenly, the image of a timid young girl flashed in his mind, startling him, and he quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? He had no intention of marrying. Chapter 120. The imperial banquet. At the same moment, in the Changqiu Palace, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen occupied the principal seats, while the various princes, princesses, and their mothers were seated below. The emperor raised his wine cup and proclaimed that today, being New Year's Eve and a family banquet, there was no need for formality. "Thank you, Father Emperor," responded the assembly. Lu Xiaoyu noticed that Janning, seated beside her, appeared somewhat disheartened. She gently inquired, "Janning, what troubles you?" Janning sighed, her heart heavy. She lamented that her father, in his efforts to pair her with Xie Jing, frequently summoned him to the palace under the pretext of teaching her martial arts, citing her frail constitution. What need had a delicate girl like her for such skills? Xie Jing was particularly exasperating, always uttering phrases like "I dare not" and "I acknowledge my mistakes," yet showing no leniency, treating her as though she were one of his soldiers. In her view, he was simply reluctant to marry her, thus deliberately tormenting her. Yet, she had no desire to wed him either. "Sister-in-law, my heart aches," Janning confessed with a sense of grievance. Princeton turned to grasp Lu Xiaoyu's hand, teasingly remarking, "Dear sister, I have heard that the young General Xie is quite the handsome figure. Are you not fond of dashing young men? What dissatisfaction could you possibly have?" Upon hearing this, Janning's face flushed crimson, and she retorted with mild annoyance, "Sister-in-law, please manage my elder brother." The crown prince looked on with satisfaction at his younger siblings, while the second prince, seated across from them, cast a steely gaze in their direction, raising his cup to drain its contents in one go. The second prince's wife softly advised, "Your Highness, please take your time. Mind your own business. My matters require no oversight from you," he coldly replied, the thought of his father's favoritism resurfacing in his mind. Despite being of royal blood, the fourth prince's consort hailed from a noble family, while his own wife was merely the daughter of a second-rank official. His mother had once intended to match him with a cousin from his maternal uncle's family, yet his father had resolutely refused. The second prince's wife lowered her head, offering no response. She was aware of his disdain for her. Though her father was a scholar in the Hanlin Academy, lacking real power, he was respected among the literati. She had never considered herself inferior, especially since the emperor had granted their union. It was not her own desire to marry him. "Fourth prince, Janning, what are the two of you chattering about?" Emperor Qi asked with a smile. As the ruler of a nation, his duties were numerous, making it a rare occasion to enjoy a meal with the princes and princesses. Princeton, lounging, remarked, "Father, I have heard from Mother that you plan to build a princess's residence for Janning in the capital. You are indeed somewhat biased. Why is it that I, a prince, merely receive a plaque in exchange?" Among the palace's occupants, he and Janning possessed the greatest audacity. Being the youngest son of the empress with a brother who was the crown prince, thus never having to worry about trifles, Emperor Qi playfully chided, "Your sister is a girl and naturally requires a bit of pampering. Where you reside matters not." "Surely it does matter. I have a princess, father. There is no need for you to build a residence for me. Merely assist in restoring my prince's estate," Princeton proposed, feigning understanding. "Mir, how can you bargain with your father?" Empress Wen interjected, though her tone lacked reproach. Emperor Qi waved his hand with a smile. Very well, I grant it. Prince stood and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, father. The consort, filled with resentment, nearly dropped her wine cup, astonished by the emperor's blatant favoritism. Rong Zhaoi let out a soft snort, observing how some individuals, blinded by their familial connections, believed they could act with impunity, unaware that the realm ultimately belonged to the emperor. Since the position of the empress was beyond their reach, they ought to focus on raising their offspring, hoping for a future title as a leisurely prince instead. What are you snorting about, Rong Zhaoi? The consort snapped, turning to confront her. The lovely concubine, startled, instinctively clutched the arm of Princess Liqing, unlike Rong Zhaoi, who was forthright and unafraid to challenge the consort, though she remained respectful towards Empress Wen. Years prior, during the difficult birth of the fifth prince, it was Empress Wen who stood by her side, urging the physicians to exert every effort to save both mother and child. Your Highness, you truly possess a grand aura. Must I seek your permission even to express a sound? Rong Zhaoi retorted. The consort, coldly, responded, Rong Zhaoi, you are overstepping your bounds. Do not think that the Empress's protection gives you the right to insult me. Rong Zhaoi regarded the consort's fierce expression, a true reflection of her inner malice. Consort, even if your rank surpasses that of my mother, you cannot slander her. The fifth prince is only 8 years old. Yet he understands the gravity of such transgressions, he interjected, stepping protectively in front of Rong Zhaoi. What kind of upbringing is this for a royal child? The consort accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Rong Zhaoi. What are you doing? Empress Wen interjected, her voice firm. The consort quickly withdrew her hand and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, Empress. I am, after all, the head of a palace. Rong Zhaoi has dared to confront me. Rong Zhaoi rose in response. Your Majesty, Empress, I have not. Are you suggesting that I have slandered you? The consort, though cautious in the presence of the emperor and empress, often displayed arrogance toward lower-ranked concubines. Consort, do you not recognize the decorum required in the presence of the emperor? Empress Wen reprimanded coldly. The emperor, recalling how the consort had once caused the empress to give birth prematurely, nearly leading to the loss of both mother and child, felt compelled to tolerate her presence due to the intertwined nature of the court and palace. Turning to the empress, the emperor inquired. It has been a while since the 6 palaces received significant promotions, has it not? Empress Wen immediately grasped his intent and replied gently, Indeed, while others may be overlooked. Those who have given birth to royal heirs certainly deserve elevation in rank. The consort was momentarily taken aback. Could the emperor truly restore her position as a favored consort? A flicker of joy stirred within her. Rong Zhaoi is promoted to consort Rong. Lady Li is promoted to Jiyu Li. Upon hearing this, consort Rong immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, I thank the emperor and empress for their grace. Lady Jiyu, bewildered, looked at the empress, confused as to why she was promoted without having done anything. Empress Wen chuckled in exasperation. Jiyu Li, do not hesitate to express your gratitude. In a flurry, she bowed, saying, I thank the emperor and empress. You may rise. Consort Rong, now that you hold the rank of consort, you must strive to be more diligent and gentle, assisting the empress in managing the affairs of the 6 palaces. The emperor stated softly, I shall abide by your command, she replied. Empress Wen gazed at the stupefied Consort Shu and spoke, Consort Shu, today is New Year's Eve. Do not provoke the emperor's displeasure. She gritted her teeth and curtsied. This humble servant acknowledges her fault. Meanwhile, the second prince clenched his fists tightly in a secluded corner. Realizing that his father was not merely embarrassing his mother in public, but was subtly admonishing him. He and the crown prince were merely a year apart throughout their upbringing. He had never lagged behind the crown prince in either knowledge or martial prowess, while his father appeared to treat them equally in private. He imparted to the crown prince the principles of governance and statecraft. But what was he taught? His father instructed him on fraternal loyalty and the virtues of serving the sovereign and loving the nation. Why should this be the case? Both he and the crown prince were sons of the emperor. Just because they emerged from different wombs, did that render him inherently inferior? Chapter 121. House arrest. After the palace banquet concluded, Lu Xiaoyu assisted the slightly intoxicated princein into the carriage. He wrapped his arm around her waist, burying his head in the crook of her neck, whispering softly, Ayu, will you bear me a daughter? My lord, we are in public. What nonsense are you uttering? Lu Xiaoyu chided, her cheeks flushed. As the carriage halted at the entrance of the prince's residence, Lu Xiaoyu helped him disembark. A young servant hastily approached him. Yet Lu Xiaoyu gently patted his hand that rested on her waist. My lord, we have arrived home. Ayu. He not only refused to release her, but instead pulled her head closer into his embrace. Lu Xiaoyu, observing the maid suppressing her laughter, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she forcefully pried his hand away. The servant quickly stepped in to support him, and she blushed as she instructed. Hurry and assist the prince back inside. In the main courtyard, concubine Liang and concubine Bai had long awaited within. Their statuses did not permit them to attend the New Year's Eve palace banquet, yet by custom, they were obliged to pay their respects to the prince and princess in the main residence. Concubine Liang's face had healed completely by now. She had initially expected Prince An to show her compassion, but to her dismay, he had shown no concern whatsoever, not even arranging for a physician. Ultimately, it was Lu Zhaoyu who secured a doctor for her, yet rather than feeling grateful, she perceived Lu Zhaoyu as insincere, deliberately feigning virtue in front of the prince. Turning her gaze to the quietly standing concubine Bai, she mockingly remarked, "Bai, do you not spend your days currying favor with the princess? Why did she not take you to the palace banquet?" Concubine Bai glanced at her, silently stepping back a bit. While she lacked wit, concubine Liang was truly foolish, and she dared not be swayed by her. Concubine Liang, witnessing her retreat, felt a surge of anger. She had always looked down upon Bai, especially since recent events had made her appear foolish. "Bai, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" she questioned sharply. Concubine Bai inhaled deeply and replied, "Neither servile nor overbearing, concubine Liang. While I may be referred to as the prince's concubine, to speak plainly, I am but a mere mistress in this residence. Who among us is truly noble?" Concubine Liang, taken aback, snapped, "Bai, I do not lower myself to such a status. I have been favored by the royal family. And so what? The sole mistress of this residence is the princess. If you are so esteemed, why did the prince not choose you as his primary consort?" Concubine Bai, being the daughter of a civil official, excelled in the art of retort, far surpassing concubine Liang. Previously, she had chosen to avoid conflict, wishing to maintain a peaceful coexistence under one roof. Now that the prince had promised to allow her to return home at an opportune moment, a debt she could not repay, it seemed fitting to spar with concubine Liang. If the princess found amusement in this, the prince would undoubtedly be pleased. "Why jeer away?" she ceded through gritted teeth. "Concubine Liang, there is no need to raise your voice. I can hear you just fine. However, let me remind you, at this hour, the prince and princess should be returning. Should they witness you in such a state, the consequences." Concubine Bai replied with a light laugh, shrugging her shoulders. When Lady Liang perceived the disdain directed at her, she was incensed and raised her hand to strike. However, the maidservant of Lady Bai swiftly interposed herself, asserting, "Lady Liang, you and my mistress are both concubines. How can you resort to violence?" Lady Bai interjected, "You may not be aware, but my father was recently promoted to the position of Assistant Minister of Rights, which surpasses the rank of General Liang by half a tier. Moreover, in this era of peace in the Great Qi, there is no need for warfare. It is the father and grandfather of the princess who are truly the warriors. If you hold military generals in such high regard, you ought to show greater respect for the princess herself." Outside, Lu Zhaoyu felt a pang of softness upon hearing Lady Bai's words, not for any other reason, but for the fact that someone remembered the toil of her father and grandfather, affirming the loyalty of the Yunyang Marquis. Prince An, who had been in a state of cold detachment, now appeared somewhat more lucid. He approached and grasped her hand, prompting the maidservant to part the curtain. Just as Lady Liang prepared to retort, she was interrupted by an approaching commotion, leading her to feign distress, exclaiming, "Lady Bai, you are being excessively cruel." Lady Bai pressed her lips together, contemplating whether this display was intended to deceive the prince and princess. "I come to pay my respects to the prince and princess, wishing you both joy in the new year." She disregarded Lady Liang's lamentations and performed a formal greeting. "Arise," Prince An said gently as he ushered Lu Zhaoyu to sit beside him. Lady Bai stood obediently to one side, contrasting sharply with Lady Liang, who was weeping profusely. Lu Zhaoyu softly suggested, "Lady Bai, it has been quite some time since you last returned home. Perhaps after the new year, you could find a moment to visit your parents." Lady Bai's face brightened at this suggestion, and she glanced at Prince An, who, unusually, wore a gentle expression and replied, "What are you looking at me for? All matters of the inner court are overseen by the princess. I am grateful for your kindness, princess," she said with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. Lu Zhaoyu gestured for her to rise, and then turned her attention to Lady Liang, speaking softly, "Lady Liang, I heard your earlier remarks. While it is true that your father guards the borders of our nation, such as the duty of a military general, what is there to boast about? Or do you imply that your father harbors disloyal intentions?" General Liang serves under General San, who happens to be the maternal grandfather of the second prince. Although the second prince outwardly shows respect to the crown prince, their relationship is fraught with tension. A rather delicate situation. Lady Liang, despite her arrogance, was still a woman of the inner chambers. Upon hearing this, she was immediately struck with fear, kneeling and pleading, "Your Highness, please see clearly. My father is entirely loyal to you and harbors no such thoughts." Prince coldly admonished, Lady Liang, mind your words. The officials of the Great Qi owe their loyalty solely to the emperor. Are you accusing me of forming factions for personal gain? Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. I truly do. Lady Bai remained silent beside them, thinking that Lady Liang must surely be unwell, for it was said that daughters of generals are fierce. Yet she seemed to embody only the fierceness. Lady Liang, your insolence warrants 6 months of house arrest. The cold voice of the prince resonated, expressing his desire to expel her from the residence if circumstances permitted, seeking to avoid the incessant disturbances she caused within the estate. Your Highness, everyone. Please leave, he said, waving his hand in irritation. Your Highness, I take my leave, replied the secondary consort Bai, executing a respectful bow before swiftly exiting the courtyard. She knew she must distance herself from him to avoid being caught in the chaos. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she heard that vexing voice behind her, By consort, wait a moment. Truly, she felt as though an unwelcome specter lingered. Chapter 122. Unveiling Intentions Liang. The secondary consort, what exactly do you intend to achieve? I harbor no grievances against you, so why do you persistently cling to me? Even the most patient soul would reach their limit. Your incessant presence is truly vexing. By the secondary consort. You have pointed out that we are both in the same station, thus it is only fitting that we support one another. As the princess currently dominates the prince, why not join forces? By having a child, we can secure our positions within the estate, would we not? She attempted to extend an enticing olive branch. Liang had realized today that she had likely irked the prince beyond measure. If that were the case, why not utilize Bai's assistance? As long as she could bear a child, she would surely possess a cherished place in the prince's heart. This proposition nearly elicited laughter from Bai. She knew all too well that a dog would not speak of ivory. What need had she for a child? What she desired was freedom. She was of the Bai family, her relatives all esteemed scholars, and she had no wish to be confined within the walls of this royal residence, nor to become a venomous matron of the inner court. She deserved a life of her own. Liang, I must respectfully decline your well-meaning offer. I shall return to my quarters now. Do as you wish. With that, she disregarded Liang and swiftly departed. Bai, do not be ungrateful, Liang shouted after her. Bai scoffed, uncertain as to who was truly lacking in dignity, as it was Liang who eagerly sought to bear children. She would wager that the prince had not even committed their appearances to memory. As Liang watched Bai's hurried retreat, she turned toward the main residence, tightly clutching her handkerchief. When the time came, no one would escape unscathed. Should Lu Zhaoyu overhear such words, she would likely choose to remain indifferent. It was amusing to think that someone had been in the estate for 2 years, yet had spent more than a year in confinement. Inside, Lu Zhaoyu, freshly bathed, sat upon the bed poring over the estate's accounts. The Prince of An stumbled over, enfolding her in his embrace, carelessly tossing aside the ledger she held, and leaned down to kiss her fair, slender neck. Lu Zhaoyu, somewhat reluctant, pushed him away. Previously, he had only stayed in the main residence every few days. But now he was there every night, which was becoming overwhelming. Sensing her resistance, the prince tightened his grip around her waist, his tone laced with grievance. Ew. Did you not promise to bear me a daughter? Your Highness, you are no longer young, and ought to consider your health. Moreover, I suffered considerable harm during the birth of Rong Yuan, and the physician has advised that I may find it difficult to conceive again. If you truly desire a daughter, why not seek Bai? Lu Zhaoyu spoke, her heart clearly troubled, unlike the calm she once knew. His kindness towards her in recent days left her fearful of losing herself. How could she trust a mere verbal promise? The prince, under the flickering candlelight, gazed intently at her, eager to see how many more exasperating remarks she could muster. They shared a silent stare for what seemed an eternity until he finally relented. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and sighed. Ew. All I desire is a daughter with you. What does it matter to anyone else? I have made plans to secure an opportunity to have both Bai and Liang leave the estate, and from this day forth, it shall be just you and me within this royal residence. Lu Zhaoyu, upon hearing this, did not respond with the joy she had anticipated. Instead, she straightened her posture and spoke solemnly. Your Highness, since Bai Sifei entered the manor, she has remained compliant, never once overstepping her bounds. How can you justify sending her away without cause, leaving her to face the scrutiny of the world? Prince An gritted his teeth and retorted. Is she to remain here forever in a state of widowhood? After uttering this, he awkwardly averted his gaze. After all, he was a prince. If such matters were to circulate, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, for the sake of his wife, he deemed his honor expendable. Lu Zhaoyu was momentarily taken aback and tentatively inquired, what do you mean by that? With a darkened expression, he pulled her down beside him, deliberately lowering his voice as he commanded, silence, sleep. Nestled in his embrace, Lu Zhaoyu took a long moment to digest his words. still finding it hard to believe that he had never visited by Su Fei or Liang Su Fei in the 2 years since they had entered the manor. However, he had indeed spent most of his time in the study, rarely residing in the main courtyard, and she had never been particularly interested in tracking his whereabouts. In the darkness, she stealthily curled her lips into a smile and playfully kicked him twice, feigning innocence as she asked, "Your Highness, what about Liang Su Fei?" Prince An's eyes flew open at her teasing gaze, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "No one sleeps tonight." With that, he seized her wrist and leaned down to kiss her, refusing to release her despite her struggles. Before long, sounds of movement filled the room, prompting Ajin to hurriedly instruct others to prepare water. On the 20th day of the first month in the 22nd year of Jingping, Emperor Qi issued 2 imperial edicts. The first granted the hand of Princess Jianing to Xie Jing, the eldest son of the general of Zhunnan. The second summoned General Sun Yanjiang, commanding him to return to court. The simultaneous issuance of these edicts sparked much speculation. Courtiers surmised that the emperor intended to elevate the general of Zhunnan, while the first order hinted at the likely relinquishment of military power upon the general's return. Although the general held the esteemed rank of a first-class official, if stripped of his military authority, he would be left with nothing more than a hollow title. The emperor's intentions were inscrutable, leaving all to wonder what truly lay in his heart. In Yangla Palace, Princess Jianing sat in the warm pavilion, feeling somewhat vexed. Her father had informed her the previous day that he would arrange her marriage to Xie Jing today. What choice did she have in the matter? Her father toiled tirelessly for the nation, while the family of the general of Zhunnan was renowned for their loyalty. What grievance could a royal princess have in entering into matrimony? She sniffled, feeling a sense of injustice. If it were anyone else, even with a less than perfect appearance, as long as their temperament were gentle, she would not feel so wronged. Yet, Xie Jing was nothing but a dandy, outwardly courteous yet lacking substance, and his eyes always glinted with mockery. How was she to endure the days ahead? "Princess, the Empress Dowager has arrived," a maid announced. Bowing respectfully at the entrance of the warm pavilion, Jianing adjusted her gown and rose to greet her mother. "I pay my respects to mother." Empress Wen approached with a gentle smile, assisting her daughter to her feet. Although she held the esteemed title of Empress, she was still a mother who understood her daughter's feelings. Taking Jianing's hand, she seated her on the warm couch and softly inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unhappy?" "Mother, I am not unhappy," she vehemently denied. The Empress Dowager must oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, and she did not wish to further burden her with her concerns. Empress Wen gazed upon her daughter with a face full of tenderness. She had always been sensible and well-behaved since childhood. As a princess, she rarely displayed arrogance and treated others with warmth and kindness, never causing her any worry. Had she been born into an ordinary family, she would surely have chosen a beloved suitor according to her own desires, but being of royal lineage often meant a lack of autonomy, much like Princess Jingru of yore. Fortunately, Xie Jing was a choice made by both her and Emperor Qi. The general of the southern town and his wife were both commendable individuals, and their household was remarkably upright. Xie Jing was a young man of both literary and martial prowess, loyal to his sovereign and dedicated to his country, ensuring that Jianing would not suffer any grievances in her marriage. Chapter 123. The marriage. Jianing, is there anything you cannot discuss with your mother? Empress Wen gently inquired, wrapping her arms around her daughter. Jianing, her hands clasped in front of her, unconsciously fidgeted before slowly responding, "Mother, I understand that being born into royalty comes with the responsibility of serving the people, and marrying within the capital is indeed the best fate one could hope for. I merely feel that General Xie does not harbor affection for me. If I were to marry him, it would likely result in mutual disdain." Empress Wen, having been young once, was well aware of the thoughts that occupied the minds of young maidens at that age. She tenderly brushed Jianing's hair and said, "Most harmonious unions in this world are forged over decades. Both you and Xie Jing are good children. As long as you treat him sincerely, he will undoubtedly sense your genuine heart. Moreover, you are the beloved little princess of both your mother and father. No one would dare to mistreat you." "Mother, I understand," Jianing replied softly. The empress gazed affectionately at her obedient and lovely daughter. The marriage of a princess is a matter of state, not merely a family affair. Although she was her mother, she could not dictate the outcome. Yet, if anyone dared to bully her, it would indeed become a family matter, and she would certainly stand by her side. Nevertheless, she believed in the character of the Xie family, confident that such incidents would never occur, and her little princess would lead a blissful life. At the Jinnan general's residence, Xie Jing held the imperial decree for marriage with a furrowed brow. As a martial man, he found himself troubled by the thought of marrying the delicate and cherished youngest daughter of the emperor and empress. How would they manage their lives together? After respectfully seeing the messenger depart, Mrs. Xie noticed her son's unwilling expression and spoke up disapprovingly. "Jinger, Princess Jianing is of noble birth and possesses a humble demeanor. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Mother, feelings cannot be dictated by you. It's easy for you to speak from your position, Xie Jing shrugged, carefully placing the decree away. Despite his rebellious nature, he would never dare to oppose the emperor's command. Before Mrs. Xie could respond, General Xie, with a frown and puffed cheeks, admonished, "How can you speak to your mother in that manner?" Though a man of considerable stature, he was tender-hearted towards his wife, showing more affection to her than even to his own son. Mrs. Xie glared at her son, who was resolutely focused on battle, and scolded, "If I could marry, what would be left for you? At your age, you still cannot find a bride. If it weren't for the emperor's benevolence in allowing us to marry the princess, which girl in the capital would be willing to marry you? Always living in fear? Mother, I am only 22. How can you say I am old?" He protested. "Princess Jining is merely 18. In comparison, you are indeed getting on in years. Don't be contrary after gaining such a fortune. Let me tell you, the decree has been issued, and once you are wed to the princess, if you dare to mistreat her, I will ensure you pay dearly for it." Madame Xie is certainly not a woman confined to the depths of her boudoir. She hails from a family of martial generals and has trained in the arts of combat since childhood. Over the years, she has fought alongside her husband and son on the front lines, embodying the spirit of a formidable heroine. Yet, in the eyes of General Xie, his wife is the most gentle woman in the world. Indeed, beauty is perceived through the eyes of the beholder. "You must heed your mother's words," he admonished. "In the future, if Princess Jining directs you eastward, you must not venture west. Cherishing our wives is a cherished tradition in our family. Should it be tarnished by your actions, I shall have no choice but to discipline you." General Xie concurred. Although a military man, he was no fool. The emperor feared that the vast powers would rest solely with the general of the West, which is why he sought to balance power by marrying Princess Jining to Jing. While others viewed this as a burdensome alliance, their family was undeterred. With integrity and loyalty to the emperor, they harbored no treasonous intentions, and thus had nothing to fear. Xie Jing let out a soft click of his tongue. Even before his bride had crossed the threshold, he felt the weight of impending responsibilities. As the formidable young General Xie, whose very presence instilled fear in the enemy, he was now destined to heed the commands of the little princess. This prospect weighed heavily upon his heart. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that he and Princess Jining would likely reside in the princess's residence, and his mother would not be able to oversee them constantly. They could maintain a respectful distance, coexisting without intrusion, for he was resolute in his unwillingness to compromise. As March arrived, the princess's residence had been meticulously restored, and their wedding date drew ever closer, merely 2 months away. The announcement of Princess Jianing's debut was a momentous occasion, and Ipriswen busied herself daily within the palace, ensuring that every detail was attended to, lest her daughter feel any slight. At this juncture, Lu Zhao was already over 9 months pregnant, and both Xin Jiayan and Princess Jingru were consumed with worry, wishing they could be by her side at all times. As the time of delivery approached, Princess Jingru had already arranged for midwives and physicians, while Xin Jiayan was adamant about not returning to the court any longer. Leaning back leisurely on the small couch, she supported her waist, while Xin Jiayan sat beside her, gently massaging her swollen calves, his eyes filled with concern. "Zhao Zhao, once we have this child, we shall not have another," he declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao opened her eyes, which had been half closed in comfort, and, seeing his serious demeanor, she chuckled softly. "What if it's a daughter? Will we not have any more then?" Truthfully, she was indifferent to the child's gender. Her only concern was whether her parents and grandmother would accept it, for there is a distinct difference between the sole son and the only daughter of a duke. "Indeed, we shall not have more," he reiterated with utmost seriousness. Since becoming pregnant, Lu Zhao had not gained much weight aside from her growing belly. Even now, her limbs remained remarkably slender, evoking worry and tenderness in those who beheld her. Gently caressing her abdomen, she looked up and said, "I still wish to have a daughter, but I have a feeling it will be a son. He has been kicking me these past 2 months. I wonder if he has inherited your temperament." Xin Jiayan, upon hearing this, smiled and raised his hand to caress her rounded belly. It seemed as if the little one within had sensed the touch, stirring slightly in response. Lu Zhao smiled gently, raising her hand to soothe him. After a long pause, she remarked, "I initially intended to prepare a wedding gift for Xiao Yuru, but unexpectedly, it is Ningning who is to marry first." Xin Jiayan wrapped his arm around Lu Zhao, drawing her closer into his embrace, and softly replied, "General Sun will soon return to the capital. It seems the emperor is eager to reclaim the imperial talisman. Some matters need not be explicitly stated." And Lu Zhao understood intuitively. Although she resided in the inner chambers, she was not oblivious to the political landscape. Throughout history, myriad factions have fought fiercely for the exalted position of power. Now, the second prince has begun to shine, and it is likely that the emperor is acutely aware of this. However, With the crown prince enjoying the support of the court officials, the situation appears settled. Should anyone harbor treasonous intentions, such endeavors would be futile, leading only to their own demise. She silently calculated in her mind, by the time Janning steps into marriage, her child should be 2 months old, allowing her the opportunity to see her off on her wedding day. Chapter 124. The Birth in the Evening. After finishing their meal, Shen Jiayan gently assisted Lu Zhao Zhao as they strolled slowly in the courtyard. The physician had advised her to engage in moderate activity to facilitate her labor. Zhao Zhao, if you feel tired, you may return to rest, Shen Jiayan said softly. With a smile, she replied, I am not so delicate. But the moment she spoke, she suddenly halted, a wave of pain surging through her abdomen. Noticing her change in complexion, Shen Jiayan immediately understood. He swiftly picked her up in his arms, urgency in his voice. Quickly, summon the physician and the midwife. Pearl said, I will find the physician, and dashed away, while Lu Li, concerned for Lu Zhao Zhao, instructed the maidservants in the courtyard to fetch Princess Jingro from Yiqing courtyard, before turning to enter the house herself. You should go out. Lu Zhao Zhao managed to say, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead as she endured the waves of pain. Seeing her once rosy lips turn pale, he gently brought his hand to her lips and spoke tenderly, Zhao Zhao, if it hurts, bite me. I shall remain here with you. For the first time, the seemingly omnipotent young Master Shen felt a sense of helplessness. He could not alleviate her pain, but he could remain by her side. You must leave. Lu Li understood that childbirth was arduous, yet when it was her own mistress in labor, she found it difficult to bear, tears welling in her eyes. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached the entrance. Princess Jingro and the midwife arrived in haste. The princess stepped forward and addressed her son, whose eyes were red-rimmed. Jian, you should step outside. The midwife and I will handle matters here. Lu Zhao Zhao, observing Shen Jiayan's reluctance to depart, shouted, Shen Jiayan, you must leave. Seeing her irate expression, he dared not linger, his voice trembling as he replied, Zhao Zhao, do not fear. I will wait for you just outside. Hearing the tremor in his voice, she felt a faint urge to smile, uncertain of who was more frightened. However, the pain surged once more, leaving her unable to find humor in the situation. She grasped Lu Zhao Zhao's hand tightly, her voice filled with concern. Zhao Zhao, mother is here. Do not be afraid. Princess Jingro had but one child, and since Lu Zhao Zhao entered the household, she had embraced her as a daughter. Aware of the perils of childbirth, she had previously conferred with Shen Jiayan, instructing the midwife and physician to prioritize Lu Zhao Zhao's safety above all else in case of any mishap. Mother, it truly hurts. Tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. The entire Zhao Jia courtyard became a flurry of activity. The small kitchen had already prepared hot water and clean cloths. Listening to Lu Zhao Zhao's suppressed cries from within, Shen Jiayan stood at the door, his fists clenched. Eyes reddened. The commotion in the courtyard roused others in the residence. Before long, Lu Yuru and Mrs. Wu arrived, supporting the matriarch, who hurriedly inquired, Jiayan, how is it? He turned slightly and shook his head. Mrs. Wu offered comforting words. Jiayan, childbirth is always such. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao is in good health, and both mother and child will be safe. Lu Yuru, hearing the sounds from inside, clutched her handkerchief tightly, silently praying. The group remained in the courtyard, steadfast. From sunset to the moon's ascent, none willing to depart. As time passes, he feels as if his heart is being tightly gripped by a pair of large hands, his arms trembling uncontrollably at his sides. Inside the room, the midwife exclaimed with delight, Madam, exert yourself a little more. I can see the child's head. With sweat streaming down her forehead, Lu Zhao Zhao clutched the bedding beneath her, having anticipated the pain of childbirth, yet never imagining it would be this excruciating. Zhao Now. It's almost over. Just hold on a little longer. Princess Jingru gently wiped the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. Shen Jiayan, you bastard. Lu Zhao Zhao's voice, tinged with tears, echoed through the door. Trembling, he responded, Zhao Zhao, I am the bastard. I will agree to whatever you say from now on. All I wish for is your safety. The sounds within the room gradually diminished, and Shen Jiayan was about to rush in. But neither old Madame Shen nor Madame Wu could dissuade him. Wow. Everyone stood frozen for a moment before their faces broke into expressions of joy. She had finally given birth. The door swung open, and the midwife, beaming with delight, announced, Congratulations, young master. Madam has given birth to a healthy little boy. At that moment, Shen Jiayan was unconcerned about whether the child was a boy or girl. All that mattered was Zhao Zhao. He stepped inside with haste. Upon hearing it was a boy, old Madame Shen smile deepened. Knowing that the Duke's household would have a future heir, generous rewards, she proclaimed with vigor. Thank you, old madam, the midwife replied, bowing deeply. Feeling a mix of trepidation for the esteemed position of the Duke's wife, the thought of any mishap was too daunting to contemplate. Grandmother, let us go in. Lu Yuro urged, displaying a hint of impatience. Come, let us take a look, old Madame Shin said, her face alight with joy. At the bedside, Shin Jiayan gazed at the pale-faced Lu Zhao Zhao, trembling as he reached for her hand. He lowered his head to kiss her forehead, a single tear cascading down his stern cheek and falling into her hair. Zhao Zhao, you have endured so much. Lu Zhao Zhao, her voice filled with grievance, replied. It truly hurts so much. You must treat me better in the future. Indeed, as you say, my lady, he affirmed. Upon entering, he rushed directly to Lu Zhao Zhao. Having spoken so much without even glancing at the child, Princess Jingru could no longer hold her tongue and, with a smile, teased Jiayan. This child was born from Zhao Zhao's very life. As a father, shouldn't you at least take a look? At her words, he finally lifted his gaze to the infant cradled in his mother's arms. The baby, freshly born, had a slightly reddish hue, likely due to Lu Zhao Zhao's hearty appetite during her pregnancy, rendering him less wrinkled than other newborns. However, he couldn't help but think the child was not particularly attractive. Though he dared not express any disdain, Lu Zhao Zhao had already caught a glimpse, and, how should she put it? She found the child to be adorably imperfect. She teasingly inquired, who do you think he resembles? Shun Jian scrutinized the child closely. Truthfully, he couldn't discern any resemblance. But given that this was Zhao Zhao's labor of love, he boldly stated, he looks like you. You speak nonsense. I am not that ugly. Lu Zhao Zhao retorted in exasperation. Ah, it seems that the newborn, perhaps sensing the disapproval of their parents, has begun to wail loudly. At this moment, Lady Shin and the others entered. Hearing the piercing cries, the lines on her face deepened, yet she did not immediately attend to the child. Instead, she approached the bedside, gently patting Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, murmuring, good child, you have endured much. Grandmother, thank you for your concern, Lu Zhao Zhao replied. Despite her advanced age and frail health, Lady Shun remained steadfast in the courtyard. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up to meet the warm smiles of Lu Yuro and Mrs. Wu, her lips curving into a soft smile as she softly expressed, thank you. Second aunt, thank you, sister-in-law. In this family, there is no need for thanks. As long as all is well, Mrs. Wu replied with a smile. Chapter 125. Naming Wu turned to Princess Jingru, who was cradling the infant, and said with a radiant smile, Mother, come and see your little great-grandson. He resembles Jia Yin so closely in his youth. Old Madame Shin moved closer, chuckling. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up at Shin Jia Yin, letting out a soft laugh. I told you, how could such an unattractive child possibly look like her? However, one mustn't abandon their own offspring. Perhaps, with time, he will grow to be more appealing. After the gathering admired the child, they entrusted him to the wet nurse. Old Madame Shin offered a few more words of care before departing with a smile. Once Lioli and Jinju had tidied up, Shin Jiayan called the physician, who had been waiting outside. After a thorough examination, the physician reassured him, rest assured, my lord, the lady is in good health. Thank you, physician. Lioli promptly approached to present a reward. Princess Jingru, sitting beside the bed, gently took Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and said softly, Zhao Zhao, you must be weary today. It is best to rest well. Your father eagerly awaits good news. I shall take my leave now. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded lightly and replied, Mother, take care. After Princess Jingru departed, Lioli and Jinju also exited, leaving the room with only the two of them. Shin Jiayan held her hand, still shaken, and softly murmured, Zhao Zhao, one child is all we need. He could not bear to imagine her fragile form enduring such trials again. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled against him, softly affirming, then closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Shin Jiayan whispered, Zhao Zhao, thank you. In each courtyard, as Princess Jingru entered, the Duke of Hugel promptly stood. But remembering his role as a grandfather, he hesitated to speak. Observing his demeanor, Princess Jingru couldn't help but chuckle. Aro, enough of the teasing. You are now a grandfather, and mother and child are safe. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, causing the Duke to finally break into a smile. Aro, I am a grandfather now, he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Indeed, Duke, it is late. You should rest. The grandson won't run away. We can visit him tomorrow. Princess Jingru, noticing his eagerness to see the child that very night, quickly intervened. Let us go first thing in the morning. Princess Jingru shook her head with a smile. Reflecting on how grandfathers dote on their grandchildren, it was indeed true. When she bore Jia Yin, he had not shown such exuberance. Shin Jia Yin and Lu Zhao Zhao named their child Shin Yixian, hoping he would grow to be gentle, upright, and bright as the wind. Little Yixian, come and let your grandmother hold you. Madame Xia, with a beaming smile, reached out to embrace Shun Yixian. In recent days, he had been well-fed and well-rested. And even before his first month, he had grown significantly. His skin had become fairer, and his features had developed, increasingly resembling Shun Jiayan. Zhao Zhao, How's your recovery? Madame Xie asked tenderly while cradling her little grandson. Lu Zhao Zhao, equally well-fed and healthy, playfully replied, Mother, look at my face. It is so plump it could be squeezed for water. How could I possibly look unwell? Indeed. With a smile, Madame Xie bent down to play with her grandson in her arms. Lu Zhao Zhao reached out to gently touch Shen Yishuan's smooth little face, who responded with a cheerful grin. Mother, didn't you say a couple of months ago that you were going to introduce suitable young ladies for my second brother? What has come of it? At the mention of this, Madame Xie's temper flared, but she suppressed her anger, thinking of her grandson, and huffed, Your second brother is just a reckless brat. I invited those ladies to bring their daughters to our residence, but your brother either doesn't show up or acts like a mute when he does. I truly do not wish to involve myself with him any longer. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled softly. She had suspected as much. Her second brother treated Xiao Yuro differently from others. Having trailed behind him since childhood, she could perceive what others might miss, though it was clear he remained oblivious. If things continued this way, her second sister-in-law might have no chance at all. She tentatively asked, Mother, have you invited Lady Wushun? Madame Xie frowned at the mention. In the past, when the matriarch of the Xiao family was alive, there had been some interaction between the two families. Now that Lady Wushun was in charge, Madame Xie found her demeanor distasteful, leading to their estrangement. However, being an astute woman, she inquired, Zhao Zhao, which young lady from the Xiao family are you referring to? With a mischievous glint, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, Mother, I haven't said anything specific. As for which young lady, you could simply invite Lady Wushun over to find out. Madame Xie had an inkling. The siblings had always been close. Since Zhao hinted at something, it was evident there was more to the story. If it were the eldest daughter of the Xiao family whom Jinrong favored, she wouldn't care about social status and would personally propose. But if it were the second daughter, she would rather break his legs than allow such a girl into their Yunyang Marquis residence. Nonetheless, she believed her son possessed better judgment. In the evening, Lu Zhao Zhao animatedly recounted her achievements of the day to Shun Jiayan, who smiled at her eager expression. My wife is indeed exceptionally clever. Leaning back on the small couch, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with pride, Of course, if this matter truly comes to fruition, I might as well ask my second brother for a few thousand taels. That wouldn't be unreasonable. Shen Jiayan gently flicked her forehead, chuckling, You little money grubber. The majority of the wealth of the Duke of Guoguo's residence is already in your hands. Do you really need those few thousand taels? She playfully swatted his hand away. Pouting, You wouldn't understand. Spending money earned through one's own efforts is far more enjoyable. Very well, everything my wife says is right, Shen Jiayan smiled. Holding her fingers, Lu Zhao Zhao swayed her little feet, feeling quite pleased with herself. She had indeed done a great deed. Though it would require some effort on her mother's part to maintain appearances, if she only invited Xiao Yuro, who could predict how others would gossip. She tugged at Shun Jian's sleeve, advising, Do not tell my second brother about this just yet. It's essential to catch him off guard. He bent down to embrace her, a smile dancing in his eyes. Understood. Now, let us get some rest. You spent the day playing with Yishuan. And I wonder how you still have so much energy. Shinshitsi, could it be that you were aging? Lu Zhao Zhao provocatively nestled in her embrace. Shen Jiayan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He lowered the bed curtain and firmly grasped her waist, whispering in her ear, Once you have completed your confinement, I shall deal with you. Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed crimson as she raised her hand and fiercely pinched his waist, muttering under her breath, Rogue. In the dim light, he smiled with a devilish charm, pulling her closer into his embrace, his laughter utterly enchanting. Chapter 126. The Invitation After Much Deliberation. The Xie family ultimately decided to send invitations to several familiar ladies, including the wife of Marquis Wuxuan. Following his recovery, Marquis Wuxuan had become rather melancholic. And through this incident, he discerned that his wife was primarily concerned with wealth and status. His daughter, too, was heartbroken, feeling a complete estrangement from him. Upon receiving the invitation from the Yunyang Marquis, the wife of Marquis Wuxuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Although the Yunyang Marquis was merely a marquis, each of their daughters had married exceptionally well, and the second son of the Lu family was particularly promising, with a future full of potential. Tinger, your opportunity has arrived. If you can marry into the Yunyang Marquis, you shall want for nothing in your lifetime, she said, her face alight with joy as she grasped Xiao Yuding's hands. However, Xiao Yuding furrowed her brow slightly. The invitation merely stated the daughter of the Xiao family, without specifying whether it referred to her or to Xiao Yuru. The harsh words of the Chongping Marquis's lady had stung her deeply, and she still felt a surge of anger when recalling them. Mother, how does the Yunyang Marquis compare to the Chongping Marquis? She inquired. The wife of Marquis Wuxuan hesitated for a moment before responding. How could the Chongping Marquis possibly compare to the Yunyang Marquis? The Yunyang Marquis has distinguished military achievements and is a genuine royal relative. Xiao Yuding felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would not have contested the marriage proposal from the chomping Marquis, allowing Xiao Yuru to marry instead. Then, the Wushuan residents would have had only her as a daughter. Reluctantly, the wife of Marquis Wushuan sent a maidservant to deliver the invitation to Xiao Yuru. Mindful of the gossip circulating in the capital, she felt it necessary to maintain appearances, intending to deal with the little wretch once her daughter secured a marriage into a prominent family. When the maidservant arrived with the invitation, Xiao Yuru was calmly transcribing Buddhist scriptures. She received the note with a serene demeanor, harboring no particular thoughts about it. However, Yulan, her maid, could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Miss, the Yunyang Marquis' wife would not invite our family's women without reason. Perhaps it is to choose a bride for the second son of the Lu family." Xiao Yuru looked up and smiled. "Just days ago, you called the second son of the Lu family a scoundrel. What has changed to make you so jubilant today?" Yulan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Miss, that was merely an observation. Besides, he did lend us the paper umbrella, which counts as a good deed, does it not?" Yulan, "Have you forgotten? That umbrella was taken by your young mistress." She laughed lightly. For her, matters of marriage were of little significance, with the contract in her possession. She had no need to fear being dismissed at will. However, escaping from this dismal household would indeed be a welcome change, though it required the willingness of others. "Miss, you are not close with the third young lady of the Lu family. The Yunyang Marquis is known for its integrity. Men are not permitted to take concubines." "What a splendid match this could be," Yulan urged fervently. Xiao Yuru gently tapped her forehead and chuckled. "Silly girl, my friendship with Zhao Zhao is our own affair. It has nothing to do with the second son of the Lu family. Furthermore, they have simply sent us an invitation. We should not indulge in fanciful notions. Anyone can see their current predicament. What family would wish to wade into such murky waters?" Hearing this, Yulan felt a wave of despondency wash over her. The young lady of their household was indeed unfortunate. During the illustrious days of the Wushuan Marquis, she had derived no advantages, and now she was to suffer the consequences of the family's decline. As evening fell, Xiao Yuding was restless within her chamber. Deep down, she recognized that in terms of beauty, she could not compete with Xiao Yuru. However, her mother was now the lady of the house, and she ought to be elevated above her. On the 18th of March, the wife of the Wushuan Marquis rose early to adorn Xiao Yuding, dressing her in a crimson silk skirt interwoven with gold threads, and adorning her hair with a red gold hairpin. In contrast, Xiao Yuru appeared much more modest, clad in a pale blue embroidered wide-sleeved dress, with only an orchid hairpin adorning her hair, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yuding assessed her sister's attire with a disdainful huff, finding it rather shabby, yet she could not suppress a sense of pride, resolved to outshine all others today. Xiao Yuru wore a faint smile, bemused by her stepmother's sustained lack of taste over the years. The crimson dress was notoriously unflattering. Had it been worn by a girl with a fair complexion, it would have been striking, but Xiao Yuding had evidently inherited her father's darker skin tone, which even makeup could not conceal. "Elder sister, surely our household has not fallen to such depths. Your attire is quite pitiful, and I fear it brings shame upon our family." Xiao Yuding scoffed from beside the wife of the Wushuan Marquis. With a smile, she replied lazily, "Does the dignity of the Wushuan Marquis truly rest upon my shoulders?" The wife of the Wushuan Marquis immediately grasped that she was alluding to the affairs of the chomping Marquis, and she retorted in frustration, "Xiao Yuru, your sister means well for you. Do not be ungrateful." With a casual flick of her handkerchief, Xiao Yuru replied, "Very well, the hour is still early. We may simply turn back, and I shall reapply my makeup." Xiao Yuding quickly objected, "You cannot just decide to return. What will Aunt Xia think if we are late? If that is the case, you should keep your mouth shut." "Your chatter vexes me," Xiao Yuru snapped, but before Xiao Yuding could retort, the wife of the Wushuan Marquis interjected, shaking her head. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized that Xiao Yurua's beauty surpassed that of her own daughter. And if Xiao Yurua truly made an effort, there would be no competition. At this moment, securing a good marriage was of utmost importance. Everything else was secondary. After the commotion, a silence enveloped the carriage. Xiao Yurua leaned back, feeling drowsy as memories of her childhood drifted through her mind. In the days when her mother was still alive, she was the cherished legitimate daughter, often frolicking with Zhao Zhao. Lu Jinrong, who was a few years their elder, would frequently bring Zhao Zhao various treats and toys, often remembering to bring her a share as well. At that time, she thought how wonderful it would be to have an older brother. As the carriage approached the gates of the Yunyang Marquis, the coachman spoke softly through the curtain, "Madam, we have arrived." Xiao Yurua slowly opened her eyes, watching as the wife of the Wushuan Marquis adjusted Xiao Yuding's hair and makeup. She rose from her seat and stepped down from the carriage, where Yulan quickly came forward to help straighten her slightly disheveled hairpin. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yurua inclined her head slightly, grateful for the presence of those who sincerely cared for her. Several ladies, well acquainted with the CF family, were already seated in the main hall. They were well aware that Lu Jinrong held no interest in their daughters. He was merely there to support the CF family. The ladies engaged in lively conversation about the latest fashionable jewelry and cosmetics in the capital, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Sister Xie, remarked the Minister of Personnel's wife, playfully lifting her teacup, you need not worry so much. Perhaps Jinrong simply has not yet encountered a young lady to his liking. Who knows? If he meets the right one, he might even choose her as his bride. Xie responded with a light laugh, then I truly must offer my prayers for that. Madam, the wife of the Duke of Wushuan has arrived, announced a maid at the doorway with a respectful bow. Please let her in, Xie replied graciously. Chapter 127. The power of words. The other ladies adjusted their expressions, no longer as casual as before. The wife of the Marquis of Wushuan was indeed leagues behind the late matriarch. Typically, she garnered little attention. However, today she had been invited by the CF family, and thus, one could not entirely dismiss her presence. Accompanied by Xiao Yuding and Xiao Yurao, the Wushuan Marquise entered, her face almost radiating flattery as she greeted Sister Xie. Xiao Yuding followed suit, performing a delicate curtsy while speaking in a high-pitched voice. Yuding pays her respects to Aunt Xie. This affected tone sent shivers through the assembled ladies, all hailing from noble families who found such artifice distasteful. Their gazes instinctively drifted towards the markedly different Xiao Yurua, who gracefully curtsied and said, I pay my respects to the wife of the Marquis of Yunyang. At this moment, the disparity became evident. This was how a true lady of esteemed background ought to conduct herself, neither servile nor presumptuous, her demeanor poised and measured. The last time Xie had seen Xiao Yurua was during the mourning of the late matriarch, and now, observing her composure, she remarked softly, Yurua, you used to visit our estate often when you were younger. Why have you become so distant? Xiao Yurua smiled gently in response, and Xie, that is my fault. Xie's face brightened with a smile, then she turned her attention to the two women whose expressions had soured, saying calmly, Marquise of Wushuan, please have Miss Xiao take a seat. The contrast between the amiable Yurua and the distant Miss Xiao was palpable, a distinction easily grasped by all present. Yet, none found it inappropriate. Had it not been for Xie's invitation, the Wushuan Marquise and Miss Xiao would likely not have had the dignity to sit in their presence. Madame Feng, the wife of the Minister of Personnel, chimed in with a smile. Sister Xie, everyone has arrived. Why not summon your second son to meet us? It is one thing for him to avoid the young ladies, but surely he would not neglect the courtesy owed to us elder ladies today. Xie smiled and instructed. Fangzhu, please check if my son has returned. Yes, madam, Fangzhu replied, bowing as she made her way towards the Sambai courtyard. Xiao Yurua kept her head lowered, remaining silent, though her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. She felt a twinge of regret, having assumed that their paths would no longer cross, which had prompted her to take his umbrella. Now, she found herself in an awkward predicament, hoping he would possess the magnanimity to forgive and forget. In the Sambai courtyard, Lu Jinrong had just returned home when Fangzhu arrived at his quarters. Second young master, the madam requests your presence. Lu Jinrong felt a headache coming on. His mother had hosted such gatherings countless times. He had even considered simply marrying any young lady to escape the incessant matchmaking. Yet whenever he encountered those young women, he found himself utterly uninterested. He preferred the freedom of solitude. Tentatively, he suggested, Fangzhu, could you tell my mother that I am not back yet? Fangzhu did not respond to his request, but looked up to inform him, Second young master, today the madam has invited the young lady from the Xiao family. Lu Jinrong paused, taken aback. The young lady from the Xiao family? Xiao Yurua? With a subtle lift of his lips. He recalled how she had once pilfered his paper umbrella. This debt would not be forgotten. Let us go, as mother has requested my presence, he spoke languidly. Rising to make his way to the door, Fangzhu followed closely behind, suppressing her amusement. It seemed the lady of the house's troubles would soon be resolved. In the past, this second son had been notoriously difficult to summon. Yet today, a mere mention of the young lady from the Xiao family prompted his prompt departure. Certainly, there was more to this than met the eye. After greeting his mother and the various aunts, Xiaosher nearly burst into laughter at her son's formal bow. This mischievous boy was undoubtedly concealing something from her. Oh, Jinrong, you arrived rather swiftly today. Without any hesitation, how curious to see whom you were so eager to meet. Feng Shi teased, well aware of Xiaosher's concerns. Lu Jinrong glanced at the demure Xiao Yuru sitting quietly to the side. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the day she had stolen his umbrella. With a playful smile, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, Aunt Feng, you truly possess keen insight. His words caused the young ladies present to blush, for indeed, Lu Jinrong's handsome visage was difficult to overlook, even if he was a tad older. Xiesher straightened her expression, feigning admonishment. Do speak properly, none of your foolishness. Yes, mother, he replied with a gentle laugh, though his gaze frequently wandered in her direction. Noticing his attention, Xiao Yiru lowered her head further, silently wishing to remain unseen. Yet fate had other plans as he slowly addressed her. Miss Xiao. What seems to be the matter today? You do not even greet me. Were you not calling me brother before? Xiao Yiru nearly retorted angrily, thinking it no wonder he remained unmarried. Who would wish to wed someone with such a tongue? She stood and offered a courteous bow, saying, I have the honor of meeting second young Master Lu. TSK. If Xiesher could not see through this by now, she might as well be blind. No wonder her son remained unmoved by numerous young ladies. It appeared his heart was already occupied. Yet this foolish boy seemed oblivious, unaware of his own affections. Observing his unappealing demeanor, Xiesher remarked, Lu Jinrong, if you do not start speaking properly, I shall have your father break your legs upon his return. Jinrong promptly fell silent. While he knew his father would never resort to such measures, should his mother truly speak, a beating would be inevitable. His elder brother might even hand him the stick, for he held the least authority in their household. Yiru, please take a seat. He simply has a sharp tongue. Do not take it to heart. When Xiesher scolded her son, she spared him no leniency, for at 23, his inability to marry left him with little dignity. Aunt, it is quite all right. Second young Master Lu is always this way, she countered, a statement that Xiesher could not disagree with. It seemed her son was beyond redemption. Once he married, she would be free, as a daughter-in-law would surely take over the household. As she settled into her seat, she caught sight of Xiao Yuding casting a resentful glance in her direction. It left her somewhat speechless. Intellect is a valuable asset, yet regrettably, Xiao Yuding seemed devoid of it. Meanwhile, Mrs. Xie occasionally scrutinized Lu Jinrong, observing his perpetual half-smile directed toward the young lady. And she began to comprehend that joyous occasions were likely on the horizon for the household. Although the Marquis of Wushuan's estate had seen better days, the wealth and splendor still held significance for the Yunyang Ho family, rendering the necessity for marital alliances unnecessary, provided the parties involved were amenable. Furthermore, Xiao Yuro had been raised under the care of the venerable Lady Xiao, despite having been somewhat spoiled in her earlier years. She now appeared to be a young woman of commendable character. Chapter 128. The unyielding heart. The ladies present were astute, easily discerning the attitude of the Xie family. Their gazes toward Xiao Yuru were imbued with a touch more warmth, engaging her in gentle conversation, to which she responded with graceful ease. In contrast, Lady Wushuanbo and Xiao Yuding sat neglected in a corner, and it dawned upon Lady Wushuanbo that the wife of the Yunyang Marquis had never considered her daughter. Everything had merely served to craft a bridal gown for Xiao Yuru. Upon returning to the Wushuanbo residence, Xiao Yuru was seized by Xiao Yuding, who raised her hand as if to strike. Xiao Yuru had trained in some martial arts under the old matriarch of the Xiao family, though her skills were merely ornamental. They sufficed in this instance. She pushed Xiao Yuding away and retaliated with a sharp slap. The sound of the strike echoed, prompting Lady Wu Xuanbo to rush forward to shield her daughter, exclaiming in fury, "You little wretch! Do you think that just because you've entangled yourself with the son of the Yunyang Marquis, you can act with impunity? Shameless!" Xiao Yuru, her hands sullied with makeup, disdainfully wiped them with a handkerchief, viewing them as though they were common street brawlers. She scoffed, "Shameless? Let me assure you, my relationship with Master Lu is entirely innocent. Even if there were something between us, what of it? We are both unmarried. Where is the disgrace in that? It is you, taking advantage of my mother's pregnancy to climb into your cousin S bed, engaging in unseemly conduct. Now that is truly shameless and degrading." Lady Wushuanbo, having been the legitimate wife for many years, had nearly forgotten how she had come to that status. The unabashed words of Xiao Yuru ignited her fury, and she lunged to tear at her, shouting, "You lie! My lord and I are childhood sweethearts, mutually in love. What a tale of childhood sweetness! What a declaration of mutual affection! And what of her mother? Was she merely a stepping stone for this pair of despicable lovers? What chaos is this?" Wushuanbo entered to find her in a state of distress, her demeanor reminiscent of a shrew. It brought to mind how gentle and graceful Xiao Yuru's mother had been. For the first time, he felt a pang of regret. "My lord, father." Lady Wushuanbo, her hair in disarray, and Xiao Yuding, her cheek marked by the slap, both rushed toward Wushuanbo, whose face darkened with anger, nearly causing him to faint from the shame. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What kind of behavior is this? My lord, it is all Xiao Yuru's doing. Not only did she strike Tinger, but she also insulted me. You must take a stand for us. Father, my elder sister has gone too far. She disregards the family's honor and flirts with Master Lu." Wu Xuanbo turned his gaze toward his eldest daughter, who had remained silent throughout, and calmly inquired, "Yuru, what is your mother speaking of? She is not my mother. My mother's spirit tablet is still enshrined in the ancestral hall. Moreover, father, do not forget that my marriage is my own to decide. Even you have no say in the matter. This does not concern you. I am weary and shall take my leave." She offered a perfunctory bow and turned to depart. Observing her silhouette, Wu Xuanbo found himself momentarily lost in thought. She was increasingly resembling her mother. The sounds of their weeping echoed in his ears, intensifying his irritation. He raised his hand to shake off the grip of Madame Wu Xuanbo, his expression devoid of emotion as he admonished, "Enough. From now on, let there be peace. Yurua is my daughter, and it is not your place to reprimand her." Zhao Yuding had never witnessed her father speaking to her mother in such a manner, and, feeling a tinge of fear, she timidly whispered from behind her mother, "Mother, it seems father is angry. What should we do?" At that moment, Madame Wu Xuanbo appeared somewhat bewildered. He had always treated her well over the years, so why the sudden change? In the Yunyang Marquis, Xiesher observed her son lounging lazily and began, "Lu Jinrong, today I must inform you that this year you must marry. Your sister has already become a mother. And here you are as the elder brother without even a bride. Is this reasonable? Mother, is marriage truly imperative?" Lu Jinrong asked somewhat helplessly, for he genuinely could not comprehend the advantages of such a union. "Absolutely necessary." Lu Jinrong sighed, making a final attempt to resist. "Then among the many young ladies in the capital, whom would you have me marry? Surely, I cannot just choose anyone at random." Suppressing a smile, Xiesher deliberately suggested, "The third daughter of the Feng family, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, the second daughter of the Yun family." Each name she uttered deepened the furrow of Lu Jinrong's brow. He could scarcely recall who these young ladies were. Just as he was about to exclaim, "Mother, you might as well have father break my legs," Xiesher deliberately slowed her tone, mentioning the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Before Lu Jinrong could fully process this, he blurted out, "As you wish, mother." Upon meeting his mother's knowing smile and scrutinizing gaze, he felt a pang of regret and stood up to say, "Mother, I just remembered that I have official business at the Dali Temple. I must take my leave." Xiesher, unable to contain her amusement any longer, watched him hurry away and exclaimed to Fangzhu with excitement, "Fangzhu, did you see that? This rascal has agreed. Quickly, prepare the betrothal gifts. Tomorrow we shall go to the Wu Xuanbo residence to propose." Fangzhu responded affirmatively and then inquired, "Madam, should we discuss this matter with the Marquis?" Xiesher waved her hand dismissively. "Discuss it with him? His opinions hold no weight." "Understood, madam. I shall attend to it right away." The following day, Xiesher led Lu Jinrong to the Wu Xuanbo residence. When Madame Wu Xuanbo received word of the visit from the wife of the Yunyang Marquis and the second son of the Lu family, she had her suspicions but clung to a glimmer of hope that perhaps it was a proposal for her daughter, Tinger. As they entered the grand doors of the Wu Xuanbo residence, Xiesher commanded the servants to carry in dozens of boxes filled with betrothal gifts. Madame Wu Xuanbo, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Sister Xia, what is the meaning of this?" Xiesher, unabashed, replied directly, "Madame Wu Xuanbo, you know I am a woman of straightforward speech. Today, I have brought Jinrong to propose to your esteemed daughter." Madame Wu Xuanbo tentatively responded, "Sister Xia, there is more than one young lady in this household. Which one do you refer to?" Zhao Yuding stood behind the screen, holding her handkerchief tightly, breathing deeply and praying fervently that it would indeed be her, and not that wretched Xiao Yurua. The lady of the Marquis chuckled, remarking that it was quite unusual for a young lady of the household yet to be betrothed to seek the hand of the second daughter. "Wouldn't you agree?" Although Madame Xia did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that the Yunyang Marquis was intent on marrying their eldest daughter. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the lady of the Marquis nearly fainted upon hearing the words, yet she managed to force a smile and replied, "Sister Xia, it's not that I am unwilling, but my esteemed eldest daughter is quite formidable. As for her marriage, it is a matter beyond my control, and even the Lord Marquis cannot dictate it. My role as a stepmother is indeed challenging." Lu Jinrong smiled faintly and interjected, "Since the lady of the Marquis cannot decide, perhaps we should invite Miss Xiao to express her own wishes." Chapter 129. Engagement. Zhao Yuding nearly ground her teeth in frustration. She had always asserted that Xiao Yurua was untrustworthy. After all, why would the second son of the Lu family insist on marrying only her? Reluctantly, the wife of Lord Wushuan had no choice but to send for Xiao Yurua. "Miss, the lady requests your presence," announced Sui Lan, the chief maid beside Lord Wushuan, her tone decidedly contemptuous and lacking any formalities. Yulan immediately retorted, "How dare you speak to my young lady in such a manner? I apologize, but the eldest miss is soon to marry into a Marquis' household, truly transforming into a phoenix from the branches." Suilan mocked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yulan shot back angrily. "I speak no falsehood. The lady of Yunyang and the second son of the Lu family have personally come to pay a visit. What is there for the eldest miss to deny?" Xiao Yurua stood up and walked toward the door. As Solon attempted to follow, she heard Yurua calmly declare, Solon. 20 slaps, and sold out of the household. The little maid beside Xiao Yurua promptly restrained Sui Lan, who struggled in panic, exclaiming, Miss, I am the lady's servant. You cannot sell me without her permission. She will not let you off. Even if you are a maid, what is your master to me? Xiao Yurua replied coolly, disregarding her cries as she continued toward the main courtyard. Seeing Xiao Yurua enter alone without Sui Lan, the wife of Lord Wushuan felt an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, she feigned a maternal demeanor and softly inquired, Yurua, the second son of the Lu family has come to propose. Do you accept? At that moment, Xiao Yurua set aside her shyness. She lifted her gaze toward Lu Jinrong, pondering deeply. The Duke and Duchess of Yunyang were decent people. Lu Jinrong, though somewhat frivolous in appearance, was of good character. If she were to marry him, the worst outcome would be a respectful, if distant, relationship, far better than remaining at home to witness the antics of her mother and sister. Noticing her prolonged silence, the wife of Lord Wushuan hastily interjected, Duchess, I told you this girl has a mind of her own. Look, I am willing. The wife of Lord Wushuan paused, astonished, and queried, What did you say? My dear lady, it seems your hearing is not quite sharp. Miss Xia has expressed her willingness, Lu Jinrong remarked with a smile. Madame Xia also rose, smiling, and said, Lady, in that case, please inform Lord Wushuan, and we shall discuss the engagement. The wife of Lord Wushuan gritted her teeth, conceding, What opinions could the Lord have? After all, they are both his daughters. Which one does it matter? Yet, what of my daughter? Madam, trouble is brewing. Sui Lan has been taken out of the estate. A flustered little maid rushed in, stammering. What is happening? The maid, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Yurua, lowered her head and replied, I heard it was. It was the eldest Mrs. Order. The wife of Lord Wushuan's expression darkened significantly as she struggled to contain her fury. Yurua, Sui Lan is my personal maid. Don't you think you are being a tad too domineering? She insulted the family. I am the eldest miss of this household. Do I need to inform you before I sell a maid? She chuckled softly, turning her gaze towards the little maid kneeling with her head bowed. It was rather amusing how she chose to enter just as the lady of the Yunyang Marquis was about to depart. Xia's expression remained unchanged, after all. Incidents of subordination beneath the Wushun Duke's residence were hardly uncommon. In her view, Xiao Yurou had performed admirably, for in such a den of wolves, one must be formidable to safeguard oneself. Madam, since the marriage has been settled, I shall return to make preparations. Farewell. Xia offered Xiao Yurou a gentle smile before turning to leave. Lu Jinrong cast a knowing glance at Xiao Yurou, finding her quite the little firecracker, which certainly promised more intriguing days ahead. Xiao Yurou spoke slowly. Madam, since you are the esteemed matriarch of this household, I trust you will oversee my dowry. Yulan, let us depart. The moment she stepped outside, she heard the sound of shattered teacups and Xiao Yuding's cries from within. Ignoring the commotion, she raised her gaze to the warm sunlight, feeling a sense of hopefulness for the days to come. Soon, the news of the alliance between the Yunyang Marquis and the Wushun Duke's residences spread far and wide. Some lamented Xiao Yurou's good fortune, having only recently broken off her engagement with the chomping Marquis, yet now swiftly betrothing herself to the Yunyang Marquis. Others, however, expressed sour grapes, given the desirability of the Yunyang household, which many coveted. In Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao felt elated upon receiving Xia's letter. Her mother was indeed decisive. When her second brother and Yuro harmonized in matrimony, she would be a celebrated figure. Madam, the young master is crying. You must hold him. Lili exclaimed anxiously. Cradling the wailing Shen Yishuan, Lu Zhao Zhao leisurely set aside the letter and accepted him. Instantly, Shen Yishuan stopped crying and began to grin. She smiled down at the little one in her arms, saying, You are a boy. How can you be so delicate? Is it inherited from your father? Madam, you are unjustly accusing me again. I can hear quite clearly, Shen Jiayan remarked as he entered with a light laugh. Lu Zhao Zhao huffed. Well, I certainly did not cry much as a child. Your son is rather heavy now, so you should hold him. With that, she placed Shen Yishuan into his arms. And Shen Jiayan expertly comforted the child, glancing at the letter on the table, wondering what good news had prompted such joy. Have you noticed anything unusual about my second brother today? She inquired with a smile. Shen Jiayan was aware of Lu Jinrong's engagement, but he had not perceived anything markedly different. At least, he was not as exuberant as he had been when he was betrothed to Zhao Zhao. He shook his head and replied, No. Humph, he is merely pretending, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, squeezing Shen Yishuan's chubby little hand. If anyone understood her second brother best, it was she. If he truly disliked Xiao Yurou, why had he not released his hold after meeting so many girls? Now, he had agreed so readily. Whatever the madam says is true, Shen Jiayan said, reaching to caress her slender waist. She had recovered remarkably well, were it not for her past. One would hardly suspect she had borne a child. Zhao Zhao swatted his hand away, retorting, "The child is still here. Do not take advantage of me." Shen Jiayan smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. Shen Yixuan, nestled in his embrace, playfully kicked her little legs, while Zhao Zhao chuckled as she pinched his fair, tender cheeks. One must admit, the sensation was delightful. Liu Li and Jinzhu observed from the side with a sense of trepidation. The young lord seemed to manage well. But their lady treated the young master as if he were a mere toy. Today she pinched his cheeks, and tomorrow, his little hands. Fortunately, the young master was sturdy, enduring her playful antics without shedding a tear. On the day of Shen Yixuan's full moon banquet, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence hosted a lavish feast, with the ladies of the capital coming to offer their congratulations. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor also bestowed numerous gifts. Chapter 130. The Tiger Tally in the Hall of Governance. Civil and military officials stood on either side, as Emperor Qi gazed solemnly at General Sun Yanjiang, who knelt before him. He spoke with gravity. "General Sun, your years of diligent service warrant you some respite. The Western Expeditionary Army has returned to the capital a month ago, and at over 60 years of age. You have returned to the capital only to seek solace in your residence due to health concerns. Thus, the Tiger Tally remains in your possession until this day." With a deep bow, Sun Yanjiang replied, "I dare not, Your Majesty. I have served alongside the late Emperor since his reign and pledged my life to assist Your Majesty in achieving enduring glory. Therefore, I cannot afford to be negligent." The Emperor's expression was inscrutable as he remarked, "Your loyalty is well noted by both the late Emperor and myself. However, times have changed. The realm is now peaceful, and the people of Qi enjoy stability. I wish to avoid further casualties. Your Majesty, although the borders are currently secure, the Xiongnu may not remain so for long. We must remain vigilant," Sun Yanjiang cautioned. Emperor Qi lifted his gaze to reprimand Shen Jiayan, who stood in red official robes. "Shen Jiayan, your behavior in this grand hall is unbecoming." Shen Jiayan stepped forward and bowed, acknowledging his error. The Emperor straightened, speaking with a hint of significance. "Since you recognize your fault, hasten to apologize to General Sunday." A slight smile graced Sun Yanjiang's aged visage. Half of Qi's dominion had been safeguarded by the Sun family. Not only the Tiger Tally but also the position of Empress and the title of Crown Prince ought to belong to his daughter and grandson. With a dismissive gesture, he replied, "Enough. The young Master Shen is still learning. A little indiscretion is forgivable." Shen Jiayan chuckled languidly, "I thank General Sun for your magnanimity. But may I inquire when you intend to return the Tiger Tally to His Majesty?" At this, the civil and military officials collectively held their breath, casting scrutinizing glances at Sun Yanjiang. Everyone was aware that the Tiger Tally had been in his possession since the late Emperor's reign, yet a new dynasty brings new officials. And given his age, retirement should be expected. Noticing Sun Yanjiang's prolonged silence, Shen Jiayan continued, "General Sun, you have held the Tiger Tally for so many years. You wouldn't have come to regard it as your own, would you? Let us not forget, this realm is under the name of Qi." Sun Yanjiang quickly retorted, "Your Majesty, I would never entertain such disrespectful thoughts. I implore you to see my loyalty." After a long silence, Emperor Qi finally responded, "If that is the case, I shall immediately dispatch someone to accompany General Sun back to his residence to retrieve the Tiger Tally, fulfilling our obligations to one another. Your servant obeys." Sun Yanjiang bowed in acquiescence. As they exited the court, Eunuch Lu observed the Emperor's countenance before calling out loudly. The second prince clenched his fists, watching Shen Jiayan depart with the crown prince and princein, a dark expression clouding his face. In the second prince's manner, he sat at his desk with a sullen demeanor, twirling a jade ring on his thumb. "Your Highness, the general has stated that although the Tiger Tally has been returned to His Majesty, the Sun family still possesses thousands of elite soldiers at your disposal to assist you in your grand ambitions," reported Zhang, a trusted aide of Sun Yanjiang. "Return to grandfather and convey that this matter cannot be rushed," the second prince instructed. He spoke coldly, stating that this matter had been meticulously planned for many years, and any misstep was unacceptable. Ultimately, the world would belong to him. Vice General Zhang slightly cupped his hands and replied, "I understand. But the general instructed me to inquire if your previous words still hold true." The second prince, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Naturally. They hold true. Once I ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5, the position of the Empress shall rightfully belong to the daughter of the Sun family." With such assurance from His Highness, the general could rest easy. Zhang then took his leave. As soon as Vice General Zhang exited, the second prince's expression shifted dramatically, and the jade ring on his thumb shattered with a sound. Once he claimed the world, no one would dare to threaten him again. The pressing matter at hand was to win over the hearts of the people. In the main courtyard, the second prince's consort removed her hairpins and, dressed in a pale moon-white sleeping gown, sat on a small couch embroidering flowers. A maid rushed in, bowing to greet her. Your Highness, the prince is approaching our courtyard." It was no wonder the maid was flustered. The second prince only spent a handful of days in the main courtyard throughout the year. If he did not come, she would relish the peace and quiet, free from the fatigue of gazing at his calculating face daily. "Your Highness, do you require my assistance in redoing your makeup?" Her maid, Lian, asked with a hint of hope, for all the other consorts in the household had already borne children. Yet her own prince's consort had yet to present even a single son or daughter. "There is no need for fresh makeup, just welcome His Highness in," she replied softly, indifferent to his comings or goings. As the saying goes, both thunder and rain are blessings from heaven. When the emperor bestowed her upon the second prince as his rightful consort, she had aspired to fulfill her role adequately. However, she soon realized that he held her in disdain, so why should she go out of her way to please him? No sooner had she finished speaking than the second prince entered with an impassive expression, stating directly, "The flowers in the courtyard are now in full bloom. Choose a day to invite the noble ladies of the capital to come and admire them." The second prince's consort was momentarily taken aback. Hosting a flower viewing banquet was typically a matter for the inner chambers. Why was he so invested in this? But upon reflection, it dawned on her that concubine Qin had passed away 3 years prior. Could it be that he intended to select a new concubine? Tentatively, she inquired, "Your Highness, which lady should we invite? Could you enlighten me?" The second prince cast a scornful glance her way, scoffing, "Of course. The wives of those in high positions or noble houses. In short, it shall not include those powerless official families." "Your Highness, I am foolish. Please forgive me." The second prince's consort said, slightly bowing. "Enough. This matter must be handled with utmost care," he declared before striding out of the room. To be fair, his legitimate wife's beauty was indeed among the finest in the capital, yet her personality was rather dull and uninteresting, far inferior to that of his concubines. "Your Highness, the prince has arrived. Why do you not make an effort to keep him here for the night?" Lian said anxiously. "Of what use is his stay? Aside from mocking me daily, he disparages my father's lack of real power. Even though he is a noble prince, my maternal family has never sought to align with him. Thus, it is better to coexist peacefully rather than grow to resent one another." "Lian, you may leave now," the second prince's consort said softly. "Yes, Your Highness." Lian refrained from uttering many words. Her royal counterpart, the princess consort, appeared taciturn in her daily demeanor. However, she had always been a woman of conviction since childhood. Had she not been wed to the second prince, a man so lacking in discernment, she would undoubtedly have enjoyed a harmonious life with her husband. The second prince's consort sat at the table, meticulously arranging the list of noble ladies she intended to invite. She was acutely aware that his actions were motivated by a desire to select a highborn concubine to curry favor and garner support. Yet he failed to comprehend that no matter how sweetly the title of concubine might be presented, it ultimately denoted a secondary status. Families of repute would never permit their daughters to become concubines, especially to a prince of little favor. She could only hope that no unfortunate maiden would fall victim to his gaze, for that would only serve to compound her distaste. Chapter 131. Flower Appreciation in the Zhao Zhao Courtyard. Lu Shin remarked, "Madam, the second prince's residence has sent you an invitation." Zhao Zhao handed the sleeping Shen Yixian to the accompanying nanny, who gracefully took the child and exited. Only then did she reach for the invitation, opening it with familiarity, as she had often visited the palace in her youth and was acquainted with the second prince's consort. She placed the invitation on the round table and softly replied, "Yes, I understand." When Shen Jiayin returned, Zhao Zhao was reclining on a small couch, engrossed in a newly purchased book. With a playful impulse, he leaned forward, seizing her and planting a kiss on her rosy, full lips. Luli and Zhenzhu, understanding the situation, discreetly bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. Blushing, Zhao Zhao gently pushed him away, reproaching, "Is it appropriate to behave this way in broad daylight? It would be improper if others were to see." With a triumphant smile, he wrapped his arms around her waist, murmuring, "Kissing my own wife. Who could possibly object?" Zhao Zhao pinched his handsome face playfully and scolded, "Your audacity truly knows no bounds." He leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "My audacity could be even greater. Would you care to test it, my dear?" Feeling the shift in his demeanor, Zhao Zhao blushed and struggled to sit beside him. Shen Jiayin cleared his throat and changed his posture. Annoyed, she kicked him lightly, but he caught her ankle, gently caressing it. Resigned, she reached for the invitation on the table and handed it to him, saying, "The second prince's consort has invited me to the second prince's residence for a flower appreciation event in 3 days." While hosting a flower appreciation gathering was not unusual, the fact that the second prince's consort had taken the initiative to invite was rather remarkable. From Zhao Zhao's understanding of her, she was not one to relish crowds. In the past, even when they crossed paths, she would merely offer a faint smile and a greeting. Yin casually glanced at the invitation, realizing that his cousin was becoming restless. The day prior, the emperor had received General Sun's tiger talisman, and today, the invitation had arrived. Was he so eager to reveal his ulterior motives? From a young age, Yin had been favored by the Empress Dowager and Emperor Qi. He had studied alongside the other princes under the guidance of scholars in the palace, thus he was acutely aware of each prince's true capabilities. The crown prince, endowed with exceptional talent, had diligently pursued his studies since childhood, excelling in both literature and martial arts, serving as a model for others. The fourth prince, though not studious, possessed remarkable intelligence, surpassing most despite his lack of effort. In stark contrast, the second prince, when compared to the other two, was neither accomplished in scholarship nor martial prowess. Yet he remained oblivious to this reality, believing instead that the emperor favored him. He gently brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair, stating softly, "Bring Mo Han and Mo Jiang along. I will come to escort you after court." Although Zhao Zhao had not left the residence recently, she sensed that the court was somewhat turbulent. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Has the second prince harbored ulterior motives?" "Indeed," Yin replied. His gaze lowered as he toyed with her fingers. Upon hearing his response, Zhao Zhao was not taken aback. She had always enjoyed trailing behind her brothers, listening to the matters of the court. Throughout history, the struggle for the dragon throne had been marked by bloodshed and strife. Though General Sun has surrendered the tiger talisman, she cannot shake off her doubts about whether he secretly retains his own subordinates. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "Will you be in danger?" Yin grasped her hand gently and replied, "Do not worry, all is well. The crown prince, being the legitimate son of the empress, has already shown signs of a wise ruler and is supported by the civil and military officials. The second prince's aspirations for usurpation are nothing but a fool's dream. However, since he harbors such thoughts, he poses a potential threat. It may be best to leave him be, ensuring that he does not become a problem in the future." She nodded lightly, and Yin rose, lifting her in his arms with a laugh. "My dear, since you have so much energy for other matters, why not accompany me for a midday nap?" Zhao Zhao blushed and muttered under her breath, knowing full well that he would not simply rest. Yuli and Jinju, having heard the commotion inside, discreetly stepped away, accustomed to their antics. An hour later, with her eyes closed, Zhao Zhao pressed his wandering hands down and murmured, "I'm tired. I want to sleep." Yin chuckled softly, kissing her slightly damp forehead, tightening his embrace around her waist. "Zhao Zhao, I love you." She responded softly as a gentle rain began to fall outside, and the two nestled closely together in slumber. 3 days later, after visiting Shanixuan, Zhao Zhao set off with Yuli and Jinju to the second prince's residence. She had not adorned herself extravagantly today, wearing a simple autumn-colored skirt adorned with cloud patterns. With a flower-shaped hairpin that swayed gently, its pearls cascading down to her neck, enhancing her elegance. Despite the second prince's lack of favor, he remained the biological son of Emperor Qi, and thus commanded a degree of respect. Jinju assisted Zhao Zhao down from the carriage, where numerous vehicles awaited at the entrance. Liuli stepped forward to smooth out the slight creases in her dress. "The young lady of the air is here," a bright voice chimed from behind. Zhao Zhao turned to see Madame Chow from the Ministry of Revenue approaching with a cheerful smile, accompanied by a young girl from the Chow family. During the banquet for Yi Huan's full moon celebration, she had discerned that Madame Chow was straightforward and amiable. With a warm smile, she greeted, "Good day, Madame Chow." Madame Chow grasped her hand and laughed. "Why such formality? I share a good friendship with your second aunt, and have some acquaintance with your mother. Just call me aunt." "Aunt, you may call me Zhao Zhao," she replied softly. Madame Chow beamed, appreciating the young lady's candidness. She turned to introduce Chow Yuru. "Yuru, this is the young lady of the Protectorate Duke's residence, whom you met last time I took you there." Chow Yuru shyly raised her head and quietly greeted, "Hello, Sister Lu." Noticing her genuine shyness, Zhao Zhao kindly suggested, "Aunt, since Yuru seems afraid, perhaps we should let her return home first." Upon hearing this, Chow Yuru's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with a hint of a smile as she secretly observed Zhao Zhao, thinking to herself how truly beautiful and kind-hearted this Sister Lu was. Only after Madame Chow's subsequent words did her expression suddenly falter. "Zhao Zhao, you cannot fathom the extent of my daughter's plight. Ever since she returned from your residence, she has not even stepped outside our gates. The slightest raise in voice from others sends her into a trembling fright. Such a temperament is simply untenable. Today, I exerted considerable effort to coax her out. She must meet people." As Zhao Zhao observed the young lady on the verge of tears, her heart ached with compassion. Yet she felt powerless. Born into their esteemed family, such a disposition seemed excessively delicate, and it was no wonder Madame Chow harbored concerns. However, This flower-viewing banquet might very well resemble a treacherous banquet of intrigue. None could ascertain the true intentions concealed within the second prince's motives. Chapter 132. Into the water in the main courtyard, the second prince's consort sat gracefully at the head of the table, her demeanor composed. Seated below her were several familiar ladies and young maidens, among them the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan, who had brought only Zhao Yuting this time. Having greeted the second prince's consort, Zhao Zhao, accompanied by Madame Chow, performed a respectful bow. The second prince's consort, a few years older than Zhao Zhao, had been an attendant to Princess Jianing when she married the second prince. With an indifferent tone, she said, "Zhao Zhao has arrived. Please rise." "Thank you, second prince's consort." Zhao Zhao replied as she rose alongside Madame Chow to take a seat nearby. The second prince's consort was known for her preference for silence, rendering the banquet somewhat subdued. However, Zhao Zhao found comfort in the tranquility, sipping her tea and engaging in light conversation with Madame Chow, perhaps due to their acquaintance. Chow Yurong occasionally responded shyly to Zhao Zhao's remarks. From across the table, the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan glared at Madame Chow. Her teeth clenched in resentment. She had not forgotten how she had been humiliated during her visit to the Duke of Huguo's residence. What was there to be proud of? Merely because her husband had received a promotion? She glanced at her daughter, who appeared timid and hesitant, feeling embarrassed to have brought her out in public. "Your Highness." "All the ladies have arrived," Yinxin reminded, bowing her head. The second prince's consort set down her teacup and stood, addressing the gathering. "Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. The peonies in the small garden are in full bloom. Let us go and admire them." The ladies promptly rose and followed her, with Zhao Zhao and Madame Chow trailing behind. In a hushed tone, Madame Chow remarked, "I truly do not understand what is so special about these peonies. Does not every household have them?" The second prince's consort was once such an elegant person. Why has she now succumbed to such triviality? Zhao Zhao merely smiled, choosing not to respond. It was perhaps not the second prince's consort who had become mundane, but rather the second prince himself. Observing the ladies and young maidens present today, most hailed from illustrious families. The second prince's residence still had an unfilled position for a secondary consort, and the intention was glaringly apparent. Unfortunately, it seemed most of these families were unwilling to have their daughters serve as concubines. However, there were exceptions. Take the second daughter of the Zhao family, for instance, who strutted about like a proud rooster, eager for attention. A few familiar ladies approached Madame Chow for conversation, prompting Chow Yurong to quietly hide behind Zhao Zhao. Seeing this, Madame Chow sighed in resignation. After all, one could not push too hard. At least her daughter had learned to seek support from others. "Lu's sister, you have a petal in your hair," Chow Yurong whispered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao raised her hand to touch her hair but found nothing. Summoning her courage, she reached up and plucked the petal, shyly saying, "Lu's sister, this petal looks even more beautiful against your hair." Her fondness for beautiful individuals had drawn her to Zhao Zhao since childhood. Zhao Zhao found the young girl's sparkling eyes utterly charming and chuckled, teasing, "When you grow older, you will undoubtedly be a great beauty." Her words were not mere flattery. Chow Yurong had fair skin and delicate features. Although she still bore the slight roundness of youth in her cheeks, it only served to enhance her appeal, making her all the more endearing. Chow Yurong smiled coyly, her delicate laughter resonating with an enchanting charm that only the beautiful possess. "Indeed, it seems that those who are pleasing to the eye speak more melodiously than others," remarked Zhao Yuting, standing beside her with a hint of jealousy in her voice. She had initially thought Chow Yurong timid, but now realized she was quite the little vixen, cunning beyond her years. Chow Yurong, mustering her courage, clutched Zhao Zhao's arm and called out, "I did not. Sister Lu is simply very beautiful." Zhao Zhao stepped protectively in front of her, displeased, and retorted, "Miss Zhao, mind your own affairs." Zhao Yuting forced a smile, attempting to ingratiate herself. "Madam Heir, my elder sister is soon to wed into the Yunyang Marquis. We shall be family then. I merely wish to caution you against being deceived by this little girl." Chow Yurong pouted, reflecting that those who were less attractive often spoke unpleasantly. "Miss Zhao, kindly keep your good intentions to yourself. I have no need for them. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, you and Yu Rou are not of the same mother, so who exactly is family with you?" Zhao Zhao scoffed, surprised that anyone would seek reprimand so eagerly. Zhao Yuting's expression darkened, and just as she was about to counter, someone shouted, "The second prince has arrived." At that moment, the trio stood by the lake, and as everyone turned to pay their respects, Zhao Yuting, with a malicious glint in her eye, forcefully pushed Chow Yurong from behind. The young girl gasped in terror, her eyes widening as she teetered on the brink of falling. Fortunately, Zhenzhu reacted swiftly, catching her just in time and sending the culprit tumbling into the water with a swift kick. Splash! Apart from Zhao Zhao, no one witnessed how Zhao Yuting fell. And when the onlookers heard the commotion, they only saw a pink dress bobbing in the lake. A lady cried out, "Zhao Yurong has fallen into the water. Quick, save her." At that moment, Zhao Yurong, clad in a light pink RU skirt, was momentarily stunned. "Who am I?" she pondered, before anyone could react. The second prince leapt into the lake with a resounding splash to rescue her, and Zhao's mother, believing her daughter had fallen, rushed to the water's edge, calling out frantically. "Yurong, Yurong, mother, I'm here," she said, slowly peeking out from behind Zhao Zhao, her face still bearing traces of shock. Zhao's mother stared in disbelief at her unharmed daughter, quickly inspecting her from head to toe before finally relaxing. "Who then fell in?" she questioned, perplexed. Zhao Zhao replied coolly, "It was Miss Zhao." This revelation made the Marchioness of Wushuan anxious, but before she could call out, the second prince emerged from the water, cradling the disheveled and waterlogged Zhao Yuding, who had lost consciousness. Seeing this, the Marchioness felt a surge of joy in front of the crowd. The second prince had boldly rescued her daughter. Suppressing her elation, she turned to the second prince, her tone stern. "Your Highness, this is rather unbecoming." The second prince cast a glance her way without responding, then addressed Madame Zhao with earnestness, saying, "Madame Zhao, rest assured, I will take responsibility for Miss Zhao." Having said that, he embraced Zhao Yuding and headed towards the guest room, prompting the second prince's consort and Lady Wushun to hastily follow, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. Moments ago, it was clearly stated that it was the daughter of the Zhao family who had fallen, yet the second prince emerged with the daughter of the Zhao family in his arms. Most perplexing was the apparent case of mistaken identity. Lady Zhao exchanged a glance with Zhao Zhao, and at that moment, a wave of realization washed over her, filled with trepidation. She quickly wrapped her arms around Zhao Yurua, fearing the dire consequences had it indeed been Yurua who had plummeted. What fate awaited her daughter if she were to find herself in such a den of wolves and tigers? It seemed imperative that she hasten to secure a suitable match for Yurua, for that would be the most prudent course of action. Zhao Yurua keenly observed that it was indeed the maidservant beside Sister Lu who had grasped her arm, for otherwise, she too would have met the same fate. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, she quietly approached Jinzhu and murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 133. The side concubine, the second prince cradled Zhao Yuding in his arms and entered the guest chamber, gently placing her upon the bed. At that moment, her makeup had completely faded, revealing her naturally less than fair complexion. He frowned slightly in distaste, such looks were undeniably mediocre. However, reflecting upon her father's position as the current Minister of Revenue, a man of considerable power, he gradually relaxed his expression. The second prince's consort, Qin, had long since provided him with the guest list for the flower viewing banquet. Upon hearing that Miss Zhao had fallen into the water, he deduced that it must be the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, which prompted him to leap in to rescue her. Qin, along with the physician, hurriedly entered to examine Zhao Yuding's pulse. After a considerable time, the physician withdrew his hand and softly stated, "Your Highness, please rest assured. This young lady merely fainted from the shock of falling into the water. Once I prescribe a remedy to dispel the chill and calm her nerves, she will be fine." She nodded slightly and instructed, "Lianxin, take the physician to prepare the prescription." As they exited, before she could speak, the second prince interjected, "Qin, change your attire. We shall request father to bestow Miss Zhao upon me as a side concubine." Qin inhaled deeply, her voice calm yet firm. "Your Highness, I must beg your pardon, but I cannot comply. Qin, you have been in this household for 5 years and have yet to bear a child. Do you wish to carry the reputation of being jealous as well? Are you not concerned about how others might criticize your father for failing to properly educate his daughter?" The second prince's lips curled in a mocking smile. She merely resented that he had chosen a woman of higher standing as a side concubine. However, within this household, he was the master, and her consent was unnecessary. "Your Highness, do you truly not know who this lady on the bed is?" Qin's tone turned cold. He may insult her, but he could not demean her family and lineage. The second prince, taken aback, turned to regard the figure on the bed. Indeed, he did not recognize Miss Zhao. With disbelief, he questioned, "Isn't she Miss Zhao?" Qin replied icily, "Your Highness, this is the second Miss Zhao from the house of Lord Wushuan. However, it suffices that the legitimate daughter of the Lord be your side concubine." The second prince's face darkened instantly. Setting aside the fact that the house of Wushuan was merely a hollow shell now, this second Miss Zhao was born of a concubine. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly, repulsed, and refused to cast another glance at the bed, sweeping out of the room with a flick of his sleeve. At that moment, Lady Wushuan awaited at the door and, seeing him emerge, hurriedly approached with obsequiousness, "Your Highness, how is my daughter?" His expression was even more grim. He dismissed her with a curt, "She will not die," and turned to leave, leaving Lady Wushuan momentarily stunned. Yet, recalling the words of the second prince, A flicker of joy ignited within her heart. Her Tinga would finally see the end of her suffering. Xiao Yuding, having been invited by the second prince's consort, had fallen into the water without cause within the royal residence, necessitating an explanation. However, no one had witnessed how she had plunged into the water. Upon regaining consciousness, she saw the second prince's consort and Lady Wushuan standing beside the bed. "My dear Tinger, you have suffered so," Lady Wushuan lamented. It was then that Xiao Yuding remembered she had been kicked into the water by the maidservant beside Lu Zhao Zhao, just as she prepared to voice her grievance. The second prince's consort spoke first. "Second Miss Xiao, it was the prince who rescued you. Rest assured, he has promised to take responsibility for you, so you need not worry about your reputation being tarnished." Xiao Yuding was taken aback upon hearing the words, her gaze lifting to meet the smiling countenance of Lady Wushuanbua, who was nodding encouragingly at her. The second prince had declared his intention to take responsibility for her? It was common knowledge that the position of a secondary consort in the second prince's residence was still vacant. Could it be that she would become the second prince's consort in the future? Suppressing the exhilaration swelling within her, she rose from her seat and knelt, saying, "I humbly thank your highness and the esteemed princess." Seeing her humble demeanor, the second prince's consort understood that Xiao Yuding was willing to accept this fate. Without further ado, she inquired casually, "Miss Xiao, how did you find yourself in the water today?" Xiao Yuding hesitated, recalling that she had initially intended to push the young lady from the Chao family into the water, hoping to humiliate her in front of everyone, thereby ensuring she would not dare to show her face again. However, having unexpectedly gained an advantage, she refrained from making a fuss, thinking it might leave a favorable impression on the second prince. "I merely lost my footing for a moment and accidentally fell in," she replied softly. "Very well. Lady Wushuanbua, please escort Miss Xiao back to the residence to recuperate," the second prince's consort instructed. "Yes, your highness." When Xiao Yuding reappeared in fresh attire, she exuded an air of pride. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled to herself, thinking that the second prince was a man who would only act when there was something to gain. If it had been Yurong who had fallen into the water, he would have rushed to bring her into his residence, but with Xiao Yuding, the outcome remained uncertain. The second prince's consort gracefully approached the gathering, addressing them with poise. "I apologize for the disturbance caused to all esteemed ladies and gentlemen today. It is regrettable that our hospitality fell short. Your Highness speaks too highly of the matter." With the recent incident overshadowing the atmosphere, no one had the heart to admire the splendid peonies. As Lu Zhaozhao and Lady Chao walked toward the exit, she voiced her concern. "Yurong, are you all right?" At that moment, Chao Yurong felt no fear. Instead, she admired Lu Jia, who seemed so capable, including her maidservant. With a gentle smile that revealed her dimples, she replied softly, "Sister Lu, I am fine now." Lady Chao, having already learned of the events, grasped Lu Zhaozhao's hand in gratitude, saying, "Zhao Zhao, thank you so much today. Otherwise, it would have been our poor Yurong in trouble." They had no desire for the title of a prince's consort, let alone that of a principal consort. Lady Chao merely hoped for her daughter to be protected and live a peaceful life. Besides, the second prince was hardly a paragon of virtue. It was evident that he had servants at his disposal, yet had chosen to plunge into the water himself, harboring ulterior motives. Lu Zhaozhao replied slyly, "Aunt, you are too kind. Let us consider today's events a mere accident, nothing more, and there will be more entertaining developments to witness." Lady Chao understood the implication and smiled knowingly. Xiao Yuding was indeed a heartless young woman, but every villain would eventually meet their match. She would surely face her own trials. The second prince was far from a good man, and his residence was nothing short of a den of wolves and tigers. As they reached the entrance, Lady Chao noticed Shun Jiayan standing beside the carriage and remarked with a smirk, "Zhao Zhao, young Master Shun has come to fetch you." A smile graced Lu Zhaozhao's lips as she replied softly, "Aunt, I shall return home now. Yurong, if you find the time, do come to the Duke of Hugua's residence to visit." "Yes, go on home. There are still children waiting for you." Xiao Yuyong felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, she had finally found someone to converse with. As Lu Zhaozhao turned to leave, she hurriedly spoke up, "Sister Lu, I truly can come to visit you." Upon finishing her sentence, she bashfully lowered her head, her ears tinged with crimson. "Of course, you can," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a warm smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yuyong lifted her head and smiled brightly, softly uttering, "Sister Lu, goodbye." Chapter 134, The Concubine? Lu Zhaozhao smiled and nodded before turning to walk towards Shun Jiayan, who extended his arms to lift her into the carriage, following her inside. "Did you enjoy the flower festival today?" Shun Jiayan asked with a light laugh as he wrapped his arm around her. Lu Zhaozhao leaned comfortably against him, closing her eyes and chuckling softly. "Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Perhaps in a few days, when you attend court, you might witness another amusing scene." "Ah?" Lu Zhaozhao continued. "Today, Xiao Yuting attempted to push a young lady from the Chao family into the water, but instead, she herself was kicked in by a pearl. The second prince, in front of everyone, rescued her, amusingly believing he had saved the Chow lady and declared he would take responsibility. I can already imagine the expression on his face when he learns the truth. It will undoubtedly be quite unpleasant. However, they do make a suitable pair, one cunning and the other exceedingly malicious. Shen Jiayin chuckled at this, remarking, "My cousin seems to be not only lacking in wit, but perhaps also in vision." He continued with a smirk, "That second Miss Zhao's dreams may not come to fruition. The daughter of a powerful minister of revenue and the daughter of a precarious noble house cannot be compared, yet the parties involved do not share this perspective." The following day at the Wushun Duke's residence, Xiao Yuting was measuring various hairpins against her head when the Duke's wife entered. She eagerly asked, "Mother, which one do you think looks the best? After falling into the water yesterday, my makeup is a mess. On the day I enter the second prince's residence, I must dazzle him." The Duke's wife pulled her to sit beside her, speaking deliberately loudly, "My foolish Ting, soon you shall be the illustrious concubine of the prince. Why worry about such trivialities? His Highness and the palace will ensure everything is prepared." Xiao Yuting glanced at her sister, Xiao Yuro, who sat with an air of superiority and declared, "Mother speaks wisely. Soon, I shall be an invaluable concubine of the prince, a member of the royal family. Unlike some who only fixate on mundane matters, truly short-sighted." Xiao Yuro casually adjusted her dress and replied, "If that is the case, why not share your dowry with me? Others might say the second prince's concubine is one who respects her elder sister." Xiao Yuting fell silent at this, fuming inwardly. She thought to herself that when her father returned from court, the decree of her betrothal would likely arrive, and Xiao Yuro would have to pay her respects. "My dear sister, I have matters to attend to in my courtyard, so I shall not disturb you further. I wish you both success in your aspirations," Xiao Yuro said with a light laugh as she rose to leave. Yet, as they waited, the Wushun Duke did not return. Xiao Yuting, growing impatient, urged, "Mother, shall we send someone to look for father? Why hasn't he returned yet?" The Duke's wife hesitated, but before she could respond, a maid entered, bowing and announcing, "Madam, the Duke has returned. Father is back." Xiao Yuting exclaimed joyfully, quickly rising to greet him. However, upon his entrance, the Duke's expression was far from the elation they had anticipated. His face was dark and foreboding. Ignoring his demeanor, Xiao Yuting approached, asking, "Father, will the marriage decree be issued today?" Smack. Wu Xuanbua, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What imperial decree? Are you not embarrassed enough already?" Xiao Yuting, her cheeks wet with tears, dared not speak, as her father had been moody of late. Lady Wu quickly shielded her behind her, exclaiming, "My lord, what are you doing? How can you act without reason? Do you not understand how the second prince humiliated me today? He said that if Yuting insists on entering the second prince's residence, it can only be as a concubine." Wu Xuanbo retorted angrily. "Even in his plight, he is still a noble lord. How could the second prince subject him to such disgrace?" Upon returning home, seeing the impatient expressions on both mother and daughter, how could he not feel wrath? "What?" Lady Wu gasped, then quickly added, "My lord, Yuting is our legitimate daughter. How can she not be worthy of being a prince's concubine?" "Then we must inquire about her mother's lineage," Wu Xuanbo remarked coldly. In his youth, he had indeed held affection for her, but in recent years, not only had her beauty faded, but her demeanor had also become increasingly common, which inevitably bred his disdain. "My lord, what do you mean by that? I have been by your side for over a decade, enduring hardships if not contributing. How can you wound me so deeply?" Observing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, Wu Xuanbo found it increasingly difficult to feel compassion. He spoke softly, "Yuting, if you insist on entering the prince's residence, it can only be as a concubine. Otherwise, consider it as if nothing has transpired." My lord," Lady Wu called out helplessly as she watched him hastily depart. At this moment, Xiao Yuting was also at a loss, pondering what she should do. With so many witnesses present, if she were unable to enter the second prince's residence, how would others perceive her? Yet, the status of a concubine felt unbearably low. She cried out, "Mother, what should I do?" Lady Wu quickly embraced her, offering comfort. "Fear not, my dear, your mother is here." After a moment's thought, she guided Xiao Yuting to sit and spoke gently. "Yuting, while the title of concubine may sound unappealing, being the prince's concubine is quite another matter. The second prince's residence currently has a vacant position for a side consort. If you can bear him a son or daughter in the future, will there not be a day when you rise again? Mother, will father agree?" she asked, her eyes filled with hope. "So many witness the second prince rescuing me. Other noble sons may not be willing to marry me, and besides, he is a prince. Others will surely regard me more favorably. Do not worry. I shall speak with your father," Lady Wu reassured her, patting her hand. In the evening, Lady Wu stood outside their door, contemplating how to broach the subject with Wu Xuanbo. when suddenly she heard the sound of feminine laughter emanating from within. "My lord, do not do that. The lady will surely be angered." Lady Wu's expression shifted instantly, her hands trembling as she pushed the door open. The sight inside caused her eyes to widen in shock. She beheld her maid, Peiyun, half-clad, seated on Wu Xuanbuo's lap, his hand resting on her waist. Fury surged within her, and she immediately shouted, "You little vixen! How dare you seduce my lord? I shall not let you live." As she spoke, she advanced to tear at her, but Peiyun, nestled in the embrace of Lord Wu Xuan, timidly said, "My lord, the lady is too fierce. I am so frightened." Lord Wu Xuan gently adjusted Peiyun's garment and reassured her, "Do not fear, my dear. While I am here, no one shall harm you." Witnessing this scene, it became abundantly clear that the wretched girl had long since entangled herself with the lord. Their clandestine affair unfolded right before her eyes, igniting her ire as she exclaimed, "My lord, Peiyun is my maidservant. Is this not a slap in my face?" Rising, Lord Wu Xuan replied coldly, "Enough. Your father is but a minor official of the 6th rank. For these years, you have relished the esteemed position of the rightful lady of the household. What more could you possibly desire?" Chapter 135. Humiliation. The countenance of Lady Wu Xuanbuo was exceedingly grim, and she trembled as she spoke. "My lord, how can you speak such words about me? Our bond is one forged in childhood." However, Wu Xuanbuo offered no reply. He merely embraced Peiyun and passed her by, stating in a soft tone, "From this day forth, Yuna shall be the concubine of the estate. As for Yuting, you may decide her fate. Should she wish to enter the second prince's household as a concubine, it shall be so. Yet, how she fares in the future will depend solely on her own fortune. And there is no need for you to consult me further." Watching the two figures depart together, Lady Wu was left in a daze, collapsing to the ground. The estate was not devoid of concubines. Her concern was not about the addition of one more. Yet now, the lord had extended his hand toward her own maid, showing a complete disregard for her dignity. 3 days later, a small sedan chair was quietly transported from Wu Xuanbuo's residence to the side entrance of the second prince's estate. Inside the chair, Xiao Yuting, clad in a pink wedding gown, wore a smile as she envisioned the day she would become the prince's secondary consort. However, reality proved otherwise, until the midnight hour. The second prince did not make an appearance, leaving her to guard an empty chamber alone. Her already unremarkable beauty now appeared increasingly grotesque. "Where is His Highness?" She rose and asked fiercely of her maid, Banling, who had served her since childhood. Instinctively retreating, Banling replied, "Mistress, I have inquired. The second prince has gone to visit concubine Zhao today." The teacup was hurled at Banling's shoulder before crashing to the floor, causing Banling to wince in pain. And she immediately knelt, her voice trembling as she said, "Mistress, please do not be angry. It is my fault. It is indeed your fault. You could not even summon His Highness. You worthless wretch. Get out of my sight at once." Banling hastily rose and bowed before retreating. Over the years, Xiao Yuting's frequent beatings and scoldings had rendered her accustomed to such treatment. As she surveyed the room, which was not particularly exquisite, she recalled that this was her first day in the estate, and yet the prince had chosen to visit concubine Zhao. It must have been a deliberate act on Zhao's part. The following day, "Your Highness, Lady Xiao has come to pay her respects," announced a maid with a bow. "Sister, this Lady Xiao truly has a thick skin. After all, she is a legitimate daughter of the Wu household, yet she eagerly seeks to become a consort for the prince. Last night, the prince did not even lay eyes on her, and she still has the audacity to show her face. It is quite amusing," spoke concubine Zhao, whose beauty was remarkable, having borne the prince a son and a daughter and enjoying considerable favor over the years. The second prince's consort remained silent, merely stating, "Let her enter." Xiao Yuting entered slowly, bowing slightly as she said, "This humble one pays her respects to the princess sister and to the concubine sister. Rise." The second prince's consort replied softly, "I had thought to see a beauty of extraordinary grace. Instead, it is merely this kind of person. No wonder His Highness was so unwilling to step foot here last night." Concubine Zhao laughed lightly, covering her mouth, entirely unreserved. At that moment, Xiao Yuting had yet to recognize her own status. Recalling the whispers of the maids from the previous day, she indignantly retorted, "Concubine sister, your words are excessively harsh. We are all under His Highness's care. How can you humiliate me in such a manner?" "Humiliate you? You flatter me, yet you are merely a concubine now. What right do you have to address the princess consort and me as elder sister? You are utterly lacking in etiquette." Zhao, the secondary consort, spoke with a playful smile, her tone calm and unhurried. However, her casual demeanor only served to deepen the humiliation felt by Xiao Yuting, as if she were nothing more than a mere dog in Zhao's eyes. "I am, after all, the legitimate daughter of a noble house." "What noble daughter? Your mother was merely a concubine elevated to a legitimate position. In truth, you are nothing more than the illegitimate offspring of a secondary wife, Zhao interrupted sharply. Madam Xiao, once you have entered this household, you must abide by its rules and refrain from overstepping your bounds. The princess consort of the second prince interjected. Zhao, you should also be mindful of your words and actions, lest you lose your propriety. Yes, elder sister, Zhao replied with a smile, showing utmost respect to the second prince's consort. Her disdain for Xiao Yuding was not born out of fear of rivalry for favor. For such favor was hardly worth contending for. If it weren't for the emperor's will, who would willingly become a concubine? Unlike Xiao Yuding, who was shameless, Zhao simply found her foolishness and malice intolerable. She had witnessed how Xiao Yuding, in a moment of scheming, had fallen into the water while trying to harm another. Yes, princess consort, Xiao Yuding replied begrudgingly, bowing her head. Little did she know that this was merely the beginning. Despite her noble lineage, within the prince's household she was but a concubine, a rank scarcely superior to that of a mere servant. The servants in the household were adept at discerning one's standing. In the half-month since her arrival, the second prince had not once visited her, as though he had forgotten her existence entirely. Even the kitchen staff had become increasingly neglectful with her meals, wilted greens and insipid broth, an experience she had never endured before. At that moment, she was filled with regret. Yet such a person would never introspect. Instead, she began to resent Lu Zhao Zhao, Xiao Yurong, and Xiao Yuro. If it weren't for them, how could she have fallen into such a predicament? Yet, the very individuals she loathed were thriving in their lives. Xiao Yuro and Lu Jinrong had already set their wedding date for this August. Meanwhile, Xiao Yurong was being dragged by her mother to view portraits of suitors, each one drawing tears as she rejected them, claiming they were all rather unattractive. Lu Zhao Zhao was meticulously counting various jewelry boxes on the table as the day of Jia Ning's wedding approached. These were the gifts she had prepared for her dear friend. Madam, all these gifts are right here. Do you really need to count them again? Shen Jiayan playfully teased, a hint of jealousy in his voice, for Zhao had never been so attentive to him. She gently pushed him away, laughing. Do not be silly. Tomorrow is Ning Ning's grand day, a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. Of course, I must prepare ample gifts for her. One might think you are preparing a dowry for your daughter, he chuckled. She playfully swatted his arm, scolding, do not jest. If the emperor and the empress hear you, you might find yourself in serious trouble. He shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the reprimand as inconsequential. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Observing his demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao couldn't help but smile with a hint of exasperation. He truly exuded an air of fearless confidence. Rising from her seat, she made her way toward the inner chamber. Very well, I shall change into another outfit, and you may escort me to the palace. Princess Jining had specifically approached Empress One, securing permission for Lu Zhaozhao to enter the palace that evening, with plans for her marriage the following day. Such a modest request was readily granted by Empress One. Shen Jian followed her into the inner chamber, and Lu Zhaozhao glanced back at him without pausing in her task of fastening her garments. You thick-skinned rogue, she playfully chided, with a smile in his eyes. He assisted her in tying the strings, feigning a pitiful expression as he remarked, Madam, are you truly leaving me to guard an empty room tonight? Lu Zhaozhao teased in response, Isn't that splendid? Young Master Shun will have the opportunity to seek out a lovely maiden this evening. He cupped her face and playfully nipped at her rosy lips, gritting his teeth as he declared, I shall deal with you when you return tomorrow night. Lu Zhaozhao laughed, her nose wrinkling in amusement, and turned to the side room to check on Shen Yishuan. He was now 2 months old, contentedly gnawing on his tiny feet after each meal, neither crying nor fussing, simply adorable. Leaning down, she pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Her tone soft as she said, Yishuan, be a good boy and wait for your mother at home. Shen Yishuan smiled, waving his little hand. Lu Zhaozhao beamed with tenderness, while Shen Jian leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the mother and child with warmth in his eyes. Chapter 136. Surrender in the resplendent Yongla Palace. Jia Ning gazed at the exquisitely ornate wedding gown, her brows slightly furrowed. Tomorrow, she would wed Xie Jing. And even to this day, an air of unreality enveloped her. Your Highness, the wife of Lord Shen has arrived, announced a palace maid, bowing respectfully at the door. Please. Let her in, Jia Ning replied. Upon hearing that Lu Zhaozhao had arrived, her brows gradually unfurled, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Before Lu Zhaozhao could step into the inner chamber, Jia Ning eagerly rose to greet her. Zhao Zhao, you have finally come. I have been so troubled that I could hardly eat, Jia Ning said, linking her arm with her dear friend, feeling both affectionate and aggrieved. With Lu Zhaozhao as her sole confidant, the two rarely had the chance to meet, leaving her with a multitude of unspoken words. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled lightly, teasing. Ning Ning, you appear quite well. It seems you have not missed a meal. Jia Ning led her into the inner chamber, conversing as they walked. Of course, one must eat, but I truly cannot sleep at night. Lu Zhao understood her unease. She too had once harbored feelings for Xin Jiayan, and even that had left her heart aching. How much more daunting was it for Jia Ning to marry someone she scarcely knew? Although a princess, she was still but a young girl. Gently grasping Jia Ning's hand, Lu Zhao reassured her, Ning Ning, I comprehend your thoughts, yet you are never alone in this. You are the esteemed princess of Deqi, with the emperor and empress by your side. While this marriage may not be within your control, you can still choose to live according to your heart, and you will merely gain another who cherishes you. Jia Ning nodded thoughtfully, her excitement returning as she exclaimed, Zhao Zhao, you are right. I am a princess, and Xie Jing is merely my consort. He will have to heed my wishes. If not, I shall scold him and withhold his meals. Lu Zhao nearly burst into laughter. It seemed Jia Ning had misinterpreted her meaning. Nevertheless, witnessing her friend's spirits lift was a delightful surprise, though it might spell trouble for the young General Xie. She had a premonition that their married life would surely be filled with amusement. As evening descended, Lu Zhao and Jia Ning reclined on a bed, sharing light-hearted whispers reminiscent of their childhood, inseparable companions. In a moment of drowsiness, Jia Ning heard Lu Zhao softly say, Ning Ning, you must find happiness. The following day, Jia Ning sat before a bronze mirror as the palace matrons adorned her with intricate makeup and attire, dressed in the magnificent phoenix coronet and bridal gown. Lu Zhao remained by her side, her eyes twinkling with joy. Your Highness, it is time to proceed to the Hall of Political Affairs to pay respects to the Emperor and Empress. The consort awaits outside, informed the maid. Rising, Jia Ning cast a lingering glance at the palace she had called home for over a decade, her heart tinged with bittersweet emotions. Lu Zhao stepped forward, embracing her gently. Ning Ning, I wish you a life of ease, joy, and peace. Jia Ning understood that this was where Zhao Zhao would part ways with her. They had fulfilled their childhood promise to see each other wed. Sniffling, she grasped Lu Zhao's hand tightly, saying, Zhao Zhao, thank you. Jianning's personal maidservants, Yu Yao and Yun Xian, assisted her in exiting the gates of Yongla Palace and stepping onto the palanquin. She suppressed the urge to look back, recalling her mother's advice to always look forward. Outside the Xinzheng Hall, Xie Jing awaited in resplendent crimson wedding attire, exuding a hint of rebellious charm. Sunlight danced around him, enhancing his youthful vigor, rendering him reminiscent of a young general. Yet, at that moment, Jianning felt no inclination to admire. The thought of sharing a roof with him in the future filled her with awkwardness. As the palanquin halted at the hall's entrance, although Xie Jing found the young princess overly delicate, he could not help but be captivated by her beauty. With a slight smile, he extended a well-defined hand. Jianning hesitated briefly before placing her small hand in his, rising from the palanquin as they walked side by side into the hall. Within the Xinzheng Hall, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen occupied the high seats. Jianning knelt and bowed, saying, I bid farewell to father and mother, wishing father a long and prosperous life, and mother enduring health. Empress Wen gazed at her daughter with moist eyes, while Emperor Qi, observing the two kneeling together, spoke solemnly. Xie Jing, I entrust my daughter to you. Treat her well in the days to come. I shall obey, Xie Jing replied. Father, mother. Jianning choked on her words. Empress Wen, stifling her tears, gently reminded her, Jianning, from this day forth, you are not only the princess of Deqi but also a member of the Xie family. You must walk hand in hand with your husband and respect your elders. I understand, Jianning replied. May Princess Jianning proceed, called out Lu Gonggong. While the maidservants of the Xinzheng Hall bowed deeply, a matron stepped forward to cover Jianning with a red veil, and Xie Jing assisted her into the waiting bridal sedan. As the sedan departed the palace gates, Empress Wen's eyes glistened with tears, and Emperor Qi clasped her hand in comfort. At the Zhannan General's residence, General Xie and Madame Xie beamed with joy as they observed the couple standing together. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the elders, husband and wife bow to each other, and enter the bridal chamber. Yu Yao and Yun Xian promptly assisted Jianning towards the new chamber. Xie Jing lifted the veil and stepped out to toast the guests. As a princess, Jianning was spared the usual raucousness of the wedding night, and as she surveyed the room adorned with bright satin, she inhaled deeply. Your Highness, the meals and hot water are ready. Please dine first, Yu Yao said with a respectful bow. Very well, Jianning replied, approaching the round Wang Wali wooden table. The dishes presented were indeed appealing, and she picked up a piece of sweet and sour lotus root, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. The chef of the Zhannan General's residence is quite skilled. His culinary prowess rivals that of our palace kitchens. Seeing her in good spirits, Yun Xian eagerly encouraged. Then the princess should partake generously. Once the morrow arrives, and we return to the princess's residence, I shall find the finest chef for you. Your words imply that your princess is only concerned with food. Jianning laughed lightly. I would never presume such, her maidservant replied, bowing deeply. Jianning chuckled and continued her meal. her thoughts drifting to her mother's intimate conversations, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Suddenly reminded of Xie Jing's visage, she set her chopsticks down and declared, "I have finished. It is time for a bath." Jianing sat within the bathtub, while Yu Yao gently kneaded her shoulders and softly remarked, "Princess, the prince is a warrior. This evening, you must be gentle and refrain from acting in haste." Instantly, she retorted in anger, "You little maid, who has led you astray? I shall surely impose a severe punishment upon her." "It was Granny Sun's admonition," Yu Yao replied, "but she is merely concerned about your delicate health, your highness." Upon hearing this, Jianing let out a resigned sigh. Granny Sun had served her since childhood, chosen personally by her mother, and had always been exceedingly caring and attentive. Granny Sun had already gone ahead to the princess's residence, preparing for her arrival in 2 days. However, Jianing feared she might disappoint Granny Sun's goodwill. For today she had no intention of consummating her marriage with Xie Jing. Her union with him was a matter of state. He married her for the same reason. Therefore, it would suffice for them to regard each other with respect and maintain a harmonious relationship. Chapter 137. The Flight of Chickens. Your Highness, the water has cooled. It is time for you to rise. Yun Qian bowed and presented a handkerchief. Jian Ning responded with a soft hum, gradually standing from the bath. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, unmarred by any blemish, a testament to her upbringing in luxury and privilege. Dressed in a crimson nightgown, her hair cascading down to her waist, she walked slowly to the side of the auspicious couch. Truth be told, she felt a flutter of anxiety within her. At the hour of Xie Jing entered the room, startling Jian Ning, who nearly tumbled from the bed. He too wore a crimson nightgown, likely having bathed in the inner chamber. Closing the door with a swift motion, he approached her. Jian Ning gripped the bedding tightly, her palms damp with sweat. As he knelt on one knee beside the couch, leaning closer, she instinctively raised her hand to ward off his well-built chest, resembling a puffed-up kitten, and exclaimed, "Xie Jing, you must not touch me." Xie Jing seemed to have anticipated her reaction, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied lazily, "If the princess is unwilling, I shall seek refuge elsewhere." With that, he stood to leave, prompting Jian Ning to poke her head out from behind the gauze curtain, her cheeks flushed, and softly call out, "Xie Jing, come back to me." It was their wedding night. If he were to exit her chamber, word would surely reach her mother, causing her great concern. Moreover, the Xie family was a prominent lineage. Gossip about the princess expelling her groom on their wedding night would paint her as imperious. Xie Jing halted, turning to regard her with a raised eyebrow. "What do you mean, Your Highness? Are you perhaps having second thoughts? How dare you think such a thing? Tonight, I shall rest upon the bed, and you shall sleep on the floor." The little princess pointed defiantly at the space beside her. This was meant for his own good. Should he leave, Madame Xie would undoubtedly scold him. By what right? Xie Jing sat at the circular table, toying with a wine goblet, his gaze teasing. Jian Ning stood, hands on her hips, attempting to project an air of authority. "I am the princess, and you are my subject. You must heed my command." Xie Jing towered over her, suddenly rising to his full height. Jian Ning instinctively looked up at him, and he chuckled, "If that is your command, I shall obey." With that, he turned to fetch bedding, and Jian Ning was taken aback by his agreeable nature, reflecting that perhaps Xie Jing was not so unkind after all. He casually selected a blanket and laid it a distance away from her. Sitting on the bed, Jian Ning felt a surge of happiness and gently inquired, "Xie Jing, did you ever have a girl you liked before?" Xie Jing continued arranging the bedding without pausing. Responding in a calm voice, "No." Jian Ning exhaled in relief. It was well, for if he had a beloved, she would certainly feel like a villain. Noticing that he had settled down, seemingly ready to sleep, Jian Ning leaned forward and said, "Xie Jing, do not sleep just yet. Let us converse." In the past, she had always had Yu Yao and Yun Qian to keep her company at night. Now, being in this unfamiliar residence alone, she found it difficult to sleep. Xie Jing, half closing his eyes, remarked, "Little princess, how bold you are. Here we are, a lone man and woman in one room, and you wish to engage me in conversation. Are you not afraid that I might harbor ulterior motives?" Jianing remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "Xie Jing, should you find a lady whom you admire in the future, feel free to inform me. I can petition Father Emperor for our divorce. And if I happen to find a man I cherish." Xie Jing sat up abruptly, fixing her with a chilling gaze, and retorted, "What does the princess intend? To follow in the footsteps of the princesses of the previous dynasty and keep a paramour? Do not even entertain such thoughts." Throughout her life, even Emperor Qi had never spoken to her with such fierce intensity, and she widened her eyes in feigned defiance. "You are merely my consort. My desires are of no concern to you." Xie Jing, nearly laughing in exasperation, rose and rolled up the bedding, placing it aside as he approached the bed. He had initially considered treating the little princess as a revered ancestor, but on their wedding night, she was already plotting to place a green hat upon him, Who could tolerate such a thing? Certainly, he could not. Observing his movements, Jining felt puzzled until he advanced towards her. She shouted, "You, mm." Xie Jing swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Do not shout. Mm. Let go. Mm." Jining struggled, striking out aimlessly, inadvertently landing a kick that elicited a muffled grunt from Xie Jing. In a husky voice, he warned, "If you dare to move again, I shall take action immediately." Having never encountered such blatant words, Jining's eyes widened in fury. Yet she understood the precariousness of their situation. There were only the two of them in the room, and he could easily overpower her. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly have someone punish him. Seeing her finally relent, Xie Jing smiled faintly. "Little princess, should I release you, and you still choose to shout? You know the consequences." As he spoke, he tightened his grip around her waist slightly. The moment he loosened his hold, Jining promptly pushed him away, distancing herself further and retorted angrily, "Xie Jing, if you get off my bed now, I shall graciously forgive you for your transgressions." Xie Jing, unperturbed, flopped onto the bed, propping his head on one hand, and said with a slight tilt of his head, "Little princess, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of divorce. The emperor would never consent. You are destined to remain with me for life." At this moment, Xie Jing seemed to have forgotten his original intention of treating the little princess with respect and courtesy. He now found that teasing her daily would render his life far less tedious than before. Jining, oblivious to his convoluted thoughts, lamented her ill fortune. Had she known, she would have implored her father long ago to find her a gentle and refined suitor, one who would not overpower her, as Xie Jing did with sheer force. Noticing that he genuinely intended to sleep, she despondently flopped back onto the bed and kicked him lightly, issuing a fierce warning. "If you dare to be unseemly tonight, I shall not spare you." With that, she closed her eyes, indifferent to Xie Jing's reaction, and within moments, she succumbed to slumber, her breathing gradually evening out. Perhaps due to the change of surroundings, she did not remain her usual self. Instead, she rolled closer to Xie Jing, wrapping her arms and legs around him tightly. He opened his eyes in the darkness and turned his head to gaze upon her serene, sleeping visage. Taking a deep breath, he sought to quell the flames of desire that coursed through him. Over the years, he had never touched a woman, yet he was, after all, a normal man in the prime of his youth. With the delicate warmth of his new bride nestled in his embrace, it would be preposterous for him to remain entirely unresponsive. Yet, at this moment, the source of his torment lay peacefully on his chest, blissfully unaware of the struggle he endured beneath her. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Jing resigned himself and closed his eyes once more, allowing himself to indulge her just this once. Chapter 138. The dog's leap. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gauzy curtains and illuminated Jining's face. She buried her head deep within her bedding, murmuring sleepily, "Munyao, it is too bright. My princess, the sun has already risen high. When do you intend to release your humble servant?" Jining was startled, her drowsiness instantly dissipating. Upon opening her eyes, she encountered Xie Jing's smiling peach blossom eyes. Realizing how closely they were situated, so near that she could feel the warmth radiating from him, she hurriedly scrambled up, indignant. "Xie Jing, did I not tell you not to touch me?" He rose, rubbing his arm that had been asleep from her resting upon it all night, chuckling softly, "My princess, your skill in turning the tables is truly astonishing. Last night, it was you who held on to me tightly." Recalling that it was indeed she who had embraced him, her resolve faltered, and she feigned anger. "You speak nonsense. I am most honest when asleep. I do not wish to converse with you further. Today I must pay respects to my father and mother." With that, she bypassed Xie Jing and descended from the bed. Summoning Yu Yao and Qian Yun, Xie Jing observed the faint blush on her cheeks and could not help but chuckle and shake his head, pondering what reason could be imparted to a young girl like her. Yu Yu and Qian Yun entered, holding her grooming necessities. Jining took the cloth, wiped her face, and casually draped it over the basin. She then turned to sit before the bronze mirror, while Yu Yao picked up the delicate powder to apply her makeup. Xie Jing approached the basin she had just used, casually rolling up his sleeves and splashing his face with water. Jining immediately turned and exclaimed, "Xie Jing, that is what I used." "Yes, I am aware," he replied, seemingly unperturbed by any impropriety, and proceeded to dry his face with a cloth beside the basin. Incensed, Jining turned away and tossed the cloth on the vanity, but quickly reconsidered and retrieved it, realizing it was a hand-stitched gift from Zhao Zhao, though the craftsmanship was rudimentary. It was filled with her heartfelt intention. Feeling Xie Jing's gaze upon her, she suppressed the urge to turn and scold him. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yu Yu and Qian Yun had completed her makeup. She donned a resplendent red cloud-patterned skirt, adorned with a golden double-tassel hairpin in her coiffure, exuding elegance and grace. Xie Jing had been waiting at the door, and upon her emergence, he could not help but smile slightly, speaking in a gentle tone, "Shall we?" seeing his outstretched hand. Jianing approached and placed her own upon it. After all, appearances must be maintained. Once she returned to the princess's residence tomorrow, she would be free to indulge in performances and music, which would be a delight indeed. In the main hall, General Xie and Madame Xie were seated at the head, and upon witnessing the two approach hand in hand, their smiles could scarcely be contained, especially the joy radiating from Madame Xie's eyes. A maidservant respectfully lowered her head, presenting a teacup to Jianing. Composed, she raised her hand to accept it, intending to kneel, but was interrupted by Madame Xie's voice. Jianing, there is no need to kneel. From a young age, she had listened to her father recount tales of General Xie and Madame X. Her father had spoken of the Xie family's unwavering integrity and loyalty. It was their martial prowess that had secured the stability of the Qi dynasty. Thus, this act of kneeling was one they could accept, whether for the nation or for family. Jianing wore a gentle smile as she knelt gracefully, saying, "One must not neglect the rites. Father, please partake of this tea." General Xie, with a hearty laugh, accepted the cup, taking a sip before producing a large red envelope from his robe and handing it to Jianing. She received it with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, father. Mother, please enjoy this tea." She lifted another cup towards Madame Xie, who, with a twinkle in her eyes, accepted it, taking a quick sip before pulling Jianing to her feet, exclaiming, "Good child, rise." Xie Jing instinctively reached out to assist her, which only heightened Madame Xie's delight. She promptly instructed the maidservants to bring forth several boxes of jewelry. Holding Jianing's hand affectionately, she said, "Jianing, these are the betrothal gifts from your grandmother when I married your father. Although I seldom use them, they represent a mother's affection. While they may not rival those of the palace, they are nonetheless meaningful." Having been raised in luxury, Jianing recognized the exquisite craftsmanship of the jewelry at a glance. Even a casual selection would likely be worth a fortune. It seemed her mother-in-law had truly opened her treasure chest. With a light laugh, she replied, "Thank you, mother. I adore them." Seeing Jianing's genuine appreciation, Madame Xie felt a surge of affection for her daughter-in-law, far surpassing her own son, whom she found lacking in comparison. She declared, "Jianing, should this rascal ever dare to mistreat you, return home and inform me. Your father and I will ensure he faces the consequences." "Your mother speaks wisely." General Xie nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Father, mother, I'm still here. Perhaps you could speak a bit louder?" Xie Jing said lazily, feeling quite beleaguered by the day's events. Madame Xie shot him a stern look, warning, "You shall not bully Jianing, or I shall break your legs." "Do you hear me?" "I hear you well. Even if I had the intent, I lack the courage," Xie Jing replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair and raising an eyebrow at Jianing with a hint of mischief. Jianing shot him a fierce glare. His words were absurdly false. She recalled how he had stubbornly lingered in her bed the night before, threatening her. She thought he deserved a sound reprimand from her father but lacked a valid reason. Alas, Madame Xie, satisfied, nodded and stood to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. As she surveyed the bountiful spread before them, Jianing felt, for the first time, that marriage had its advantages. Previously, she had dined alone, but now, sharing a meal with others seemed far more enjoyable. As bedtime approached, Jianing glared at Xie Jing, sprawled carelessly on the edge of the bed, and scolded, "Xie Jing, you must sleep elsewhere. My little princess, would you care to raise your voice a bit more? Perhaps the outside world could hear you as well," he said, setting aside his military text with an innocent smile. Jianing was nearly exasperated to the point of turning away. How could he feign the intention to leave only to remain here stubbornly? She regretted not following him out the previous night. "Xie Jing, do not push your luck." She stood before the bed, whispering fiercely. If not for the fear of disturbing her parents, she would have certainly wielded a large stick to drive him from the bed. Once she returned to the princess's residence the following day, it would be her domain, and she would ensure he resided far from her sight, out of mind. Enough of your anger. I shall not impose upon you. As long as you do not leap towards me, all will be well. Yet, even if you were to leap, I would not hold it against you. My tolerance extends that far." As he spoke, he retracted his long legs, offering Jianing a place on the bed. "How navi?" Jianing retorted, bending down to climb onto the bed. She would not deprive herself. Xie Jing towered over her, and in a swift glance through her slightly loosened collar, he caught sight of her ample curves, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. Noticing his averted eyes, Jianing let out a soft huff, seizing a blanket to place between them, then turned her back and soon fell into a deep slumber. Xie Jing observed that she seemed genuinely subdued tonight, showing no inclination to stir. With a soft click of his tongue, he extinguished the candle at the bedside and lay down on his side. Chapter 139. Composure. The following day, after paying their respects to Emperor Qi and Empress Wan, the two departed the palace and proceeded to the princess's residence. As their carriage halted at the main entrance, Granny's son, the steward of the princess's estate, along with a host of maids and servants, awaited them at the door. Yu Yao and Yun Qian assisted Princess Jianing as she disembarked, and everyone bowed in greeting, acknowledging Her Highness and the prince consort. Please rise, Jianing said softly. The princess's residence was conveniently located near both the general of the southern town and the Duke of the Guardian, a request she had specifically made to Emperor Qi to facilitate her escapades with Zhao Zhao in the future. Your Highness, time is of the essence. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. After you and the prince consort dine, it would be prudent to rest early, Granny's son advised. Jianing glanced back at Xie Jing before entering the residence. Upon reaching the main courtyard, she surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction, realizing that her parents had indeed indulged her. The princess's residence had been constructed to her preferences. She settled onto the small couch adorned with golden silk cushions and addressed Granny's son. Granny, please take the prince consort to choose a courtyard he fancies. Granny's son did not acquiesce, but instead replied sternly, Your Highness, that would not be in accordance with propriety. Jianing was aware of the rules but reasoned that as long as her parents remained oblivious, there would be no issue. She proposed, Granny, the prince consort enjoys martial training, and our living habits differ. As long as you keep this from my parents, they will remain unaware. What do you think? Before Granny's son could respond, Xie Jing calmly interjected while taking a seat on a round stool. If the princess believes my martial training disturbs your rest, I shall refrain from practicing in this courtyard. Jianing glared at him, realizing he had misinterpreted her intentions. Was she not clear in her desire for them to reside separately? Did he suspect her charm to be an ulterior motive? Your words are indeed valid. In that case, I shall instruct the maids to prepare the meal, Granny's son said, bowing slightly before retreating. She had been entrusted by the Empress to ensure the princess's well-being, who was eagerly anticipating her first grandchild. If they were to live separately, the chances of progeny would diminish further. Granny, Jianing, feeling vexed, struck the soft couch with her fist and looked up at the smiling Xie Jing. Her irritation apparent as she demanded, Xie Jing, what on earth is going on? Before our marriage, you assured me that we would maintain separate quarters and treat each other with respect. She referred to the day Emperor Qi had conferred the marriage, recalling how, during a chance encounter in the palace, he had casually remarked that marrying her was merely fulfilling the imperial decree, and they would lead separate lives thereafter. This mutual understanding had initially brought them together, but after spending a few days in each other's company, she sensed something amiss with Xie Jing. Am I not allowed to have regrets? Xie Jing gazed at her without a hint of shame for breaking their agreement. He was unsure when he had begun to waver. Perhaps it was the day of their wedding when her stunning red bridal gown captivated him, or perhaps he had grown fond of the feeling of her in his embrace. Regardless, he found himself not only accepting of the little princess but also intrigued by her. Jianing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Xie Jing, you have no sense of shame. Get out. The little princess remarked, if I venture out tonight, by tomorrow, rumors will surely circulate in the capital, lamenting how the poor Duke Xie was cast out by Princess Jianing so soon after their wedding. Xie Jing spoke with great flair, leaving Jianing somewhat exasperated. She simply could not fathom how he had changed so drastically in just a few days. Could it be that he harbored some ulterior motives? Rising, she circled around him and asked with a serious tone, Xie Jing, you do not harbor thoughts of rebellion, do you? Xie Jing was taken aback, but quickly pulled her onto his lap, one hand gripping her waist while the other playfully flicked her forehead. Little princess, is there anyone more wrong than you in accusing me? Jianing struggled to rise, yet he held her tightly, displaying a somewhat unruly demeanor. Little princess, since we are wed, there is no possibility of separation in this lifetime. Why not make the best of it? Xie Jing had never interacted with other young ladies. Since the age of 16, he had been embroiled in battles alongside his parents, thus he approached matters of the heart with utmost sincerity. If he were disinterested, even a princess would hold no special significance to him. However, if he found himself smitten, he would never conceal his feelings. How do you propose we live harmoniously together? I will heed your wishes from now on, if that pleases you, he asked with a playful air. Then release me first. You are squeezing me too tightly, Jianing replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, perplexed by his robust physique. Upon hearing this, Xie Jing loosened his grip but did not let her go. Jianing composed herself and stated, Xie Jing, if you truly wish to live well with me, you must agree to 3 conditions. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Very well, speak your terms. First, you must not coerce me when I am unwilling, nor may you resort to violence against me. Despite her earlier lack of concern regarding his intentions, she now felt the need to be cautious, for if he were to unleash his primal instincts, she would not stand a chance. Xie Jing chuckled lightly. Do I appear to be such an unscrupulous person? Agreed. Secondly, you must not restrict my freedom, and most importantly, you cannot report to the Emperor or Empress. And the third? Xie Jing inquired, his gaze alight with curiosity, eager to discover what further stipulation the little princess might propose. Jianing pondered for a moment before replying. I have yet to formulate the third, so I shall inform you once I have decided. I too have a request, one I hope the princess will grant me. For some reason, the phrase the princess spoken by him carried a hint of ambiguity. Do you have further demands? She asked, her brow furrowing in mild displeasure. I wish for you to have eyes only for me, and not to develop affections for any pale-faced scholars, he declared earnestly. How do you know this? Jianing exclaimed, but immediately halted, noticing the darkening expression on his face. How could he possibly know? It was none other than her unscrupulous cousin, who, after suffering a defeat in a childhood duel, had harbored a grudge ever since. In the capital, he was hardly acquainted with any noble science. The only one he knew was a mixed friend and foe. He had intended to share his grievances with him, but to his dismay, he was met with sarcasm instead. It seemed to be true. Jianing forcefully shoved him and resolutely declared, this is none of your concern. It was not my affair before, but it shall be my concern from now on. He chuckled lightly, tapping the table with his hand. After their meal, they ultimately found themselves sharing the same bed. Yet tonight, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The person beside her softly suggested, if the princess cannot sleep, may I tell her a story? Go ahead. He began, once upon a time, there was a ghost. Jianing abruptly sat up, brandishing her pillow to strike him, exclaiming, Xie Jing, be quiet. If you are frightened, I can hold you while you sleep, he offered generously. Jianing, fuming, turned her back to him but soon found herself unconsciously leaning towards his side. Sensing the fragrance emanating from her, Xie Jing chuckled softly and patted her shoulder, lulling her into slumber. Chapter 140. Seeking pleasure in the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao sat on a small couch, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lu Yuro. Sister-in-law, I haven't seen second aunt these days. What has she been up to? Lu Yuro gently held Shun Yixian's small hand, smiling softly as she replied. Mother has been busy attending various banquets to find a suitable match for our third brother. Then it seems second aunt is quite anxious, fearing he might follow in Jia Yan's footsteps. However, our third brother is rather stubborn. It won't be easy for him, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, playfully waving a piece of pastry in front of Shun Yixian, who drooled in anticipation. She chuckled and took a small bite, causing the little one to pout and nearly cry. Upon seeing this, Lu Li quickly scooped him up to comfort him. Indeed, our third brother has been avoiding returning home during the day and only sneaks back after mother has gone to bed, Liu Rose said with a hint of amusement. It's both amusing and pitiable that a young master of a noble family must sneak home like a thief. Lu Zhao Zhao laughed at this, acknowledging Lu Yuro's cleverness. Second aunt is indeed resourceful. However, I believe our third brother can only evade for so long. Madam, a letter from the Princess Jianing's residence has arrived, Zhenzhu announced, bowing as she handed the letter to Lu Zhao Zhao. Liu Ro glanced at the time and stood up, saying, Zhao Zhao, it's getting late. I should return to my courtyard now. Sister-in-law, allow me to see you out. Lu Zhao Zhao offered, standing to escort Lu Yuro to the courtyard gate. Once she turned back inside, she picked up the letter. She had been thinking of Ning Ning these past few days, but since Ning Ning had just married, she did not want to intrude. To her surprise, the letter had arrived today. It seemed they shared a special connection. After reading the letter, Lu Zhao Zhao tucked it away in her dressing box. Ning Ning had invited her to the princess's residence the next day, expressing a desire to show her a wonderful place. For some reason, she felt a sense of guilt. In the evening, Lu Zhao Zhao rested her head against Shin Jiayan's chest as he caressed her delicate waist. Breathing softly, she said, tomorrow, I will visit Ning Ning's residence, so there is no need for Mo Jiang and Mo Han to accompany me. He lowered his gaze to her small head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. She had been exceptionally obedient lately, almost making him forget that his wife was not someone easily managed. It was merely that her accomplice had not been around. Maintaining his usual tone, he replied, all right, return early. Okay. Lu Zhao Zhao responded, feeling somewhat guilty, as she had yet to do anything wrong. The following day, after Xinjia Yan left for court, Lu Zhao Zhao rose to prepare herself. Before long, she stepped out, taking a moment to glance around. Not spotting Mo Jiang and Mo Han, she finally felt relieved. In her current guise, no one would believe she wasn't up to mischief. As she climbed into the carriage, Mo Jiang leapt down from the rooftop with a sigh of resignation. He couldn't comprehend the antics of the young master and his wife. Feeling quite burdened, a respectable guard had to engage in such clandestine activities. It seemed the young master would have to increase his monthly stipend. At the princess's residence, Jianing paced excitedly in the main courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao arrive with the servants, she hurried over, exclaiming, Zhao Zhao, come quickly. Today, I must take you to a wonderful place. What place? Upon witnessing her friend's exuberance, Lu Zhao Zhao could not help but feel a flutter of excitement herself. Since her marriage, she had become considerably more composed, a transformation largely attributable to her pregnancy with Shen Yixian. Jianing leaned closely and whispered in her ear. Wanghua Tower. What is Wanghua Tower? It is a well-known establishment among the affluent families of the capital, recognized for its performances rather than promiscuity. The young women and male performers there are not only handsome, but also possess remarkable talents. Although Lu Zhao Zhao had little interest in the charming male performers, she was indeed curious to meet the talented young women. Despite the liberal customs of Deqi, which rendered such pursuits rather inconsequential if discovered, the thought of Xinjia Yin finding out sent a shiver down her spine. Noticing her hesitation, Jia Ning eagerly fanned the flames of her excitement, saying, Zhao Zhao, let us be swift, my cousin will not notice our absence. Even if he does, what of it? You may suffer a little reprimand at most. Jia Ning's words were laced with irreverence, prompting Lu Zhao Zhao to blush and playfully sweat at her. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, veiling their faces with scarves. As their modesty still lingered, Mo Jiang observed as Lu Zhao Zhao entered the princess's estate, only to see her shortly thereafter entering Wanghua Tower with Jia Ning. A chill enveloped him. It was over. Given the jealousy of their family's heir, not only would the lady face consequences today, but he would as well. However, the heir held a tender regard for his wife, while Mo Jiang feared he would receive nothing less than a beating. The steward of Wanghua Tower was a stunning woman in her 30s, elegantly attired without revealing excessive skin, her demeanor exuding grace. Her eyes hinted at a playful charm that remained tasteful. Accustomed to the highborn ladies and esteemed families of the capital, she discerned their wealth and status at a glance. Approaching them, she gently waved her fan and inquired, might I ask if the two young ladies wish to listen to music or watch a dance? Both, Jia Ning boldly declared, producing a stack of banknotes gifted by her cousin on her birthday, finally finding a use for them. The steward accepted the notes with a soft smile, saying, ladies, please come upstairs. Before ascending, Jia Ning exchanged a few whispered words with the steward, who nodded in understanding, leading them to a private room on the east side of the second floor. Wanghua Tower indeed proved to be an elegant establishment, adorned not with gold and silver, but with exquisite jade artifacts, and even the incense wafted a subtle refinement. Seated together, Lu Zhao Zhao playfully teased, Ning Ning. It appears even General Xie cannot keep you in check. Naturally, I am the princess, and he is but the prince consort. I say one, and he must not dare to say two. Indeed, her highness exudes majesty. Jia Ning giggled, poking her side, do not be foolish. As a princess, she was expected to maintain an air of dignity and composure in public. Having lacked companions in her youth, she had only known the formality of her peers, who addressed her with reverence, yet maintained a distance. Only Zhao Zhao had looked at her with bright, innocent eyes and asked, your name is truly lovely. May I call you Ning Ning? Thus, before Zhao Zhao, she is not the princess of Deqi, but merely Ning Ning, and will remain so for a lifetime. Chapter 141. Revelry. Lu Zhao Zhao and Jia Ning were engaged in playful banter when a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a pale blue skirt and a handsome young man dressed in a moon-white long robe entered, carrying a guqin. The woman inquired, may I ask what melodies and dances delight you, ladies? Jia Ning glanced at the man behind the woman, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Though his complexion was fair and his demeanor refined, he could not hold a candle to Xie Jing. She cleared her throat and replied, please feel free to play and dance as you wish. We are not discerning. Upon hearing her words, the pair bowed and began their preparations. In a short while, the melodious notes of the guqin filled the air, gentle and unhurried. As the woman gracefully moved to the music, her every gesture a captivating sight. Jia Ning watched with rapt attention, pouring a cup of fruit wine for Lu Zhao Zhao. Behind them, Zhenzhu and Lu Li exchanged glances, a hint of concern in their eyes. They were all too familiar with how their lady behaved when she had indulged too much. What does it mean to have a heart as heavy as death? At that moment, Mo Jiang truly understood, observing the sinister smile on the heir's lips, prompting him to bury his head deeper. It was no wonder they had not permitted Mo Jiang and Mo Han to accompany them. It appeared they were off to indulge in infidelity. Lu Zhao Zhao had indeed grown bolder. Mo Jiang informed General Xie. Shen Jiayan declared as he rose and made his way toward the door. How could such an event be known only to him? Why is it always me who draws the short straw? Mo Jiang lamented, his expression one of despair, while Mo Han remained impassive. When Mo Jiang found Xie Jing, he was training soldiers in the drill ground. Upon hearing the news, Xie Jing scoffed, casting aside his spear and bidding the soldiers to continue as he strode away, leaving the bewildered soldiers to wonder what had caused their young general to lose his composure. Lu Zhao had consumed merely a couple of cups when she began to feel a slight dizziness. Jianing nudged her with her elbow, chuckling as she asked, Zhao Zhao, how does that gentleman playing the guqin compare to my cousin? Lu Zhao gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, he pales in comparison. Jianing nodded in agreement. Not only could he not measure up to her unparalleled cousin, but even Xie Jing was a superior figure. The two exchanged a knowing smile and raised their cups, but before they could bring them to their lips, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The musicians paused their performance, effortlessly retreating to the side. Such scenes were familiar to them. Although they were artists for hire, many ladies would come to confront their husbands. For a woman's jealousy could be quite fierce. However, it was rare for a husband to exhibit such overt jealousy. Lu Zhao and Jia Ning looked toward the entrance. Where Shun Jian and Xie stood, their faces darkened, side by side at the shattered door. Lu Zhao instinctively recoiled, while Jia Ning rose, displeased, saying, What brings you here? You truly are a spoilsport. Xie Jing sneered, advancing toward Jia Ning. This little princess was indeed incorrigible, treating his words as mere whispers in the wind. He glanced at the man standing aside, perplexed as to what was so appealing about such a feeble young man. Xie Jing, what are you planning? If you dare to strike me, you shall meet your doom. At this moment, Jia Ning began to feel a sense of fear, belatedly realizing that in terms of martial prowess, she was no match for Xie Jing. Just as she contemplated seeking assistance from her cousin, she noticed him gazing at Zhao Zhao with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Without further ado, Xie Jing stepped forward and hoisted Jia Ning onto his shoulder. She struggled, slapping him angrily. You scoundrel, put me down. Silence, Xie Jing retorted, striding out while carrying her. Lu Zhao called out worriedly, Ning Ning. Shun Jian leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked in a low voice, Madam, will you come willingly? Or shall I come and fetch you? Lu Zhao swayed as she attempted to rise, but Liuli and Jinzhu quickly supported her. Shun Jian approached and enveloped her in his embrace, his demeanor exuding a low pressure, yet his touch was exceedingly gentle. Lu Zhao did not resist. Instead, she nestled her head against his chest, feeling drowsy. He carried her out of Wanyue Tower and into the carriage of the Duke of Hugua, continuing to hold her as he disembarked and made his way to Zhao Jia courtyard. The maidservants greeted them as usual, showing no particular surprise. Only Liuli and Jinzhu, trailing behind, felt somewhat uncertain. They were well aware of how much the heir cherished the madam. He would never harm her. However, this situation. Shen Jiayan gently placed Lu Zhao onto the bed and turned to say, You may all leave now. Liuli and Jinzhu had no choice but to bow and exit. This time, they did not close the door behind them. Shen Jiayan glanced at the drowsy Lu Zhao before turning to lock the door, returning to the bed with an intense gaze fixed upon her as he loosened his belt and unfastened the buttons of his collar. Perhaps his gaze was too fervent. Or perhaps Lu Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting Shen Jiayan's penetrating stare and his almost disheveled attire. Instantly, she became alert. Sporting a sheepish smile as she gently suggested, Shen Jiayan, let us discuss this properly. Your approach is hardly conducive to marital harmony. Lu Zhao was quite the clever one. She would not confront him head-on. Despite his usual compliance, she knew that if it came to it, she would be no match for him. Shen Jian chuckled coldly, tossing his garments aside, and leaned in menacingly, saying, Your audacity grows bolder by the day. You dare tread wherever you please. If I don't keep you in bed for 3 days, I shall change my surname. Seeing his intentions becoming serious, Lu Zhao struggled to rise from the bed. Shen Jian did not stop her, but watched as she dashed to the door. In a leisurely manner, he descended the bed, caught her waist, and brought her back to the mattress, leaning down to kiss her lips, which bore the scent of wine. He secured her wrists with one hand while the other began to tug at her dress. Liuli and Jinzhu stood at the door for quite some time, without hearing any commotion. Anxiously, they were about to burst in when they heard Lu Zhao's muffled cry from within, Shen Jiayan, be gentler, you rascal. They breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back, dispersing the young maidservants in the courtyard, confident in their knowledge that the heir would never dare harm the madam. At this moment, Lu Zhao exuded an air of fearless defiance. In the past, even the slightest whimper or frown from her would halt him in his tracks. Yet today, he remained impervious to her plight. To speak candidly, he did not inflict any real pain upon her. It was merely that she was on the verge of surrender. Just as she attempted to rise, Shen Jiayan yanked her back, and with a voice tinged with tears, she scolded, Are you finished yet? It seemed that the lady possessed a commendable resilience, having deceived him all along. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, prompting Lu Zhao to emit a few broken sobs. Do you realize your mistake? Shen Jiayan leaned down to kiss her slightly damp temple. He would never genuinely harm her. It was merely a tactic to instill a little fear, ensuring she did not grow too audacious. I was wrong, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with great reluctance. It was not until the sun had set that Shen Jiayin carried her to the cleansing room. Even in her slumber, she murmured, Shen Jiayin, you are a bastard. He chuckled softly as he tenderly bathed her, his movements exceedingly gentle. Chapter 142. The forceful kiss. Xie Jing carried Jianing back to the princess mansion, where the servants all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. He tossed her onto the bed, and Jianing immediately sprang up, her anger flaring. Xie Jing, are you out of your mind? Xie Jing dragged a round stool over and sat before her, a cold smile playing on his lips. Little princess, do you truly disregard my words? I have acquiesced to so many of your requests, yet you refuse to comply with even the simplest of conditions. Thus, I shall no longer be bound by your stipulations. With that, he rose and approached her, his presence imposing. Jianing, unaccustomed to such audacity, instinctively raised her hand and struck his chin, her nails leaving a trail of crimson on his jaw. With a wavering voice, she said, Xie Jing, I didn't mean to. If you hadn't frightened me, I wouldn't have hit you. Xie Jing paid no heed to the wound on his face. Instead, he pulled Jianing closer, leaning down to claim her incessantly chattering lips with a kiss. Her eyes widened in shock, and she attempted to push him away, but he seized her wrist, holding it tightly against his chest. Lacking experience with women, his kiss was devoid of finesse, alternating between gentle and forceful as he nibbled at her delicate lips. After what felt like an eternity, he finally withdrew slightly, gazing at her glistening red lips, a deeper desire flickering in his eyes. Xie Jing, you are outrageous. I am a princess. How dare you disrespect me? I shall go to the palace immediately and have father punish you with 100 strokes. And then I will seek a divorce. She had never endured such humiliation, being forcibly carried back in front of so many people. And he audaciously disregarded her will. What a scoundrel. Do as you wish, but don't even think about a divorce, Xie Jing replied, a smile lingering on his lips as he turned to leave. This little princess was truly unruly, but that was well. It gave him ample reason to bully her openly in the future. As the sun began to set, Yu Yao and Yun Qian hurried into the room after Xie Jing had exited, asking, Princess, are you all right? Yu Yao, help me tidy my appearance. Yun Qian, prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace to see father. I can no longer endure this humiliation. At this moment, Jianing was entirely consumed by her loss of dignity, having forgotten the very reason for the incident. Princess, please calm down. It would be unwise to inform His Majesty of this matter, Yu Yao advised softly, relieved that Granny's son was away on business, for otherwise it would have been impossible to keep this under wraps. Jianing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She slumped onto a small couch, realizing that if her father were to learn of this, he would surely chastise her for her lack of decorum, perhaps even forbidding her from going out. She had fought hard for her freedom and could not afford to lose it over a trivial matter, yet the indignity she felt was unbearable. Yu Yao, secure the doors and windows. Do not allow that scoundrel Xie Jing to enter. Yu Yao glanced at the doors and windows, thinking to herself that such precautions were futile against the prince, but she could not afford to stoke the flames of anger further. She bowed and replied, Yes, princess. As evening fell, Xie Jing pushed against the door but found it locked. He smirked, well aware of her fiery temperament. He approached the window and, with a slight exertion, easily climbed in. At this moment, Jianing had fallen into a deep slumber. He had discarded his outer garments and, without a trace of hesitation, drew Jianing into his embrace upon the bed. The following day, when she awoke, Xie Jing had already departed for the training grounds. Yet, from the bedclothes, she could distinctly sense the cold, crisp aroma that lingered around him. Glancing at the rickety window, she realized there was little left to misunderstand. In a fit of anger, she hurled his pillow to the floor and stamped upon it a few times, feeling slightly relieved thereafter. After all, she was bound to him for life, so she might as well navigate the chaos together with him. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao did not rise until the sun was high in the sky, stretching her slightly sore waist as she sat up from her bed. Lu Li, hearing the commotion, promptly knocked on the door. Upon hearing Lu Zhao Zhao's voice, she and Zhenzhu pushed the door open and entered. Lu Li walked to the round table, poured a cup of tea, and gently handed it to Lu Zhao Zhao, inquiring softly, Madam, do you feel unwell? Lu Zhao Zhao took a sip from the cup, her cheeks flushing as she replied, I am well. Madam, this morning the Duchess visited the young master. Seeing you still asleep, she did not wish to disturb you. What? Mother has been here? Lu Zhao Zhao felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She had made quite the blunder, caught off guard by her mother. If Ning Ning were to drag her into mischief again, she would have to be far more cautious, ensuring she would not be discovered. She wondered how Ning Ning was faring. Lu Zhao Zhao rose to check on Shanixuan and spent some time playing with him before heading towards the Yiqing courtyard. Princess Jingro was seated inside, perusing a booklet sent by the Wu family when she heard a young maid greeting her. She casually set the booklet down and stepped out to welcome Zhao Zhao, who bowed respectfully, saying, "I come to pay my respects to mother." Princess Jingro extended her hand to assist her, pulling her into the inner chamber with a smile. "This morning, I visited Yishuan and saw you still asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you. Raising a child is indeed a challenging endeavor." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but blush. She felt that her mother-in-law was rare indeed, even providing her with a legitimate excuse for her late rising. Though the rationale was somewhat flimsy, with the presence of nurses and maids in the courtyard, her assistance was hardly necessary. Her daily amusement stemmed from provoking her spirited son into tears, leaving the nurses with a pile of chaos to manage. It was indeed a source of shame. "Mother speaks the truth," she responded softly, her cheeks still tinged with color. Princess Jingro smiled knowingly, saying nothing further, having experienced it herself. She understood well that the affection shared by young couples was invaluable. Truly, a harmonious family fosters prosperity in all endeavors. Zhao Zhao turned her attention to the booklet on the table, her curiosity piqued. "Mother, what is this?" Princess Jingro picked up the booklet and handed it to her with a hint of exasperation in her smile. "This was sent by your second aunt, who asked me for assistance in deliberating over it. Your second aunt has become quite frantic in her quest to find a suitable bride for Jiahao." Zhao Zhao casually flipped through a few pages and chuckled. "But even if both you and second aunt favor this bride, if third brother does not, it would be of no use. Who could argue otherwise?" Zhao Zhao paused as she turned to a page, noting the third young lady of the Chao family, Chao Yurong, who was merely 15 years of age. Although this young girl appeared timid, she did not falter in the face of adversity. During the tumultuous events at the second prince's residence, it was initially anticipated that she would be thoroughly frightened. However, to everyone's surprise, she maintained her composure and even engaged in light-hearted conversation. Xinjia possessed a temperament somewhat akin to Xinjia Yan's. Zhao Zhao was genuinely curious to observe whether a girl with such a gentle and soft demeanor like Chao Yurong might evoke a similar response. Noticing her enigmatic smile, Princess Jingro inquired, "Zhao Zhao, what occupies your thoughts?" Zhao Zhao chuckled softly and shook her head, then asked, "Mother, are you aware of which young lady second aunt has taken a liking to?" Pointing to a page, Princess Jingro replied, "The second daughter of the Yunyang Marquis." Zhao Zhao glanced down, considering her aunt's discerning taste. She recognized the second daughter of the Kong family, who had once been a companion to Ning Ning, sharing the same age. Indeed, her demeanor was exceptionally composed, and she was well-versed in poetry and literature. However, Chapter 143, Selecting a Son-in-Law in the Ministry of Revenue, Madame Chao placed a booklet before Chao Yurong, tears glistening in her eyes as she shook her head in despair. Were it her elder siblings, she would have scolded them fiercely, but before her youngest daughter, she could neither strike nor berate, and thus resorted to gentle coaxing. "Ronger, please choose someone, will you? We do not seek a prestigious family. We only desire a sound family background and good character." Madame Chao found herself at a loss. She had not intended to seek a suitor for her daughter so soon. The events at the second prince's residence still haunted her, for as the saying goes, it is not the thief's stealth that frightens one, but the thief's intent. Though Chao Yurong was not particularly talkative, she possessed a refined inner quality and was acutely aware of her mother's worries. The thought of marrying a stranger filled her with dread, and moreover, none of the gentlemen in the portraits appeared handsome. Suddenly, a figure flickered in her mind. Emboldened, she blushed and uttered the boldest declaration of her life. "Mother, I have someone I admire. I like young Master Shun." Madame Chao, lost in her own musings, was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's words. "You little girl, you have someone you like? Who do you mean?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. Chao Yurong lowered her gaze, nervously twisting her handkerchief. Had she been too reckless? She had mentioned young Master Shun in hopes of dissuading her mother, certain that he would not have any interest in her demeanor. Thus, even if her mother were to approach him, he would undoubtedly decline. "Ronger, are you serious? You are not jesting with your mother, are you?" Madame Chao felt her head spinning. How could her daughter, having only met Jiahao once, have developed feelings? Yet, knowing her daughter's nature, she was unlikely to lie about such matters. Seeing her mother seemingly convinced, Chao Yurong sighed with relief and softly replied, "Mother, every word I speak is true, but I understand that the Duke's family is of too high a status, so let this matter rest. If I find someone else I admire in the future, I will discuss it with you, all right?" Madame Chao sat in silence for a considerable time. Despite the Duke's family being of noble standing, their reputation was impeccable, and no scandal had ever surfaced. She had a close relationship with Lady Wu and was well aware of her character. Both Yuru and Zhao Zhao were clear-minded and good children. If Ronger were to marry into the Duke's family, at least she would not face bullying from her mother-in-law or sisters-in-law, which would ease her concerns. However, Jiahao was young and already had a bright future ahead. She gazed at her soft and gentle daughter, uncertain whether such a temperament would suffice for managing a household. She also questioned whether Sister Wu would be willing to entertain such a match, for she too had a son and understood the desire for a daughter-in-law who was dignified, composed, and prudent. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth. For her daughter's sake, she would take the plunge. Suddenly rising, she declared, "Ronger, I shall speak with your Aunt Wu right away. It is essential to inquire about her opinion." With that, Madame Chow strode out with purpose. "Mother, wait, I am not." By the time Chow Yuru realized and rushed out, Madame Chow had already vanished without a trace. She turned back, feeling somewhat at a loss, and glanced at her personal maid, her eyes brimming with tears of anxiety. Han Rui quickly assisted her in sitting down, gently reassuring her, "Miss, do not fret just yet. Madame Shen may not necessarily agree, after all." Chow Yuru nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Han Rui was right. Aunt Wu would surely not consent. She was quite self-aware. It was truly unwise to lie, and she vowed never to do so again, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. Madame Chow was of an impatient disposition. Unwilling to wait a moment longer once she had made up her mind, she boarded her carriage and headed straight for the Duke of Huguo's residence. Meanwhile, Wu Shi was preoccupied with the task of selecting a bride for Shen Jiahao, overwhelmed by the chaos, especially since that troublesome boy was nowhere to be found. When a maid entered the room, she bowed and reported, "Second madam, the doorman says Madame Chow has arrived." Wu Shi was taken aback, but quickly tidied the documents on the table and replied, "Please, invite her in." Madame Chow was led into Wu Shi's courtyard by the maid. Wu Shi promptly stood and greeted her. "You have come, please, take a seat." "Dear Sister Wu, I apologize for my unannounced visit." "I hope it is not too much of an intrusion," Madame Chow said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The well-being of her children was paramount to her, especially that gentle and obedient daughter of hers. Having found a suitable young man, it was only natural for a mother to advocate for her. Even if it did not come to fruition, it would be worth the effort. Wu Shi poured her a cup of tea, smiling as she spoke. "You need not say such things. Our friendship warrants no formality." Madame Chow, however, was not one to keep her thoughts concealed. She candidly stated, "Sister Wu, you are aware of my straightforward nature. I have come today with a matter I wish to discuss." "Speak freely, dear sister. There is no need for such reservations between us," Wu Shi replied with a chuckle. When it came to her daughter's marriage, Madame Chow could not outright mention that Yuru had her heart set on Shen Jiahao. If this matter did not succeed, it could lead to ridicule should it become known. And she worried that Yuru would not handle it well. After some contemplation, she began, "Sister Wu, you must be aware of the recent events at the second prince's residence. The thought still sends shivers down my spine. You see, a girl like Yuru would hardly survive in the royal court. Thus, I am quite eager to arrange a suitable match for her." Without needing to articulate every detail, Wu Shi understood her intentions. Truth be told, she had a fondness for the young lady from the Chow family. Though timid, she possessed a clarity of heart and a straightforward nature, devoid of any pretensions. "Sister Wu, I recognize Yuru's disposition and understand it may be a bit demanding. Even if you are reluctant, I would not harbor any discontent," Madame Chow quickly added. Noticing Wu Shi's silence, "In matters of marriage, mutual consent is essential. It is unreasonable to pressure someone into agreement simply because of our friendship." Wu Shi playfully interjected, "Your words about Yuru are not pleasing to my ears as her aunt. Who says that every young woman must be as bold as you and I? Yuru possesses her own grace. You are aware of that unruly boy of mine. If he is unwilling, no one can compel him. Fortunately, in a few days, the residence will host a flower appreciation banquet. Would it be agreeable for you to accompany Ronger to the manor for a visit? As mothers, we are all too familiar with the concerns that accompany our children. Moreover, her wayward son currently has no suitable companion, which has led her to toil tirelessly with little reward." Upon hearing this, Madame Chow immediately responded with a smile, "Since you have mentioned it, I shall certainly bring Rongo along." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Madame Chow finally rose to take her leave. As Wu Shi escorted her out, a smile graced her face, indicating that this troublesome boy's marriage may indeed be on the horizon. Chapter 144. Refusal upon returning to the residence. Lady Chow enthusiastically recounted the details of the banquet to Chow Yuro. Yet, beneath her cheerful facade lay a visage of astonishment. "Mother, must we truly attend this banquet?" Lady Chow, mistaking her daughter's hesitance for shyness, chuckled warmly. "Oh, my dear child, are you feeling bashful? Besides, do you not adore Sister Lu the most? Attending will afford you the chance to see her." Chow Yurong hesitated. She had no desire to participate in the flower viewing banquet, yet her longing to meet Sister Lu prevailed. Ultimately, she acquiesced with a gentle nod. On the 15th of each month, the residents of the Huguo Duke's mansion would gather at Baomao Hall to dine with the venerable matriarch, Lady Shun. This month was no exception. Seated at the head of the table, Lady Shen beamed at the sight of her flourishing descendants. Turning affectionately, she addressed her granddaughters, Yurua, Zhao Zhao. You both have worked hard caring for the children. Today, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for you. Do partake generously. Before they could respond, Shen Jiayan, cradling Shen Yishuan, glanced at his brother Shen Jiachen, who was playfully holding Shen Yihuan, and chuckled, Grandmother, this soup is meant for my brother and me. Laughter erupted around the table, while Lu Zhao discreetly pinched him. Shushan, we must soon discuss Jiahao's marriage. Are there any suitable young ladies? Lady Shen inquired softly. Shen Jiahao. Sitting nearby, amused Shen Yishuan and Shen Yihuan, seemingly oblivious to his grandmother's words. Mother, I have already begun my search. In a few days, I wish to host a flower viewing banquet at our residence, inviting some eligible young ladies. What do you think? That sounds splendid. As one ages, the bustle of the household becomes increasingly delightful. However, while family background is secondary, the most crucial aspect is the character of the bride. Indeed, mother. Your words are etched in my mind. The daughter-in-law, Wu, assented, casting a disapproving glance at her son, whose demeanor was far from appropriate. With a deep sigh, Shen Jiahao realized evasion was futile. He looked at his elder brothers, whose faces radiated warmth, and grimaced, is marriage truly so wonderful? After much deliberation, Wu finally prepared the invitations, including those for the second daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, Kang Yuexin and Xiao Yuro. Once a bastion of prominence, the Yunyang Marquis had birthed a noble consort, yet it had gradually waned in fortune over the years. Fortunately, the current generation of sons had excelled, each securing a place in the civil service. 3 days later, at Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao sat before the bronze mirror as Lioli adorned her with makeup. She chuckled, Lioli, do as you please. Today is not about me selecting a suitor for myself, but rather about choosing a bride for Jiahao. Madam, are you challenging me? Shen Jiayan, standing behind her, teased with a smile. As Lioli meticulously shaped her brows, Zhao Zhao rolled her eyes. Shen Shitzi, why are you lingering here? Hurry to the Dali temple. My second brother is on the verge of marriage. You cannot delegate every responsibility to him. Very well, since you seem to disdain my presence, I shall take my leave. Do not forget to bring me the pig's knuckles from Zhe. Xian Lu understood. He responded with a light chuckle before striding out of the courtyard. By the time Lu Zhao arrived, several ladies and young women had already gathered. She offered a slight bow and greeted her relatives. Second aunt, sister-in-law, Zhao Zhao is here. Please take a seat. Wu's warm welcome filled the room. In such gatherings, the gentle Princess Rorong would not make an appearance, as her presence might cause a stir among the ladies. Lu Zhao took her place beside Lu Yuro. Xiao Yuyong, seated next to Madame Chao, kept her head bowed, remaining silent. She was uncertain how her mother had spoken to Aunt Wu. If it were to be revealed that she harbored affections for young Master Shen, her embarrassment would be unbearable, and merely contemplating this brought tears to her eyes. Upon hearing of Lu Zhao's arrival, she finally lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling, and Lu Zhao responded with a warm smile. Seeing this, Lu Yuro teased, our Zhao Zhao is indeed quite charming, even drawing the attention of the reticent Yuyong. Lu Zhao chuckled softly, replying, Sister-in-law, please do not jest. I may have a thick skin, but I fear for Yuyong's modesty. At this, Qiao Yuyong blushed and smiled shyly, while Wu offered a few light-hearted laughs. Lu Yuro, observing the couple's growing affection, felt a sense of joy as a mother-in-law. The other ladies present, witnessing this camaraderie, were increasingly eager to marry off their daughters into the Duke of whose household, for the husband was commendable, the mother-in-law amiable, and the sister-in-law kind, a rarity in the entire capital. Second lady, the Duchess of Luan has arrived, a maid announced at the door with a courteous bow. Please, come in. Wu invited warmly. The Duchess, appearing to be in her 40s, walked in with grace, followed by a young lady who also bowed elegantly. Greetings, madam. Duchess, please have a seat. Wu smiled gently. The assembled ladies exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the demeanor and appearance of the second daughter of the Kong family. Among so many young women present, it seemed that only the daughter of the heir might surpass her in allure, given her esteemed lineage. It was puzzling that she remained unmarried. Though others were unaware, Lu Zhao knew a bit of the story. Kang Yuexin was known for her reserved nature and her reluctance to engage with others. Back when she served as a companion to the princess, she rarely uttered a word. Lu Zhao, being carefree and talkative, managed to converse with her occasionally, but their exchanges were limited to mere sentences. Kang Yuexin, like Lu Zhao, was the youngest legitimate daughter in her family. She had an elder sister and a younger half-sister. Her elder sister, Kang Yuexin, had married the Duke of Gong 5 years prior but tragically died in childbirth 3 years ago, leaving behind a child. The Duchess of Luan, grieving for her eldest daughter and grandchild, wished for Kang Yuexin to marry the Duke of Gong as his second wife. which was why she had yet to arrange any matches for her. However, this was unknown to the others. Second lady, my Yuexin, with her willowy grace, has occupied your thoughts, but this girl was very close to her elder sister. Since her sister's passing, she has devoted herself to my side, inadvertently delaying her own marriage. The Duchess's words bewildered those present, as they were aware that today's flower-viewing banquet was intended for selecting a bride for young Master Shun. Did her remarks imply that her family sought to distance themselves from such an alliance? Although Madame Wu believed that the second daughter of the Kong family possessed both beauty and grace, she was mindful of the young lady's reluctance to pursue further intentions. With a smile, she remarked, Miss Kong is indeed exceptionally lovely. How could one possibly liken her to a mere willow? However, there are some genuine willows outside that Madame Ho may wish to observe. One of the ladies chimed in cheerfully, Madame Wu speaks wisely. Let us venture outside for a stroll. I am determined to wait for your third son to return today, for I am curious to see what this promising young man truly looks like. Then let us go out and take a look, Madame Wu said, rising with a smile. Chapter 145. Heart and spirit. Upon exiting the room, several familiar young ladies gathered together, giggling. Xiao Yurong timidly glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao, who smiled and said, Yurong, this is my sister-in-law, whom you met last time. You may call her Sister Lu. Hello, Sister Lu, Xiao Yurong greeted, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yuru had already discerned that Lu Zhao Zhao and the second daughter of the Kong family had matters to discuss, and she gently remarked, Go on. I will take care of Yurong. Only one who knows me well would say that. Lu Zhao Zhao teased with a smile, then turned to Xiao Yurong and softly said, Yurong, stay with Sister Lu for a while. I shall return shortly. All right. Lu Zhao Zhao then rose and approached Kong Yuexin, who stood alone nearby. As she approached, Kong Yuexin slightly tilted her head and chuckled. The young master's wife truly seems to have achieved complete happiness. Lu Zhao Zhao understood there was no malice in her words and quietly inquired, Are you well? Kong Yuexin raised her gaze to her mother, who was engaging pleasantly with others, reflecting on the irony that such a person could force her own daughter to become a concubine for another's husband. The title of Duchess meant little to her. With a somewhat vacant expression, she spoke, Zhao Zhao, not everyone is as fortunate as you to marry the one they love. But I am not an object. I am a living being. My mother accuses me of selfishness, insisting that, out of gratitude for how well my elder sister treated me in the past, I should care for her children. But did she truly treat me well? I could marry a commoner or someone I do not love, yet I refuse to live like a puppet for the sake of others. Her tone was remarkably calm. She had long been aware of her mother's favoritism towards her elder sister. She could marry anyone, but she would not agree to wed the Duke of Gong for her sister's sake. Lu Zhao Zhao stood quietly beside her, offering silent companionship. One cannot truly understand another's suffering unless they have endured it themselves. After a long while, Kong Yuexin gave a self-deprecating smile, saying, You know, my mother has kept me confined to our estate all these years to force my compliance, fearing I might meet a suitor. Had it not been for Madame Shin's specific invitation today, she would never have allowed me to come out. Is there anything I can do for you? Lu Zhao Zhao softly asked. Kong Yuexin turned to her with a gentle smile. Just being here to listen is already the greatest assistance you could provide. Zhao Zhao, continue to find happiness. Seeing you is like glimpsing another version of myself in this world. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Yet she was powerless to change the situation. One cannot meddle in another's family affairs. She could only hope for a brighter future for her friend, wishing that she would not have to endure such hardships. Madame Luan, noticing the two young women in deep conversation, approached them with some concern. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded gently and turned to leave. Yuexin, you haven't spoken out of turn, have you? Madame Luan asked anxiously, observing her daughter's increasingly radiant appearance, which only heightened her unease. Had Yuexin still been alive, she would have undoubtedly chosen a suitable family for Yuexin. However, with Yuexin gone, how difficult it must be for the little child without her family to protect her in the Wangfu. Mother, if I have spoken anything, it is merely the unvarnished truth. Since you have dared to act, do not fear my words. After all, if things go as you wish, the entire capital will soon know. Kong Yuexin spoke with an icy tone. Perhaps her mother loved her, but in comparison to her elder sister, such affection seemed utterly insignificant. Madame Luan hesitated, her lips moving but ultimately uttering not a single word, beginning to regret her decision to bring her daughter out. Upon her return, Lu Yiru gently inquired, Zhao Zhao, is everything all right? Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and shook her head, initiating casual conversation. Xiao Yuyong stole a glance at Kong Yuexin, noticing that her elder sister appeared quite sorrowful. Second madam, the third young master has returned, a maid quickly reported with a bow. Let him come in. Wuxia glanced at the assembly and promptly corrected herself. Shun Jiahao had just returned to the residence and had not even changed his attire when he was intercepted by a maid by his mother's side, who insisted on bringing him over. Perhaps due to his tender age, the official robes he wore did not age him. Rather, he appeared spirited and full of vigor. As he entered, he was greeted by a flurry of young ladies, and for a fleeting moment, he was overwhelmed, almost losing his composure. His mother had truly worried herself sick for him. While he had no particular impression of the other young ladies, he paused as he passed by Chao Yunyang, recognizing her as the timid little lamb. Intrigued, he deliberately shot her a fierce look, causing Chao Yunyang's eyes to widen in fear. Her grip on Zhao Zhao trembling as she slowly retreated behind her. Observing this, Wushi disregarded the presence of others. Standing before him and scolding him in a hushed tone, "You little rascal, what are you doing? Don't you know Yunyang is timid? Why are you glaring at her?" "Mother, I was wrong. Please let go. You might just pull my ear off, and then I won't be able to find a wife," he replied languidly. Wushi finally released him, adjusting his attire while feeling somewhat sheepish. "Ladies, forgive my son. He speaks without thinking, but his heart is not malicious. Naturally. Who does not know that the sons of the Duke of Guogua are all of impeccable character?" Jiahao rubbed his ear, which had turned red from being twisted, only to turn and catch the mischievous smile of Chao Yunyang. Upon being noticed, she quickly concealed it, revealing that her courage was not as feeble as he had assumed. Wushi led Jiahao around for introductions, and when they reached Kong Yuexin, Madame Luan wished to shield her daughter from his gaze. However, upon noticing he paid her daughter no mind, she let out a sigh of relief. Kong Yuexin silently smirked at Madame Luan. She held little interest in the Duke of Guogua, but the Prince of Gong's residence was equally off-putting. One day, she would ensure that her mother regretted her choices. "Jiahao, this is your Aunt Zhong. You must recognize her," Wushi said as she stood before Madame Chao. "Greetings, Aunt." Jiahao responded with a respectful bow. Madame Chao responded with a smile, reaching out to pull her daughter, who was standing behind her, closer. "Why would anyone be shy about expressing their admiration?" she said, not at all yielding to the embarrassment of the moment. She raised an eyebrow at Chao Yunyang and remarked, "Ronger, this is Master Shen, whom you have met before." Chao Yunyang, understanding her mother's implication, recalled the nonsensical remarks she had made earlier, and her face flushed crimson. Lowering her head slightly, she offered a polite greeting. "I have met Master Shen." Jiahao silently regarded her with a smile that was neither here nor there, while Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru exchanged knowing glances. Their smiles indicating that this third brother-in-law had indeed captured their sister's heart. Madame Wu, perceptive as ever, gently tugged at Jiahao's sleeve and whispered, "Do restrain yourself a bit." Jiahao feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow as he looked at his mother. Madame Wu clicked her tongue softly. Thinking that this troublesome boy was trying to deceive her, her keen eyes could see through his antics. The other ladies nearby also recognized that the youthful and renowned Master Shen was unlikely to be a match for their family, yet they remained unconcerned. For matters of marriage are ultimately dictated by fate. Chapter 146. The engagement. As the banquet concluded, only Jiahao, Lady Wu, and the second master remained in the room. She inquired, "Now speak your mind. Which young lady captures your fancy?" Leaning languidly in his chair, Jiahao replied nonchalantly, "Mother, if this marriage is truly unavoidable, then I suppose the daughter of the Chao family will suffice." Lady Wu rose, glaring at him with fury. "You impudent boy, how can you speak so carelessly? With that tone, you sound rather reluctant. Do you truly believe yourself to be so desirable? The girl, Yunyang, may not even wish to marry you." In her agitation, she stood to strike him, but the second master intervened, restraining her. Jiahao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Mother, was it not you who asked me? I provide my answer. And you are still displeased." The second master, intrigued, asked, "What is it about this young lady from the Chao family that sets her apart? She is amusing." Jiahao smiled, only to earn a sharp slap from Lady Wu. "Is marrying a wife merely for your amusement? Speak respectfully, or I shall break your legs." The second master, witnessing his wife's fiery temper, opted for silence, pretending to focus on his tea. He thought it unwise to provoke her further, knowing she would not strike him after chastising their son. "Mother, what exactly do you wish for me to do?" Jiahao inquired, a note of resignation in his voice. Lady Wu did not respond directly, instead commanding, "Prepare gifts. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to Madame Chao." "Yes, my lady," came the reply, pointing at Jiahao. Lady Wu declared, "I want you to choose your bride carefully. Should you dare to have second thoughts later, I shall break my legs," he interjected with a chuckle. "Since marriage is inevitable, I might as well choose someone obedient and straightforward. That young lady from the Chao family, though a bit loud, is unlikely to constrain me, which I find quite agreeable." With a huff, Lady Wu turned and sat down, secretly pleased. Her long-held concern was finally resolved, and soon she would enjoy her days like her sister-in-law, doting on grandchildren. The following day, Lady Wu personally delivered the gifts. Madame Chao welcomed her with a beaming smile. and their straightforward natures led to a lack of formalities. Lady Wu cheerfully asked, "Sister, might your esteemed household be willing to join our families in matrimony?" Madame Chao's heart leaped with joy as she responded, "Zhao Zhao is a promising young man, and I am well aware of your temperament, sister. I would have no reservations in marrying Yunyang into your family. However, you know Yunyang is rather timid, so I hope you will be patient with her in the future." "Sister, such words are unnecessary. We will soon be one family. I shall return home to prepare the betrothal gifts, and tomorrow, Zhao Zhao and I will formally propose," Lady Wu said, her face radiant with joy. Madame Chao escorted Lady Wu to the door and quickly instructed, "Summon the third young lady at once. Tell her I have wonderful news to share." Seated with a gleeful expression, Madame Chao sipped her tea, delighting in her cleverness as a mother. It was merely a son. But since her daughter had chosen him, she would undoubtedly support her. Soon, Yunyang would learn of this news and be overjoyed. What? Upon hearing her mother's words, Chao Yunyang felt a wave of darkness wash over her and fainted, causing great alarm to Madame Chao, who frantically exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly, fetch the physician." Within the span of a single incense stick, the doctor arrived in haste, carrying his medicine box. After a careful examination, he assured, the third young lady merely experienced a moment of excitement, which led to her fainting. "She will recover shortly, madam. There is no need for concern." With a sigh of relief, Madame Chao gestured for a maid to reward the doctor, softly expressing her gratitude. Once the doctor departed, she sat beside her daughter, a smile tinged with exasperation on her lips. This child, even in joy, should not be so overcome. Otherwise, she shall become the subject of ridicule. After half an hour, Chao Yunyang slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing her mother beside her, recalled the earlier conversation about how young Master Shun would come to propose the next day. She nearly gasped in shock, quickly taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. "Yunyang, you are awake. Is there any discomfort?" Madame Chao held her hand, her voice laced with concern. "You nearly frightened your mother to death." Chao Yunyang, on the verge of tears, hurriedly implored, "Mother, could you speak to Aunt Wu? I do not wish to marry young Master Shen. Let this engagement be dismissed, please." Madame Chao, with a playful tap on her forehead, chuckled affectionately. "Oh, you silly girl. Have you lost your wits in joy? Just days ago, you expressed your fondness for young Master Shen. Fear not, with both your mother and Aunt Wu by your side. No one shall mistreat you." "Mother, I am not." Before she could finish, Madame Chao stood, fetching a bowl of vegetable porridge and coaxing, "Come, have a bite. Look at your little face, it's so pale." With tears brimming in her eyes, Chao Yunyang swallowed the porridge, lamenting her own predicament. After her mother left, she could no longer restrain her tears, clutching Han Rui and whispering, "Han Rui, it's over. You saw how fierce young Master Shen was. If I marry him, I shall surely be terrified to death." Seeing her friend so distressed, Han Rui felt a pang of sympathy. Young Master Shen did not appear to be a villain. Yet he was indeed intimidating for a young lady like Chao Yunyang. Moreover, given Madame Chao's affection for her daughter, if the Duke of the Protectorate's household were untrustworthy, she would undoubtedly not consent to the match. However, she dared not voice these thoughts now. Gently patting Chao Yunyang's back, she murmured, "Think, my lady. If you wed into the Duke's household, you would frequently see the young mistress and the eldest young lady." Upon hearing this, Chao Yunyang's sobs subsided somewhat. This could indeed be considered a rare benefit. It seemed that this marriage was destined to be, rendering her tears futile. In just a few days, the entire capital was abuzz with news of the engagement between the third son of the Duke of the Protectorate and the third young lady of the Ministry of Revenue. It was indeed a match of equal standing, yet many had heard of Chao Yunyang's temperament, leading to curious whispers about whether the couple would share a loving bond after marriage. Even Shen Jiahao's friends could not help but jest, "Brother Shen, marrying this Miss Chao San, you may find that our opportunities for drinking together will dwindle. When the lady cries, you might very well surrender." They laughed heartily. The remaining companions joined in the laughter, their mirth youthful and untainted by malice. Shen Jiahao raised his cup and, with a chuckle, replied, "I am the free-spirited Master Shun. How could a mere girl possibly restrain me?" "Brother Shun, I wager you will one day regret uttering such words," teased one of the already married men. "Impossible," Shen Jiahao declared boldly. At this, the group chuckled softly, and one gentleman turned to his neighbor, the elegant and refined Zheng Qi, clad in sky-blue robes, and lightly teased, "Brother Zheng, having entered officialdom for less than a year, you have already attained the rank of 6th grade. Your future is indeed promising. Have you any thoughts of taking a wife? I have a suitable sister at home." Shen Jiahao, with a light laugh, interjected to alleviate the situation. "You misunderstand Brother Zheng. His heart is devoted solely to the country and its governance, unlike you who are preoccupied with matters of love." Zheng Qi smiled quietly. Yet his eyes revealed a profound sense of determination. Chapter 147. Cultivating relationships. On this particular evening, some reveled in joyous libations, while others found themselves restless. Within the residence of the second prince, he sat in his study, his countenance darkened. Earlier that day, during court, the emperor had once again lauded the crown prince for his composed demeanor and princely virtues. To him, it was nothing more than a trivial matter. Yet it garnered such commendation from the emperor. Had it been him in that position, he would have undoubtedly excelled beyond the crown prince. "Your Highness, Lady Zhao has arrived," announced a voice. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. "I shan't see her. Send her away." He had once hoped to select a side consort of noble birth, believing it would bolster his own standing. Yet, fate had dealt him a hand of misfortune, granting him instead a woman of a decayed noble house. To make matters worse, the esteemed Miss Chao had now become betrothed to Shun Jiahao, while the Duke of Protecting the Nation was firmly aligned with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, it seemed, had gained yet another ally. Xiao Yuding, standing at the doorway with pastries in hand, overheard his words clearly. She tightened her grip on her handkerchief, pondering how she might ever rise in status if this state of affairs continued. Having been in the estate for nearly a month, she had gleaned a fair understanding of its dynamics. Although the second prince's consort held the title of the primary wife, she was devoid of the prince's affection, with even the management of household affairs being dominated by concubine Zhao. Despite their outwardly cordial demeanor, it was evident that their relationship was fraught with animosity, especially considering the second prince's consort remained childless. "Banling, go to the main courtyard," Xiao Yuding instructed, her voice brimming with uncontainable delight. "Yes, my lady," Banling replied, her voice trembling. In the main courtyard, the second prince's consort cradled the daughter of concubine Zhao, soothing her gently. Concubine Zhao reclined casually on a small couch, sipped her tea, a scene that would astonish any witness who believed this was how a prince's consort and a concubine interacted. Once the little girl had fallen asleep, the consort carefully handed her to the nursemaid. "She is asleep now. Please take her to the side room," she suggested. Casting a glance at concubine Zhao, who wore a smile, the consort sighed. "It is getting late. Are you not returning? Are you not afraid he might come to your quarters?" Concubine Zhao chuckled dismissively. "Sister, you know as well as I that our esteemed prince has recently taken a new maid. He is quite enamored with her at present, and I doubt he even spares a thought for me. Moreover, I find no desire for his affections. Were it not for these two children, I would have long forsaken this life and sought solace in the mountains as a nun, to avoid the daily disgust of his company." Concubine Zhao hailed from a family of repute, raised to value self-respect. Thus, she had been well acquainted with the adage that it is better to be a poor man's wife than a highborn concubine. Yet, with the issuance of a marriage decree, she was left with no choice but to enter the prince's residence, tears in her eyes. Initially, she had thought that even without the second prince's affection, it would suffice if he respected her. Yet, if he showed no respect for even his legally wedded consort, how could she expect him to regard her any differently? Others believed she had found favor, but she alone understood that the second prince was enamored only with her exterior, viewing her as merely a source of amusement. She refused to demean herself in such a manner. "You truly are becoming increasingly reckless," the second prince's consort remarked with a resigned smile. Concubine Zhao adjusted her hair, her expression dimming as she replied, "Sister, we both know what he intends. We are all too aware of how this will unfold. I only hope these children remain unscathed." Watching, the second prince's consort intervened, saying, "Sister, please do not be angry. It was I who spoke incorrectly." The Zhao consort smiled faintly and replied softly. The second prince's consort sighed lightly, ultimately choosing silence. Even women of the inner chamber could discern his restless nature. How could the emperor and the crown prince be unaware? He foolishly believed himself cunning, not realizing he was courting disaster. She was unaware of others' thoughts, but if given the choice, neither she nor Zhao consort would ever consider marrying him. Alas, fate was beyond their control. Lianxin knocked gently on the door, calling out, "Your Highness, have you rested? Lady Zhao has arrived." Zhao consort exchanged a glance with the second prince's consort before rising to head to the inner chamber. With a hint of exasperation, she inquired, "What is she here for?" Zhao consort lowered her voice, saying, "Her presence at this hour surely harbors ill intentions. I must hide, lest I witness her foolish and malicious demeanor." Once Zhao consort had concealed herself, the second prince's consort called out, "Let her in." Lianxin opened the door, and Xiao Yuding, perhaps having learned her lesson, entered and bowed, saying, "This humble servant greets the second prince's consort." "Rise," the second prince's consort replied, her tone markedly different from before. Upon standing, Xiao Yuding instinctively caught a whiff of the familiar scent of Zhao consort but dismissed it, pondering that the neglected primary consort and the favored secondary consort should naturally be at odds. "Your Highness, I apologize for intruding at such a late hour, But I am truly at my wit's end and humbly seek your assistance, she declared, sinking to her knees in tears. The second prince's consort frowned, coldly admonishing, Lady Zhao. Such lamentations are unbecoming. Speak plainly. Zhao Yuding stifled her sobs, lowering her head as she replied, Your Highness, I know not how I have offended His Highness. Since my arrival, he has not once visited my quarters, and now even the servants mock me. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Concealed behind the screen, Zhao consort silently scoffed, thinking it was her own doing. She had forced her way in and now complained of her plight. Such hardships were only beginning, and if that scoundrel ever truly rebelled, they would all pay the price. The second prince's consort merely observed her in silence, neither inviting her to rise nor offering any words of comfort. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. So what do you desire? Do you wish for me to send you to His Highness's bed? Do you think this a brothel? Zhao Yuding's countenance shifted at her words, and she hastily clarified. Your Highness, it is not as you think. You, being a woman, must understand my predicament. If you assist me this once, I promise that should I bear a child, I shall adopt him to you, if it pleases you. Lady Zhao, the second prince's consort replied, considering our shared womanhood. I advise you to conduct yourself with decorum in this household if you wish to live long. Your troubles are beyond my aid. Return hence. As soon as the second prince's consort finished speaking, Lianxin issued an eviction order. Zhao Yunyang, our esteemed consort requires some rest. You may take your leave. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuding could only bow and say, I take my leave. Upon her departure, concubine Zhao emerged from behind the screen and returned to her small couch, chuckling lightly. I thought there might be some new intrigue, but it turns out she merely desires a child. However, our esteemed prince has a penchant for beauty. I fear her appearance may not inspire much appetite. She wishes for a child as a means of support. Unaware of the arduous struggle for survival faced by the children within this household, the second prince's consort softly remarked. Chapter 148, Longevity. Upon hearing the voice, consort Zhao fell silent. To this day, she vividly recalls the harrowing experience of nearly losing her daughter during childbirth. At that time, she was already more than 8 months pregnant, and within the household, there was a certain Lady Zhou who had captured Qi Hao's favor. It was she who maliciously concealed safflower in a sachet, resulting in an untimely birth, although the culprit was later revealed to be Lady Zhou. How did Qi Hao address the matter? He stated that, since mother and daughter were now safe, the incident should be forgotten. It was only due to the crown prince's consort's determination to punish Lady Zhou that any semblance of retribution was achieved. However, this incident only served to deepen Qi Hao's reluctance to set foot in the main courtyard, which, in a way, was perhaps a blessing for Sister Qin. Sister, he is a man who will stop at nothing until he achieves his goals. Now that he has failed to marry the third daughter of the Zhao family, he is likely to target other young ladies. Consort Zhao mused thoughtfully. The second prince's consort gently smoothed her handkerchief, expressing her hope that he would soon meet his downfall, sparing more innocent souls from his machinations. Enough, there is little use in worrying over certain matters. The longevity festival is approaching in a few days. Do ensure that everything is prepared, she softly instructed. It was only when the cries of a child echoed from the side room that consort Zhao rose to return to the courtyard with the child. After returning from the main courtyard, Zhao Yuding was in a foul mood, and those attending to her in the courtyard kept their distance as much as possible. Yet, everyone was aware that this Lady Zhao seemed to have little hope left. A few days later, at the residence of the Duke of Luan, the Duchess gazed at the unadorned Kong Yuexin and implored, Yuexin, the carriage from the Duke of Gong is waiting outside. You must hurry and change your attire and groom yourself. Today is the Emperor's longevity festival, and you cannot be late. Kong Yuexin scoffed, raising her head to ask, Mother, the Emperor has invited my brother-in-law. What is my place in this? The Duchess grasped her hand and lamented, Yuexin, the Duke of Gong's residence does not even have a mistress at present. Surely, they cannot send those concubines to accompany your brother-in-law to the event. I beg you, do this for your mother. Turning her back, she coldly commanded, Prepare yourself. Hearing this, the Duchess was overjoyed, exclaiming, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and dress the young lady. If you delay, I shall not forgive you. Half an hour later, clad in a begonia-colored gown embroidered with silver threads and adorned with a few matching floral hairpins, Kong Yuexin emerged, a vision of unparalleled beauty. As she stepped outside, she slightly bowed and greeted, I pay my respects to my brother-in-law. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a man who appeared to be just under 30, slightly portly, with a pair of triangular eyes that gave him a somewhat lascivious demeanor. Upon seeing Kong Yuexin, an involuntary glint of greed flickered in his eyes as he smiled and said, Second sister has arrived. Please, step inside. Suppressing her revulsion, Kong Yuexin entered the carriage, seating herself as far from him as possible, fearful of any proximity. Yet, the Duke of Gong seemed oblivious to her discomfort, continuing the conversation. Second sister appears to have lost some weight. Perhaps the food in the household does not suit your palate. The chefs at the Duke of Gong's residence are rather skilled. Why not stay with us for a few days? Thank you for your kind offer, brother-in-law, but I am still in the stage of awaiting marriage, and such an arrangement would be inappropriate. Moreover, I have heard from my mother that my brother-in-law has decided to remarry, which makes my presence rather inappropriate. She casually severed ties with him in a few words. The Duke of Gong, however, did not respond. He merely scrutinized her appearance, which far surpassed that of her elder sister, and found her disposition even more intriguing. He felt an increasing sense of restlessness and pondered whether it would be feasible to request the emperor for a marriage proposal. His father and the emperor were cousins, and the emperor had shown him considerable favor over the years. Even the second prince was particularly cordial toward him. After discussions between Emperor Qi and Empress Wen, a banquet was arranged at the Chanqiu Palace, inviting only members of the royal family. Princess Jingru was seated beside Empress Wen, while Lu Zhao sat next to Xin Jiayan, alongside Jianing and Xie Jing. On the other side were Lu Zhaoyu and Princeton, with the crown prince, crown princess, second prince, and second princess seated opposite them. A few princes and dukes occupied the lower seats. Jian Ning observed Kong Yuexin, sitting next to the Duke of Gong, and whispered to Lu Zhao. Why do you think Kong Yuexin accompanied the Duke today? Although we are not as close as you and she, I have been her companion for several years. Aside from her quiet demeanor, she has no serious faults. Lu Zhao glanced over and replied softly, perhaps it was the Lady of Luen who arranged it. The Lady of Luen is indeed peculiar. She seldom brings Kong Yuexin out, yet today she allowed the Duke to take her to such an event. One might mistakenly believe she is the new Duchess of Gong, Jian Ning remarked, pausing before turning to Lu Zhao. Noticing her lack of surprise, she took a deep breath and inquired, Zhao, could it be that Kong Yuexin only wished to speak with you previously? Am I correct? Yes. Lu Zhao responded gently. After today, rumors will likely spread throughout the capital, suggesting that the Lady of Luen is coercing Kong Yuexin into compliance. Heavens! The Lady of Luen is truly insufferable. The Duke of Gong, with his rotund figure, is unworthy of Kong Yuexin, Jian Ning expressed, her confusion evident. Upon seeing her, Xie Jing began to complain incessantly, harboring a vague sense of frustration. She seldom conversed this much even with herself at home, her most frequent remark being, Xie Jing, get out. Lu Zhao noticed Xie Jing's forlorn expression and smiled at Jian Ning, saying, Ning, look how distressed your husband appears. At this, Jian Ning turned to meet his gaze and playfully threatened, Xie Jing, if you continue like this, you shall sleep in the study tonight. Before Xie Jing could respond, Xin Jiayan chuckled, drawing Lu Zhao closer and teasing, Duke Xie, your familial standing is quite precarious. Xie Jing observed Shinshitzi's attentive demeanor towards Lu Zhao and chuckled. Shinshitzi, we are equally matched. Neither of us has the right to mock the other. Lu Zhao, with a smile gracing her features, scrutinized Jian Ning and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Ning, it seems you are in quite a situation. Jian Ning turned to glare at Xie Jing and quietly complained to Lu Zhao. Zhao, you have no idea how crude he is. It truly is a shame to waste such a handsome exterior. Dear princess, might you wish to speak a little louder? Xie Jing inquired playfully, inching closer, causing Jian Ning's cheeks to flush as she hastily pushed him away, retreating to converse in hushed tones with Lu Zhao. Gong Junwang raised his hand to serve a dish to Kong Yuexin, who coldly acknowledged his gesture of kindness without partaking. The second prince, narrowing his eyes, took a sip of wine and turned to inquire, is that the second daughter of the Yunyang Marquis house? The second princess consort immediately discerned his intentions and replied coolly, I am unaware. What use are you then? She continued, unperturbed by his question. The second princess consort remained unfazed, while behind her, concubine Zhao shot him a disdainful glare, inwardly thinking, you are of use, indeed, you are the most useful one. Yet you possess no capability and still aspire to rebel. Chapter 149. The Crown Prince stepped forward and bowed, saying, May my father, the emperor, enjoy boundless longevity. Upon witnessing this, the others rose and saluted, echoing, wishing his majesty endless longevity. Good, please be seated, replied Emperor Qi, observing the slight smile of contentment on the crown prince's face. He then glanced at the fourth prince and Xin Jiayan seated nearby, nodding in satisfaction. With their assistance, the crown prince was destined to become a wise ruler, ensuring the prosperity of the Qi dynasty for generations to come, bringing peace and stability to the realm. Turning his gaze towards the second prince, Emperor Qi furrowed his brow slightly, having heard of the recent disturbances at his residence. Although he held reservations about the second prince's mother, he treated him fairly, having personally guided him since childhood. hoping he would cultivate a harmonious relationship with the crown prince and eventually lead a leisurely life as a prince. Yet, it seemed his ambitions were rather excessive. In a solemn tone, Emperor Qi remarked, "Crown Prince, the affairs of state are increasingly demanding. As the heir apparent, you must not be negligent. One day, I shall entrust this great enterprise into your hands. Your son shall diligently heed your teachings and strive not to disappoint your expectations." The crown prince replied with a respectful gesture, "Second and fourth princes, as you are brothers to the crown prince, you must understand your duties as ministers and wholeheartedly assist him." Emperor Qi stated, his gaze particularly fixed on the second prince, the intent behind his words unmistakable. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. He would prefer to avoid harsh measures unless absolutely necessary. "I shall remember your words," the second prince responded, bowing his head, though a growing malice flickered in his eyes. Truly, the emperor showed favoritism. Prince An interjected with a smile, "Father, your words are perhaps too flattering. Let my elder brother bear this burden. Allow me to be a carefree prince." Emperor Qi expressed mild disdain, "You are the laziest of all." Prince An merely smiled in silence, while Lu Xiaoyu discreetly pinched him, whispering, "Be more reserved. There are royal relatives present today." He clasped her hand gently, his tone warm as he assured, "Ayu, rest assured, I am well aware of my responsibilities." Recently, the second prince had grown increasingly restless, not only forging clandestine alliances with court officials, but also attempting to rally support from the royal collateral branches. Some had even foolishly taken the bait, such as the rather rotund Duke Gong. With a beaming smile, Prince An offered a piece of cake to Lu Xiaoyu, who shot him a playful glare but nonetheless opened her mouth to take a delicate bite. Lady Bai, the side consort, observed with delight. The affection between the prince and princess was palpable, while Lady Liang had been confined for quite some time, making their lives exceedingly pleasant. Prince Un and his consort truly share a deep bond, evoking envy in others, remarked Duke Gong, raising his wine cup with a smile. Prince An turned, scoffing lightly, "Well, you shall remain with your envy, for during your first wife's life, you hardly treated her with any particular kindness." At this, Duke Gong's expression shifted abruptly, but due to the disparity in their standings, he refrained from speaking further. This, after all, was no secret. While the late Duke Gong was alive, he had managed to maintain some decorum. However, since inheriting the title, he had indulged in a life of excess, surrounded by countless concubines in his rear court. Even today, Kong Yuexin remains unengaged, and no one has ever linked her to the Duke of Gong, particularly since the Yunyang Marquis has already sacrificed one daughter. Kong Yuexin's gaze faltered as she clenched the handkerchief tightly, for even outsiders were aware of his poor treatment of her elder sister. How could her mother be unaware? Yet, in her quest to secure the position of the Duke of Gong's heir, she must continue to sacrifice herself. "Yuexin, do not heed the gossip of others. My relationship with your elder sister is exceedingly good. Should you enter the household in the future, I shall treat you well," the Duke of Gong declared, perhaps emboldened by a few too many drinks, as he attempted to grasp Kong Yuexin's hand in full view of the crowd. She forcefully withdrew her hand and retorted sharply, "Brother-in-law, you have overindulged. There shall be no other relationship between us today or in the future." Emperor Qi observed with a solemn expression, "Hausa, you are no longer a child. It is time to settle down and seek a suitable lady to lead a respectable life. Do not let the household descend into chaos. I do not expect you to achieve great deeds like your father, but you must not bring shame upon the imperial dignity." Although Emperor Qi and the old duke were merely cousins, their bond resembled that of brothers, prompting him to look after the old duke's son with great care. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Gong glanced at the bowed head of Kong Yuexin, then rose and knelt, stating, "I humbly heed your majesty's counsel and have one request, which I hope your majesty will grant." "Speak," the emperor replied, leaning back and speaking in a subdued tone. "The former duchess has passed away for 3 years. The heir is still young, and there is no mistress to manage the household. I beseech your majesty to bestow the second daughter of the Kong family upon me in marriage." Before the emperor could respond, Kong Yuexin stood and knelt, bowing her head. "Your majesty, I am unwilling. Look at this second daughter of the Kong family, how proud she is, not even deigning to consider the Duke of Gong's proposal," remarked the crown prince's consort, Feng, with a light laugh. "I have heard that the empress once favored the elder sister of the Kong family as the crown prince's consort. It remains a mystery why she was ultimately chosen." "Feng, speak with caution," the crown prince's consort admonished, though none noticed the bitterness lurking in her eyes. The emperor regarded the two kneeling before him, and, truthfully, they appeared ill-matched. He declared solemnly, "Hausa, since the second daughter of the Kong family is unwilling, I cannot force her. You may go and discuss this with the Yunyang Marquis." "Thank you for your majesty's grace," Kong Yuexin replied brightly, her voice brimming with joy, which was evident to all. She rose and took a seat nearby. meeting the crown prince's gaze for a fleeting moment before he promptly averted his eyes. As the legitimate youngest daughter of the Marquis, she had always lived in the shadow of her elder sister. After her sister's passing, her mother had treated her as a mere substitute. But why should that be so? Just because of her parents' favoritism, must she dim her own brilliance and live for others? If she were to marry, why not wed the most esteemed person in the world? She sought not for genuine affection, but rather a life free from the control of others. A subtle smile began to form on her lips. Lu Zhao Zhao and Jianing both exhaled in relief, yet with so many present, one could only wonder how the tale would twist in the telling. The Duke of Gong was taken aback, for he never anticipated that Kong Yuexin would audaciously refuse a marriage proposal in public. As he noticed the mocking glances from onlookers, he raised his wine cup and gulped down its contents fiercely, turning to her with a fierce glare. Kong Yuexin, are you refusing my toast only to face punishment? If you refuse to marry me, then you shall not wed anyone else. She merely smiled, her lips curving in a captivating manner, yet her eyes betrayed a chilling resolve. From this moment forth, no one would be able to manipulate her. As dusk descended, the crowd exited the palace before the gates were locked. Lu Zhaoyu gently held Lu Zhaozhao's hand, speaking softly, to which Lu Zhaozhao responded with a light laugh. The fourth prince and Xin Jiayan followed closely behind, smiles gracing their faces. Zhao Zhao, please take good care of yourself, Lu Zhaoyu urged her younger sister softly. Big sister, I understand, came the reply. After their farewells, they each boarded their respective carriages, which then departed in opposite directions. Chapter 150. Banter in the princess's residence. Jia Ning, with a face full of disdain, assisted Xie Jing into the inner chamber, carelessly tossing him onto the bed. She sat beside him, panting slightly, and exclaimed, Xie Jing, your tolerance for alcohol is truly abysmal. The man on the bed had a faint flush to his cheeks and tightly shut eyes, yet his hands seemed to possess a will of their own, firmly gripping Jia Ning's waist. Upon witnessing this, Yu Yao and Yun Qian quickly lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Jia Ning, her ears flushed, turned to pry his hands off, reprimanding him. Xie Jing, let go of me. Stop taking advantage. Rather than releasing his hold, Xie Jing tightened his grip, causing Jia Ning to jump in surprise. Instinctively, she raised her hand to strike him, but to the seasoned young general, her effort felt merely like a playful tickle. He softly murmured, "A Ning." Jia Ning was momentarily taken aback. He had never called her that while sober. He usually teased her with titles like Little Princess or Your Highness. Yu Yao, Yun Qian, you may leave now. Yes, Princess. They bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. Xie Jing, wake up, hurry and bathe, you reek of alcohol. Jia Ning pinched his cheek in an attempt to rouse him. Suddenly, the man who had kept his eyes shut opened them, albeit with a hazy gaze still clouded by inebriation. Xie Jing, you, she began, but was interrupted as he rolled over, positioning himself above her, leaning down to kiss her long-desired lips. Having been married for over a month, he had only kissed her once, and now, believing himself to be in a dream, he felt no need to restrain himself. Jia Ning bit down on her lip, unwilling to relent. The intoxicated young general was overwhelmingly assertive, as if he wished to consume her entirely. After what felt like an eternity, her lips tingled, and her chin grew sore, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. No one had ever dared to treat her this way. Xie Jing was a scoundrel, always putting on a front. Sensing the moisture on her cheek, he opened his reddened eyes, desire flickering within them. When they met her glistening gaze, Xie Jing regained a measure of clarity, hastily rising to adjust her slightly disheveled dress, and apologetically said, "A Ning, I didn't mean to, please don't be angry." Jia Ning, gathering her dress, stood and gave him a fierce kick, her eyes wide with fury as she declared, "Get out." The usually commanding young general found himself unceremoniously expelled from the bridal chamber, lying in the study with profound regret, pondering how he had failed to exercise restraint. The following day, Xie Jing rose early and pushed against the door, only to find it locked from within. He sighed. He had truly annoyed the little princess this time. How could he possibly appease her? He racked his brain for an entire day without arriving at a solution, ultimately deciding to shamelessly seek out Xin Jiayan. In Zhao Zhao courtyard, "Madam, are you certain you wish to place your piece here?" Xin Jiayan asked, holding a black piece, a smile playing at his lips. "Enough chatter. Make your move. I am certain to win this game," Lu Zhao Zhao responded, her face alight with excitement. With a swift motion, he placed his piece on the board, shrugged, and chuckled. "Madam, I concede to your prowess." Lu Zhao Zhao, vexed, cast the chess pieces onto the board, lamenting how close she had come to victory. All due to his cunning nature. "Madam, do not be upset." A knock echoed at the door, followed by Liu Li's soft voice. "Your Grace, madam, Prince Xie has arrived at the residence." Lu Zhao Zhao turned to glance at Shun Jiayan, who wore a smile, recalling the last encounter with the four of them. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. She rose and followed him out of the room. Xie Jing stood straight in the courtyard and, upon their emergence, greeted them. Cousin-in-law. Why are you here instead of hastening back to your new home? Zhao Zhao regarded his infuriating demeanor and wrinkled her nose, acknowledging that he indeed deserved a good thrashing. Xie Jing cursed inwardly, contemplating how this fellow harbored a grudge so deeply. Observing his hesitant expression, Zhao Zhao took the initiative, saying, You two converse. I shall return to my chamber. Shen Jiayan turned toward the study, with Xie Jing scratching his nose as he followed suit. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly confronted him. Speak quickly. I still need to accompany my wife, Shen Jiayan urged, glancing down. Initially, he felt a bit embarrassed, as he had once vowed before marriage that he did not fancy delicate little princesses. Yet here he was, contradicting himself so soon. How do I appease Aining after upsetting her? He inquired with a humble eagerness to learn. Aining, Xie Jing replied with a teasing smile. How affectionate of you. Did you not claim you were unwilling to marry Jianing? He raised an eyebrow, recalling how, during his own marriage, this lad had sent him a letter from the frontier, not to congratulate him, but to mock him. He reminisced about the jibes thrown his way back then. How Xie Jing had predicted he would become a henpecked husband, while he himself would remain carefree. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns. Less than a year later, Xie Jing found himself humbly seeking assistance. I was wrong, all right? I should not have bested you that time, nor should I have teased you during your wedding. Cousin, please overlook my past transgressions and help me just this once. Xie Jing's audacity was truly shameless. Very well, I shall assist you this once. What? You truly lack integrity, Zhao Zhao exclaimed, observing Shen Jiayan's nonchalant expression. He chuckled softly, enfolding her in his arms and kissing her cheek. Do not fret. If this lad does not experience a bit of hardship, how will he ever learn to cherish what he has? Jianing will surely be grateful to me in the future. Zhao Zhao smirked in disdain. Whether Jianing will thank you, I cannot say. But if I were that Xie Jing, I would certainly sever ties with you. You are undoubtedly a detrimental friend, excessively so. Shen Jiayan, still holding her, rose with a mischievous grin. Madam, the night is fleeting. If you have time to worry about others, why not engage in something meaningful with your husband? Quickly set me down. Yi Xian will be looking for me soon. Zhao Zhao eagerly approached him, having developed a habit of teasing Yi Xian during the evenings when she found herself with idle time. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this routine, insisting on engaging in play with her before he would obediently retire for the night, regardless of his whims. There were still nannies and maids to accompany him in his games. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the sound of Shun Yi Xian's cheerful babbling reached the door. Madam, the young master is looking for you. Shun Jiayan, his expression darkened, set Zhao Zhao down and turned to open the door. Upon seeing him, Shun Yi Xian pouted, seemingly displaying a hint of disdain. But his face lit up with joy upon spotting Zhao Zhao, eagerly demanding her embrace. With a smile, she reached out and took him in her arms. The mother and son engaged in delightful play on the small couch, while Shen Jiayan watched with a face full of resentment directed at Zhao Zhao. Turning his gaze to the little rascal, he felt even more exasperated. At such a tender age, the child was already disrupting his father's peace. He silently repeated the mantra of my own flesh and blood numerous times, managing to restrain the impulse to toss the little one outside. Chapter 151. The study. Xie Jing sought advice from Shun Jiayan, a decision born of desperation, forgetting that the young master Shen himself had nearly failed to secure a bride. Yet, at that moment, General Xie was unconcerned, finding some merit in Shun Jiayan's words, particularly the notion of using restraint to gain control. In the evening, Princess Jianing, clad in a delicate yellow silk nightgown, curled her legs on the couch while Yu Yao gently massaged her shoulders. Yun Qian stood beside her, animatedly reading from a book, and Jianing listened with rapt attention, a smile gracing her face, completely oblivious to Xie Jing's absence at this hour. Granny's son instructed the maidservants to prepare the evening meal, and, with a hint of worry, inquired, Your Highness, it is quite late, and the prince has yet to return. Should we send someone to the training grounds to inquire? Engrossed in her entertainment, Jianing dismissed the thought of dinner, waving her hand nonchalantly. There is no need. What could happen to a mere young general? Perhaps he is off indulging in revelry. Granny's son's brow furrowed deeper. The prince, being the consort of a princess, was unlike ordinary men. He could never take multiple wives without defying the imperial authority. Moreover, he did not appear to be such a man. Yet, the princess's indifference seemed uncharacteristic of newlyweds. Recalling the empress's instructions, she set aside her reservations and spoke earnestly. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing Granny's son's serious demeanor, Jianing raised her head slightly and said, Yu Yao, Yin Xian, you may leave for now. Yes, Your Highness. Granny, why this solemnity? Please, speak your mind, Jianing remarked, picking up the book Yin Xian had set down, a hint of helplessness in her smile. Granny's son glanced toward the door before approaching to take the book from Jianning's hands. My princess, I must ask you sincerely, have you and the prince consummated your marriage? Consummated. Of course, Granny, that question is rather odd, Jianning replied, feigning calmness, though her stammering revealed her unease. Observing her reaction, Granny's son felt assured of her suspicions. It was evident that, despite their outward decorum, the princess and the prince had hardly crossed the boundaries of propriety, especially the princess, who preferred to sit as far from the prince as possible during meals. My princess, I have watched you grow since childhood, and you have never been one to deceive. There is no need to mislead me. Jianning, taking Granny's son's hand, implored, Granny, you have always been so kind to me. Please do not inform my mother about this. She will only worry for me. The prince and I coexist peacefully, which is not so bad, is it? Granny's son, gazing at the delicate, soft-spoken princess, felt her heart swell with affection. Having spent more time with the princess than even the emperor and empress, she cherished the hope that her beloved princess would find fulfillment in life. Yet, such matters could never be forced. Grandmother's son gently spoke, Your Highness, I am merely an old servant and cannot dictate your affairs. My only wish is to have another protector for you. Grandmother, I understand, Jianning replied earnestly, nodding her head. Whether it be her father, the emperor, her mother, or grandmother's son, they all wished for her happiness, and she comprehended this fully. To be frank, she no longer harbored such strong aversion towards Xiejing. At times, she even found him rather agreeable. However, the prospect of bearing his children required more time for her to adjust. Your Highness, the Duke has returned, Yu quietly announced at the door. As her words faded, Xiejing strode in confidently. Upon meeting her gaze, he couldn't help but smile, yet recollecting Xin Jiayan's advice, that to win a lady's affection, one must not be overly forward. He suppressed his grin and spoke in a detached tone. I have official matters to attend to tonight, and do not wish to disturb your rest. I will take my leave to the study. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Jianning, witnessing her lips curve upwards, nearly laughing. She even refrained from reproaching him for his foolishness last night and, with consideration, said, Grandmother, please fetch the Duke an extra blanket to keep him warm. Seeing her reaction, the corners of Xiejing's mouth fell completely. This was not how he had envisioned it. He felt a twinge of regret. Why would he want to sleep alone in the study when he had a soft and fragrant wife? Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words. He had to endure for one night. As he turned to leave, he glanced back 3 times, just as he was about to step out. Jianning suddenly called out, Xiejing, aren't you going to have dinner? Xiejing, who was about to smile, instantly fell silent, responding stiffly, I am not eating. I'm full. With that, he exited the room, leaving Jianning bewildered. It seemed that, like women who occasionally exhibited unpredictable moods, men too had their inexplicable moments. Grandmother. You see now, it wasn't I who wanted him gone. He seemed to have lost his mind, Jianning said with a shrug, exasperated. Having served in the palace for decades, Grandmother's son understood the situation well. It was clear that the Duke had hoped for the princess to retain him with a word. But as the princess was not particularly invested in him yet, she would not concern herself with where he chose to sleep. However, the Duke's intentions were evident to her discerning eyes. Your Highness, had you uttered a word to keep him, the Duke would not have left, Grandmother's son said with a light laugh. Jianning, slipping on her shoes, lazily settled at the round table, picking up her chopsticks. Why would I keep him? It's much more comfortable to sleep alone in a large bed. Grandmother, send some food to him from the kitchen, lest others think I am mistreating him. Upon hearing this, Grandmother's son chuckled in agreement. It seemed the princess did not harbor such disdain for the Duke, and the harmony of their marriage was surely within reach. In the study, Xiejing gazed at the sumptuous meal delivered for the little princess, delighting in the thought that Ning still harbored feelings for him. It seemed that Xin Jiayan possessed some charm after all. No wonder he could win the affection of such a beauty. However, as he lay alone on the couch, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Though the little princess had previously refrained from allowing any physical intimacy, at least he could still behold her presence. Yet tonight, he found himself deprived of even that. The young general, restless upon his solitary pillow, contrasted sharply with Jianning, who was blissfully nestled under her covers in the main quarters, enjoying a peaceful slumber. Chapter 152. Affection. The following day, Xiejing suppressed the urge to rush into the main house, and instead made his way to the training grounds. By the time Jianning awoke, it was nearly the hour of C. Yu had placed the grooming items aside, hesitating as if on the verge of speaking. Noticing her unease, Jianning questioned, Yu, what troubles you? Yu was torn between whether to voice her thoughts when Yun Qian, bowing slightly, interjected, Your Highness, the heir of the Yunyang Marquis has arrived. The Marquis is at the door. Kong Zekan? Jianning paused in her actions, recalling that Kong Zekan was the second brother of Kong Yuexin, with an elder half-brother above him. She had met him during an autumn hunt years ago when she was young and playful, carelessly slipping away from her guards and maidens, only to accidentally fall into a poacher's trap, after calling for help for what felt like an eternity. It was he who appeared unexpectedly and rescued her when her fright had turned to tears. Though he and Kong Yuexin were siblings sharing the same mother, their temperaments differed. He was gentle and refined, his smile exceptionally warm. It was from him that she had developed a fondness for cultured men. He had gifted her many delightful trinkets. Yet as she matured, she understood that as a royal princess, she could not indulge in matters of the heart, let alone marriage. Fortunately, while she regarded Kong Zekin as an admirable individual, her feelings for him were purely platonic, akin to that of friends. However, it seemed he harbored different sentiments. Having once expressed his intention to marry her when she was 16, only to be turned down. Yu Yao, prepare me for the day, Jianing instructed. Yun Qian, please invite young Master Kong to the main hall, informing him I shall arrive shortly. Setting aside her handkerchief, she took her place before the bronze mirror. While Yun Qian and Yu Yao exchanged glances before gracefully retreating. Seeing Yu Yao linger at the door, Jianing called out, Yu Yao, what is it? Your Highness. You are now married. It may be best not to meet with young Master Kong, considering his feelings for you. I speak out of turn. And I beg your Highness's forgiveness, Yu Yao said, kneeling as she realized her words were presumptuous. Jianing gently lifted her, saying softly, what are you doing? I understand your concern, but my relationship with young Master Kong is entirely innocent. There is no need for secrecy. Even if the prince learns of it, it matters not. As a princess, she had always been a paragon among young ladies of the realm. While others might act freely, she could not, as the legitimate daughter of the emperor. She bore the weight of her parents' expectations. It is I who am overly concerned, Yu Yao murmured. Jianing smiled and turned. I appreciate your intentions. Now, hurry and prepare. We must not keep young Master Kong waiting. Yes, your Highness. In the main hall, Kong Zekin stood gracefully clad in a sky-blue garment, cradling a scroll in his hands. His long fingers and fair complexion complemented his refined demeanor. Young Master Kong, you have waited long, Jianing said as she entered, a gentle smile gracing her cheeks. Kong Zekin turned to her, bowing his head in respect. This humble servant pays his respects to her Highness. Young Master Kong, please take a seat, Jianing replied. Sitting elegantly with her hands folded in front of her, Kong Zekin couldn't help but gaze at the young lady before him. As radiant and noble as when they first met years ago, he spoke softly. Princess, it seems you have grown distant with me. We had promised to remain friends upon our reunion. Indeed, they were friends, yet they had matured, and it would be inappropriate to revert to their former ways. A self-deprecating smile crossed Kong Zekin's face. Yes, she was now married. How could she ever call him Brother Chin again? It was but a foolish fantasy of his. The princess speaks truly. This painting is a creation of my own hand. If you find it to your liking, consider it a wedding gift for your grand occasion. He said gently, placing the scroll delicately beside Jianing on the table, careful not to touch her at all. She lifted her hand to gently unfurl the scroll, revealing a pair of partridge birds. Amused, she remarked, Master Kong, your gift is indeed exquisite. Kong Zekin concealed the pain in his eyes and softly wished. May the princess and her husband share a harmonious bond, loving each other until old age. Thank you. I have heard that Master Kong is also seeking a match. I wish you find a lovely companion, she replied, her cheeks adorned with an appropriate smile. Thank you, your Highness. I shall take my leave, he said. Casting a lingering glance at Jianing and then at the partridge pair in her hand, symbols of marital harmony and longing, their harmonious bond, and his unrequited affection. Master Kong, take care, came the farewell as he stepped out. Once he was gone, Jianing closed the scroll and handed it to Yu Yao, her voice soft. Please put it away. She understood his meaning, but she could not provide him with a response. She had been unable to do so in the past and would remain unable in the future. In the evening, Xie Jing exited the training grounds but did not return home directly. Instead, he visited a newly opened pastry shop on East Street, intending to bring a treat for Ning. As he climbed the stairs, he overheard the voices of two men in a private room. Hey, do you know whom I saw come out of the princess's residence today? Who? The other man asked, his tone filled with excitement. Kong Zekin. Is that so? What's so remarkable about that? Came the clearly disappointed response. What do you mean? The Princess Jianing was just married a little over a month ago, and now another man visits her? Is Xiefuma not going to be green with envy? Your news is terribly outdated. Everyone in the capital knows that Master Kong has feelings for Princess Jianing. Otherwise, why would he still be single? But it is a mere pipe dream. How could the son of a marquis ever hope to marry a legitimate princess? One of the gossipers remarked. It seems that Princess Jianing has no feelings for Master Kong at all. One hand cannot clap alone. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open, hanging precariously on its hinges. Xie Jing stood at the threshold, his face dark with fury, exuding an aura of menace. The two young men, mere scions of wealthy families, had never encountered such a scene. One recognized Xie Jing and quickly pleaded, "Fuma, we were just speaking carelessly. Please forgive us." The other quickly echoed, "Yes. I was just being foolish. I promise it won't happen again." It is hardly surprising that they felt such trepidation, for the reputation of General Xie is well known throughout the court. At the tender age of 16, he donned armor and took to the battlefield, and by 17, he had claimed the head of the enemy's commander, displaying a chilling indifference to the act of killing. Xie Jing approached the two of them with measured strides, an aura of frost emanating from him, causing them to tremble in fear. One of them was so terrified that he lost control, convinced that his end was nigh. "Mind your words. Should I ever hear you tarnishing the princess's honor again, you shall find your tongues rendered useless," he uttered in an icy tone. "Yes, your highness. We shall never dare again. Never again." With a swift kick, Xie Jing shattered a stool before turning and exiting the room. He bought a pastry, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were not the one who had just threatened to take a life. Chapter 153. Scar. Xie Jing returned to the residence with an unperturbed expression, yet the tempest of jealousy within him was known only to himself. He understood that the extraordinarily charming Princess Aining would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many suitors. However, hearing it with his own ears was an unbearable pang of bitterness. He mused that had he known earlier, he would have sought her hand in marriage much sooner. Upon entering, he found the princess seated on a small couch, engrossed in a conversation with Yunqian. She merely glanced at him before turning to Granny's son, instructing, "Granny, please fetch a blanket for the prince." "No need. I shall be staying here tonight," Xie Jing replied, placing the pastries he held on the round table before retreating into the cleansing room. Moments later, the sound of water drumming echoed from within. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Granny's son bowed and exited, while Yu Yao and Yun Qian arranged the evening meal before also bowing and departing. Is Xie Jing truly treating himself as one of us? He comes and goes as he pleases, yet I have not even consented to his return. Fuming, the princess rushed to the door of the cleansing room and called out, "Xie Jing, come out this instant. Hurry to the study. I have not given you permission to sleep here yet." After a prolonged silence with no response, her concern grew. Could he have sustained an injury during today's drills and fainted? Yet, considering his earlier demeanor, that seemed unlikely. Tentatively, she called out again, "Xie Jing? Xie Jing?" Still, there was no reply. Unable to contain her worry any longer, she stormed inside, only to find Xie Jing clad in nothing but long trousers, his muscular upper body exposed. His sun-kissed skin bore numerous scars, some deep and others faint. For reasons unknown, the sight of those scars stirred a sense of sorrow within her, leaving her momentarily frozen. Xie Jing smiled. "Princess, do you find it pleasing? If it is not enough, I could always remove another article of clothing." With that, he placed his hand on his waist. Realizing the implication, Jianing quickly covered her eyes and fled, indignantly exclaiming, "Xie Jing, you are shameless." Xie Jing chuckled, glancing at his scars, fully aware of the concern that had flickered in the princess's eyes. Forget the art of seduction, should he allow it to continue. That pretty boy might seize the opportunity. Better to embrace his shameless nature. Pouting, Jianing sat at the round table to eat. Upon his arrival, Xie Jing had not even properly fastened his nightclothes, leaving much of his skin exposed. "Xie Jing, could you at least dress appropriately? I fear I might develop a stitch from this sight," she grumbled. "I am not afraid to look. Why should you be?" Xie Jing retorted playfully, observing her cheeks redden further. The bitterness in his heart diminished significantly. No matter who might covet her, she was destined to be his wife, Xie Jing. In silence, they continued their dinner, the two of them refraining from conversation. The chef had prepared 2 new dishes that suited Jianing's palate perfectly, prompting her to eat more than usual. Seeing Xie Jing lounging in the room, refusing to leave, she turned and tossed the book she had been reading onto his lap, then settled comfortably onto the bed, playfully demanding, "Xie Jing, if you insist on staying here tonight, you must read to me." "Very well," he replied. Xie Jing leaned against the bed, slowly reading from a script with utmost seriousness etched upon his face. His voice resonated deeply in the stillness of the night, causing Jianing to feel drowsy, and she gradually closed her eyes. Noticing her peaceful slumber, Xie Jing gently set the script aside and tenderly covered her with the bedding. Unable to resist the allure of her serene visage, he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, whispering, "Aning, I will treat you exceptionally well. Might you harbor even a faint affection for me?" In that tranquil night, the two embraced each other. Kang Zekin sat in his study, surrounded by numerous portraits of a single woman, each stroke revealing the artist's meticulous dedication. With gentle eyes, he lifted each image and cast them into the brazier, watching as they slowly transformed into ash, his eyes betraying a swell of uncontainable sorrow. She was already married to a loyal minister, while he, as the heir of a marquis, bore the weight of familial obligations. Their paths were forever diverged. If these portraits were to be discovered, they could tarnish the princess's esteemed reputation. Deep down, he had long understood that the emperor would never bestow the princess upon him, a mere scion of a marquis, especially with an elder half-brother above him. Such lineage was utterly unworthy of the esteemed princess. Yet, he had clung to a fleeting hope, one that now needed to be relinquished. Second brother. Kong Zekin composed his emotions and rose to open the door. There stood Kong Yuexin, holding a bowl of soup, softly stating, "Second brother, I noticed you haven't eaten much tonight. This is lotus seed porridge I had prepared in the small kitchen. Please have some." Their mother's affections lay solely with the eldest sister and the heir, while their father favored the children of concubine Yu, neglecting her altogether. Even her eldest sister was exceedingly hypocritical. Thus, if there was anyone in this household who genuinely cared for her, it was only her second brother. Kong Yuexin had long been aware of her brother's sentiments, though she feigned ignorance. As he reached out to accept the lotus seed porridge, she turned to leave. But Kong Zekin stepped aside and softly urged, "Yuexin, do come in. I have something to discuss with you." Pausing, she turned back and entered the study, gracefully seating herself. "Second brother, what is it?" she inquired. He gazed at his sister with a pang of compassion. He had two sisters, yet their mother had always favored Yuexin. He had witnessed the grievances that Yuexin endured, and thus he showered her with additional kindness, hoping it would ease her heart. However, he never anticipated that their mother could be so biased in matters of marriage, pressing Yuexin to wed the unworthy Duke of Gong. "Yuexin, should the Duke of Gong visit our residence again, you need not meet with him. I will speak to mother about it. If you ever find a man who captures your heart, simply inform me. Regardless of his lineage, as long as he treats you well and possesses good character, I will discuss it with our mother." His words were imbued with sincerity, and upon hearing this, Kong Yuexin smiled genuinely, feeling reassured that there remained someone in this world who truly cared for her well-being. Yet how could her benevolent second brother possibly comprehend that? In the context of this marquis, she was merely a pawn, a victim upon the chopping block. Nevertheless, she was not entirely without options. "Second brother, I am grateful to you, but let us leave matters concerning mother aside. If necessary, I shall simply keep my distance in the future. The hour grows late. You should retire early. I shall return to my quarters now." Kong Yuexin rose and stepped out of the room, casting a glance back at the flickering candlelight within. She had publicly rejected marriage in the palace, thereby disregarding her brother-in-law's dignity. Now, with her mother forbidding her from leaving the residence, it seemed uncertain what means would be at her disposal in the days to come. Yet, she held no fear. A life lived in constant subservience to others would render her no different from an inanimate object. Chapter 154, Daily Life Recently. The residence of the Duke of Protecting the Nation has been bustling with activity. The marriage of Shen Jiahao and Chao Yuru is scheduled for the end of the year, and the spirit of the old matriarch Shun has noticeably brightened. Observing the lively scene of her grandchildren, the smile on her face is impossible to conceal. In the Bauma Hall, everyone came to pay their respects to the old matriarch Shun. Shun Jiayan, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, held Lu Zhaozhao's hand, while others smiled warmly. Shen Jiahao could not resist teasingly saying, "Second brother, you truly are a virtuous husband and father now, even avoiding social gatherings." Shen Jiayan looked up and let out a cold laugh, retorting, "You need not gloat, young one. I am eager to see how you will fare once you are married. I certainly want to be as inept as you and eldest brother. You both are merely following your wives. In the future, I shall surely lead my household." Shen Jiahao confidently declared, insisting that amidst a family of henpecked husbands, there must be at least one who holds his ground. "Some things should not be spoken of too early, lest you find yourself in a predicament," Shen Jiaqin interjected, adopting the demeanor of an experienced individual. The old matriarch Shen smiled silently. She had faith that her children and grandchildren were all deeply affectionate, and she had no concerns about their marital bliss. "Mrs. Wu stood up and approached Shen Jiahao, delivering a sharp slap to his back in exasperation. "You little rascal, are you plotting a rebellion? Your wife hasn't even crossed the threshold yet, and you're already thinking of tormenting her. Truly, you are your father's son." Upon hearing this, the second master immediately rose, feeling wronged. "Shushan, speak of our son if you must, but why involve me?" Mrs. Wu turned to retort, but caught sight of the old matriarch Shen smiling at the head of the hall, which momentarily made her feel embarrassed. "Mother, it seems your daughter-in-law has lost her composure." The old matriarch waved her hand, chuckling, "No worries, carry on. It has been a while since I've seen you scold Qinghan. I must admit, I somewhat miss it." Everyone erupted into laughter, and Princess Jean grew teased, "Sister-in-law, your temper has certainly mellowed over the years. I nearly forgot you were once a fiery presence when you entered the household. Older sister, even you join in on the jest? Mrs. Wu replied, her cheeks tinged with bashfulness. The old matriarch gazed at her lively family, her eyes slightly moist. In the blink of an eye, it has been over 20 years since she and her daughters-in-law have shared this bond. Modestly speaking, both of her daughters-in-law are exceptional. The grandeur of the Duke of protecting the nation today is not solely due to the men's endeavors outside, but also because of their steadfast presence within the household. Lu Zhao tugged at Shen Jiayan's hand, her curiosity piqued. Did second aunt really scold second uncle when she was younger? Shen Jiayan turned to her, his eyes softening with a smile as he replied, second uncle endured far more than mere scolding. In the past, second aunt would chase him around the residence with a stick. Had it not been for grandmother's intervention, second uncle might have lost a limb by now. His voice, though soft, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. After finishing his tale, Shen Jiayan looked at Shen Jiahao with a twinkle in his eye. The old saying goes, a father's debts are repaid by his son, and conversely, this too applies. Shen Jiahao instinctively shivered, regretting his earlier bravado. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the old gentleman's face flushed with embarrassment, for being reminded of his youthful escapades in front of the younger generation was undeniably humiliating. Had anyone else uttered such remarks, he would have fiercely defended himself. Yet this was the sole son of his most esteemed elder brother, his beloved nephew, making it quite impossible for him to retaliate. Shen Jiahao, you little rascal, if you dare to provoke your mother again, I shall break your legs. He could only vent his frustration towards his own son. Father is right. You truly ought to keep a closer eye on third brother. Otherwise, when third sister-in-law arrives, she will surely be frightened to tears. Shen Yiran sat on a stool, laughing with a face full of schadenfreude. Shen Yiran, if you remain silent, no one shall mistake you for a mute. Shen Jiahao remarked with a chuckle, casting a glance at the impish child making faces at him. In this household, he felt the least esteemed, and his heart ached with despair. After conversing for quite some time in Baoma Hall, they finally rose to return to their respective courtyards as dusk approached. In Zhao Jia courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao entered the room, removed her shoes, and swung her little feet as she said, in a few days, I shall go out to find Ning Ning. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan immediately leaned in, lifting her chin and biting down hard, his tone laced with menace. Lu Zhao Zhao, if you dare to visit Wanyue Tower again, do you believe I will not break your legs? Without a hint of fear, Lu Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully asked, Shen Shizi, would you truly have the heart to do so? Seeing her confidence, Shen Jiayan sighed. She took advantage of his affections. No matter if he were to strike her or even raise his voice, he would not dare. He pulled her into his embrace, asking helplessly, pray tell, what mischief are you up to this time? Lu Zhao Zhao lightly tapped him, feigning annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever done anything wrong? I am merely preparing for a proper affair. In a month, it will be my second brother's wedding to Yu Rou. And as his sister, I must present a fitting gift. Shen Jiayan chuckled. With so many treasures in our household, is that not sufficient for you to give? You do not understand. I must present Yu Rou with a bridal gift, for I doubt her stepmother will take the initiative to assist her. But with my mother and second brother around, no one shall dare to bully her in the future. Are you certain your second brother will not be the one to do the bullying? He raised an eyebrow. He had known Lu Jinrong for many years. While he appeared carefree, he possessed a heart as dark as his own. Not at all. If he dares to bully Yu Rou, my mother is quite skilled at breaking legs as well, Lu Zhao Zhao replied earnestly. Her second brother's status in the household was akin to Jiahao's. Once Yu Rou entered, he would be relegated to the background. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, pulling Lu Zhao Zhao closer. In a few days, when I have a day off, I shall accompany you. As of now, you have lost all credibility with me. She shrugged nonchalantly. That is fine, but if you come, you must pay for me. My lady, all the keys to the house are in your possession, and you have plundered my monthly stipend clean. I am utterly penniless, he lamented, truly devoid of any funds. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully touched his cheek and chuckled. It matters not. Young Master Shen's visage is worth a considerable sum. In light of this, I shall ensure my lady's satisfaction tonight. Shen Jiayan rose, lifting her into his arms as they made their way toward the chamber. For the past few days, that insufferable brat had been thwarting his endeavors, but at last, peace reigned today. Before long, sounds of Lu Zhao Zhao's tearful gasps and the man's husky coaxing echoed from within the chamber. Liu Li, cradling the sobbing Shen Yishuan, approached the doorway and, upon hearing the commotion inside, promptly retreated to a distance, reflecting on how harmonious the young master and his lady truly were. Chapter 155. Servitude in the residence of the second prince. Xiao Yuding gazed at the meal delivered from the kitchen and, in a fit of fury, swept the dishes onto the floor, berating the kitchen matron. I am the legitimate daughter of the noble house. Do you truly think you can deceive me with such fare? Do you believe I will not report this to the court? The matron scoffed dismissively. Yunyang, you have been in the residence for over a month now. The prince may not even remember your presence. A phoenix that has lost its feathers is no better than a mere chicken. Do not parade your airs before me. Having a meal at all is a privilege. With that, she turned and exited the room. In this household, there were countless concubines and maidservants, once one entered. It mattered not whether one hailed from a noble lineage or the brothels. Only those favored by the prince were regarded as true mistresses. Those lacking his affection were treated worse than common servants. With a sharp crack, Zhao Zhao delivered a slap, leaving Banling trembling in silence, her face covered. With a fierce countenance, she demanded, "Where is the prince? Did I not instruct you to summon him? Where is he?" "The prince is inebriated this evening and is currently in his study. The guards at the door will not allow me to enter," Banling replied softly, her head bowed. Since learning of Chao Yurong's engagement to Xinjiahao, Zhao Zhao had grown increasingly irritable, seething with resentment. She could still moderate her temperament toward the household's original servants. But her ire was magnified toward Banling. "Useless wretch, you are of no help to me. Prepare my attire. I shall personally visit the prince." Zhao Zhao turned to the copper mirror. Before entering the residence, her mother had advised her that any means necessary could be employed to gain favor, and that one should cast aside all sense of shame. Banling, quaking with fear, stepped forward to assist her with her makeup and hair, presenting a light, delicate gown for her to change into. Although Zhao Zhao was not exceptionally beautiful, her youth lent her a certain charm, and with the right embellishments, she appeared quite lovely. She glanced at Banling, who had her eyes downcast, her fair and delicate skin accentuated by a few stray strands of hair that cascaded onto her cheek, evoking pity. With a fierce warning, she said, "Dissipate that pitiful demeanor. Should you dare present yourself in such a manner before the prince, I shall see you sold into a brothel." Banling turned pale with fright. Though of humble origins, she understood propriety and integrity. She quickly knelt, pleading, "Mistress, I harbor no such intentions. I implore you to grant me mercy. You are but a worthless creature. Be gone." Zhao Zhao adjusted her hair and sashayed out, with Banling hastily following in her wake. In the study, the second prince sat at the desk, perusing a letter from Sun Yinjiang urging him to take decisive action. He snorted disdainfully and tossed the letter into the brazier, watching it burn. His maternal grandfather appeared to be concerned for his well-being, yet in truth, he was preoccupied with the glory of the Sun family, while this realm rightfully belonged to the Qis. Aside from his grandfather, only the Duke of Gong and a few minor officials stood by his side. Yet, the Duke was nothing but a drunken lout, spending his days in debauchery, lacking any real power beyond his title. Reflecting on the previous Halloween and the young lady who had accompanied the Duke, a calculating smile crept across his lips. Though the Yunyang Marquis may not possess the same grandeur as in days of yore, the heir of Yunyang Marquis is undeniably a man of remarkable capability. It would be most advantageous to secure his favor. Yet, how might one achieve this? The simplest approach would be through a marital alliance. Outside the study, Zhao Zhao sauntered gracefully, but the guards at the entrance promptly intercepted her, stating in a deep tone, "Lady Zhao, His Highness has not summoned you. You may not enter." She discreetly produced silver from her sleeve, offering it to the two guards while softly imploring, "This is but a token of my esteem. I kindly ask you to relay my message to His Highness." The guards exchanged glances, ultimately accepting the silver, for none would turn away from wealth. A mere message hardly constituted a significant matter. However, it was noted that His Highness had already dispatched someone to invite Consort Zhao. A series of knocks resonated at the door. The second prince, presuming it to be Consort Zhao, hastily gathered the letters on his desk and said in a low voice, "Let her in." The guards, taken aback by his command, complied and opened the door. Zhao Zhao entered with a look of elation. Receiving the pastries from Hanliang and bidding her to return before stepping into the study, "Your servant pays her respects to His Highness," she said, her voice delicate as she performed a curtsy. The second prince paused, glancing at her with mild surprise. "What brings you here?" Zhao Zhao had donned a sheer outer garment today, with her inner attire subtly visible, and her exquisitely crafted makeup glowed under the candlelight, exuding a certain allure. The second prince smirked playfully. In the past, her presence had reminded him of squandered opportunities, yet now with new ambitions, he felt no aversion towards her. After all, she was merely his concubine, and indulging in some amusement was not out of the question. "I have resided in the estate for over a month. Yet your highness has yet to visit my quarters. Should I have erred in any regard, I beseech you to enlighten me," she stated, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, her demeanor appearing tragically pitiful. "Speak your mind," the second prince replied, his tone unruffled but his eyes betraying a mocking glint. Zhao Zhao, elated by his invitation, rose eagerly and feigned shyness, saying, "Your highness, you must be weary after a long day. May I offer you a shoulder massage?" Seeing no objection from him, she approached. placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. However, before she could utter another word, he coldly commanded, "Undress." Her movements faltered, clearly taken aback. Hesitantly, she inquired, "What did you say, Your Highness?" Leaning back in his chair, the second prince scrutinized her with a derisive smile. "Zhao, what pretense are you putting on? If you are unwilling, you may leave. This prince's estate is not lacking in women." Zhao Yuding stood momentarily dazed. The many whispered behind her back. None dared speak ill of her in her presence. She had long believed that entering the prince's estate would elevate her status, earning the envy of others. Yet now, even the servants felt emboldened to humiliate her at will. As long as she could bear a child, her fortunes would surely turn. When that day arrived, even Xiao Yuro would have to pay her respects. In her mind, the weight of etiquette and moral integrity paled in comparison to the allure of wealth and prestige. With this thought, the last remnants of her shame dissipated entirely. She lifted her hand to untie the sash at her waist, allowing her outer garment to slide away, and nestled into the embrace of the second prince, whispering softly, "Your Highness." The second prince rose, cradling her as he made his way to the bed, carelessly discarding her excess garments. His gaze revealed no trace of tenderness, and his actions lacked any semblance of gentleness. To him, women were mere playthings, especially one as ordinary as she. Chapter 156. Punishment. Standing at the door of the study, concubine Zhao listened to the sounds within, her expression unwavering as she softly inquired, "Who was inside?" The guard, bowing his head and feeling a surge of anxiety, recalled that today the prince had summoned concubine Zhao and that it was they who had allowed Lady Xiao to enter. One of them, feeling guilty, whispered, in response to concubine Zhao, "It is Lady Xiao inside." Upon hearing this, concubine Zhao felt a slight sense of relief. She had feared that this scoundrel had again targeted the maidservants of the residence, as such incidents were not uncommon. Since Lady Xiao Yuding insisted on making advances, she would inevitably face the consequences of her actions in the future, unable to blame others for her misfortunes. "If the prince inquires, just say that I have already come," she concluded, turning to leave without a trace of hesitation, leaving the two guards exchanging bewildered glances. It seemed that the concubine was rather indifferent to the prince's affairs. "Concubine, shall we proceed to the main courtyard?" one of the maidservants asked softly. She lifted her gaze to the sky and replied, "No need. The prince's consorts should have all retired by now. Let us return, for tomorrow promises a splendid spectacle." She had initially been enjoying her time in the courtyard with the children, but that scoundrel had sent someone to summon her to the study. Luckily, she had delayed her departure, only to be intercepted by Lady Xiao Yuding, a truly rare stroke of fortune. Afterward, the second prince casually dressed himself, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Yuding, who lay curled up on the bed. He remarked coolly, "Get dressed and return." Suppressing her pain, she clutched the blanket and rose, speaking pitifully, "Your Highness, ever since you saved me at the flower banquet, I have harbored deep admiration for you. Thus, even as a mere concubine, I am willing to serve you, and I hope for your kindness." The second prince smirked. Although her beauty was not remarkable, her words were pleasing to him. Once he ascended to the throne, the entire realm would belong to him, and all women would naturally gravitate towards him. Even the status of a lowly concubine would be a great favor. He lifted her chin, treating her as one would a pet, and casually said, "From now on, behave yourself in this residence, and I shall show you favor." "Yes, I shall obey your highness." Xiao Yuding trembled as she donned her garments, bowing as she exited with a triumphant smile. From this day forth, she would be the rightful mistress of this household, and no one would dare to bully her. If she were to conceive the prince's child, she would completely turn her fortunes around. Upon returning to the courtyard, Banling, waiting at the door, quickly bowed and said, "Aunt, the water is ready. You may bathe now." Xiao Yuding was in high spirits, grateful for the rare moment of kindness, and she turned toward the bathing room, leaving Banling to exhale in relief. The next day, the prince's consort sat at the head of the table, while concubine Zhao, with an impassive demeanor, sat at the lower end, delicately sipping her tea. Xiao Yuding knelt on the ground, her face alight with pride. According to custom, a concubine must pay respects to the principal consort upon first bedding, yet her demeanor seemed less one of respect and more one of boasting. "I pay my respects to the prince's consort. In the future, I shall diligently fulfill my duties and strive to bear your child at the earliest opportunity." Zhao, the side consort, couldn't help but laugh upon observing her, wondering how the wife of the Marquis of Wushuan could teach her daughter to be so utterly foolish. If it were anyone else, a mere utterance like that could cost not only the child's life but her own as well. The second prince's consort turned to Zhao with a weary glance, quickly suppressing her amusement that almost betrayed her composure. "Zhao, rise. From now on, serve His Highness well. And there is no need to come and pay your respects unless necessary," she instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," Xiao Yuding replied as she moved to sit nearby. "Your Highness, Lady Qiao has arrived," Lianqin announced, bowing slightly at the entrance. The second prince's consort rubbed her temples, feeling a headache creeping in. Lady Chao had been brought back by Qi Hao some days prior, although she had enjoyed a brief period of favor. She was soon forgotten amidst the multitude of women in the residence. "Let her in," she commanded. No sooner had she spoken than Lady Chao entered. Clad in a striking crimson dress adorned with numerous hairpins, appearing more flamboyant than both the second prince's consort and Zhao. With graceful steps, she curtsied. "This humble servant greets your highness and the esteemed side consort." Rise and take a seat," the second prince's consort replied coolly. At times, she truly wished to abandon her duties, perplexed by the triviality of competing over a man devoid of virtue or integrity. Lady Chao settled across from Xiao Yuting, glancing at her unremarkable features and smirking as she addressed Zhao. "Side consort, I heard the prince intended for you to attend yesterday. Yet it seems Xiao has seized the opportunity well. I once thought the noble ladies of high birth were different from women like me. But it appears they are not so dissimilar after all." Xiao Yuting, incensed by her words, shot up to retort. "How dare you? I am the legitimate daughter of a marquis, while you are merely a courtesan unworthy of comparison. But you, the legitimate daughter of a marquis, have also engaged in shameless pursuits, have you not? What sets you apart from me?" Lady Chao replied without a hint of restraint. While Zhao watched the exchange with keen interest, amused by their mutual disdain, both were merely snakes and rats of the same den. "You shameless wretch!" Xiao Yuting exclaimed, rising as if to strike her. "Enough." The second prince's consort's voice cut through the tension coldly. Though she seldom displayed anger, her rare fury was quite fearsome, prompting both Lady Chao and Xiao Yuting to fall silent. "Lady Chao, you are hereby confined for 3 months for instigating discord. Xiao, your behavior is unbecoming. You will be confined for 1 month." Upon hearing this, Lady Chao's composure faltered slightly, with the prince summoning her less frequently and many new faces entering the residence. She feared being forgotten upon her return from confinement. "Your Highness, I am devoted to the prince and must attend to him," she began. "Lady Chao, your information travels swiftly. Does it not? Even the prince's intentions last night are known to you in full clarity. Do you think he would be moved by your so-called devotion?" Zhao interjected, her tone laced with a subtle threat. Qi Hao, now plagued by guilt, was most fearful of others prying into his affairs. Should he learn of this, Lady Chao would find herself utterly out of favor. Though she cared little for who held favor in the household, she was determined to grant Sister Qin her wish for tranquility. Although concubine, Chao did not contemplate the implications deeply. She understood that if this matter were to reach the second prince's ears, it would likely incite his displeasure. With a heavy heart, she swallowed her indignation and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I accept my punishment." As for concubine Xiao Yuting had only just served yesterday and was unwilling to face confinement. Yet she dared not escalate the situation. She too bowed and admitted, "I recognize my mistake and accept my punishment. You may return to your quarters and reflect upon your actions," commanded the second princess with a dismissive gesture. The two turned to leave, casting each other a fierce glare before retreating to their respective chambers. Chapter 157, The Scheme. Upon noticing the grave expression on her sister's face, concubine Zhao felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and softly inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" The second princess consort raised her hand to dismiss the maidservants within the room. Exhaling a sigh as she confided, "Yesterday, upon returning to the manor, he informed me of his intention to take the second daughter of the Yunyang Marquis as a concubine, instructing me to prepare accordingly. It seems he has already made up his mind." Concubine Zhao was taken aback, and then muttered under her breath, "This scoundrel. How many young women must he ruin before he is satisfied? If he were to perish one day, I would be sure to celebrate with a grand display of firecrackers." This time, the second prince's consort chose not to intervene. The emperor's subtle hints during the Wan Shou festival had been exceedingly clear. Whether he was truly oblivious or merely pretending to be so was uncertain. At this moment, within the Wangwei Tower, the second prince idly rotated his teacup, while Du Keng gazed intently at the dancing courtesans. The recent public rejection of marriage by Kang Yuexin had left him utterly humiliated, prompting him to seldom leave his residence. It was only at the second prince's behest that he had ventured out today. "Dear cousin, she is but a young girl. There is no need to be so enraged," the second prince remarked, his voice low and laced with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Du Keng lost all interest in the dance. Frustration bubbled within him as he retorted, "That Kang Yuexin is utterly ungrateful, causing me to lose face before everyone. I shall ensure she pays for this." "My dear cousin, I may have a suggestion that could help you regain your pride," the second prince replied, setting down his wine cup. "What is your plan?" Du Keng inquired, intrigued. The second prince tapped his cup lightly with his finger before chuckling. "Since Miss Kang refuses to become your consort, might she be interested in becoming the second princess concubine instead?" Du Kong paused, momentarily taken aback. Despite his anger towards Kong Yuexin for her rejection, he could not deny her captivating beauty. Reluctant to concede, he hesitantly asked, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" The second prince placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled. "Cousin, the second daughter of the Kong family likely feels too proud to accept the position of a duke as consort. However, should the day come when the duke's residence is elevated to that of a prince, what young lady would dare to refuse?" Du Kong felt a flicker of excitement within him. A woman would never hesitate when faced with the prospect of elevation and status. The crown princess position was currently secure, yet he had never favored Du Kong. Should the day arrive when he ascended to the throne, it was likely that even his current rank as duke would be in jeopardy. The second prince, however, was different. They shared a strong bond. And should he truly attain the highest position, it would be beneficial for Du Kong in every regard. "Your Highness, if that is your stance, what can I do to assist? I shall give it my all," he declared with a bow. The second prince casually waved him off, saying, "We are family, dear cousin. There is no need for such formality. I am merely curious about the plans of the Yunyang Marquis and his lady regarding the marriage of their second daughter." Upon hearing this, Du Kang scoffed lightly. "My esteemed father-in-law has never shown interest in such matters, while my mother-in-law only has eyes for Kong Yuexin. As for Kong Yuexin, it is likely that only Kong Zekin cares about her." The second prince, upon hearing his words, felt quite satisfied. His choice of Kong Yuexin was motivated not only by her striking beauty, but also by the exceptional talent of Kong Zekin, who, despite his youth, displayed great promise for the future. Once Kong Yuexin entered his household, he could scarcely believe that Kong Zekin would dare to defy him. "Cousin, I would appreciate it if you could speak a few words in favor of me before Madame Luan. If she consents, I shall promptly seek Father's decree." Having observed Kong Er's spirited nature through recent events, he recognized that marriage has always been dictated by parental arrangements and matchmakers, leaving no room for her personal choice. The Honorable Duke readily agreed, yet hesitated regarding the position of a side consort. "Your Highness, Kong Yuexin is, after all, a legitimate daughter. I fear that my mother-in-law may not be very amenable to this arrangement." The second prince smirked. "Cousin, I recall that you have yet to appoint a legitimate heir in your household. If I intervene, my father will certainly grant me some leeway." "Understood, Your Highness. I shall await good news." The Honorable Duke downed his cup of wine, while the second prince wore a smile of assured triumph. For the world would eventually belong to him. At the Yunyang Marquis, Madame Luan frowned at her daughter, who sat calmly across from her. "Yuexin, can you not be more sensible? What faults does your brother-in-law possess that you adamantly refuse to marry him?" A cold laugh escaped Yuexin's lips. There were moments when she had to admire her mother's ability to speak such nonsense. "What faults? Perhaps one should inquire what merits he possesses." "Mother, you still expect me to refer to him as brother-in-law? Sister sharing a husband? Do you not fear the scorn of others who would accuse you of raising a shameless daughter?" Faced with her daughter's obstinacy, Madame Luan rose and declared, "Kong Yuexin, you are my daughter, and matters of marriage are not for you to decide. Mother, should you continue to pressure me thus, I would not hesitate to send you my corpse, and you may carry my coffin to the Honorable Duke's residence." Madame Luan was nearly taken aback by her words, clutching the table and muttering about calamity. Kong Yuexin stood and approached her mother, articulating each word with precision. "Mother, if given a choice, I cannot say whether you desire me as your daughter, but I am certain I do not wish to have you as my mother." Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Madame Luan found herself momentarily dazed. Yuexin was her eldest daughter, upon whom she had poured her entire heart and soul, thus favoring her slightly more. Yet, she cherished this daughter as well, having provided her with a life of luxury since childhood. "Madam, the Honorable Duke has arrived." A maid announced from outside the door. She adjusted her attire and composed her expression before softly instructing, "Let him in." The Honorable Duke strode in confidently, bowing and clasping his hands. "Your humble son-in-law pays his respects to you, madam." "Zhao Zhao has arrived. Do take a seat," she replied. Just as he entered, he encountered Kong Yuexin, who had just exited. He could not help but notice how his younger sister had blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty. Were it not for the overwhelming allure presented by the second prince, he would be reluctant to let her go so easily. The child, Yuexin, is still quite young and undeniably headstrong. Both her father and I have reprimanded her, so please do not stoop to her level. The Duchess of Lian spoke with a hint of ingratiation, for the esteemed Duke is indeed a true royal relative, although her little grandson is the legitimate firstborn son. He has yet to be formally designated as heir, which inevitably stirs some unease within her. "Mother-in-law, what are you saying?" The Duke feigned a tone of regret. "Yuexin is the younger sister of Yuexin, and thus, she is naturally my sister as well. Since she is unwilling, let this matter rest." Chapter 158. The Promise. A smile graced the face of the Duke of Gong as he addressed his mother-in-law. I intend to petition His Majesty for the title of heir. This way, should Yuexian be aware from beyond the grave, she may find peace. Lady Luan, filled with immense joy, could hardly contain her excitement as she responded, this is indeed the best course of action. However, noticing his apparent hesitation, she hastily inquired, Hatsa, is there something troubling you? The Duke of Gong sighed before speaking, Mother-in-law, you are aware that I generally refrain from engaging in court matters. Thus my voice holds little weight before His Majesty. Moreover, Ru'er is but 3 years old. I fear that if I speak out of turn, His Majesty may not acquiesce. If we were to wait a few more years. Before he could finish, Lady Luan rose urgently. Hatsa, this matter cannot afford delay. Lady Luan had her own considerations. Although Ru'er is currently the legitimate heir of the Duke's household, in a few years, should he remarry, the position of heir may no longer belong to him. The thought made her harbor further grievances towards Kong Yuexian. Had she been willing to marry the Duke properly, such concerns would be alleviated. The Duke of Gong feigned reassurance, Mother-in-law, do not be overly anxious. This matter is not without possible resolution. Though it may require some sacrifice from our second sister. She asked, puzzled, what does this have to do with Yuexian? The Duke of Gong stood and assisted her back into her seat, feigning difficulty as he said, Mother-in-law, please do not rush. Allow me to explain. During the recent longevity festival, the second prince fell in love with our second sister at first sight, and he has entrusted me to inquire about your and father-in-law's opinions. He wishes to take her as a concubine in his princely household. Furthermore, he mentioned that if you agree, we would become one family. And he would speak favorably to His Majesty regarding the title of heir. A concubine to the second prince? Lady Luan hesitated, no matter how appealing the title may sound. A concubine is still a concubine, and for families of their rank, reputation is paramount. Mother-in-law, he continued, though she may be a concubine. The second prince is the son of His Majesty and is destined to be granted a title. In time, securing a position of primary wife for our second sister is not out of the question. Seeing her wavering, the Duke of Gong pressed on, indeed. Should Yuexian enter the prince's household, Ru'er would gain a vital support and would not need to fear being bullied. Hatsa, I cannot decide this alone. I must await your father-in-law's return to discuss it with him. The Duke of Gong stood, clasping his hands in respect, of course, but mother-in-law. Our second sister is no longer a child. Suitable suitors in the capital are scarce. It would be wise to prepare early. There are other matters in the manor that require my attention, so I shall take my leave. Lady Luan nodded gently, as the Duke of Gong exited the room. The matron beside her spoke, Madam, the eldest son-in-law has a point. Our second daughter is already 18, and suitable young men in the capital are indeed few. If we delay another year or two, we may completely miss the opportunity. Madame Luan raised her hand to rub her forehead. Over the years, she had indeed never allowed Yuexian to meet Haoza, all in the hope of marrying her off to him. Now, witnessing her steadfast refusal to wed Haoza, she realized that even if they delayed for another 2 years, it would be futile. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be wiser for her to marry the second prince. Who knows, she might even become a princess one day. Roan Mama. When the Marquis and the second young master return home, summon them to the main courtyard. Inform them I have matters to discuss. Yes, madam. In the evening, Kanjichin protested, Mother, this is absolutely out of the question. Regardless of whether Yuexian would agree, I certainly would not. He stood, looking at his mother, feeling utterly absurd. The tension between the second prince and the crown prince had reached a boiling point. Although the second prince had the formidable general of the West backing him, he himself lacked both talent and virtue, making him unfit for rulership. Defeat was inevitable. It was outrageous that his mother wished to send Yuexian into the second prince's household, essentially pushing her into a pit of fire. He turned to the silent Yunyang Marquis and said solemnly, Father, even if you have chosen to neglect family matters, it is time you spoke up. The Yunyang Marquis had proven himself to be quite mediocre over the years. He had inherited his title due to his ancestors' merits and the fact that he was the only son of the late Marquis. Over the years, he had indulged in a lavish lifestyle and favored his concubines, showing little concern for the upbringing and marriages of his children. Zhichen. Marriage has always been dictated by parental authority. Let us heed your mother's wishes. Although the Yunyang Marquis was not a fool, he was fully aware of the current state of affairs in the second prince's residence. Yet, he contemplated the possibility that one day, he might become a father-in-law to a prince. If things went awry, he would merely lose a daughter, one he had never truly cherished. Father. Kanjichin gazed at his father's retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Seeing this, Madame Luan quickly rose, her voice choked with emotion. Zhichen, you must understand the difficulties I face. Yuexian is also my daughter. If there were any other way, I would not agree to this. Moreover, Yuexian is your sister too. You can not only care for your second sister. Kanjichin replied coldly, Mother, at times, I genuinely question whether Yuexin is your biological daughter. I have never encountered a mother who treats her child in such a manner. You may choose not to love her, but you must not push her into a fire. Even if you and father neglect her, I, as her brother, will take responsibility. At that moment, Rong Mama turned and spotted the cold-faced Qin Yuexin standing at the door. She quickly tugged at Madame Lewin, whispering, "Madam, the second young lady has arrived." Madame Lewin turned to meet Qin Yuexin's gaze, feeling an involuntary pang of guilt. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but Qin Yuexin deftly evaded her touch. Taken aback, Madame Lewin urged, "Yuexin, I understand you are unwilling to marry your brother-in-law. I shall not pressure you any further. However, a daughter must marry eventually. What do you think of the second prince? Though he may only take a secondary consort." The future. Qin Yuexin looked at her mother, listening to her absurd words, her heart growing colder by the moment. In that instant, she truly wished she were not her biological daughter. Kong Zekin stepped forward and grasped her wrist, speaking tenderly, "Yuexin, return with your brother, with me around. No one dares to force you." Lady Lewin watched the retreating figures of the two with a mix of frustration and indignation, exclaiming, "How audacious. Now she no longer regards me, her mother. My lady, please do not be upset. The second young lady has always been rather willful, unlike the elder sister who is more considerate. However, the matter of marriage ultimately rests with you as her mother," suggested Granny Rong, fanning the flames of discord. Lady Lewin sat down with a huff, reflecting that the girl had never been as attentive as Yuexin since childhood. "Very well, inform Hausa that we have reached an agreement," she commanded. "Yes, my lady," Granny Rong replied, bowing as she exited. Chapter 159. The past in the secluded courtyard. Kong Yuexin sat quietly on a small couch, her expression serene. Kong Zekin, filled with concern, gently remarked, "Yuexin, if you wish to cry, do so. You need not be so strong in front of your elder brother." Kong Yuexin slightly raised her head, her eyes gradually reddening, tears swirling in her gaze, yet she steadfastly refrained from letting them fall. She approached him and, reminiscent of her childhood, embraced him. Kong Zekin tenderly patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Yuexin, do not be afraid. Your elder brother will protect you." Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, a tear silently slipped down her cheek, landing on the ground below. He was the only true family member who cared for her in this household, but matters of marriage had always been dictated by parental arrangements. Even if her brother could shield her this time, what of the next? Her mother was indifferent to her, reducing her to mere pawn on a chessboard. After a considerable pause, she wiped away the tears from her face and softly stated, "Elder brother, I am fine now. Do not worry." Recognizing that this was a young lady's private chamber, he felt it inappropriate to linger. He gently replied, "Leave this matter to your brother. You should remain at home in peace. After some days, when I have time off, I shall take you out for a change of scenery, if that pleases you." "Very well." Kong Yuexin nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Kong Zekin reached out to pat the top of her head before turning to leave the room, his countenance darkening as he exited the estate towards the Duke of Gong's residence. Kong Yuexin sat before her vanity, hesitating for a long while before finally opening a small box. With trembling hands, she retrieved a dragon-shaped jade pendant, clutching it tightly, and feigned calm as she said, "Yue, help me with my makeup." With reddened eyes, Yue opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She stepped forward, gently applying powder to Kong Yuexin's cheeks. After finishing the makeup, she could no longer contain her tears and began to weep. "Miss, is there truly no other way?" Kong Yuexin raised her hand to gently wipe away Yue's tears, feigning ease as she responded, "Silly Yue, why do you cry? Your young lady is not going to her demise. I am merely seeking a way to survive. But, miss, that is a place where one can be devoured whole, without a trace left behind. What shall you do afterwards?" Kong Yuexin lowered her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. The options left for her in this world were indeed limited. Rather than fulfilling others' desires, she would choose to fight for herself, even if it meant facing perilous odds. No one knew of her past connection with the Crown Prince, or that her elder sister had been overlooked for the position of the Crown Prince's consort because of her. 5 years ago, she had been a companion to Princess Jianing, while the Crown Prince had already possessed a Crown Princess, and the Empress was selecting candidates for the position of Crown Prince's consort, with her elder sister, Kong Yuexin, among the names listed. One day, having acquired a popular pastry from the palace, she joyfully sought out her elder sister in the courtyard. However, before she could enter the room, she overheard her sister's shrill voice within. "Kong Yuexin, with that alluring demeanor, has captivated our second brother, leading him to favor her incessantly. How can this continue as she grows older? Do not be angry, Mississippi, regardless of how well the second young master treats her. It ultimately matters little. This household is ruled by the lady of the house. You are soon to become the Crown Prince's consort, destined for greatness. The second young lady will only have to bow before you. Why bother with her? Alan, whenever my mother took me out with her, others would invariably praise her beauty, even though I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the family. Yet, that girl would steal all the limelight. Alan continued to flatter, saying, my lady, your beauty is truly regal and exquisite. How could the second young lady possibly compare to you? If I may be so bold, the second young lady's appearance suggests she is destined for a life as a concubine. Upon uttering this, Alan realized she had misspoken, for after all, the prince's consort was indeed a concubine. She hurriedly knelt and said, my lady, the prince's wife has been married for over a year without bearing children. If you were to give birth to a child soon, your status would be unparalleled in the future. Enough, rise, she replied. You speak the truth. How could Kong Yuexin possibly compare to me? Once I enter the prince's residence, perhaps her future marriage will depend on my discretion as the elder sister. At that moment, she felt a chill envelop her, as though she had plunged into an ice cellar. She could hardly believe that the elder sister, who usually spoke to her so gently, harbored such thoughts. Although she was still young, she clearly understood that her own sister despised her deeply. Yet, she could not fathom why her elder sister held such animosity towards her. In this household, she had always been the least favored. Her father rarely spoke to her, and her mother's eyes only ever regarded her elder sister. The clothes and jewelry she wore were always the cast-offs of her sister. Why was she such an eyesore to her? At that time, beyond her sorrow and despondency, she was gripped by fear. She could only think that if her elder sister became the prince's consort, she would be staring into an abyss. At the age of 13, she boldly knelt before the prince and uttered, Your Highness, I beseech you not to select my elder sister as your consort. The prince, not yet as composed as he is today, smirked playfully and replied, Little girl, why should I heed your words? She bit her lip, forcing herself to raise her exquisitely youthful face and softly said, Your Highness, if you must choose a daughter of the Kong family as your consort, why not select me instead? They all say I am even more beautiful than my elder sister. When I grow up, I could marry you, if it pleases you. The prince was evidently taken aback by her audacity, standing frozen for a long while before breaking into a low chuckle. He removed the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it into her arms, laughing lightly, Little girl, do not forget your promise. Though the details remain unclear, ultimately, her elder sister was denied the position of the prince's consort, which led to a furious outburst in the household. She even stormed into her courtyard and slapped her, gripping her neck and ferociously demanding to know why she had grown up in such a manner. Later, their mother selected the Duke of Gong as her elder sister's husband, which delighted her sister immensely. However, she felt that the Duke was not a worthy man, for he would often steal glances at her when visiting. Aware of her sister's disdain, she nevertheless did not wish to see her married to an unworthy man. So she discreetly informed her sister of her concerns. The look in her elder sister's eyes at that moment is etched in her memory, as if she were gazing at a foe, her voice dripping with malice as she questioned, Kong Yuexin, do you not wish to see me live well? Later, her elder sister married the esteemed Duke of Gong as she had long desired, yet the presence of concubines in the Duke's residence never ceased. Consequently, she often returned home in tears, lamenting her plight. One day, she overheard her elder sister confiding in their mother about the wish to have her enter the Duke's household as a concubine. Although their mother declined the proposal, she understood that the bond of sisterhood between them had reached its terminus. 2 years later, when her elder sister passed away, she did not shed a single tear, for her feelings for Kong Yuexin had long since evaporated. Chapter 160. Fulfillment. She cast her gaze down upon the jade pendant, a sense of unease stirring within her heart. At the tender age of 13, she had carelessly made a promise, believing the crown prince would soon forget her words. However, 2 years prior, during her attendance at Princess Jianning's birthday celebration, she was unexpectedly intercepted by the crown prince just as she was about to depart the palace. Miss Kong, do you still remember what you once promised me? He inquired. In that moment, panic enveloped her. After all, her words had been mere whimsy, never intended for fulfillment. She had never imagined that the esteemed crown prince would take her lightly spoken vow to heart. In her haste, she had stammered, Your Highness, I do not comprehend your words. If I return late, my family will surely worry. I take my leave. She barely dared to meet his gaze, fleeing in a flurry. It was from that day forth that her mother grew increasingly reluctant to allow her to venture outside, making her last encounter with the crown prince during the recent longevity festival the first in 2 years. Kong Yuexin clasped the jade pendant to her chest and inhaled deeply. Rising, she declared, Yue, I shall return shortly. Wait for me at home. My lady, I shall accompany you, come what may. I am willing to follow you through life and death, replied Yue earnestly. Though her lady had committed no wrongdoing, she had endured countless injustices. It was imperative for her to remain by her side, for she could not betray the kindness her lady had shown her over the years. Very well. Let us go together. Kang Yuexin gently squeezed Yue Wei's hand. In her darkest moments, she had contemplated ending her life. Yet now she had come to realize the importance of living, not merely existing, but thriving beautifully. She aspired to stand in a position unrivaled by others, allowing those who had wronged her to experience the anxiety of their own actions. In the dead of night, the slender figure of the young lady stood before the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. With unwavering resolve, she raised her hand and knocked upon the door. After what felt like the duration of a fragrant incense stick, the gates creaked open, and she gracefully lifted her skirts to step inside. In the study of the Crown Prince's residence, he sat calmly at his desk, meticulously rubbing the jade pendant in his hand, his expression tranquil and devoid of discernible emotion. The young lady knelt before him, her posture upright and composed, betraying no signs of distress. Miss Conger, have you come this late at night merely to return this jade pendant? He inquired softly. If so, I shall accept it. You may return home. Kang Yuexin instinctively clenched the hem of her skirt, her voice trembling. Your Highness, I have come today to fulfill the promise made 5 years ago. I hope you will grant me this. The Crown Prince rose and slowly approached her, crouching down. She instinctively flinched, and he chuckled lightly. Miss Conger, I see no sincerity in your actions. Furthermore, you claim to have forgotten this promise, yet now you wish to fulfill it. Do you think this is a casual matter within the Crown Prince's residence? Kang Yuexin raised her chin slightly, meeting his gaze. In that moment, time seemed to fold back to 5 years prior. Her lips parted slightly. Your Highness, I beg of you. The Crown Prince's eyes flickered as he tossed the jade pendant into her embrace, straightening up and turning away. Since I have awarded this pendant to you, it is yours. Return home now. She tucked the pendant into her bosom and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I take my leave. At the very moment she was about to step out of the study, a cold voice echoed from behind her. Kang Yuexin, this time you have no opportunity to retreat. She turned her back and spoke deliberately. I shall never waver. Young Wei had been waiting anxiously at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence upon seeing her emerge. She hurried forward and asked with concern, Miss, are you well? It is nothing. Let us return. I anticipate that the imperial decree will arrive shortly. Her tone was gentle. This path was one she had chosen for herself, and regardless of the outcome, she accepted it wholeheartedly. She acknowledged that she was not a virtuous person, at least not 5 years ago, but if given the chance to relive that moment, she would make the same choice. Young Wei was at a loss as to whether she should rejoice or mourn for her lady. Perhaps joy was more fitting, for at last she could reclaim her own agency. Within the main courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Princess remarked, I have seen it with my own eyes. She is undoubtedly the second daughter of the Kang family. The Crown Princess, incensed, raised her hand and shattered the teacup on the floor. The maid who had spoken quickly knelt and said, Your Highness, regardless of her family background, you are the mistress of this household, the future matriarch of the nations. Do not jeopardize your health and anger. What do you know? The Crown Princess retorted, her expression twisted with rage as she swept the teapot to the ground. She had been married to the Crown Prince for 6 years, and though they had maintained a semblance of mutual respect, he had never shown her true affection. Apart from herself, there was only concubine Feng and 2 concubines bestowed by the Empress, and to this day, her arms remained empty, with only the children of concubine Feng filling the residence. She had believed her husband to be a man devoid of warmth until one day she discovered a small portrait of a girl in his study, one that appeared to be in her tender youth. From that moment, she realized that her husband's heart likely belonged to another. 2 years ago, at Jianning's birthday celebration, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the second daughter of the Kang family and was certain she was the owner of that portrait. Leaning despondently against her chair, she scoffed coldly. It seemed a new rival was about to enter the residence, and preparations were in order. Crown Princess, do not be disheartened. His Highness still holds you in esteem. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted you with the upbringing of concubine Feng's children, the maid gently reassured her. The Crown Princess did not respond but instead moved to the window, cut a peony from its stem, and carelessly tossed it to the ground, stepping on it with her foot. There could only be one mistress in the Crown Prince's residence, and that was her. The future Empress of Deqi would be none other than herself. Anyone who dared to obstruct her path would face dire consequences. Have the children gone to sleep? She inquired. Yes, they are asleep, and the nurses are with them. Would you like to go and check on them? The maid cautiously suggested. As the Crown Princess had seldom shown interest in the children apart from the Crown Prince's visits. No need. You may leave. I wish to rest. The Crown Princess waved her hand dismissively. Turning, she sat on the bed, closing her eyes as she reflected on the past. Originally, concubine Feng's 2 children should not have survived, yet by a stroke of fortune, she had given birth safely. However, this had taken a toll on her health, rendering her unable to bear more children. thus sparing the crown princess from further interference. Now, all of concubine Feng's children are under her control. As long as she casually incites a few words, she doubts concubine Feng can maintain her composure. At that time, without her intervention, someone will undoubtedly deal with this Miss Kong-air. She is curious to see what makes the person the crown prince yearns for so exceptional. She raised her hand to caress her own abdomen as the crown prince increasingly refrains from entering the rear courtyard, seldom visiting even her chamber. When will she finally have a child of her own? Chapter 161. The Imperial Edict. At this moment, in the residence of the Duke of Gong. The Duke lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, with faint bruises marring his cheek. He struggled to rise, cursing, Kong Zekin, are you out of your mind? How dare you come to my estate and lay hands on me? Kong Zekin seized his collar, his gaze sharp and voice cold as he warned. Let me make this clear, cease your schemes against my sister, or I will not hesitate to end your life. Although his mother had not explicitly stated her reasons for suddenly arranging for Yuexin to marry the second prince as a concubine, the fact that only the Duke had visited the residence of the Marquis of Lianan today left him no doubt of the Duke's involvement. The Duke turned to watch Kong Zekin's departing figure, spitting out blood as he leaned against a nearby table to steady himself. With a cold laugh, he mused that while he had treated his sister Kong Yuexin quite well, his esteemed mother-in-law harbored no affection for her. He had already informed the second prince, and it seemed that by tomorrow, Kong Yuexin would indeed be the second prince's concubine, potentially elevating his own fortunes in the future. The following day, after the morning court session, neither the crown prince nor the second prince returned to their residences. One proceeded to Changqiu Palace, while the other went to Yunyang Palace. An hour later, an imperial edict arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Lianan. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, we have the second daughter of the Marquis of Lianan, Kong Yuexin, who is of noble birth, possessing a virtuous character, well-versed in propriety, and diligent in her duties. In accordance with the compassionate wishes of the Empress Dowager, she is hereby appointed as the concubine of the crown prince. So decreed, Kong Yuexin. Accept the edict, announced eunuch Lu, his face beaming with delight. This decree was personally requested by the crown prince himself. Just look at the grace and demeanor of the second daughter of the Kong family. Her future is indeed bright. Your humble daughter accepts the edict. Long live the emperor. Kong Yuexin bowed deeply, though her heart trembled as she rose to receive the marriage decree. From this moment forth, she would be the crown prince's concubine, a secondary wife. Yet this path was one she had chosen for herself, and she had no right to lament. Upon witnessing her acceptance of the edict, eunuch Lu turned with a smile, saying, we congratulate the Marquis of Lianan and his wife. The emperor awaits your response, so we shall return to the palace now. At that moment, the Marquis's wife was utterly bewildered. Had it not been agreed that she would become the second prince's concubine? How had it come to pass that she was now to be the crown prince's concubine? The Marquis hurriedly tugged at concubine Yu, who begrudgingly retrieved silver from her sleeve and handed it to him. With a broad smile, he placed the silver into eunuch Lu's hands, saying, a small token of gratitude. Please enjoy a cup of tea on us. Then we shall take our leave, eunuch Lu replied, accepting the silver with a smile, and departed. Yuexin, you have truly brought honor to our family. This marriage is a momentous occasion. I shall enshrine the edict in the ancestral hall for our forebears to witness. The Marquis declared as he reached for the decree in his daughter's hands. She looked at her father before her, feeling a deep sense of irony. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the first time he had spoken to her with such kindness. Kong Yuexin raised her hand to evade his grasp. Her tone icy as she replied, Father, this edict is bestowed upon me alone, with no connection to the Marquis of Lianan. Besides, what do you wish our ancestors to witness? Your path to ruin, or your indifference towards your daughter? Before Luan Ho could speak, his wife interjected to defend. Yuexin, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Kong Yuexin let out a cold laugh, meeting her gaze defiantly. However, Luan Ho's wife instinctively averted her eyes. Mother, according to etiquette, you should be paying your respects to me now. From this day forth, you shall have no authority to discipline me, so kindly put away your lecturing demeanor. In that moment, she felt a sense of liberation. For over a decade, apart from her second brother, no one in the family had treated her sincerely. Yet, her deepest resentment was reserved for her mother. Her favoritism and selfishness cut her deeply. Luan Ho's wife stared at the daughter before her, rendered speechless. She knew she was not a competent mother in Yuexin's eyes. Her heart ached for her, yet it ached even more for Yuxian. In stark contrast to Luan Ho's overwhelming joy, Kong Zechun furrowed his brow and quietly asked Kong Yuexin, Yuexin, tell me honestly, do you wish for this marriage? If you are unwilling, I shall plead with His Royal Highness, or perhaps even the Emperor. What nonsense are you speaking? This is a royal decree. Defying it is a grave crime. Furthermore, If your sister becomes a noblewoman, our family will surely ascend to great heights, Luan Ho quickly interjected, fearful of losing such fortune. He looked up at his ineffectual father and sarcastically remarked, if the future of the Luan Ho residence hinges upon the marriage of a young girl, then it is better left undone. You ungrateful wretch. Luan Ho, lacking any achievements of his own, was most adept at being domineering within the family. He raised his hand to strike Kong Zaichin. Concubine Yu, suppressing her amusement, gently pulled Luan Ho aside and said sweetly, Lord, please do not be angry. The eldest son is merely concerned for the second daughter and bears no offense towards you. You shameless woman, stop with your veiled insinuations. Luan Ho's wife, realizing the provocation, retorted in exasperation. Silence. Luan Ho was primarily focused on whether this marriage would indeed come to fruition. Second brother, I am willing. Kong Yuxian stated softly, causing Luan Ho to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, the second sister is willing, after all. She stands to become the prince's consort, a position that others can only dream of. It is likely that only second sister possesses the beauty to aspire to such heights. Kong Yuyao remarked with a sardonic tone. Kong Yuyao, concubine Yu's daughter, was a 15-year-old who enjoyed the utmost favor from Luan Ho and often appeared more dignified than the legitimate daughter, Kong Yuxian. At her age, a young lady's concerns primarily revolved around attire and adornments, alongside her appearance. Although Kong Yuxian seldom ventured out, her beauty was renowned, inciting jealousy in Kong Yuyao. She smiled lightly. She had never held any expectations for this half-sister, thus whatever was said would not truly affect her. What my sister said is quite right. With your looks, you will never even reach the gates of the prince's residence. Father, I am weary. I shall return to my quarters. Kong Yuxian stood straight, neglecting to pay her respects. After speaking, she turned to leave with Yue. Kong Yuyao, her eyes reddened, stepped forward and said, Father, second sister has gone too far. How could she speak to me in such a manner? You must seek justice for me. Yuyao, your second sister is soon to enter the prince's residence, and as her younger sibling, you ought to be more considerate and refrain from constant clamor. Kong Yuxian, upon hearing her father's words, could not help but curve her lips into a smile. Her father had finally opened his eyes. However, she realized she no longer needed him. From now on, apart from her second brother, she required no one else in this family. The news of Kong Yuxian being betrothed to the crown prince as a concubine spread rapidly, causing great unrest in the heart of the second prince. In the study, he rose abruptly, kicking over a stool, his gaze dark and menacing. Indeed, his father was exceedingly biased for the crown prince. Taking a concubine was merely a matter of words, while for him, it was an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, his esteemed elder brother seemed to be deliberately obstructing him. Outside the study, the second prince's consort and concubine Zhao exchanged knowing glances at the commotion within before turning to leave. The date for Kong Yuxian's entry into the prince's residence was set for the upcoming spring, with all arrangements to be handled by the Ministry of Rights. She merely needed to await her marriage in peace. Chapter 162. Encountering danger as spring gives way to autumn, August swiftly approaches, marking the imminent wedding of Xiao Yuru and Lu Jinrong. In the dead of night, Lu Zhao finds herself firmly embraced by Xin Jiayin, and with a faint breath, she declares, tomorrow, I shall venture out with Ning Ning. He tightens his hold on her, his gaze still harboring unquenched desire, and gently kisses her cheek, remarking, My dear wife, you seem to possess quite the stamina. Perhaps I have been overly indulgent. With flushed cheeks, Lu Zhao pinches him sharply at the waist, prompting Xin Jiayin to chuckle softly as he tousles her hair with affection. Rest now. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Very well. The following morning, after rising and partaking in breakfast, Lu Zhao and Xin Jiayin depart for the princess's residence. Jianing, seated on a small couch, gazes at Xiejing, who is sipping tea at a round table, and inquires with exasperation, Xiejing, why have you yet to make your way to the training grounds at this hour? Xiejing sets down his teacup, turning to her. I shall not attend the training grounds today. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. Jianing furrows her brow, responding, I do not require your company. I have Zhao Zhao, which is sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, she rises with fervor and confronts him. Xiejing, do you intend to control me? Aning, who allowed you to have prior experiences to draw from? He playfully pinches her fingers while chuckling. To which Jianing retracts her hand with a huff. Do not take advantage of me. Suddenly, Xiejing stands, cradling her face, and gently kisses her forehead. Aning, how can this be considered taking advantage? It is merely the joy of intimacy. Jianing's cheeks flush crimson as she shoves him away, hastily wiping her forehead with a handkerchief. This Xiejing has become exceedingly brazen of late. He is no longer the little general but rather a rogue. Princess. Young Master Xin and his wife have arrived, a maid announces from the doorway. Yu Yao, Yin Xian, let us depart swiftly, Jianing urges, moving toward the exit. Noting the little princess's lack of intention to summon him, Xie Jing shrugs and strides after her. At the entrance, Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhao stand side by side. Jia Ning, her face beaming, rushes toward Lu Zhao, exclaiming, "Zhao Zhao, I have missed you dearly." Lu Zhao smiles and reaches for her hand, and the two clasp hands, exchanging knowing glances with their companions without uttering a word, before boarding the carriage. "Young Master Shen, you seem rather idle today. Has the Ministry of Justice left you with no duties?" Xie Jing raises an eyebrow, recalling how this fellow had previously led him astray. "No matter how busy official duties may be, they pale in comparison to my wife's importance. I am rather curious, young General Xie, whether the lessons I imparted have served you well." Shen Jiayan's grin is delightfully infuriating. "They have been immensely useful." Xie Jing grits his teeth in response. Jia Ning, lifting the carriage curtain, interjects with impatience, "Cousin, what are you two men fussing over?" After her remark, she lowers the curtain again, linking arms with Lu Zhao as she mutters, "Zhao Zhao, do you not think they are rather foolish, constantly fixated on our affairs instead of attending to their own?" Lu Zhao smiles softly, replying, "I find your observation to be entirely accurate." Recalling the imperial edict of marriage bestowed upon her brother, she inquired, "Zhao Zhao, why has Kong Yuexin suddenly been engaged to my royal brother?" Lu Zhao shook her head, equally astonished upon hearing the news, as she could not recall any prior association between Kong Yuexin and the crown prince. However, she mused that the crown prince was undoubtedly a more honorable man than the esteemed Duke of Gong. Yet, she remembered Kong Yuexin expressing a desire to marry someone who would wholeheartedly cherish her, and it seemed the crown prince was perhaps the most elusive of such figures in this world. "I heard from mother that the second prince also entered the palace to plead with concubine Shu to take Kong Yuexin as a secondary consort. Concubine Shu even approached father on her behalf, but he declined," Jia Ning remarked with a pout. "Fortunately, father did not acquiesce, otherwise Kong Yuexin would have merely escaped from one perilous situation only to fall into another. Both the second prince and that Duke of Gong are cut from the same cloth, which is quite a shame for our second sister-in-law, who is so poised and virtuous." Before Lu Zhao could respond, the carriage abruptly came to a halt. Both she and Jia Ning leaned out to see a crowd gathered in the street, curious about the commotion. "What is happening?" Jia Ning questioned, perplexed. Lu Zhao, however, recognized a familiar figure and quickly alighted from the carriage. Shen Jiayan was waiting beside it, and upon her exit, he gently lifted her down. "Jiayan, that appears to be Wan Yin," she remarked, heading toward the throng, with Shen Jiayan following closely behind. Xie Jing naturally took Jia Ning into his arms. Amidst the crowd, Lin Wanyin, clad in a simple dress, had reddened eyes as a man tugged at her. This man was none other than the Duke of Gong. "Release my lady at once. If you do not, we shall report you to the authorities." Ingor's voice trembled as she bravely shielded Lin Wanyin. "Beautiful one, follow me, and I shall guarantee you a life of wealth and splendor," the Duke of Gong declared, his gaze somewhat dazed as he reached to caress Lin Wanyin's cheek. The crowd murmured in disbelief at such audacity beneath the emperor's very feet. Yet these commoners were astute enough to discern the man's status and dared not intervene. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Wanyin, it was suddenly seized with force and flung to the ground. Struggling to rise, he cursed. "Who dares to lay hands on this prince? Are you seeking death?" Upon meeting Shen Jian's icy stare, he was momentarily shaken into clarity, yet out of pride. He could only shout, "Shen Jiayan, I advise you to mind your own business, or I shall make you regret it." Observing Lin Wanyin's tear-filled eyes, Lu Zhao softly asked, "Wanyin, are you all right?" Lin Wanyin's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Lu Zhao. She had intended to purchase some drawing paper today, but had not anticipated being accosted just after leaving the studio, nor had she expected to hear such disrespectful words. Shaking her head, she whispered, "Second cousin, I am fine. Thank you for your help today." The Duke of Gong continued to bellow, and Jia Ning rushed over, inquiring about the situation. "Wanyin, do not be afraid. We shall ensure justice is served today," Lu Zhao reassured gently. Shen Jiayan spoke in a calm voice, uttering the command to subdue. Mo Jiang and Mo Han advanced to firmly restrain the Duke of Gong. He struggled and shouted, "Shen Jiayan, this is outrageous. I am a first-rank prince, and you dare to lay hands on me." Shen Jiayan replied coldly, "According to the laws of the Qi, those who harass women in public shall receive 100 strokes of the rod. A prince is no different from a commoner when it comes to breaking the law." The Duke of Gong, startled and sobered by fear, recalled that he had recently been beaten by Kong Zekin and learned of Kong Yuexin's betrothal to the crown prince. The second prince no longer favored him either. He had lost both his reputation and his men. In his moment of distress, he had indulged in drink. And upon exiting the tavern, he had spotted a beautiful maiden walking by. Chapter 163. Becoming a concubine, the Prince of Gong was already feeling his legs weaken. Shen Jiayan, relying on the favor of the emperor and the empress dowager, had never shown him an ounce of respect. Now that he had fallen into Shen Jiayan's hands, it was likely that he would show no mercy. He looked up at Jia Ning, standing beside him, as if he had seen a savior, and exclaimed, "Jia Ning, I am your own cousin. You must save me." Jia Ning regarded him with utter disdain, her voice cold as she replied, "It is truly a disgrace that the royal family has produced such a licentious scion. Take him back to the Dali temple and give him 100 strikes." Shen Jiayan spoke calmly. As the Prince of Gong was taken away, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Wanyin, having just heard her refer to Lu Zhao Zhao as her cousin-in-law. Lin Wanyin felt a flicker of fear at his gaze and instinctively clutched Lu Zhao Zhao's arm. "Excellent. Your Highness, the princess, is truly wise." Among the crowd, some commoners had already guessed Jia Ning's identity, bowing and calling out in reverence. Jia Ning was taken aback by this scene. As a princess, she was accustomed to others bowing before her, but today she truly felt what it meant to be venerated by the masses. She gently said, "Everyone, please rise. Today, had it been any other young lady, both I and Lord Shun would not stand idly by. Long live the princess." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and gave Jia Ning a thumbs up, then turned to whisper, "Wanyin, let us escort you home." Lin Wanyin bowed. Her voice choked with emotion. "I am deeply grateful to my second cousin-in-law and your highness. Please, rise." Jia Ning sighed softly. After all, this incident was the fault of the scoundrel Prince of Gong. She resolved to report this matter to her father, the emperor, as soon as she entered the palace. Lu Zhao Zhao and Jia Ning first returned Lin Wanyin to the Lin residence before heading to the Ruyuge to select additional makeup gifts for Xiao Yurua. "Zhao Zhao, do you think he will retaliate against Miss Lin?" Jia Ning asked with concern on their way back. "We should have brought him directly before the emperor, ideally stripping him of his title to prevent him from harming others in the future. Even royal bloodlines cannot act with impunity, otherwise the realm would descend into chaos. And the emperor would never allow such a thing." Lu Zhao Zhao responded softly, her worries not about the Prince of Gong but rather about Wanyin's mother. The young Mrs. Wu was not a loving mother. If she learned of today's events, she might hastily send Wanyin to the prince's residence. "You are right. If he dares to abduct a common girl, I will certainly enter the palace to inform my father and mother," Jia Ning declared angrily, as she detested men who disrespected women, considering them worse than beasts. Outside, the two on horseback exchanged glances, their faces clearly expressing, "My wife is the finest woman in the world." The Prince of Gong endured 100 strikes at the Dali temple. The officials there showed no leniency simply because he was a prince, and after his punishment, he was carried back to his residence by his own men. "Your Highness, please bear with it. If the wounds are not treated properly, they may leave lasting consequences," the physician said, pouring medicine onto the bloodied wounds. "Hiss, Shen Jiayan. I will not let you off." His forehead throbbed with pain, veins bulging prominently, while the side concubines and maidservants of the manor stood beside the bed, none daring to approach him, their eyes filled with disdain. News in the capital spread swiftly. Within a day, Mrs. Wu had learned of the matter. "Zhao Zhao, I am truly grateful to you and the princess for your assistance yesterday. Otherwise, Wanyin would have endured great suffering," she sighed softly, her heart aching for her niece. Yet, her sister was a woman of bias. Her son had been spoiled beyond measure, while her daughter received neither care nor attention, often used as a stepping stone for her brother's ambitions. "Aunt, we are family. There is no need for such formality," Lu Zhao Zhao gently inquired. "But isn't Wanyin 17 this year? Has she not yet been betrothed?" She recalled that Wanyin had a notable connection with the newly appointed scholar, Lord Zhang, from the previous year. At the mention of this, Mrs. Wu could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Her sister had truly committed a grave error. That young Lord Zhang had once come to their door, offering his entire fortune in marriage. Yet, she had dismissed him due to his humble origins and even insulted his mother, a matter known to no one else. "Let us not speak of it. My sister is a source of misfortune," Mrs. Wu scolded. "And, I must warn you, that Prince Gong is no virtuous man. If we heed Wanyin's mother's wishes, this situation may..." Though Lu Zhao Zhao did not finish her thought, Mrs. Wu understood and rose to her feet. "Zhao Zhao, I am aware of the situation. You should rest. I shall return home now. Take care, Aunt." At the Lin residence, Mrs. Wu pointed an accusing finger at Lin Wanyin, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, he is a prince. If you offend him, how will your father navigate the court in the future? You are merely a burden." Lin Wanyin had long realized that her mother's affections lay solely with her brother. Thus, she felt little sorrow at her words. With dignity, she replied, "Mother, what wrong have I committed? What if he is a prince? Can his power surpass the laws of the Qi?" Mrs. Wu was momentarily rendered speechless by her retort, fully aware that the fault did not lie with her daughter. However, he was still a prince. Even a concubine from such a match could benefit the Lin family in the future, Yet this stubborn girl remained obstinate. Lin Wanyin, are you still pining for that minor official? I tell you, as long as I live, you shall never marry him. You are my daughter, and you must contribute to the Lin family. Mother, are you truly asking me to labor for the Lin family or to pave the way for my brother? She questioned mockingly. Mrs. Wu raised her hand and hurled the teacup at her. Lin Wanyin, I command you to go to the Prince Gong's residence tomorrow and apologize. No matter what the prince says, you must comply, or you shall leave the Lin family. The scalding tea splashed onto Lin Wanyin's hand, leaving it red and inflamed. Inger rushed forward in concern. Miss, are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Wanyin murmured softly. Mrs. Wu turned to Inger, her expression harsh. And you, girl, always flirting with your brother. Tomorrow, I shall sell you from this household. Lin Wanyin immediately shielded Inger behind her and spoke coldly. Mother, should you choose to sell Inger, I shall ensure the entire capital knows how this Lady Lin coerces her own daughter into becoming a concubine. By then, not even my brother's examination will spare us the disgrace, and no one in this city will dare to marry their daughters into our household. Lin Wanyin, do you dare to threaten me? Mother, this is not a threat. I speak with conviction. I shall declare to you today that I, Lin Wanyin, will never be a concubine. You may prevent me from marrying the one I desire, but you shall not force me into a union with one I do not wish to wed. As she spoke, her eyes were gentle, yet her tone was resolutely firm. Inger, let us return. Madame Wu watched her retreating figure, nearly overcome with indignation. Her daughter had grown increasingly disobedient. Chapter 164. A lawsuit against the Zhengzhong Hall. Father, I wish to lodge a complaint against Xin Jiayan for his blatant disregard for the imperial authority. The second prince stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. The ministers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, as Xin Jiayan turned with a light smile and inquired, Your Highness, from what do you derive such a claim? From what do I derive such a claim? He retorted coldly. Did you not, just days ago, take the Duke of Gong from the street, executing him without even seeking father's counsel? Is this not a flagrant contempt of imperial power? The law applies equally to princes and commoners alike. Moreover, this is a matter within the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple. Your Highness, you are placing an unjust burden upon me. I cannot bear such an accusation. With the crown prince's influence burgeoning, and surrounded only by his maternal grandfather and the Duke of Gong, the second prince scoffed. What matters of jurisdiction? It appears you are seeking personal vengeance. The circumstances surrounding the Duke of Gong remain unclear, yet you hastily pronounce judgment, thus tarnishing the dignity of the royal house. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. The assembly turned to see a figure emerging from the back, Mr. Zheng Qi, who had ascended to the 6th rank within a mere year. The emperor spoke solemnly. Proceed. I accuse the Duke of Gong of forcibly abducting a common woman, oppressing the populace, accepting bribes, and forming factions for personal gain. Each of these claims is grounded in truth. Zheng Qi, with an expression of calm, presented the memorial to the emperor, setting aside the initial charges. The last alone sufficed for confiscation of property and execution. The affiliations and private dealings were evident in the one who had defended him so fervently. The second prince's gaze towards Zheng Qi turned icy. It became apparent why his attempts at persuasion had been futile. Zheng had aligned himself with the crown prince. Ah. So this is what you deem unclear. The emperor interrogated Zheng Qi sternly while holding the memorial. The second prince hurriedly knelt, proclaiming, Father, I was unaware. I truly did not know. This matter shall be handed over to the Dali Temple. Once verified, the title shall be stripped and he confined without further need for your reports to me. The emperor forcefully cast the memorial onto the dragon table. His gaze towards the second prince sharp and frigid. He was not oblivious to the latter's underhanded machinations. He had merely sought to grant him a chance for redemption. It seemed, however, that certain matters could no longer be postponed. I shall obey your command, Xin Jiayan said, bowing respectfully. Upon exiting the palace gates, Xin Jiayan turned to Zheng Qi beside him, jesting, Mr. Zheng, you truly are a remarkable individual, gathering so much evidence against the Duke of Gong in but 2 days. I fear I shall no longer dare to offend you. Zheng Qi smiled gently, replying, You jest, Mr. Shun. The Duke, indulging in his privileges, has wrought havoc upon the people. Such a scourge must be eradicated for the peace of the court. I merely extend my modest efforts. Do you not possess even a hint of personal interest? Xin Jiayan inquired with a light chuckle, recalling how he first learned of Zheng Qi through Zhao Zhao, who had urged him to protect Zheng from Lin Wanyin. Little did he know Zheng would prove to be a rare talent. Noble in character despite his humble origins, a worthy ally. Indeed, I do, Zheng Qi candidly admitted, his eyes softening at the thought of his beloved. Even if I do, it matters not. The crown prince is the most benevolent of souls and shall surely fulfill your heart's desires in due time. As dusk approached, I needed to return home to accompany my wife, so I bid farewell. Shen Jiayin casually waved his hand and turned to leave. Zheng Qi smirked and walked in the opposite direction. It is often said that a gentle abode is a hero's grave. Yet he believed that only those with deep affection could be deemed true gentlemen. Upon returning to Zhao Zhao courtyard, Shen Jiayin found Lu Zhao Zhao seated on a small couch, engrossed in a book, while Shen Yixian sat beside her, delightfully chuckling as he perched his little bottom. Upon his arrival, Lu Zhao Zhao hastily exclaimed, "Quickly take your son away. He incessantly disrupts my reading." Bioli and Jinju exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their smiles. Whenever their mistress became absorbed in a book, it seemed that neither the heir nor the young master could claim her attention. Shen Jiayin approached with a smile, lifting Shen Yixian into his arms. As soon as the child was removed from Lu Zhao Zhao's side, he pouted and threatened to cry. Shen Jiayin chuckled softly, coaxing him, "If you cry again, both of us will be sent away." Understanding his father's tone, the little boy merely pouted silently, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Lu Zhao Zhao, evoking a tender response from her. She sighed, "Your son undoubtedly takes after you, even at this young age. He is remarkably clever. Indeed, he is my own flesh and blood," Shen Jiayin proudly declared, settling onto the small couch with Shen Yixian in his arms. Then pulling Lu Zhao Zhao closer. "Zhao Zhao, let me share something intriguing with you." With a hint of exasperation, he snatched the book from her hands, pondering how it could be so captivating. Before marriage, she was entirely focused on him. Now, with a child, she seemed to neglect him. Had he become unworthy of her attention before even growing old and unattractive? Lu Zhao Zhao, intrigued, inquired eagerly, "What is it?" He playfully scratched her chin, boasting, "If you give me a kiss, I shall reveal it to you." Lioli and Jinju silently retreated, taking Shen Yixian with them as he sprawled on the couch. How shameless. Though she protested, Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and planted a kiss on him. Just as she attempted to pull away, he grasped the back of her head and kissed her deeply. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her. Unabashed, Shen Jiayin laughed, wrapping his arms around her waist, his voice low and husky. "All right, I shall stop teasing you." Today in court, someone reported the Gong Junwang. Mo Jiang and Mo Han have already gone to the Gong Junwang's residence to apprehend him. Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the news, and she eagerly clutched his hand, asking, "Who reported him?" "This Gong Junwang is no good. He covets his sister-in-law and even harasses Wan Yin in public." Shen Jiayin raised an eyebrow. "You know this individual?" Zheng Qi. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded thoughtfully. "Zheng Qi, then it makes sense." She glanced at the subtle smile playing on Shen Jiayin's lips, suddenly sensing an unusual undertone. In the current court, the factions were divided between the Crown Prince's supporters and those of the Second Prince. Although few sided with the Second Prince, most of the seasoned officials maintained a neutral stance. Zheng Qi's report on the Gong Junwang, who associated with the Second Prince, indicated that Zheng Qi had ties to the Crown Prince. Tentatively, Lu Zhao Zhao queried, "Did you recommend Zheng Qi to the Crown Prince? Do you believe your husband possesses particularly discerning judgment?" Shen Jiayin replied, smiling with a sense of pride. "Do you know what the situation is between him and Wan Yin?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired with curiosity. "Wan Yin is a good girl, and she hopes for her happiness. This young Lord Zheng possesses remarkable talents and a boundless future ahead. Surely, a person worthy of the Crown Prince's recognition must also possess commendable character," he replied in a calm tone. On the very day he ascended to the 6th rank, he went to the Lin residence to propose, only to be rejected by Lady Lin. Lady Lin remains as narrow-minded as ever. This young Lord Zheng is destined for greatness. Yet she fails to appreciate such a potential son-in-law. It is indeed a pity for Wan Yin, as exceptional bamboo does yield fine shoots. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled, however. Since their hearts are in harmony, there will surely come a day when they are united as a perfect match. "Madam, you have yet to express such commendation towards me." Shen Jiayin suddenly gazed at her with feigned grievance. Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Shen, do not forget that you are a father now. Moreover, heaven has already bestowed upon you a bright future. What more praise do you seek from me?" "I don't care. Since you have praised others, you must also praise me." "Well, young Master Shen, you are as beautiful as a flower, ha ha ha." Shen Jiayin feigned annoyance and began to tickle her sides, grumbling, "Lu Zhao Zhao, you covet my beauty." Chapter 165. Exile. The Prince of Gong was escorted back to the Dali Temple for interrogation, and within 3 days, he confessed to his crimes one by one. Consequently, the prince's residence was confiscated. Although Emperor Qi was enraged, he was compelled to spare his life for the sake of the late duke, relegating him to commoner status and exiling him to the southwest. Emperor Qi, in his mercy, chose not to pursue the matter further concerning the prince's wife and children, allowing the concubines and maidservants of the prince's household to return to their families. Innocent children were spared. Kong Zekan brought Qi Rui back to the Kong family but did not entrust him to the care of Lady Luan, instead selecting suitable nurses and tutors for his education. following the downfall of the Prince of Gong. Those who had previously aligned with the second prince began to waver in their loyalties, having initially sought a shortcut to wealth and power, only to find it a path to ruin. This group of petty individuals shall meet their just fate. The second prince, already lacking in wisdom, has now lost the little composure he possessed. Seeing this, Vice General Zhang bowed and said, "Your Highness, do not take offense. They are merely foolish individuals. With the autumn hunt approaching, it is the perfect opportunity for us to act." The second prince turned away, coldly responding, "Ensure your actions remain discreet. We must not leave any trace for them to seize upon." With the autumn hunt merely a month away, the royal family and high-ranking officials of the capital would travel with their kin. It would not be surprising for a fierce beast to appear in the mountains. If it could lead to the demise of his royal brother, that would be ideal. If not, it matters not. Those afflicted by illness or disfigurement are unworthy of the esteemed throne. At that time, he would be the eldest among the princes. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall make the necessary arrangements," Vice General Zhang replied, bowing as he exited. In the main courtyard, the second prince's consort and concubine Zhao were engaged in a game of chess when Lianxin hurriedly entered, bowing and announcing, "Your Highness, Lady Xiao has sent word that she is with child." Concubine Zhao paused her game, looking up at the second prince's consort, who set down her piece and said calmly, "Please summon the physician to examine Lady Xiao. If it is true, grant her release from confinement so she may focus on her pregnancy." "Your Highness, I will do so at once." "Sister, she has only served once and is already pregnant. One cannot help but wonder whether to deem her fortunate or unfortunate." Concubine Zhao sighed. Despite any disdain for Xiao Yuding, the innocence of the child is undeniable, yet being born into this household may not be a stroke of good luck. The second prince's consort also sighed. Indeed, the child is innocent. Though there were many concubines in the residence, children were few. Currently, there were only concubine Zhao's pair of offspring, a daughter left by the late concubine Chun, and now, this child in Xiao Yuding's womb. In the side courtyard, after the physician checked her pulse, he rose and said, "Congratulations, Lady Xiao. You are indeed with child, for over a month now." Xiao Yuding, cradling her belly, smiled proudly. Never expecting to conceive after just one encounter, truly, it was divine favor. She placed silver on the table and said, "Thank you, physician." The physician glanced at Lianxin, noting her lack of opposition, before accepting the silver and departing to prepare medicine for her. Xiao Yuding, rising with a haughty demeanor as she supported her waist, proclaimed, "Miss Lianxin, having heard it with your own ears, you should now be able to believe it. Surely, I would not frivolously speak of matters concerning heirs. After all, what resides within me is indeed of royal blood. Madame Xiao, the prince's consort, is magnanimous and understands your condition. She has ordered the servants to lift your confinement. Please remember to conduct yourself appropriately moving forward," Lianxin replied in a calm tone before turning to leave. As Xiao Yuding watched her retreating figure, she scoffed, "That little wretch. Once I give birth to my son, they shall all see. Ban Ling, go inform the kitchen that I desire bird's nest soup. Have them deliver it to me. Should it be late by even a moment and my child's well-being be jeopardized, I shall see to it that they face consequences." Xiao Yuding was eager to proclaim her pregnancy to the world, for in her eyes, the status conferred by motherhood was the most natural thing. Once she bore a child, she would be firmly established as the secondary consort. Little did she realize that there existed a notion of maternal worth as well. "Yes, madam." Ban Ling hastened out. Fearing that a delay might provoke yet another outburst, Lianxin returned to inform the second prince's consort of Xiao Yuding's condition. She maintained her composure but promptly dispatched someone to notify the second prince. He, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate the crown prince and paid no heed to matters of children. He coldly remarked, "Understood. Return and inform the consort to keep an eye on the Xiao family. Entrust it to my sister for oversight. He truly knows how to create trouble." Zhao consort scoffed upon hearing the maid's report. With so many women in the household, who could discern the treachery lurking in their hearts? Moreover, Xiao Yuding was foolish. If she were indeed pregnant, why not take advantage of her confinement to secure her position instead of making it widely known? Was she not inviting trouble upon herself? The child within her would undoubtedly face hardships. The second prince's consort felt wearied by it all. Marrying a man she did not love was already a tragedy. And now she was burdened with managing his troublesome affairs. Had it not been for the fear of implicating her family, she would have certainly sought a divorce to escape this torment. Ensure the physician pays her extra attention, and the kitchen should be cautious as well. No foul play must occur. Your servant has taken note. My sister remains so kind-hearted. If not for her, who knows what the situation would be in this household? Zhao consort remarked with a light chuckle. Your ability to flatter is ever more remarkable. The second prince's consort smiled and shook her head. Not everyone wishes to enter this prince's manor. and she felt it her duty to care for them as best as she could. Otherwise, life would be exceedingly arduous. Whether they appreciated her kindness was their own affair. She acted with a clear conscience. As August drew to a close, tomorrow marked the wedding day of Lu Jinrong and Xiao Yuro. Shen Jiayan, having exited the Dali temple, was about to return home when Lu Jinrong seized him, saying, "Brother, today is my last day of freedom. Do you not plan to accompany me for a drink?" With a smile, Shen Jiayan gently removed Lu Jinrong's hand from his shoulder and replied, "I cannot accompany you. Your sister awaits me at home. If I return late, I fear I shall be relegated to the study for the night." Lu Jinrong expressed his disdain, saying, "Shen Jiayan, it is truly disappointing to see you in such a pitiable state. I once feared that my sister would suffer by marrying you, but it appears you are the one firmly ensnared." He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "You, it seems, have little fortune ahead. May you seek your own blessings. I shall take my leave." Observing his urgency, Lu Jinrong could not help but comment, "How quickly one forgets friendship in the face of desire." At that moment, a servant beside Lu Jinrong, bowing his head, quietly suggested, "Second young master, we should hasten our return to the residence. The madam mentioned yesterday that should you return late today, you would face the consequences." "Speak not, and none shall deem you mute," Lu Jinrong retorted. Yet his pace noticeably quickened. Chapter 166, Watching the drama on August 28th, a day deemed auspicious for marriage. The residence of the Marquis of Wu was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with excitement. However, the cold demeanor of the Marquis's wife somewhat marred the festive atmosphere. Although she held the title of matriarch, a significant portion of the household authority had fallen into the hands of concubine Yun, leaving her seething with resentment. In the eastern courtyard, Xiao Yuro donned a striking red wedding gown, her phoenix crown and flowing veil accentuating her ethereal beauty. Gently caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This bracelet, a cherished gift from her grandmother before her passing, had once belonged to her mother's dowry. Today, she was finally escaping this den of wolves, and surely her grandmother and mother would rejoice for her from the heavens. The sight of Yurua in her crimson attire was painfully ostentatious to the Marquis's wife, who recalled how little pomp had accompanied her own daughter's marriage, which had been marked by merely a small sedan chair. She scoffed, "My dear girl, is this not the union you consented to? Who are you trying to impress with this charade?" Xiao Yurua raised her gaze and replied softly, "Madam, are you not aware of the phrase tears of joy? To no longer have to endure the sight of your loathsome face is indeed a great blessing." Concubine One could not suppress a chuckle, prompting the Marquis's wife to swiftly turn and admonish her. "Concubine One, what business do you have being present at such an event? Return at once." Yet Concubine One, emboldened by the Marquis's favor and the life growing within her, felt no fear. The dynamics of the household had shifted. Her former status as a mere concubine was now overshadowed by her current standing. "Forgive me, madam, but it is the Marquis who insists I oversee matters here. He fears that someone might undermine the dowry of the eldest daughter, thereby tarnishing our family's reputation." Upon hearing this, the maidservants bowed their heads, sensing the peculiar tension in the household, uncertain of when another shift in power might occur. "You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Xiao Yuding stormed in with fury. "Yuding, what brings you back?" The Marquis's wife, disregarding everything else, rushed to her side. Xiao Yuding, her hand resting possessively on her abdomen, smiled with triumph and declared, "Today is my elder sister's wedding, and even though I am with child, I must come to see her off." "You are with child?" exclaimed the Marquis's wife, her excitement palpable. Straightening her posture, she turned to Concubine One and scolded, "I am the rightful mistress of this household. You, of all people, have no right to speak to me in such a tone." Concubine One exchanged a glance with her maid, who promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Madam, please lower your voice, lest you startle the little one in Our Lady's womb." "What did you say?" the Marquis's wife asked incredulously. "Concubine One is with child? How could she be so oblivious?" When Yunyang smiled delicately, "Madam, I have indeed been pregnant for 3 months. It was not my intention to conceal this from you. It was Lord Ho who forbade me from speaking of it. Now that the pregnancy is stable, I feel compelled to inform you." The lady of Wushuanbo stumbled, nearly falling over. 3 months already. Xiao Yuding was momentarily stunned. Observing the situation, it seemed that when Yunyang was quite favored by her father. With the news of her pregnancy, if her father were to consider elevating his concubine, what would become of her? When Yunyang turned to Xiao Yuru with an apologetic smile and softly said, "Today is your wedding day, my dear Mississippi. It is my fault for disturbing you." Yulan stepped forward to assist Xiao Yuru, who smiled gently in response. "You are too modest, Wen Yunyang. It brings me peace to know that my father has someone close to him." She glanced at the visibly stunned mother and daughter, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "However, it is a pity that I shall not witness this unfolding drama." A maid whispered a few words into the ear of the lady of Wushuanbo, who then adjusted her expression and said, "Please, come in. Mother, who has arrived?" Xiao Yuding came not only to flaunt her pregnancy, but also to witness the festivities surrounding Xiao Yuru's wedding. Regardless of her marriage to a noble, she would ultimately lack familial support and would still have to endure hardships. "Have we arrived too late?" The guests turned to the entrance, where Lu Zhao Zhao and Princess Jining stood smiling. Everyone quickly bowed, greeting the princess respectfully. Ignoring the others, they approached Xiao Yuru. Jining reached out to help her to her feet, smiling. "Today you are the bride. No need for formalities." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Yuru replied. Looking at Lu Zhao Zhao with a smile, "Zhao Zhao, what brings you here?" Lu Zhao Zhao, with her eyes gleaming, handed a hairpin to Xiao Yuru, saying, "I am here to assist in your adornment. Although starting tomorrow I shall call you second sister-in-law, I stand firmly by your side. Should my second brother dare to mistreat you, I shall come to your aid, though I doubt it will be necessary, as my mother will surely defend you." Xiao Yuru smiled sweetly at her words, her already beautiful face becoming even more radiant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuding clutched her handkerchief tightly, unable to hide her jealousy. Why was it that she had only a small sedan chair for her wedding, while Xiao Yuru had even a princess to send her off? "Your Highness, please take a seat," the lady of Wushuanbo said, ingratiatingly. Jining looked at her coldly and replied, "There is no need. I have come to send off Miss Xiao today. Otherwise, I would not even wish to set foot in the Wushuanbo residence." Xiao Yuding interjected, "Your Highness, no matter how one looks at it, I am still tied to the second prince and hail from the Wushuanbo family. In essence, we are still family." "Yu Yao, slap her." Without hesitation, Yu Yao stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Xiao Yuding. Jining glared at her and asked coldly, "Have you learned your lesson? I am the legitimate princess, while you are merely a concubine of the second prince's residence. Your name is not even inscribed on the imperial jade tablet. What right do you have to claim kinship with me? Are you courting death? Madame Wushun, tend to your daughter. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to administer a lesson on your behalf." Madame Wushun grasped Xiao Yuding and repeatedly acknowledged, "I will take note of this. It is my fault." Lu Zhao and Xiao Yuru exchanged glances, a shared smile gracing their lips, for this was a splendid example of self-inflicted humiliation. Xiao Yuding, her eyes reddened, dared not speak further and stepped aside, initially believing that Princess Jianning would show some leniency towards the second prince, considering he was her brother. To her surprise, the princess was exceedingly domineering. Chapter 167, A Dilemma. "Miss, the time has come," announced the venerable Mama Quan, bowing respectfully. Lady Wushuanbo straightened herself, pondering that no matter how reluctant Xiao Yuro might be, she was the rightful matriarch of this household, and the girl must pay her respects. However, before she could assert her authority, Xiao Yuro stepped forward and approached an elderly maid, dressed simply with reddened eyes. "Mama Kong, you have been by my grandmother's side and have watched me grow. Would you be so kind as to help me don this red veil?" Mama Kong hesitated, feeling unworthy as a servant, but upon witnessing Xiao Yuro's sincere gaze and then glancing at the haughty Lady Wu, she relented. After all, the late matriarch had held her granddaughter dear in her heart. It would be fitting for her to send the young lady off to marriage. With a trembling hand, she took the red veil from Mama Quan and gently placed it over Xiao Yuro's head, her voice choked with emotion as she wished, "May the young couple love each other deeply, remain together until old age, face no disasters, and live a smooth life." "Thank you, Mama," Xiao Yuro replied softly. Meanwhile, Lady Wushuanbo's expression had turned icy. She had not anticipated that the girl would dare to undermine her authority. Now, she could no longer afford to show her any favor. The auspicious time has arrived. Mama Quan assisted Xiao Yuro towards the door, glancing around but finding no one waiting outside. In the traditions of Dachi, it was customary for a brother to carry the bride out, if no brother was present. A male relative was to assume this role. "Madam, where is the eldest young master?" Mama Kong asked anxiously upon noticing the absence of anyone at the entrance. "Yuro, it is quite unfortunate, but your brother caught a chill last night and is unable to rise. Since it's just a few steps, perhaps you could walk out by yourself," Lady Wushuanbo stated, feigning innocence. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled lightly. "Madam, it seems your son has chosen quite the moment to fall ill." "Madam, there truly is nothing I can do. Summoning someone now would only delay the auspicious hour." It was evident to all that this was merely a pretext. The young man had fallen ill the previous day, and there had been ample time to find a substitute. It was laughable, yet with the wedding being of utmost importance, Lu Zhao Zhao chose not to engage in further arguments. She turned and ordered, "Jinju, please invite my second brother in." "Yes, madam." Jinju strode out with purpose. Lady Wu Xuanbo interjected, "Madam, this is not in accordance with the rules." Standing beside Xiao Yuro, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, "Madam, it is you who has acted contrary to propriety. Therefore, the Yunyang Marquis has its own customs." Moments later, Lu Jinrong entered, resplendent in his bridal attire. and immediately swept towards Xiao Yuro, lifting her into his embrace. Madam, from this day forth, Xiao Yuro shall be my wife. She is now a member of the Yunyang Marquis, and none shall dare to insult her, for that would mean crossing the Lu family. With the veil covering her face, Xiao Yuro found herself in his arms, a faint smile gracing her lips. While she was uncertain if their future would indeed be filled with love, in this moment, she was willing to trust him. Zhao Zhao, your brother is quite imposing today. Jianing confronted Lu Zhao Zhao, speaking as if oblivious to her surroundings. I wager my second brother will undoubtedly be henpecked in the future. I share the same sentiment, she replied. The two of them continued their conversation while walking outside, disregarding the exasperated Lady Wushuanbo and the envious Xiao Yuding. Shen Jiayan and Xie Jing had long awaited outside the Wushuanbo residence. Upon her emergence, Xie Jing shamelessly attached himself to her side, prompting Jianing to step back slightly, as she could detect the faint scent of perspiration on him. While it was not particularly unpleasant, it was not to her liking. Noticing her retreat, he promptly followed suit. Jianing shot him a glare before turning to Lu Zhao Zhao and said, Zhao Zhao, I shall return home first. Please convey my regards to Aunt Xie. Certainly. Lu Zhao Zhao replied, smiling as she nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace. After bidding farewell to Jianing, Lu Zhao Zhao accompanied Shen Jiayan to the Yunyang Marquis residence. Upon entering, she hurried towards her older sisters, Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran. Elder sister, second sister. Both turned to look at her, with Lu Zhaoran playfully pinching her cheek, saying, It seems life is treating you well. Your complexion remains radiant. With pride, Lu Zhao Zhao responded, Indeed. One need only look at whose sister I am. Where are my brothers-in-law? Lu Zhaoran pointed towards the approaching Princeton and Zhouyu, saying, Here they come. Ah, you are dressed too lightly today. Be cautious of catching a chill, Princeton remarked as he draped his cloak over Lu Zhaoyu. His gaze so tender it could drown one in affection, starkly contrasting the cold demeanor rumored in society. Were it anyone else, they might mock the prince as a mere husband under the thumb of his wife. Yet Shen Jiayan and Zhouyu remained silent, turning their attention to their own wives, exchanging pleasantries, for they were all of a similar ilk, needing no words of reproach. As Lu Jinrong emerged from the newlyweds chamber, he witnessed his three brothers-in-law encircling his sisters. With a sigh, he approached them and said, My dear sisters, could you utter a word to assist me in keeping these brothers-in-law at bay from the wine? Of course. But second brother, do not forget to prepare a generous red envelope for me, Lu Zhao Zhao teased, winking at him, acknowledging that it was thanks to her that he was now married, otherwise he would still be a bachelor. You are quite the ungrateful one, Lu Jinrong laughed, playfully scolding her. Now, let us be off. My brothers-in-law, your wives will not be lost in just a moment. He nudged the three of them along. And as they reached the banquet, they were quickly surrounded by numerous guests offering toasting drinks. Xie Shi, who was attending to the ladies, noticed them in the crowd and hurried over, whispering, Zhaoyu, it's crowded here. Be mindful of collisions. You all should go inside and rest. The small kitchen has prepared meals for you. Understood, mother, Lu Zhaoyu replied with a gentle smile. Lu Zhaoran and Lu Zhao Zhao exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. They pulled Lu Zhaoyu into the room and inquired, Elder sister, are you expecting again? Lu Zhaoyu tenderly touched her belly, smiling softly, and nodded, Yes. 2 months along. It seems we shall be Annies once more, Lu Zhaoran and Lu Zhao Zhao said with laughter. Observing the tender regard her brother-in-law held for her elder sister, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a pang of concern, remarking, Elder sister, the concubine Liang is far from a virtuous woman. You must exercise caution. Noticing the absence of anyone else in the room, Lu Zhaoyan, sensing the genuine worry and indignation emanating from her two younger sisters, quietly divulged the matters concerning herself, and Prince and Lu Zhaoran promptly interjected, Elder sister, if that is the case, you should hastily persuade your husband to dismiss concubine Liang, lest she continues to stir trouble within the household. Lu Zhaozhao softly replied, Second sister, it is not as simple as that. Concubine Liang has been favored by the royal family. If His Majesty disapproves, there is little our brother-in-law can do. You, with your impetuous nature, are even more restless than Zhao Zhao, she added. Rest assured, I am well aware of my situation. Now, let us hasten to our meal, or mother will surely come in to scold us again. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Zhaoran chuckled and took their seats at the round table. In their youth, they had often faced reprimands for neglecting their meals. The foremost decree of the Yunyang Marquis was that, regardless of the circumstances, dining was of utmost importance. Chapter 168, The Bridal Chamber. As evening descended, the guests dispersed, and Lu Zhao Zhao and her companions returned to their respective homes. In Sambai courtyard, Xiao Yuro had already partaken of her evening meal. Dressed in a crimson nightgown, she sat upon her bed, her heart fluttering with a tinge of anxiety. Never had she envisioned that one day she would wed Lu Jinrong. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Second young madam. This is what the madam instructed me to deliver to you, announced a little maidservant from Songbai courtyard, presenting a finely embroidered sachet with both hands. Xiao Yurou accepted it, her eyes brimming with warmth. Traditionally, a mother would personally sew a sachet for her daughter upon her marriage, symbolizing the blessings of happiness. It was unexpected that her mother-in-law would think to prepare such a thoughtful gift for her. Yulan, observing the sachet, wore a smile. Their young lady had finally endured her trials and was now reaping the fruits of her patience. Just as Xiao Yurou tucked the sachet away, Lu Jinrong pushed open the door and entered. She composed herself properly, but he cast a fleeting glance at her before quickly looking away, muttering, "I am going to bathe," and promptly retreated to the bathing room. Yulan offered a respectful nod and said, "Second young madam, I shall take my leave." Xiao Yurou sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed. She had a fair idea of what was to transpire that night, yet in the past, she had regarded Lu Jinrong as an elder brother. Now, the situation was decidedly different. Yet, she was not the only one feeling troubled. Lu Jinrong in the bathing room felt similarly. Truth be told, he harbored feelings for Xiao Yurou. Otherwise, no amount of pressure from his mother would have persuaded him to agree to the marriage. However, having watched her grow, he could not help but feel somewhat beastly about his earlier reaction. But she was his legitimate wife now, and there was no reason to act like a virtuous man. Coming to terms with this, he rose from the bathing tub. Wearing only his sleeping trousers and with his upper body bare, he stepped outside. Upon catching sight of him, Xiao Yurou quickly shielded her eyes, her cheeks aflame as she exclaimed, "Lu Jinrong, why are you not wearing clothes?" He seated himself beside her, teasingly retorting, "Why bother with clothes? We shall just have to remove them later. What a hassle that would be." Seeing her flustered and indignant expression made him chuckle softly. He reached out and pulled away her hands that covered her eyes, saying, "It would have been much better if you had been this way from the start. Having played with Zhao Zhao since childhood, do you think I am unaware of your temperament? In this household, you need not tread so cautiously. However, there is one thing. When my mother scolds me in the future, you must support me." His playful banter eased Xiao Yurou's earlier tension. Her mother-in-law was a woman of great understanding, and she had already met her sister-in-law, who was exceedingly gentle. The Yunyang Marquis' residence was filled with kind-hearted individuals. Life here seemed infinitely better than at the Wu Shunbo residence. With a light chuckle, she replied, "I fear I may disappoint second young Master Lu. As the saying goes, filial piety precedes all virtues, and I must stand with my mother." Lu Jinrong observed the curve of her lips and recognized her cleverness. In a low voice, he teased, "Madam, should you not call me husband at this juncture?" Her cheeks deepened in hue, and he gently cradled her face, kissing her deeply, enveloping the room in an intimate atmosphere. In the dead of night, Lu Jinrong held the sleeping maiden close, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The experience of marriage was indeed quite delightful. Recently, Lu Jinrong has just entered the bonds of matrimony, naturally spending his time accompanying his wife at home. Consequently, Shen Jian finds himself engaged in all matters personally, often returning to the residence quite late. One day, Lu Zhao Zhao, seated on a small couch, slammed the book in her hands onto the table with a thud, a playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Where do you suppose Shen Jian has gone?" Mo Jiang, with his head bowed, couldn't suppress the feelings of grievance welling within him. Why was he always assigned such tasks? He fervently explained, "Madam, please do not be upset. Recently, a case has arisen at the Dali Temple, and coincidentally, the witness is a young lady from the building. Thus, the heir has gone there." Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled, "Your heir is indeed quite hands-on." Mo Jiang, too intimidated to speak, had long advised the heir not to disclose the truth to Madam, yet the heir disregarded his counsel and even kicked him, leaving him with a lingering pain in his backside. "Never mind, you may retire and rest," she said. Mo Jiang, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, made to exit but was suddenly halted by Lu Zhao Zhao's voice. "Mo Jiang, have we met before?" A chill of surprise coursed through Mo Jiang, recalling how he had been stationed at the Yunyang Marquis' residence daily before the marriage. Nevertheless, the heir had strictly instructed him to keep this from Madam. He vehemently denied. "Madam, I have always been at the Dali Temple, never venturing out." Lu Zhao Zhao dismissed the thought, concluding that she must have mistaken him for someone else. She had felt a sense of familiarity upon first seeing Mo Jiang, especially with his silhouette. "It's nothing. You may go," she said. "Madam, I take my leave." Once outside the door, Mo Jiang exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling quite accomplished for having survived another day. An hour later, Shen Jian had yet to return. Lu Zhao Zhao yawned and said, "Liuli, I am feeling drowsy. When the heir returns, let him go to bed with the young master." Liuli and Jinju exchanged helpless glances, realizing their madam's remarkable composure. Although they believed the heir would never betray Madam, it was concerning that he had not yet returned at this late hour. while Madame remained unfazed, capable of eating and sleeping. "Madam, I cannot take charge here," Liu Li replied with a resigned smile. If they were to prevent the heir from entering, he might very well dismantle the door. Having spent the day playing with Shun Yishuan and then reading for so long, Lu Zhao found herself unable to withstand the fatigue. She kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and muttered, "Whatever he does is fine," before drifting into a deep slumber. Liu Li and Jinju extinguished the candlelight and quietly exited. Close to the midnight hour, Xin Jiayin finally returned. Upon entering, he discovered that Lu Zhao had already fallen asleep. He removed his outer garments and sat beside her, seething with frustration. He had even gone to the trouble of sending Mo Jiang back to explain things to her, only to find her so at ease that she could sleep soundly, fully aware that he had been to a brothel. He leaned down and fiercely pressed his lips against hers, playfully biting her a few times, determined to rouse her. Lu Zhao, deep in her dreams, felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down on her, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by Shun Jiyin's sinister gaze. "Madam, you are finally awake." Fuming, Lu Zhao pushed him away and scolded, "Xin Jiayin, are you out of your mind? You nearly scared me to death." He extended his hand, pulling her into his embrace, a mix of grievance and fierceness in his tone as he questioned, "Lu Zhao, today I visited a brothel for an investigation, and you do not feel a twinge of jealousy? Have you ceased to love me?" Observing his demeanor, Lu Zhao could not help but burst into laughter. She raised her hand and playfully pinched his handsome face, replying, "Young Master Shin, your words have grown increasingly acerbic. If this continues, your son might just mock you." Shun Jiayin, feigning anger, bit her lightly, eliciting a delicate cry from her. "You shameless rogue, I need nothing but you. Why should I care about reputation?" With that, he leaned down to kiss her. Lu Zhao wrinkled her nose and scolded, "Xin Jiayin, go wash yourself. You carry the sin of other women and dare to approach me? I shall smite you." After enduring a playful beating, young Master Shin joyfully scurried off to bathe, fully aware that his wife still cared for him. Chapter 169. The hunt before one could blink. Mid-September had arrived, heralding the splendid season for hunting. In the carriage, Lu Zhao leaned drowsily against Xin Jiayan's embrace. He gazed down at her delicate, fair visage and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She glanced up at him, but before she could utter a word, he lowered his head and planted a fervent kiss upon her rosy lips. Before venturing out that day, Lu Zhao had applied a touch of lip color, which now adorned his lips, rendering him irresistibly alluring. She rose, using a handkerchief to rather ungraciously wipe her lips, and inquired with confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Xin Jiayin wrapped his arms around her, his gaze tender as he whispered, Zhao, it was here, 2 years prior, that I sought the Emperor's decree for our marriage. Now, I find myself somewhat regretting that decision." Before he could finish, Lu Zhao erupted in indignation, seizing his collar and retorting, "Xin Jiayin, how dare you claim to regret it? Very well. I shall take our son and remarry tomorrow. I wouldn't be bothered by you at all." Upon hearing her mention of remarriage, Xin Jiayan's expression shifted drastically. He leaned down and gently bit her neck, his eyes reddening as he spoke, "Lu Zhao, if you dare to remarry, I will break your legs. You must allow me to finish. What I regret is not having sought your hand in marriage sooner." Lu Zhao released his collar, feeling a twinge of guilt as she smoothed his collar, retorting defiantly, "Who told you to speak only halfway? Besides, are you a dog? Why are you biting me?" He looked down at the mark on her neck. Although he had not bitten hard, it would take some time to fade. A smug smile crept across his face as he remarked, "I didn't bite that hard. Others won't notice." "You didn't deceive me, did you?" Lu Zhao asked, half convinced. "To deceive you would be akin to a puppy," he asserted with unwavering certainty. Lu Zhao met his gaze, noticing the playful smile at the corner of his mouth, which rendered his words devoid of sincerity. She retaliated by pinching him mercilessly at the waist. "Madam, are you attempting to murder your husband?" His languid and beguiling tone echoed in the carriage. "If you do not behave, you may find yourself a former husband." "Ah, Xin Jiayin, you are shameless." Outside the carriage, Lu Li and Jinju wished they could cover their ears, as they felt they should not be present at such a moment. After about an hour, the carriage came to a halt. Xin Jiayin stepped down and reached out to embrace Lu Zhao. Noticing her lips, already rosy, appeared even more plump. She blushed fiercely and shot him a fierce glare before allowing him to carry her down from the carriage. He chuckled softly, "Madam, do not be angry. Once we return home, I shall submit to your every whim. Just shut your mouth." She retorted. Zhao, Jianing, having just disembarked, spotted Lu Zhao standing nearby and hurried over excitedly. Upon seeing her cousin's obsequious expression, she gleefully remarked, "Cousin, have you angered Zhao? Were you not the most eloquent before? Why have you lost your touch now?" She had once witnessed how her cousin had treated Zhao with indifference. But now the tables had turned, and his position had plummeted. However, she took great delight in this turn of events. Zhao Zhao tugged at her, saying, "Ning Ning. Let us go play on our own," ignoring him. As they finished speaking, the two intertwined their arms, laughing and chatting as they walked away. Xie Jing nudged him playfully, remarking, "What's the matter? Has your wife chosen to ignore you?" Shen Jiayin turned to glare at him with a cold smile and replied, "Prince Xie, do not compare me to yourself. I am now a father, while you. Today, I shall make you utterly lost," declared the young General Xie, nearly jumping in frustration. The little princess spent her days merely eating and playing, leaving no time for romance, and he too yearned for a child. "Very well." Shen Jiayin replied lazily, lifting his foot to pursue Zhao Zhao, with Xie Jing stubbornly following suit. The four of them resumed their playful chase. Before long, the carriage of the Duke of Yunyang arrived. Wan Shi and Xiao Yurua assisted Xie Shi down from the carriage, while Shen Jiayin accompanied Zhao Zhao over. Cupping his hands in salute, mother-in-law, Zhao Zhao turned to Xiao Yurua, who appeared to be in good spirits, and called out, "Sister-in-law," causing Xiao Yurua's cheeks to flush. Xie Shi, noticing the thin sheen of sweat on her daughter's face, gently wiped it with a handkerchief. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her daughter tugging at her husband's ear in public. She feigned a scolding tone, as mothers, "Why do you still behave like children?" "Mother-in-law, do not blame Zhao Zhao. It was I who coaxed her into mischief," Shen Jiayin chuckled, taking full responsibility, for if his wife were displeased, he would be left alone at night. Xie Shi observed the two with a smile and shook her head. Well, it was clear they both enjoyed their playful banter. As her daughter's mother, she had little to say, since it was not her daughter who would suffer. She turned to them and said with a light laugh, "Jingyi, Yurua, why don't you join Zhao Zhao for some fun?" Wan Shi, feeling slightly shy, responded softly, "Mother, let the second sister-in-law go. I will stay with you." Xie Shi waved her hand with a smile. "Go on, spending all your time at home isn't good for you. Today, since you have the chance to be out, be a little carefree. Take a cue from your third sister. She transforms into a wild monkey every time she steps out." Lu Jinrong, standing beside Xiao Yurua, chuckled softly, finding his mother's description quite accurate. Shen Jiayin and Zhao Zhao shot him simultaneous glares, prompting him to stifle his laughter. He was willing to forsake family ties for his sister. Zhao Zhao withdrew her gaze and urged, "Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Princess Jianing is waiting for us. Let us hurry." Wang Shi and Xiao Yurua bowed slightly and walked alongside Zhao Zhao. Xie Shi turned to see Lu Jinrong intently watching his wife and teased, "I wonder which rascal was once so adamantly against marriage." "Certainly not me," Lu Jinrong replied, unabashedly scratching his nose. Spending so much time with Shen Jiayin had indeed thickened his skin. "The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived." The crowd immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Please rise." Emperor Qi gestured, weary from the multitude of recent troubles in the court, his visage reflecting a hint of fatigue. After Zhao Zhao rose, she glanced towards the Emperor Qi, only to find that today, her elder brother-in-law was the sole visitor. Her elder sister presumably remaining at home to nurture her pregnancy. Suddenly, she felt an unfriendly gaze fixated upon her, as she turned her head. She caught sight of Xiao Yuting staring intently at them, leaving her uncertain whether the scrutiny was directed at her or at Xiao Yuro. Chapter 170. Setting the Trap. Jiayin, are you ready to compete with me again? This year, I shall not lose to you, the Prince of An inquired. He shrugged and declined. "I have no time. I must accompany my wife on horseback." The Prince of An rolled his eyes in exasperation, finding the young man utterly under the thumb of his wife. Moreover, if it weren't for a Yu's inconvenience in appearing, who would bother with him? Emperor Qi chuckled and said, "This year's champion shall receive a generous reward from me." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with anticipation. In past competitions, the victor had always been Shen Jiayin, but with his absence this year, an opportunity presented itself. "Let us depart," Emperor Qi declared solemnly. And the young scions of various families swiftly mounted their steeds, eager for the imperial prize that was rightfully theirs. "Brother, we cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by these young lads," the Prince of An jested as he approached his fiery red steed, smiling at the Crown Prince beside him. Indeed, the Crown Prince replied with a gentle smile. The second prince observed them galloping away, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Today marked their demise. Initially, he had only sought the Crown Prince's life, but upon reflection, he realized that this fourth brother enjoyed not only their father's favor, but also the grandmother's affection. Thus, it would be more entertaining to allow these brothers to accompany one another in their fate. One by one, the young men entered the mountains to hunt, while the remaining ladies retreated to their tents to adorn themselves. After returning to her tent, Zhao Zhao changed into riding attire and eagerly asked Shen Jiayin to teach her horseback riding. She had not visited Zhongling Mountain for 2 years, last year. She had been pregnant during the hunt, but this year, she was determined to learn. Xin Jiayan, come out quickly, Lu Zhao Zhao urged. Glancing at him as he changed clothes inside, he emerged clad in a fitted black outfit, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Leaning down, he softly inquired, my lady, do I look handsome today? It must be said that young Master Shen possessed a certain charm. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully linked her arm with his and laughed. My dashing young Master Shen, may I ask if you are now able to teach me to ride? He bent down to kiss her forehead gently, replying, of course. When they arrived at the riding grounds, Jianing and Xiejing were already waiting there. Upon seeing them, Jianing excitedly waved, Zhao Zhao, I'm over here. Lu Zhao Zhao approached her with a teasing smile. In previous years, you were never keen on learning to ride. I suppose this year, you have someone to inspire you. Jianing's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully poked Lu Zhao Zhao's waist. Lu Zhao Zhao quickly covered her waist in surrender. All right, Ning Ning, I shall cease my teasing. Let us hurry. Perhaps we might even catch a rabbit. Jianing nodded in agreement. Yes, roasted rabbit is the most delicious. Turning to Xiejing, she unabashedly commanded. Carry me up. I cannot reach. Xiejing chuckled, effortlessly securing his arms around her waist and placing her securely on the saddle before mounting his own horse with grace. Jianing felt the warmth radiating from behind her and, with a blush, turned slightly, glaring at Xiejing. Xiejing, who said you could come up? Get down and lead the horse for me. With a cheeky grin, he replied, little princess, I am a prince, not a stable hand. Having uttered these words, he deftly seized the reins around her waist, tightening his legs against the horse's belly, and galloped away. Zhao Zhao, do come quickly. Lu Zhao Zhao, watching the departing figures, smiled and remarked to the person beside her, Ning Ning and General Xie do appear quite well matched. Xin Jiayan, without a word, reached out to grasp her delicate waist, lifting her onto the horse, and then leaped up beside her, feigning grievance as he said, my lady, it is a rare occasion today without that little rascal, so do refrain from concerning yourself with others. At his words, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. He was becoming increasingly childlike, even growing jealous of their own son. Hearing her laughter, Xin Jiayan curled the corners of his lips and tightened his embrace around her waist, steering the horse in a direction opposite to that of Xiejing. The crown prince and entered the depths of the mountains in quick succession. Princeton rode ahead, turning back with a jest, royal brother, while my horsemanship may not rival that of Jiayan, I believe it is on par with yours. Why not let me have a turn? I wish to reclaim my honor. From a young age, Princeton had enjoyed trailing behind the crown prince, unlike other royal brothers. They resembled ordinary siblings, with Princeton never holding back his thoughts from the crown prince, who was exceedingly indulgent towards him, granting every request. The crown prince followed closely behind, responding with a casual laugh. Very well, this is indeed the easiest request you have made. Princeton burst into hearty laughter, but soon sensed something amiss. He cautiously tightened the reins in his hands, only to find that the horse beneath him not only failed to halt, but grew increasingly spirited. Racing forward, the crown prince, too, noticed the anomaly. The horse seemed spurred by some unseen force, galloping relentlessly in one direction. In unison, they leapt and rolled into the underbrush. Royal brother, are you unscathed? Princeton asked with concern, pulling up the crown prince, who was not as accustomed to falls as he was. I am fine. We must leave quickly, the crown prince replied, his expression grave. It was evident that the horse had been tampered with, and the intent behind this was unmistakable. He could surmise who was behind it. But the scheme likely extended beyond this, for two runaway horses alone could not claim their lives. No sooner had the crown prince spoken than they heard a strange sound emanating from the thicket. Upon focusing their gaze, they beheld two fully grown tigers, each towering to the height of a person, emerging slowly. They bared their teeth, emitting a sound akin to excitement, their eyes fixed intently on the pair, as if starved for prey after a long wait. A wave of tension coursed through Princeton, if there were but one. His and the crown prince's martial skills would suffice, but now there was no other recourse. Exchanging a glance with the crown prince, they swiftly seized their bows and arrows strapped to their backs and loosed them. The two adult tigers, massive in stature, were not mortally wounded by the arrows, which only seemed to invigorate them further as they lunged toward the crown prince and Princeton. The neck was their only vulnerable spot. Squinting, Princeton drew the dagger from his waist, and at the moment the tiger lunged, he struck with precision, and the once mighty beast fell without even a roar. Though the crown prince excelled in horsemanship and archery, his martial prowess paled in comparison to that of Princeton. With remarkable precision, Princeton drew his bow and struck the beast in one of its eyes. The tiger let out a painful roar yet continued its relentless advance. Your Highness. Seeing this, Princeton wasted no time and leaped in front of the crown prince. The crown prince's eyes widened in desperation, wishing to shield him, but it was too late. Just as the ferocious tiger's paw grasped Prince Sin's arm and it prepared to lower its head to rend the two arrows flew from different directions, aimed at its neck and the other eye. Chapter 171. Escape. The Crown Prince hastily pulled Prince Sin aside to evade danger, while Xie Jing leapt forward and swiftly severed the throat of the struggling tiger, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Your Highness, you are injured. Jianing rushed over from a distance, her eyes reddening as she gazed at the bloodstains on Prince Sin's arm. It is nothing, merely a minor wound. Prince Sin replied softly, lowering his gaze to his arm. Xin Jiayan approached with Lu Zhao Zhao, his voice grave as he stated, Your Highness, today's incident is certainly no mere accident. Zhongling Mountain is a royal hunting ground, frequented by the Emperor each year, and thus remains under constant supervision. The simultaneous appearance of two tigers could only be orchestrated by someone with malicious intent. Jiayan, you speak the truth. This is no coincidence. But now is not the time to raise alarms, the Crown Prince pondered. He was well aware of the second prince's intentions, yet he had hoped that, despite not being full-blooded brothers, there would still be a trace of familial affection. It was disheartening to realize that the second prince sought their lives. Should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly result in scandal, especially given their father's frail health. Jianing accepted the handkerchief from Lu Zhao Zhao and wrapped it around Prince Sin's bleeding arm, her heart sinking as she perceived the malicious nature of her second brother for the first time. Your Highness, he intends to take our lives. Prince Sin smiled faintly, reflecting that had it not been for Jiayan and Xie Jing's timely arrival, the outcome for him and the Crown Prince might have been dire. Such a clever scheme, yet ultimately thwarted. The identity of the instigator was clear to all present. For the struggle for the throne has always been a matter of life and death. The Crown Prince, glancing anxiously at his brother's arm, urged, Fourth brother, leave this matter to me. Let us return and have the imperial physician attend to your injury. We must not allow it to fester. Prince Sin turned to survey the two fallen tigers on the ground, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he remarked, Brother, these are our trophies. Let us take them back for him to examine closely. The Crown Prince nodded, and Xie Jing interjected, Your Highness, you should go ahead. I will arrange for others to carry them. Jianing hurriedly stepped forward to support Prince Sin, her voice trembling as she asked, Your Highness, does it hurt terribly? Though the siblings often bickered, their bond was strong. Prince Sin reached up to wipe away her tears, chuckling gently, We are all grown now. Why do you still cry like a child? Xin Jiayan, embracing Lu Zhao Zhao, softly inquired, Zhao Zhao, were you frightened? He had been instructing her in horseback riding when the roar of the beast echoed through the air. Concerned for her safety, he could not bear to leave her behind and rushed to her side. Had he instead Jing arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I am well, she replied softly, feeling somewhat reflective, realizing that beneath the facade of royal power and wealth lies a treacherous undercurrent. Where even brothers are not exempt, wealth is blinding and power can corrupt the heart. In the encampment, as dusk deepened, the young men returned one after another with their prey. Yet the absence of the Crown Prince stirred a sense of unease in Empress One. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have yet to return. We must send someone to search for them. The Empress, along with Princess Jianing and the Duke, as well as young Master Shun and his wife, have yet to return, whispered one of the palace maids beside the Empress. What? Upon hearing this, Emperor Qi could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He rose and gently clasped Empress Wen's hand, reassuring her, Do not fret. I shall dispatch someone to search for them immediately. The second prince, hidden from sight, smirked to himself. At this juncture, it was likely they would not even find their remains, as he had specifically instructed Vice General Zhang to ensure that the two fierce tigers were well starved for several days. However, before he could revel in his satisfaction, a voice called from outside the tent, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Sin have returned. His expression darkened instantly, and he rushed out before Emperor Qi could react. Upon recognizing the two figures standing calmly outside the tent, he nearly faltered. How could this be possible? Second brother, why do you wear such a countenance upon seeing us? Is it inappropriate for us to appear here? Prince Sin inquired with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. Before the second prince could respond, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen emerged from the tent. The Empress immediately noticed the bloodstains on Prince N's arm and hastily commanded, Quick, summon the imperial physician. She then approached, asking, Mu'er, what has happened? Emperor Qi, having also taken note of the situation and recalling the second prince's earlier reaction, seemed to form a conjecture in his mind. He inquired gravely, Crown Prince, Fourth brother, what has transpired? Father, during a hunt with Fourth brother, we encountered two tigers. He paused, glancing at the visibly unsettled second prince before continuing, Fortunately, Jiayan and Xie Jing arrived in time, sparing us from any mortal peril. Tigers? How could there be tigers on Zhongling Mountain? The onlookers expressed their confusion. Emperor Qi slowly clenched his fists and coughed several times. Concubine Shu stepped forward, speaking in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Your Majesty." The crown prince and princess seem to be quite well now. There is no need for concern, lest you injure your health. Emperor Qi cast her a cold glance, noting that after all these years, she showed no sign of remorse. Concubine's son, your words and actions are intolerable. From this day forth, be demoted to the rank of Zhaoi. Concubine Zhaoi could hardly believe her ears. She had merely spoken a single sentence and was stripped of her title. Did the emperor not care for her family's reputation at all? She raised her eyes toward the empress, seeking sympathy, but Empress Wen offered not even a glance. As the empress, she was duty-bound to manage the inner palace and uphold maternal authority. Yet she was no saint and would not show leniency toward those who sought to harm her children. Your Majesty, the physician has arrived, announced a voice. Emperor Qi turned to glance at the mother and son before stating, "Fourth brother, allow the physician to examine you thoroughly. I shall ensure that today's events are investigated to the fullest." "I thank you, father," Princeton replied, bowing respectfully before following the physician into the tent, with the empress hastily accompanying them. The physician carefully examined the injury on Prince's arm before checking his pulse. After a while, the physician stood and reported, "Your Majesty, Empress, please rest assured. His Highness Princeton has only sustained an external injury. Internally, he is unharmed. With proper care and medication, he shall recover in a few days." Empress Wen and Emperor Qi finally felt a sense of relief and instructed the imperial physician to prepare the medicine. Princeton casually remarked, "Father, mother, do not worry. Since my childhood, I have endured many scrapes and bruises. This minor injury is nothing." "Child, what nonsense are you speaking? Such a large wound cannot be deemed a mere scratch." Empress Wen gazed at the bloody gash, her heart aching with concern. In public, she maintained the composure befitting an empress, yet within, she was simply a mother who cherished her child. The events of the day were clearly orchestrated by someone, and as a mother, how could she not feel resentment? "Empress, I assure you, I will provide an explanation for this matter," Emperor Qi said, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. Chapter 172, The Struggle for Succession. In the past, during the hunting season, everyone would spend a night at Zhongling Mountain. And this year was no exception. The crown prince and princess emerged from the main tent in succession. "Fourth brother, thank you for today," the crown prince expressed with a hint of guilt, feeling unworthy as an elder brother who could not protect his younger sibling in times of peril, yet relied on him for rescue. Princeton turned to pat the crown prince's shoulder, chuckling lightly, "Royal brother, when did you become so sentimental? We are brothers, after all. From our childhood, you have always looked after me, and today, I consider it an honor to protect you in return." The crown prince cast a glance at his brother's arm and reminded him earnestly, "You must remember not to get it wet when you return, and take the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician on time." Princeton raised the medicine pouch in his hand with a smile. "Rest assured, I shall return to the residence, and there will be someone to attend to my bandages." The crown prince frowned slightly at this, admonishing, "What nonsense. The sky is nearly darkening, and you still have an injury on your arm. The journey back to the capital will take at least over an hour. How can your body withstand it? Royal brother, you is with child. I cannot rest easy knowing she is alone at home. If I do not return tonight, I fear I shall be unable to sleep." As he mentioned Lu Zhaoyu, a tender emotion flickered in Princeton's eyes, speaking candidly without reservation. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback. Having been taught from a young age not to become infatuated with a single person, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, someone had taken residence in his heart. "Royal brother, I shall take my leave now. If father wishes to punish me, you must intercede on my behalf," Princeton said as he walked towards the stables, for his beloved Ayu awaited him at home. At the prince's residence, Lu Zhaoyu sat on a small couch, gently touching her still flat abdomen, feeling an inexplicable unease. "By the side consort?" inquired softly, "Princess, is there something troubling you?" She shook her head, smiling, "It is nothing." Liang, the other side consort, cast a disdainful glance at her belly. Not long ago, her father had mentioned wanting to send her half-sister to stay with her for a few days. How ridiculous. It was clear that they were merely attempting to use her lack of offspring as a pretext to insert another daughter into the household. Despite the fact that the prince had never touched her, how could she possibly be with child? Nevertheless, her half-sister was rather simple-minded, and with just a few sly words, she would undoubtedly take the bait, allowing Liang to reap the benefits. She stood and bowed. "Princess, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it." Lu Zhaoyu furrowed her brow slightly. It had only been a few days since Liang was released from her confinement, and already she was stirring trouble. She rubbed her forehead in resignation and asked, "Speak." "Since entering the residence, I have spent little time with my family. I was quite close with my younger sister in our youth, so I wish to request your permission for her to stay with me for a few days." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, realizing that Liang's intentions were rather transparent. Seeing one daughter neglected, she sought to send another to ingratiate herself. The Liang side consort is indeed perplexing. She cannot possibly be unaware of her father's intentions. Given her awareness, her agreement suggests ill motives. In previous times, this might have been acceptable, but now she is with child, and Rong Yuan is still young, leaving no room for error. She spoke softly, Liang's side consort. Your sister is of marriageable age, and her unacknowledged entry into the royal residence is unreasonable. I cannot comply with your request. Your Highness, Your Highness. The prince has returned, Ajun announced from outside, bowing respectfully. A gentle smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's face. She had just risen when Prince An briskly entered, bearing a box of pastries. Without regard for others, he exclaimed, Ayu, these are from your favorite shop. I made sure they saved them for you this morning. Do try them. Your Highness, I take my leave. My side consort tactfully bowed and retreated. Liang's side consort had no grounds to linger, reluctantly following suit. Prince An was clad in dark attire, which concealed any traces of blood, yet as he approached, Lu Xiaoyu detected a faint scent of blood mingled with medicinal aromas. Overwhelmed with concern, she inquired anxiously, Are you injured? Where? Prince An smiled with a hint of pride, knowing his wife cared deeply for him. However, given her delicate condition, he did not wish to alarm her. Gently grasping her hand, he reassured her, Ayu, do not worry. It is merely a minor injury to my arm. Remove your clothing so I can see. Ayu, if only you were this proactive at all times, Prince An teased playfully. Chimu, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, a mix of urgency and anger in her voice, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing her genuine distress, Prince An quickly bent down, apologizing, Ayu, I was wrong, please do not be angry. As he spoke, he began to unfasten his clothing, revealing that the previously bandaged wound had begun to split, with fresh blood seeping through the gauze. Chimu, how can you claim this is a minor injury when it appears thus? Lu Xiaoyu was both furious and heartbroken, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice choking with emotion. Ayu, please do not cry. The injury looks worse than it is. It does not hurt at all. The usually stoic Prince An found himself at a loss, distressed by her tears. Be quiet, remove your shirt. I will tend to your wound, Lu Xiaoyu said firmly, turning to fetch the medicinal supplies and clean cloth. Her movements were gentle despite her urgency, and she softly inquired, How did this happen? He replied softly, During today's hunt, my horse and the emperors were startled and ventured deep into the mountains, where we encountered 2 fierce tigers, and I was inadvertently scratched. Lu Xiaoyu paused, her hands faltering. Chimu's horse had fought alongside him in battles. It would not have easily been frightened without provocation. Moreover, the Zhangling Mountains were consistently monitored. How could such ferocious beasts roam freely? She lifted her gaze, her expression grave, and asked, Was this orchestrated deliberately? He lifted his hand to gently clasp hers and softly said, Ayu, it seems that peace in the capital will be elusive in the days to come. Today, His Majesty has elevated consort Shu to the rank of Jowie. I fear he may be cornered and desperate. Lu Xiaoyu paused for a moment and replied in a hushed tone, You must be especially cautious, and the palace should strengthen its defenses. He tenderly caressed her abdomen, his voice filled with warmth. Ayu, focus on nurturing the child in the manor. I shall ensure the safety of both you and Rong Yuan. Lu Xiaoyu was enveloped in his embrace, reflecting on the brutal struggles for succession throughout history, where, for the sake of the exalted throne, fathers were slain and can turn against one another. She had once believed the emperor to be benevolent, and the crown prince esteemed, their brotherly bond seemingly unbreakable. Yet, she never anticipated that this day would eventually arrive. With a soft sigh, she whispered, Chimu, you must remain safe. Ayu, I promised you that we would grow old together. Chapter 173. The intent to kill in light of such an incident. No one felt inclined to indulge in revelry any longer. They hastily prepared some food before retreating to their respective tents. When Shun Jiayan returned, Lu Zhao Zhao was lying on the bed, peacefully asleep, with Liuli and Jinju keeping vigil by her side. Upon noticing his arrival, the 2 ladies bowed and exited discreetly. He placed the fragrant, crispy roasted rabbit on the table, shed his chilly outer garment, and took a seat beside her, tenderly kissing her cheek while whispering, Zhao Zhao. I am back. Did you bring me something delicious? Lu Zhao Zhao murmured, still half asleep. I brought your favorite roasted rabbit, he replied gently, enveloping her in his embrace, allowing her to rest against his chest. The enticing aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted towards her, prompting her to sniff and slowly open her eyes. Shun Jiayan chuckled softly, tearing off a small piece of the rabbit and offering it to her lips, which she accepted and chewed slowly. They savored the entire roasted rabbit together at a leisurely pace. He then stood to retrieve a damp handkerchief, instinctively using it to wipe her fingers clean. Zhao Zhao looked up to find his expression radiating warmth, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. He leaned down slightly, kissing the corner of her lips, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Wrapping her arms around his waist, she replied with a light-hearted giggle. "I was just contemplating how fortunate I am to marry you, the handsome and gentle young Master Shen." Shen Jian's lips curled into a slight smile as he embraced her tightly, saying, "Zhao Zhao, marrying you is the greatest joy of my life. I once thought that even if you were only drawn to me for my looks, I would still be willing, for I cannot imagine my life without you." For reasons unknown to her, a pang of bittersweetness stirred within her heart. He gently stroked her hair and softly admonished, "Zhao Zhao, the court is likely to be tumultuous in the coming days. Wherever you go in my absence, you must take Mo Han and Mo Jiang with you." Though he did not elaborate, she understood well enough. The events of the day were evidently orchestrated by the second prince, and the struggle for succession had finally commenced. Nestling closer in his embrace, she expressed her concern, "You must be exceedingly cautious." He comforted her with gentle pats on her back, assuring, "Zhao Zhao, do not worry." Meanwhile, the second prince's tent was situated in a remote area far from the main camp. Inside, his expression was one of utter rage as he rose and kicked at Deputy General Zhang, demanding in a harsh tone, "Is this what you call foolproof?" The crown prince and the fourth prince not only returned safely, but also brought back those two beasts. "What do you call this?" "It's a case of being caught red-handed." Deputy General Zhang, clutching his abdomen, stood and replied, "Your Highness, this matter is my oversight. Since the Emperor has already begun to harbor doubts about you, perhaps we should simply cease all actions." The second prince abruptly lifted his head, grasping Zhang's collar and asking in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I commit regicide?" "Your Highness, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. The Emperor must surely have some inkling of this matter. Conspiring against the crown prince is akin to treason, a grave offense. Should you show mercy now, the fate awaiting you is one of disgrace and death. You are not alone in this. The lives of the entire Sun family are intertwined with yours." The second prince clenched his fists, feeling a pang of hesitation. From a young age, he understood that his mother had fallen out of favor with the Emperor, and he recognized his own lack of prospects for the princely title. Yet, he could not suppress his ambition, perpetually yearning to contest for it. But after all, he was his biological father. "Please return for now. Allow me to ponder this further," the second prince said, rubbing his temples. "Your Highness, I implore you to make a decision swiftly. Who is outside?" The second prince exclaimed as he dashed out, seizing the fleeing Xiao Yuding and pulling her into the tent, his expression darkening. "What were you doing out there?" Xiao Yuding, not lacking in wits, had overheard his voice outside. So, the second prince was indeed contemplating rebellion. She smiled gently and replied, "Your Highness, I merely came to deliver pastries. I have heard nothing." The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiao Yuding, do not attempt any cunning schemes with me. You are but a mere concubine in my household. Ending your life would be as effortless as squashing an ant, and even your noble family would meet the same fate." Though she had felt a flicker of fear earlier, causing her to fumble and drop the pastry box, she was emboldened now. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Should the second prince ascend to the throne, she would become a princess, with all others bowing at her feet. She leaned closer, nestling against him, and softly declared, "Your Highness, since I have entered your household, I belong to you. Moreover, I carry your child, so we are united in purpose." The second prince looked down at the woman in his embrace, silently mocking her. She was merely a woman driven by greed for wealth and power. When the day of his triumph arrived, he would offer her a cup of poison to end her life. "Xiao Yuding, I can spare your life and grant you the title of a palace mistress, but you must obey my every command without question," he declared. At this moment, Xiao Yuding was intoxicated by the allure of power, responding eagerly, "I understand." "Very well, you may leave," the second prince gestured dismissively. "I take my leave," she said, departing. As she left, Vice General Zhang emerged from behind the bed curtains, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, we can delay no longer. The Emperor has dispatched someone to investigate, and results will emerge within 3 days. If we wait until then, it may be too late to act." "I am well aware," the second prince replied impatiently, waving him off. This was ultimately a failure on his part, a golden opportunity squandered. Had the crown prince and the fourth prince perished, he would have become the rightful heir without need for perilous maneuvers. Seeing his indecision, Vice General Zhang could not help but scoff. The general's words rang true. This second prince was indecisive and inept. Yet when the day came that he ascended the throne, the daughter of the Sun family would be empress. And then the general could wield the emperor's power to command the lords. "Your Highness, I take my leave," he said, departing. Deputy General Zhang maintained an air of utmost respect as he withdrew with a cupped fist, seizing the cover of night to gallop away unnoticed. Seated in contemplation, he pondered the inevitability of this matter reaching his father, the emperor. What decision would his father render upon discovering the truth? Surely, it would lead to his own demise. Today, his mother had merely uttered a few words, yet the emperor had publicly demoted her in front of everyone. How often had he ever regarded his son? In light of this, he felt no further obligation to honor the bonds of father and son or the duties of ruler and subject. However, the palace was heavily guarded, and the emperor's provisions were handled with extreme caution. If he were to act, he would likely have to seek an opportunity through his mother. That night, it seemed few within the imperial city could find solace in sleep, each consumed by their own thoughts. Chapter 174, Grave Illness at Dawn. The following day, Emperor Qi and the crown prince led their entourage back to the capital. However, the emperor's demeanor was notably grave, causing unease among the civil and military officials. Was the sovereign unwell? In the hall of Xianzheng, Emperor Qi gazed at the various pieces of evidence presented by the crown prince, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had harbored suspicions, witnessing the evidence firsthand proved difficult to accept. During his own tenure as crown prince, he had been acutely aware of the predatory gazes of his brothers, navigating his role with utmost caution. He had envisioned that once he ascended the throne, he would personally guide his sons, nurturing a bond akin to that of a typical family, where brothers treated each other with respect and camaraderie. Crown Prince, is there anyone else aware of this? Emperor Qi inquired, his voice hoarse from a cough, fatigue evident in his tone. Father, only the fourth brother, Jiayin, and Xie Jing are privy to this matter, no others, the crown prince replied candidly. In the eyes of the world, the royal family was often perceived as prioritizing duty over familial bonds, yet in his heart, his father was not merely a sovereign, but also a beloved parent. Observing the crown prince, who stood with an air of dignity, Emperor Qi felt a flicker of relief. Among his sons, the crown prince exhibited a steady resolve. The fourth brother possessed both courage and cunning, and the fifth was straightforward and bold. However, the second brother's narrow-mindedness troubled him. Should such a man ascend to the throne, it would spell disaster for the common folk of Qi. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor spoke softly, Crown Prince, come closer. I have something to discuss with you. Before the second prince could act, news swiftly spread through the palace that the emperor's condition had worsened. All princes and their consorts hurried to the palace to attend to the ailing sovereign. Upon receiving the news, Princess Jingru first visited the Zhao Zhao courtyard to offer a few words of reassurance before hastily making her way to the palace. When Princess Jingru arrived, everyone was already gathered outside the Chanqiu Palace. She rushed forward, disregarding the customary greetings, and urgently inquired, Sister-in-law, how fares the emperor? With tear-filled eyes, Empress Wen gently shook her head, her voice thick with emotion. The imperial physician states that the emperor has overexerted himself, straining his heart, and has now fallen into a state of unconsciousness. The other princes and princesses wore expressions of deep concern, while the second prince's consort instinctively glanced at him, hoping he would not stray down a misguided path. Princess Jingru, still harboring doubts, recognized that while her elder brother had aged and his health was inevitably declining, it should not be so dire. Yet, observing the somber assembly, she chose not to voice her concerns. Sister-in-law, let us keep mother in the dark about this for now. She is of advanced age. We should spare her from worry, Princess Jingru advised softly. Empress Wen nodded in agreement, asserting that the news of the emperor's illness should not be disseminated recklessly. If I find out that anyone has spread such rumors, I shall not be lenient. As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted toward Xu Zhaoyi, the most unpredictable of the palace's consorts. Yes, I understand, replied Xu Zhaoyi. Enough. With the two of us here, you may all return for now, Empress Wen declared, dismissing the assembly. Your Majesty, you must also consider your own health. Perhaps we should take turns attending to the emperor, Concubine Rong suggested gently. Xu Zhaoyi scoffed softly. She is born a prince, yet spends her days currying favor with the empress. It is clear she hails from a lesser background. A mere gesture of kindness is enough to win her over. Xu Zhaoyi, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that I am in the wrong? Lady Rong, showing no leniency, questioned. Though you may currently hold a higher rank than I, my experience far surpasses yours. Do not let your position lead to arrogance, Xu Zhaoyi retorted, maintaining an air of superiority. Though Li Jieyu agreed with Lady Rong, her humble status prevented her from interjecting, forcing her to protect Princess Liqing closely. Xu Zhaoyi, this is my Chanqiu Palace, and His Majesty is still recuperating within. Who permitted you to make such a ruckus? Empress Wen inquired coldly. Your Majesty, I would never dare, but this Lady Rong truly goes too far, Xu Zhaoyi replied. Empress Wen stated firmly, Xu Zhaoyi, as a mother of a prince, you should set an example. His Majesty is gravely ill, and all palace matters are under my authority. If you do not wish to be demoted further, you should remain silent. Xu Zhaoyi clenched her handkerchief tightly, gritting her teeth and bowing, "Your Majesty, I understand my mistake. The imperial physician has said that His Majesty requires peace and quiet. You all should return." Once again, Empress Wen issued her dismissal, and everyone had no choice but to bow and withdraw. After their departure, Empress Wen ordered all palace maids and eunuchs to leave, her expression relaxing from earlier distress. Princess Jingru, sensing something amiss, softly inquired, "Sister-in-law, how is His Majesty's condition?" Empress Wen gently patted her hand and said, "Jingru, you may enter. His Majesty wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Princess Jingru turned and walked toward the inner chamber, while Empress Wen sighed softly. Despite her dislike for Zhao Zhao's demeanor, as the rightful matriarch, she had never mistreated any child in the palace. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Before the palace gates locked, Princess Jingru returned to the Duke of Hugua's residence, her expression serene, concealing a small box within her sleeve. "At the residence of the second prince, Your Highness, with the Emperor gravely ill, this is our best opportunity. All the guards from the General's residence have gathered. If you can secure the Tiger Talisman, you will command hundreds of thousands of troops, and you shall become the new Emperor of Tachi," Vice General Zhang encouraged. Observing the second prince's indecision, the second prince lowered his head, speaking solemnly, "Vice General Zhang, please relay to my grandfather that tomorrow I will send the prince consort to the palace to investigate. If my father is indeed seriously ill, we will act immediately." "Understood. I shall relay your message." In the main courtyard, the second prince consort sat uneasily on a small couch, lost in thought. The events of the previous day were clearly orchestrated by someone. She had her suspicions about who that person was, as did the crown prince and the emperor. "Your Highness, the prince has arrived," Lianqin hurriedly announced as she entered, bowing. She felt concerned, as she had noticed the second prince's gloomy expression. Just as she finished speaking, the second prince strode in, his face dark. He glanced at the maids in the room and coldly commanded, "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with the prince consort." The other maids quickly exited, leaving only Lianqin by the side of the second prince consort. Noticing his rising anger, she softly urged, "Lianqin, you should step outside." "Your Highness, it's fine, just go out." Compassionately, she withdrew her blessings and secured the door from the outside. Yet she did not venture far, remaining steadfast at the threshold. "Your Highness, if you have matters to discuss, please speak candidly," she said, locking eyes with him. In her heart, she harbored suspicions. He was likely preparing to take action, and the demise of the second prince's residence was imminent. "Tomorrow, you shall enter the palace to pay your respects to mother and ascertain whether father truly suffers from grave illness." And then, the tone of the second prince's consort bore a subtle hint of mockery. He turned to her, grasping her neck with a firm yet restrained grip. His voice low and menacing, "Qin, heed my words and obey, or I shall ensure your family knows no peace." She offered no resistance to his hold, her gaze remarkably serene. The second prince, taken aback, loosened his grip. "Qin, do not define me when I achieve my ambitions. You shall be the most esteemed woman in this realm." The second prince's consort watched him stride away, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "The most esteemed woman? It seems we are all destined to become prisoners. Rebellion invites the annihilation of entire clans. I must secure a path to safety for myself and the innocent." Chapter 175. Rebellion. On the following morning, the second prince's consort rose early to pay her respects to the noble Zhao Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Zhao sat on a small couch, simmering with displeasure. The audacity of concubine Rong had truly grieved her. How could someone so lowly dare to tread upon her dignity? A palace maid entered the hall and bowed, announcing, "Your Highness, the second prince's consort has arrived." "What does she want?" Zhao Zhao inquired, clearly dissatisfied with her daughter-in-law. Originally, she had intended for her elder brother's eldest daughter to be the second prince's consort, but the emperor had disapproved, ultimately designating a second-rank official's daughter as his wife, a choice she found utterly lacking in merit. With her head bowed, the maid replied softly, "This servant does not know." Lying back on the small couch, Zhao Zhao coldly commanded, "Let her in." Upon entering the hall, the second prince's consort respectfully bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to Mother Empress." Clad in a modest dress, adorned only with a simple hairpin, she appeared graceful and demure. Yet, to Zhao Zhao's discerning eye, such attire seemed trivial and unworthy of her station. She disapprovingly remarked, "Qin, what are you wearing? I care not how your family raised daughters in the past, but now you are the rightful consort of my son. Are you not ashamed to bring him disgrace?" Though she was well aware of her mother-in-law's disdain, she remained unperturbed. After all, she held little regard for Zhao Zhao's son either, let alone for her. With an unwavering demeanor, she replied, "Mother Empress, both His Majesty and the Empress Mother advocate for frugality. I am merely adhering to their principles. Are you attempting to use the Empress to pressure me?" Zhao Zhao retorted, rising swiftly to confront her, raising her hand as if to strike. However, Kaiping quickly intervened, saying, "Your Highness, please refrain. The emperor is gravely ill. Any gossip within the palace could be disastrous." Xu Zhao, frustrated, lowered her hand and coldly declared, "Qin, I shall spare you this time. If you have no business here, return to your residence and cease to obstruct my view. If my son had married a woman from a prominent family, he would have been granted a title by now." Yu Iloman, the second prince's consort, undeterred, performed a composed bow and said, "Mother Empress, I take my leave." Once outside Yongning Palace, Lianqing gently inquired, "Your Highness, shall we exit the palace?" With a newfound resolve, she quietly replied, "Let us go to Changqiu Palace." At Changqiu Palace, upon learning of the second prince's consort's arrival, Empress Wen rose to greet her. In contrast to Xu Zhao, she seemed more like a true maternal figure. With a gentle tone, she invited, "Please, have a seat." The second prince's consort slightly lifted her skirts and knelt down, prompting Empress Wen to quickly extend her hand, saying, "What are you doing? Speak comfortably. There is no need for such formality." Though Empress Wen harbored great disdain for Xu Zhao and her son, she understood that the grievances at hand did not concern Qin. Recognizing her as a kind-hearted individual, "Mother, I am aware of the incident regarding the fourth prince's injury. You and Father Emperor are already informed. After all, anyone with discernment can see the truth." The second prince's consort smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. At the mention of the fourth prince, Empress Wen's demeanor shifted, and she turned, speaking with caution, "Second daughter-in-law, the investigation into the fourth prince's injury is still ongoing. Do not speak carelessly." The second prince's consort bowed deeply and laid bare all matters before the empress. "Mother, I have come to the palace at the behest of His Highness the second prince to ascertain whether our esteemed emperor truly suffers from grave illness. There are certain matters that need not be explicitly stated, for you, dear mother, undoubtedly comprehend them. I implore you, should that day ever arrive, to intercede on behalf of the children in our maternal clan." Empress Wen, observing her, felt a stir of compassion within. When a man rises to power, it is seldom that his female can share in the glory. Yet, when he falls, they invariably suffer the repercussions. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "The sovereign's health is currently in a precarious state, and I must remain by his side. You may return to your estate now. Such discussions should not arise again." The second prince's consort was no fool. She discerned the underlying message in Empress Wen's words. Rising, she performed another deep bow. "Mother, I understand. I shall take my leave." As the empress watched her retreating figure, she sighed and turned back toward the inner palace. Upon learning of the emperor's true ailment, the second prince felt a tumultuous mix of anxiety and exhilaration swell within him, envisioning himself ascending to the pinnacle of power, with the vast realm bowing to his will. Dismissing all else, he ventured forth into the night toward the general's residence in the west. At the hour of the rat, the once quiet residence of the Duke of Guard was besieged by hundreds of private soldiers. Leading the charge was Vice-General Zhang, who signaled for his men to advance. A soldier stepped forth and forcefully breached the door, which yielded effortlessly to their assault. Vice-General Zhang, without a hint of doubt, led his troops into the estate, tasked with keeping a vigilant watch over the Duke's household to prevent any opportunities for communication or warning. "Vice-General Zhang, are you in search of us?" A low chuckle echoed in the darkness, and soon torches illuminated the courtyard, revealing Xin Jiayan clad in a crimson official's robe, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he stood before a cadre of elite soldiers. Vice-General Zhang, visibly flustered, struggled to maintain his composure and declared, "I come, under the orders of the second prince, to search the Duke of Guo's residence." Xin Jiayan retorted with a cold laugh, "Oh, how is it that I am unaware of when this great qi changed hands?" Deputy General Zhang, seeing this, ceased to feign and candidly remarked, "Young Master Xin, esteemed Lord Xin, you indeed wield considerable influence. However, after today, your esteemed protectorate will meet its end. I shall not hesitate to inform you that His Highness the second prince and the general have already led their troops into the palace. No matter how formidable your powers may be, it seems you may be too late. It is uncertain whether the mere tens of thousands of soldiers from the Sun residence can withstand the formidable forces of the Qi, which boasts hundreds of thousands of elite warriors." The soldiers behind him could not help but feel a sense of wavering. They were all troops nurtured by the Sun family. Yet they too had parents, wives, and children, who would willingly rush towards their demise if given a choice. Vice-General Zhang, taken aback, raised his head to meet Xin Jiayan's gaze, stammering in disbelief. "Xin Jiayan, cease your alarmist rhetoric. Without the tiger talisman, no one can mobilize those soldiers. You seem to be unaware of your own identity. You are merely a mad dog under the control of that old scoundrel, lacking even the right to converse with me." He cast a disdainful glance at the crowd behind him and remarked, "If you wish to survive, cast aside your weapons. Otherwise, you shall meet a certain demise." The troops, already lacking unity, began to murmur among themselves. Shen Jiayan could not help but let out a soft laugh. This was indeed the private army that General Sun had expensively maintained? Truly a farce. Kill him. To do so would present you with a splendid opportunity to ascend the ranks. Vice General Zhang, in a frenzied state, brandished his sword at Shen Jiayan. After enduring humiliation and hardship for years, he was finally on the brink of success. How could he allow it to be squandered so easily? With a resounding clatter, a soldier cast his sword to the ground and spoke, "My lord Shen, I have been deceived. I harbor no treasonous intent. I implore you to see the truth." As one took the lead, others followed suit, discarding their swords. Zhang, trembling with rage, lunged at Shen Jiayan with his blade. Without hesitation, Shen effortlessly knocked Zhang's sword from his grasp and raised his own weapon to rest against Zhang's throat, coldly declaring, "If you wish to die, do so away from this place. Do not tarnish the grounds of my Duke of protecting the nation's residents." He then turned and commanded, "Take all these individuals away for confinement. The rest shall accompany me to the palace." Chapter 176. Captured within the imperial city. The second prince regarded the crown prince and princess standing opposite him with a derisive smile. "Elder brother, fourth brother, the imperial guard has been entirely subdued by me. You are utterly powerless. If you are wise, I shall spare your lives for the sake of our brotherhood." Sun Yinjing slightly tilted his head, his voice low and somber. "Your Highness, make your move. While the Duke of protecting the nation and the General of the South have yet to react, let us swiftly seize the imperial seal, and the realm shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Princeton could not suppress a cold laugh. "Old fool, has your true nature finally revealed itself? Merely because you have held the imperial seal for a few days, you presume it to be your personal possession?" Sun Yinjing brazenly replied, "Your Highness, I know not what you imply. The second prince is exceptionally gifted in both literature and martial arts, and he commands the people's support. I am merely following the will of heaven." "Ah, you truly possess unparalleled shamelessness. This rebellion is indeed a rebellion, yet you insist on invoking the will of heaven. Do you not fear divine retribution?" Observing the calm demeanor of the two, the second prince felt an unsettling premonition. The imperial seal could not possibly be absent from the palace. Recently, apart from their visit to the ailing emperor, no one else had come. And such a crucial item would not be entrusted to anyone else by his father. Before he could ponder further, two soldiers rushed in, flustered, and saluted. "General, your Highness, Shen Jiayan and Xie Jing have entered the palace with their army." The second prince's eyes widened in alarm. "What? How can this be possible?" The emperor, showing signs of illness, was being supported by Empress Wen as he slowly emerged from the hall. His gaze, icy and piercing, fell upon the armored second prince, Sun Yinjing, and the soldiers behind them. "Second, have you brought them here to commit regicide?" Seeing the emperor's expression, the second prince faltered. Qin had clearly stated that his father was gravely ill and unresponsive. He whirled angrily toward the crown prince. "You set me up deliberately, did you not? It is not them, it is I." Coughing violently, the emperor interrupted, and Empress Wen quickly raised her hand to soothe his back, urgently inquiring, "Your Majesty, are you well?" The emperor gently shook his head, grasping Empress Wen's hand, and slowly straightened himself, his tone grave. "Second, I had hoped to grant you an opportunity for redemption, yet you remain unrepentant. You are unworthy of being a brother, let alone my son." The second prince clearly discerned the disappointment in the emperor's eyes and, in a moment of panic, exclaimed, "Father, you have forced my hand. My knowledge and martial prowess are equal to the crown prince's. Is it merely because I am of lesser birth that I must always be subordinate? I refuse to accept this." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Jiayan and Xie Jing, accompanied by their troops, encircled the soldiers. He bowed and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, all outside forces have been subdued. I apologize for my delayed arrival. Please permit me to accept punishment." The second prince, observing the dense crowd, felt his resolve waver, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Their arrival was not delayed at all. It was perfectly timed. What afflictions weigh heavily? What state of unconsciousness? All mere deceptions to ensnare him. Capture this band of treacherous ministers. The emperor spoke coldly, having already granted his wayward son the opportunity for repentance. As a father, he had shown boundless compassion, yet his son disregarded the sacred bonds of ruler and offspring. The second prince and Sun Yinjing were firmly detained. With their leader captured, the soldiers under him naturally fell into disarray, casting aside their weapons in a desperate bid for survival. Sun Yinjing lifted his gaze to the emperor, scoffing, "Your Majesty, what a clever scheme. Without the loss of a single soldier, you can rid yourself of this persistent menace, ensuring your reign remains unchallenged. Sun Yinjing, you have served my father faithfully, and I once held you in high regard. Yet, your treacherous ambitions pose a grave threat to the state, rendering you deserving of execution. Your Majesty, your hypocrisy is astounding. You profess to respect me, Yet you covet the tiger talisman, fearing my prowess might overshadow your own." He laughed bitterly. "Now that defeat is inevitable, I shall not quietly accept it." The emperor, unfazed, commanded, "Take them away, imprison them, and await their fate." The benevolence of a ruler is a blessing for the people, yet imperial authority cannot tolerate challenges. Anyone who harbors intentions to undermine the state, regardless of their noble lineage or status, faces only death. Shen Jiayin waved his hand dismissively, and the second prince and his followers were led away. In the hall of governance, the emperor dismissed all attendants, leaving only himself and the crown prince. Shen Jiayin produced the tiger talisman from his sleeve, presenting it solemnly to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I return the tiger talisman to you." Seeing Shen's serious demeanor, the emperor felt a tinge of curiosity. He remarked softly, "You are quite cautious now. I recall when you dared to drop my imperial seal in your youth. I was but a child then." As the emperor reclaimed the talisman, Shen reverted to his usual carefree self. After his mother had exited the palace, she entrusted him with the talisman, saying that the emperor wished him to keep it for emergencies. Having basked in the emperor's favor since childhood, he had never been denied any treasure of the realm. Yet, the sight of the tiger talisman momentarily stunned him, for it represented the very lifeblood of the Qi dynasty. The emperor trusted their noble house to safeguard the nation, and thus he must remember the principles of loyalty and duty. The emperor smiled but offered no reply, turning to the crown prince and speaking solemnly. "Crown prince, were you in my position today, how would you decide?" "I dare not presume," the crown prince replied, bowing respectfully. "You are the heir apparent, destined to be the emperor. I require your judgment." The crown prince met the emperor's gaze steadily and replied, "Those who conspire against the throne must be executed without mercy." The emperor scrutinized him for a long while in silence before bursting into laughter. He felt assured in bequeathing the throne to the crown prince. A ruler may embody compassion, but must never succumb to pity. Otherwise, one day, they may become a mere puppet. "You may withdraw. We take our leave." Exiting the hall of governance, Shen Jiayin looked up at the horizon where the sun had begun to peek through, quickening his pace. The prince of An trailed behind, calling out, "Jiayin, why the haste?" With a gentle yet resolute tone, he replied, "I promised Zhao Zhao that I would return home safely before dawn." "Oh, it seems I must hasten my return to the estate, for a Yu awaits my arrival at home." Prince An murmured to himself, turning around to tease Xie Jing, only to find that he had already vanished without a trace, leaving the crown prince to walk solemnly behind. He shrugged with a sense of relief, grateful for his unwavering devotion to a Yu. Otherwise, he would be like his royal brother, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines yet devoid of a true emotional connection, which is indeed a lamentable plight. Chapter 177. Defeat. Emperor Qi sat pensively before the dragon table for an extended period. When he finally raised his head, his eyes were tinged with a hint of sorrow, and his voice bore the weight of fatigue. "Lu Debao, draft the decree." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Gonggong responded with a bow. The commotion within the palace was too significant to conceal. It took but a day for the entire court to learn of the second prince's and the Sun family's treacherous intentions. In Yongning Palace, Xu Yaoyi was both alarmed and terrified. Trembling, she sat in the warm chamber, devoid of her usual domineering demeanor. Kaiping raised her hand to dismiss the palace maids and gently draped a blanket over Xu Zhao's shoulders. Grasping Saiping's wrist tightly, Xu Zhao looked up, her voice quivering as she implored. "Kaiping, I truly had no inkling that Heir and his father would conspire against the throne. I swear, I had no knowledge." Kaiping sighed. Despite Xu Zhao's arrogance over the years, she had treated her with a measure of kindness, never resorting to violence or insults. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, it was evident that neither she, a powerless maid, nor even the mightiest of figures could save the Sun family or the second prince from their impending doom. The palace doors were thrust open from the outside, and the proclaimer of edicts, clutching a bright yellow imperial decree, called out sharply, "Lady Zhaoyi, do you intend to receive the decree while seated?" Kaiping quickly assisted Xu Zhao to kneel and accept the decree. The proclaimer unfurled the edict, declaring, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor's will, it is decreed that Lady Sun shall be stripped of her title and demoted to commoner status, to dwell in the cold palace." Upon hearing this, Sun collapsed to the ground, her thoughts racing to her son. She staggered to her feet, exclaiming, "What of Heio? What of my father? How does His Majesty intend to deal with them?" In her days of power, she had wielded the influence of the Sun family to assert her will in the palace, often humiliating the palace maids and eunuchs. Even the proclaimer had once been subjected to her scorn. "Lady Zhao, no, Lady Sun," he retorted, "the crime of treason is a capital offense. His Majesty has spared your life, considering your ignorance of the matters at hand. You ought to be grateful for his benevolence. No, Heir is the emperor's own son, and my father is a loyal minister of the Qi. His Majesty would not execute them." Sun clutched her chest and fainted, the proclaimer scoffing lightly before departing. In the prison, the second prince sat with his back turned. Lu Gonggong spoke, by the emperor's command. The second Prince Qi Hao has harmed his siblings and conspired against the throne. Henceforth, he is to be removed from the imperial roster and confined for life. The second prince turned, standing with a bitter smile. Father is forcing me to my death. Very well, I shall play the loyal son. Ha ha ha. He slammed against the wall, collapsing lifelessly. When Emperor Qi received the news, he slowly closed his eyes. He had genuinely cared for this son in the past. Yet today, he had shown intentions of harming his own brothers and plotting chaos. Such a person, if ascended to the throne, would bring calamity upon the common folk of the Qi. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to condemn his own flesh and blood. Sun Yanzhong was sentenced to death, and all male members of the Sun family over the age of 14 were exiled 3,000 miles to the southwest. The Sun clan would no longer hold positions in the court, and the matter reached its conclusion. At this moment, within the second prince's residence, the second princess consort, along with concubine Zhao and others, knelt to receive the imperial decree. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's will, it is decreed, the second Prince Qi Hao has committed treason and is now deceased. In light of the innocence of the women and children in his household, their punishment is waived, and they are permitted to return home. Thus it is commanded. The second prince's consort bowed deeply and said, "This humble servant thanks his majesty for the great kindness bestowed upon us. Long live the emperor for countless years." The eldest daughter of the Qin family received a box from eunuch Lu, who stated, "This is a gift from Her Majesty the Empress." Qin accepted it with both hands and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the Empress's generous bestowal." Eunuch Lu then turned to the child beside Zhao Ruoqing and spoke. "The second young lady of the Zhao family, His Majesty has declared that the child, being of royal blood, may be entrusted to us to be raised in the palace under the careful nurturing of the Grand Empress Dowager, should you so wish." The two children clung tightly to Zhao Ruoqing upon hearing this. Still young, they did not comprehend the tumultuous changes that had transpired within the household. They simply knew that they wished to remain with their mother. Zhao Ruoqing gently embraced the two, her tone resolute as she stated, "Eunuch, while I am grateful for His Majesty's kindness, as a mother, I harbor no grand ambitions. I seek neither wealth nor status. Only that these two children may grow up safely by my side." Having served in the palace for decades, Eunuch Lu had witnessed myriad underhanded tactics, with children often used as pawns for favor. Yet, such a sincere maternal heart was indeed a rare treasure. "Then, second young lady, we wish you success in your desires." "Thank you, eunuch." Currently, the second prince's residence housed only 3 children. Aside from Zhao Ruoqing's twins, there was also the daughter of concubine Chun, Qiyu, who was merely 5 years old. Since the passing of concubine Chun, she had been cared for and educated by Qin, perhaps due to the early death of her mother. Qiyu was more mature than her peers, albeit still somewhat naive. She understood that from this day forth, she was utterly without a mother. "Young lady, come with us to the palace," Eunuch Lu said in as gentle a tone as possible. Although Qiyu was raised under Qin's care, it was widely known that her birth mother was concubine Chun, whose family had dwindled in influence. While Zhao Ruoqing was willing to take her 2 children home, Qin, as the legitimate mother, bore no such obligation towards Qiyu. Being but a child, Qiyu's emotions were readily apparent on her face, and her eyes reddened instantly. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe them away and turned to perform a respectful bow to Qin before preparing to leave with Eunuch Lu. "Eunuch, could you speak to His Majesty about allowing me to raise you? I shall treat her as my own," Qin implored softly, holding Qiyu close. The girl clung tightly to Qin, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, mother." Qin, filled with compassion, wiped her tears. Since concubine Chen's passing shortly after giving birth, she had devoted herself to raising Qiyu, considering her as her own child. Qiyu was understanding, obedient, and remarkably intelligent, traits that reflected her late mother rather than her father, Qi Hao. In a palace rife with deceit and treachery, how could a mere child survive? Eunuch Lu, witnessing the scene, could not help but sigh. The second prince was indeed a man lacking in contentment, despite the affections of a loving father, harmonious brothers, and virtuous wives and concubines. He had ultimately arrived at such a dire state. Truly, he could not blame others for his plight. "Very well, we shall return to the palace to convey our message to His Majesty." As Lu Gonggong turned to leave, he was pursued by Xiao Yuding, who anxiously exclaimed, "Master, the child within me is also of royal lineage." Lu Gonggong glanced back at her, his gaze now devoid of the earlier kindness, and replied in a subdued tone, "Miss Xiao, once your child is born, if you do not wish to raise it, you may entrust it to Lord Wushuan, and the palace will ensure its upbringing." Watching Lu Gonggong's retreating figure, Xiao Yuding nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be steadied by Ban Ling, who rushed to her side. In a fit of madness, she began to laugh, reflecting on the folly of wealth and status, lamenting, "It is all over. All of it." Chapter 178. Freedom. Upon witnessing her erratic demeanor, Qin and Zhao Ruoqing swiftly shielded the child in their embrace. Qin turned gently to the gathered crowd and spoke softly. "From this day forth, there shall no longer be a second prince's residence. I am aware that many of you have harbored grievances over time, yet the one who caused your discontent has met their demise. Let us now focus on leading our own lives. I will distribute the valuable possessions within the estate among you, and from henceforth, you shall be free." Within the household, there were several concubines and maidservants, and upon hearing her words, they were momentarily taken aback. Some had been compelled to enter the residence, while others had willingly done so for the allure of wealth and status. Regardless of their circumstances, their desires were never for that individual. Now, with the prospect of both wealth and freedom, what reason could there be for discontent? They bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, elder sister." Qin then turned to Zhao Ruoqing, saying, "Ruoqing, accompany me as we settle the accounts of the estate, and then we shall return to our respective homes." "Very well," Zhao replied with a gentle smile. Since the day she entered the residence, she had anticipated this moment, and today her wish was finally fulfilled. In the evening, Qin and Zhao Ruoqing distributed the wealth among the others. As they sat in the courtyard watching the departing figures, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Zhao softly grasped Qin's hand and said, "Sister Qin, the only joy I have found in this household over the past 5 years has been our friendship. I am grateful for your care, and I wish you peace and happiness in the days to come, free from troubles." Qin smiled with utmost tenderness and replied, "Ruoqing, I understand you do not wish to be merely a woman confined within the walls of a residence. I wish you boundless horizons to explore and skies high enough for you to soar." Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Life is inherently challenging for women, and if one must complicate another's existence, there would be little hope left. Meeting Sister Qin was indeed a stroke of fortune. No longer would she be the second prince's concubine. She would proudly reclaim her identity as Zhao Heir, a proper young lady. "Sister, take care. Ruoqing, take care." Zhao Ruoqing departed with the children, and Qin lifted her gaze to the courtyard, which now seemed devoid of anything to cherish. She retrieved a box gifted by the Empress, opening it gently to reveal a butterfly hairpin resting within. Lin Qin curiously inquired, "Miss, why has Her Majesty sent you a hairpin?" Qin slowly smiled. For the butterfly symbolized transformation and rebirth, a blessing from the Empress. She turned to take Qi Yue's hand, speaking softly, "Where? Let us return home." Qi Yue beamed, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she replied, "All right." As Qin held her hand and walked slowly, her heart bore its own apprehensions. As the eldest and only daughter in her family with but one elder brother, she had been cherished since childhood. Yet, she was ultimately a sinner's kin. Had it not been for the Emperor's mercy, her fate might have been dire. The Qin family prided itself on its integrity, and she had no desire to tarnish their name. "Lanner, little sister." Unbeknownst to her, they had arrived at the estate's entrance. Hearing those familiar voices, she looked up in astonishment to see her parents and brother standing before the carriage, all wearing joyful expressions. She hurried over, somewhat agitated, and exclaimed, "Father, mother, eldest brother, sister-in-law, why are you all here?" Qin father affectionately replied, "We naturally came to bring you home. The Emperor is benevolent, and from now on, you will be but a daughter of the Qin family." News in the capital travels swiftly. Within a day, the fall of the Sun family, the disgrace of Consort Shu, and the demise of the second prince, along with the pardon of his household, spread like wildfire. The Qin family was well aware of these developments, which was why they awaited their daughter's return. Madame Qin had been the matriarch of the second prince's residence for many years. She had to soothe the inner quarters and care for the offspring, leaving her little opportunity to pursue her own desires. At this moment, she suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Her voice choked as she said, "Father, mother, I have brought shame to the Qin family." Qin mother embraced her tenderly and softly spoke, "Lanner, do not speak such foolishness. You are our Qin family's daughter, the finest maiden in the world. It is we, as your parents, who have failed you for not being able to protect you." Mother, Qin family's sister-in-law, a person of cheerful disposition, took Qin Shi's hand and reassured her, "You are always welcome home, little sister." "Yes, Lanner remembers. Let us return home swiftly. Lanner has the child with her." Qin family's eldest brother noticed Qi Yu beside Qin Shi. He naturally recognized her as the second prince's child. However, since his younger sister had brought her along, she would henceforth be considered part of the Qin family. Qin Shi bent down and gently spoke to Qi Yu. "Yue, these are your maternal relatives, and they shall be your family from now on. This is your grandfather." Although Qi Yu had never met them, the way they treated her mother assured her that they were good people, certainly not like her father, who was a villain. Qin Shi returned to the Qin residence with her child, and the family was filled with joy, heralding a future of happiness. In front of the residence of Duke Wushuan, Xiao Yuding, pale-faced, knocked on the door. As the legitimate daughter of a duke, she had only managed to attain the position of a prince's concubine. And with the second prince's death, she had become entirely unanchored. She felt a deep sense of unwillingness. "Who is it?" grumbled the doorkeeper as he opened the door. Just as the door swung open, Xiao Yuding collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from between her legs. The doorkeeper was taken aback, and Ban Ling hurriedly exclaimed, "This is the second young lady. Quickly, summon help. I'm going at once." After a while, Madame Wushuan rushed out with attendants. Upon seeing Xiao Yuding lying on the ground, she nearly fainted. "What are you standing there for? Quickly lift the young lady inside and fetch the doctor." The maidservants hurriedly rushed to carry her inside. The Duke's household was certainly aware of the Emperor's decree. She had once wished to send someone to bring Tinger back, but the Marquis had disagreed. Concubine Yun had fanned the flames, saying that a married daughter was like water that has been spilled. After about a quarter of an hour, the doctor finally arrived in haste, carrying his medical box. He set it down and examined her pulse, after which he furrowed his brow and shook his head solemnly. "Madam, the second young lady's pregnancy was already precarious. With her excessive worries of late, the child is undoubtedly beyond saving. And what of Tinger's health?" The physician sighed and remarked, "It seems the second young lady has suffered a grievous injury. Henceforth, it may be exceedingly difficult for her to bear children." On the bed, the slumbering Xiao Yuding felt a trickle of tears at the corners of her eyes. Her child was lost, and with it, her future hopes lay utterly extinguished. Lady Wu Shan, swaying slightly, spoke with a voice filled with sorrow. "Please, physician, prepare some medicine. Yuding's health is of utmost importance." After the physician departed, she sat by the bedside, clasping Xiao Yuding's hand and weeping softly. Could this truly be retribution? Once, she had risen to the position of a countess by stepping over the mother of Xiao Yuru, and now another concubine, much like her former self, had emerged in the Marquis' residence. She had schemed relentlessly against Xiao Yuru, yet in the end, her own daughter faced such a dire fate, rendering her efforts as futile as drawing water with a basket. Chapter 179. The motive Emperor Qi commanded the burial of Qi Hao and son Yanjiang. The deceased had departed, and the past was swept away. Following the downfall of the Sun family, the Liang family was the most apprehensive, having previously relied on the Sun family to act with arrogance and impunity. In the prince's residence, Lady Liang, wiping her tears, lamented, "Yin Yin, you cannot fathom the hardships we are enduring. Your father is constantly pressured by those pedantic officials in the court and at banquets. The other ladies refuse to even speak to me. Your brother has reached the age for courtship, yet who would be willing to marry their daughter into our family now?" The concubine Liang softly reassured her, "Mother, those individuals are merely sycophants. Father is a meritorious minister of Qi, and His Majesty will not treat him poorly. Once this tumultuous period passes, things will surely improve." At these words, Lady Liang ceased her weeping, dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, and grasped her daughter's hand as if it were her last lifeline. "Yin Yin, you are now our only hope. His Highness the Prince is the son of the Emperor. If he could speak a few words on your father's behalf, others would no longer dare to trouble him or our family." The concubine Liang was reluctant to confess that she had no opportunity to converse with the prince. She could only respond, "Mother, I will find a chance to speak with His Highness." Being in the capital, Lady Liang was well aware of the rumors that the prince currently favored only his consort, rendering the concubines mere decorations. Remembering the words her father had spoken upon her departure from the residence, she lowered her head uncomfortably and said in a much softer voice, "Yin Yin, your father has an idea. Perhaps we could allow your third sister to enter the residence to accompany you. This way, you two sisters can look out for each other." "No." The concubine Liang's expression changed abruptly as she stood, casting a cold glance at her biological mother. From a young age, she had understood that in her mother's heart, her son's future, her husband's happiness, and the pursuit of wealth and nobility were prioritized over her own well-being. Today, she had thought her mother had finally shown a semblance of maternal concern for her comfort in the royal residence, only to discover it was still the same. How ironic. She scoffed, "Mother, let alone whether His Highness would agree to take my third sister into the residence. Even if he were willing, she would merely be a concubine. Does father truly wish for that?" Seeing that her daughter seemed to soften, Lady Liang could hardly conceal her delight. She rose and said, "What does it matter whether she is a concubine or not? What truly matters is the benefits gained." Noticing her prolonged silence, Lady Liang felt a twinge of panic and reached for her daughter's hand, eager to continue her persuasion, only to hear the concubine Liang respond in a calm voice, "In that case, I shall naturally heed my father and mother's wishes." Lady Liang was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Yin Yin, I knew you were the most sensible. Moreover, Yan Yanlin is merely a daughter of the family. At most, she can only ever be a concubine and will never surpass you. Besides, her aunt is in my grasp. She will only be obedient to you in the future. The concubine Liang could not help but smirk inwardly. Is that so? In her view, her mother, as the matriarch, was indeed quite competent. Whatever her father favored would be elevated to the status of a concubine. However, in her father's heart, nothing is more significant than his official position and future, regardless of whether one is a legitimate daughter or a concubine. Mother, you are well aware of the current state of affairs within the royal residence. Even if my third sister possesses beauty that rivals the moon, it is unlikely that the prince would be swayed. If she wishes to achieve her ambitions, she may need to rely on external assistance. With a smile playing on her lips, concubine Liang spoke with hesitation, but Lady Liang understood her intent. Yanran was contemplating administering a potion to the prince. If this were to be discovered by others, it could spell disaster for their family. Yet, one must take risks to attain wealth and power, she replied. Yanran, rest assured. Your mother is well aware. Watching Lady Liang's retreating figure, a smile slowly crept onto her face. After years of living like a ghost, she had grown weary of it. If that were the case, she might as well take a gamble. She gently caressed her abdomen, thinking that if she could bear a child, perhaps the prince would treat her differently. In the main courtyard, Lu Xiaoyu was about to reach out to embrace Qi Rongyuan when Prince swiftly took the child into his arms and softly said, Ayu, this little rascal is not light anymore. Be careful not to strain yourself. She tenderly stroked Rongyuan's cheek and smiled. Where's the fragility in that? Qi Rongyuan smiled sweetly at his mother, then turned to his father with a serious expression and declared, Father, you're naughty. Prince chuckled, albeit with a hint of exasperation. He playfully flicked his son's forehead and scolded, You little rascal, already concocting tales about your father at such a young age. Qi Rongyuan pouted and turned his head away. Lu Xiaoyu quickly approached to rub his forehead, softly asking, Does it hurt, dear? Afterward, she shot a reproachful glance at the instigator, thinking how his behavior had only worsened with age. Asian stood hesitantly at the door, unsure whether to enter. Lu Xiaoyu looked up and called, Asian, why are you standing at the door? If you have something to say, come in. Asian lowered her head and entered, bowing slightly. Your Highness, a maid from concubine Liang's quarters just reported that concubine Liang is unwell. Prince, while soothing his son, nonchalantly replied, If she is ill, she should summon a doctor. What does it have to do with the princess? Asian glanced at Prince, hesitating slightly before continuing. Concubine Liang mentioned that she is homesick and wishes for her third sister to stay in the residence for a few days. Huh? Does she think this royal residence is hers to command? She wishes to invite whoever she pleases before Prince could respond. Lu Xiaoyu raised her hand to cover his mouth. He had become increasingly indiscreet. Taking advantage of the moment, Prince stole a kiss from her palm, earning him a sharp glare from her. Lu Xiaoyu turned and sat on a small couch, pouring herself a cup of tea. Asian, go tell her that I agree. Asian instinctively glanced at Prince's expression, which was visibly darkening as she had anticipated. She quickly understood and bowed, taking the little prince with her as she exited and shut the door behind her. At this moment, she no longer worried that the prince would act against the princess. He could never bear to do so. Prince turned to look at Lu Xiaoyu, who was leisurely pouring tea, his chest heaving in frustration yet feeling helpless. Eventually, he slumped onto a nearby seat and muttered gloomily, Ayu, you're not harboring thoughts of taking another concubine, are you? Lu Xiaoyu regarded his woeful demeanor and laughed. You have quite the imagination. Upon hearing this, Prince immediately felt a surge of joy. He turned to inquire, Then why do you wish to admit her sister into the residence? My lord, have you not heard the phrases, do not pursue a desperate foe and a cornered dog will leap over the wall? The Liang family is evidently targeting you. If we allow the young lady of the Liang family to enter the estate, it may only lead to her nefarious intentions toward you. Conversely, should we deny her entry, the side consort Liang may very well harbor ulterior motives against me. Lu Xiaoyu smiled with a hint of cunning. Upon finishing her words, Prince, before he could fully raise his lips in a smile, let them droop once more. He retorted, You are merely casting me aside. She lifted the teacup and gently offered it to his lips, saying softly, I trust you. With a sigh, Prince acquiesced and drank from the cup. Very well, I concede. Whatever Ayu says is indeed correct. Chapter 180. Contrast the following day. Yang Yanlan stood at the entrance of the prince's residence, gazing up at the imposing plaque, her heart inexplicably filled with longing, yet tinged with profound desolation. Though she was a concubine born of lesser status, she was unwilling to demean herself in such a manner, a nameless, unrecognized maidservant. Forever trapped within these high walls and deep courtyards was hardly an enviable fate. Moreover, the entire capital knew of the prince's exclusive affection for his consort. How could she possess the remarkable charm to capture his heart? It was merely her father's vain delusion. The gate swung open from within, and a maidservant by the side of concubine Liang bowed and announced, "Third miss, I shall escort you to meet the concubine." Liang Yinlan nodded slightly, following her into the residence. Upon reaching the side courtyard, she shed her earlier demeanor of tranquility, her expression now adorned with a hint of arrogance. She casually bowed and remarked, "Elder sister, I have missed you dearly. This royal residence appears to be infinitely opulent." Concubine Liang had not seen her half-sister in 2 years. It must be said that her beauty was indeed the most striking among the daughters of the Liang family, which explained why her father had permitted her entry into the residence. However, her temperament remained as unruly as ever, which brought her a sense of comfort. Concubine Liang rose and warmly took her hand, saying, "Since you enjoy it here, do stay for a few more days to keep me company." She readily acquiesced, revealing no hint of reluctance. To others, she appeared merely as a shameless little concubine, coveting wealth and status. "I have already arranged a room for you, dear sister. Do take a look and let me know if anything displeases you. Later, I shall introduce you to the prince and princess." Liang Yinlan's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I am most grateful to you, sister." Concubine Liang smiled and nodded, instructing the maidservant to escort her to the side room. As Liang Yinlan entered, she feigned disdain, exclaiming loudly, "Why is this room so inferior to elder sisters?" The maidservant bowed and replied, "Third miss, should there be anything to your dissatisfaction, please inform me, and I shall arrange for improvements." Impatiently, she waved her hand and said, "No need, I shall not be here long anyway. Better things await me in the future. Please leave me. I am tired and wish to rest." Once the maidservant exited, Liang Yinlan sighed in relief, glancing at her personal maid, Xiaoya, who stood behind her, gently massaging her shoulders while expressing concern. "Miss, you have truly endured much hardship." Liang Yinlan softly replied, "What hardship is there? I now have the opportunity to carve out a path for myself. It is my aunt who truly suffers, likely destined to spend her life within the Liang family. Her aunt had once been a virtuous girl from a respectable family, but misfortune had forced her into servitude, where she became the object of her father's attention. A maid bound by a death contract had no right to refuse. It was uncertain whether she could be deemed fortunate. Despite the passage of years, her aunt remained beautiful and was favored by her father. Yet, even so, she, as the daughter, was destined to be a mere pawn in his political ambitions. From a young age, she had understood the fate of a concubine born of lesser status. Thus, she feigned ignorance and acted with impudence, hoping to avoid becoming a thorn in others' sides. She could only wonder if fate would grant her another chance, a path to survival. Upon hearing the words of her maid, concubine Liang completely set aside her guard. Those devoid of intellect are indeed the easiest to handle. As evening approached, concubine Liang learned that Prince and had returned to the residence, prompting her to hastily take Liang Yinlan to the main courtyard, taking care to adorn her sister before their departure. In the main courtyard, Princeton was engrossed in reading a book to Lu Zhaoyu, seeking amusement. Upon noticing the arrival of concubine Liang and her sister, he expressed his displeasure, remarking, "Is she not ill? Why does she come here instead of resting?" Lu Zhaoyu replied with a smile, "You are, after all, the master of this household. It is only fitting for visitors to pay their respects." Princeton muttered under his breath, "Am I still the master of this household? Ajin, let them in," he finally instructed. As concubine Liang stepped out, she deliberately applied an extra layer of powder and refrained from dyeing her lips, standing beside the flower-like Liang Yinlan with an appearance that somewhat resembled one in poor health. "This humble servant pays her respects to the prince and the princess," concubine Liang said, with Liang Yinlan following suit, bowing slightly without letting her gaze wander. After a prolonged silence without a word from Princeton, Lu Zhaoyu gently said, "You may rise." "Thank you, princess." Lu Zhaoyu withdrew her hand from Princeton's grasp and placed it gracefully before her, softly addressing concubine Liang. "Given your current condition, do not concern yourself with these formalities. Focus on your recovery." Concubine Liang no longer displayed her usual arrogance, instead responding with great respect, "Princess, I am grateful for the kindness shown by you and the prince, and thus I brought my sister to pay my respects. Thank you for allowing me to express my longing for my family." It was only then that Lu Zhaoyu turned to Liang Yinlan, who, it must be said, possessed remarkable beauty. Liang Yinlan also looked up at her, and in that moment, she seemed to comprehend why her elder sister was not favored. Princess and exuded the air of a refined lady and a capable matriarch. A person who could stand alongside Princeton, while her elder sister appeared merely a foolish jester. "Miss Liang, should you require anything in the future, feel free to speak with concubine Liang," Lu Zhaoyu offered, not wishing to put her in a difficult position. Recognizing that not all young women were as fortunate as her own daughter, who enjoyed the love of her parents and brothers, Many girls were merely stepping stones for their families, deserving of compassion. Thank you, Princess. Liang Yinlan respectfully bowed once more. Liang family, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave, Prince An finally spoke, issuing a dismissal. Concubine Liang clenched her handkerchief, feeling a wave of sorrow. The prince, aware of her illness, had not come to inquire about her well-being, and now that they were face to face, he offered not a single word of concern. With tears barely restrained, she bowed and said, "This humble servant takes her leave." Liang Yinlan followed her out with a bow, and Lu Xiaoyu turned her head slightly, laughing softly. Miss Liang is indeed quite beautiful. General Liang has truly exerted himself for the prince. Prince An held her hand and whispered, "She pales in comparison to a you." "Oh, so you did take a glance at her?" she teased, leaning closer to him. Prince An smiled and leaned in to kiss her softly on the lips, murmuring, "You. Your ability to provoke is becoming more formidable." Lu Xiaoyu withdrew her hand, straightened her dress, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." Gazing at the emptiness of his palm, he let out a soft click of his tongue, rising carefully to wrap his arms around her waist, smiling as he said, "Ooh, it's late, it's time to sleep." Lu Xiaoyu did not resist. After all, she now possessed a protective talisman, and he would hardly dare to act against her. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xiaoyu lay peacefully asleep in the crook of his arm. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. A smile tinged with helplessness gracing his lips. There were still many days to endure. Chapter 181. The Poison in the East Courtyard. Upon returning, Consort Liang could no longer contain herself and directly inquired, "Yuanlan, where are the items that mother asked you to bring?" Young Yuanlan glanced at Xiaoya, who left the room briefly and returned, presenting a small paper package with both hands onto the table. "Dear sister, what is this?" Consort Liang tucked it into her bosom without answering, instead countered, "Third sister, you have witnessed the opulence of the Wang residence. Do you truly not wish to secure a promising future for yourself?" Clenching her hands tightly, she rose with a radiant smile, declaring, "Elder sister, I certainly do wish for that. When I left the residence, father mentioned that you have been in the Wang residence for many years without bearing a child. If I were to gain entry, perhaps I might give birth to an heir. Who knows? At that time." Enough. Consort Liang was infuriated by her words, and only after her outburst did she realize her indiscretion. Quickly, she added, "Yuanlan, you must be tired today. Return and rest early. Leave the other matters to me. I will ensure you get what you desire." "Then I thank you, elder sister." Young Yuanlan stood and exited the room, while Consort Liang furiously hurled the used teacup to the ground, seething at the audacity of the insolent girl. This matter could not be delayed any longer. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Liang Yuanlan sat at the round table, deep in thought. Although she was an unwed maiden, she could surmise the nature of the powder. Yet, she could scarcely fathom the boldness of their scheme to drug Prince An. If exposed, the entire Liang family would be implicated, and her stepmother would not escape unscathed either. How could they possibly extricate themselves from this predicament? Before she could contemplate an escape, Consort Liang was already treading further down the path of destruction. The following evening, Consort Liang lounged on a small couch, smiling gently. "Third sister, I recall back home you excelled at making soup. I wonder if I might have the pleasure today?" Liang Yuanlan paused momentarily, feigning a delicate demeanor as she replied, "Elder sister, you may not know, but over the years, aside from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, father has not permitted me to engage in anything else. He believes my hands should not partake in such coarse labor. He treats me quite well." Consort Liang nearly ground her teeth in frustration at the audacity of a concubine's daughter flaunting her father's favor before her, the legitimate daughter. However, this was not the time to dwell on such grievances. Achieving her goal was paramount. Consort Liang, seemingly indifferent as she examined her nails, casually remarked, "Yuanlan, I truly miss your soup. But if you are unwilling to prepare it, I could always summon Aunt Chu to do so." Liang Yuanlan discerned the veiled thread in her words. She implied that if Yuanlan did not comply, her aunt would face the consequences. Rising, she declared, "Elder sister, I shall attend to it at once." An hour later, Liang Yuanlan emerged, carrying a bowl of soup. Consort Liang observed the bowl in her hands, a slow smile creeping across her face. Should the plan succeed, the benefits would accrue to her. If it were to fail, the soup would be undeniably linked to Liang Yuanlan, absolving her of any blame. She had just inquired specifically and learned that the prince was currently not in the main courtyard but in his study. With a subtle smile, she remarked, "I suddenly find myself disinclined to drink this soup. Perhaps I should deliver it to the prince instead. It would serve as a token of your goodwill." Upon saying this, concubine Liang rose to leave, but Liang Yinlan abruptly stood up and said, "Elder sister, this soup should be consumed while it is hot. Rest assured, the study is not far from here, and the prince will surely appreciate your thoughtful gesture." As she watched her depart with her maid, Liang Yanlan whispered, "Let us go to the main courtyard to find the princess, quickly." Outside the study, concubine Liang was halted at the door, holding the bowl of soup, and pitifully called out, "Your Highness, I have come to deliver this bowl of soup to you." Princeton emerged, seemingly impatient, and replied, "Hand the soup over to the guards, and you may return." She was unwilling to retreat. Tonight was her only opportunity to turn her fortunes around. However, given the current circumstances, the prince would not even allow her to enter the room. Observing his increasingly impatient demeanor, she spoke up, "Your Highness, I have come to a realization and wish to discuss something with you." His tone was exceedingly indifferent as he retorted, "Speak." "Your Highness, some matters, if overheard by the wrong ears, could tarnish the princess's reputation. After all, if such jealousy were to spread." As concubine Liang spoke, she glanced at the servants moving about within the estate. Princeton furrowed his brow in displeasure and said, "Liang, my heart belongs solely to the princess. What jealousy are you referring to? If you dare utter such nonsense again, I shall inform General Liang to discipline his daughter." Concubine Liang quickly bowed in apology. Acknowledging her mistake, he turned and entered the room, saying, "Come in. Speak quickly." Her heart leapt with joy as she took the bowl of soup from her maid and followed him into the study. Princeton sat at the table, awaiting her words. She placed the bowl down leisurely, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Your Highness, this soup was specially prepared for you by my third sister. Initially, she insisted on bringing it herself, but I feared it might displease you, so I did not allow her to come. Nevertheless, this is the heartfelt intention of a young girl, and as her elder sister, I cannot let it go unappreciated." Aside from Lu Zhaoyu, Princeton had little patience for the women around him, and he frowned as he said, "Liang, if you only wish to exchange such trivialities, you may return." She took a step back while feigning humility, her voice a blend of sorrow and helplessness. "Your Highness, I have come to understand that rather than vexing you here, it would be better for me to leave the estate and return home." However, Princeton was not one to indulge in sentiments. Observing her demeanor, he felt no stirrings of compassion. He had intended to seek an opportunity to petition his father if she remained obstinate, accepting any punishment that might follow. "Very well, you may return. In due time, I shall enter the palace to inform my father, allowing you all to leave the estate." Concubine Liang was momentarily taken aback by his words. He referred to you all, implying not only her but also concubine Bai. He seemed to desire none other than Lu Zhaoyu. "Your Highness, this bowl of soup is a token of my sister's affection as well as mine. If you do not find it distasteful, I implore you to take a sip." At this moment, concubine Liang had grown somewhat stubborn, entirely oblivious to how suspicious her actions appeared. Princeton glanced at the bowl of soup, a cold smile slowly creeping across his face. Born into royalty, he had witnessed every conceivable means of vying for favor within the palace. He was now utterly convinced that this bowl of soup had been tampered with by her. It could not possibly contain poison, for she lacked the audacity to do so. "Liang, do you truly wish for this prince to partake?" His voice was as chilling as ice. Upon noticing the frigid expression on his face, concubine Liang's heart sank into turmoil. He commanded, "Summon the physician." The guard at the door, upon hearing his order, promptly exited, leaving concubine Liang's complexion ashen. Within the span of a single incense stick, the physician and Lu Zhaoyu arrived in succession. When concubine Liang's gaze fell upon Liang Yanlan, who stood behind Lu Zhaoyu, her form froze momentarily. Chapter 182. Abandonment. Lu Zhaoyu cast a glance at the untouched soup bowl, feeling a sense of relief. She had long instructed someone to keep watch over her sisters, yet she had not anticipated that Miss Liang would come to her courtyard to divulge the entire matter. She was truly astonished that the Liang family could stoop to such despicable acts. Although she trusted Chimu, she feared that the medicine might harm her health. Princeton promptly rose to assist her in sitting down, his tone gentle. "Ew, I am fine, do not worry." "Liang, sure. Did you administer it yourself, or did you have the physician speak on your behalf?" With Lu Zhaoyu present, Princeton tempered his temper, his voice devoid of the previous chill. Lady Liang's body trembled uncontrollably. She clutched her handkerchief tightly, forcing herself to maintain composure. However, when she spoke, her voice quivered. "Your Highness, I do not understand what you were saying." Princeton ceased to engage in further idle chatter with her. Raising his hand to tap the soup bowl, the physician stepped forward cautiously, first retrieving a silver needle to immerse in the soup for a moment. When the needle did not darken, he employed other methods of examination for a brief, while before standing up, his demeanor calm as he addressed the prince. "Your Highness, this soup is not poisoned. It merely contains a substantial amount of Hihuan sand, which is an aphrodisiac." Princeton waved his hand, and the physician bowed and retreated. The room was left with only a few of them. Before Princeton could speak, Lady Liang hastily approached Liang Yanlan and raised her hand to strike. Liang Yanlan sidestepped and countered with a sharp slap. Lady Liang covered her cheek in disbelief and looked up at her, cursing, "Liang Yanlan, how dare you hit me? Dear sister, should you not be reprimanded?" At this moment, Liang Yanlan was no longer the same. Her tone was devoid of emotion, yet her gaze was resolutely steadfast. Lady Liang turned and knelt on the ground, weeping. "Your Highness, you have seen it. My younger sister is so indulged and arrogant, refusing to repent for her wrongdoings. It is I who have failed to discipline her, causing turmoil in our household. I beseech your Highness to punish me." The stool in the study was naturally not as comfortable as the small couch. Lu Xiaoyu shifted her position slightly, and Princeton, with remarkable insight, promptly took a blanket from beside him and placed it around her waist for added comfort. She lowered her gaze towards the innocent-looking figure kneeling on the ground and softly inquired, "Lady Liang, do you mean to say that this medicine was not administered by you, but rather by Miss Liang?" "Your Highness, I swear to the heavens, if this were my doing, I would not meet a good end in this life," Liang Yanlan declared. Standing tall, Lady Liang screamed in despair, "What use is your oath? Your entrance into the manor was never pure in intent, and now you feign innocence." "Lady Liang, if Miss Liang's words are untrustworthy, surely your personal maid's words would carry weight." As soon as Lu Xiaoyu's words fell, a maidservant who had been waiting beside Lady Liang was brought forth. Lady Liang was not known for her kindness towards her servants. She would often resort to scolding and beating them over trivial matters, thus garnering little loyalty from them. "Your Highness, I witnessed the side consort add medicine to that bowl of soup. You vile wretch, how dare you slander me?" Lady Liang lunged forward, intent on tearing at her. "Enough, take her away," Princeton commanded coldly. The guards at the door immediately entered to escort the wailing Lady Liang out, while the trembling maidservant followed closely behind. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the composed young woman and gently inquired, "Miss Liang, if today's events were to be widely known, it would certainly tarnish your reputation. Are you not afraid?" Liang Yanlan slightly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the constraints imposed on women in this world are indeed profound, and reputation serves as the heaviest of shackles. However, in my humble opinion, reputation is of little consequence. One lives but a single life. As long as one's conscience is clear, there is no need to concern oneself with the gaze of others." Upon hearing her words, a faint smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's lips. "Miss Liang, as you sow, so shall you reap. Your benevolent actions today will surely be rewarded in due time." "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now." Once they had exited, Lu Xiaoyu playfully remarked, "My lord, you must taste this soup." Princeton lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, gruffly stating, "You know I dare not touch you, which is why you take such delight in teasing me." She covered her lips and chuckled softly, "I would not dare." He wrapped his arms around her and whispered, "Ew. Tomorrow I shall enter the palace to report this matter to father. Henceforth, this residence shall contain only you and me, with no one else. Will father agree?" Lu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of worry. The Liang family had brought this upon themselves, yet by side-fi had never erred since entering the household. "Ew. Leave this matter to me. I have promised you a lifetime together, and having you in my life is more than enough." Princeton leaned down and kissed her forehead, treating her as a treasured gem. The following day, in the Hall of Declaring Governance, Princeton recounted the previous day's events in detail to Emperor Qi. The emperor, enraged, exclaimed, "This Liang Yong has indeed raised a worthy daughter. He himself harbors treasonous intentions, and his daughter dares to commit such disgraceful acts. Fourth, go to Changqiu Palace shortly and obtain the concubine documents from your mother. Let her return to the Liang family." "I thank you, father," Princeton replied, bowing deeply and then kneeling, lifting his garments. "Father, I have one more request, and I hope you will grant it." Typically, he paid little heed to such formalities. And Emperor Qi sighed, "Fourth, do you now wish to distance yourself from me as well?" Princeton smiled and said, "Father, if you knew what I sought, you would not speak thus. You would likely wish to strike me to relieve your frustration." Intrigued, the emperor replied, "This lad has always stirred up trouble with Xinjiayan, and I have never laid a hand on him. Speak." With the emperor's permission, Princeton ceased his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly, "Father, I wish for by side-fi to leave the residence and return home." "What did you say?" The emperor's voice trembled with agitation. "Father, my heart belongs solely to Au. In this life, there is no room for any other woman. If that is the case, why prolong another's life in vain? I beseech you to grant my request." His words were sincere, and his gaze was resolute. After a long silence, Emperor Qi sighed and asked, "Does Bai wish for this?" "She does." The emperor laughed and scolded. "Have you all conspired together? What more is there to discuss with me? Very well, do as you wish. Go find your mother and do not trouble me further." "I thank you, father." Princeton rose and hurried towards Changqiu Palace, fearing he might be delayed even for a moment. The emperor gazed thoughtfully at the departing figure of Princeton. In years gone by, he and the empress were a devoted couple, their lives in harmonious balance, yet he, as the crown prince was destined to be unable to devote his heart to a single soul. Over the years, the empress has overseen the inner palace with grace and virtue, embodying qualities beyond reproach. However, she no longer shares the same light-hearted banter with him as she once did, and he cannot help but feel a sense of guilt for this change. Throughout these years, numerous women have graced his side, yet none have matched the sincerity with which the young empress once loved him. Perched upon this lofty throne, he sometimes finds himself burdened by unspoken sorrows. Fortunately, his son seems to grasp the intricacies of these feelings. Thus, as a father, he is determined to support him, thereby fulfilling a part of his own youthful aspirations. Chapter 183. The Promise in the Changqiu Palace. Empress Wen, upon hearing his words, displayed no profound astonishment. Over the years, aside from Rong Yuan, the Prince of Yin, there had been no other offspring in the prince's residence. She had heard whispers about it and chose to feign ignorance. As the empress, it was her inescapable duty to manage the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, as well as to nurture the princes. Though she could never attain a lifelong companionship, she harbored hopes that her children might. Zhu Yun, please fetch the documents and present them to the Prince of Yin. Empress Wen gently instructed. Mu in the future, treat Zhao Yu well. Since you have made a promise, do not let her down. Your son shall heed mother's teachings, the Prince of Yin replied, graciously accepting the documents with a bow. In the eastern courtyard, Liang Yanran gazed at the documents cast upon the table by the Prince of Yin, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Trembling, she opened the document, which stated, Herein lies Liang Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Liang family, of esteemed lineage and remarkable beauty. By virtue of the Empress Dowager's gracious decree, she is to be appointed as the concubine of the 4th prince. Liang family, your name is no longer inscribed on the jade plate. From this moment forth, you are no longer associated with the Prince of Yin's residence. Take care of yourself. The Prince of Yin declared before turning to leave without another glance. Yang Yanran, struggling to rise, cried out, Your Highness, I merely admired you. What wrong have I committed? Why can you not accept me? If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyu, would you not spare me a glance? Her sobs were filled with genuine emotion. Yet the Prince of Yin remained indifferent, for he was in haste to deliver documents to Concubine Bai. Upon receiving the documents, Concubine Bai also had tears in her eyes. Though they were tears of joy, she and her maid eagerly tidied her belongings and hurried to the main courtyard to bid farewell to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu assisted by Jirue to her feet, reflecting on how fleeting youth is. Had she married her beloved, she might have already become a mother by now. With a soft sigh, Lu Xiaoyu said, Jirue, these years have indeed delayed you. Bai Jirue gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, These years. I am grateful for the care of the princess. I sincerely wish for you and the prince to share everlasting love and a house full of children. Lu Xiaoyu reached out to adjust her hairstyle, whispering, Then I shall wish you a life filled with joy and peace. Thank you, princess. I take my leave. Bai Concubine joyfully departed the residence, in stark contrast to Liang Yanran, who was forcibly escorted back to the Liang family by the guards of the prince's residence. Despite her incessant weeping along the way, no one paid her the slightest attention. When General Liang beheld her disheveled state, he was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had hoped that Yanran's beauty would win the favor of the Prince of Yin, thus providing their family with a new source of support. To his dismay, not only had Yanran failed to secure that favor, but Yanran had also been sent back. Upon learning how she had angered the Prince of Yin, he approached her and struck her fiercely across the face, exclaiming, You wretched child. She cried out, Father, it was my 3rd sister who harmed me. She intentionally reported me to Lu Xiaoyu. If it weren't for her, how would I have ended up in this predicament? General Liang turned to the composed Liang Yanran standing nearby and inquired solemnly, Yanran, is what your elder sister said true? She slightly raised her head, unflinching, and said, Father, if I do not act as I must, our entire family may well face a grave fate. Can our family truly bear the weight of such a grave accusation against the prince? General Liang found himself at a loss for words. Mrs. Liang, aware that her husband detested disobedience among their children, stepped forward and incited, General, it seems to me that she is acting deliberately. Perhaps she is dissatisfied with your arrangements. Before General Liang could express his anger, a servant rushed in, visibly agitated, exclaiming, General, someone has come from the palace. No sooner had he spoken than Eunuch Lu entered, holding an imperial edict, as Liang Yong received it. A sense of panic gripped General Liang. The arrival of a decree at such a critical juncture could only signify misfortune. While no one would believe he was unaware of the Western general's rebellion, he had indeed remained uninvolved, maintaining neutrality. By the grace of heaven, the emperor's decree proclaimed, General Liang Yang, though not a participant in the treason, is guilty of concealing knowledge, a crime akin to harboring traitors. Considering his years of valor in battle and his service in vanquishing foes, he shall be punished accordingly. He is hereby stripped of his official position. Half of his family wealth shall be confiscated, and he shall never again be permitted to serve in the court. Thus it is decreed. Upon hearing the edict, Mrs. Liang fainted, her eyes closing in despair. Liang Yong, in that moment, found himself uncertain whether to feel relief, for he had preserved his life. He bowed deeply, expressing, "The humble subject thanks His Majesty for his benevolence." Seeing him accept the edict, Eunuch Lu turned to Liang Yanlan and said, "Miss Liang San, the Princess of An personally interceded on your behalf. Should you wish, you may leave the Liang family with your mother, and none shall dare impede your departure." With tears welling in her eyes, Liang Yanlan finally comprehended the meaning behind the princess's words regarding cause and effect. She knelt, her voice choked with emotion. "I thank His Majesty for his grace, and I am deeply grateful to the princess for her kindness." After Eunuch Lu departed, Liang Yanlan rose and addressed Liang Yong, stating, "Father, from this moment forth, my mother and I shall have no further ties to you or the Liang family." At this juncture, those present could clearly perceive Liang Yanlan's unusual demeanor. Liang Yinjin stepped forward, seizing her arm, and accused, "You are merely pretending. You have been feigning ignorance all along, haven't you? You have deliberately plotted against me." Liang Yanlan shrugged off her grasp, her voice icy. "Liang Yinjin, wake up. It has never been others scheming against you. It is you who have schemed against others. And yet you are both foolish and cruel. Who can you blame? My pretense of ignorance was merely to avoid being treated like an object. What wrong have I committed? I have never harmed anyone in my life. My conscience is clear." Turning her gaze towards Liang Yong, she coldly inquired, "Father, may I take my leave?" "Father, it is because of her that our family has come to this dire state. How can we allow her to escape unscathed?" "Go." Liang Yong sighed, turning away, realizing that all his schemes had come to naught. Liang Yanlan turned towards the courtyard of concubine Chu, a smile curving her lips. The world was vast, and she and her mother would surely find a way to survive. Thinking of Lu Xiaoyu, her expression softened considerably. She would pray daily for the Princess of Un to have a life filled with blessings. In the main courtyard of the Inn residence, Prince Un held Lu Xiaoyu gently, murmuring, "Ayu, today I have finally fulfilled the promise I made long ago." She replied with a light laugh, "Your Highness, this life is far from over." "Very well, I shall dedicate my entire life to this promise." With the demise of the second prince, both the Sun and Liang families have fallen from grace. Those who once supported the second prince have now become timid, fearful of suffering the same fate. However, following these events, Emperor Qi's health has notably declined, leaving the crown prince to govern the state while the emperor spends his days in the Chanqiu palace, recuperating. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. The Duke of Protecting the Nation has submitted a memorial, requesting the title be conferred upon Shen Jiayan, while he seizes the opportunity to take Princess Jingru on leisurely excursions through the mountains and rivers. Chapter 184. Discussion. Lu Zhao Zhao has become the most envied lady among the noble women of the capital, for it is quite rare to find another 18-year-old duchess in the city. However, with admiration comes envy and scorn. Whispers have circulated that it was Lu Zhao Zhao who relentlessly pursued Shen Jiayan in the past, and that the current Duke of Guo was compelled to marry out of necessity, with some even suggesting that the couple had an illicit relationship prior to their marriage. Nevertheless, there are still discerning individuals who recognize the deep affection the newly appointed Duke holds for his wife, which hardly suggests coercion. Yet, these rumors have incited some to attempt to ingratiate themselves with the Duke's household, hoping to marry their daughters into such high society. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao reclined casually on a small couch, gazing at the stack of invitations piled high on the table, a wry smile gracing her lips. Their Duke had truly become a coveted figure. The contents of these invitations practically shouted for their daughters to be admitted as concubines into the household. "Madam, should I dispose of these invitations to spare you the distress of seeing them?" Pearl, her maid, exclaimed with indignation. "What shameless people they are." "No, these are all evidence against our Duke. We cannot throw them away," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. If not for the rumors that surfaced today, she might have nearly forgotten how indifferent he had once been towards her. It was quite fortunate that she had a generous heart, leading her to marry him joyfully and bear him a son. Now that this matter has been brought to light, she could hardly care about her own pride, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "Zhao Zhao, what evidence?" Shen Jiayan entered, perplexed by her visibly irate demeanor. Given her current disposition, he knew she would not let any slight go unaddressed. "Come, Duke. Take a look at these invitations and tell me which one I should respond to first," Lu Zhao Zhao said, tapping the table before handing him a stack of invitations with a hint of sarcasm. Shen Jiayan immediately recognized that his wife was upset. He quickly knelt beside her, adopting a playful tone. "My lady, What has caused your displeasure? Speak, and I shall ensure that your grievances are addressed. Lu Zhao Zhao regarded his handsome face and huffed softly. It is you who has upset me. How do you intend to rectify this? He leaned in close, whispering suggestively, that night. I shall allow you to handle me as you wish, if it pleases you. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully struck his chest, frowning, Shen Jiayan. Should you speak such nonsense again, you shall sleep in the study tonight. The Duke, who had been playful just moments ago, fell silent at her command and obediently picked up an invitation to scrutinize it closely. After a moment, his expression darkened as he continued to examine others. Though this time he merely noted their origins without reading the contents. After reviewing all the invitations, he cast them aside. Observing Lu Zhaozhao's puffed cheeks, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. His wife was indeed concerned for him, a clear sign of jealousy. Leaning closer, he soothed her, Do not be upset, my lady. If you are ever worried about my whereabouts, I shall take you with me wherever I go, if that would ease your mind. Lu Zhaozhao rolled her eyes and huffed, Who would care about you? Do you know that the city is now buzzing with rumors claiming that I shamelessly pursued you back in the day, and you were left with no choice but to marry me? He quickly settled beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, and playfully said, My dear, they are spouting nonsense. It was I who insisted on marrying you. Besides, how can you ignore me? If you do, I shall be quite heartbroken. If you are truly upset, why not take a swing at me? Your audacity seems to have grown thicker, Lu Zhaozhao remarked, teasingly pinching his cheek, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet, the rumors were not entirely unfounded, as she had indeed been the one to take the initiative in their courtship, though she would never admit it. He chuckled softly and leaned in to kiss her, lingering for a while before pulling back slightly, holding her firmly in his arms and tenderly coaxing, Zhao Zhao. The Crown Prince has declared that night markets may open in the capital. In a few days, shall I take you out for some fun? Since the Duke has requested it, I shall grant your wish, she replied, leaning against him with a hint of pride. Very well, I beseech my lady. Thank you for your graciousness. It is an immense honor, he said with an affectionate smile. Recently, he had been occupied with assisting the Crown Prince in governance, while also overseeing the Ministry of Justice. Yet he made sure to lull Lu Zhaozhao to sleep before stealthily exiting to his study to attend to official matters. That night, Shen Jiayan presented a list to Mo Jiang, speaking in a low voice. Investigate the misdeeds of these individuals, and ascertain who is spreading these rumors in the capital. Duke, why is it always me? Mo Jiang asked, somewhat aggrieved. Shen Jiayan shot him a glance and replied earnestly, Because you are capable. You are the finest guard in this household. Your subordinate shall take care of this. I will ensure it is done splendidly, Mo Jiang said, his eyes brightening. Clearly excited by the praise. Watching him depart, Shen Jiayan sighed softly. Allowing Mo Jiang to stay by Zhao Zhao's side was the only secret he had kept from her in his life, and even now, he felt a twinge of guilt. Should he confess openly, or wait for his wife to discover the truth and confront him? A few days later, during the morning court session, Shen Jiayan presented a memorial detailing the various crimes of several officials, including corruption, land appropriation, and oppression of the populace. After consulting with the emperor, the Crown Prince ordered the punishment of these officials, those demoted and those imprisoned. None were spared, yet none dared to claim innocence, for indeed, they were guilty. However, this action sparked considerable discussion, for how could Shen, who was often engrossed in official duties, take an interest in dealing with such minor officials? Their only connection was that their families had once sent invitations to the Duke's wife. Following this incident, no one dared to provoke him lightly, for the risk of imprisonment was far too great. Those who had previously gossiped about Lu Zhaozhao began to feel anxious, as it became evident that Duke Shen was firmly supporting his wife, contrary to the rumors that had circulated. Among those most fearful was the young Mrs. Wu, who had been among the most vocal in her discussions. Initially, she intended to have Wan Yin enter the residence of the Protectorate Duke. However, not only did Lu Zhaozhao disagree, but she also informed her elder sister about the matter. Furthermore, regarding the recent incident involving the esteemed Duke of Gong, she had scarcely addressed the issue when her elder sister took it upon herself to disclose the matter to their parents, resulting in her receiving a severe reprimand. Frustrated and unable to contain her feelings, she resorted to speaking thoughtlessly in retaliation.